Baiwa traveled to the Naruto world and became an orphan in Konoha, unexpectedly binding to a god-level character system and choosing Whitebeard from the Marineford War. After changing his name to Edward, his fusion degree increased and his power became stronger. Upon entering the ninja school, he encountered Jiraiya and Orochimaru and made friends with a black-haired boy. How will this Konoha hanging king continue to crush his way through the ninja world? Whitebeard intruded into Konoha. The journey begins with a god-level character binding that ignites the whole scene. Pay attention. Inside the Hokage building in Konoha, Tsunade asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Hiruzen, are we really going to take in orphans from outside the Fire Nation?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. "We must. This is a signal of Konoha's openness, a demonstration of our generosity, and it can also supplement the civilian ninjas otherwise. Konoha's bloodline will be cut off." Tsunade wanted to persuade him further, but Sarutobi Hiruzen directly interrupted. "Don't worry, the Yamanaka clan's mind-reading technique has checked, and it will be handled by Danzo. It's very stable." But his slightly trembling hand revealed his inner unease. On the other side, outside the interrogation room, Bai Hua murmured in confusion, "Where am I?" A ninja behind him urged, "Hurry up and follow." As he was pushed along, Baiwa suddenly received the memories of his predecessor and was stunned. What the hell? This is Konoha in the Naruto world? It turned out that his predecessor was a 7-year-old orphan fisherman whose uncle died in a ninja battle and was abducted here, just passing the inspection to be arranged for accommodation. At this moment, a kind ninja smiled and said, "Welcome home. You won't have to worry about food and clothing. This is your home." The other children immediately lit up with excitement, but Baiwa had no interest in listening to the motivational speech. A mechanical voice suddenly boomed. Binding in progress, Baiwa looked around but couldn't find the source of the sound. Just as he was confused, he heard another voice. Binding successful. A panel popped up in front of him. He stared at the panel, his pupils shaking. Aren't these characters from other anime? It listed Luffy in Gear 3rd, Naruto using Rasengan, Roger on the execution platform, Sasuke with one Sharingan, Shiki the Golden Lion, Whitebeard from the Marineford War, and even God of Gamblers. Baihua's heart raced. Does that mean I can have their powers based on who I choose? This is simply cheating. You absolutely can't imagine traveling to Konoha as an orphan and directly binding to a god-level character system. Baihua's starting point is off the charts. Next, whether entering ninja school or facing Danzo schemes, he can crush everyone by simply choosing a character. The Konoha hanging king is about to rise. Could it be that after I choose these characters, I will possess their powers? Whitebeard appears in Konoha. The boy binds legendary power and ignites the scene. Pay attention. Baiwa stared at the character options in front of him, his eyes shining with excitement. This is a sure thing. But before he could think further, the motivational ninja suddenly asked with concern, "Little friend, did you understand what I just said?" His tone was incredibly gentle. Baiwa snapped back to reality and pretended to be confused. "Teacher, I didn't understand, but I feel like what you said makes a lot of sense." The ninja, hearing this, smiled even more happily just from that teacher. He concluded that the children were already invested. Then, the ninja stopped being verbose and took the group of children to their assigned accommodation. Baiwa seized the opportunity in his heart and decided. Choose 6. Whitebeard from Marineford War. Other characters were either too weak or had low potential, and besides, Whitebeard was his idol from his previous life. Once the option was confirmed, the panel changed, showing a 3D model of Whitebeard, but the fusion degree was only 0. Baiwa instantly understood. So I have to integrate everything about Whitebeard and gain prestige to increase the fusion degree. Although a bit disappointed, he quickly became pumped. Once the fusion degree hits 100, I will definitely blow Konoha apart. At that moment, a ninja came over with a registration book. "Little friend, what's your name?" Baiwa blurted out, "Edward Newgate." In the evening, Edward moved into a 20-square-meter rental room and was tidying up when suddenly a surge of power flowed into him, accompanied by a segment of memory. He exclaimed, "This is Whitebeard's childhood memory and power." Unfortunately, the memory was of no use, but the power was undeniably strong. He opened the panel and saw that the fusion degree had actually risen to 1, instantly realizing, it must be because I used Whitebeard's real name. With this thought, his eyes lit up as if he could already see his future sweeping through the ninja world. You absolutely can't imagine. Just after crossing over, binding to the Whitebeard template, and changing his name to increase the fusion degree, Edward's cheat is simply unreasonable. Next, whether entering ninja school to showcase his strength or dealing with Danzo's minor schemes. With this legendary power template, he will definitely crush everyone. And the new data Konoha is about to go online. Edward said with a gleam in his eyes. From this moment on, he saw his infinite future. Konoha Whitebeard. The boy brushes his power and encounters a stingy subsidy that ignites the scene. Pay attention. Just after crossing over to Konoha, Edward was filled with confusion but stared intently at the panel. Want to go home? It all relies on this thing. The day my fusion degree hits 100 will be the day I return. Feeling the power of Whitebeard's childhood within him, he grinned widely. This is definitely divine strength. Haha. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and corrected himself to imitate Whitebeard's iconic laugh. No, it has to be Gurara. After imitating for a while, the fusion degree on the panel remained unchanged, and he could only pout. Forget it. They'll tidy up and sleep first. Talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, after Edward finished washing up, he rushed to the assembly point. Shortly after arriving, all the children gathered, and that ninja from yesterday turned on the motivational mode again. Did you all sleep well last night? After a round of small talk, he took out a scroll, formed hand seals, and the scroll exploded, instantly revealing a feast. The children were instantly stunned, and someone exclaimed, "Is this ninjutsu? It's amazing." The ninja smiled and explained, "This is just a low-level ninjutsu. There are even more powerful ones. Want to learn?" The children immediately erupted in excitement, shouting, "Yes, I want to be a ninja. I want to learn ninjutsu." The ninja raised his hand to signal for silence. "Don't worry, as long as you finish ninja school, you'll all become ninjas." After saying that, he let everyone eat, while he calculated in his heart, "The task assigned by the third Hokage is secure. I need to make these children accept Konoha and develop bonds." Meanwhile, Edward didn't listen to any of this. Focusing on showing off, his eating capacity astonished the ninja, who thought to himself, "Is this child starving?" Little did he know, Edward's appetite was all due to the hidden attributes that came with the Whitebeard template. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the children successfully completed their enrollment procedures and received their first subsidy from Konoha. The gentle ninja completed the handover, leaving them with the ninja school teachers. Edward held the money in his hand and immediately complained. "Only 3,000 Ryo? That's way too stingy." You have to know, he was still thinking of using prestige to boost Whitebeard's fusion degree. This amount of money was not even enough to buy training equipment, which was indeed a bit disappointing. You absolutely can't imagine. While Edward was quietly developing in Konoha, he was also secretly unlocking Whitebeard's power. Although temporarily hindered by the stingy subsidy, with the divine power within him, once he entered the ninja school, he would definitely be able to crush his peers. This playing dumb to eat the tiger will definitely shock the whole scene, and he will surely become a prominent figure in the ninja world. Edward looked at the subsidy in his hand and said with some disappointment, "Konoha Whitebeard." The boy encounters legendary classmates on his first day of school, igniting the scene. Pay attention. Edward stared at the 3,000 Ryo subsidy in his hand, troubled. With this little money, how many meals can I eat? And it only comes once a month. It's simply a nightmare. Complaining aside, he still tightened his grip on the money. First, go to the ninja school to report. Today is the first day of school, and I must be ready. Soon, Edward found the ninja school along the route, and as soon as he entered, he was overwhelmed by the sounds of crying. "Mom, I don't want to go to school. I want to go home." He couldn't hold back. "What is this, a ninja school? It's clearly a kindergarten." He shook his head helplessly, walked through the crying children to find his class, and handed his ID to the teacher at the door. The teacher coldly said, "Choose your own seat." Edward randomly found a spot to sit down, looking at the 5 or 6-year-old around him, signed himself, "I have to endure 6 more years to graduate. This is tough." When all the students arrived, Teacher Ikaru began to call the roll, and then asked everyone to introduce themselves. "Imachi Hayueshan. I like strong people and hate weak ones. I'm Yamamoto. I love tomato scrambled eggs, and I dream of becoming Hokage." The classmates took turns speaking, and Edward suddenly widened his eyes. "Jiraiya? Orochimaru? So I've crossed into this timeline." He was a bit confused as he didn't see Tsunade. When it was Edward's turn, he directly quoted Whitebeard's line. "My name is Edward Newgate. I like having family, and I hate betrayal." The classmates didn't mock his words, but kept discussing his name. Edward couldn't be bothered, laying his head on the desk and watching the birds outside, filled with nostalgia. After a day of classes, while the classmates were busy making friends, Edward packed his things and prepared to leave. A black-haired boy suddenly reached out. "You're Edward, right? Let's be friends. We were in the same team before." Edward looked at the boy and couldn't help but compliment. "Oh, so kawaii." His mind was filled with an adult perspective, only thinking that the boy was too cute. You would never expect it. Edward just entered the ninja school and ran into Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and even unlocked the cute kid harvester attribute. With the hidden strength of the Whitebeard template, he would definitely crush everyone in the school, a proper younger version of the 4 emperors ready to shake Konoha. Huh, what's cute? Konoha's Whitebeard. The boy unlocks Cute Friend and starts a power-leveling side quest that ignites the whole scene. Pay attention. The black-haired boy looked confused. Huh? What's cute? Edward stood up to leave. Little buddy, it's getting late. You should go home. The boy stood there with his hand out, wondering, does he not want to be friends with me? Edward noticed his thoughts and helplessly rubbed his head. All right, we are friends now. My name is Edward Newgate. The boy immediately smiled. My name is Yamashita Maple Leaf. It turns out the two were in the same team before. Maple Leaf, feeling insecure in a new place, wanted to make a friend quickly. Edward ruffled Maple Leaf's hair and asked, we live in the same building, right? After getting a positive response, the two held hands and walked towards the apartment building. When they reached the door, Edward said, goodbye, Yamashita-kun, but Maple Leaf was reluctant. Edward, let's go buy groceries together later. After thinking for a moment, Edward realized that since there's a subsidy, he couldn't pass up a big meal and immediately agreed. Sure, let's get some food tonight. Maple Leaf cheered and dashed back to his room. When Edward returned home and saw the fusion level on the panel remaining unchanged, he complained, this fusion level is really weak. But then he thought, just arrived here, how can I get stronger immediately? Take it slow. He looked at his white clothes and decided to tidy himself up. When he walked into the bathroom and saw himself in the mirror, golden curly hair, fair skin, taller than his peers by half a head, and much more muscular. This physique is simply tailor-made for the Whitebeard template. Just as he finished showering and put on his clothes, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, it was Maple Leaf, brother Edward. As Edward changed his shoes, he couldn't help but complain. These shoes are really uncomfortable. Maple Leaf thought his shoes didn't fit, feeling nervous and at a loss. Edward smiled and waved his hand. It's fine, let's go buy groceries. He thought to himself, first adapt to life, then find opportunities to increase his prestige and fusion level. With this foundation, he would definitely be able to walk confidently in Konoha. You wouldn't believe it. Edward just started school and gained a little fanboy. Plus, he unlocked the grocery shopping side quest. Although the fusion level hasn't changed for now, with the potential of the Whitebeard template, any little display of strength would crush everyone. A hidden big shot in Konoha is about to make an appearance. Let's go off to buy groceries. Konoha's Whitebeard. The youth meets the transfer student and starts a new explosive side quest. Pay attention. Edward didn't want to dwell on the shoes. So he closed the door and went out with Yamashita Maple Leaf to buy groceries. The evening lights of Konoha were dazzling, and the two walked down the street with bags of groceries. Maple Leaf excitedly said, Brother Edward, there's an opening ceremony tomorrow, and the third Hokage will be there. Edward, however, looked indifferent. I know. He was clear in his mind, just wanted to be a little transparent, not to be noticed before adulthood. Suddenly, Edward spotted a Ichiraka ramen and stopped. How about eating this? Maple Leaf looked confused. What's Ichiraka ramen? They walked into the shop, and Edward saw a middle-aged man behind the counter who didn't look like a handmade chef, and he thought, this chef isn't right. He took out the remaining money from buying groceries, and the man, seeing this, softened. Just arrived here. Huh? I'll charge you 50 ryo for the two of you. 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served, and the two began to show off. Maple Leaf became full. I can't eat anymore. Edward directly took over the bowl. Just right. I'm still hungry. The man watched this scene, smiling with great satisfaction. The next day at the opening ceremony, the third Hokage passionately preached the will of fire, and the students below instantly boiled over. I want to be Hokage. Maple Leaf also shook Edward's arm, shouting that he wanted to be Hokage, which made Edward feel overwhelmed. After school started, half of the classes were about the will of fire, and the other half about chakra and combat. Weeks passed, and Edward got up early and exercised diligently, building up muscle. One day, he and Maple Leaf overslept and just entered the classroom when the teacher scolded. You were late. Edward calmly replied, Sorry, there was a little accident on the way. At this moment, the teacher announced, Today, we have a transfer student in our class. You wouldn't believe it. Just as Edward was getting used to the pace of Konoha, he encountered a transfer student and almost got targeted for being late. But with the strength he had secretly trained and the Whitebeard template, no matter who the transfer student was, he would surely be able to handle it easily. This wave of low-key development was about to welcome a shining moment. Sorry, there was a little accident on the way. Konoha's Whitebeard, the youth's 3-year counterattack. crushing the mid-chunin level and exploding the scene. Pay attention. Edward casually brushed off the teacher. Sorry, there was a little accident on the way. The teacher saw that they usually behaved well and didn't pursue the matter further. This is the last time. Hurry back to your seats. Just as they sat down, a blonde girl walked into the classroom with an unwilling expression. The teacher immediately felt a headache. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade slowly walked to the podium. My name is Tsunade Senju. From a Senju clan. She scanned the entire class and walked straight to Edward. Just because they both had blonde hair, she sat right next to him. Edward was shocked. So Tsunade is the transfer student. Now the legendary 3 ninjas are finally gathered. But after Tsunade sat down, she kept stealing glances at his hair and asked unhappily, Hey, what were you mumbling about just now? Edward didn't want to get involved. It's nothing. In the afternoon, while practicing shuriken throwing, Maple Leaf excitedly touched the ninja tools. We are going to be real ninjas. Tsunade suddenly interjected. You ignorant little brat. Edward glanced at her and pulled Maple Leaf away, making Tsunade furious. These two guys. After returning to the classroom, Tsunade simply moved next to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and Edward immediately let Maple Leaf sit over, finally reducing some trouble. Time flew, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The 10-year-old Edward looked at the numbers on the panel and complained. Only 5 fusion level. This is too grinding. But don't underestimate this 5. It directly boosted his strength to the mid-chunin level, with a punch delivering hundreds of kilograms of force. Definitely a dimensional crush among his peers. Just as he was feeling emotional, there was a sudden knock on the door. Edward closed the panel, stood up, and opened the door, and a familiar shout came from outside. Brother Edward. You wouldn't believe it. Edward has been developing low-key for 3 years, secretly unlocking mid-chunin level strength. And now he is in the same class as the legendary 3 ninjas without panic. Next, whether it's the ninja school assessment or dealing with sudden tasks. With the strength boosted by the Whitebeard template, he would surely crush everything. A hidden big shot in Konoha who can't hide anymore. Brother Edward. Looking at the now one. 6-meter-tall Edward, Konoha's Whitebeard. The youth beats Tsunade and crushes the scene explosively. Pay attention. Edward used to consistently take first place in his grade, but recently he has been inexplicably losing competitions and lost his top position. Yamashita Maple Leaf looked at him with eager eyes, and Edward laughed broadly. Gula la la la. Want to know the secret? I'll teach you. Maple Leaf immediately jumped up and cheered. Really? That's great. Edward pressed down his head. Time to eat. First step, eat more high-calorie foods to replenish nutrients. Saying this, he violently tore open the roast meat and tossed a large piece to Maple Leaf. Gulala, this is yours. You must finish it today. Maple Leaf stared at the roast meat, which was larger than a third of his body, and was stunned. Can I finish this? Edward didn't care about him and feasted on the roast meat. Not long after, he finished while looking at Maple Leaf, who was still struggling. If you can't eat it, take it home and finish it within a day. Maple Leaf felt as if he was pardoned, for the first time thinking that eating was so terrifying. After a few days of vacation ended, Maple Leaf woke Edward up for school, who was full of resistance. Which Traverser still has to go to school? So embarrassing. When they arrived at school, he secretly felt relieved. Luckily, no kids cried, otherwise it would be annoying. Suddenly a 1.5-meter-tall Tsunade rushed over shouting, Edward. Edward immediately laughed loudly, thinking, is this a provocation using the competitions where I let my guard down? He directly said, Tsunade Senju, if there's nothing, step aside. After saying that, he pushed Tsunade with his body. Tsunade was pushed and became furious, swinging her fist at him. Edward instantly grabbed her hand and pinned her under his arm. Humph, you're playing with fire. Tsunade, furious at her helplessness. Let go of me. Edward completely ignored her and walked ahead to find the classroom. While the Maple Leaf beside him whispered, Brother Edward has gotten stronger again. You wouldn't believe it. Edward deliberately threw the first place, but easily handled Tsunade. This act of playing dumb while eating the tiger was too impressive. With the battle power of the Whitebeard template, no matter who comes to provoke him next, they will definitely question their life in an instant. Truly the ceiling of Konoha's battle power. Brother Edward has gotten stronger again. Konoha's Whitebeard. The young man unlocked the chakra course and crushed his peers. igniting the whole place. Look, Edward held Tsunade under his arm and walked forward, while the maple leaf behind him was filled with envy. Unable to help but mutter, Brother Edward has gotten stronger again. Tsunade, who was being held, struggled and shouted angrily, "Let go of me, Edward, you bastard." But her resistance was useless. The classmates passing in the hallway looked at them in surprise, and in the end, Tsunade could only hold back her flushed face and grit her teeth in silence. After finding their seats in the classroom, Edward finally released his hand. Tsunade, with red eyes and tears at the corners, viciously declared, "Edward, I will definitely get even for this." Edward didn't take it seriously at all, casually nodded, and turned to make a shushing gesture to the maple leaf. "Gulalala, the teacher is coming." This semester they would learn to refine chakra and the body technique, which are the basics for ninjas, and he didn't want to miss out. As soon as the teacher came on stage, he began to preach, and Edward couldn't help but curl his lips. Here we go again with the opening ceremony, and a big cleanup? Such a waste of time. He simply lay on the desk, pretending to sleep and slack off. Soon it was the day of the opening ceremony, and the third Hokage stood on stage again to talk about the will of fire. Edward was so drowsy that he thought to himself, with this time, I might as well practice physical fitness a bit more and increase my battle power. After a long wait until the afternoon, they finally had the chakra teaching class. The teacher explained seriously, refining chakra is about developing the potential within your body. This is the key to learning ninjutsu. Saying this, he took out a bunch of chakra test papers to distribute to everyone. Fire attribute would burn, wind attribute would wrinkle, and lightning attribute would shatter. Those who could measure more than 3 attributes should report directly, considered little geniuses. Finally, he assigned homework. Refine chakra within a week, measure your own attributes, and then turn it in. The maple leaf, holding the test paper, was extremely excited. "Brother Edward, we can finally learn ninjutsu." Edward grinned widely. "Gulalala, we finally waited for this day." In the original work, the ninja school taught this as soon as the semester started, but they had to wait until the second half of the 4th year. It seemed that Konoha's current policies hadn't adjusted yet, which delayed it for so long. You wouldn't believe it. Edward easily handled Tsunade and also unlocked the key course. With the support of the Whitebeard template, he refined chakra much faster than others, and it wouldn't be long before he could crush his peers in ninjutsu. Surely the hidden king of Konoha couldn't be hidden anymore. Perhaps it was because Konoha's policies hadn't changed, which is why it was assigned so late. Konoha's Whitebeard, the young man, abandoned ninjutsu to crush the competition with body techniques. Pay attention. Edward had long wanted to learn ninjutsu, but he couldn't find a way to practice before, and now he finally saw an opportunity. He laughed boldly and immediately immersed himself in refining chakra, and soon shouted, "I've refined it." He quickly took the test paper and infused it with chakra, but the result was that the paper only wrinkled and got wet. He frowned and complained, "Just wind and water attributes? In this world where everyone has 5 attributes, that's too weak." He turned to look at his classmates. The geniuses from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had successively refined chakra, and the best among them only had 3 attributes. Edward felt a bit comforted. The maple leaf beside him was anxious. "Brother Edward, why can't I refine it?" Edward comforted him. "Don't worry, there's still a week left. Even if you're slow, you're still faster than that idiot Jiraiya." The maple leaf finally calmed down. Suddenly, Tsunade shouted boldly, and all eyes in the class turned to her. The teacher looked at her test paper in shock. 4 attributes. No wonder she's the granddaughter of the first Hokage. This needs to be reported to the 3rd Hokage. Edward muttered to himself, "It's just 4 attributes." But the maple leaf's previously calmed heart was now in chaos again, panicking. "Do I not have chakra?" Edward couldn't help but laugh. "Baka, how do you live without chakra?" In the evening, Edward felt increasingly frustrated and suddenly shouted, "Gulalala, I am Edward Newgate. If chakra doesn't work, I'll practice body techniques. After all, I will have the tremor fruit in the future." After saying that, he started to lift weights and do push-ups like crazy. Not long after, there was a loud knock on the door, and the maple leaf shouted from outside, "Brother Edward." Edward opened the door, ready to get angry, but saw the maple leaf bouncing with the test paper. "I refined it. Wind, fire, and lightning attributes." Edward instantly lost his anger and laughed out loud. Gulalala. Awesome. You're definitely a genius at practicing ninjutsu. You wouldn't believe it. Edward's chakra attributes were weak, but he decisively turned to body techniques and witnessed the maple leaf's counterattack. With the potential of the Whitebeard template, his body techniques would definitely be explosive, and with the future Tremor fruit, he would surely rise to the top of Konoha's body techniques. Hearing this, Edward, who no longer felt conflicted, had no envy or other emotions, only congratulated with his mouth. Konoha's Whitebeard. The young man hides his strength while teaching his friend crushing the body technique with dual buffs igniting the whole place. Pay attention. Edward gently ruffled the maple leaf's black hair and seriously advised. Maple leaf, your 3 attributes of chakra can complement each other, unlike some people whose attributes conflict. You must make good use of it. The maple leaf was still in a daze from the excitement of awakening 3 attributes, nodding vigorously. Okay, Brother Edward, I will remember. Edward put down his hand, but began to calculate in his heart. In Konoha, being too outstanding is not a good thing. The old, gloomy face of Danzo flashed in his mind. Many geniuses had been plotted against in the darkness of Konoha. Although he wasn't sure if Danzo had already turned dark, after all, his extremism intensified only after the Second Shinobi War. Edward still didn't dare to be careless and quickly invited the maple leaf into the house. In Konoha, geniuses must be kept hidden. Edward started to deceive. Only by revealing his strength at critical moments could he catch others off guard. Seeing the maple leaf's confused face, he simply tore off the excess part of the maple leaf's chakra test paper, smiling. From now on, just say you have dual attributes to the outside world, and hide the remaining attribute if you can. This is the life-saving trick that Big Brother taught you. The maple leaf nodded, somewhat understanding. In the following days, the two went to school and returned home on time, pretending to be obedient students fully integrated into Konoha, perfectly fitting the third Hokage's policy of accepting orphaned outsiders. The Yambu observed them in secret for more than half a semester, confirming that they had no abnormalities and quietly withdrew after they fully integrated into Konoha. One morning, the teacher walked onto the podium with a serious expression, first pouring some toxic chicken soup, then announced, "From today, we will teach you the body technique. You must pass by the end of the semester. If you fail, you will have to retake it." The maple leaf instantly became excited and shook Edward's arm madly. "Brother Edward, it's the body technique. We can finally learn real ninjutsu." Edward responded perfunctorily but felt secretly delighted. "Finally, I can officially touch ninjutsu, just in time to test my talent." The other students below panicked, each showing a worried expression, afraid of failing. During the subsequent training time, the classroom was in chaos, and very few students could grasp the essence of the body technique. However, Edward was confident, thanks to the Whitebeard template's enhancement of his physical condition. Learning these basic ninjutsu was a piece of cake. He could even deliberately slow down his progress to hide his strength, avoiding being targeted by those in the shadows. You wouldn't believe it. While Edward taught the maple leaf to hide his strength and avoid disaster, he secretly mastered the body technique, being both self-protective and strong. This wave of low-key development was directly maxed out. Next, whether it's the final exam or dealing with the hidden currents of Konoha, Edward is sure to handle it with ease, undoubtedly a big shot in Konoha. Although at the beginning, not many of these students could master the body replacement technique. Konoha's Whitebeard. The young man hides his skills and crushes the competition, igniting the atmosphere. Watch closely. After days of hard practice, finally, a talented student learned and mastered the body replacement technique, and Edward was one of them. In a training ground, he skillfully released the body replacement technique, while the nearby Kamishita, Maple, transformed into a little fanboy. "Brother Edward is amazing. I just learned the transformation technique." Edward laughed heartily. "Gulala, you'll master it soon." With the strength of a chunin, he finally learned ninjutsu and became a true ninja. Edward ruffled Maple's hair. "Let's go. The competition is about to begin. Today is the semester performance competition, and good rankings can earn extra points, helping him graduate smoothly." He thought to himself, just aim for 4th place. A good ninja must hide their skills. Soon, the two arrived at the open grass competition venue, and the teacher asked with a notebook, "Is everyone here?" The competition starts. The first match, Yamamoto YG versus Jiraiya. Jiraiya roared in his heart. This time I must win. No more being at the bottom. The teacher assigned him an opponent slightly stronger than himself. The two stood in the center of the arena, formed hand seals. And the teacher waved the flag. The match begins. They faced each other with kunai, Jiraiya charging forward, while Yamamoto YG continually blocked, the sounds of kunai clashing incessant. However, Yamamoto YG was physically weak and soon fell to the ground. Jiraiya shouted, "I won." The next moment, with a bang, the Yamamoto YG on the ground transformed into a piece of wood, and his real self appeared behind Jiraiya. Kunai aimed at his waist. "You lost." Jiraiya was instantly dumbfounded, unwilling to accept, but had to admit defeat, and the two formed the reconciliation seal. An afternoon passed, and various shouts of defiance echoed in the arena, while Edward remained calm and collected, waiting for his turn. He had long planned to showcase his strength without being too eye-catching. Securing fourth place for sure. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward hid his skills in the competition, playing the low-key big shot while waiting to crush his opponents. With his Chunin strength and the enhancement of the body replacement technique, he would surely handle the competition with ease, definitely setting up a scene of playing the pig to eat the tiger. The competition time quickly passed in the afternoon, and various defiant voices rang out invisibly. Konoha's Whitebeard. The young man hides his skills, securing fourth place, developing into a god, igniting the atmosphere. Watch closely. Edward played low-key, gradually winning and easily advancing into the top 10. Behind him, the cheers of little fans echoed. He stroked his chin and laughed. "Gulala, I didn't expect I also have fans." Suddenly, Tsunade rushed over energetically. "Edward, I want to duel with you." Edward felt annoyed and casually responded, "It depends on the teacher's opinion." Seeing that Tsunade wanted to persist, he simply walked away, making Tsunade stomp her feet in anger. The competition ultimately ended with Tsunade's victory, and Edward looked at his fourth place result calmly. As expected, just as planned. Maple walked over with a 13th place result, saying, "Brother Edward, it's getting cold. Winter is coming." Edward looked up at the sky, a few snowflakes falling on his shoulder, and he exclaimed in surprise, "It's snowing?" After the competition, everyone returned to class, resuming their daily practice of the body replacement technique. Soon, Maple finally mastered the body replacement technique, and Edward also taught him hunting skills. At the end of the semester, most students had achieved A rank in the body replacement technique. Even Jiraiya passed with a B rank. A year passed, and Edward and Maple grew a year older. Maple looked at the measuring stick showing 170 centimeters, with perfectly toned muscles, and envied. "Brother Edward, you've grown taller again." Edward laughed heartily. "Gulala, just eat more nutrition." Maple drooped his head. "I was only 155 centimeters at 10 years old. And Tsunade is almost 160 centimeters. Edward comforted. "Girls develop early. You'll definitely grow taller in the future." Maple instantly perked up and asked, "Tomorrow is New Year's. Have you bought new clothes?" Edward smiled and replied, "Gulala, of course I have." He knew that although the allowance had increased a bit, buying a nice piece of clothing was not easy, so he was well prepared. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. While Edward hid his skills and secured fourth place in the competition, he secretly grew taller and built muscle, also clearly guiding Maple. With this rhythm, whether it's the challenges after the new year or the advanced assessments in the ninja school, he would undoubtedly crush the competition. Definitely a Konoha potential stock ready to explode. "Gulala, of course I bought it." Konoha's Whitebeard. The young man wearing a Whitebeard battle robe welcomes the new year, igniting the atmosphere. Watch closely. In Konoha, it's fashionable to buy new clothes for the new year, and Edward certainly wouldn't shortchange himself, directly spending a large sum on new attire. Maple immediately rushed over. "Brother Edward, let me see." Edward laughed. "Gulala, let me show you my battle robe." Saying this, he opened the wardrobe, revealing a long white button-up coat resembling a cloak, and Maple exclaimed, "Wow, so cool." Edward proudly said, "And there are pants and black boots." He was already tired of the toe-revealing boots in Konoha, which made his toes numb from the cold. So this time he specially ordered a pair that didn't expose his toes, and the entire outfit was designed based on the template of Whitebeard's captain's outfit. The more he touched it, the more he liked it, constantly mumbling, "Not bad, not bad." He turned to ask Maple, "Is your outfit ready?" Maple nodded vigorously, and the two smiled at each other, laughter filling the room. On the other side, in the Hokage building, Danzo pushed open the office door. And the third Hokage put down his documents and said, "Danzo, war may be coming. At most in 5 years, the border and intelligence are up to you." Danzo's expression darkened. I noticed it early. As he was leaving, the third Hokage called out to him, "The policy of taking in foreign children has been stopped. The funding can't support it anymore. We have already taken in over 500 people." Danzo replied and calculated as he left. On New Year's Day, every household in Konoha opened their doors to welcome the new year, and the streets were decorated. Edward put on his slightly oversized new outfit, showing off in front of the mirror. Gulala. So comfortable. He opened the panel to check if his fusion degree had increased, but it was still 5. Letting out a helpless sigh. At that moment, he heard Maple's voice outside. "Brother Edward, do you think my clothes look good?" "You absolutely wouldn't expect it." Edward, dressed in a Whitebeard battle robe, radiated an aura that filled the space. Although his fusion degree hadn't increased, with this outfit and his hidden Chunin strength, he was sure to stand out on New Year's Day. And with Konoha facing war soon, he would eventually rely on his strength to crush the competition. Undoubtedly, Konoha's Whitebeard was about to rise. "Brother Edward, do you think my clothes look good?" Konoha's Whitebeard, the young man in battle robes, walks through the streets, radiating an overwhelming aura. Watch closely. On New Year's Day, Kamishita Maple suddenly burst into Edward's room, which wasn't closed, shouting, "Brother Edward, do you think my clothes look good?" Edward turned to see Maple wearing a wide Japanese outfit in red and yellow colors, printed with a maple leaf pattern, and he immediately praised, "Not bad, Yamashita." Saying this, he reached out to ruffle Maple's hair, but Maple hurriedly shouted, "Hey, don't mess with my hair." Edward withdrew his hand, staring at the Whitebeard battle robe in the mirror, thinking, if only I had its Songyun cut to match, it would be perfect. But he knew his strength was not enough now, and he hadn't inherited Whitebeard's sword techniques yet. So he had to put that thought aside. I'll have the Land of Crafts make me a real Songyun cut in the future. Currently, he only had Chunin strength, and against special Jonin or Jonin, it wasn't enough. He needed to continue to hold back his big moves. Maple, unable to wait to go shopping, urged, "Brother Edward, the shops outside are half price." Edward nodded, closed the door, and took Maple out onto the street. The streets of Konoha were brightly lit, with fireworks filling the sky, and the 170 centimeters tall Edward, dressed in his battle robe, led Maple like a father taking his child out, radiating an overwhelming aura. As classmates passed by, they couldn't help but compliment, "Edward, your outfit is so stylish." Edward laughed heartily. "Gulalala, of course." The classmates also praised Maple Leaf, making the shy Maple Leaf blush. Edward advised, "Shansha, you need to change your introverted ways." Then he waved his hand. "Whatever you want, just say it. Big brother will treat you." Maple Leaf's eyes lit up, and he hurried to keep up. The two strolled around buying some daily necessities, but Maple Leaf was hesitant to spend too much money. When they reached the Showdown barbecue restaurant, Edward's eyes brightened. "Gulalala, let's go eat barbecue." He dragged Maple Leaf into the shop. He was already tired of eating tasteless meals every day. You would never expect it. Edward, dressed in a white-bearded warrior outfit, strolled through the market, radiating an overwhelming aura and pampering Maple Leaf while shopping. Although he was only a Chunin now, with this energy and the white beard template, he would soon be able to strut around in Konoha, a definite future emperor. You must know that Edward, who had always eaten food without seasoning, was really tired of it. Konoha Whitebeard, the young man gains battle power from eating barbecue graduation divine. Buff ignites the whole place. Pay attention. If it weren't for the need to crazily replenish nutrients, Edward wouldn't risk hunting wild beasts and catching river fish every day. He brought Maple Leaf into the Showdown barbecue restaurant, and Maple Leaf looked uncertain. "Big brother Edward, this place is super expensive." Edward patted his chest and laughed. "Gulalala, don't worry. The money I've saved is enough for us to eat well for several meals." Maple Leaf picked up the menu, looked at the discounted prices for the new spring, but still only dared to order 2 servings of the cheapest barbecue at 800 Ryo each. Edward snatched the menu. 2 plates of the 2,000 Ryo ones too. Maple Leaf shouted anxiously, "Big brother Edward, Don't order so much. Edward, however, looked serious. Gulalala. If the closest people around me can't have a good barbecue, how can I be worthy to be your big brother? As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power rushed into Edward's mind, and the sword techniques of the Whitebeard directly fused into his memory. He secretly opened the panel and saw the fusion rate jump from 5 to 7, instantly going crazy with joy. Gulalala. Today is really a lucky day. The waiter brought 4 plates of generously sized barbecue, and seeing Edward grinning and laughing, while Maple Leaf quietly wiped his tears with his head down, the waiter left in confusion, thinking, these two people are too strange, right? The two began to gorge on the barbecue, stuffing one piece after another into their mouths. With sounds of swallowing echoing, Edward chewed on the barbecue, and his eyes lit up. This taste is so reminiscent of home. Maple Leaf was further struck by a double impact of deliciousness and emotion, tears flowing uncontrollably. This oddly matched pair of customers instantly attracted the attention of the entire barbecue restaurant, with some wondering, is the barbecue really that good? Time flew by, and 2 years passed in a blink, arriving at the graduation day of the ninja school. At 13, Edward had completely grown up with an exaggerated physique, 8-pack abs, defined latissimus dorsi and biceps, standing at 190 centimeters tall and weighing 150 kilograms, wearing a custom-made Whitebeard outfit, truly like a reincarnation of Whitebeard. Not to mention classmates. Even teachers didn't dare believe he was just a freshly graduated student. By this time, his fusion rate had soared to 12, and his strength had surpassed Special Jonin, directly approaching Jonin level, definitely the ceiling of battle power in the ninja school. At this moment, Maple Leaf ran over quickly, urging, Big Brother Edward. The graduation ceremony is about to start. Let's go. You would never expect it. Edward could increase his battle power just by eating barbecue, having transformed from a little-known Chunin to a quasi-Jonin big shot in 2 years. With this overwhelming strength and aura, the graduation ceremony was bound to be a grand affair. A definite future big shot of Konoha was about to officially debut. Big Brother Edward. The graduation ceremony is about to start. Konoha Whitebeard. The young man graduates and unleashes fatherly buffs that ignite the whole place. Pay attention. Edward laughed broadly, looking down at Maple Leaf, and shouted, Gulalala, be my son Shanxia. Maple Leaf immediately refused. Big Brother Edward, if you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Over the years, Edward had been wanting to adopt Maple Leaf as his son, but Maple Leaf only wanted to be a younger brother, often being rebutted by Edward's height of just 160 centimeters. After being rejected again, Edward looked disappointed. Gulalala, you've rejected me again. In fact, over the years, he had already treated Maple Leaf like his own son. Maple Leaf quickly changed the subject. Let's go to the graduation ceremony. It's about to start. Edward instantly cheered up, Gulalala. The ninja school is finally over. He pulled Maple Leaf towards the venue, and surrounding classmates saw his mountain-like physique and quickly made way. As soon as they arrived at the venue, the now well-developed Tsunade walked over. Edward, you've come. She had always wanted to challenge Edward, but had never won, always looking for a chance to get closer. Edward casually asked, What's up, Tsunade? Something on your mind? Tsunade retorted, Can I talk to you if there's nothing going on? Edward reached out and ruffled her hair. Gulalala, how have you been lately? After these years, he had already treated Tsunade like a half-daughter, but Tsunade instantly exploded. Edward, you're doing it again. Seeing her temper flare, Edward immediately let go, abandoning the thought of adopting her as a daughter, while Tsunade cautiously stepped back. The teacher walked up to the stage with a smile. Today, everyone graduates. I will give each of you a Konoha headband, officially becoming ninjas. After that, we will arrange the team leaders and classes. Soon, the third Hokage also arrived, holding the headbands, and began to give an inspiring speech. Konoha is your home. The will of fire is everlasting. The graduation ceremony ended with speeches, and the students received their headbands, some wearing them on their heads, others around their necks. You would never expect it. Edward was both a father and an older brother at the graduation scene, radiating an overwhelming aura. With his near-Jonin strength and the Whitebeard template support, no matter which class he was assigned to next, he would definitely be able to elevate his teammates. undoubtedly becoming Konoha's strongest lower ninja, ready to make waves. Big brother Edward, does it look good? Konoha Whitebeard. The young man graduates and joins a team, crushing the leading teacher and igniting the whole place. Pay attention. Edward laughed heartily. Gulalala, not bad, not bad. After a moment's hesitation, he placed the Konoha headband on his right bicep like a domineering armband. He waved his hand. Shanxia, this size is just right. The teacher saw everyone had put on their headbands and began announcing the class divisions. Next, I will announce the list of the 12 classes and their team leaders. The most shocking news was that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were assigned to Class 7, led by the third Hokage himself. After all, the three had long been favored by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya had been so excited he could fly. Edward heard he was assigned to Class 6, with the team leader being Special Jonin Kikuchi Matsu, and his teammates were Maple Leaf and Yamamoto YG. He looked at Yamamoto YG, wondering, this person usually has no presence and ranks in the middle. How did we end up together? But Maple Leaf was super happy. Big brother Edward, we're in the same class. His sense of security skyrocketed. The teacher finally reminded, the graduation ceremony is over. You will receive notification from your team leader within 3 days. Everyone returned home, and on the way, Maple Leaf said in confusion, graduation came so quickly, and the subsidy is stopping. What should we do next? Then he felt relieved. Fortunately, Big brother Edward is here. Edward suddenly laughed. Gulalala, Shanxia. The next is the survival of the fittest in the ninja world. Are you ready? 3 days flew by, and the three received notifications, gathering in the open space the next morning. Before 6 o'clock, Edward and Maple Leaf had already arrived, and soon Yamamoto YG also came coughing. Observing from the shadows, Kikuchi Matsu saw everyone had gathered and jumped down from the tree shouting, Class 6, assemble. Maple Leaf and Yamamoto YG thought to themselves, this teacher looks ordinary. I wonder if he is strict? Edward remained calm, given his near Jonin strength. He had sensed the person in the tree long ago. Jukamatsu took out the data to verify. Edward Newgate, wind and water dual attributes, explosive performance in matches, super top-tier physical skills. Yamashita Maple, lightning and fire dual attributes, skilled with shurikens. With each line he read, he couldn't hide his recognition of Edward. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward, wearing a headband, exuded a powerful aura, instantly becoming a hidden powerhouse in class, making even the team teacher look at him with new respect. With his near Jonin strength, he would definitely crush the competition during missions. Undoubtedly, the strength pillar of Team 6 was about to take off. Yamashita Maple had no particularly striking features, just the dual chakra attributes of lightning and fire. Well, was he good at using shurikens? Konoha Whitebeard. The youth cleared the basic training in 5 days, crushing his teammates and igniting the scene. Pay attention. Jukamatsu looked at the data and read, Yamamoto YG, single earth attribute chakra, physically weak, poor in physical skills, but exceptionally good at throwing shurikens. He glanced at the three, but only took a few extra looks at the tall and mighty Edward, secretly noting him down. Jukamatsu introduced himself seriously. My name is Jukamatsu, Special Jonin, and I will be your guiding teacher from now on. He then let the three familiarize themselves with each other and announced, for the next 3 years, I will train you all. Are you ready? There was no bell-stealing segment, but basic chakra training like walking on water and climbing trees was directly arranged. Luckily, the three had a good foundation and finished their training in just 5 days. That day, Maple finally learned to climb trees and excitedly shouted, Edward, big brother, I can climb trees now. Edward laughed heartily. Gulalala, that's awesome. In fact, he had completed the water walking and tree climbing on the first day. And at this moment, he had just finished 3,000 push-ups, standing up with a full aura. Jukamatsu was watching him from the side, secretly thinking, this kid's strength is definitely above that of a Chunin, and he is still hiding his true abilities. He struggled with whether to report to the third Hokage, but ultimately decided against it. A good ninja should know how to hide their strength. I'll just teach them well. At this time, only Yamamoto YG was still struggling to climb the tree, falling to the ground and coughing incessantly. Maple and Edward quickly showed concern, and Yamamoto YG got up and continue to practice. Jutsu couldn't help but guide him. Calm down. Concentrate your chakra in your feet and hold onto the tree tightly. Yamamoto YG followed his advice, climbing step by step, and finally completed the tree climbing. Jukamatsu applauded on the spot. You cleared it in just 5 days. You're too amazing. He secretly felt relieved. Glad he hadn't encountered any idiots who couldn't learn after weeks of practice. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward crushed the basic training on the first day while remaining low-key and hiding his strength. Even the team teacher couldn't see through him. With his strength, no matter what training task came next, he would definitely handle it with ease. Undoubtedly the hidden king of Team 6. This made everyone see that he was in a very good mood. Konoha Whitebeard. The youth instantly learned C-rank ninjutsu hunting techniques, igniting the scene. Pay attention. Jukamatsu was in a great mood and pulled out a scroll from his waist. I'll teach you ninjutsu in advance. This is a specially prepared C-rank ninjutsu. He added, from now on, if you want to learn, you'll have to exchange it for battle achievements. Edward opened the scroll and laughed. Gulalala. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Maple and Yamamoto YG also received fire release. Great fireball technique and earth release. Heart-cutting technique, both laughing uncontrollably. Jukamatsu then announced, you get a week off to practice ninjutsu. Maple and Yamamoto YG quickly thanked him, and Jukamatsu couldn't stand their enthusiasm, shouted for dismissal, and used body flicker technique to slip away. Edward called out, Yamashita, let us go home. Gulalala. He then told Yamamoto YG, let us go, and left with Maple. Yamamoto YG was left standing there, mumbling, where's my home? After a few coughs, he wobbled away. A week passed quickly, and in the forest near Konoha, Maple shouted, fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball smashed into a tree, leaving only charred marks. He sighed, I don't have enough chakra. Not far away, Edward was doing one-handed push-ups, his afterimages flickering, and he shouted guidance. Gulala, your proficiency is enough. Quickly refine your chakra. Maple sat cross-legged refining, thinking, why is Edward Big Brother's ninjutsu power so much stronger than mine? He knew it was due to his chakra precision and quantity not being enough, but he still felt unwilling. He couldn't compete in physical skills. And now he was being crushed in ninjutsu too. Suddenly, a bee scream echoed, and Edward immediately stopped. Gulalala, dinner is here, running over. He saw a deer over a meter tall, frowning. This isn't enough to eat, right? The deer kept roaring, and Edward instantly moved forward, crushing its skull with one hand, calmly stating, it's pretty fat, not a loss. He hoisted the deer and shouted, Yamashita, prepare fire release. We're having roasted deer meat today. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward instantly mastered the ninjutsu scroll and hunted with a single move, crushing his teammates. With this rhythm, it wouldn't be long before he could practice C-rank ninjutsu to perfection. Undoubtedly a dual powerhouse of ninjutsu and physical skills in Konoha. Yamashita, prepare fire release. We're having roasted deer meat today. Konoha Whitebeard, the youth with 14 fusion, crushed a special jonin, igniting the scene. Pay attention. Edward's legs exploded with strong power, and soon he returned to the spot carrying the fat deer. Already prepared, Yamashita Maple squeezed out the last bit of chakra, shouting, fire release, great fireball technique. Flames rose, igniting the firewood. Edward exerted force with both hands. With a pop, he peeled off the entire deer skin, blood splattering onto his chest, then skewered the deer on a stick to roast, laughing. Gula-la-la-la, deer are not easy to catch. I haven't eaten them in a long time. Suddenly, Edward turned to Yamashita Maple and said, Gula-la-la, the next part is up to you. Before the words were out, his leg muscles tensed, and with a bang, he instantly disappeared, leaving Yamashita Maple puzzled, but obediently taking over the roasting deer. On the other side, Edward blocked a samurai dressed in warrior clothing, carrying a long sword. The samurai solemnly said, Sir, we have no grievances or enmities, right? Edward laughed heartily. Gula-la-la. He had sensed the other's killing intent long ago. Seeing he had been discovered, the samurai instantly drew his sword. But Edward raised an eyebrow. Is that a broken sword? The samurai roared. Damn, Konoha ninja. He charged with his sword. As the two met, Edward quickly gauged the other's strength. At most a special jonin. You have to know his fusion rate had risen to 14. His strength was very close to that of a jonin. Dealing with a special jonin was simply a piece of cake. He quickly formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A massive air blast shot towards the samurai, who hurriedly dodged but still got grazed on the arm, his sleeve shredded, and his arm bruised and bleeding. Edward laughed heartily, and the samurai hurriedly raised his sword to block, but Edward slapped the broken sword away, also breaking his arm. Then he single-handedly grabbed the samurai by the neck, lifting him into the air. Do you have anything else to say? The samurai yelled, You killed my wife and children, even as a ghost. I want to let you go. Taking advantage of Edward's momentary distraction, he pulled out a shuriken and stabbed it into Edward, but was left in shock. How is this possible? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward, with a 14 fusion rate, crushed a special jonin, and even when stabbed by the shuriken, his expression didn't change. With the terrifying strength of the Whitebeard template, from now on, no matter what enemy he encountered, they would definitely question their life. Undoubtedly, the Konoha powerhouse. How is this possible? Konoha Whitebeard. The youth withstood the poison blade, crushing the samurai, boosting his teammates with double buffs. Igniting the scene. Pay attention. The wandering samurai thrust the shuriken at Edward, but it only pierced a few centimeters in, and he dropped his jaw in shock. How is this possible? Still stubborn, he shouted, I poisoned it. We'll die together. Edward couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. With one hand, he squeezed hard, directly breaking his neck and casually throwing him to the ground. Staring at the Leaf Village headband on his arm, he muttered, Just because I'm a Konoha ninja, do I have to be placed in a life or death situation? He squeezed his wound, and green venom instantly flowed out. Then, he stomped down, crushing the samurai's skull, blood mixed with white fluid staining the ground red. Edward walked over to the broken sword that had been knocked away, picked it up, and weighed it. Although it was a broken sword, it was too short to be useful, but the material was good, and he could sense the chakra metal aura. He tucked the broken sword at his waist and quickly hand-signed. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The air bullet instantly blasted the samurai's corpse into pieces. Being the heir of Whitebeard, he looked down on Scavenging. The few rags and broken scabbard on the samurai were not worth his attention. In a flash, Edward returned to the barbecue scene. When Maple Leaf saw him return, she immediately pouted and complained, Edward, where have you been? The barbecue is all burnt. Edward casually tossed the broken sword to Maple Leaf, a gift for you. Maple Leaf caught the 40-centimeter short blade, instantly throwing her dissatisfaction to the clouds, her eyes shining. Wow, what a cool short blade. Is this just for me? Edward sat down and began to show off the barbecue, eating and laughing loudly. Haha, today's events are so interesting. Maple Leaf curiously asked why, and he casually brushed it off. Nothing, just an ant that doesn't know its place causing trouble. Although this incident was in the past, it made Edward more aware of the cruelty of the ninja world, survival of the fittest, with no logic to be found. That day, Edward and Maple Leaf arrived early at the gathering place, and Yamamoto Yoji limped over to greet them. Long time no see. Maple Leaf, a bit smug, smiled and asked, Yoji, have you learned your ninjutsu? Yamamoto Yoji gave a bitter smile and walked to Maple Leaf's side. I've learned a long time ago, but I accidentally hurt my leg while practicing. Maple Leaf looked at his leg and asked with concern, Yoji, is your leg okay? Yamamoto Yoji kicked his leg, pretending to be relaxed. It's fine, I've rested for a while, just need a few more days. You would never guess. Edward withstood the poison sting without a scratch. Casually gifted his teammate a chakra metal short blade, showcasing both strength and vision. With such overwhelming combat power, he would definitely be able to carry his teammates to victory on future missions. Definitely the strongest support of Team 6. Is that so? Konoha Whitebeard. The young man unleashed a semi-powerful B-rank ninjutsu, crushing the entire scene with explosive force. Pay attention. After figuring out Yamamoto Yoji's situation, Maple Leaf quickly suppressed her desire to show off. You see, Yamamoto Yoji was only practicing D-rank ninjutsu, earth release, heart decapitation technique, yet he got injured while training, making Maple Leaf feel guilty. Is Yoji's talent really that poor? But Edward, who was nearby, had already seen through it. This injury didn't seem like it was caused by practicing ninjutsu, but more like from a fight. Seeing that Yamamoto Yoji was unwilling to reveal the truth, Edward didn't bother to ask further. There was no need to meddle. At that moment, Kikamatsu stepped out from the shadows, his gaze sweeping over the three. Have you all learned the ninjutsu I taught? Show me one by one. Let me see your progress. Maple Leaf saw an opportunity to perform and immediately stood up. Teacher, I'll go first. She quickly hand-signed and shouted, Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball shot towards a big tree, charring the trunk. This was the result of her listening to Edward's advice and improving her chakra precision, making the power much stronger than before. Kikamatsu's eyes brightened. You've reached this level in just a week. Not bad. Then Yamamoto Yoji stepped up without saying a word. He began to hand sign, but his movements were slow. After a while, he shouted, Earth release, heart decapitation technique. His whole body burrowed into the ground, barely pulling down a segment of tree trunk. Kikamatsu frowned and commented, It's just passable, but your hand signing is too slow. You need to practice more. Yamamoto Yoji nodded, crawling out from the ground, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Finally, all eyes were on Edward, who laughed heartily. Finally it's my turn. Without any hesitation, he instantly completed the hand signs, unleashing a massive air bullet that slammed into the big tree, splitting the trunk in half. Kikamatsu was stunned, his eyes wide. This wind release, great breakthrough, has been compressed to this extent. It's almost on par with B-rank ninjutsu. But Edward looked relaxed. He knew he had only used half of his strength. Now his power was just a step away from being a jonin, and he no longer needed to hide his abilities like before. Showing a little bit was actually better. Kikamatsu looked at Edward, secretly calculating, this kid is definitely a good seed. Should I report this to the third Hokage? If the third takes a liking to him and focuses on cultivating him, both he and I could benefit from it. And who knows, we might even rise through the ranks. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and his gaze towards Edward was filled with anticipation. You would never guess. Edward, using half of his strength, crushed his teammates, and his ninjutsu power approached B rank, even making the team teacher want to push him to the third Hokage for focused training. With this terrifying ninjutsu talent and near jonin strength, he would definitely carry the team on future missions. Undoubtedly the peak potential stock of Konoha. In his mind, if he were truly valued by the third Hokage, wouldn't he soar to great heights from then on? Konoha Whitebeard. The young man secured B-rank ninjutsu through strength stirred the third Hokage, exploding the scene. Pay attention. Kikamatsu hesitated for a long time, finally shouted, Edward, come here. I have something to say to you. He pulled Edward, who was half a head taller than him, to the side and asked, I see tremendous potential in you. What are your aspirations for the future? In fact, Kikamatsu was calculating. He wanted to get on good terms with Edward in advance, as he believed Edward would surely become an elite jonin in the future. Edward scratched his golden curly hair, looking down at him. Aspirations? It's to have a big family. Kikamatsu, and he locked eyes for a long time, finally nodding, pulling out a scroll from behind. This is B-rank ninjutsu, wind release, vacuum wave. I have high hopes for you. Don't disappoint me. This was a personal benefit he was giving to Edward. Edward took it and laughed. Thanks, Teacher Kikamatsu. Kikamatsu flashed back to his original spot, and Edward felt secretly pleased. This reward is so worth it. He wasn't worried about revealing this level of strength. After all, at his current level, most ninjas were no match for him. Originally, Kikamatsu planned to take the three to do D-rank tasks to familiarize them with the process, but seeing how powerful Edward was, he changed his mind. Do a D-rank task first, then use B-rank tasks to train them. The three went to the task office to receive their assignment, cleaning Uncle by S warehouse. Maple Leaf looked at the task list in confusion. Is this really what a ninja should do? Edward calmly replied. Hurry up and finish it. After teaching them the task-taking process, Kikamatsu slipped away with only Edward knowing where he had gone. The three found Uncle Bai followed him into the warehouse, and were dumbfounded to see it piled high with junk and garbage. Maple Leaf complained, "How long is this going to take to clean up?" The three could only bury their heads in work. Meanwhile, Kikamatsu appeared in the Hokage building, respectfully reporting to the third Hokage, "Lord Third, this is what I want to report." The third looked at the document, nodded, and said, "Not bad. There are young people showing talent from time to time. Make sure to cultivate him more when you have the chance." Kikamatsu immediately replied, "Yes, Lord Third. You would never guess." Edward secured B-rank ninjutsu through strength and even stirred the third Hokage, undoubtedly becoming a key training target for Konoha. With this momentum, whether doing tasks or practicing ninjutsu, he would definitely have a smooth ride, and becoming Konoha's top flow was just around the corner. "Yes, Lord Third Hokage." Konoha Whitebeard, the young man, single-handedly took on tasks. Crushing his teammates unlocked high-risk missions, exploding the scene. Pay attention. As soon as Kikamatsu left the Hokage building after the third Hokage finished speaking, he had a hint of disappointment in his eyes. In the evening, Edward and his two companions had been busy all day and finally cleaned up Uncle Bai's warehouse thoroughly. Uncle Bai thanked them repeatedly and gave them 4,000 Ryo as a reward after deducting the deposit for the D-level task. Fengye and Yamamoto, YG discussed and directly handed over 3,000 Ryo to Edward, saying, "Brother Edward, this is your share. You know this task relied entirely on your effort. We couldn't help much due to our poor physical skills. Without you, we wouldn't have finished it in 3 days." Edward took the money and laughed heartily. "Wow, so much." Fengye said seriously, "You put in the most effort, so you should get this much." Then Fengye and Yamamoto YG split the remaining 1,000 Ryo, each getting 500 Ryo. The three returned to the gathering place, and before they reached it, they heard Jikamatsu's voice. "Is the task completed?" He was sitting on a large tree branch waiting for them. Fengye said proudly, with brother Edward around, "We had to complete it." Jikamatsu jumped down from the tree and said seriously, "Rest well. Tomorrow I will take you on a more challenging task." It should be noted that B-level tasks are much more dangerous than C and D-level ones, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Edward was clear in his mind that this was definitely due to his outstanding performance, prompting Jikamatsu to arrange this early. The next day, the three gathered on time. Suddenly, several shurikens whizzed and landed in the ground. Jikamatsu appeared on a tree with a pack. "Here, ninja tools and soldier pills, essential for ninjas." He threw the pack down, and Edward caught it steadily with a wave of his hand. Opening it, he found 9 shurikens, 3 boxes of soldier pills, and the shurikens on the ground. He quickly distributed them. 3 shurikens, 1 box of soldier pills, and 1 shuriken for each person. Okay? You wouldn't believe it. Edward single-handedly boosted his teammates and directly unlocked the high-risk B-level task. With his strength and rhythm, no matter how dangerous the next task is, he would definitely handle it easily. Truly the god of war of class 6. Everyone listens to Brother Edward, but the shuriken is unnecessary. In the village of Konoha, a young elite ninja leads his clumsy teammates to crush B-level tasks and ignite the scene. "Pay attention. Down the hill," Fengye said proudly. Everyone listens to Brother Edward, but the shuriken is unnecessary. As he spoke, he took out the short blade Edward had given him, and Yamamoto YG looked at him in confusion. Jikamatsu caught a glimpse of the short blade and couldn't help but praise, "Nice blade." Seeing this, Edward handed another shuriken to Yamamoto YG. "YG, this is for you. Your throwing ability is top-notch." Yamamoto YG quietly thanked him, his eyes sparkling as he accepted it. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere among the three, Jikamatsu shouted, "Let's go." The 4 quickly equipped their ninja tools and set off. In the afternoon, the sunset dyed the earth golden, and the 4 swiftly navigated through the forest away from Konoha. Jikamatsu reminded them, "This is a B-level task, assassinating the high-ranking members of the Grass Ninja Village. Be careful. Don't get yourselves killed." Edward looked back at the disappearing Konoha, feeling no waves in his heart. His fusion level had risen to 15, officially promoting him to AJ Nin, and he had fused the killing techniques of Whitebeard and some sword skills, making him a swordsman-level character in the pirate world. This level of danger was simply nothing. However, his teammates lagged behind. Fengye was exhausted from the journey, panting heavily and complaining about being tired. Yamamoto YG was even worse, trailing several meters behind. Practically cannon fodder on the battlefield. Edward helplessly shouted, "I told you to practice your physical skills. Now look at you." Jikamatsu not only did not slow down but accelerated, leaving the two even further behind, while only Edward easily kept pace beside him. Jikamatsu looked at him with admiration. "No wonder you are skilled in both ninjutsu and physical skills. Edward, you're amazing." After night fell, Jikamatsu saw that the two simply couldn't keep up and had to stop to rest. Edward held his stomach and asked, "Teacher Jikamatsu, I'm hungry. Can we catch some game?" Jikamatsu handed him soldier pills. "Eat this. Making a fire during a mission is looking for death." Edward ate a few, but was still not full. Realizing that the soldier pills were only enough to keep him alive and didn't satisfy hunger at all. Turning around, he saw that Fengye and Yamamoto YG had fallen asleep directly. Jikamatsu frowned and sighed. Just as Edward was about to ask, Jikamatsu said, "Forget it. Let them rest for a night. Let these two kids catch their breath." You wouldn't believe it. Edward promoted to J-Nin, carrying his clumsy teammates through a B-level task, as if it were child's play. With such overwhelming strength, the assassination task was definitely a piece of cake. He was undoubtedly the Konoha task harvester. Forget it. Let's just rest for the night and let these two kids recover well. In the cold ninja world, encountering such a warm-hearted guiding J-Nin was simply a tremendous stroke of luck. Unable to suppress his hunger any longer, Edward said to Jikamatsu, "Jikamatsu, I'll be back soon." Jikamatsu nodded slightly, and Edward instantly unleashed his power, disappearing with a bang. In the forest, alongside the beast roars, his laughter echoed, and the sounds of wild animals crying out could be heard. He was truly the king of hunters. At 6 a.m., as the sun just rose, Fengye groggily woke up. "How did I fall asleep?" Yamamoto YG looked just as confused. Jikamatsu, not wanting to waste any time, got up and shouted, "Let's go." The two hurried to catch up. Fengye caught up with Jikamatsu and asked, "Where's Brother Edward?" Jikamatsu pointed to the side, and they saw Edward covered in blood. Suddenly joined the group. Just as Jikamatsu was about to speak, Edward preemptively said, "Got it, teacher. I'll clean up later." After several days of travel, the four finally arrived at the grass ninja village, situated between the 5 great nations. Jikamatsu lay on the grass like a hunting beast. Wait until dark to infiltrate secretly. Then he temporarily changed the plan and said to Edward, "You disguise as a civilian to gather intelligence. Hide your forehead protector." Edward stuffed the forehead protector into his pocket and used J-Nin level transformation techniques to turn into a civilian, blending into the crowd of people pulling carts, easily passing through the grass ninja's inspection, who could see through a J-Nin level disguise. Edward headed straight to the tavern, a perfect place to gather intelligence. He held a wine cup, downing drink after drink, thinking to himself, "I've always wanted to taste this flavor, and now I finally get to." His ears, however, were not idle, always attentive to the conversations around him. As he got into the mood, he laughed heartily. "Ha, so refreshing." His aura fully radiated, and no one dared to approach. You wouldn't believe it. Edward single-handedly infiltrated the enemy camp as if it were in no man's land, drinking and gathering intelligence simultaneously. With his J-Nin strength and Whitebeard's template, the assassination task was absolutely within his grasp. He was undoubtedly Konoha's strongest infiltrator. So refreshing. Edward drank countless cups of strong liquor, yet his expression remained unchanged. Suddenly standing up, in these few hours, he had figured out the target, the high-ranking member of the Grass Ninja Village who had no strength but was obsessed with war. No wonder Konoha took on this task. He waved his hand and shouted, "Ha, boss the bill." After paying, he walked out of the tavern, looking at the darkening sky, muttering, "It's almost evening in half an hour. I should familiarize myself with the terrain." Grass Ninja Village was much weaker than Konoha. There weren't even tall buildings, with the highest being only 2 stories, resembling a primitive tribe. Edward quickly finished exploring, sensing that the strongest chakra came from that 2-story building, which housed an elite J-Nin, while the rest were mostly CH-Nin, with very few special J-Nin. He laughed heartily. Haha, as expected. It's a wallflower in the ninja world. With his strength, even if discovered, he could easily escape. As night fully fell, only weak lights remained in Grass Ninja Village. Edward formed seals. Release. Instantly transforming back into a tall and strong man, he disappeared into the darkness. In an alley, he met up with Jikamatsu's team and immediately said, "The guards are incredibly weak, Teacher Jikamatsu." Jimoka Matsutake nodded. "I've already figured it out, otherwise I wouldn't take this job." He then assigned tasks, instructing Maple Leaf and Yamamoto YG to wait at the entrance while he and Edward infiltrated for the assassination. The mission began. The two blended into the darkness, and under the moonlight, Grass Ninjas fell one by one without a sound. They infiltrated the target's room, approached the bed, and looked at the sleeping target. Jimoka Matsutake signaled Edward to act. Edward struck swiftly, and with a soft sound, the target died on the spot. He held up the target's head, signaling that they could retreat. The entire assassination had 0 mistakes and could be deemed perfect. You would never guess. Edward, after causing a ruckus at the tavern, could infiltrate the enemy camp and handle the assassination with ease, showcasing overwhelming strength. With this performance, no matter how hardcore the tasks in the future, he would definitely be able to handle them effortlessly, a true ceiling of Konoha's assassination capabilities. The infiltration and assassination today could be said to be proceeding perfectly. Konoha's Whitebeard. The elite Jonin felt that the B rank reward was meager. The billion-level sword-making target blew the whole place up. Pay attention. On the way back, Edward felt increasingly awkward. With my fierce combat power, I was actually made to do an assassination. He couldn't grasp his evolutionary path. But as soon as he thought of the generous task rewards, his restless heart calmed down a bit, secretly calculating, maybe I can save enough money for the Land of Crafts to make me a special weapon. Soon, the successful assassins Edward and Jimoka Matsutake met up with Maple Leaf and Yamamoto YG, who were idly waiting at the entrance. And the four hurriedly fled from the Grass Ninja Village. Throughout the whole process, the Grass Ninja Village hadn't realized that they had lost a high-ranking member. They probably had gotten used to such disappearances long ago. On the way back, Maple Leaf looked incredulous and repeatedly murmured, "We just completed a B-rank mission. I didn't feel involved at all." Jimoku Matsutake secretly felt relieved. He had prepared for the possibility of losing team members, but unexpectedly, there hadn't been a single serious fight throughout. He urged, "Hurry up, don't let anything unexpected happen." As he spoke, he quickened his pace, leaving the out-of-breath Maple Leaf and Yamamoto YG struggling to catch up. A few days later, the four returned to Konoha smoothly. Upon entering the mission office, they handed over the target's head, and the receptionist quickly verified it and handed over 140,000 Rio as a reward. Maple Leaf's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, so much money. Yamamoto YG was also stunned. He had never seen so much money in his life. But Edward, standing nearby, frowned. His eyes filled with disappointment. This is too little. It turned out that Edward had long figured out the reward tiers for missions in Konoha. D-rank missions, like helping civilians find pets or digging up taro, only rewarded 1,000 to 5,000 Rio. C-rank missions, which involve guarding or investigating and could potentially lead to injuries, only rewarded 5,000 to 50,000 Rio. B-rank missions, despite being assassinations or espionage that could lead to death, only rewarded 50,000 to 150,000 Rio. A-rank missions could yield 150,000 to 1,000,000 Rio, while S-rank missions were national-level jobs with rewards starting from 1,000,000 Rio and up. But what he wanted the Land of Crafts to forge was a top-tier weapon comparable to Whitebeard's Songyun Xie, which would cost at least 100 million Rio. Edward felt anxious. How many S-rank missions do I need to complete to save enough to forge a sword? Seeing the reward in hand, Jimoka Matsutake announced, "The mission was completed well, so I'll give you all a few days off." Maple Leaf cheered instantly. "Yay, that's great." The group laughed as they walked out of the mission office, but halfway there, Jimoku Matsutake stopped, took out the 150,000 Rio reward, and said to the three, "Come on, let's split the mission reward." You would never guess. Edward, with his Jonin-level strength crushing the B-rank mission, thought the 140,000 Rio reward was not enough and directly aimed for a billion-level sword-making target. With this mindset and strength, he would easily brush through S-rank missions in the future, making him a true Konoha powerhouse and money-making machine. First, let us split the mission rewards. Konoha's Whitebeard. The elite Jonin was crazy about completing missions, crushing promotions, blowing up the whole scene. Pay attention. Jimoku Matsutake pulled out 2 portions of 20,000 Rio each, handing them to Maple Leaf and Yamamoto YG, and then divided 2 portions of 50,000 Rio, giving 1 to Edward. He explained, the mission mainly relied on me and Edward, so we take the larger share, and you two take the smaller share. In the ninja world, strength speaks for itself, and no one had any objections. Edward stuffed the 50,000 Rio into his pocket, thinking, not enough to forge a sword, but enough for a few good meals. After Jimoku Matsutake finished speaking, he vanished, and the 3 headed straight to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, where Maple Leaf and Yamamoto YG exclaimed, "This is the most delicious and filling meal we've ever had." Fast forward to the 29th year of Konoha's founding. Conflicts between ninja villages were constant, and the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander became a focal point for all ninja villages. In the Hokage building's conference room, Tsunade said, "This Hanzo has big ambitions. Mito Gate can advise the 3rd Hokage. Hizashi, we need to prepare in advance." Danzo wanted to send elite Jonin, but was interrupted by the 3rd Hokage. "Just manage your subordinates." At this time, in Edward's room, at 15 years old and 210 centimeters tall, looked at his savings and frowned. Only 15 million Rio? Ever since the last B-rank mission, he had been taking on jobs like crazy, but as a Genin, he could only do C-rank missions. He approached Jimoku Matsutake to apply for the Chunin exam and passed in an instant. He then applied to leave Team 6 to work independently. Earning money with teammates was too slow. Jimoku Matsutake was reluctant but agreed, while Maple Leaf cried as he sent him off. In 2 years, Edward completed hundreds of B-rank missions and a few C-rank missions, saving up 15 million Rio, and also applied for promotion to Special Jonin. The 3rd Hokage, although shocked by his rapid progress, immediately approved it. Konoha was in dire need of talent. Looking at the assessment requirements to last 10 minutes against a Jonin, Edward laughed. Piece of cake. His integration level had reached 20, and he already possessed elite Jonin strength, easily capable of defeating Jonin. You would never guess. Edward skyrocketed from a Genin to a quasi-special Jonin, earning 15 million Rio and crushing regular Jonin with overwhelming strength. With this momentum, brushing through S-rank missions after his promotion would be a breeze, bringing him closer to his billion-level sword-making target, truly the ceiling of promotions in Konoha. The next day, Edward quickly arrived on the day of the special Jonin promotion assessment. Konoha's Whitebeard. The elite Jonin crushed the Umbu. The assessment blew the whole scene. Pay attention. Edward was already well prepared and was not worried about failing the promotion. In the Konoha training ground, a ninja holding a record book asked, "Edward, are you ready to take the assessment?" Edward threw his head back and laughed. "Gulalala, I'm more than ready. Bring it on." The examiner looked toward the dark corner. Squirrel. An Umbu wearing an animal mask stepped out, impatiently saying, "Hurry up and finish. I have tasks to do." Recently, Konoha's Jonin had been rushing to the borders, and the 3rd Hokage specifically sent Umbu to test Edward's true strength. At the examiner's command, he instantly retreated to the side, and the two began to confront each other. The Umbu attacked first, swiftly throwing 3 shurikens at tricky angles. Edward laughed. This kind of probing is useless. He powered his legs, easily dodging, and immediately after, the Umbu formed hand seals. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth suddenly rose. Edward twisted in midair and kicked the wall apart. The Umbu was shocked. Such strong taijutsu. He quickly formed hand seals. Water-style, water dragon bullet technique. Edward formed seals even faster. Wind-style, vacuum wave. Wind-style, vacuum sphere. The hurricane dispersed the water dragon bullet, and several wind bullets shot toward the Umbu. The Umbu hurriedly erected another earth flow wall, only to see Edward already appearing in the air above him. The Umbu was astonished. When did he get there? Just as he was about to be hit by the wind bullets, Edward teleported him away. Behind him, there was a loud crash as the wind bullets shattered a wall over 10 meters thick. The Umbu lay on the ground in a daze, still shaken. In this battle, Edward crushed the Umbu in under 10 minutes. The examiner was stunned and quickly said, "Allow me to report to the third Hokage. You'll be notified later, Lord Edward." You would never guess. Edward crushes the Umbu with overwhelming strength, showcasing both ninjutsu and taijutsu skills, causing an explosion at the assessment site. With this power, his promotion to Special Jonin is just the beginning. In the future, he will walk sideways in Konoha, undoubtedly becoming a new pinnacle of strength in the ninja world. Inside the Hokage building, the Konoha Whitebeard, the 15-year-old crushes the Umbu and jumps straight to Jonin, taking home top-tier rewards and igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. The third Hokage stares at the documents in his hands and says to the person in front of him, "I will consider this policy that allows students from the ninja school to learn the body flicker technique in advance." The document outlines a plan to help young ninjas quickly improve their strength. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. The person reporting the work quickly says, "Lord Third, I will take my leave now." The third Hokage nods, and the person opens the door to find the Umbu squirrel standing outside in an animal mask. The squirrel bows his head and says solemnly, "Lord Third, I lost to Edward." The third Hokage looks up in shock. "Even you lost?" A 15-year-old who can defeat an upper-level Umbu. This kid is a true genius. He had wanted to recruit Edward into the Umbu for a long time, but hesitated due to Edward's Chunin status and overseas background, and had not made a decision. Before the third Hokage could think further, there was another knock at the door, and this time it was Edward's examiner. Upon seeing the squirrel, he immediately understood the situation and handed over the assessment record book without a word. The third Hokage quickly flipped through it and decisively said, "Directly promote him to Jonin." Changing the originally scheduled special Jonin assessment to a Jonin assessment, he specifically called out to the examiner who was about to leave, "This matter must not be made public." He then instructed the squirrel, "Reward him with 1 A-rank ninjutsu and 2 B-rank ninjutsu, and say it's my intention." Soon, the examiner arrived at a villa next to Konoha Forest, knocking on the door. Edward opened it, and the examiner smiled while handing over a package. "This is your Jonin exclusive combat outfit and ninja tools." He continued to explain, "Your performance in defeating the Umbu was explosive. The third Hokage recognizes your Jonin-level strength and has specially promoted you." Edward calmly accepted it. "I will remember this recognition." After the examiner explained the precautions, he left, and Edward shouted into the house. You would never guess. At 15, Edward crushes the Umbu, skipping over the special Jonin rank to become a Jonin in one leap, and also takes home top-tier ninjutsu rewards. This promotion speed and hardcore strength make him undoubtedly the youngest Jonin powerhouse in Konoha, destined to walk sideways in the ninja world. Come out, Konoha Whitebeard. The 15-year-old Jonin powerhouse instantly learns top-tier ninjutsu and warmly comforts his little brother, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. As soon as the examiner leaves, Edward shouts loudly at the roof, "Come out. I found you hiding there." The Umbu squirrel in the shadows leaps down and sighs, as expected of someone the third values. Edward raises an eyebrow. "Why are you here again? Didn't I just beat you up this morning?" The squirrel gets straight to the point. "Lord Third values your talent and sent me to bring you some benefits." Saying this, he unfurls a scroll filled with B-rank ninjutsu. Edward's eyes light up. "Thanks." He immediately picks out 3 powerful techniques: water release, water dragon bullet, wind release, vacuum great sphere, and water release, great waterfall technique. The squirrel hands over the scroll and reminds him, "Don't let down Lord Third's expectations." After saying that, he instantly disappears. Edward laughs heartily while holding the scroll. Gulalala. That was generous of the third. He suddenly ponders, if I get the tremor fruit in the future, will this water release affect me? Then he thinks, the One Piece world has a curse of the sea, but Naruto doesn't have this concept. So what am I afraid of? He then puts away the scroll and looks at the table filled with a feast of fish and meat. This was specially prepared for Mamashita Kid. Although he has faced setbacks in raising his son, he already considers Keed family. Waiting for Keed, Edward takes out the 1A rank and 2B rank ninjutsu scrolls to study the hand seals and release techniques. Just 2 hours later, he fully comprehends all the ninjutsu, pats the scroll, and marvels. This ninjutsu is truly top-notch. Just as he locks the scroll in the safe, a voice calls from outside. "Big brother Edward, I'm back." Edward looks and sees that Keed has grown more than 10 centimeters in the past 2 years, now standing at 170 centimeters. He puts on a stern face. "Why are you back so late? Didn't we agree on a specific time?" Keed quickly apologizes. There was a little issue on the way. Although they have lived together for the past 2 years, Edward and Keed have rarely seen each other since Edward left the team to take on missions. Seeing this, Edward waves his hand. "Gulalala. Forget it. I forgive you." You would never guess. At 15, Edward becomes a jonin and can instantly learn top-tier ninjutsu. He possesses overwhelming strength while also showing warmth and tenderness in protecting his little brother. This contrast is simply off the charts, making him undoubtedly the most popular jonin in Konoha. Gulalala. All right, I forgive you. Konoha Whitebeard. The jonin powerhouse extravagantly enjoys grilled meat and wine while secretly hiding ninjutsu to pamper his little brother, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. Upon hearing Keed's apologetic voice, Edward suddenly smiles. He's not actually angry, just teasing Keed. He points to a seat. "Sit. Hurry up and eat. I know you've been living on soldier pills every day during missions." Keed's eyes light up at the sight of the feast. Wow, this is too lavish. As soon as he sits down, he inhales deeply. It smells so good. "Big brother Edward." Edward grabs a roasted pig with his left hand and a roasted duck with his right, eating heartily. Suddenly, he slaps his forehead. "Gulalala. How can we have no wine?" Ever since bonding with Whitebeard to a 20 degree, he has developed a fondness for alcohol, relying on his robust physique to ensure he won't get drunk. The 210 centimeters tall Edward gets up and heads to the warehouse, quickly returning with 2 large barrels of fine wine. Raising an eyebrow at the 14-year-old Keed. "Want a drink?" Keed eagerly agrees, and the two immediately start drinking. After just a few cups, Keed collapses on the table, mumbling that he can still drink. Edward looks at him with a complex expression. "Gulalala." He then turns back to continue eating meat and drinking, gazing out at the stars and moon. The next morning, Keed wakes up groggily, looking at the messy room and immediately realizing what happened. While cleaning, he mutters, "Did he go on a mission again? Is he really that obsessed with money?" Suddenly, he notices a note on the wall, picks it up, and reads, Edward wrote, "You've grown up. In the ninja world, strength is the foundation. There are ninjutsu I've saved in the safe. The key is on my bedside table." Keed looks at the safe, feeling both touched and determined. "Big brother Edward, I will definitely train hard to become stronger." At this moment, in the Konoha forest, Edward's massive figure flashes rapidly as he laughs. "Gulalala. 800,000 Rio reward. This is definitely the highest A-rank mission in Konoha. You would never guess." Edward's jonin strength crushes the mission, and he gives all the ninjutsu he has saved to Keed, demonstrating both strength and warmth. With this momentum, accumulating enough money to forge a weapon is just around the corner, undoubtedly making him Konoha's strongest pet powerhouse. Gulalala, an 800,000 Rio reward. This is definitely the highest A-rank mission reward in Konoha. Konoha Whitebeard, the elite jonin crazily takes on 800,000 Rio A-rank missions and bravely ventures into the death buffer zone, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. This massive figure flashing in the Konoha forest is none other than Edward. Early in the morning, he rushes to the mission office to take on tasks. With only one goal, quickly save up 1 million Rio to go to the land of craftsmen to forge a personal weapon. Looking at the mission slip in his pocket, Edward mutters, "Bodyguard?" This task is to protect the heir of the land of rivers, an A-rank mission with an 800,000 Rio reward. It's clearly on the verge of reaching S-rank. How could it just be a simple bodyguard job? He suddenly realizes the land of rivers is caught between the land of fire and the land of wind. It's just a buffer zone for war. No wonder no one dares to take on this high-reward mission. It feels like a death sentence. But Edward isn't afraid at all. He has the strength of an elite jonin. And as long as there are no shadow-level opponents, he is invincible in this territory. His hearty laughter echoed through the forest as he vanished in an instant, racing towards the land of rivers. In just one day, Edward arrived at the land of rivers. Looking at the thin men and women on the streets and the crumbling walls everywhere, he sighed. This country is both poor and weak, getting beaten up every day. Following the mission order to find the target address, the castle before him seemed luxurious compared to the surrounding broken walls. The guards were about to stop him when Edward showed them the mission order, and both immediately stepped aside, facing a muscular man taller than themselves. They had no courage to act. As soon as he entered the castle, an elderly man in black formal attire, accompanied by guards, stopped him. "Who are you?" Edward helplessly repeated, "Konoha ninja." The old man scrutinized his golden curly hair and the combination of cape and wide pants, looking doubtful. "You look like a cloud ninja, not a Konoha one." Edward lauga hartili. Doesn't he look like it? He handed over the mission order, and the old man changed his expression immediately after reading it. "My apologies. I am the butler. The prince has been waiting for you for a long time." On the way, the butler chatted. "The prince hasn't been eating or sleeping well these days. It's good that you're here." Edward also figured out the situation. The daimyo of the land of rivers has 7 heirs, and they're secretly assassinating each other for position. 4 of them are already dead, and he is to protect the weakest, the 7th prince, who had to scrape together resources to hire Konoha. Edward couldn't help but complain. Why not add another 200,000 Rio and directly upgrade it to an S-rank mission? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward specifically chooses death missions that others dare not take. 800,000 Rio is just a small target in his eyes. With his overwhelming strength, protecting someone in the land of rivers is like child's play, getting closer to the 1 billion Rio needed to forge a sword. Truly a mission harvesting machine for Konoha. Why not add 200,000 Rio to upgrade the mission to S-rank? Konoha's Whitebeard, an elite jonin, instantly counterkills an assassin, protects the 800,000 Rio mission, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. Edward stared at the tightly closed sleeping quarters, puzzled, and asked, "Why not add 200,000 Rio to upgrade the mission to S-rank?" The butler lowered his head and truthfully replied, "Because the prince is really out of money. He is weaker than the other heirs." Suddenly, Edward's expression hardened, and he shouted, "No, something's wrong." Before he finished speaking, he kicked open the door to the sleeping quarters. The scene before him made him roar, "My 800,000. He saw a masked ninja about to stab the weak prince lying on the bed. The ninja was startled. "Who is it?" Just as he was about to act, Edward grabbed him by the neck, snapping it cleanly and decisively. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shurikens flew in from the shadows, and with a wave of his hand, Edward knocked them all down, sneering, "Is this all you've got?" A chunin dares to join the fray. Another ninja formed hand seals, Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. Just as he burrowed underground, Edward yanked him out and slammed him into his accomplice like throwing away garbage. The butler rushed over to check on the prince, breathing a sigh of relief. He was only poisoned into a coma. After feeding him an antidote pill, the prince quickly awoke, looking at Edward gratefully. "You saved me?" "Thank you." Edward waved his hand, dispersing his chakra to scan the area. "Don't worry, there are no other assassins." Then he said directly to the butler, "Prepare a lot of food for me. I'm hungry." Having witnessed Edward's explosive strength, the butler didn't dare to be negligent and immediately brought a table full of delicacies. Edward looked at the prince, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, I'm really sorry." The butler bowed. "Lord Ninja, there's no need to be polite. Just let me know if you have any requests." Edward was not modest, grabbing the food and indulging. "Ha ha ha. Then I want to be polite. You absolutely wouldn't expect it." Edward single-handedly took out all the assassins, easily handling the 800,000 A-rank mission. This strength is simply a bug in the ninja world, getting closer to the 1 billion Rio needed to forge a sword, truly a mission guardian. "Ha ha. Then I want to be polite." Konoha's Whitebeard, an elite jonin showing off a feast while crushing assassins, instantly taking on a multi-million S-rank mission. igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. Fine wine was soon served on the table. Although this prince is the weakest and poorest among the 7 heirs of the Land of Rivers, there was no problem with the food supply. Edward indulged heartily, and while doing missions in the ninja circle, he could still enjoy such a lavish life. He must be the only one in the entire ninja world. After eating and drinking his fill, he laughed. Ha ha ha. Only when I'm full do I have the strength to work. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and screams of assassins came from outside the castle, daring to cause trouble. They were directly smashed to pieces. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Edward's 7-day protection mission had only 1 day left. During these days, he couldn't remember how many times he had saved the prince and how many assassins he had slain. From ordinary ninjas to special jonin, he took them out one by one. He was simply an assassin harvesting machine. Until the day before yesterday, the daimyo of the Land of Rivers finally announced that the strongest prince would inherit the throne, and the 7th Prince Edward was protecting was temporarily safe. Edward sighed with relief. Finally, it's almost over. Just waiting to sign and collect the 800,000 Rio reward. The prince looked at Edward with gratitude. Edward, without you, I would have died long ago. During this time, even Special Jonin had come to ambush. And it was all thanks to Edward's thunderous killing that he had turned every crisis into safety. Edwardinta. No need to be polite. Just give me the reward, and I can help you anytime. But the prince didn't catch the hint, turning to the butler to bring a pile of ninja technique scrolls. These are all treasures I collected, all for you. Edward glanced at them. They were all low-level ninja techniques, and he handed them back on the spot. I can't accept gifts during the mission. Thanks. Seeing the prince not getting the hint, he simply stated, let us be clear, as long as the reward is sufficient, I could be your exclusive blade. The prince finally reacted, lowered his head in thought for a long time, and suddenly raised his head. I'll give you a 100,000 Rio deposit, and I'll gather the rest as soon as possible. Then he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I want to issue an S-rank mission. The reward is 10 million. Help me kill those 2 brothers of mine. Do you dare accept? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward completed the mission while brutally slaying assassins and turned the client into a long-term customer, directly landing a 10 million S-rank mission. With his strength and business acumen, he was on a direct path to 1 billion Rio for forging a sword, truly the strongest worker in the ninja world. Then I want to issue an S-rank mission. The reward is 10 million to kill my 2 dear brothers. Can you accept? Konoha's Whitebeard, an elite jonin wildly slashing enemy ninjas, a power skyrocketing to crush the entire scene. Pay attention. Edward Lauga Hartili. The 7th prince has guts. Not taking the money is a waste of a good ninja. I'll take this job. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, leaving only echoes in the castle. That night was destined to be a night of slaughter in the Land of Rivers. Edward headed straight for the 2nd prince's castle, kicking the door open with a bang. The guards were so scared they nearly lost their minds. Who? Don't. Edward struck down the guards one by one into dust. Marveling, it's like squishing ants. Just as he was about to enter the sleeping quarters, 3 ninjutsu attacks suddenly came. Wind style, tornado. Wind style, blade of wind. Earth style, heart-cutting technique. He instantly dodged back, quickly assessing. 1 jonin, 2 special jonin. From Sunagakure, Edward formed hand seals in the air. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. The ninjutsu crashed into the ground, sending 1 ninja flying into the air, spitting blood. His companions shouted in shock. Silver. The remaining 2 frantically unleashed their ninjutsu. Wind style, tornado. Wind style, air bullet. Edward, let me show you an A-rank ninjutsu. Water style, great waterfall technique. A massive wave surged, instantly engulfing their attacks. The 2 were stunned. How can this cloud ninja be so powerful with water style? Retreat. Edward would not let them escape, chasing them out of the castle while continuously unleashing water release, water dragon bullet, and wind release, vacuum wave, forcing the 2 into a desperate situation. He seized an opportunity, grabbed the head of Special Jonin, and crushed it with a bang. Then used vacuum sphere to block the retreat of another jonin, smashing him with a punch, sending him flying like a rag doll. Edward landed and sensed the chakra, still half left. The Jonin are so weak in front of me. My combat power should be above elite Jonin, almost reaching the level of a Kage. After saying that, he quickly moved towards the residence of the prince. At this moment, in the prince's sleeping quarters, he was hugging a beauty and laughing wildly. Haha, fine wine and beautiful women. They will all be mine in the future. Once I become the daimyo, the world will be mine. You would never expect. Edward single-handedly defeated the elite team from Sunagakure, his combat power approaching that of a Kage. A sure win for a million S-rank mission. With this strength, accumulating enough money to forge a sword is just around the corner. A guaranteed bulldozer of combat power in the ninja world. Ha ha ha, fine wine and beautiful women. They will all be mine from now on. Konoha's Whitebeard. A near Kage-level powerhouse bloodbaths, the sleeping quarters crazily gathers 5 million Ryo, exploding the venue. Pay attention. A ninja wearing the forehead protector of the land of rivers hurriedly ran to the prince. Your Highness, there is a strong chakra ninja approaching from a mile away. Quickly hide. He is a ninja trained by the land of rivers, specifically to protect the new heir. The prince was unconcerned. Jinban, I trust your strength. You will definitely protect me. He was only thinking about the second prince, completely disregarding the warning. Previously, he went to Sunagakure for an assassination mission and was rejected. Your mission conflicts with others. The second prince just placed an order for self-defense 2 hours ago. Suddenly, the ninja roared. The enemy is coming. Get the prince to hide. The prince was confused. You just said a mile away. How come they are here so fast? Bang! The roof of the sleeping quarters was directly smashed open, and Edward jumped in, raising his hand to explode the guards and ninjas. The prince was terrified and shouted, Jinban, it's people from Sunagakure. Quickly protect me. A group of ninjas suddenly rushed out from the shadows, the strongest being only elite Jonin. Edward was completely unperturbed, blocking attacks with ninjutsu while smashing enemies with his bare hands. No one in the sleeping quarters could stop him. He thought to himself, I need to quickly gather money. My hands are too sticky with blood. It's a hassle to kill with such a mess. Edward glanced at the prince. Gula la la. It's just you left. Killing you will complete the mission. The prince panicked. How much do you want? I'll give you double. Edward ignored him, sending vacuum sphere to knock down a group of people. Soon, he dragged Jinban to the prince and snapped his neck, throwing him on the ground. Where's your money? The prince pointed at the iron door and begged. It's all inside. Let me go, I'll give you the key. Edward punched the deformed iron door, tearing it down to find a pile of money stacked like a small mountain inside. He laughed. No wonder you are the strongest heir. You really have money. Turning around, he used a vacuum wave to deal with the prince, his eyes shining at the pile of money. You would never expect. Edward bloodbaths the sleeping quarters, crushing everything and casually earning 5 million, speeding up to 100 million Ryo for sword forging. This strength is simply a bug in the ninja world. Definitely a cash ability battle god. Gulalalala. This must be 5 million Ryo, right? Konoha's Whitebeard. The 220 centimeters battle god joyfully acquires Song Yun Chia, crazily gathers 150 million Ryo, exploding the venue. Pay attention. After roughly estimating the money, Edward took out a sealing scroll and swiftly stored all the wealth inside. He grinned. 20 million Ryo. The speed of gathering money is simply skyrocketing. After saying that, he returned to the sleeping quarters, formed hand seals, and shouted, Water release. Great waterfall technique. The remaining servants and guards screamed in fright, and the entire castle was instantly submerged, meeting the same fate as the second prince's castle. Edward confirmed that no one was watching, turned around, and left. Mission accomplished. Time to wrap up. Fast forward to the 32nd year of Konoha. 2 years have passed since that S-rank mission. Edward had been working frantically in these 2 years, not only accumulating 100 million Ryo, but also earning an additional 50 million after he eliminated 2 of his brothers. The 7th prince of the land of rivers was suspected by the daimyo, but smoothly ascended to the throne, giving him all the remaining reward money. Edward finally realized his dream and headed straight to the land of crafts to forge Songyun Xie. At this time, 18-year-old Edward had grown to 220 centimeters, with muscles bulging. In the great hall of the land of crafts, hearty laughter echoed, and all the craftsmen looked over in unison. He here. Seeing Edward's robust figure, everyone felt completely at ease. With that physique, he can definitely wield that sword. The leader of the crafting village stepped forward. Edward. Edward smiled and said, "Gula la la la. Thank you for your hard work." The leader took him to the upper hall, pointing at a large black box. "Open it and see your weapon." Edward opened the box, his eyes sparkling. "This is it." Inside was the supreme great knife, Song Yun Xie, identical to the one used by the Whitebeard. He grasped the hilt and lifted the sword, its powerful aura directly forcing the leader back down to the hall. Edward swung the sword a few times, laughing. "Gula la la la. I'm very satisfied. The transaction is complete." The leader quickly asked, "Can you give it a name?" Edward declared loudly, "It shall be called Song Yun Xie." Just as he finished with the weapon, Edward encountered a few Konoha ninjas, who excitedly shouted, "It's the elite Jonin Lord Edward. We're saved." It turned out they were on an A-rank mission and urgently needed to return to Konoha. Edward waved his hand. "Just in time. I'm heading back to the village. Follow me." The ninjas were overjoyed. "We're saved. You would never expect." Edward crazily earned 150 million and joyfully acquired the divine sword, being a savior wherever he went. Holding Song Yun Xie, his strength was directly maxed out, and from now on, he would be unstoppable in the ninja world, definitely the pinnacle of Konoha's battle god. We're saved. Konoha's Whitebeard, the 220 centimeters battle god, wields Song Yun Xie to crush enemies, instantly takes down commanders, exploding the venue. Pay attention. The Konoha ninjas behind Edward all wore hopeful expressions, completely relaxing their vigilance. But they hadn't gone far when suddenly a few rock ninjas jumped out ahead, loudly releasing ninjutsu. Earth release. Rockhouse collapse. Earth release. Cracking earth palm. Shuriken shadow. Clone technique. Clearly, it was this group that had forced the Konoha ninjas into a predicament. Edward glanced at the charging rock ninjas. Laughing. Gula la la la. Dare to play close combat in front of me? Before he finished speaking, Song Yun Xie in his hand, carrying a fierce aura, swiftly sliced off one ninja's arm, then returned the blade to slice through the waist, completing a two-part slash. The rock ninja was split in half, gasping for breath in the astonished gaze of his companions, still in a daze. "The power is too strong. I can't even use the substitution technique." Edward used the back of his sword to knock away the split shuriken, quickly dodging the collapsing earth, then formed hand seals and unleashed. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Wind release. Vacuum continuous wave. The remaining rock ninjas were battered into a desperate state. The Konoha ninjas behind took the opportunity to join the battle, quickly working together to eliminate the enemies. Edward turned and left. "Gula la la la. It's done. Let us hurry back to Konoha." The ninjas hurriedly followed. "Lord, wait for us. It's so reassuring to have you protecting us." Back in Konoha, Edward headed straight for the Hokage building. The third Hokage looked at the long sword in his hand and sighed. "Edward, you've finally returned." Edward secretly assessed his strength with Song Yun Xie. "I can fight to a standstill with the third." The third's expression turned serious. "The front lines are suffering heavy losses. The Rock and Cloud ninjas are teaming up against us." Edward stated straightforwardly. "What do you want me to do?" The third decisively ordered, "Go to the border of the land of Earth and take command. I'll give you the rank of commander." Edward smiled in response. "Thank you for your trust. I'll take this job." The third immediately wrote up a commission. "I'll send 3 elite Jonin to escort you. There is no time to lose." Watching Edward leave, the third secretly felt relieved. Luckily, he is back. He is much more reliable than sending Orochimaru. As Edward reached the door, he suddenly turned back. "By the way, third, where is my brother Yamashita, Maple Leaf?" You absolutely can't imagine it. Edward, wielding the Song Yun Xie, just returned to the village and immediately took over as battlefield commander, strong enough to earn the trust of the third Hokage. This combat power and presence make him a definite anchor on the battlefield of Konoha. By the way, third Hokage, where is my useless brother Yamashita Kid right now? Konoha's Whitebeard, the war god commander, is urgently called to duty, furious protection of his brother, igniting the battlefield. Pay attention. Edward walked to the door, preparing to leave. and suddenly turned to ask the third Hokage, "By the way, where is my useless brother Yamashita Kid?" The third Hokage thought for a moment. He should be on the battlefield in the land of Earth with his teacher, as a graduate of your year. Edward nodded in thanks and turned to leave. The third Hokage watched his back and softly said, "Don't let me down, Edward Newgate." Edward quickly joined forces with 3 special jonin, the Konoha Ino-Shikacho trio. After presenting his appointment, the 4 rushed to the border of the land of Earth without stopping. Upon arrival, Edward looked at the corpses scattered everywhere and frowned. "This battle has been too brutal." The Ino-Shikacho trio quickly said, "My lord, you should take command first." Entering the Konoha main camp, the temporary commander with a severed arm checked the appointment and, with red eyes, handed over command. "Lord Edward, I'm counting on you." The Ino-Shikacho trio presented the battle report. 2,000 ninjas, 200 injured, 300 dead. Edward said solemnly, "I understand." Suddenly, a ninja rushed into the camp. "Lord Edward, we found the Kikamatsu squad, and the situation is dire." Edward immediately rushed to the battlefield hospital, a temporary medical point made of a few tents. As soon as he entered, he heard Yamashita Kid exclaim, "Brother Edward, what are you doing here?" Edward looked at his half-burned body, and his expression instantly darkened. It turned out that the Kikamatsu squad was ambushed, and team member Yamamoto Yoji was actually an IWA, a ninja undercover agent. Teammate AI Dueling died on the spot, and Captain Kikamatsu was injured while escorting Kid to retreat. Upon returning, he succumbed to his injuries, and Team 6 was disbanded. Kid's voice was hoarse. "I'm fine." But Yoji, did our 5 years of feelings mean nothing compared to his undercover identity? He said, his eyes turning red. Edward remained silent, allowing him to vent his emotions. Kid suddenly clenched his fists and shouted, "I will avenge teacher and AI Dueling. IWA ninja Yamamoto Yoji, just wait." You absolutely can't imagine it. Edward just took command on the battlefield and encountered his brother's tragic situation. Now the IWA ninja and the traitors are in for it. With his combat power, revenge will be within reach, a true battlefield avenger. "I will definitely avenge teacher and AI Dueling, IWA ninja and Yamamoto Yoji. Just wait." Konoha's Whitebeard, the war god, charges into battle with his sword, mercilessly slaughters IWA ninjas, igniting the whole scene. Pay attention. Yamashita Kid gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. Ending the conversation, Edward ruffled his hair and instructed, "Take good care of him." Turning back to the main camp, he just sat down in the commander's seat when he frowned. Yamamoto Yoji grew up in Konoha, and he turned out to be an IWA ninja undercover agent. I had sensed something was off about him long ago, but I never expected he was a spy. He tightened his grip on the Tsong Yin Chia, his gaze fierce. "I will personally capture you and avenge teacher Kikamatsu." Days passed, and Edward guarded the camp while Yamashita Kid healed his injuries and returned, filled with rage, to help. The land of Earth, seeing the heavy losses at the Konoha border, sent a large number of troops to test the waters, leading to continuous small battles on the front lines. The Ino-Shikacho trio analyzed. "The IWA ninja are coming with ill intentions. If we can't stop them, a declaration of war is imminent." Edward raised his large sword, his face dark. "Get ready, to the battlefield. Let them know they have provoked the wrong person." Yamashita Kid immediately requested to join. "Brother Edward, I want to go too." Edward assessed him, 176 centimeters tall, strength approaching special jonin, nodded. "Approved. You can't grow into a towering tree if you always stay in a greenhouse." The border front line between the land of fire and the land of earth resembled a meat grinder, with ninjas screaming as they fell, limbs scattered everywhere. Edward only brought Yamashita Kid and the Ino-Shikacho trio into battle. As soon as they arrived, they were attacked by IWA ninjas, Doton, Tsuchi Ryu, Dango. Yamashita Kid, seeing his enemy, immediately unleashed Katan, Senka no Jutsu, and charged into the fray, while the Ino-Shikacho trio also deployed their tactics, turning the battlefield into chaos in an instant. Edward laughed heartily. "Guh la la la." Wielding the Tsong Yin Chia, he jumped into the pile of IWA ninjas, slicing through them as if chopping vegetables. The IWA ninjas were shocked and angry. Who is this? Kill him. Edward's massive body became the target of ninjutsu, but he remained unfazed. As the blade flashed, more IWA ninjas fell. You absolutely can't imagine it. Edward charged into battle, fueled by revenge, swinging the Tsung Yin Chia like slicing through melons and vegetables, and the IWA ninjas couldn't withstand it at all. This combat power is simply a battlefield bug. A true IWA ninja harvester. Who is this? Kill him. Konoha's Whitebeard. The war god slashes through thousands of enemies with one blow, clashes head-on with the coalition of two nations, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. Edward laughed. Jiwich la la la. Too weak. Charging into the pile of IWA ninjas with its Tsung Yun Xia, he cleaved through them like a herd of sheep, and with a swoosh, several IWA ninjas were instantly slain. The IWA ninjas behind rushed in, giving Konoha ninjas a breather, and the situation instantly turned around. Edward shouted while swinging his sword. Jiwich la la la. Too weak. Suddenly, he spun the large sword and threw out. The blade spun like a helicopter rotor, instantly mowing down a circle of IWA ninjas. My leg! My hand! Amidst the screams, the IWA ninjas were all dismembered. Edward rushed over to catch the sword, executing a three-section slash, weaving through various small battlefields to harvest. The IWA ninjas dared not launch a large-scale attack. The battlefield was already scattered, and with his charge, their formation was completely thrown into chaos. The Konoha ninjas shouted, "It's the commander!" Morale surged instantly, and they launched a counterattack. The IWA ninjas fell in droves, forced to retreat in disarray. Edward, holding the sword, breathed easily. G-H la 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 la. We won. The Konoha ninjas looked at him in awe. The Lord is amazing. With you here, we will definitely win. A few weeks later, the main IWA ninja force withdrew, leaving only a small contingent for defense. However, the situation on the battlefield in the Land of Rain was not optimistic. Konoha ninjas encountered Hanzo the Salamander and suffered heavy casualties for poison gas. Fortunately, the third Hokage's disciples, like Tsunade, rushed to support, stabilizing the situation, though Senju Rope Tree unfortunately perished. One day, the Inoshikicho trio brought intelligence. The Land of Lightning has declared war on the Land of Earth. Edward frowned. Just not long ago, they were harassing us together, and now they turn against each other? Allies mean nothing in the face of interests. Yamashita Kid was unwilling. Are we just going to wait here? Edward reassured him. Without the third Hokage's order, we cannot rashly counterattack. The calm did not last long. In the 33rd year of Konoha, the recently concluded Land of Lightning and Land of Earth secretly signed an agreement, suddenly allying and formally declaring war on the Land of Fire. With a large number of Cloud and IWA ninjas gathering to head to the battlefield. You absolutely can't imagine it. Edward, having single-handedly repelled the IWA ninjas, now has to face the coalition of two nations. With his combat power, it doesn't matter what coalition it is. He will fight without hesitation. A true anchor on the battlefield of Konoha. Then the two nations began to ally, suddenly formally declaring war on the Land of Fire, gathering a large number of Cloud and IWA ninjas to the battlefield. Konoha's Whitebeard, a half-step Kaga-level war god, stands alone against 4,000 coalition troops, unleashing S-level ninjutsu to ignite the entire scene. Pay attention. The messenger shouted, "Battlefield casualty report. 1,400 ninjas. With another 200 dead and 500 severely injured and unable to fight." Edward stared at the document, his expression grave. Is this the rhythm of being annihilated? He knew that in the original work, the IWA and Cloud ninjas did not form an alliance. Clearly, it was his butterfly effect that changed the situation. Suddenly, a reconnaissance ninja rushed in. Lord Edward, the IWA and Cloud ninja forces totaling 4,000 are coming. Edward slammed the table and stood up, feeling anxious. The third Hokage said to send 2,000 men for support, but they want to arrive for another 3 days, and now I only have 700 capable fighters left. Retreat is absolutely impossible. Behind us is the Land of Fire. He clenched the Songyun blade and shouted, "Relay the order! All ninjas assemble and hold the front line. If we can hold out until the day after tomorrow, we'll win." Currently, his fusion with the Whitebeard is at 29, possessing half-shadow level strength. And with its Songyun blade, he can match shadow-level opponents. However, facing 4,000 enemy troops still made him break out in a sweat. In the Konoha camp, as soon as the assembly order was given, the injured ninjas gritted their teeth and charged toward the front line. Edward did not inform anyone and stood alone at the very front of the battlefield. In the dark of dawn, 200 Konoha ninjas, including the injured, lay in ambush, and a scouting ninja suddenly shouted, "They're coming." Edward wielded the Songyun blade and walked to the center of the battlefield, resembling a war god, daring to stand against thousands of troops. The IWA and Kumo armies were stunned. What is that person doing standing there? Edward silently calculated the distance. 800 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. Now is the time. He instantly formed hand seals and roared, water style, great ocean wave technique. This is his strongest S-rank, large-scale ninjutsu, and he aimed to seize the advantage from the start. The enemy S-scout shouted an alarm. Not good. Retreat quickly. You would never expect it. Edward, single-handedly, faced the 4,000 allied forces and unleashed an S-rank ninjutsu right at the beginning, showcasing incredible boldness. Even with a numerical disadvantage, with him present, the front line would definitely hold, making him the savior of the Konoha battlefield. But it was too late. Having already completed the hand seals, Edward unleashed the ninjutsu. Konoha Whitebeard, the war god, blasted an S-rank ninjutsu, cutting down half the enemies, clashing head-on with the third Rakage, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. In the eyes of the IWA and Kumo allied forces, a massive wave suddenly surged behind Edward, carrying a destructive momentum. The allied forces were immediately dumbfounded. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Retreat. But the wave was too fast before they could react. A large number of lower and middle ninjas were turned into blood mist and absorbed into the wave, leaving only a few upper ninjas to escape. The 4,000 troops were instantly reduced to over 2,000, and the formation was thrown into complete chaos. Edward stood at the crest of the wave, laughing weakly. "Gwahaha, I'm here." This S-rank ninjutsu drained most of his chakra, and he couldn't use it again in a short time. He finally understood why the third Rakage said not to use it unless in an emergency. As the wave receded, the battlefield turned into a vast ocean, and the remaining ninjas could only cling to floating trees and cliffs, watching the terrain around them change completely in fear. Suddenly, a violent chakra surged forward, and the third Rakage appeared in a flash, radiating thunderous rage. "Damn, Konoha ninja, I will kill you." Empowered by the lightning, he instantly charged in front of Edward, and the two collided with a thunderous crash, the Songyun blade clashing hard against the Rakage's massive hand, sparks flying everywhere. The allied forces saw the Rakage arrive. Their morale soared, and they charged toward the Konoha ninjas, igniting a chaotic battle on the water surface, with ninjutsu flying wildly and countless people falling into the sea, drowning beneath the waves. The third Rakage, dodging Edward's blade, shouted, "Useless brat, can you only swing your sword?" He was skilled in hand-to-hand combat, but the threat of the Songyun blade forced him to keep defending. Edward laughed, "Gwahaha," as expected of shadow level. "Without the Songyun blade, I really couldn't stop you." Watching the Kumo ninjas continuously fall behind him, the third Rakage was utterly furious, lightning surging around him. Die. The strongest lightning release. Lightning Kai. Hell-piercing. 4 books of convergence. You would never expect it. Edward shattered half of the allied forces with an S-rank ninjutsu and still dared to clash with the third Rakage head-on. His battle power was simply outrageous. Even with chakra nearly depleted, he could still grapple with a shadow-level opponent thanks to the Songyun blade, making him a definite pinnacle of the ninja world. Finally, during the ongoing clash with Edward, seeing more and more Kumo ninjas die behind him, the third Rakage could no longer endure. The strongest lightning release. Lightning Kai. Hell-piercing. 4 books of convergence. Konoha Whitebeard. The war god, bathed in blood, clashed head-on with the third Rakage, the Hokage's ultimate rescue, igniting the entire battlefield. Pay attention. The third Rakage instantly reached full power, activating the strongest defensive lightning release. Lightning Kai while unleashing the strongest offensive hell-piercing. 4 books of convergence. Completely ignoring Edward's Songyun blade, recklessly charging forward. Edward shouted in surprise. This madman. He is not even dodging, just charging in. He quickly used the back of the Songyun blade to block bang. The 4 books of convergence slammed hard against the blade, lightning exploding everywhere, chakra splattering wildly. Fortunately, the Songyun blade was a real divine weapon, barely withstanding this deadly blow. But before he could catch his breath, the Rakage struck again with his other hand. Hell-piercing. 3 books of convergence. Edward was stunned. Dual hand pierce? He is actually trained to this level. Unable to retreat due to being pinned down and having no time to use the substitution technique, he could only take it head-on. Pucci. The 3 books of convergence pierced directly through Edward's chest, and the Rakage sneered. Konoha trash. How does it feel? Edward's left hand gripped tightly onto the enemy's arm. If he let go, his internal organs would shatter. He coughed blood, desperately trying to suppress the lightning chakra, unwilling in his heart. Am I really going to fall here? The 2 were locked in place, neither able to move. Edward. Konoha ninjas rushed to support, and the chaotic 3-way battle came to a halt, various ninjutsu raining down around the 2. Edward was covered in wounds, while the Rakage's lightning Kai dimmed a bit. Edward instantly realized, hold on, his lightning Kai is about to break. The Rakage taunted, is that all you've got? Edward laughed, Gwahaha. You want to kill me? Not yet. The Rakage was both surprised and angry. What's your name? I'll remember you. Edward roared. Edward Newgate. Suddenly, a familiar voice exploded from behind. Monkey King. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Edward turned around to see the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, charging and wearing combat gear. The Rakage, surprised and enraged, roared, Sarutobi, how dare you ruin my plans? You would never expect it. Edward endured the Rakage's double attack, and didn't he die, heavily injured yet still laughing defiantly. The Hokage's rescue turned the duel into a fiery explosion. This battle power, this resilience, was definitely the pinnacle of the ninja world. Sarutobi, Konoha Whitebeard. The war god teamed up with the Hokage to drive back the Rakage battle power skyrocketing, igniting the ninja world. Pay attention. Facing an attack comparable to A-rank ninjutsu. The third Rakage, whose lightning Kai was on the verge of breaking, could only pull out the hand that pierced Edward's chest and retreat in a panic. Edward clutched his bleeding chest, gasping for breath, and asked, Third Hokage, how did you get here? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't he respond, directly summoning the Monkey King to transform the golden staff into his hand. First, deal with this madman. We'll talk later. Edward lifted the Songyun blade, laughing, Gwaha, looks like I'm tough. Rakage, don't run. The third Rakage, chakra nearly depleted, unwillingly shouted, retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not let him escape. Swinging the golden staff and shouting, Monkey King, falling immortal stone. Edward also unleashed wind release, vacuum wave to block the path. The Rakage knew that if he got wrapped up by the golden staff, it would be over, so he decisively took the vacuum wave head-on, coughing blood as he retreated using lightning release. The Kyumo and IWA ninjas, seeing their leader flee, scrambled to escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Edward, I'll chase him. You rest, you did well. After saying that, he took off in pursuit, leaving 400 Konoha ninjas cheering. We won. Edward leaned on his blade, standing tall, impressively dominating the scene. A few weeks later, news that Edward led 200 men to crush the 4,000 IWA and Kyumo allied forces, with the third Rakage commanding, exploded throughout the ninja world. Reinforcements had arrived, and the ninjas from IWA and Kyumo completely retreated. After Edward recovered, his fusion level skyrocketed to 35. His strength reached upper shadow level, and if he encountered the Rakage again, he would definitely win. In the Konoha camp, the bandaged Kamizaka Kid sighed. Brother Edward, everyone is calling you the protector of Konoha now. Edward laughed heartily. Gwahaha. I know. Next. You need to train hard to improve your strength. Kamizaka quickly nodded. I will definitely. You would never expect it. Edward endured the Rakage's assault and didn't he die, even teaming up with the Hokage to drive back the enemy troops, his strength directly soaring to upper shadow level. This spectacle was simply overwhelming, making him the newly crowned war god of the ninja world. The third Hokage just returned not long ago, and it is said that the Rain Shinobi, who is still fighting against the Sand Shinobi, actually colluded with the Sand Shinobi. The Whitebeard of Konoha. The war god is about to awaken the tremor fruit. The situation in the ninja world is about to have a dramatic reversal. It's going to be explosive. Pay attention. Edward recalled the third Hokage, who had saved the situation like timely rain, and privately felt fortunate. Fortunately, the Hokage received the news and rushed over quickly. Otherwise, I would have definitely been done for on the last battlefield. The more he thought about it, the clearer he became. If the Rain Shinobi and the Sand Shinobi really formed an alliance, it would be a huge problem. Although the Rain Shinobi are weak, the demigod of the ninja world Hanzo of the Salamander is no pushover. He can withstand the offensive of major ninja villages all by himself. They complement each other and would definitely be able to tear off a large chunk of flesh from Konoha. What troubled him even more was that the defeated Rock and Cloud Shinobi were eyeing them hungrily on the side, which is also why the third Hokage ordered him to hold the border. Edward clenched his Tsongyun cut and sighed. The ninja world is eyeing the cake of the Land of Fire, and the war is likely to last for several years. Now he is only at the shadow level, unable to change anything. He can only hope. Once I have the power of a super shadow and obtain the tremor fruit, I will definitely overturn this dark ninja world. Currently, his fusion level is 35, and he has unlocked the Marine 6 styles, fully maxing out his close combat abilities. In Konoha's main camp, he treated the Hyuga and Uchiha equally, and everyone respected him, faithfully following his lead. Konoha was established for 34 years, and the battle situation had a dramatic reversal. The Rain Shinobi, who was supposed to ally with the Sand Shinobi, actually betrayed their teammates in secret, first negotiating with Konoha and then launching a full-scale attack. Hanzo of the Salamander personally took the field to confront Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Despite their fierce battle, even after creating antidotes to withstand the poison gas, they still lost 3 against 1. However, Hanzo admired their tenacity. Not only did he let them go, but he also granted them the title of Sannin, allowing the 3 to become legends in the ninja world. Afterward, Konoha withdrew troops from the Land of Rain, and immediately the Land of Wind declared war on the Land of Fire, resulting in the Land of Rain finishing with 1 victory and 2 defeats. In the Hokage building, Danzo was so furious he was jumping up and down. Hisashi, why did you agree to the Rain Shinobi's broken agreement? Hanzo was almost at his limit, and we could have taken him down with another hit. The third Hokage leisurely replied while puffing on his pipe. If we keep fighting, Konoha's foundation will be exhausted. Withdrawing troops can stop the losses and also allow Konoha's ninja to gain fame throughout the ninja world. It's not a loss. Danzo wanted to argue further, but the third Hokage directly shouted, Enough! If you don't want to hear this nonsense, get lost. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward is holding back his big move while waiting to awaken the tremor fruit, and the situation in the ninja world is still playing out with shocking twists. The Rain Shinobi betray their teammates, and though the 3 Shinobi lose, they achieve legendary status. This plot is even more thrilling than a typical story. Definitely a highlight of the ninja world this year. If you came here just to say these words, then you can leave. Konoha's Whitebeard. The shadow-level war god confronts Danzo head-on, refuses to join Root, hitting back explosively. Pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a tone of finality, and with 1 sentence. He rendered Danzo speechless. Danzo's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he could only snort coldly as he slowly retreated. His remaining respect for the third Hokage completely shattered. The 2 of them had irreconcilable political differences, and their conflict grew like wild grass. He turned around and secretly activated the long-hidden darkness of the tree plan. Meanwhile, in Konoha's main camp, Edward was busy arranging rest matters when a person in Root uniform suddenly approached. Lord Danzo requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Edward burst into laughter. Gulalala. Finally. Yes, here. I thought he was too cowardly to find me. It should be known that he is now at shadow level strength. No longer a character that can be easily manipulated. Following route to see Danzo, the latter did not beat around the bush and directly stated, Edward, join my side, and you won't miss out on the benefits. His tone was incredibly arrogant, carrying an oppressive feeling that left no room for refusal. Edward didn't even think and shot back, Gulalala. Sorry, I'm not interested in playing with you. This statement made Danzo's face turn so dark it could drip ink. His subordinates lacked shadow-level experts, and Shikamaru had already sided with the third Hokage. He had hoped to recruit Edward, but didn't he expect to be publicly slapped in the face? Still, he was not discouraged. You can pick anything I have. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Edward's gaze was firm as he intentionally elongated his words. Sorry, Danzo Elder. I have to guard the border and can't accompany you in your antics. He deliberately emphasized the word elder, sarcastically adding, besides, Tsurutobi Hiruzen is the legitimate third Hokage. ISNT, this remark hit a sore spot for Danzo, causing him to tremble with rage as he left with Root, throwing out a warning that he would regret it. Edward watched their retreating figures, put away his smile, and muttered, the darkness of the ninja? I need to be more cautious in the future. But then he thought, in the end, the ninja world speaks through strength with his shadow-level power. Danzo could only pull some small tricks behind his back, which wouldn't harm him at all. Soon, he cast this matter aside. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward, with his shadow-level strength, firmly rejected Danzo and confronted the darkness of the ninja face-to-face. This aura, this confidence, was completely full. Definitely not someone to be trifled with in Konoha. Everyone who comes will get slapped in the face. After that, Edward stayed in Konoha's main camp, continuously resting. Konoha's Whitebeard, the shadow-level war god hides his power withstands the calculations of the higher-ups, creating an explosive scene. Pay attention. Without receiving a formal order from the third Hokage, Edward didn't stir up trouble at all, obediently staying in the main camp, as steady as an old dog. In the training ground, Yamashita Kid approached and asked, Big brother, how can I use this ninjutsu to its fullest? Edward didn't teach directly but smiled and said, Gulalala, haste makes waste. Being anxious will get you killed. Yamashita understood instantly, sitting cross-legged to ponder, and before long, he grasped the essence. Edward secretly praised. Good seed. Previously, Yamashita was stuck at the quasi-special Jonin level, but with his guidance, he directly stabilized at the special Jonin level. Edward had already submitted a promotion application to the third Hokage, calculating, with my current reputation, promoting a special Jonin is a piece of cake. However, he also saw clearly that Yamashita's limit was just elite Jonin. Without any fortunate encounters, he wouldn't break through in this lifetime. Elite Jonin could only hold out for a few minutes on the battlefield, which wasn't enough. He looked towards the area where he had battled the Earth and Thunder allied forces. The land he had turned into a sea was still there, and the Tule River battle had long become a legendary scene in the history of the ninja world, also marking his rise to fame. Suddenly, he shook all over, pleasantly surprised. Oh, the fusion level has increased again. The panel shot up to 36. However, ever since he became a legend in the Tule River battle, Edward's reputation soared, and his fusion level increased significantly. But soon he was put on ice by Konoha's higher-ups. Now the ninja world was discussing the three shinobi of Konoha, while only the common people of the Land of Fire still remembered him. Edward understood. This was because the higher-ups were afraid of him losing control and deliberately suppressing his reputation. If his fame exploded too much, he might be eliminated or exiled by them. An old trick. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and he said to Yamashita, You practice here. I'll go outside for some fresh air. Leaving the main camp, he complained in his heart. The Earth and Thunder allied forces would never come to invade again. The higher-ups knew this clearly and were deliberately trapping him here. Along the way, the ninjas saw him and warmly greeted him. Good morning, Lord Edward. That's our camp commander, super awesome. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward, with his shadow-level strength, is still holding back his power, and his fusion level is quietly rising. Even though he was plotted against and put on ice by the higher-ups, he still maintains high prestige in the camp. This is a low-key development, waiting for a big event. Did you see that? That SR Commander Edward in Konoha's main camp. Konoha's Whitebeard. The war god has garnered countless fans, predicts the fate of White Fang, creating an explosive scene. Pay attention. Wherever Edward walked, the ninjas all gathered to greet him respectfully. He flashed back to the scene of Whitebeard and his group of sons, laughing heartily. Gulalala. This scene is really not bad. He waved his hand to greet them, and the ninjas instantly blushed, nearly fainting from excitement. Edward helplessly complained. Having too much prestige is also a trouble. I finally understand the joys and sorrows of being a star. Saying this, he slipped away without a trace, leaving a group of confused ninjas. Where did Lord Edward go? He ran to the top of the Tuer River Mountain, pulled out a fine wine, and gulped it down. Gulalala. This is the site of my famous battle. This unique landscape he created became legendary due to the Tuer River battle. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, and Edward smiled. From the Nara clan? You found me pretty quickly. The other party handed over information, and Edward waved his hand. Read it out loud. There are no outsiders here. The ninja hesitated for a long time, but finally spoke. The Land of Wind has declared war, and the third Hokage has sent Hokage Tsukumo to be the commander. Many in Konoha opposed this. Edward put down the wine barrel, pondering. Hokage Tsukumo, the future Konoha White Fang, but unfortunately, he is a tragic character. He knew that Tsukumo had impressive battle achievements, but since he was part of the Umbu, his records were not made public. No wonder some people were dissatisfied. In the original story, he eventually committed suicide, but with me here, that cannot happen again. He took a sip of wine and said to the ninja, "Got it. You can leave now." After the other party left, he drank an entire barrel of wine and shouted, "Gulalala." So refreshing. On the battlefield of the Land of Wind, the white-haired Hokage Tsukumo appeared with the White Fang Blade at the Sand Ninjas' main camp, ready to conduct a quasi-Kage-level assassination. By all accounts, his quasi-Kage strength was assured. But Edward and the Konoha 3 ninjas had fought too perfectly before, putting all the pressure on him. You wouldn't believe it. Wherever Edward went, he was pursued like an idol, and he could even predict White Fang's fate. This scale, this popularity, he was definitely a top-tier war god in the ninja world. However, after Edward's near-perfect battle with the Konoha 3 ninjas, Konoha White Fang, the Quasi-Kage War god's assassination plan flopped, and he was ruthlessly crushed by the Sand Ninjas' puppet technique. Pay attention. All Konoha ninjas resisted Hokage Tsukumo being the commander. After all, he appeared out of nowhere, and everyone only recognized Edward. Even when Tsukumo later showcased his super-strong abilities, the ninjas still didn't buy it, causing Konoha to suffer increasing losses. With no other choice, Tsukumo could only go all in and conduct a quasi-Kage-level secret assassination, hoping to establish himself through his achievements. He made a hand gesture to 3 ninjas behind him, and the assassination operation instantly commenced. The team members split up to contain the situation, while Tsukumo gripped the White Fang Blade, using a secret technique to conceal his presence. Quietly sneaking into the Sand Ninjas' main camp. Inside the camp, Chiyo was analyzing the battle situation with her brother Ebi, who, while sipping tea, reminded her, "Sister, that Hokage Tsukumo from Konoha is not just for show." Chiyo, however, looked disdainful. "And nobody I've never heard of. How can he be stronger than me?" Her 10-man puppet technique could even stand up to Kage-level strong opponents, so she didn't take the unproven Tsukumo seriously at all. After Ebi left, Tsukumo held his breath and began a countdown, his mind solely focused on eliminating Chiyo. Just as he was about to charge out, Chiyo's son, Chiyo's Ebi, suddenly burst in, shouting, "Mom, are you asleep?" This shout completely disrupted the rhythm, and Chiyo instantly became alert, yelling, "Puppet!" A puppet immediately blocked in front of her. Tsukumo cursed his miscalculation, but with the arrow on the string, he had to shoot. He swung his blade and sliced the puppet in half with a crack. However, Chiyo's puppets seemed endless, appearing one after another. Seeing the situation was not good, Tsukumo decisively shouted, "Retreat." Unexpectedly, Ebi controlled the puppet to block him, trying to intercept him. Chiyo, who had just engaged Tsukumo, knew the opponent as strength and urgently shouted, "Ebi, get out of the way." But it was too late. Tsukumo drew the wind blade and directly cut through both the puppet and Ebi. Chiyo witnessed her son being killed and completely went berserk, roaring as she unleashed her killing move. Chikamatsu, 10-man team. 10 puppets immediately formed a circle, sealing off all of Tsukumo's escape routes, leaving him stunned. Outside the camp, Tsukumo's teammates heard the commotion and immediately launched an attack on the Sand Ninja's main camp, causing chaos among the Sand Ninja. Enemy attack. It's Konoha, but over here, Tsukumo was tangled up by the puppets. Every time he smashed one, a new one would take its place, and he could only destroy 2 with all his might. Internally shouting, "This puppet technique is too disgusting. It just never ends. You wouldn't believe it." The quasi-Kage level Konoha White Fang's assassination plan flopped, and he was pinned down by Chiyo's puppet technique. This plot twist and clash of combat power created a major flop in the ninja world. Opportunity. Konoha's white-haired elder. The war god celebrated with cheers. White Fang's severed arms miraculous reversal, igniting the whole scene. Pay attention. Hokage Tsukumo sees the flaw exposed by Chiyo, gritted his teeth, endured the attack, and charged up, shouting die. But this was actually a trap set by Chiyo, as several puppets that had been on standby instantly slashed at his limbs. With a sharp sound, Tsukumo's right hand was severed. He endured the intense pain and seized the moment to stagger out of the Sand Ninja's main camp. Chiyo leaned on her puppet, panting, watching the direction he disappeared, looking at the 4 broken puppets on the ground, and unwillingly cursed. What a ruthless sword technique, but unfortunately, I'm old after all. At that moment, Chiyo's son Abi's wife, Chiyo's June, crazily burst in, and upon seeing her husband's cold body, she broke down and screamed, "Abi!" Chiyo's face was filled with guilt, her voice trembling. "June, I'm sorry." A family was completely shattered by this assassination. On the other side, Edward was completely unaware that he had already rewritten the plot, drinking and celebrating with Yamashita Maple in the camp. Gulalala. Cheers to this barrel. Yamashita held up a brand new special Jonin authorization letter, smiling with squinted eyes. "Thank you, Brother Edward. I finally made it to Jonin." Edward snatched the authorization letter and tossed it aside, shaking the wine barrel and laughing. "This little thing isn't worth mentioning. Drinking is the real deal." Yamashita took a sip of wine and suddenly looked dejected. "Brother, when can we stop guarding here?" Edward gulped down a mouthful of wine and mumbled, "We have to wait until the war ends. Now we just need to see the situation on the Land of Wind side." Yamashita remembered the teachers, teammates, and friends he lost in the war, and his eyes dimmed. But before he could feel sad for long, Edward slammed the empty wine barrel to the ground, shouting, "Gulyalu, so refreshing." Another barrel. Yamashita was influenced by his emotions and also raised his wine bowl to drink heavily. Just as the two were having a great time drinking, a ninja from the Nara clan rushed in. Edward didn't even look up and casually said, "Nara, just say what you need." Nara glanced at Yamashita, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Lord Edward, something big has happened on the battlefield of the Land of Wind. Lord Hokage Tsukumo conducted a secret assassination, but the mission completely flopped, and he even lost an arm. Now the situation over there is precarious, and you need to be ready to be dispatched for support at any time." Edward suddenly raised his head, his face filled with shock. "Oh, Hokage Tsukumo actually lost an arm? It seems my butterfly effect has once again skewed the plot." Nara also looked regretful. Who would have thought that the former Umbu captain would end up in such a miserable state? Edward waved his hand, saying solemnly, "Got it. You can leave now." After Nara left, he leaned back in his chair, frowning in thought. You wouldn't believe it. The quasi-Kage level Konoha White Fang's assassination flopped and lost an arm, while Edward was celebrating with wine in the camp. This plot twist and the clash of combat power created a dramatic scene on the battlefield of the ninja world. Yes, Lord Edward, Konoha's white-haired elder. The war god perceives the tragedy, the ninja world's situation dramatically changing, igniting the whole scene. Pay attention. Yamashita Maple held up a wine bowl, looking puzzled, and asked, "Brother Edward, who is Hokage Tsukumo?" Edward opened a new wine barrel while drinking, casually saying, "Just a super strong but super tragic ninja." Yamashita pondered the words tragic for a long time, without understanding. In the Hokage building, Danzo spoke sarcastically. "Hizashi, the commander you sent to the Land of Wind, is not up to par. Sarutobi Hizashi's face darkened. You don't need to worry about it. I'll handle it. He had been very confident in Hatake Tsukumo, not expecting him to falter. Luckily, it was just a severed arm and not a death. Danzo sneered and turned to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, staring at Edward's documents on the table, feeling anxious. He must not be allowed to participate in the war again, or his reputation would be too explosive to control. He looked out the window. The image of a large bird carrying away a small bird made him more determined. Edward was merely cannon fodder, and he couldn't be given too many chances. Afterwards, even when the third Kazekage charged into the battlefield, Edward was firmly held at the border. The Land of Wind took the opportunity to launch a frenzied attack. Hatake Tsukumo broke his hand, his strength plummeted, and he couldn't stop the joint assault of the third Kazekage and Chiyo, as well as the encirclement from Hichi. Konoha ninjas suffered heavy casualties, retreating step by step on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to rush to the rescue. The subsequent reinforcements arrived, but the Sand Ninja retreated after failing to break through the defenses. In the 34th year of Konoha's establishment, this war that lasted for over half a year finally ended. But as soon as the war stopped, Hatake Tsukumo committed seppuku, and his pregnant wife died during childbirth, leaving behind only an infant. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately credited Tsukumo with achievements, turning what should have been condemnation into a hero of resistance, garnering sympathy from the Konoha civilians. Edward looked at the night sky and muttered, "Is the war really over?" In the original work, the Second Shinobi World War didn't end until the 36th year of Konoha. You wouldn't believe it. Edward had long seen through Hatake Tsukumo's tragic fate and inadvertently altered the course of the Shinobi World War. This pattern, this influence, was undoubtedly the plot manipulator of the Shinobi world. He didn't expect it to end so quickly. I remember the Second Shinobi World War in the original Naruto ended around the 36th year of Konoha, right? Konoha's Whitebeard. The god of war rewrites, the Shinobi world returns to Konoha. Heartwarming and explosive. Pay attention. Edward stared at the night sky and muttered, "Is it because of me?" In an instant, the confusion in his eyes dissipated. His appearance had already changed the plot of the Shinobi world, originally criticized to the point of suicide for mission failure. Hatake Tsukumo had now become a great hero full of achievements. Although he still died by seppuku, he was already a world apart. Edward laughed heartily. "Gula la la. This is good. I can change even more things." That night, his heart surged with expectations for the future. A few days later, the 5 great nations signed a non-aggression treaty, and the Second Shinobi World War was completely over. Edward, Yamashita Maple, and Inuzuka, Shika, and Cho returned to Konoha with the main force, leaving only a small number of guards at the border. Yamashita took a deep breath. "We're finally back. The air is so fresh." Edward also felt emotional. There was no bloodshed of the battlefield or violent chakra, and his mood instantly brightened. Inuzuka, Shika, and Cho clasped their hands. "Master Edward, we'll go report to the Hokage first." Edward waved his hand, watching the 3 disappear, then pulled Yamashita along. "Let us go. Let us eat Ichiraku ramen and see if the old man is still around." Yamashita didn't pull away, following him like when they were kids. Arriving at the ramen shop, Edward frowned at the young staff member. "Where's the old man?" His heart sank. The staff member smiled and said, "My dad retired. I'll be taking over from now on. What would you like?" Edward sighed in relief and shouted, "Gula la la, 2 bowls of miso ramen." Yamashita looked around. The village doesn't seem to have changed. Edward replied with a smile. The surface hasn't changed, but things are already different behind the scenes. Yet, he felt a pang in his heart. Many familiar faces like the ramen old man and the flower ant had either died in battle or retired. And many classmates and friends had also remained on the battlefield. Soon, the ramen was served, and Edward ate heartily. The taste hasn't changed, still the same flavor. Suddenly, he asked the staff member, "Are you the old man's son?" The other party nodded. "My name is Shudai." You wouldn't believe it. Edward single-handedly rewrote the plot of the Shinobi world and returned to the village to enjoy familiar ramen. This strength, this sentiment, is truly the heartwarming god of war of the Shinobi world. "Oh, Shudai, huh? Konoha's Whitebeard." The god of war confronts the Hokage, boldly claims the Hokage position, igniting the whole scene. Pay attention. Edward was slurping his ramen when he heard the name Shu die, and immediately stopped his chopsticks, lost in thought. Suddenly, 3 masked ninjas appeared behind him. Master Edward, the 3rd Hokage requests your presence. He finished the remaining ramen in 1 bite and said to Shu Dai, "Thanks, boss." He exchanged a glance with Yamashita Maple and followed the ninjas. Yamashita looked at his back and sighed. "When will I be as strong as my brother?" Saying that, he also buried his head in the ramen, finishing and even paying for Edward. Arriving at the Hokage building, the ninja reported, "Lord 3rd, Edward has arrived." The 3rd waved his hand to dismiss them, leaving only the 2 of them to confront each other. Edward observed for a moment and said directly, "3rd, you're old. You don't have the same intimidating presence as before." The 3rd was startled, forcing a calm demeanor. "Haha, I can still fight for Konoha for a while." Edward laughed. "Gula la la. I hope so, Hokage." The 3rd quickly changed the subject. "There were no problems at the border, right?" Edward raised an eyebrow. "What problems could there be? You know very well that you deliberately kept me at the border for over a year." The 3rd caught off guard. Didn't he respond and directly asked, "You've grown up and your strength is sufficient. What are your plans for the future?" Edward answered without hesitation. "Gula la la. Stay in Konoha and continue to contribute to the village." After all, having been here from the age of 7 to 20, he had long developed feelings for this place. The 3rd was very satisfied upon hearing this. Suddenly, in a moment of inspiration, he asked, "Edward, what do you think about the position of Hokage?" Edward was taken aback for a moment, then boldly declared, "That position is great. If I sit there, I'll definitely do better than you." As soon as these words came out, the 3rd seemed to age several years in an instant, his expression complex. And he even coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. You would believe it. Edward exposed the 3rd's little scheme to his face and dared to declare that he could do better than the 3rd as Hokage. This aura, this confidence, was undoubtedly the future leader of Konoha. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, the 3rd Hokage seemed to age a few more years, his face filled with complex emotions. Konoha's Whitebeard, the god of war, seizes the Hokage position, ignites the entire shinobi world. Pay attention. The 3rd fell silent for a moment and said to Edward, "Perhaps you are right." He then shifted the topic. But the position of Hokage requires thorough vetting to select the most suitable person. Before he could finish, Edward directly unleashed 39 of his fusion power, shouting, "Gula la la. Do you think I'm qualified?" Boom! A terrifying oha exploded, causing the 3rd to fall to the ground, and the surrounding Umbu instantly appeared on guard. The 3rd got up, shock written all over his face. Peak of the shadow level. He waved his hand to have the Umbu stand down, looking at the Tsungyun blade in Edward's hand, completely overturning his previous calculations. Edward teased, "I don't even know how I grew to this level." The 3rd suddenly removed his Hokage hat, slightly bowed, and handed it over. "From now on, Konoha is in your hands." Edward took the large hat and put it on, saying seriously, "Gula la la, don't worry. I'll definitely manage it well." The next day, the 3rd announced, Edward Newgate will become the 4th Hokage, officially taking office in the 35th year of Konoha. Once the news broke, both civilians and ninjas were initially shocked and then delighted. After all, this was the fierce person who fought through the T-R battle. Those who fought alongside Edward back then instantly became his loyal fans, all knowing how strong he was. In the route, Danzo slammed his chair, roaring, "Damn it. I missed the Hokage position again." He knew that even if he won a fight in the T-R battle, he couldn't achieve that kind of record, nor did he have peak shadow level strength. He immediately ordered, "Keep a close watch on Edward Newgate in secret." In Edward's villa, Yamashita Maple shouted excitedly, "Brother, you're going to be Hokage?" Edward patted his head. "Gula la la. From now on, you'll be the Hokage's little brother." Yamashita broke free. "I'm not a son. I'm a brother." Edward laughed heartily. "All right, my good brother. You wouldn't believe it." Edward seized the Hokage position with peak shadow level strength, leaving Danzo only able to stare in disbelief. This dominance, this stature, was undoubtedly the new top flow Hokage of the shinobi world. "Go prepare dinner. I'm hungry," Your big brother. Konoha's Whitebeard. The Shadow Peak War god angrily caught the observer hard hitting the roots, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. After chatting with Yamashita Maple, Edward held his stomach and complained of discomfort. Yamashita immediately responded, all right, and rushed into the kitchen to prepare ingredients. Edward felt the warmth of home and chuckled to himself. La la la. This life is really not bad. But he soon became worried. 39 fusion rate was making it hard for him to control his skeletal development. If he really grew to a height of 66 meters with a white beard, it would be too eye-catching in a ninja world where the average height is 7 meters. Suddenly, Edward's expression darkened. Who dares to spy on me? The chakra fluctuations were exceptionally glaring. Boom! He instantly burst out the door and happened to bump into two ninjas trying to escape. The ninjas realized. Retreat? Edward sneered. Want to run? No way. With peak shadow-level strength overwhelming them, he reached out and grabbed the heads of the two. Speak. What is your purpose? Seeing the two about to bite their tongues to commit suicide, he immediately severed their nerves. Not talking. Huh? I'll make you wish you were dead. He already had a hunch. It must be Danzo's roots pulling the strings. He dragged the two ninjas, removed their masks, and swaggered forward. On the way, the ninjas and civilians erupted. That's Lord Edward. Who is he holding? Danzo panicked and sent Roots to stop him. But Edward blocked them in the mountainous clan area. If you haven't clarified their identities, don't even think about taking them away. Roots stood firm. Elder Danzo has ordered. Edward retorted on the spot. La la la. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage. Who does Danzo think he is? Chakra surged instantly, and it seemed a fight was about to break out. Enough, Edward. The third Hokage suddenly appeared. Leave this to me. Edward released his grip, letting the two ninjas fall to the ground. La la la. Since you spoke, I'll take my leave. Before his voice faded, he had vanished, leaving only a gust of wind. The third's expression darkened as he said to Roots, let Danzo come see me. In fact, he had already seen everything clearly with his telescope technique, just waiting for the chance to suppress Danzo. Roots dared not say much and quickly took the ninjas away, while the third turned and returned to the Hokage building. You would never guess. Edward, with peak shadow-level strength, tore apart the observer and stood firm against Roots, not backing down at all, even with the third paving the way for him. This aura was fully charged, definitely the future leader of Konoha. Huh. Does this count as paving the way for you? Edward, Konoha's Whitebeard, the soon-to-be Hokage's hardcore recruitment of a think tank, the ninja world's goddess issuing a challenge ignited the entire scene. Pay attention. The third Hokage returned to his office, took out a smoking pipe, lit it, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled smoke rings, then began to wait leisurely. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and it was pushed open, revealing a sullen Danzo walking in. Hiruzen, what do you want with me? Danzo opened with dissatisfaction. The third slammed the smoking pipe on the desk and shouted, what do you think I want with you? Edward is my designated successor for Hokage, and you dare to move against him? Danzo was left speechless by the confrontation and could only stammer out, I know my limits, Hiruzen. Seeing his old comrade soften, the third's tone relaxed. Just do your job with the Roots of Konoha. This storm that was supposed to punish Roots ended lightly, showing that the soft-hearted third was indeed not suited for iron-fisted village governance. In the blink of an eye, it was the 35th year of Konoha's establishment, and tomorrow was New Year's Day, when Edward would officially take over as Hokage. Everyone in the village donned new clothes, eagerly anticipating the ascension of that man. Beside Edward, Jiraiya looked dejected. Edward, your luck is just too good. I really don't understand why the old man chose you as Hokage. He had also had expectations for the Hokage position, but could only envy now. Orochimaru smiled insincerely and congratulated him, hiding unknown thoughts in his eyes. Edward suddenly crouched down to meet Orochimaru's gaze. La la la, want to be my think tank? Orochimaru initially wanted to refuse outright, but Edward changed his tone. I can give you a stable home, opportunities to showcase your talents, and the most advanced technology in the ninja world, like resurrection and immortality. This struck a nerve with Orochimaru. His eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed to join. Just as the two were getting along well, Tsunade rushed over, separating them and shouted at Edward. Hey, did you forget who I am? but feeling Edward's breath up close, Tsunade's face instantly flushed. After regaining her composure, she forced herself to remain calm and declared to Edward, "Edward, I challenge you." It turns out that because of Edward's appearance, Tsunade had not broken off a relationship with Kato, and now seeing him about to become Hokage, she straightforwardly issued a challenge. You would never guess. Before Edward officially took office as Hokage, he had already secured Orochimaru as his think tank with hardcore conditions, and even Tsunade couldn't help but challenge him. This presence. This charm was off the charts, definitely the top contender for Hokage in the ninja world. After sensing her unusual physiological state, Tsunade, who had forcibly recovered, said, Konoha's Whitebeard, the war god at the peak of shadows, firmly takes the Hokage position. The entire clan erupts in excitement, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. Edward laughed heartily. La la la. Come back to me when you're shadow level to talk about challenging me. It's known that although the three ninjas have seen their strength skyrocket under the third's guidance, they're still just elite Jainin, not even close to being shadows. At this moment, Yamashita Maple, who had been busy all morning, arrived, handing over the Hokage gear. Big brother Edward, your clothes. Edward took the fourth Hokage's hat, lowered his head, and reflected. Tomorrow I will take office. This day has come so quickly. Yamashita agreed, but was filled with surprise. He had never thought Edward would become Hokage. Upon seeing the Hokage hat, Tsunade put away her anger. Congratulations, big guy, Edward teased. Little Tsunade is much cuter this way. Tsunade instantly exploded in anger, turning to chase Jiraiya, shouting, Come here, so I can give you a beating. Jiraiya took off running, causing chaos on the scene. Seeing this, Orochimaru spoke up. Edward-kun, shall we continue our earlier conversation? Edward left a message to come report to the think tank tomorrow and took Yamashita away. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled. What an interesting person. The next day was Konoha's 35th New Year. The people who had experienced the Second Ninja World War could finally enjoy a peaceful year, though many families still harbored the pain of lost loved ones. In Konoha's main square, the third stood on the podium, holding a microphone, proclaiming the will of fire. As long as there are leaves flying, there will be fire burning. The firelight illuminates the village, and new leaves will sprout again. The crowd was packed, all waiting to witness the new Hokage's inauguration. After the proclamation, the third looked at Edward and asked, Are you ready? Edward nodded firmly. I'm ready, the third announced loudly. In my capacity as the third Hokage, I declare that Edward Newgate will assume the position of the next Hokage. After saying this, he took off the Hokage hat and slowly handed it over. Edward took the hat and put on, already prepared. He had customized a fitting outfit and would change after the ceremony. You would never guess. Edward, with peak shadow level strength, effortlessly took the Hokage position, and the entire village packed the square to witness it. This presence, this strength, was definitely the new ceiling of Hokage in the ninja world. Do you have anything to say next? Konoha's Whitebeard. The fourth Hokage's inauguration wildly gained fans' hardcore. Handling of Orochimaru ignited the entire scene. Pay attention. After the handover ceremony, the third handed the microphone to Edward. Now, it's your turn to speak. Edward coughed a couple of times to test the mic. Looking at the sea of people below, the majority of Konoha had come, blocking the streets. He paused for a moment and simply said, I, Edward Newgate, will do my utmost to develop Konoha. Please trust me. After saying this, he returned the microphone, and the crowd erupted in applause, chanting their trust in Lord Edward. No one knew that he was also holding back a statement in his heart. I will make the entire ninja world remember my name. The third Hokage took the microphone and announced, Edward Newgate officially becomes the fourth Hokage. The crowd erupted with cheers. Fourth Hokage. Lord Edward. Edward, wearing a slightly small Hokage hat, smiled and scanned the audience, finally able to unleash his potential for great deeds. After the ceremony, he returned the hat to the third Hokage. Though the old man could no longer wear it in public, he treasured it like a collectible. Back home, Edward changed into his custom fourth Hokage gear, a cloak emblazoned with the fourth Hokage insignia and a white hat. He looked in a mirror and exclaimed, So handsome. He then headed straight to the Hokage building to work. Upon arriving at the entrance, he saw Orochimaru waiting. Edward-kun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Edward laughed heartily. Looks like you want to join the think tank. Orochimaru smirked. I didn't say that. I just wanted to discuss yesterday's events. Edward tightened his grip on his sword, creating an overwhelming presence. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. What do you want to know? Edward relaxed his grip. Nothing else. Just want you to join the think tank. Feeling the danger dissipate, Orochimaru reluctantly agreed. All right, I accept. Edward pulled him in and laughed. Gulalala, I knew you would come. You can't imagine. Edward's words as Hokage won over the crowd, and he skillfully kept Orochimaru in check. This aura, this capability, made him a newly emerged top-tier Hokage in the ninja world. At the same time, he was very aware of Orochimaru's past days. The Whitebeard of Konoha, the solid foundation of the 4th Hokage's hardcore team, the explosive expansion of power. Pay attention. Edward was clear in his mind. Want to negotiate with me? First, you need to cultivate power equivalent to mine. Orochimaru quickly recognized his position and asked, 4th Hokage, what do you want me to do? Edward put away his smile and said seriously, I allow you to establish a dedicated research organization, but you must provide me with tangible returns. Orochimaru tilted his head, his expression peculiar. It seems you trust me very much? Edward pulled him in again and laughed. Gulalala, we've been classmates in a ninja school for 6 years. Talking about trust is too formal. After that, he urged Orochimaru to get busy, as he had a lot of important matters to handle today. After Orochimaru left, Edward pushed the door into his exclusive office and called out to the air, Umbu. As soon as he finished speaking, several masked ninjas appeared instantly. Kneeling before him, 4th Hokage, what are your orders? This was the Umbu transferred from the 3rd Hokage, loyal only to the Hokage. While pouring himself a cup of hot tea, Edward ordered, gather all the advisors and elders to the conference room. The Umbu acknowledged the command and vanished in an instant. Before long, there was a knock on the open office door. Come in, Edward responded, and in walked Ino Shikicho, who had accompanied him on the mission, collectively announcing, Ino Shikicho reporting for duty. Edward smiled and asked, Gulalala, have you considered joining my think tank? The three nodded eagerly. Even if they were unwilling, their families would force them to come. Edward immediately assigned tasks. Nara, you will form an organization to handle documents. Yamanaka, you will manage the Auxiliary Affairs Organization. Akimichi, you will lead the management organization. The three were surprised and delighted, bowing to accept their orders before slowly retreating. At this moment, Kazuhaya Yamashita, dressed in white, entered the office and sat down, calling out, Brother Edward? Edward, sipping tea, pointed to the surroundings. Gulalala, look at this environment. Isn't it nice? Yamashita looked around and repeatedly praised. Very nice. This was originally the 3rd Hokage's exclusive office, now entirely belonging to Edward. After looking out the window for a moment, Edward turned to Yamashita and said, The reason I called you here today is to entrust you with an important task. Yamashita immediately sat up straight. Brother, please command, Edward said earnestly. You need to privately gather the commoners and teach them to become genin in the best way possible. Ninjutsu, funding, take whatever you need from here. He wanted Yamashita to establish a ninja education auxiliary organization in a short time. You can't imagine. Edward just took office as Hokage and already skillfully kept Orochimaru in check, activated Ino Shikicho, and cultivated his trusted forces. This skill, this determination, made him the pinnacle of political maneuvering in the ninja world. He aimed to establish a ninja education auxiliary organization through the Commoners Training Plan, absorbing a large number of adult commoners as ninjas, injecting fresh blood into Konoha. Although Yamashita was puzzled, he nodded. Okay, Brother Edward. At this moment, the Umbu reported, Hokage, the advisors and elders have gathered in the conference room. Edward waved for the Umbu to retreat and walked toward the conference room. As soon as he entered the conference room, Edward sensed the concentrated chakra from Danzo. It was surprisingly strong, comparable to an elite jonin. He nodded. Not bad. Not everyone can become an advisor. He announced on the spot. From now on, those who wish to join the advisory council must first pass a ninja test. The threshold will be raised from jonin to elite jonin. He then looked at the still-present Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate Fire. This is an important meeting. You two should leave. The two could only glare at him fiercely before turning to leave. The meeting quickly concluded, leaving only the third Hokage and Danzo among the elders. Unable to stir up much trouble. Back in his office, Edward summoned the announced that Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate Fire voluntarily resigned due to inadequate abilities. He then called in the Shadow Guards. This was a 7-member guard team loyal only to the Hokage. Send a few good-tempered caretakers to watch over those two old folks and report any developments immediately. After arranging everything, he took out 3 major policy documents he wrote overnight. Konoha Reproductive Plan, Poverty Alleviation Plan, Talent Plan. He internally complained, in the past, the third Hokage struggled to gather even 2,000 ninjas. With these 3 major policies, I can truly take control of the ninja world. But how to implement them posed a challenge. In the evening, New Year's fireworks exploded in the sky above Konoha. Edward pulled Yamashita, who was eager to get to work, walking down the street filled with the scent of fireworks. Though there are fewer people, Konoha is still the same Konoha. Along the way, commoners greeted him. Good evening. Fourth Hokage, Yamashita quietly said, I miss my old friends more. After strolling through the commercial street, the two considered it a way to reconcile with their return to Konoha. You can't imagine. Edward just took office and already reshuffled the Elder Council, vigorously promoted 3 major new policies, and clearly arranged to monitor the retired elders. This skill, this vision, made him the pinnacle of ninja world reform. Before they knew it, the next day arrived. The Whitebeard of Konoha. The fourth Hokage's new policy exploded on the scene. Hard control of clans ignited the crowd. Pay attention. Konoha Village was overwhelmed by the fourth Hokage's new policies. With promotional voices everywhere, commoners held the promotional flyers, looking bewildered. Konoha Reproductive Plan? Free tuition for ninja school, with subsidies for having a second child? Konoha Poverty Alleviation Plan? Join and you can be directly assigned a job? Konoha Talent Plan? If you have skills, you can report to relevant departments? Some people stubbornly spread rumors. How can a new Hokage implement ridiculous policies right after taking office? It must be unreliable. But deep down, everyone knew this new Hokage was definitely not simple. The Uchiha clan was in complete chaos, with the elders banging their fists on the table, shouting, What? The 2 advisors actually voluntarily resigned? How is that possible? Within a day, the new policies were announced. The threshold for advisor evaluations was raised. The and Konoha's military forces were significantly adjusted. The think tank was officially established, and a series of major events left people dizzy. An elderly Uchiha elder sighed. This fourth Hokage aims to break the deadlock in Konoha. Fugaku, you must seize this opportunity. He turned and urged, You're not a child anymore. It's time to make an effort to have kids. Uchiha Fugaku, feeling embarrassed, could only nod in agreement. The Hyuga clan was not idle either, as several elders surrounded Hyuga Hizashi and urged, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi have all taken sides with the new Hokage. We need to express our stance quickly. Hyuga Hizashi calmly replied, Don't worry, I've already arranged for someone to contact Lord Forth. Only then did the elders breathe a sigh of relief and regain their usual composure. In the Hokage building, Edward looked at the news of the clans sending goodwill and laughed heartily. Gulalala, can't wait to share the cake, huh? All right, I'll let you have a good feast. He stared at the panel in front of him, noting that the fusion level had reached 40 but was stuck at a bottleneck. Muttering to himself, Almost there, once I break through, I'll enter a whole new state. He immediately called for the Go inform Hyuga and Uchiha clan leaders to come talk to me tomorrow. The disappeared in response, and Edward gazed out the window with a playful glint in his eyes. Is this what power feels like? But compared to power, I prefer strength. After all, without strength, power is just empty talk. Outside, the birds flew freely, no longer preyed upon by larger birds. He clenched his fists. Next, it's time to clean up Danzo's mess. You would never guess. Edward's new policies stirred the whole of Konoha, with clans scrambling to ally with him, and he was on the verge of a power breakthrough. Showcasing his control and aura, definitely the top figure in the ninja world-esque reform. Edward watched as Konoha began to regain its vitality, with civilians and ninjas greeting each other with smiles. However, there were still rumors being spread about him in the shadows, and though the Umbu were handling it, the rumor mongers were like unending weeds. In the Hokage building, Edward looked at Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku, grinning. "You two clan leaders have finally arrived." Both were secretly scheming, wanting to speak to Edward alone after the other left. Edward cut to the chase. "Gulalala, what are your views on Konoha's development?" Uchiha Fugaku immediately pledged his loyalty. "We fully support your policies." Hyuga Hizashi quickly followed. "The Hyuga clan wants to join the development of Konoha." Edward set down his teacup. "Then you know that there have been quite a few rumors about me lately, right?" Uchiha Fugaku patted his chest. "Leave it to our security department. It's our duty." Hyuga Hizashi chimed in. "The Hyuga clan will join the fight too." Edward laughed heartily. "Then it's up to you two. Report any developments immediately." Watching the two leave with a competitive air, he thought, they can handle the Danzo situation too. In the following days, Edward continuously rolled out new policies, improving the lives of civilians who cheered, "Long live Lord Edward," and ushering in a new era for Konoha. However, some pests were still sabotaging progress. Seeing this, Edward decided to promote the Hyuga and Uchiha clans for their efforts in handling rumors. You would never guess, Edward used his strength to stabilize the situation while making the two major clans compete for tasks, even finding a way to deal with Danzo. This skill and determination made him a true master of political maneuvering in the ninja world. Recently, after successfully handling rumors, Edward decided to promote the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Konoha's Whitebeard, the Super Shadow War God, unlocked the Tremor Fruit and radically changed Konoha's structure. Pay attention. Edward directly restructured Konoha's institutions. He kicked the Uchiha clan out of the security department and placed them in the newly formed Konoha military organization, assigning them to handle hardcore tasks like unrest, war, and riots, freeing them from petty civilian disputes. The personnel from the former security department were entirely selected from the civilian population. The Hyuga clan was also incorporated into the military organization, and he established a special Konoha surveillance department for them, stating, "The Byakugan with 360-degree vision and playback capability is a natural surveillance tool." As for Konoha's finances, his plans targeting the Fire Country's daimyo were already being implemented. Fast forward to the 36th year of Konoha's establishment. Edward has been Hokage for a year. He stared at the panel and suddenly felt ecstatic. The fusion level finally rose to 41. Over the past year, he had been boosting his reputation. Yet the fusion level had remained stagnant, making him doubt his methods. Now that he had broken through the bottleneck, his bones cracked as the ability of the Tremor Fruit was directly unlocked, and his strength soared to the Super Shadow level. He shouted to the air, "I want to go out," and instantly flashed out of the office, heading straight for the forest. "Gulalala, let me test how explosive this power is." Clenching his fists, Edward roared, "Tremor." The air was instantly shattered with cracks, looking absurd. He then conjured a ball of white energy, shouting, "Tremor Bomb," and hurled it towards the forest. Smoke cleared, revealing a 10-meter-wide crater where trees and rocks had been reduced to rubble. Edward became more and more excited as each punch and kick exuded a devastating momentum, with cracks spreading across stones and trees, and the ground beneath him splitting as if experiencing a strong earthquake. He laughed, "Gulalala. This is the kind of presence Edward Newgate should have." What a thrill. However, this ability also had drawbacks. Excessive force could injure himself, and his bones began to grow uncontrollably again. But Edward didn't take care. Let them grow. For a higher fusion level, this price is nothing. He sheathed his sword, ready to return to the office, but was intercepted at the door by Root. "Lord Fourth, Elder Danzo has urgent matters to discuss with you." You would never guess, Edward was simultaneously reconstructing Konoha's power structure while unlocking the Tremor Fruit, soaring to Super Shadow level, with strength and political power both on the rise. This presence, this combat power, made him a top-tier Hokage in the ninja world. "Oh, I understand. You may go." Konoha's Whitebeard, the Super Shadow War God, confronts the rogue ninja and ends Danzo's schemes. Pay attention. Edward felt a stir in his heart and nodded in response to Root's report. After previously reprimanding him, Danzo had behaved more obediently. Edward had intended to use him as Konoha's blade, and it must be said, this blade was indeed useful. No wonder the third Hokage was assassinated but couldn't eliminate him. However, recently, Hyuga ninjas reported that Danzo was secretly courting Tsunade and Mito, but thankfully, the Jounin he sent to keep an eye on him had prevented that old fox from succeeding. Edward's eyes turned cold. Gulalala. Danzo, it's been generous of me to keep you around this long. He immediately summoned the Umbu. Have the Uchiha and Hyuga clans from the Konoha military organization assemble at Root immediately. Clenching his sword, he marched straight to Root. The Root base was cold and damp, with icy drops of water falling, creating a constant ticking sound. Danzo sat in his chair and asked his subordinates. How the people arrived? Just as his subordinate responded that the fourth was on his way, Edward's voice suddenly echoed. Elder Danzo, what do you need to discuss with me? Danzo was taken aback. His subordinates reported this. He stood up, bowed, and forced a calm demeanor. The task you assigned me some time ago has been completed. Edward tightened his grip on the sword. He had already sensed 4 chakra signatures surrounding them, but pretended to be relaxed, as expected of Root, efficient as always. Danzo lowered his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Suddenly, Danzo raised his head and spoke calmly. Fourth Hokage, I have something to ask you. Noticing the determination in his tone, Edward nodded. Go ahead. Danzo finally expressed his inner thoughts. What do you think of me and Sarutobi Hiruzen? Edward pondered for a moment. In decision-making, he is not as good as you. In winning hearts, you are not as good as him. Danzo suddenly laughed heartily. I never expected you to acknowledge me. As the laughter faded, his gaze turned harsh. Aren't you trying to force me to step down? Come on. Today, either you die or I die. You would never guess. Edward had long seen through Danzo's conspiracy and surrounded the Root with heavy troops. Facing the desperate old fox, he remained completely unfazed. This aura, this combat power, was truly a bloodthirsty war god of the ninja world. For symbol seal, Konoha Whitebeard, the super shadow war god shattered the seal and tore apart Danzo, igniting the entire battlefield. Pay attention. As soon as Danzo's words fell, 4 elite Jonin sprang out from the darkness, blocking Edward's path. They quickly formed hand seals and spewed out a large amount of ink, attempting to seal Edward in the strongest sealing technique of the ninja world. Edward raised an eyebrow. This power I would have definitely lost before, but now you underestimate me too much. He gathered the power of the Tremor fruit in both hands and roared. Tremor. Tremor space, jewel. A force stronger than the tremor bullet erupted, instantly shattering the space of the 4-symbol seal, the ink dissipating before it even got close. Edward put down the Songyun cutter and gathered a white sphere in both hands. Tremor. The earth shatters. The white sphere slammed into the ground with a boom, cracks spreading wildly from his center, and the internal organs of the 4 elite Jonin were shattered, killing them on the spot. A minute later, the earthquake stopped, and the Root had turned into a wasteland, leaving only a shocked Danzo standing there. Danzo roared, What is this power? Have you awakened your bloodline limit? Edward replied calmly. Feel it. This is the power to destroy heaven and earth. Danzo knelt on the ground. I lost. Kill me. He had been hiding the S-rank forbidden technique, corpse reanimation, but because he acknowledged Edward, he was unwilling to drag Konoha down and gave up. Edward approached, holding the Songyun cutter. Knowing you can't win, why still take the gamble? Danzo replied frankly. For the position of Hokage, even if there's only a glimmer of hope. Edward swung his knife. As expected, politicians all have ambition. With a plop, Danzo's head fell to the ground. At this moment, a large number of ninjas arrived and were dumbfounded at the sight of the ruins. Edward ordered, Shimura Danzo, a traitor, has been killed by me. Clean up the battlefield. You absolutely can't imagine. Edward used the Tremor fruit to crush the sealing technique, instantly defeating the elite Jonin and tearing apart Danzo, establishing himself as the pinnacle of combat power in the ninja world. Then, the ninjas looked at the ruins that resembled a natural disaster, each one shocked. Konoha Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War God controls Konoha, hard-hitting ninja world conspiracy igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. In the shock of the ninjas, Edward left the ruins with a dignified aura and returned to his office. He sat in his chair, twisted open a barrel of strong liquor, and gulped it down, muttering, "Danzo is taken care of. Only the old third Hokage is left." But the more he drank, the more depressed he became. Why can't I be happy? Then he thought it through. It's a pity for someone like Danzo, who, despite his obsession with the Hokage position, always managed to perfectly solve the problems he threw out. Edward chuckled, "Gulalala. Human nature is truly strange." He lifted his head and drank again. In the blink of an eye, it had been 40 years since Konoha's establishment, and 4 years had passed since dealing with Danzo. After the old third Hokage caused a ruckus in the Hokage building, he voluntarily resigned from the elder advisor position. Although Edward briefly struggled with whether he had made the wrong choice, he quickly opened fire, launching a series of new policies from the Hokage building. The villagers and clans sought Danzo's fate, and no one dared to disobey. Konoha directly entered an era of explosive military growth, thriving immensely. At 26 years old, Edward's height was fully unlocked after reaching a fusion level of 41, growing rapidly over the past 4 years. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, due to his emergence, had completely changed course. He met Jiraiya later, failed to pursue Kushina, and before learning the Flying Thunder God technique, he was only at the elite Jonin level. This was all because Edward had beaten up Jiraiya, who was looking for the child of prophecy, and forced him into Konoha's intelligence organization. However, with Edward as the main pillar, Konoha was not affected at all, and the villagers continued their daily lives as usual. Meanwhile, in a dark and damp cave, White Zetsu innocently asked the gasping old man, "Lord Madara, do you know what eating shit tastes like?" The old man coughed for a long time, then looked up with a face resembling Uchiha Madara's by 80, and said to Obito, disguised as White Zetsu, "Are you ready?" Obito replied with a smile, "All set." Madara grinned. "Let the plan proceed step by step." Edward Newgate is quite a character. Konoha has changed dramatically. He sighed. If Hashirama had this ability back then, Konoha wouldn't have declined. But then his gaze became firm. Compared to the Eye of the Moon plan, this is nothing. Activate it, and the ninja world will truly be at peace. He then ordered, "Let Nagato act early. Feel the pain of the world." Fortunately, Nagato's master is still Jiraiya, so this plot hasn't been altered. You absolutely can imagine. Edward had been in control of Konoha for 4 years, leading the entire village into an era of explosive military growth, disrupting the original plot. And even Uchiha Madara had to face him. This situation, this power, was truly the peak of the ninja world Hokage. Because the 4 of them met after the war between Amigakure and Konoha, this plot remained unchanged. Konoha Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War god orchestrates the ninja world hardcore, parenting igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. In the original story, Danzo's collaboration with Amigakure to heavily injure the Akatsuki organization was completely erased, and Nagato and the others are still living well to this day. In the cave, Obito twisted his body and asked, "Lord Madara, should we let Konoha's ninjas take action?" Madara suddenly looked up. "Stop. I have a better idea." Just as White Zetsu returned, he shouted, "Lord Madara, Konoha's Hokage is going to start the Third Ninja World War." On Konoha's side, after Edward finished the meeting, he walked towards his villa, his 4-meter-tall figure necessitating the expansion of both the Hokage building and the villa. He pondered, did Uchiha Fugaku's wife give birth? Uchiha Itachi and Shursui have been born. These two need to be well planned. He also recalled the news from the Umbu. Minato Namikaze has made progress, creating the A-rank ninjutsu, Rasengan. It's time for him to learn the Flying Thunder God. Arriving at the villa entrance, he knocked loudly. "Yamashita, open the door. I forgot my keys." Yamashita, keyed, hurriedly opened the 6-meter-high door, complaining that he felt like he was in a giant's country every day, having to use ninjutsu to fly up to the table for meals. As soon as Edward saw him, he scolded, "You're 25 and still not looking for a partner? I'm waiting to hold my nephew." Yamashita casually acknowledged him and turned to forget. Edward was furious. "Did you forget the power of my Iron Fist?" Yamashita immediately slipped away using ninjutsu. Edward entered the villa and saw 6-year-old Kakashi now renamed Edward Kakashi, doing homework and called out. "School's out?" Kakashi didn't look up, Dad. "Stop bothering me." This sounded just like his biological father, and Edward immediately exploded. "Little brat, tired of living?" With a grip, he made an explosive sound, and Kakashi sat up straight in fright. Edward sighed inwardly. With his size, finding a compatible partner to marry and have children was as difficult as climbing to the sky. You absolutely can imagine. While Edward was orchestrating the Ninja World War, he was also dealing with future ninja, overlords, and hardcore parenting. This strength, this skill, was truly the all-around ceiling of the ninja world. Hearing this voice, Kakashi immediately sat up straight. Konoha Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War God prepares for the Ninja World War, crazily creates war black technology, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. Kakashi had figured out Edward's temperament and wasn't afraid of him taking action at all. At this moment, Edward's stomach growled, and he rubbed his sore body, complaining. Even the Super Shadow's strength is plagued by minor issues. How helpless. He shouted to Yamashita Kid. "Is dinner ready?" "I am starving." Yamashita replied. "The chef has already sent it." Edward rushed to his exclusive dining table, while Kakashi, being younger and shorter, could only carry his food back to his room to eat. At the dining table, Yamashita couldn't help but ask, "Brother Edward, are we really going to start the Third Ninja World War?" Edward countered, "Do you have any objections?" Yamashita frowned. "The ninja world is quite stable now. There's no need for war." Edward laughed heartily. "You're too young. Under my protection, you've forgotten the dangers of the ninja world." Seeing Yamashita rebut, he said earnestly, "Only by unifying the ninja world can we truly start the peace. I have a premonition that I will age quickly. I must clear away the unstable factors with absolute force before that." Yamashita nodded heavily. "I support you unconditionally." The two continued to eat and drink without saying much. Days passed, and each department operated at high speed. News came from Orochimaru's research team. They successfully developed chakra firearms. Although due to industrial backwardness, it required ninjas to use chakra to activate specially made ammunition to unleash its power. Yamashita's training institution had accumulated a large number of civilian genin, perfectly matching this black technology. The other 4 great ninja villages, seeing Konoha's rapid development, panicked and devised plans to destroy Konoha, but were closely monitored by the Hyuga surveillance organization, leaving spies with no way to act. By December 31st, the 40th year of Konoha's founding, Edward ordered all genin who could use chakra to fully arm themselves with chakra firearms and gather in the newly built super-large square. These people were the new era forces of ninja soldiers he spoke of. Ordinary civilians were instructed to stay at home. Everyone knew war was coming. You would never expect it. Edward, while enduring physical risks, was orchestrating the Ninja World War and even pulled out the chakra firearms, showcasing his determination and strategy. Truly the pinnacle of the Ninja World War. Because they knew war was coming. Konoha's Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War God declared war on the Ninja World lightning strike on Sunagakure, igniting the battlefield. Pay attention. Edward stood on the podium and roared. "Today, we stand on the land of fire. Standing in Konoha, this land nourished by the blood and dignity of our ancestors." He pointed at the Hokage statue behind him. "They're the strong of the ninja world, the pioneers." Then he looked down at the crowd. "And you are the race groaning under the humiliation of the 4 great nations." After a pause, he continued. "After the Second World War, we lost our pride. The victors trample on our dignity. Even small ninja villages dare to declare war. Will you shrink back in Konoha, or conquer the 4 nations and fulfill the wishes of our predecessors?" The ninja soldiers below instantly erupted, raising their left hands and shouting, "We want to step out of Konoha. We want our pride back." Edward raised his arm. "Then fight for pride and honor. I declare, the land of fire declares war on the 4 great nations. The Third Ninja World War begins." The shouts of "Fight! Fight! Fight!" echoed throughout Konoha, leaving descending families and civilians dumbfounded. But they could not stop Konoha, which was completely under Edward control. Fast forward to January 3rd, the 41st year of Konoha's founding. A large number of Konoha ninjas set off for the front lines, with ninja soldiers participating in battle for the first time. The daimyos of the four great nations received the declaration of war and were completely bewildered. Has the daimyo of the land of fire gone mad? Keep in mind that the Second World War just ended 7 years ago, and except for the village hidden in the mist, the other ninja villages are still recuperating. They did not know that the daimyo of the land of fire had already been firmly grasped by Edward. The four great nations hurriedly sent ninjas to guard the borders. In the Konoha camp at the border of the land of wind, Uchiha Fugaku ordered, "Strike Sunagakure, crush the land of wind at the fastest speed. The fourth Hokage will come to support. Go all out." 3,000 ninja soldiers plus 1,000 support ninjas marched into the land of wind. The guards of Sunagakure saw the dark crowd and shouted in terror, "They are coming." As soon as the Sunagakure ninjas charged out of the camp, they were drowned in a barrage of gunfire, bullets pouring down like crazy. You would never expect it. Edward's declaration of war ignited the ninja world. Konoha launched a lightning strike with black technology, and Sunagakure was directly stunned. This formation, this combat power, was undoubtedly a harvesting machine in a ninja world war. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Konoha's Whitebeard, the super shadow war god, shattered Sunagakure, bloodily washed the battlefield, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. Sunagakure ninjas hit by bullets only realized the intense pain and weakness afterward, one by one collapsing to the ground. This gunfire was the trumpet of a new era. The old era was destined to be crushed. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain, with waves of Sunagakure ninjas falling, blood staining the earth, announcing that their lives were entering a countdown. Some Sunagakure ninjas charged forward bravely. Charge. Earth release. Earth wall. Try to use ninjutsu to block bullets. At this moment, the third Kazekage finally made a move, throwing out magnetic release. Sam Magnet Wall, frowning at the firearms. This weapon is too powerful. Suddenly, a giant shadow of 4 meters flashed across the sky. It was Edward. As he exerted force, the sky seemed to crack, and the earth split open with a chasm over 10 meters deep, with most of Sunagakure falling into despair. Even the third Kazekage, trying to fly up to avoid danger, was shattered, blood raining down on the heads of Sunagakure below. The remaining Sunagakure ninjas were dumbfounded. Is the third Kazekage gone, just like that? Before they could recover, the earthquake swallowed them, and their miserable cries quickly vanished. Although Edward felt a pang of emotion, he decisively retreated for the sake of unifying the ninja world, leaving the remnants of Sunagakure to fend for themselves. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing the explosive power of their Hokage, instantly became filled with passion. Uchiha Fugaku seized the moment and ordered, "Advance forward, take the land of wind." Sunagakure reconnaissance ninjas ran back to the Kazekage building in a frenzy to report, and Shio, upon hearing it, was stunned. "Are we going to lose our country?" He looked at the vultures circling above. These scavengers were waiting to feast on the battlefield's remains and immediately follow the ninjas to prepare for battle. On the other side, in the Konoha camp, Edward was coughing continuously, and Uchiha Fugaku worriedly said, "Fourth Hokage, you need to take care of your health." Edward gasped. "It's nothing, I might just be too tired." Ever since using the earth-shattering move, the backlash from the tremor fruit had been growing stronger, and his body always felt fatigued. He wondered, could it be that my body can't withstand the power of the fruit? But I'm only 26 years old and still at the level of a super shadow. Shaking his head, he asked Uchiha Fugaku, "How's it going with Sunagakure?" The other party immediately replied, "The army is pushing steadily. We can reach Sunagakure in half a day." Edward stood up. "Gulalala, I need to go over. Otherwise, they will run into the one-tail Jinchuriki, and that would be troublesome." At this moment, Konoha ninja soldiers, holding chakra firearms, advanced uniformly into the land of wind, capturing countless small villages and territories along the way. Sunagakure was getting closer, and the soldiers had victorious smiles on their faces. But in the eyes of the people of the land of wind, this smile was more terrifying than that of a devil, with someone roaring, "Damn, Konoha ninjas! Get out of our country! You would never expect it." Edward, despite his illness, could still orchestrate the battle. The Konoha army pressed forward relentlessly, forcing Sunagakure into a desperate situation. This combat power, this aura, was truly the iron-blooded war god of the ninja world. Get lost, you despicable invaders. Konoha's Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War god slaughtered enemies with iron-blooded resolve, hard-hitting the Jinchuriki, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. In a village occupied by the Konoha army, villagers and refugees were crazily cursing at the ninjas. However, due to the order not to harm civilians, the army could only ignore them and continue advancing. Upon arriving at the rear logistics unit, Edward heard the surrounding hateful curses and saw the resentful eyes, and he thought to himself, wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will sprout again with the spring breeze. Only by completely eliminating them can hatred disappear. His eyes instantly turned cold, as if looking at dead men, and he shouted, Uchiha Fugaku. The other party immediately saluted. Here, Edward ordered, relay my command, implement the 3 light military strategy, burn everything, loot everything, kill everything, exterminate all civilians of the Wind Country. Uchiha Fugaku's heart trembled, but he lowered his head and replied, yes. The order quickly spread throughout the army. Although the ninjas were shocked, they tightened their grips on their weapons. At this moment, the civilians were still screaming, when I grow up, I will kill all of you. Get out. The next second, a gunshot rang out, and a civilian fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. The others instantly erupted in rage. But what awaited them was a barrage of gunfire. The civilians immediately cowered, crying out for mercy. Ninja Lord, spare us. I was wrong. But the ninjas remained unmoved, and the gunfire continued, quickly filling the ground with corpses. Edward said to the reluctant Uchiha Fugaku beside him, since they think we are bloodthirsty, let them witness true bloodthirstiness to break the deadlock. Uchiha Fugaku steadied his mind. I understand, 4th Hokage. Suddenly, Edward's gaze sharpened. Such strong chakra. It's a Jinchuriki. He exerted force in his legs and instantly jumped to the front of the army. The ninjas were excited and shouted, 4th Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku immediately ordered, stop advancing. Regroup on the spot. Edward nodded in satisfaction. Gulalala. What a qualified leader. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash to find the owner of that chakra. You would never expect it. Edward, who had ordered the slaughter, turned around and charged straight at the Jinchuriki. This ruthlessness, this combat power, was definitely a harvesting machine in the ninja world. The Jinchuriki Fumifuku was originally an old monk in a temple, gentle in nature. Konoha's Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War god tears apart the Jinchuriki, hard-hitting the tailed beast, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. Edward followed the chakra aura to find the target, and as soon as he landed, he reported the other party's information. The long-waiting Jinchuriki Fumifuku stood up from his cross-legged position, but a roar from Shikaku echoed in his mind. This guy's strength is terrifying. Run. But Fumifuku shook his head. For the Wind Country and Sunagakure, I cannot leave. He looked up at the 4-meter-tall Edward. You are very strong. Edward laughed heartily. Gulalala. Do you want to join me? I can achieve true world peace. Fumifuku resolutely refused. I was born in Sunagakure, and I will die in Sunagakure. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted one tail, and his entire body was covered in a cloak of tailed beast chakra. Edward reached out a large hand, directly grabbing Fumifuku's head and tossing him into the air. Gulalala. I want to play with a one-tail. I have never seen what a tailed beast looks like. Shikaku was furious within Fumifuku. Dare to treat me as a toy? Fumifuku, smashed into the sand, was heavily injured but gritted his teeth, determined to fully tailed beast transform. Edward was even more excited. Come on, let me see the true abilities of a tailed beast. Fumifuku's eyes turned red as he transformed into a half-tailed beast form and roared. I am the last line of defense for the Wind Country. Edward frowned. Only half of the complete form? Who do you look down on? Let me help you. He gathered his and punched out. Shock fist. Fumifuku hurriedly used Shikaku's shield, but after a loud collision, the shield was covered in cracks. Fumifuku shouted in shock. What bloodline limit is this? Edward increased the Gulalala. Feel my power. With a crack, Shikaku's shield completely shattered, and Fumifuku lost consciousness, his body repeatedly breaking and healing. Finally, he transformed into the giant one-tailed Shikaku. Edward examined the other party. Gulalala? Is this the tail beast? Not that strong. The unprepared Shikaku looked bewildered, staring at Edward for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. Fumifuku is dead. You would never expect it. Edward raised his hand to grasp the Jinchuriki, effortlessly clashing with the tailed beast, this combat power directly making a name for itself. Definitely a harvesting machine for tailed beasts in the ninja world. Fumifuku is dead. After a long silence, the one-tail Shikaku finally spoke under the pressure of Edward. Konoha's Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War god hard hits the tailed beast crushes Shikaku, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. Edward nodded in response to Shikaku, who immediately asked, "Can I leave now?" Edward laughed loudly. Gulalala. Of course not. Do you want to join me? Shikaku instantly exploded in anger. Damn human. You want to imprison me? No way. With a mouthful of blood and the stench of sand and dirt, Edward quickly covered his mouth. So stinky. Shikaku quickly retreated, gathering chakra into a ball. Taste my rank, Dan. Edward formed A with both hands to meet it. Gulalala. The weak should be dominated by the strong. Come and try. The two attacks collided with a loud explosion, creating a mushroom cloud. Seeing the situation was not good, Shikaku immediately lay on the ground, digging to escape. Retreat. Edward saw this and smashed his hands into the ground. Gulalala. You can't escape. Earthquake. What is this? Shikaku, who had drilled underground, was blown out in a panic, his size shrinking a circle, and he shouted in terror. My chakra. Edward stood on a small rocky hill. Gulalala. Do you feel my power now? Shikaku was shocked. How do you know my name is Shikaku? Edward pretended. With strong power, naturally I know more. Shikaku retorted. You're still far from the god of the ninja world. Edward's eyes turned cold as he gathered. Since you are not convinced, then be destroyed. He compressed the super large and infused it with power. Shikaku hurriedly used Shikaku's shield to block, but it was cracked and shattered, and then directly slammed into him. Shikaku shattered into sand and then transformed into a mini version, roaring, My chakra. Edward grabbed him in his hand. Gulalala. This is the look I want. Little Shikaku struggled desperately. Let go of me. Edward smiled and asked, Gulalala. Now you only have the strength of an elite J-Nin. Do you still want to pose me? You would never expect it. Edward chased the tailed beast and beat it, firmly grasping one tail Shikaku. This combat power, this aura, was definitely the nemesis of tailed beasts in the ninja world. Gulalala. Now you only have the strength of an elite J-Nin. Are you still sure you want to be my enemy? Konoha's Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War god recruits the tailed beast controls the battle situation, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. Seeing little Shikaku still struggling, Edward slightly tightened his palm. Little Shikaku was instantly dumbfounded. When did I say I wanted to be your enemy? I just want to escape. Edward laughed. Gulalala. Then how about considering joining me? Little Shikaku shouted. If you don't imprison me, I can consider it. In the end, the two made a pact, and Edward granted him freedom while imposing some restrictions. On the way back, little Shikaku complained. Do I have to pay for food? That's too much. Edward said solemnly. If you want to coexist peacefully with humans, you either become human or act like one. The Shikaku, who had lived for thousands of years, instantly understood. Humans are really complicated. When they returned to the Konoha army, the ninjas were stunned to see little Shikaku on Edward's shoulder. Fourth Hokage is amazing. Even caught a one-tail. Edward laughed heartily. Gulalala. They're all cute little guys. Upon entering the temporary tent, Uchiha Fugaku had been waiting and was surprised to see Shikaku. Is this a one-tail? Edward threw Shikaku on the ground. Of course. Shikaku angrily shouted. Who allowed you to throw me like that? Edward ignored it. Can you help Konoha occupy the Wind Country? Can you do it? Shikaku's eyes lit up. Help you attack the country that once imprisoned me? I will be more than happy. Edward turned to Uchiha Fugaku. You've activated your Mangeki, right? The other party trembled. Yes. I didn't expect my trump card to be seen through. Edward patted his shoulder. I'll leave the next part to you. I'm going back to Konoha to oversee things. Shikaku reminded. Suna still has Chiyo? Edward scoffed. What has Chiyo? You're underestimating Fugaku in my army. Just after saying that, he clutched his chest and coughed violently. Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly stepped forward. Hokage-sama. You absolutely can't imagine. Edward easily subdues the one-tail, sees through Uchiha Fugaku's trump card, and can stabilize the situation even while sick. This skill, this combat power. He is definitely the all-around war god of the ninja world. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku saw this and couldn't help but step forward with concern. Konoha's Whitebeard, the Super Shadow War god flattened Suna, fought against the aging and explosive scene. Pay attention. Edward is the backbone of Konoha. Nothing can go wrong at this critical moment. He rubbed his chest, took a breath, and said, I'm fine. I'm leaving. Konoha still has a lot to deal with. In the next second, his muscles tensed, and with a bang, he disappeared, leaving Uchiha Fugaku and Shikaku behind. Shikaku angrily said, Compared to you red-eye diseases, I hate the wind country that imprisoned me even more. Time arrived at January 11th, 41 years of Konoha's establishment, and the other three great nations received explosive news. The Suna army and the 3rd Kazekage were all crushed by Edward. The chakra firearms debuted, and even more astonishing, Edward captured the one-tail. In the end, under Chiyo's resistance, both the villagers and the village were wiped out. The wind country surrendered instantly, but Konoha actually refused. Escaped ninjas said that the wind country had become a slaughterhouse, and Konoha's army transformed into demons and slaughtered madly. Edward also devised a kill and enslave military strategy. Kill stubborn resistors, leave the emotionless ones as slaves, and let the slaves kill for Konoha and incite hatred. The three great nations were scared and quickly held a secret meeting to discuss how to deal with Konoha. On Konoha's side, Edward lay in the operating room, and Orochimaru held a report with a shocked expression. Edward frowned. Just say it. I can handle any result. Orochimaru lamented. Hokage-sama, you're aging. All your body cells are damaged. Edward exploded instantly. What? Impossible. I'm only 26 years old. Not even 27. Orochimaru explained. The rapid cell division, combined with your large physique. Your body can't handle it, which accelerated aging. Edward suddenly sat up, coughing and shouting. I can't age. I must finish everything before I age. He pushed open the door and turned back to stare at Orochimaru before leaving. You absolutely can't imagine. Edward flattened Suna and refused to surrender. Came up with a ruthless military strategy, and even after being diagnosed with aging, he still stood firm and unyielding. This determination, this ruthlessness. He is definitely the iron-blooded king of the ninja world. If I really have to age, it must be after I finish everything. Edward pushed open the door and, just before leaving the secret room, turned to Orochimaru and said, Konoha's Whitebeard, the Super Shadow War god fights against aging power withstands the explosive scenes of the four nations. Pay attention. Orochimaru watched Edward's disappearing back and murmured, Can even the strongest man escape aging? He then fell into deep thought. On the streets of Konoha, Edward walked in confusion, and the villagers greeted him enthusiastically. Good afternoon, 4th Hokage. But he completely ignored them, leaving the villagers puzzled, whispering among themselves. Back at the villa, he called out that he was back, and Kakashi, who was watering the flowers, casually replied, Dad is back. Edward reminded, Learn more about the ninjutsu in the warehouse. Kakashi asked, Is the war over? Has Uncle Yamanaka returned? Edward forced a smile. Soon. After entering the house, he lay on the bed, filled with confusion. How can I be old at just 26? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Can Hashirama's cells delay aging? But he quickly lost hope. There's not enough time. Seeing the Whitebeard character fusion degree soar to 55. He suddenly stood up. I must hurry to improve the fusion degree and unify the ninja world as soon as possible. He had no idea that improving the fusion degree was accelerating his life countdown. The next day, Edward made breakfast and went out. When entering the Hokage building, the ninjas greeted him with the salute he invented, and he solemnly responded to their hard work. Sitting in the office, he reviewed the battle reports. The Earth Country had 5,000 ninjas, and Sarutobi Hiruzen brought 3,000 to hold the line. The Water Country was silent. Jiraiya led 3,000 to guard the border. The Lightning Country had 3,000 plus the 3rd Rakage, and Tsunade led 2 500 to confront, having sent an additional one, 500 for support. The Wind Country was completely crushed. Over 10,000 ninjas were thrown into battle, and Konoha's ninja reserves were almost depleted. He knew in his heart, if I fail, I will be the center of Konoha. You absolutely can't imagine. Edward, facing the aging crisis, crazily boosted his combat power, calmly shouldering the battle situation of the four nations. This hardcore operation is definitely the engine of the Ninja World War. If any losses occur, then Edward will become the center of Konoha. Konoha's Whitebeard, the Super Shadow War God, saves the Lightning Country, withstands the explosive scenes of the Third Rakage. Pay attention. Konoha only left a group of elite to defend the village. The Earth, Lightning, and Water Country's defenses must be held. Once lost, Konoha would directly face the disaster of village extinction. Edward stared at the battle report, secretly thinking, the Earth and Lightning countries are too tricky. Fortunately, the Fire Country and the Water Country are separated by the sea, temporarily posing no danger. He ordered into thin air, accelerate the implementation of the Wind Country's kill and enslave military strategy, and after it's done, throw the slaves into battle. Responses immediately came from the air, followed by footsteps fading away. Edward threw aside the battle report. Tsunade definitely can't withstand the Third Rakage. Losing is just a matter of time, but fortunately, the ninja soldiers can hold on for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen is fine in the short term. It seems I need to personally visit the battlefield. Although worried about leaving Konoha without a leader, he had no choice and instructed the guards. I'm going out. If anyone asks, just say I have something to do. The guard saluted and shouted, yes. Hokage-sama. Edward praised and vanished in a flash. On the battlefield of the Lightning Country, Tsunade was covered in wounds, barely holding on with the slug's healing, screaming. Third Rakage. The Third Rakage sneered. Senju Tsunade. Your strength is impressive, but you're facing me, eh? He raised his hand to attack, and Hinata Hizashi suddenly appeared, using Heavenly Spin to block. Tsunade, are you okay? The Third Rakage looked at the protective shell of Heavenly Spin with a face full of helplessness. Another Byakugan, really troublesome. At this moment, a Cloud Ninja came to report. The mission is complete. The Third Rakage immediately shouted, retreat. A large number of Cloud Ninjas followed to retreat. Tsunade collapsed on the ground. They finally left. Hinata Hizashi was also low on chakra. Is this the strength of the Third Rakage? Tsunade struggled to get up. Return to camp for rest. You absolutely can't imagine. Edward, knowing Konoha is empty, still dared to charge into the battlefield to save the situation. This courage, this combat power, he is definitely the stabilizing force on the battlefield of the ninja world. Return to camp for rest. Then, despite her exhaustion, Tsunade immediately stood up and ordered the scattered, injured ninjas around her. Konoha's Whitebeard, the Super Shadow War God airdrops to save the scene, turns the tide in an explosive manner. Pay attention. The 500 ninja soldiers led by Tsunade initially displayed explosive combat power, forcing the Third Rakage to temporarily avoid the spotlight. But without ammunition supplies, the soldiers were quickly slaughtered, leaving only the ninjas she brought barely holding on. On the way back to camp, Tsunade, looking exhausted, asked Hinata Hizashi, is support arriving soon? He nodded. Support was approved 3 days ago. Suddenly, a ninja rushed over, trembling all over, pointing ahead. Lady Tsunade. Something happened at the main camp. The two ran over and fell into despair on the spot. The main camp was engulfed in flames, and the ninjas died with their eyes wide open. All the supplies had been burnt. The retreat of the Third Rakage was actually a prearranged ambush, waiting for them to run out of supplies and become useless. Tsunade shouted angrily, "Put out the fire!" The ninjas immediately used water release to extinguish the flames. Looking at the chaotic scene, Tsunade buried her head and ordered, "Find the wounded, find the food supplies." She was filled with self-blame. "I'm sorry, Edward. I've let down Konoha's expectations." In less than 10 days, 500 soldiers were reduced to only 2,000, and if this continued, the Land of Lightning would break through their defenses. She suddenly raised her head. "We can't sit back and wait for death. Nara, have the transport ninjas send supplies. Just say, I made a mistake in command. Soon, Temporary tents were set up again, and Hinata Hizashi reminded, "We need to send ninjas to the forest to hunt. The food supplies won't last long." Tsunade just agreed when a ninja came to report. "Reinforcements have arrived." She sighed. The timing couldn't be worse. The ninjas suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "The fourth Hokage is here too." Tsunade was instantly stunned. Edward actually came? Has the Wind Country been completely settled? You would never have guessed. When Tsunade was pushed to the brink, Edward directly parachuted onto the battlefield. This speed of rescue, this presence, he was definitely the savior of the ninja world. What? That guy Edward actually came too? Has the Wind Country completely resolved things? Tsunade exclaimed with a face full of shock. Konoha's Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War God parachutes in to save the day, stabilizes the morale of the army, igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. In a state of combat, the intelligence ninja exhausted themselves to reach Tsunade's battlefield. And she only had the battle report from the Wind Country a few days ago. Edward led the Konoha army to defeat the third Kazekage and even captured the one-tailed beast alive. When Tsunade saw the news, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Upon learning that Edward had come in person, Tsunade anxiously stomped her feet. "Take me to see him." As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar hearty laugh came from outside the tent. "Gurara, no need to look. I'm already here." Tsunade's eyes instantly lit up as she dashed out and directly threw herself into Edward's arms. Edward initially wanted to criticize her sternly for the heavy losses on the battlefield in his capacity as Hokage, but upon feeling Tsunade's trembling body, he immediately understood that she had already been crushed by the pressure. The words changed to gentle comfort, and before long, he found that Tsunade had fallen asleep in his arms. At this moment, Hinata Hizashi walked out of the tent and knelt halfway in front of Edward to salute. Edward frowned. "I told you in this new era, there's no need for such outdated etiquette." Hinata Hizashi quickly stood up and respectfully performed the military salute established by Edward. Once inside the tent, Edward gently laid the sleeping Tsunade on the ground and turned to stare at Hinata Hizashi. "Now, tell me, what exactly happened?" Hinata Hizashi, with a face full of guilt, lowered his head and explained. "In the previous confrontation with the third Rakage, Tsunade and I sent all combat-capable ninjas to the front lines. But unexpectedly, the main camp was ambushed by elite cloud ninjas. Almost all the wounded in the camp were lost, and the stored food supplies were completely burned in the fire." Edward stroked his chin and said solemnly, "Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, you wouldn't last 3 days." He immediately ordered, "The whole army should rest for one night, and immediately send a large number of ninjas out to hunt, and solve the food supply issue first." Just as Hinata Hizashi received the order and left, Edward looked at the chaotic battlefield outside the tent, the charred tents, the unprocessed corpses, and the ashes floating in the air, and couldn't help but sigh. This war must end as soon as possible. On the way here, I saw too many people who died in the flames of war. You would never have guessed. As soon as Edward arrived on the battlefield, he stabilized the chaotic situation. He understood both iron-blooded command and gentle comfort. This combat ability, this skill, he was truly the all-round war god of the ninja world. It seems this war must be ended quickly. On the way here, I saw countless people who died tragically. Konoha's Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War god assembles the army, hard-hitting conspiracy ignites the entire scene. Pay attention. As Hokage of Konoha, Edward felt a lump in his heart upon seeing his comrades die on the battlefield, unable to hide his distress. He looked at the sleeping Tsunade and thought, I was still too hasty. After all, declaring war on the 4 great nations all at once, Konoha, no matter how talented, would struggle. They could only send Tsunade, who was at the level of a quasi-shadow, to defend here. Fortunately, he paired her with Hinata Hizashi as a deputy. Otherwise, they would have been defeated long ago. Edward clenched his fists. Now that I'm here, I will never let Konoha lose. Days passed, and in the rebuilt Konoha camp, ninjas were busy with scouting reports and patrols, a scene of bustling activity. But Edward stared at the map and sighed. Without supplies, the ninjas can't exert their full strength. Suddenly, a scout rushed into the tent and saluted. Hokage-sama, the Cloud Ninjas have requested support from the village. Edward frowned, waved his hand to dismiss the scout, and said solemnly, "We can't delay any longer. We must attack tomorrow." Hinata Hizashi immediately sprang into action, and the camp was instantly in an uproar as the ninjas consumed all the food they had hunted just to gather strength for tomorrow. No one noticed that after the scout left, he transformed into a strange creature, half black and half white, and sneered. "Lord Madara wants to get rid of him. The Mist and Stone ninjas have teamed up. He's doomed." After saying that, he burrowed into the ground and disappeared. The next morning, Edward, who had not sensed any unusual chakra, did not notice anything amiss. The 500 ninjas were fully assembled, and after eating, they were all in high spirits. Edward waved his hand and flashed to the front of the line. "Let's go." The army's roar shook the heavens, echoing through the forest. The scale was the same as when Tsunade brought them here, but now the ninjas were full of anticipation and hope. Edward laughed heartily. "Garara, where's that third Rakage? You said I was cowardly before. Why is he hiding now?" You would never have guessed. Edward dared to take the initiative to strike despite the food crisis, unaware that he had fallen into a multifaceted encirclement. This daring and aggressive spirit made him a true iron-blooded figure of the ninja world. "Garara, where's that third Rakage? Wasn't he saying I was cowardly before? Why is he imitating me now?" Konoha's Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War God charges into the deadlock, hard-hitting the three shadows, ignites the entire scene. Pay attention. Edward led the Konoha ninja army forward, and just as they stepped into the land of lightning, he sharply sensed something was off and immediately shouted, "The whole army, halt and rest in place." Before his words fell, he had already dashed into the forest, searching for the traces of the Cloud ninja troops like a leopard. Soon he stopped at a chaotic camp, looking at the scattered weapons on the ground and the still burning fire pit, frowning. Cloud ninja camp? They retreated early. Were they afraid of my arrival, or did they deliberately lure me? He focused on a clear sign of retreat, his expression grave. Such a clean withdrawal doesn't seem like a hasty escape. It looks more like a trap. Although he felt anxious, he decided to return to the main army first and ordered, "Pursue them. I want to see what tricks they are up to." But after advancing several dozen miles, there was not a single Cloud ninja in sight, not even a bird. Edward felt completely uncertain and said solemnly, "The whole army withdraw 3 miles. I will investigate personally." As he swiftly moved through the forest, he cursed inwardly. There should have been news last night. Why did the scouts make no sound at all? This is clearly a trap. At this moment, 2 paths lay before him. Attacking would surely lead into a trap. Retreating would not only waste effort, but also put Tsunade under even greater pressure later. He gritted his teeth. The Cloud ninjas must be dealt with in the next few days. I cannot delay. The next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared, deciding to charge alone into the trap to carve a path for the army. He searched the forest for nearly an hour without seeing a shadow of the Cloud ninjas, when suddenly inspiration struck. This scene was very reminiscent of the empty city strategy from the past life romance of the 3 kingdoms. But they had an empty city. This was a real ambush. After rushing forward another 10 miles, he finally saw a dense cluster of tents ahead. The Cloud ninja army was indeed here. But before he could act, 3 terrifying chakras instantly surrounded him. "Ha ha ha! Edward, you really took the bait." The rough voice of the third Rakage, echoed, standing next to the slender third Tsuchikage, Anoki, and the fourth Mizukage, Kuratsuchi, whose eyes were wrapped in bandages. Several Jinchuriki followed behind them, their chakra pressing down like dark clouds. Edward's heart sank, instantly understanding. No wonder there was no movement on the battlefields of the land of water and the land of earth. They were all here laying a trap to hunt me. But he was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Gulalalala, with this lineup, you think you could take me down?" Anoki snorted coldly. "Kid, don't be arrogant. Do you really think you're the god of the ninja world?" Ignoring the backlash from the tremor fruit, Edward gathered terrifying power in both hands. "You won't know until you try." The 3 shadows simultaneously ordered, "Attack." Countless ninjas surged forward, and Edward roared, "You want to wear me down? Wishful thinking. Earthquake. Heaven and earth collapse. You absolutely wouldn't expect it." Edward, knowing it was a dead end, dared to charge in alone. facing the three shadows and the Jinchuriki with wild bravado. This combat power, this courage, was definitely the pinnacle of the ninja world. Earthquake, heaven and earth collapse. Konoha's Whitebeard. The super shadow war god hard-hitting against the three shadows, slaughtering thousands in a fiery explosion. Pay attention. Edward gathered two distinctly different tremor techniques in his hands and suddenly unleashed them outward. Instantly, the ground cracked wildly, deep fissures spreading like giant serpents, and the sky was filled with cracks like shattered glass. A doomsday scene sweeping across the battlefield. Help! Lord Suchikage, save me! Countless ninjas were swallowed by the ground fissures. And the third Rakage, Suchikage, Mizukage, and the Jinchuriki were all frightened and retreated repeatedly. The third Rakage exclaimed, "This kid, he can take a few of my moves back then, and now he's this strong?" But they had already set a trap, confident they could take Edward down. Edward looked at the scene of destruction and laughed. Gulalala, this is the earth-shattering power of the tremor fruit. Several ninjas attempted to sneak attack with Earth Style, Earth Block and Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet, but he retaliated with Tremor Sphere, turning the attackers into ashes. Yet ninjas continued to flood in like a tide, and he grew increasingly puzzled. I've already killed over 5,000. Why is it still not over? It turned out the enemy had hidden secret tunnels in the rear, allowing ninjas to pour out continuously. Edward felt a growing pain in his chest, but still roared, unleashing earth-shattering tremors. Seeing the heavy casualties among the ninjas, the three shadows finally took action. Inoki unleashed Dust Release, detachment of the primitive world. The third Rakage charged in with Hell Stab, for Book's piercing hand, and the fourth Mizukage transformed into a tailed beast and released a torrent of bubbles. Three major shadow-level techniques aimed at Edward. Gulalala, this kind of formation, you really think highly of me. Edward remained unfazed, his left hand clashing with the Dust Release while his right hand caught the Rakage S attack, kicking the Mizukage away. His tremor power surged, blood dripping from his mouth as he charged forward, instantly pushing back the Rakage and shattering the Dust Release, leaving only the Mizukage standing still and unharmed. So strong. If only I could control it. The Mizukage suddenly whispered in a strange tone. Karatsuchi, hurry and help. Inoki shouted in panic as he was chased by the fissures. The Mizukage snapped back to reality and rushed to block the fissures. Edward seized the opportunity, gathering his power and shouting again. Tremor. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward single-handedly fought against the three shadows, an army of 10,000, unfazed by their shadow-level techniques. This combat power directly reached the divine level, definitely a destructive god of the ninja world. Tremor. Konoha's Whitebeard. The Super Shadow War god's last-ditch counterattack, hard-hitting against the god of death, igniting the entire battlefield. Pay attention. The fourth Mizukage watched the battlefield unfold and slowly walked up to Edward. Edward widened his eyes, already guessing, but the Mizukage ominously said, Pitiful ninja, you are destined to fail. The dead have no need to know my identity. In an instant, Edward realized, shaking his head and laughing. So it's Uchihamadara? I actually forgot you could control the Mizukage. I underestimated you. He struggled to support his massive body, looking down at the Mizukage. Who will die is still uncertain. Suddenly, he unleashed a tremor burst. The Mizukage immediately retreated into his shell, and Edward mocked while smashing the shell. Is that all you can do? So pathetic. But his momentum grew weaker, and he eventually fell silent. The Mizukage revealed himself, blood spilling as he murmured, Finally can't hold on? Dying in my hands isn't unjust. He felt the severe injuries within, but still formed seals to deliver the final blow. Just then, gunshots rang out, and Tsunade arrived with ninjas. The Mizukage accelerated to release the Water Dragon Bullet, and Tsunade charged in like a madwoman, taking the ninjutsu with her fists. Seeing this, the Mizukage fell to the ground, his breath fading. Lucky, but you can't escape death. Tsunade rushed to Edward's side, anxiously shouting, Edward, are you okay? Edward lay on the ground, consciousness fading, cough. I'm Fine. Finally, all that could be heard was Tsunade shouting, summoning technique, slug, before he completely lost consciousness. The battlefield fell silent in an instant, as if no great battle had ever occurred. On January 24th, 41 years of Konoha, the ninja world was completely shaken. News spread across the 5 great nations. 30,000 troops from the land of Earth, land of lightning, and land of water, led by the 3 shadows, encircled and killed Edward, only to have him crush the 3rd Hokage, 3rd Rakage, and 4th Mizukage, leading to the slaughter of 30,000 coalition forces, escaping unscathed. The ninjas directly crowned him the new god of the ninja world. Edward disappeared for a while, but his deterrent power was maximized, causing the remaining 3 countries to immediately send envoys, begging to negotiate surrender with Konoha. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Edward, with his last breath, counter-killed the 3 shadows, bloodily slaughtered 30,000 coalition forces, sealing his godhood in one battle, forcing enemy nations to surrender. This combat power directly broke through the sky. Definitely the pinnacle war god of the ninja world. Immediately, they dispatched envoys from the great nations to the land of fire to negotiate a surrender treaty. Konoha's Whitebeard, after the war, God's ascension to godhood, the blood-red undercurrents under the hegemony of the land of fire. Pay attention. On February 6th, 41 years of Konoha, envoys and leaders from the 3 great nations obediently signed a defeat treaty in the land of fire, paying 2 layers of taxes to the land of fire each year and repaying $1 billion in war damage compensation within 3 months. Peace has briefly descended, and the villagers of Konoha sing praises of Edward's divine skills every day. However, the land of wind has completely cooled down, taken over by the land of fire, renamed the land of wind and fire, and has become a notorious death zone in the ninja world. 40% of the original citizens of the land of wind have died, with 40% remaining as slaves and 20% as enslavers, engaging in daily bloodshed, the stench of blood detectable from 10 miles away. Konoha has only left a small number of ninjas to guard, with the main army completely withdrawn, not caring at all about the dire situation here. More than half a year has passed. Outsiders see the land of fire thriving, with merchants flocking, but only the higher-ups of Konoha know how bad things truly are. In the land of wind and fire, Yamashita Maple, who once followed Edward, has become the leader, filled with killings every day. A ninja rushes in, shouting, "Leader, the lowly people have formed a rebellion." Yamashita Maple's eyes flash with ferocity. Root them out and crush them all. The ninjas below have long since become numb to the vomiting, now feeling nauseous again, and can only grit their teeth and comply. Yamashita Maple looks at his blood-soaked hands, feeling a blockage in his heart. Killing generation after generation. When will it end? I can only rely on Edward's no reproduction plan. Suddenly, a slave erupts, knocking over an enslaver and roaring. Konoha ninjas should go to hell. Yamashita Maple throws out the red short blade Edward gave him, using earth release, heart decapitation technique to drag the person into the ground and behead them. But other slaves, hearing the commotion, go berserk, using dark arts, burning their lives for power, their strength surging but dying quickly. Yamashita Maple growls, "This damn trick again. So disgusting." He can only lead his ninjas to fight back hard. You would never expect it. Edward's legendary battle has allowed the land of fire to dominate, but the land of wind and fire has become a hell on earth. And behind this hegemony is all blood and tears, the brutal truth of ninja world dominance. This evil technique, I don't know who created it, can actually gain powerful strength and speed at the cost of burning life. Konoha's Whitebeard, the bloody strangulation under the war god's hegemony, the hellish record of the land of wind and fire. Pay attention. The ninjas sent by Konoha to the land of wind and fire are continuously dying under the violent counterattacks of the slaves, unable to withstand it at all. Konoha ninjas crazily unleash their jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water chaos wave. Chakra firearms also frantically shoot. But the furious slaves charge forward as if nothing happened. Only ninjutsu can blow them apart to stop them. Seeing his subordinates suffer heavy losses, Yamashita Maple no longer hides his moves. Blade dance technique. In an instant, several heads fly into the air, but more and more slaves gather like a horde of zombies. The pressure rising to the max. Ninjas who are ineffective with ninjutsu are soon overwhelmed, struggling while cursing. Lowly people get lost. The slaves completely ignore them, fighting with vengeful fury, and in no time the ninjas are done for, cursing before death. I won't let you go even as a ghost. This vendetta is all due to Edward's 3 light army strategy and the 1 kill, 1 slave strategy. Yamashita Maple has only one word left in his mind: kill. He leads the ninjas to burn with fire release and suppress with water release. But there are still slaves crazily smashing buildings and destroying crops. If they don't kill them all, the losses will be even worse. Several slaves ambush Yamashita Maple. He throws shurikens and uses shadow clone technique to block. But the slaves are like cockroaches that can't be killed, with shurikens stuck in their necks, spraying blood a meter high, still charging forward. Yamashita Maple dodges while thinking. The berserk time is almost here. Sure enough, before long, the slaves all fall weakly to the ground, and Konoha ninjas rush in to finish them off. But this is just the daily routine, a repetitive cycle of slaughter. Yamashita Maple, covered in blood, just wants to catch his breath when a ninja rushes in. Leader, there's a massive riot in the southwest. He grips his short blade and roars. Send ninjas there? This is the 3rd organized riot he has encountered, suffocating him. You would never expect it. The hegemonic mess left by Edward's deification has turned the land of wind and fire into an infinite cycle of slaughtering hell. This bloody reality. The cruel truth behind the ninja world victory. How infuriating. When will it ever end? Konoha's Whitebeard. The mystery of the war god's fall. The bleak truth under the quasi-6-path power. Pay attention. Yamashita Maple charges towards the riot scene with the ninjas, his mind racing with strategies. But upon arrival, he is stunned. Hundreds of red-eyed berserk slaves are tearing apart enslavers. Konoha ninjas falling by the minute. The scene resembling a small-scale war. He stands frozen, unable to help but doubt. Brother Edward, is what you did really right? The next second, he roars as he charges into the heart of the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Konoha Hokage building, the 4th Hokage sighs heavily after finishing the documents and dismissing the ninjas. A cold voice suddenly comes from the shadows. Tsunade, how does it feel to be Hokage? Orochimaru appears, and the 4th Hokage instantly transforms back into Tsunade, excitedly asking, how is Edward doing? Orochimaru furrows his brow. The situation is not good. Tsunade immediately wants to see Edward, and after arranging for guards, she follows Orochimaru out. The two arrive at a cave hideout outside Konoha, filled with medicine bottles, the smell of disinfectant unable to mask the stench of death. On the operating table lies a 66-meter giant, the real Edward. Countless chakra tubes are connected to him, and beside him is an 8-meter-long great sword. Edward stares at the panel before him, bitterly smiling. What's the use of 80 progress? It's just accelerating death. He now possesses quasi-6-path power, mastering 3-color domineering and various ultimate skills, yet has inherited Whitebeard's aging and injuries, and with the backlash from the previous war. He can't last more than a few minutes without the tubes. At 27 years old, he has the body of a 72-year-old, looking at the ceiling and sighing, Gulalala, if only I could go back to my childhood. Choosing Naruto, Sasuke, or the gambling god. Would it be different? At this moment, the hidden door opens, and Tsunade and Orochimaru enter. Edward turns his head. Oh, is that you, Tsunade? Tsunade looks at his wrinkled face and sagging muscles, feeling heavy-hearted. You would never expect it. The deified Edward has become a paralyzed war god relying on tubes to extend his life. Quasi-6-path power cannot buy health. This twist is undoubtedly the most tragic war god in the ninja world. Konoha's Whitebeard, behind the war god's succession, the last stronghold of ninja hegemony. Pay attention. Tsunade suppresses her emotions, stiffly nodding at Edward. Edward suddenly asks, Tsunade Senju, what do you think about the next Hokage position? Tsunade turns around, her voice trembling. It's pretty good. I really like it here. Edward laughs heartily. Gulalala. Then, the Hokage position is yours. Yamashita Maple and Kakashi will rely on you from now on. He initially wanted to pass the position to Orochimaru, but the latter was immersed in philosophy and uninterested. Jiraiya was deceived by the great sage and was out searching for the prophesied child everywhere, so he could only choose Tsunade. Tsunade listens to what sounds like a last will, looking up at the ceiling, tears secretly falling. I know, I will be a good Hokage. Orochimaru pats her shoulder. Oh, with me around, Edward won't die. Only then does Tsunade feel slightly relieved. She walks up to Edward, looking at his face full of wrinkles and sagging muscles, sadly saying, "You really are old." Edward immediately blows up. Gulalala. Don't think you can underestimate me like this. Tsunade laughs and corrects herself. Got it. You are the strongest man in the world. Edward waves his hand. Go away. I want to be quiet for a while. Tsunade gives him a deep look and turns to leave. Orochimaru touches Edward's hand, suddenly asking, how much longer can you hold on? Edward looks at the ceiling. I don't know. I could fall asleep at any moment. But as long as Uchiha Madara hasn't appeared, I can't die. Orochimaru adjusts the medicine while saying, the research on Hashirama's cells is making progress. I'm just afraid you won't last until then. Edward closes his eyes. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. Orochimaru injects him with painkillers, and Edward looks intoxicated. Only at this moment can I regain a bit of the feeling from back then. On the other side, Tsunade, who had transformed back into Edward's appearance, returned to the Hokage office and looked at the mountain of documents, complaining, being Hokage is so troublesome. But as soon as she thought of Edward, she immediately perked up to handle the work. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and an anxious voice came from outside. Fourth Hokage-sama. Tsunade's heart tightened, and she forced herself to remain calm as she shouted, come in. You would never guess. The once dominant war god of the ninja world now could only lie flat and pass on the position, relying on potions to extend life. This contrast is a testament to the helplessness behind the ninja world's hegemony. Kumin, hearing another urgent report that frightened her, Tsunade suppressed her emotions and called out, Konoha's Whitebeard. The war god's hegemony collapsed. Blood-soaked news from the land of wind and fire. Pay attention. A ninja rushed into the Hokage office and urgently reported to Tsunade, who was disguised as the fourth Hokage. A massive riot has broken out in the land of wind and fire. The commander on the mountain has been killed, and half of the Konoha ninjas are dead or injured. The deputy commander requests immediate support. Tsunade slammed the table and stood up, her eyes wide. What did you say? The ninja trembled in fear and repeated, the commander on the mountain has been killed, requesting support. Tsunade slumped back into her seat, disbelief on her face. But he's an elite Jainin. How could he die in a place like that? Upon learning that Yamashita, Konoha had exhausted his chakra and died, she roared, send support immediately. Hurry. But she had no idea about the dangers of the death zone, thinking it was just a small riot. And this negligence cost countless ninjas their lives. Tsunade stared blankly into the air, filled with despair. It's over. How can I explain this to Edward? She had just promised to take care of Yamashita Konoha, and now he was gone. She immediately called for the shadow guards. Bring back Yamashita Konoha's body. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. She began to worry again. What should I say to Kakashi? In the evening, Tsunade, disguised as Edward, returned to the villa and called out heavily, Kakashi, I'm back. Kakashi didn't look up, his tone dissatisfied. The good Hokage of Konoha is finally home? Noticing that his father was acting strange, he asked, what's wrong? Edward patted his head, filled with guilt. I'm fine, you've worked hard. Kakashi lowered his head to do his homework, and when suddenly asked what he wanted, he said dejectedly, I just want you and Uncle to stop being away from home all the time. Tsunade felt a pang in her heart. It's a pity they can no longer do that. On the other side, in the elite Konoha team from the Land of Rain, the cold captain ordered, chase. Lord Orochimaru said we must capture that boy, dead or alive. The team members immediately responded, we can probably find him in the east. You would never guess. The hegemony established by Edward with one hand was unexpectedly thwarted by a riot, and even his confidants were killed in battle. This reversal is definitely the beginning of the collapse of the ninja world's hegemony. Chase. Lord Orochimaru commanded that the boy must be captured, dead or alive. The captain spoke in a very cold tone. Konoha's Whitebeard. The war god's plan went awry. The Ten Tails appeared. blood washing over the pursuers and igniting the entire scene. Pay attention. In a dark cave, the red-haired boy Nagato shouted, "Conan, hurry and take Yahiko away." Conan, holding the severely injured Yahiko, shook her head in tears. "I will never leave you behind." These three are Jiraiya's disciples, who ended their training early after the Fourth Great Ninja War, filled with passion, and stormed into Amagakure, only to be hunted by Konoha's elite forces. Even shouting their master's name was useless. They relied solely on the escape techniques they had learned to last until now. Just as they finished speaking, several Konoha ninjas sealed the cave entrance, holding shuriken and advancing. "We finally found you." When Nagato saw that the opponents were staring at him, he immediately understood and lowered his head. "Let them go, and I will come with you." The captain exchanged glances with his team, who understood. First capture the target, then kill them all. Just as Nagato relaxed, a sinister laugh suddenly echoed from underground. "Ho ho ho, Lord Madara didn't say you could have your way." Black and white Zetsu transformed into Konoha ninjas and charged at Conan and Yahiko. "You liars." Nagato exploded with rage, a surge of power sending the Konoha ninjas flying. The ninja crashed into the stone wall, spitting blood. What power is this? After black and white Zetsu succeeded, they vanished with a sinister smile. And Nagato looked at his fallen comrades and completely lost it, the devil whispering in his mind, "Release your power. Kill them." He screamed and erupted. "Ah, Konoha ninjas die. 10 tails." In an instant, the terrifying 10 tails appeared behind him, shattering the mountains. The Konoha ninjas were scared out of their wits. "Fall back." The 10 tails directly launched a tailed beast bomb, instantly obliterating the elite team, leaving only scorched earth for dozens of miles. On the other side, in a secret room in Konoha, Orochimaru looked at the information and sneered. "Hee, did they fail? You would never guess." Konoha's pursuit team, failing to catch the boy, forced Nagato to summon the 10 tails for a counterattack. This scene of reversal is undoubtedly the most tragic pursuit in the ninja world. Did they fail? At this moment in the secret room, Orochimaru looked at the information that a ninja had previously given him. Konoha's Whitebeard, the war god's final layout, the last gamble of the ninja world's hegemony. Pay attention. On the operating table, Edward, unable to move, burst into laughter. Gulalala. Failure is normal. That's the eye of the sage of 6 paths. How could it be easily obtained? Orochimaru put down the information and looked at him. "It seems I need to activate Plan B." Edward closed his eyes. "Come at me. I've long been prepared to die. It's just not the right time yet." He knew very well that Orochimaru did not have control of the key techniques, and his own fusion level had not reached 100. Once it came to that, he would no longer have a say. Orochimaru licked his lips. "This technique is quite evil. No wonder you're the new god of the ninja world. I can't compare to that aura." Edward boldly declared. "Life and death are but a fleeting moment of prosperity in this world. How could there be so much reluctance?" After saying that, he stopped talking. Suddenly, the slug in Orochimaru's pocket began to make noise. This was the one Tsunade used to contact him. He took out the slug. "Something happened on Tsunade's side?" The slug naively said, "Lady Tsunade wants you to go to the Hokage office. It's urgent." Orochimaru stuffed the slug back into his pocket, and Edward spoke. "Go. Let's see what's going on with her." Orochimaru left with a smile, but Edward was puzzled in his heart. "Orochimaru, can I really trust you?" He had already told Orochimaru that Plan A was to use Nagato's Rinnegan to extend his life, but he had little hope for this plan. It was simply to snatch someone from under Uchiha Madara's nose, and failure was expected. Plan B was Edo Tensei, but he feared that after his death, Orochimaru would use this technique to cause trouble. After all, he knew how twisted Orochimaru could be later on. "I hope you won't let me down." Edward could only sigh while waiting. In the Hokage building, Orochimaru held the slug and asked with a smile, "Tsunade, why are you in such a hurry to find me for the first time? What's the matter?" Tsunade was silent for a long time before managing to utter, "Yamashita Konoha is dead." You would never guess. The once dominant war god of the ninja world could now only lie flat and rely on plans to extend his life, unable to do anything even when his confidants died in battle. This contrast is undoubtedly the prelude to the fall of the ninja world's hegemony. Yamashita Konoha is dead. Konoha's Whitebeard, The war god's moment of rage. The blood-soaked lament of the ninja world's hegemony. Pay attention. After a moment of silence, Tsunade finally spoke and revealed what she had to explain. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's heart jolted, and he gripped the slug tightly, causing it to hiss and shrink. You should have told Edward about this, not me. Orochimaru, accustomed to life and death, looked calm. Tsunade lowered her head, filled with guilt. I know, but I really didn't know how to bring it up. Orochimaru turned around. Ho ho ho. If there's a problem, just solve it. I have no solution either. He knew that Yamashita was Edward's relative, and if he found out the news, he would definitely be furious. After saying that, he was about to leave when Tsunade hurriedly called out, Wait, come with me to see him. Orochimaru teased, You're not a child anymore. Tsunade instantly exploded. Stop talking nonsense. Just come with me. Orochimaru, fearing a beating, quickly agreed. All right, let's go. In the secret room, Edward was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly opened them. Tsunade and Orochimaru's chakra? He was puzzled. Tsunade had just been here a few days ago, and her aura was hurried, as if she didn't want to come. But he couldn't move. Any slight motion might cause his injuries to relapse. Soon, a knock on the door sounded, and Edward smiled. Gulalala, if there's something to say, just say it. This posture is really funny. The door was pushed open, and the two walked in. Edward directly asked, Tsunade, what do you want from me? Tsunade hesitated and finally gritted her teeth. Yamashita died in battle. What? Edward suddenly shot up from the operating table, his eyes instantly filled with red, bloodshot veins, and his voice abruptly rose. The atmosphere in the secret room skyrocketed, causing both Orochimaru and Tsunade to feel pressure in their chests, struggling to breathe. Tsunade quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't know the land of wind was so dangerous. I thought with Yamashita's strength, nothing would go wrong. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The once steady god of the ninja world became furious in an instant due to a relative's death in battle, and even with serious injuries, he unleashed terrifying might. This contrast showed that even a battle-hardened warrior has a soft side. I'm sorry. I didn't know the situation there would be so dangerous. I always thought with Yamashita's strength, nothing would go wrong. Konoha's Whitebeard, the god of war, unleashes a nationwide slaughter. Pre-six-path power ignited in revenge for a relative. Pay attention. Tsunade, struggling to suppress her discomfort, lowered her head, trembling as she apologized to Edward with deep self-reproach. Edward's eyes turned red instantly, and just as he was about to ask, his emotional outburst and sudden movement caused him to cough violently while shouting. How did Yamashita die? Tell me. Cough. Cough, cough. Tsunade didn't dare delay and hurriedly reported the information she had gathered. The commoners from the former territory of the Wind Country rebelled against the control, misled by a cult, and crazily attacked using forbidden techniques that burn their lives. Yamashita was worn down by this group. Upon hearing this, Edward trembled with anger. Coughing even harder, I knew these people wouldn't stay put. We should have executed the three-light army strategy to the end. You should know that Yamashita Maple grew up with him. He had long regarded him as a younger brother, a son. How could he bear this grudge? He disregarded everything, forcing himself to climb down from the operating table. His massive body of 66 meters had to bend in the 3-meter-high secret room as he stared at Orochimaru and said in a deep voice, Yamashita cannot die in vain. Absolutely not. Orochimaru was overwhelmed by his aura and struggled to breathe, quickly advising, If you keep pushing like this, you won't last a few days. Edward shot back. What kind of world's strongest man can't even protect his loved ones? What kind of new god of the ninja world is that? Seeing this, Tsunade hurriedly stepped forward to block him, but with Edward's quasi-six-path strength, she couldn't push him at all, only managing to say with a choked voice, I'll handle this. I'll avenge Yamashita. Edward completely ignored her, ordering Tsunade, relay my order. Have all Konoha ninjas immediately withdraw from the land of wind. I want to turn this wretched place into a burial ground for Yamashita Maple. Tsunade panicked, gritting her teeth and standing in front of him. If you dare step out of the secret room, I'll fight you. If you want to leave, you have to defeat me first. Edward's expression instantly darkened, and a trace of Conqueror's haki surged from his body, coldly saying, Who is the Hokage? You or me? In an instant, Tsunade was overwhelmed by the haki, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Orochimaru, who was deliberately avoiding the impact of the haki, felt a chill run down his spine, his snake-like eyes narrowing, his body freezing. Is this the strength of the new god of the ninja world? Just a bit of pressure and she faints. Yet inwardly, he thought, no matter how strong, isn't he still tightly controlled by emotion? Edward caught his thoughts with observation haki, shot him a cold glance, and ordered, Orochimaru, go relay my orders to replace Tsunade and implement what I just said. I will personally lead the expedition. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The god of war, furious for his loved ones, even if exhausted, will overturn the land of wind. This vengeful intensity is a true iron-blooded man of the ninja world. Orochimaru, go relay my previous orders. I will lead the expedition. Konoha's Whitebeard, the god of war's resignation, sets off a shocking situation. Quasi-six-path power conceals a vengeful fire. Pay attention. The calm Edward turned to Orochimaru to explain the follow-up matters. Orochimaru lowered his head, asking in a strange tone, with your body like this, how will you lead the expedition? Edward's eyes sharpened, picking up the 8-meter-long Songyun cut beside him. I can't hide my condition from the ninja world for long. It's better to reveal it now. Orochimaru instantly understood. All right. I'll take care of it right away. After saying this, he carried the unconscious Tsunade and turned to leave the secret room. Edward tightened his grip on the Songyun cut and closed his eyes, thinking, this is a perfect opportunity to increase my reputation and fusion rate. Even if not, this grudge must be avenged. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the name of Whitebeard. A few days later, Konoha was in an uproar. Breaking news kept pouring in. The new god of the ninja world has been afflicted by a strange illness. The villagers didn't believe it at all until they saw Edward in a wheelchair, covered in 4 drips, appearing on the scene, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Edward sat in the wheelchair, his aura weak, but his voice strong. From today, Tsunade will take over as the 5th Hokage. Cough, cough, cough. The villagers exploded. Impossible. How could the 4th be taken down by a minor illness? Don't resign. We only recognize you. You're the strongest in the ninja world. You can pull through. Various voices of retention rose and fell. But when Tsunade took the Hokage hat, everything was set in stone. Edward's era ended, and Tsunade's era began. Edward was full of expectation. I hope you can do better than me, 5th Hokage. Tsunade's eyes were determined. I will. Who would have thought that she had been unwilling to take on this mess until Edward talked to her for an entire night? I will undoubtedly die. But the new Konoha I created cannot perish. Tsunade immediately broke down and gritted her teeth to take on the heavy responsibility, even handing over a pile of secrets. Becoming a qualified successor. As Edward was pushed down from the podium, he heard Tsunade's promise and nodded in satisfaction. On the podium, Tsunade delivered her inauguration speech. The 4th, and everyone trust me. I will do my utmost. Although the villagers were reluctant, they could only grit their teeth and applaud. Orochimaru took over the wheelchair, asking while pushing, is this thing really that important? Edward replied lightly, if you think it's important, then it is. If you think it's not, then it's not. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The god of war's resignation was actually paving the way for revenge. And even sitting in a wheelchair couldn't hide the ferocity of his quasi-six-path power. This setup is truly the most remarkable operation in the ninja world. If you think it's important, then it is. If you think it's not, then it's not. But Edward didn't directly respond to Orochimaru's question, speaking in an unspoken tone. Konoha's Whitebeard, the god of war, waits to unleash his hidden vengeful killing move. Quasi-six-path power concealed. Pay attention. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes moved slightly, questioning Edward. Then how do you feel? Edward smiled slightly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Gulalala. This is an untouchable bottom line. Seeing this, Orochimaru no longer asked further, silently pushing the wheelchair. Have fine. Edward suddenly reminded sideways. Don't forget our agreement. Orochimaru lowered his head and replied, I won't forget. Edward used observation haki to sense something unusual, giving him a deep look. You better not. After Tsunade took office as the 5th Hokage, life in Konoha continued as usual. But she suddenly announced the withdrawal of troops from the Land of Wind, allowing it to develop freely. Once this policy was released, the villagers erupted. This is the territory the Fourth fought for. You betray the god of war. Resign. Resign. Protests rose and fell. And it wasn't until the Konoha military organization invited them for tea that everything finally quieted down. Other countries reacted differently. The three major powers gradually tucked away their cowardice. It was only because Edward was still alive that they obediently paid taxes and upheld treaties. The most chaotic scene was in the Land of Wind and Fire, where the slaves, upon hearing of the troop withdrawal, immediately beat their oppressors, turning the place into a living hell with corpses and dismembered limbs everywhere. Even spies from various countries dared not approach. Anyone who entered would vanish without a trace. Soon, the Konoha ninja brought back the corpse of Yamashita Kid. Edward, sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the disfigured body, covered in bite marks and decayed flesh, his anger boiling over. Is this Yamashita? Tsunade covered her mouth, wanting to comfort him, but Edward closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Yamashita, I will avenge you. He manually pushed his wheelchair, gently closing Yamashita's unblinking eyes. But his body trembled uncontrollably. He feared that if he opened his eyes, he would rush off to seek revenge, exhausting his life force. Orochimaru, Edward suddenly shouted, and Orochimaru stepped forward immediately. Take care of him, Edward ordered solemnly. Orochimaru licked his lips and sealed the body in a scroll. Don't worry. Edward opened his eyes. Let's go. The stench of corpses in the air pierced his heart like needles. On the way, Tsunade helplessly said, Edward, your son Kakashi has been barging into the Hokage building every day. Edward closed his eyes, recalling the past. I know, I'll deal with it later. You can't imagine. The god of war is suppressing his anger and feigning patience, seemingly withdrawing troops while secretly plotting revenge. This cunningness makes him the fiercest avenger in the ninja world. I got it. I'll handle it later. Hearing this, Edward tightly closed his eyes, reminiscing about happier times. Konoha's Whitebeard. The god of war is using the tailed beasts as pawns to ignite a divine war in the ninja world. Pay attention. Tsunade, looking exhausted, said, I'm heading back to the Hokage office. I have a pile of things to deal with. Edward simply replied, Go ahead, continuing to immerse himself in memories. Tsunade left, reminding him to take care of himself before disappearing. Once Tsunade was far away, Edward immediately asked Orochimaru, How's the matter I instructed you about? Orochimaru, looking surprised, replied, We found traces of him at the Shinobi Bridge in the Rain Village. I never expected that guy was still alive. Edward grinned. Good job. Try to use those two lords to invite him to the Land of Wind and Fire. He was referring to Uchiha Madara and the one-tailed Shikaku, who was always looking for food, as well as the nine tails within Uzumaki Kushina. Orochimaru nodded. Let's give it a try. The ninja world Shura, just thinking about it is exciting. On the other side, the home of Minato Namikaze was in chaos. Uzumaki Kushina had burnt fried rice to a crisp, causing Minato's face to change dramatically when he tasted it. Only be chased by her. You coward. How dare you look down on me? Minato, dodging, begged for mercy. I was wrong. Meanwhile, Shikaku, the one-tail, enjoyed the food. Humans have such strange tastes. This is delicious. Kushina immediately stopped, proudly declaring, See, even Shikaku praises me. Shikaku added, From now on, you'll be my exclusive chef. Kushina smugly said to the Nine Tails, Too bad a certain fox can't taste this. The Nine Tails retorted angrily, Who cares? Stinky woman. Minato wiped his sweat. Finally got through that. Suddenly, Kushina frowned. Is the Umbu here? Minato glanced at the gluttonous Shikaku. They're probably looking for the one-tail. The Umbu, who had been spying from a tree, reluctantly appeared and knocked on the door. Upon entering, they were stunned to see Kushina cooking for Minato. Just a while ago, they only dared to hold hands. This progress was too fast. Kushina, unfazed, asked, Umbu, what's the matter? You can't imagine. The god of war is using the tailed beasts as pawns to draw Uchiha Madara into the game. This maneuver is like a god playing chess in the ninja world, while mortals stand aside. Hey, is there something you need? The Umbu, due to Kushina being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and needing to interact with him often, didn't treat herself as an outsider. Konoha's Whitebeard, the god of war's hidden chess piece, tailed beast Jinchuriki entering the fray, stirring the winds of the ninja world. Pay attention. The Umbu first coughed twice to steady their nerves before seriously stating, Lord Orochimaru requests the One Tail and you to discuss important matters. Kushina helplessly rubbed her forehead and waved her hand. Fine, I understand. I'll go over. The Umbu said nothing more and left. But their gaze at Minato was particularly profound. After a long search, they found both the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the One Tail at Minato's house. Instantly deciding to build a good relationship with him, Minato hurriedly approached, worried, Kushina, is everything okay? Kushina felt warm and smiled as she patted him. You coward. Don't worry. She picked up Shikaku and reminded, remember to wash the pot. Minato wanted to keep her, but, feeling inadequate to protect her, could only lower his head. Go on, be careful. Watching Kushina leave, he clenched his fists. I must learn the spiral flash and the flying wheel dance too as soon as possible to protect her. Soon, Kushina, holding Shikaku, stood before a cubic building. Is this the Snake Division? What a strange name. Walking straight in, the Umbu reported to Orochimaru. The person has been brought. Orochimaru waved his hand. You can leave. This Snake Division is his private armed force, specifically protecting researchers, but due to the lack of researchers, Konoha's technology is severely imbalanced. Some have air conditioning and televisions, while others still live in old tile houses. Kushina frowned and urged, Orochimaru, what do you need me for? It's so creepy here, I don't want to stay long. Orochimaru stared at her and Shikaku's chakra, slowly saying, it's related to the fourth Hokage. Kushina was instantly shocked. Back when Edward took office, he helped her shake off the label of the evil Jinchuriki and had her watch over the One Tail. She immediately patted her chest. For the fourth Hokage, I'll do whatever I can. Orochimaru chuckled. Hee, you don't need to do anything. Kushina looked puzzled. And Orochimaru added, don't worry, the fourth Hokage will personally take action when the time comes. You can't imagine. The god of war Edward is hiding deeply, quietly bringing the tailed beast Jinchuriki into play. This strategic ability is definitely the pinnacle of ninja world tactics. Alright, Konoha's Whitebeard, the god of war's final layout, preparing to hunt the ninja world Shura with near 6 paths power. Pay attention. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kushina did not hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. In Edward's villa, Kakashi, seeing Edward being pushed back in a wheelchair by the ninja, couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streaming down his face. He had known for a long time that his father was near death. And after hearing from the retreating ninja about his uncle Yamashita's death in battle, he felt as though he had fallen from heaven into hell. Edward, sitting in the wheelchair, towered over Kakashi at 6 meters tall and said in a deep voice, Gulalala, why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. But Kakashi simply couldn't stop, his previously aloof demeanor shattered. Edward couldn't bear it any longer and reached out to hold him close, using his dwindling body heat to comfort him. Don't worry, we will definitely reunite again. After crying enough, Kakashi lay in his embrace and softly asked, Dad, will we see each other again? Edward's wrinkled face revealed tenderness. Of course. Edward, never break my promises, especially not to you, my son. In that moment of eye contact, they made a promise for eternity. Days passed, and all the Konoha ninjas in the land of wind and fire withdrew. Knowing Tsunade was informed, Edward set off secretly with Orochimaru, Uzumaki Kushina, Shikaku, and elite Jonin from the Snake Division towards the Shinobi Bridge in the Rain Village, a lineup that made people's scalps tingle. On the way, being carried on a stretcher, Edward asked, Orochimaru, do you remember the things I instructed you about? Orochimaru frowned. Can it really work? Edward laughed heartily. Gulalala. Don't worry, I understand him. The one he cares most about is Uchiha Madara. This ninja world Shura, even if he is old, still poses a huge threat to the new Konoha, and he must be eliminated. Orochimaru, although doubtful, still nodded. All right, I'll do my best. Upon reaching the vicinity of Amage Cure, Edward stood up from the stretcher, clenched his Tsonyan blade, and unleashed his observation haki. Found it. Thanks to Orochimaru's prior direction, I easily discovered Uchiha Madara. He said to Orochimaru, you really hid well. The cave under the Kamineraman Bridge is a piece of cake for you. Orochimaru licked his lips and transformed into a white phosphorus snake, burrowing into the ground. Edward immediately ordered, "Full speed to the land of wind and fire. Kushina, One Tail, keep up." You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The war god, despite being exhausted, still laid out a web to hunt Uchiha Madara. This determination makes him a true puppet master of the ninja world's endgame. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. Konoha's Whitebeard. War god Ambush. Ninja world Azura. Bloodbath messenger explodes underground. Pay attention. The ninjas immediately lifted the iron stretcher, carrying Edward's massive body, rushing at full speed toward the land of wind and fire. Even though they were all Jonin and elite Jonin, the weight pressed them down, making it hard to breathe. Their stress levels at maximum. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes locked onto the front, shouting for the fourth Hokage to wait for her, quickly following with One Tail, who had transformed into a little raccoon. The underground was dark and damp. The Kamen Bridge had not been destroyed by Nagato's Outer Path Geto statue, and Uchiha Madara was still waiting there. With a head full of white hair and a face full of age, his body was connected to IVs. Upon sensing Edward's presence, he raised an eyebrow. This young one's vitality is quite resilient. He sighed. Knowing I'm here, the new god of the ninja world has not been called in vain. He pulled out the IVs and stood up, calling into the darkness. Zetsu, go greet the guests. White Zetsu immediately replied in a funny tone. Okay, Lord Madara. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but curse. Idiot. Soon, he sensed something was off. Isn't that young one himself coming? Meanwhile, Zetsu rushed to find Orochimaru, poking his head out to greet. Hey, you must be the guest to be welcomed. Orochimaru had just dug through a pile of rock walls and was super excited to see the secret base. The ninja world, is getting more interesting. Zetsu, seeing he wasn't responding, shouted again. Hello, I'm Zetsu, want some tea? Saying this, he handed over a cup filled with black liquid. At this moment, Uchiha Madara slowly approached, angrily shouting, Get lost, idiot. Zetsu took off running. Uchiha Madara stared at the white phosphorus snake and asked, Who are you? Where's that young one? Orochimaru transformed back into human form, bowing respectfully. I am Edward's subordinate, here to make a deal with you. Uchiha Madara's eyes sparkled with interest, straightening his back. Interesting. Speak. Orochimaru said in a deep voice, Two-tailed beasts, in exchange for you to make a move. Uchiha Madara burst into laughter. Is this a declaration of war? I'll accept. Tail beasts? I disdain such a deal. Just as Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, Uchiha Madara's massive hand struck out, instantly grabbing his head. The snake's pupils constricted, but there was no power to resist. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The Azura of the ninja world crushed the messenger effortlessly. This overwhelming power. A true old monster's explosive scene. Thud! With a shattering sound, Orochimaru's head was crushed in Uchiha Madara's hand. Konoha's Whitebeard. War god-esque slaughterhouse erupts. Quasi-six paths battle power bloodbath in the land of wind and fire. Pay attention. Orochimaru, despite his shadow-level strength, was no match for the quasi-six-path level Uchiha Madara. Even though Madara had aged, killing him was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Uchiha Madara crushed Orochimaru's head and shouted behind him, Zetsu, go lock onto that young one's position. He could no longer suppress his desire to fight. Secretly calculating, if Edward can't last a few moves, I'll collect those two-tailed beasts ahead of time. He exclaimed excitedly, Come on, young one. Let me see how strong you are now. On the other side, the land of wind and fire was completely changing. After Konoha retreated, the slaves turned into masters. Warlords were everywhere, fighting daily for territory and food. The evil god cult dominated through wicked forbidden techniques, draining people's blood for offerings. But today, everyone saw Edward being carried by ninjas and instantly lost their courage. It's the new god of the ninja world. They hated Edward for causing their families to be destroyed, yet none dared to move. Even lying down, his presence overwhelmed the entire scene. Edward looked at this land, filled with lifeless people, some unable to even eat dirt, forced to gnaw on sand. Is this the burial ground at the foot of the mountain? Suddenly, a man rushed out, angrily shouting, Doesn't your conscience hurt? The next second, A kunai flew and the man fell to the ground. Edward sneered. Regret? I only regret not wiping you all out. He suddenly stood up from the stretcher, his 6-meter-tall body resembling an iron tower, roaring, "Who dares to kill my family? Today you all will accompany them to the grave." The crowd was terrified and scattered in all directions. Edward shouted, "Bring me my Songyun blade." The ninjas immediately unsealed the scroll, and the 8-meter-long Songyun blade appeared. This weight could not be lifted without sealing techniques. Edward stared at the fleeing crowd, his anger intensifying. This group of ants could kill at the foot of the mountain? You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The war god, heavily injured, still exuded overwhelming power, intent on blood-washing the entire land of wind and fire. This ruthlessness made him the ultimate destruction god of the ninja world. Release. At this point, the 8-meter-long Songyun blade was also taken out of the sealing scroll by the Konoha ninjas. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to move the Songyun blade. And even carrying Edward was already very strenuous, let alone the blade. Konoha's Whitebeard. The war god's final act erupts. Quasi-6 paths battle power levels the land of wind and fire. Pay attention. There was no way. They had to seal the Songyun blade back into the scroll. Edward bent down to pick up the newly unsealed Songyun blade, gently stroking its blade. He ordered the crowd below, "You all retreat. Take Kushina and One Tail, the farther the better." This subsequent battle was not something they could be involved in. The ninjas bowed in response. Yes, Lord Hokage. They knew this was the last time they would see this most glorious Hokage. Kushina, with an unwilling expression, had no choice but to follow. She didn't know she had already become bait, luring the Azura of the ninja world out. Edward swung the Songyun blade, tearing through the air, roaring, "Land of wind, prepare to bear my wrath." His vitality began to decline. The crowd below was already terrified and fleeing toward the city gates. Edward grew even angrier. "Ants, you don't even have the courage to challenge me. Dying at the foot of the mountain is too worthless." He stood still, the Songyun blade gleaming coldly. "Uchihamadara, I'm waiting for you." Suddenly, Edward's eyes widened, swinging his blade and shouting angrily, "No one is allowed to leave. Accompany the dead at the foot of the mountain." Earthquake. The Songyun blade plunged violently into the ground. Shockwaves surged crazily underground as he burned his vitality, entering a state of revival. The ground shook violently, cracks spread everywhere. People struggled to stand, swallowed by the rolling earth. The land of wind and fire instantly turned into ruins. This is the power of quasi-6 paths. No one could stop it. In the distance, Uchihamadara rushed over, his eyes blazing. "This power. Are you about to cross that threshold too?" He didn't care about the earthquake's power and charged straight in. "Only you are worthy to be my opponent." Edward saw him and finally made a move. "You're here, Azura of the ninja world. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The war god burned his life to crush the enemy nation, just to avenge his family. This battle power and loyalty made him the ultimate war god of the ninja world. You're here, Uchihamadara, the Azura of the ninja world." After unleashing the earthquake that destroyed this place, Edward began to wait quietly. Finally, upon seeing a living figure, Edward began to move. Konoha's Whitebeard. The war god's final explosion. Quasi-6 paths battle power shatters the ninja world as Azura. Pay attention. Uchihamadara stopped in front of Edward, looking up in astonishment. "That war didn't kill you, and it made you this strong?" Edward laughed loudly, his muscles bulging. "Gulalala, you think that little power could kill me?" Uchihamadara took the initiative to strike first, swinging his fan blade down at Edward, only to be stunned by Edward's swordsmanship. Relentless slashes left him in a pitiful state. Bang! With a loud crash, Uchihamadara was sent flying by the Songyun slash, spitting blood and exclaiming, "What kind of power is this?" Edward's tiger-like eyes narrowed, his hands and Songyun slash instantly turned black. "Armament hockey, prepared specifically to burn my life and beat you." He leaped into the air and struck down Dai. "You shouldn't exist in this era." Uchihamadara hurriedly activated Susa, the blue skeletal form hastily taking shape, but was shattered by the slashes with a cracking sound. "What?" Madara's eyes widened. watching his supposedly invincible Susanoo crack open, being forced back hundreds of meters, smashing against a stone wall and spewing blood. I'm getting old. You are the first person to beat me this badly after Hashirama. He wiped the blood and stood up. I haven't lost yet. Let me show you Azuna's eyes. Will of Fate, hell. It's over. Conqueror's Haki. Edward was already prepared, his red Haki exploding instantly, changing the color of heaven and earth. Madara was paralyzed in place by the Haki, shouting in terror. What is this? Edward's body was on the verge of collapse, angrily slashing out. Conqueror's Haki covered, slash. The Tsungyun slash pierced Madara's chest, and the Conqueror's Haki frantically destroyed him from within. Madara fell to the ground, murmuring, restrained by this red momentum. Wheel of Fate. Hell! He closed his eyes and chuckled softly, but it was worth it. His breath completely dissipated. Edward stood before Madara's corpse, laughing heartily. Gulalala. The grudge before death is finally resolved. Gulalala. Meanwhile, Edward was joyfully laughing in front of the now dead Uchiha Madara. He had completed the grudge he held before dying. Konoha's Whitebeard. The war god's curtain falls, sealing the godlike power of the Six Paths, obliterating the enemy country and shaking the ninja world. Take note, the only regret is that Edward's fusion panel couldn't reach 100, and after this battle, it barely reached 90. But for him, being able to grasp the power of the Six Paths before dying was already without regret. He tightly gripped Tsungyun slash, feeling his body gradually stiffening, but remained motionless, standing in place. Just like the true Whitebeard, he wanted to end his life standing. This was the best resting place he could give himself. A beautiful world. We meet again, in a cave deep within the Kamigawa Beach Yao. A headless corpse wearing a Konoha headband suddenly trembled violently. Ugh! The next second, the corpse exploded, and Orochimaru crawled out from inside. Still shaken. Almost got completely done for. Luckily, I left a backup plan. He didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately transformed into a white phosphorus snake, burrowing into the stone wall, growing more anxious. Who knows if Uchiha Madara left any other tricks? After distancing himself from the cave, he finally dared to stop and turned back to glance towards the direction of the wind and fire land, muttering, "What happened over there? Can Edward really defeat Madara?" Although Madara is old, his strength probably isn't weaker than Edward's. He closed his eyes to sense the marks left on the accompanying ninjas, instantly opening them in shock. So many have died. He immediately rushed towards the few remaining marks. At the border of the land of fire, a group of civilians looked at the distant wind and fire land, trembling in fear. Is the end of the world coming? God, please save us. To them, the wind and fire land looked as if it had been struck hard by a meteor, completely turned into scorched earth, with countless cracks spreading from there to in front of them. Luckily, they were far away, so they narrowly escaped the disaster. On the other side, the Konoha ninjas who had desperately evacuated, although they saved their lives, had sacrificed many companions. One ninja looked at Kushina Uzumaki with concern and asked, "Lady Kushina, are you all right?" Kushina gazed at the flattened wind and fire land, eyes full of shock. "I'm fine." "Is this the power of the fourth Hokage? It's too explosive." Next to her, the one tail transformed into a large body, guarding in front of everyone, saying thankfully, "If I hadn't withstood the shockwave in the end, our group would probably have been wiped out." The nine tails within Kushina retorted, "Humph, he just stepped into the threshold of the Six Paths. He is still far from being a true Six Paths." Suddenly, a ninja raised a hissing little snake in his hand. Orochimaru's summoning beast has sent a message. "Let's go meet him." The remaining ninjas hurriedly packed up, enduring their injuries to protect Kushina and the one tail, preparing to evacuate. Kushina frowned and waved her hand. "Hey, don't crowd around me. I'm not a porcelain doll. You absolutely wouldn't expect it." The war god died standing, yet used the power of the Six Paths to flatten enemy countries. This ending scene is definitely a legendary moment in the ninja world. "Hey, don't crowd around me." Konoha's Whitebeard. The war god's remaining might shook the ninja world. Uncle Snake secretly seizing the bodies of the strong. Take note, the Konoha ninjas surrounded Kushina Uzumaki again, and she shouted angrily, Don't crowd around me. Internally complaining. You guys aren't even as strong as me. There's no need to protect. But the ninjas lowered their heads and insisted. Protecting you is our duty. Kushina was speechless and could only concede. Let's go. Meanwhile, the one-tail transformed into a small raccoon, burrowing into a ninja's arms and falling asleep, treating everyone as free tools, being extremely lazy. The ninjas let the guiding little snake go and shouted, "Retreat." A group of people protected Kushina and followed the little snake in a mad dash. Not long after, they met up with Orochimaru. The ninja reported, "Mission accomplished. Losses are not great." Orochimaru grinned. "Hee, very good. What about the fourth Hokage?" The ninja answered, "We've sent spies to investigate. News will come soon." Orochimaru's snake eyes glinted as he ordered, "New mission. Send Kushina and the one-tail back to Konoha. Can you do it?" The ninjas shouted in unison, "We swear to accomplish it." Orochimaru waved his hand. "Hee, go. I have other matters to attend to." Although Kushina was dissatisfied, she could only follow the retreat. Watching everyone leave, Orochimaru ran in the opposite direction. "Edward, please don't lose." He wanted to rush to the wind and fire land to seize Edward's body. Such a strong body must not fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, if controlled by dark jutsu, the ninja world would be doomed. But upon arriving at the wind and fire land, he was left dumbfounded. This is not a battlefield. It's been flattened. Definitely a world-class battle. Orochimaru didn't dare to probe recklessly, sitting in place to regain energy while keeping an eye on the spy's sensing mark. He performed a technique, summoning technique. Transform. The perspective switched to the little snake in the spy's pocket. Over there, the spy was using a probing ninjutsu, and seeing the little snake was overjoyed, he quickly placed it on the ground. The little snake wandered to scout, with the spy following behind, looking at the dark, cracked ground, having lost all courage to probe. Orochimaru controlled the little snake, frowning and muttering. Just a patch of gray mist and debris. The further they went, the larger the cracks became, revealing something eerie. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Although the war god has fallen, his residual might has turned the battlefield into flat ground. Even the cautious Uncle Snake didn't dare to approach. This intimidation is definitely the ceiling of combat power in the ninja world. Under the continuous scouting of this little snake, he found that the closer they got to the cracks, the larger they became. Konoha's Whitebeard, the war god's residual might, dominated the battlefield. Uncle Snake gambled his life to seize the bodies of the two heroes. Take note, just a short distance ahead, a massive crack appeared, dozens of meters wide, bottomless, with civilians falling and having no chance to struggle and directly perishing. Orochimaru looked at the little snake, probing slowly, frowning and complaining. "Too slow. Looks like I have to take action myself." He no longer hesitated, immediately forming hand seals and shouting. Life division technique. This technique was specifically designed for Edward, capable of splitting the chakra life force within into two, creating a dormant consciousness. Even if one side is destroyed, the other can be reborn. Originally intended to help Edward hang on to life, but due to the time constraints, wasn't perfected. Using it once would consume half of his life force and strength, with maximum side effects, which is why he didn't dare to teach it to Edward before. But now, in this situation, it's impossible not to fight. After witnessing Uchiha Obito's strength, he couldn't afford to be careless. After completing the hand seals, Orochimaru immediately summoning jutsu, White Snake. He infused the vitality he had split from his body into the White Snake, completely taking control of its consciousness, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hee. Now even if something goes wrong, I can leave a way out. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, but he dared not delay. After retracting the White Snake, he steeled himself and walked into the battlefield. As soon as he stepped into the battlefield, a familiar aura hit him hard, and Orochimaru's eyes widened. Is this Edward's aura? It's exactly the same. Could it be that he isn't dead? His heart shook, and he immediately transformed into the white phosphorus snake, burrowing deep into the scorched earth. The deeper he went, the more shocked he became. Under the ground was a sea of red, with a strong smell of blood rushing into his nostrils. So much blood. How many people must have died? He licked his lips, suppressing the shock in his heart, and continued to delve deeper. The crack before him widened, and looking up from the ground, it felt like being in a deep canyon. Good heavens, this crack must be 1,000 meters wide. Finally, he reached the center of the battlefield, and Edward's aura grew stronger, making him feel dizzy. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, my strength is strong enough. If it were another Jounin, they would have been stunned by this aura. Orochimaru emerged from the ground, and the sight 100 meters away made his pupils constrict. Edward stood straight, 6 meters tall, like an immortal iron tower, but there was not a trace of chakra fluctuation. Clearly, he had lost all signs of life. Braving the pressure, he slowly approached and then saw Uchiha Obito's body lying on the ground, and he instantly felt joy. Hee, how ridiculous! 2 great powerhouses actually perished together here. He stared at the 2 corpses, his eyes bursting with greed, and suddenly pulled out a sealing scroll. This is a top-tier experimental specimen. Edward, thank you. In a swift motion, he stored both corpses into the scroll, moving so quickly as if afraid of being robbed. You would never guess. The war god died, and with just his residual might, he intimidated the entire battlefield. Uncle Snake had to bet half his life to dare to collect the corpses. This scene is truly a legendary pinnacle in the ninja world. Being able to study such a powerhouse brings me one step closer to my path to immortality. After storing the 2 corpses in the sealing scroll, Orochimaru sneered. Konoha Whitebeard, the war gods remains stir up trouble. Uncle Snake plays tricks on Hokage while secretly conducting research. Pay attention. To Orochimaru, having strong combat power alone isn't enough. One must also have matching vitality to be truly powerful. He mocked the sealing scroll in his hand. Without longevity, what's the use of being strong? I am a true victor. After saying that, he turned and left this desolate place. Meanwhile, the Black Zetsu, who had just stood where he had, spoke in a gloomy tone. Is this an illusion? It actually made my consciousness dizzy. White Zetsu was filled with shock. Lord Obito has been taken away by that snake-like guy. They had arrived a step earlier than Orochimaru, but were blocked by Edward's lingering red aura underground, watching helplessly as the 2 corpses were taken away. Black Zetsu sighed. The plan has changed. White Zetsu, however, was stubborn. We must take back Lord Obito. Black Zetsu helplessly cursed. Idiot. Days later, Orochimaru returned to Konoha with reconnaissance ninjas, and Kushina and the One-Tail also returned safely. He headed straight for the Hokage's office to find Tsunade, who stared at the documents and asked. He died. Just like that? Orochimaru concealed the truth of the encounter. Yes, he died avenging the maple leaves on the mountain. Tsunade's voice trembled. Then what about his remains? Orochimaru looked down and lied. Sorry, I didn't find them. Tsunade slammed the table, her aura exploding. Send out orders. Increase manpower to search. We must find them. Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he replied, I will. Tsunade slumped back in her chair. You may go. She never doubted Orochimaru. After all, they had grown up together, but she had no idea that this trust made Orochimaru increasingly reckless. In the evening, in Orochimaru's secret chamber, Edward's corpse lay on the operating table. His eyes gleamed. Edward, let me see your special traits. He picked up a scalpel, but couldn't cut into the corpse, exclaiming in astonishment, truly a strong individual. So different. He immediately took out the Kusanagi sword, his eyes burning with excitement. Let us see if the cutting chakra attribute works. Subsequently, the secret chamber was filled with the sounds of the Kusanagi sword cutting, becoming his solo performance. You would never guess. The war god's death also sparked a battle over his remains. Uncle Snake deceiving the Hokage to conduct secret research behind the scenes. This operation was truly impressive. Swish, swish. Following that was a solo performance by Orochimaru. Konoha Whitebeard. The war god's remains hide secrets. Uncle Snake stealthily researches the 2 heroes, shaking the ninja world. Pay attention. Orochimaru swung the Kusanagi sword, carving countless scars on Edward's massive 6-meter-tall body, extracting each organ, which was several times larger than an ordinary person's, and laid them out on the table. He brought a research lens close to observe, filled with amazement. No wonder he could create such a scene. Every organ is developed to the extreme. This body is simply a perfect combat vessel. But the next moment, his brow furrowed. Unfortunately, all the cells have lost their vitality. If I could fuse them with his vibration bloodline limit and substantial aura, I could take off right here. In fact, even when Edward was alive, he had consented to let Orochimaru study his cells, but at that time, the technology was insufficient, and he could only give up halfway. Forget it. A powerhouse of this level cannot be easily deciphered. He shook his head, turned, and moved Uchiha Obito's corpse to a smaller surgical table. And the scalpel easily sliced through the skin. Compared to Edward's indestructible body, it was like cutting tofu. The entire night passed with only the sound of cutting instruments in the secret chamber. At dawn, Orochimaru found himself troubled by Edward's corpse. Where did this power come from? It doesn't seem like something from the ninja world at all. The vibration ability, the domineering presence. No matter how he studied it, he couldn't grasp it, and he could only begrudgingly stuff the organs back into the corpse. In contrast, he gained a lot from Uchiha Obito's side. Holding a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan with gleaming eyes. Just try to see if I can implant it into my body. He resolutely plucked out his snake eye and connected the Sharingan to his nerves. And as soon as he made the connection, he exclaimed, "Wow." The world instantly slowed down 3 times. This vision is incredible. But he couldn't stay happy for long before his face fell. I can't turn it off. If the people of Konoha find out, it would be a huge problem. He could only replace his snake eye again and carefully store the Sharingan. Days passed, and the news of the land turned to scorched earth quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Various countries hurriedly sent spies to investigate, and the results revealed the lingering power of Edward from the cracks everywhere, leaving the leaders of all nations dumbfounded. This combat power is too terrifying. They all sent envoys to Konoha overnight, desperately trying to meet the better-than Edward, but in reality, they wanted to curry favor with Konoha. Meanwhile, Tsunade dispatched a large number of personnel to search for Edward's remains, but after several days without clues, they had no choice but to give up. You would never guess. After the war god's death, relying solely on his remains, the various nations of the ninja world were scared into showing goodwill overnight. Uncle Snake secretly researched the 2 heroes while hiding the Sharingan. This plot twist is simply outrageous. On Tsunade's side, after a flurry of searching for Edward's remains yielded no results, she ultimately gave up the search. Konoha Whitebeard. The war god's death stirs up waves. Uncle Snake's defection ignites chaos in the ninja world. Pay attention. Faced with envoys from various nations, Tsunade was overwhelmed and could only falsely claim that Edward had fallen into a deep sleep to deceive them. But the truth would ultimately come to light. Within a few days, news of Edward's death spread throughout the ninja world, and the envoys evacuated Konoha in a single day. Just a few months later, once it was confirmed that Edward was truly dead, the nations immediately turned hostile, frantically directing public opinion against the Land of Fire. A pile of accusatory documents flooded into Konoha, and eventually, the daimyo of the 3 nations jointly issued a statement, angrily denouncing Edward violated the peace treaty, destroyed the Wind Country, killed the 4 shadows, slaughtered a nation, and demanded a compensation of 1 billion ryo. Otherwise, they would start the 4th Great Ninja War. Tsunade trembled with anger, but the 3rd Great Ninja War had already depleted the ninjas and supplies of Konoha, making it impossible for them to fight back. They could only remain in a stalemate. The various nations tore up the defeat treaties on the spot, refusing to submit to Konoha any longer. Fast forward to the 44th year of Konoha's founding. 2 years had passed, and the criticism of Edward in the ninja world grew fiercer. Except for the Land of Fire, everyone referred to his reign as the era of tyranny. Small ninja villages, instigated by the great nations, frequently tested Konoha. Fortunately, Konoha had an abundance of talent. With Edward gone, another genius emerged, Minato Namikaze. His flying thunder god technique was a nightmare for ninjas, as no one from Genin to elite Jounin could withstand even a few moves from him. One day, Orochimaru was in a secret room, gazing at Edward's body, which had been mutilated in his experiments, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. "Sorry, I let you down." He had promised to use the impure world reincarnation to resurrect Edward and Yamashita Maple. But after acquiring their bodies, he became increasingly obsessed with research. Although he had not fully comprehended Edward's power, he gained immense strength from Uchiha Obito. The stronger he became, the more he feared Edward, ultimately deciding not to resurrect them. He didn't want to live forever in Edward's shadow. Suddenly, the door to the secret room was smashed open with a loud bang, and Tsunade stormed in, furious. "Orochimaru, how dare you conduct human experiments on a fellow villager?" Upon seeing Edward's body on the operating table, she erupted in rage. "You actually treated him as an experiment." Orochimaru's snake-like pupils constricted as he immediately sealed both bodies with a sealing scroll. "Since I've been discovered." Without saying a word, Tsunade jumped up and used her painful sky leg to strike at him, but Orochimaru evaded with a body flicker technique, causing only a loud crash on the ground. You would never guess. After the god of war died, the ninja world fell into chaos. Orochimaru betrayed Konoha, and former partners turned against each other. This plot twist was explosive. Dual shadow snipers. Konoha's Whitebeard. The three ninjas split ignited a storm, an end to the age of the god of war, leaving behind infamy. Pay attention. As Orochimaru saw Tsunade attacking, he licked his lips and unhesitatingly began to counterattack. That day, the three ninjas of Konoha officially split. Suddenly, a special triangular kunai was thrust into the ground, and a yellow figure flashed out. "Fifth Hokage, I'm here." Orochimaru squinted. "Minato Namikaze." Minato coldly replied, "Even if you were once a hero, I won't show you any mercy." As he spoke, he threw countless special kunai, performing the spiral flash dance's three forms, and unleashed the Rasengan. The yellow body flicker technique surrounded Orochimaru, and Tsunade followed up with her monstrous strength, pinning him in between. However, Orochimaru sneered. "Ho, this little trick won't kill me." Summoning technique. Serpent Array. Countless poisonous snakes surged out, taking most of the attacks for him. Tsunade roared, "You won't escape today." Pure Land. She smashed her fist through the steel secret room, sending debris flying at Orochimaru. Elite ninjas from Konoha rushed over, with Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi coming to encircle him. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Orochimaru sneered as Tsunade's attack shattered him. Tsunade was stunned. Dead? The next moment, she shouted angrily, "He's still alive." Full force to capture the S-rank, rogue, ninja, Orochimaru. The ninjas immediately scattered to pursue him, leaving Tsunade to bear the pressure alone. In the forest outside Konoha, a small snake spat out Orochimaru's figure as he murmured to Konoha, "We'll see each other again someday." After Orochimaru's betrayal, Konoha changed drastically. Research organizations were largely shut down, leaving only personnel for developing daily necessities. The major clans were frequently active, and problems arose constantly. The ninja world was in complete turmoil. Except for the Hidden Mist, other ninja villages targeted Konoha, and Orochimaru was offered a bounty of 200 million ryo, becoming a target for bounty hunters. Time flew by, and in the 58th year of Konoha's founding, Edward's era of tyranny became history. The elders of Konoha would still remember the man worth following, while people from other countries only had curses left. Ironically, the small ninja village, the Wind Hidden Village, located near the land of wind and fire, erected a statue of Edward kneeling at the village entrance, demanding everyone who entered or exited to spit on it. You would never guess. The split of the three ninjas severely injured Konoha, and the god of war was even ridiculed with a kneeling statue. This reversal was too heart-wrenching, and the name of this small ninja village was Wind Hidden Village. Konoha's Whitebeard, the god of war's fate, forged a new chapter. Konoha's new generation flourished. Pay attention. When 5th Hokage Tsunade learned about Wind Hidden Village erecting Edward's kneeling statue, she was furious. But she also had to guard against provocation from the other three major ninja villages, which made her extremely stressed. At this moment, in Konoha Ninja School, a small boy in an orange outfit with blonde hair chased after a boy ahead, shouting, "Sasuke, wait for me." The boy in front, with his hands in his pockets, turned back arrogantly. "Idiot Naruto Uzumaki." That's right, this is Naruto Uzumaki. But Edward changed the timeline. He didn't experience the Nine-Tails Night, his parents were alive. And he took his father's surname to become Minato Uzumaki, a pampered, happy child. Uchiha Sasuke also didn't face the clan massacre. Every day, his brother Uchiha Itachi would come to pick him up, and he became good friends with Naruto. Naruto caught up to Sasuke, looking dejected. "Didn't you say you'd practice shuriken with me?" Sasuke showed a conflicted expression. "My brother is coming to pick me up. Let's do it tomorrow." He was torn between his friend and his brother. Naruto shrugged. "All right, I really envy you for having a brother." Sasuke immediately boasted. "My brother is one of a kind." Just as he finished speaking, a man with crow's feet appeared at the school gate. "Sasuke, over here." Sasuke instantly rushed over. "Brother." The person was indeed Uchiha Itachi, who affectionately ruffled his hair. "Sorry for being late." After saying goodbye to Naruto, Sasuke was led away by Itachi, who smiled and said, "Tonight, Mom made your favorite fish rice balls and tomato scrambled eggs." Sasuke's eyes lit up. Naruto watched them walk away, muttering softly, "What a nuisance." Sasuke could have spent the day with him, but Itachi came to pick up his brother, completing his mission ahead of time. He thought to himself, "Forget it. I'll go home and find Shikaku to play." With his small backpack, he ran home. The streets of Konoha were bustling. Even bicycles had been invented early due to research organizations. An elderly man on the road shouted with a smile, "Naruto, slow down, don't fall." As Naruto ran, he replied, "I'm fine." Now, Naruto was extremely happy with loving parents, friendly neighbors, and no longer being the despised Nine-Tails Fox. He was even the second best in class, just slightly behind Sasuke. He looked at the Hokage rock and secretly vowed, "When I grow up, I also want to be Hokage." Thinking about the dinner his dad had prepared, he ran even faster, quickly disappearing at the end of the street. You would never guess. Although the god of war Edward was cursed, he quietly rewrote the fate of Konoha's new generation, allowing Naruto and Sasuke to become happy children. This reversal was too heartwarming. Better hurry home. I wonder what dishes Dad has prepared for me. As Naruto thought of this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace and disappeared from sight. Konoha's Whitebeard. The undercurrents of the ninja world were surging again. Orochimaru boldly confronting Pain of the Six Paths. Pay attention. In the Hokage building, an Umbu entered the office, placing an intelligence report on the desk, respectfully saying, "Hokage-sama." Fifth Hokage, Tsunade, nodded in acknowledgement, and the Umbu left. If you look closely, you'll find that Tsunade's appearance hadn't changed at all. She was even in better condition than before. She opened the document, muttering, "Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Shursui, Edward Kakashi. Uchiha Bido. The Hokage election next year is going to be insane." Flipping to the next page, she was stunned. Orochimaru has news again, and he's colluding with the Akatsuki organization. The elite ninjas sent to hunt down Orochimaru over the years have all perished at his hands, and even Jiraiya couldn't capture him. Tsunade could only helplessly lean back in her chair, staring at the ceiling, reminiscing. Edward had been gone for 16 years, and that memory had long been sealed in her heart. All that was left was a sigh as she continued to bury herself in paperwork. In a secret cave of the Hidden Rain village, Pain, wearing a red cloud-black robe, asked, "Has Orochimaru arrived?" Members of the Akatsuki organization, including Black and White Zetsu, Ah-Fei, and Xiaonan stood around. Black Zetsu's eyes shone with excitement. This time, he definitely won't escape. The Rinnegan has secured him. Ah-Fei shook with excitement. "We must retrieve Lord Madara's corpse." Pain suddenly looked in a direction. "He's coming." A white phosphorus giant snake emerged. It was Orochimaru, who threw out a sealing scroll, greedily saying, "Fulfill the deal. Give me the Rinnegan." Pain did not move, letting Xiaonan check the scroll first. Xiaonan confirmed and nodded. "No problem." Orochimaru grew anxious. "Where's my Rinnegan?" Pain sneered. "A mere mortal dares to covet the eye of a god?" Orochimaru was prepared, licking his lips. "Then I'll take it myself." Shadow Snake hands. The Kusanagi sword was instantly in hand. Pain raised his hand. Universal pull. The gravitational force pulled Orochimaru towards him. But Orochimaru immediately transformed into a snake and burrowed underground to evade. He was confident. After thoroughly understanding Uchiha Madara's corpse, he had already reached the super shadow level. Pain locked onto his position and released gravity again. Feel the pain? Universal pull. Pain's six paths. Six path clones appeared from various places, and black and white zetsu. Ah Fei and Xiao Nin quickly retreated. They could not interfere in such a high-level battle. You would never guess. Uncle Snake, at the Super Shadow level, directly confronted Pain's six paths, and the battle between the Akatsuki and Rogue ninjas was about to erupt, bringing a storm to the ninja world. Control technique? The Whitebeard of Konoha, the impure world reincarnation, exploded the battlefield. Super Shadow Uncle Snake controlled the legendary to torment Pain. Pay attention, seeing the six paths of Pain gathering. Orochimaru was already prepared and coldly said, 10,000 snakes. Summoning technique activated, and giant snakes appeared instantly to block universal pull. Now Orochimaru was at the Super Shadow level, and the 10,000 snakes had long been tamed by him, respectfully saying, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes hardened. Go. Shadow Snake hands. The 10,000 snakes swung their tails and charged forward, but were instantly sent flying by Pain's Deva Path's almighty push. The Azura Path immediately opened fire. Azura weapons. The Human Path and the Hungry Ghost Path followed closely. Devour. Missiles struck the 10,000 snakes, extracting chakra and souls wildly, causing them to vanish with a scream. Orochimaru cursed the waste, and the Kusanagi sword danced swiftly, slaying the summoning beast of the Animal Path, piercing through the Animal Path, only to see the Hell Path raise its hand and resurrect the Animal Path. Orochimaru was shocked. What is this ability? Pain stepped forward slowly, gathering almighty push. Feel the world's pain. Orochimaru licked his lips. Let you witness true power. Impure world reincarnation technique. Appear. A giant coffin broke through the ground, and the 6-meter-tall Edward Newgate, wielding the 8-meter Songyun cut, walked out with terrifying momentum. This was Orochimaru's modified impure world reincarnation, enhanced with sealing techniques, capable of locking Edward's soul while making him obey commands unconsciously. The six paths of Pain retreated in fear. This jutsu is too evil. Orochimaru shouted, Let them taste your power. Edward suddenly laughed uncontrollably. Gururara. He opened his eyes and charged with his sword, easily deflecting the Azura Path's attacks, smashing the Azura Path into pieces with a single punch, and the giant blade spun, instantly slicing through the Animal Path and the Human Path. Pain's pupils shook. It's the fourth Hokage, the new god of the ninja world. The Hell Path hurriedly resurrected its companion, and Pain soared into the sky. Super almighty push. But Edward was instantly covered in black-armed haki, withstanding this attack without a scratch. You would never guess. The war god of impure world reincarnation returned with overwhelming power. Super Shadow Uncle Snake controlling the legendary to make Pain cry. This combat power was simply divine. But the next moment, the black-armed haki covered Edward's body, blocking this attack for him. The Whitebeard of Konoha. The impure army launched a catastrophic assault. The Uncle Snake ignited the Fourth Ninja World War. Pay attention. The six paths of Pain were completely shattered. This battle only took an hour, and Edward won easily with a subconscious counterattack. This is the terrifying combat power of the war god. A small snake burrowed out of the ground, transforming back into Orochimaru, muttering, Don't break my Rinnegan. This was a branch technique of the life transfer technique he used to escape, at the cost of weakening his strength each time he used it. He walked over to the motionless Edward, whose body was crumbling, to clean up the battlefield, only to discover that all of Pain's corpses were fake, frowning and cursing. Where's the real Rinnegan hidden? I even paid with a powerful corpse. The next moment, his eyes hardened as he looked around. Start the plan? Orochimaru formed hand seals and slapped the ground. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon, rat, ox, monkey, impure world, reincarnation array. Long-range control. Countless coffins broke through the ground, and elite ninjas like Hanzo the Salamander, Kakashi Hatake, Kato Dan, and Yamashita Maple emerged, all with the dead from impure world reincarnation. He licked his lips and smiled. I will initiate the Fourth Ninja World War. Meanwhile, on the Hokage Rock in Konoha, two coffins popped out, and the first and second Hokages appeared, swaying as they began to wreak havoc. This scene also occurred in other ninja villages with tailed beasts, and the ninja world instantly fell into chaos. Orochimaru sat cross-legged, eyes full of desire. Gather all tailed beasts to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. And I can achieve eternal life in the 6 paths. Inside Konoha, Tsunade was brought to the scene by the Umbu, looking at the rampaging first and second Hokages. Her face filled with pain. Great-grandpa? Second grandpa? What on earth is going on? Countless Konoha ninjas had already died tragically, and the Umbu nervously lowered their heads. Hokage-sama, we don't know either. This is the god of the ninja world and the master of water release. Who would have thought they would be controlled to slaughter the village? You would never guess. Uncle Snake, controlling the impure army, overturned the ninja world. Even the first and second Hokages became puppets, and the fourth Ninja World War came out of nowhere. This plot is absolutely explosive. Hokage-sama, we also don't know. The Umbu all lowered their heads nervously. This is the former god of the ninja world and the master of water release. The white-bearded man of Konoha. The god of the ninja world is slaughtering villages, and Konoha's entire strength is hard-pressed against the reanimated first and second Hokage. Pay attention. Tsunade clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, shouting angrily. Stabilize them first. The mastermind behind this must pay the price later. Fortunately, the first and second Hokage have lost their autonomy due to Orochimaru's modifications, only retaining the instinct to counterattack. Otherwise, Konoha would have been razed to the ground long ago. Her eyes blazing with fury, she commanded, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi. Stop the second Hokage. I'm going to face the god of the ninja world. Before her words fell, she directly entered her strongest state, the 100 Healings Jutsu, painful heavenly foot. Snail, a giant foot descended from the sky, smashing down on Senju Hashirama's head. But the latter blocked it without even looking up, using Wood Release, Wood Dragon Jutsu, and with a wave of his hand, sent her flying. Tsunade, unwilling to show weakness, released the In Seal. Even if it's family, I will go all out now. She charged forward with a fierce expression. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi rushed to provide support. Minato unleashed his jutsu, Flying Thunder God, Spiral, Flash Dance. The third Hokage, supplemented with Earth Dragon Bullet, Fire Dragon Bullet. But the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was like a ninja technique machine. While others released their jutsu, he directly countered with Water Release, Water Severing Wave, Water Dragon Bullet, Great Waterfall Technique. The flood of water left the ninjas unable to move, turning him into a one-man army against ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku grew anxious and called for Minato, who threw a special kunai, using the Flying Thunder God to teleport away with the second Hokage. Seeing Tsunade being pressured, the third Hokage shouted, Fugaku, Hizashi, go help Minato. I'll assist Tsunade. He summoned Enma, Golden Staff. Let's go together. The two Hokage teamed up against the first Hokage, but the first Hokage suddenly paused for a few seconds, then clasped his hands together. Would release. Advent of the world of trees. A large number of trees began to grow wildly, causing hundreds of buildings to collapse, resulting in heavy losses for Konoha. Tsunade despaired and smashed branches with her fists. How can we stop this power? The third Hokage put down the golden staff, his eyes filled with reluctance. It seems I can only use that jutsu. You would never expect it. The reanimated first and second Hokage slaughtered villages as if they were cutting vegetables, pushing Konoha's entire strength to the brink, making this battle extremely frustrating. Damn it. It seems I have to use that jutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down the golden staff, a hint of reluctance in his eyes as he spoke. Konoha's white-bearded man, the third Hokage, sacrifices himself to seal the ninja god. The war god's uncontrollable reanimation backfires against Orochimaru. Pay attention. Hiruzen Sarutobi threw the golden staff and charged towards the surrounded first Hokage, shouting to Tsunade, as long as there are leaves fluttering, the fire will burn. The shadow of fire illuminates the village, allowing new leaves to sprout. Tsunade watched her teacher's resolute demeanor and cried out in despair. Teacher, don't do this. You'll lose your life. But the third Hokage had already made up his mind, forming hand seals rapidly and shouting, Death God, Corpse Demon, Sealing, Jutsu. In an instant, a giant phantom of the Death God appeared, wielding a blade to cut open his abdomen and extract his soul. aiming it at the first Hokage. The third Hokage used his last bit of strength, lead Konoha, to move on. As his voice fell, he collapsed under the gaze of the death god. The first Hokage, just about to resist, had his soul pulled out by the death god, and his reanimated body instantly turned to yellow sand, leaving only Tsunade standing there, holding the third Hokage's body amidst the ruins of Konoha. On the other side, Minato Namikaze led the second Hokage to the swamp forest. The second Hokage unleashed a barrage like a broken dam. Water release, great ocean waves technique. The sea water instantly flooded half the forest. Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hizashi unleashed their strongest jutsu, Reversal of Heaven. Amaterasu, black flames wrapped around the second Hokage, his body covered in cracks. Yet he still forced the three to dodge clumsily with the flying thunder god, ultimately turning to yellow sand. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. He was restricted by the technique. Otherwise, he would be hard to deal with. The group rushed back to the village, only to find Tsunade holding the third Hokage and could only whisper, "Hokage-sama, my condolences." Other ninja villages fared even worse, losing their high-level combat power, the tailed beasts, and their villages turned to ruins. Orochimaru was in complete panic, watching the uncontrollable Edward and shouting anxiously, "What happened? Why can't I control him?" He quickly formed hand seals, reanimation jutsu, release. But as soon as the technique was released, it was rebounded by a powerful aura, causing him to retreat. Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat. Impossible. Did his aura block the release? Suddenly, Edward opened his eyes wide, letting out a deafening roar. "Who dares to touch my power?" Orochimaru pretended to be calm and retorted angrily, "Edward, your era is over. Don't get in the way here. You would never expect it." The third Hokage sacrificed himself to seal the ninja god, and the war god's reanimation broke free and counterattacked. Orochimaru's plans backfired spectacularly, and this plot was simply explosive. "Edward, even in death, you still want to cause trouble? Your era has long passed." Konoha's white-bearded man, the war god, tears apart traitors. The reanimated army is cut to shreds. Pay attention. Hearing Edward's voice, Orochimaru immediately understood that the sealing technique had failed, retreating while shouting, "Don't come over here." He was already panicking inside, his mind filled with Edward's terrifying past achievements. Edward turned to Orochimaru, the reanimated body cracking as the sealing technique began to loosen. "Orochimaru, I sensed your chakra aura long ago." Orochimaru gritted his teeth and ordered, "Attack. Crush him." Countless reanimated ninjas opened their black eyes and slowly surrounded Edward. Edward activated his Conqueror's Haki to impact the seal, coldly stating, "Are you betraying me?" Orochimaru hid behind the ninja army, arrogantly saying, "What use is sincerity? Can it exchange for eternal life?" Edward's body erupted with red Conqueror's Haki, his eyes regaining their brilliance. "Fortunately, I have observation Haki. Otherwise, I would have really been tricked by you." The next moment, the reanimated ninjas unleashed their strongest techniques. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. Water release, water severing wave. Edward gripped his sword, Kanji-Yunki, completely unfazed, and with a shout, "Shatter!" A 100-meter sword aura slashed out, cutting through all the ninjutsu, turning entire groups of reanimated ninjas to ashes. He glared at Orochimaru in the distance, his voice filled with fury. "Those who betray me will not be spared." Just as he covered his entire body with armament Haki, he noticed cracks all over his body. It seems this reanimated body has experienced battles and is too fragile. He abandoned the use of the Tremor fruit and switched to swordsmanship, shouting, "Songyun! Slash!" With his large sword, he charged into the ninja crowd, harvesting them like cutting vegetables. Orochimaru sneered from the back, "Ho ho ho, you can't win." But in the blink of an eye, another batch of reanimated ninjas was turned to ashes. Edward was about to unleash his Conqueror's Haki when he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, immediately restraining his power. "Is that Kamizaka Maple?" His anger surged, and he swung his sword even harder. "Orochimaru, are you crazy? How dare you control Kamizaka's soul?" On the battlefield, the sword glinted as reanimated ninjas fell in droves. Edward pressed closer to Orochimaru, his eyes filled with killing intent. You would never expect it. The war god broke free and counterattacked, the reanimated army crumbling before him like paper. Orochimaru's schemes backfiring spectacularly. This power was explosive. Bang! Bang! Konoha's white-bearded man, the war god, tears apart traitors. The residual souls return to unveil a new chapter. Pay attention. Edward, relying solely on his swordsmanship, shattered all the surrounding reanimated ninjas, leaving only 3 people on the battlefield: the distant Orochimaru, Kimizaka Maple without arms, and the furious Edward. Orochimaru pointed the Kusanagi sword at Edward, exasperated. Damn it, I can't even control you after you're dead? Edward found it amusing. Orochimaru, have you forgotten my power? As his words fell, he leaped into the air, bringing down Kanjiunki with a fierce slash. Orochimaru, frightened, transformed into a snake using substitution jutsu, trying to escape. But Edward's large hand wrapped around him with Conqueror's Haki. You can't escape. Caught in Edward's grip, Orochimaru panicked, as if he had returned to the moment when Uchiha Madara crushed his head. Edward interrogated, "Why did you betray me?" Orochimaru replied defiantly, "You're already dead. What does it matter if you know?" Edward exerted great effort. "I hate betrayal the most." Orochimaru sneered, "You will die again soon." Edward stopped talking nonsense, clenched his hand, and crushed Orochimaru into meat paste, declaring, "Anyone who betrays me will never be spared." He knew that Orochimaru was not completely dead, as his observation Haki had sensed that there was still life in him. Edward muttered, "The original B plan has failed, but at least I have resurrected. My power has long been coveted." He looked at the maple leaves below the mountain, temporarily controlled them with sealing techniques, packed them into a coffin, and strapped it to his back. "I will definitely resurrect you." He tried to adjust the fusion degree panel, but there was no response, probably because the soul is incomplete, with parts still in slumber. Remembering the feeling from earlier, he smiled. "It feels like waking up after a nap, and the world has changed. I've died twice already. What else is there to fear?" Suddenly, he squinted at the sky. That aura, is it the power of the 6 paths? You would never expect it. The god of war, tearing apart traitors like crushing ants, even in a residual soul state, could sense the power of the 6 paths. This plot is too intense. That place, is it the power of the 6 paths? Edward, with narrowed eyes, recalled that powerful aura. The Whitebeard of Konoha. The god of war desires the power of the 6 paths. Konoha is in turmoil. Kakashi has returned. Pay attention. Edward, in the realm of the slumbering soul, felt the power of the 6 paths that he could not resist. Yet he clenched his fists and shouted, "Since I have been resurrected, I can also possess the power of the 6 paths." His plan A became clear in an instant. Find Nagato and use the Rinnegan to reshape his body. But the most urgent matter was to return to Konoha. He was full of anticipation. I wonder how Konoha is doing now. In the next moment, his body erupted with a loud noise, and he charged madly towards Konoha. Meanwhile, in a damp, dark cave, the emaciated Nagato, not like in the original work with a broken leg, wearing an Akatsuki robe, coughed and said, "Orochimaru's technique is too explosive." He turned to Konin and said, "The 4th Hokage is indeed strong, but I hate him. If it weren't for him starting the 3rd Great Ninja War, Yahiko would not have died." Remembering the Moon Eye plan that Black and White Zetsu and Obito mentioned could resurrect Yahiko, he gritted his teeth. The plan has to be expedited. Edward's resurrection has disrupted everything. On the other side, in the Hokage building of Konoha, a 181 centimeters tall, white-haired ninja rushed into the office, shouting anxiously, "Hokage-sama, what happened to Konoha? There are ruins and corpses everywhere." This person was Kakashi. Tsunade looked sorrowful. "Kakashi, you're back. The 1st and 2nd Hokage have been resurrected by Edo Tensei." Kakashi was stunned. "Edo Tensei? What is that?" Tsunade explained. "It's a forbidden technique that can summon the souls of the dead to fight. Fortunately, they are restricted and have no free will. Otherwise, Konoha would have been finished long ago." Kakashi's eyes suddenly lit up. "Then my dad and uncle, can they also be resurrected?" He hadn't seen his relatives for 16 years, and he would be content even if they were enemies. Tsunade had a complicated expression. "It's possible, but anyone who dares to attack Konoha will have no mercy. She rubbed her tired eyes. I've sent a large number of ninjas to investigate. Soon there will be news. You would never expect it. The god of war is eyeing the power of the six paths. Nagato is stirring things up in advance, and Kakashi returns hoping to see his family. The chaos in Konoha is about to escalate. Tsunade rubbed her eyes, her face filled with fatigue. The Whitebeard of Konoha. The calamity of the ninja world has begun. The tailed beasts have been stolen, and Konoha is an emergency alert. Pay attention. Only by truly becoming Hokage does one realize how exhausting this position is. Tsunade is currently overwhelmed by a pile of issues. Kakashi, full of confusion, asked, what is their goal? Are they trying to start the fourth great ninja war? He deeply resisted war. His parents had died after the war, and he believed that war was the root of all evil. Tsunade shook her head. I don't know. The first and second have just been resurrected, and their bodies and would release techniques haven't been dealt with yet. Afraid that Kakashi would panic, she added, I have already sent someone to study the Edo Tensei release technique. There will be results soon, but she was worried that 66-meter giant Edward can destroy Konoha with a wave of his hand. I can't let him cause trouble. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a ninja rushed in, shouting, Hokage-sama, urgent report. Seeing Kakashi there, he hesitated a bit, and Tsunade said directly, he's one of us, just say it. The ninja knelt on one knee. The three great ninja villages have been attacked by an unknown powerful enemy. All the tailed beasts have been stolen. Requesting support. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. The tailed beasts have been stolen? After reading the intelligence, she instantly understood. So the target is the nine tails Jinchuriki and the one tail. Iwa Ninja Village suffered the worst. The Tsukikage, old Anoki, the four tails Jinchuriki, was killed, and the tailed beast was gone. She immediately shouted, send elite forces to protect Uzumaki Kushina and the one tail. Turning to Kakashi, she said, you go find Namikaze Minato and inform him. Kakashi formed hand signs and disappeared. Body flicker technique. I'm on my way. Tsunade stared at the documents, sighing, what does the mastermind behind this want to do? She wanted to go out and investigate, but was held back by a pile of documents. Once Kakashi exited the Hokage building, he saw Obito and Rin waiting for him. Rin asked anxiously, what happened in the west? Kakashi helplessly replied, it's the work of an unknown enemy. We still haven't found their true form. You would never expect it. The tailed beasts have been collectively stolen. The ninja world is about to change. Konoha is an emergency alert, and this mastermind is too bold. It was caused by an unknown enemy, and as of now, their true form has not been found. The Whitebeard of Konoha. The god of war's return meets his son. Father and son draw their blades against each other. Pay attention. Kakashi pondered for a moment, concealing most of the information and vaguely covering up just some small situations. The specifics are still being investigated. Without Hokage's permission, he didn't dare to leak secrets recklessly. He then looked at Obito and Rin, earnestly saying, help me. Obito immediately nodded. Tell me, I'll help with anything. Kakashi seriously instructed, Obito, you and Rin go find our master and let him return to Lady Sensei's side quickly. This matter is crucial. Obito didn't hesitate. Let's go, Rin. Rin looked back at Kakashi reluctantly, then turned to follow. Kakashi watched their figures and hurriedly headed towards Uzumaki Kushina's home, feeling uneasy. Is this mysterious person trying to provoke the fourth great ninja war? Looking at the destroyed buildings along the way, his gaze became firm. I must stop this catastrophe. You must know, he is not the defeated version from the original work, but the son of Edward, the new god of the ninja world. When he was almost at Kushina's home, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the forest, and a huge figure charged out. Edward spoke, Son, I have returned with the mountain. Kakashi's eyes instantly turned red, but in the next second, he immediately drew his sword in defense. Kunai dancing in a flurry. You are not my dad. He just learned about Edo Tensei. How could he be easily deceived? Edward's face was full of tenderness. Son, I really am your dad. Kakashi yelled. My dad has been dead for 16 years. The kunai flew straight at Edward as he charged forward with the short blade left by his uncle. Edward caught the kunai, his expression darkening. 16 years? Perfect. Let's test your strength. Kakashi performed the body flicker technique. White blade strike. Instantly circling behind Edward. Edward laughed heartily. Gulalala. I didn't expect you to be this strong already. You would never expect it. The god of war's return is mistaken for an enemy by his own son, and father and son draw blades against each other. This plot is too heart-wrenching. Gulalala. Have you really grown to this extent? The Whitebeard of Konoha. The god of war's return stirs waves. The father-son recognition almost becomes a battlefield. Pay attention. Edward felt the chakra intensity from Kakashi behind him and laughed loudly. This chakra combined with blade techniques means his son definitely has the strength of a Hokage. Kakashi, however, did not care about this. His mind was filled with the information about Edo Tensei, swinging his short blade to slash at Edward's neck. Dare to control my dad. Edward casually pinched the short blade with 2 fingers, instantly immobilizing it. Kakashi tugged at it, but when he couldn't pull it out, he immediately abandoned the blade and retreated 10 meters, shocked in his heart. This strength is too outrageous. Edward threw the short blade to the ground and grinned. Come on, Kakashi, let your old man see what you're capable of. For him, nothing is happier than seeing his son grow stronger with his own eyes. Kakashi stood frozen, feeling the other party's aura without any killing intent, his eyes instantly moistening as he clenched his fists and murmured, could he really be my old man? But thinking of his mother Kushina's home, not far behind him, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a kunai to launch an attack. Water Dragon Jutsu. Dance of the Sky. Don't play games with your old man. You will lose badly. Edward saw through his thoughts at a glance, and as soon as he finished speaking, his body instantly vanished from the range of the Water Dragon attack, reappearing behind Kakashi in the next moment, gently flicking the back of his head with his finger. Ouch! Kakashi recoiled in pain, watching the giant in front of him as his kunai clattered to the ground, choking back tears. He really is my old man. Just then, Kushina rushed over, fists clenched and furious, shouting, Who's fighting near my house? Konoha is already in chaos. Why add to it? But when she saw Edward's figure clearly, she froze instantly, memories long buried flooding her mind. This is clearly the 4th Hokage, Edward Newgate, whom she had admired for many years. Edward looked at the two who were stunned and teased with a smile. Why are you staring at me like that? Can't you recognize me? Just as Kushina was about to speak, a flash of yellow light zipped by, and Minato appeared with Obito and Rin, both holding 4 flying Thunder God kunai. Asking warily, Kushina, is he an enemy? Obito and Rin immediately took battle stances, chakra surging, the battlefield on the verge of erupting. Stop! Before Kushina could speak, Kakashi suddenly jumped in front, shouting loudly. Seeing the situation escalating, Edward finally put away his smile, drove the handle of the Tsunyun cut into the ground with force, and his overwhelming aura erupted. Enough! Everyone relax. I am the 4th Hokage, Edward Newgate. You absolutely wouldn't expect. The return of the war god triggered the entire Konoha's elite to go on high alert, and the father-son reunion almost turned into a fight. This plot is too gripping. Enough! I am the 4th Hokage, Edward Newgate. Seeing the chaotic scene, Edward could no longer hold back, and the Tsunyun cut in his hand burst forth with a massive aura. Konoha's Whitebeard. The return of the war god ignites hope. The Hokage building witnesses a legend. Pay attention. Edward is not here to fight today. He suddenly released his aura, and with a loud boom, Obito and Rin were blown back dozens of meters, while Kakashi staggered backward repeatedly. Only Minato and Kushina managed to support each other, barely holding on. Seeing everyone stunned, Edward immediately explained, I've broken free from the control. Once the aura dissipated, everyone finally calmed down, their gazes towards him filled with shock, confusion, and delight. Kakashi sighed in relief and slowly approached. Old man, you really came back? Edward crouched down his massive frame and opened his arms. I'm sorry for making you lonely all these years. Kakashi, though saying he wasn't a child anymore, honestly dove into his embrace. He hadn't felt the warmth of family in so long. Edward ruffled his hair and laughed. Huh? The 5th Hokage hasn't treated you poorly, right? Kakashi's face flushed, breaking free from the embrace. No, everyone has treated me well. At this moment, Minato stepped forward to pay his respects. 4th Hokage-sama, Edward nodded in approval. Minato, you've grown well. He lifted the coffin behind him. Where's Tsunade? Take me to see her. Minato tossed his kunai. Hold on tight, flying thunder god teleportation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Tsunade was frowning while gripping a pen. The reanimation jutsu is too hard to practice. It requires linking the chakra to the realm of the soul. Without talent, it's impossible. She irritably tossed the pen on the table. If only the third were here. If Uchiha Madara and Edward were reanimated, Konoha couldn't withstand it. Just as her words fell, a golden flash zipped by, and Edward's massive figure suddenly appeared in the office, leaving Tsunade dumbfounded. You absolutely wouldn't expect. The war god breaks free from control and returns home. Konoha instantly gains a trump card, and Tsunade's worries dissipate. This twist is too exhilarating. Flying thunder god technique. But suddenly, a golden flash brought a huge figure down in Tsunade's incredulous gaze. Konoha's Whitebeard. The war god returns home to unveil the conspiracy. Orochimaru's sinister plot is finally exposed. Pay attention. Edward crouched in the 4-meter-high Hokage office, apologetically smiling. Sorry for breaking the ceiling. His massive body felt very cramped in the room. Tsunade immediately stepped back, taking a combat stance as Umbu and the shadow guards quickly surrounded him. Edward waved with a smile. It's me, Edward Newgate. I'm back. Tsunade gasped, her mouth agape. Edward, this isn't a joke, right? Edward helplessly said. Can we change places? This is too uncomfortable. Minato stepped forward to explain. Hokage-sama, the fourth has broken free from control. Tsunade's expression was complicated as she waved her hand to let her subordinates retreat. Is it really you? Edward tore apart the debris wrapped around him. Looking displeased. Let's change places first. Tsunade nodded, and Edward called Minato. Please take us to the back mountain. Minato activated the flying thunder god. Hold tight. The three instantly vanished. Upon reaching the back mountain of Konoha, Tsunade finally looked Edward in the eye, observing the cracks on his body and his special pupils, and got straight to the point. Speak plainly. Edward sat cross-legged. I was resurrected by Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu. Tsunade suddenly stood up, furious. Orochimaru? He asked behind this. Edward grinned coldly. He wants to use my power to create chaos, but he's underestimated me. Remembering the betrayal, he felt a surge of anger, finally understanding the feeling of Whitebeard being betrayed by Blackbeard. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Finally found the thief who stole the tailed beasts. Edward raised an eyebrow. Stolen tailed beasts? So much has happened in the ninja world while I was dead. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, but decided to be honest. Orochimaru reanimated the first and second Hokage, attacked Konoha, and his target was the tailed beasts. You absolutely wouldn't expect. The return of the war god actually exposes the true culprit behind the chaos in the ninja world. Orochimaru's plot is completely revealed, giving Konoha a chance to fight back. It was Orochimaru. He reanimated the bodies of the first and second Hokage and attacked Konoha village to steal the tailed beasts. Under Edward's relentless pressure, Tsunade finally couldn't hold back and revealed this shameful truth. Konoha's Whitebeard, the war god, returns home to formulate a strategy. The pattern of the ninja world will be rewritten. Pay attention. Sunny felt deeply frustrated. She was the first Hokage in Konoha's history to be attacked by enemies in the village. Self-blame and guilt instantly filled her face. After hearing about Orochimaru stealing the tailed beasts, Edward understood. It seems Orochimaru wants to steal Nagato's role. But he grinned. With me here, I won't let him mess around. He tightened his grip on the Tsunade cut, asking, Do the information ninjas have any news? Tsunade buried her head, her face turning red to the roots of her neck. No. If it weren't for your return, I wouldn't even know Orochimaru was the mastermind. Edward playfully ruffled Tsunade's blonde hair, confidently saying, Don't worry. Leave it to me. Surprisingly, Tsunade wasn't angry and softly murmured, Edward. Edward immediately commanded, Deploy all reconnaissance ninjas to search for Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization. Root out these little mice. Kakashi immediately nodded. Even though she was already at the level of a Hokage, she was willing to listen to Edward's orders. The two walked side by side back to Konoha, and along the way, Kakashi laid out the events of the past 16 years. Edward's expression grew more somber as he listened, and he finally said coldly, "As expected, the ninja world ultimately speaks through strength. Only with power can peace be established." He suddenly asked, "What happened to the ninja soldiers I left behind?" Kakashi, feeling guilty, lowered her head and replied, "They were targeted by other ninja villages and suffered repeated defeats, so I disbanded them, leaving only a few." Edward looked up at the sky, his tone icy. Not bad at all. He stopped Kakashi and pressed on. "Do you think my choice back then was right? What did it bring to the ninja world?" Kakashi sighed. "Konoha supports you, but the war has plunged the ninja world into a quagmire." Edward became angry. "If it weren't for my sudden illness and aging back then, the ninja world wouldn't be in this state. Doing nothing will never lead to true peace. You absolutely can't imagine it. The god of war returns home to turn the tide, confronting the root of chaos in the ninja world. This time, it will completely rewrite the structure of the ninja world. If Edward did nothing, the ninja world would definitely not enter a true era of peace. Konoha's Whitebeard. The god of war vows to overturn the false peace. Uncle Snake's stolen forbidden techniques backfire. Pay attention. The so-called peace in Boruto is a joke, entirely reliant on Naruto and Sasuke's strength. It can't be considered real peace at all." Edward spoke with conviction, his voice firm. "Only my plan can create absolute peace. There is no second possibility." After saying this, he turned and left, his figure gradually distancing from Kakashi. Kakashi watched his back and muttered to herself, "But is such peace really right? So many lives have been sacrificed." After Edward walked far away, he looked at the devastated scene in Konoha and sneered. "Kakashi, you're still too short-sighted." Then a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and the blood that had been dormant for years reignited. "But now that I've been revived, everything in the ninja world will change completely because of me." Meanwhile, in a hidden cave, Orochimaru, who had been killed by Edward, was surprisingly unharmed. He patted his chest in relief. "Fortunately, I left behind a backup technique for life splitting. Otherwise, I would have really fallen into Edward's hands this time." He sensed the chakra lines connected to the reanimated ninjas in his mind and frowned. The first and second Hokage's reanimated bodies are gone. It seems Konoha is not as easy to handle as rumored. Unwilling to lose two major powers, Orochimaru immediately took out the prepared sacrifice and formed hand seals. Reanimation jutsu. After a violent fluctuation, only the reanimated body of the second Hokage stood up. Orochimaru was confused. "What's going on? Where's the first Hokage's soul?" He was not deterred and used the jutsu again, but still could not find the first Hokage's soul trace. Not even a fragment of it remained. Orochimaru widened his eyes in disbelief. "This is impossible. Could it be?" Suddenly, he froze in place, his tone complex. "Teacher, did you use the Reaper Death Seal?" He knew that this technique required sacrificing one's own soul. Thinking of the third Hokage, who had once cared for him, he felt a mix of emotions. But soon he began to laugh sinisterly. As expected of my teacher, what a grand move. Immediately, Orochimaru began to set up a new plan, completing the full version of the reanimation jutsu. This time, a ninja with a complete soul stood up among the sacrifices. He coughed twice, looking confused. "Where am I?" Before he could react, he was forcibly controlled by Orochimaru, and his body uncontrollably formed seals. Reaper Death Seal. The next second, a massive, ghostly figure of the Reaper appeared, holding a dagger and coldly staring at the person in front of him. The ninja was immediately stunned and screamed, "What is this? You absolutely can't imagine it." The god of war returns home, vowing to rewrite the rules of the ninja world, while Uncle Snake, who secretly learned forbidden techniques, ends up digging his own grave. This twist is too thrilling. What is this? The ninja, who was not in control of himself, looked at the Reaper he had summoned, filled with fear, and shouted. Konoha's Whitebeard. The god of war is on a time-limited pursuit, while Uncle Snake covets the power of the Reaper. Pay attention. The controlled ninja screamed frantically, "No, don't." But the Reaper ignored him, slashing open his abdomen with the dagger and grabbing his soul. Orochimaru watched with gleaming eyes, shouting, "Just a shell without a soul." Is this the Reaper? This power is explosive. The more he watched, the more excited he became. Hee, I can definitely control this power. Soon, the controlled ninja completed the transaction, and the first Hokage's soul was released, but he himself became the substitute. Orochimaru used the same trick again. Before long, the third Hokage, who had fought to the death with the first Hokage, also stood before him in a reanimated body. Only he lacked the heroic aura of his youth. On the other side, Konoha entered a period of rest, and all the investigating ninjas were dispatched to hunt down the little mice. Although Kakashi and Edward had quarreled over their ideologies. After spending a few days together, their conflicts faded. In Edward's villa, he asked Kakashi while holding a barrel of wine, "Have you found anything?" Jiraiya suddenly interjected, "Oh, you really came back to life. That's awesome." Kakashi instantly exploded with anger and punched Jiraiya on the head. "Idiot, shut up." Jiraiya covered his head. Feeling wronged. "You started first." Edward separated the two. "Stop messing around. Let's talk business." Kakashi spoke in a deep voice. "We have a lead. Someone wearing an Akatsuki cloak has been spotted in the Land of Rivers." Edward picked up the Tsongyun blade and headed outside. "There's no time to lose. I'm going with Minato. Contact him if anything happens." Kakashi reluctantly tried to keep him. "Won't you stay a little longer?" Edward sighed. "This body has lost Orochimaru's chakra supply and is starting to rot. We need to hurry." It turned out that Orochimaru's yang chakra could maintain his reanimated body. And now that the connection was severed, Konoha's research on this technique was shallow, so they could only act quickly. You absolutely can't imagine it. The god of war risks his rotting body to pursue the enemy, while Uncle Snake plots to seize the Reaper's power. This plot is full of high energy. All right, be careful on the way. Konoha's Whitebeard, the god of war, teleports to the Land of Rivers. Akatsuki members go down in seconds. Pay attention. Kakashi sighed lightly and said to Edward, "Be careful on the way." Edward turned his head and sternly reminded, "Gulalala, leave it to you down mountain. Don't let anything go wrong." Kakashi immediately clenched her fist. "Rest assured, this time there will definitely be no mistakes." Edward took out the special flying thunder god kunai and shouted, "Minato Namikaze." A flash of golden light, and Minato instantly appeared. "Received fourth Hokage." Edward smiled. This technique is really convenient. He grabbed Minato and instructed Kakashi. "Tell Kakashi that his dad is out on a mission." Then he ordered, "Go to the Land of Rivers." Minato activated the Flying Thunder God and instantly disappeared with Edward. Kakashi looked at the empty spot and shook her head with a smile. Upon arriving in the Land of Rivers, Edward sighed. "Still the same." Minato asked, "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Edward waved the kunai. "No, let's go back. Call me if something comes up." For him, Minato was a very useful mobile transmitter. After Minato left, Edward tightened his grip on the Tsongyun blade. "Gulalala, let's find that little guy with the Rinnegan. You should know that the daimyo of the Land of Rivers rose to power thanks to him." He narrowed his pupils, unleashed his observation haki, and instantly covered the entire Land of Rivers. Several shadow-level chakras were immediately locked on. Edward irritably shouted, "Quick battle, quick decision. Conqueror's haki." He leaped into the air, his hand wrapped in haki, swinging toward the target. On the other side, the shark-faced Kisame said to the sword-wielding Pakken, "Pakken, the target is dead. There's no need to waste time here." Pakken wiped his sword. "Even if he's dead, we still have to take the head back." The words were not finished when the Conqueror's haki struck, and Shirzong rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Kisame was startled, drawing out Samahata to defend himself, barely managing to stay upright, his mind racing. What the hell is this thing? The next moment, Edward crashed to the ground like a meteor, brushed off the dust, and looked at the two. "It's you two?" Kisame widened his dead fish eyes in shock and exclaimed, "What kind of monster are you?" Realizing the towering figure standing at 6 meters, he suddenly reacted. "What? The fourth Hokage? Could it be that new god of the ninja world?" You would never guess. The war god teleports in, and the Conqueror's haki knocks out members of the Akatsuki in an instant. This combat power is directly at the pinnacle. What? The fourth Hokage? Is he that new god of the ninja world? Upon hearing this, Kisame became deeply interested in the giant before him. "Gulalala, that's right. Tell me where your leader is, and I'll spare your lives." Edward slammed the Tsongyun cut into the ground, exuding immense pressure as he spoke. "Huh, you want us to surrender before the fight even starts?" Shirzong couldn't help but feel a bit angry at this remark. Although he had indeed been fainted by Edward's aura earlier, it did not mean that he had submitted to Edward in his heart. Encountering two stubborn individuals, it seemed there was no need for this operation after all. Edward coated his Tsungyun cut with a layer of black-armed haki and swung it towards the two. Samahata, water release, water barrier. Hearing this, the two immediately acted, sensing that this giant's casual attack was something they could not withstand. Thud! But how could their useless defense possibly hold up against Edward? With a heavy sound, the two were already knocked to the ground, half of their bones shattered. So strong. Shirzong clutched his chest, which was faintly aching, forcing himself to stand up, holding his decapitating large blade in front of him. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Water release, water prison technique. Although Kisame was also heavily injured, he could still barely fight, continuously forming hand seals. This attack is useless against me. Give up resisting. Edward tightly gripped the Tsungyun cut in his hand and swung down from above, splitting Kisame's water technique in half as he shouted. Even if the battle has already failed from the start, I will not admit defeat. Hearing Edward's advice, Kisame took out Samahata from his back and began to merge it. Very well. Upon hearing this, Edward's armed haki instantly covered the Tsungyun cut, and hundreds of meters of sword energy swept forward. Kisame, give up. Maybe this way you can die more comfortably. Meanwhile, Shirzong could no longer hold on to his internal injuries and knelt on one knee, using his large sword to support his body. Samahata fusion. But Kisame would not be like Shirzong. A large amount of chakra surged from within him, merging Samahata with his body. Gulalala, this chakra. Edward laughed heartily, but just like before, he could release hundreds of attacks at will. Water release, water prison, shark dance technique. Kisame was still pretending to defend, gritting his teeth, but his body was already beginning to give out. Shirzong, I might have to disappoint you. After saying this, Kisame's body was struck down by the sword energy into the sandy ground, his chest revealing severe injuries. I didn't expect you to have such powerful ninjutsu. Quite impressive. Shirzong remarked with a hint of surprise as he saw Kisame fail in battle. This was the first time he had seen Kisame go all out, but unfortunately, it was against the wrong opponent. Kisame lay on the sandy ground, silent, not knowing what to think. For him, perhaps he had already died the moment he made that choice. Now, he was merely an empty shell with thoughts. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where your leader is. Edward's voice rang out, completely unwilling to waste time. Oomph. The once resounding new god of the ninja world, I will not tell you. It's just a pity to think it would end like this. Kisame spoke with a firm voice tinged with admiration. To a strong person, whether enemy or friend, is worthy of respect. And you? Upon hearing this, Edward's dark eyes turned to Shirzong. Having died once, how could I die again? But what I can tell you is that my leader is hidden very deep. Even now, we do not know where he is. After saying this, Shirzong closed his eyes, quietly waiting for death to come. He's a man. Seeing this, Edward recalled the actions of the two in the original work and said, but unfortunately, as enemies, I cannot let you go. Edward unleashed the Conqueror's haki, crashing it into the heads of the two. After being struck by the Conqueror's haki, the two lost consciousness for a moment, leaving behind only two silent corpses. For these two, perhaps only death is their best destination. Because their hearts had already died, what remained was merely walking corpses. No vance. It seems I have to find them myself. Edward glanced at the two corpses beneath him that were already dead. Sealing technique. Edward then sealed the two corpses in the sealing scroll tied to his shoelaces. Although in Edward's eyes, these two shadow-level powerhouses were not very strong. For most ninjas, they were heights that others could not reach. Therefore, Edward had to be prepared to prevent being reanimated by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. This should be enough. After packing the sealing scroll, Edward fully unleashed his observation haki and began to move. There is no more chakra in the land of rivers. So where could you be? Edward's eyes scanned countless directions, his body flashing in the air. In his heart, he was actually leaning towards the Hidden Rain village. However, during his last trip back to Konoha, he had already used the power of observation haki. Unfortunately, there was no progress, and he couldn't find any trace of Nagato. Orochimaru, Nagato, Black and White Zetsu, Uchiha, these few truly belong to the rats of the ninja world. Edward thought to himself, feeling somewhat amused. Minato Namikaze. Soon, Edward took out the kunai that Minato had given him earlier, channeling chakra into it. Fourth Hokage. Quickly, feeling Edward's chakra aura attacking, Minato appeared in front of Edward. Take me to the land of rain. I want to see over there. Edward said to Minato, pointing in a certain direction. Understood. Hearing this, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique once again, and with Edward, they disappeared from there. The land of rain. Did you not sense anything? Is there something blocking my observation haki? Edward felt the precise query of observation haki and said, he had searched the entire rain country and found nothing. Not even a trace of Nagato. There was no choice but to start searching throughout the entire ninja world. Edward cast a helpless glance at Minato Namikaze and said, Fourth Hokage, my Flying Thunder God kunai only left a mark near the land of fire. However, after hearing Edward's words, Minato responded with an awkward expression. Is that so? It seems this plan won't work. Upon hearing this, Edward's expression darkened as he looked down at the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Let's return to Konoha. For the safety of Konoha, I will guard there. Finally coming to a conclusion, Edward decided not to wander around anymore. He also believed that even if he didn't look for those two, they would come looking for him. Yes, Fourth Hokage. Minato nodded in agreement with Edward's viewpoint. However, he felt quite skeptical about Edward's frantic search for the enemy, because this not only gave the enemy a chance to take advantage of the situation, but also brought about unknown consequences. Moreover, his Flying Thunder God technique was not limitless. Using the Flying Thunder God technique would consume a large amount of chakra and deplete the user's energy. If Edward insisted on having him run around with him, he couldn't imagine what it would be like when he encountered a strong enemy. Within Konoha village, after Edward returned to Konoha, he remained stationed there. But the degree of decay in his body worsened day by day, which inevitably troubled him. After all, no one wanted to walk around with a rotting body every day. There was no progress with Nagato, and Orochimaru had vanished without a trace, leaving no clue as to his whereabouts. In the villa, Edward found some maintenance oil and muttered to himself, Is that guy Orochimaru trying to wear me down? Then Edward picked up his trusty sword, Songyun Xie, and began to maintain it. So disgusting, this body. While maintaining Songyun Xie, Edward rejected the idea of his body gradually becoming soft. He could feel that his body was decaying at an extremely slow rate every day. However, if he continued at this rate, it would take at least another 2 to 3 years for it to completely rot away. Dad, when will Uncle wake up like you? Kakashi, leaning against the wall, held a book on sword techniques while reading and spoke. No rush, take your time. Go tell Tsunade to hurry up and research the reanimation jutsu. Edward picked up a clean cloth and focused on wiping Songyun Xie. Okay. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded and put down the book. Suddenly, a different chakra presence appeared. Just as Kakashi was about to leave, Edward stood up with Songyun Xie in hand. Gulalala, can't you hold back any longer? Orochimaru. Edward grinned and said. In this psychological battle, Edward had ultimately emerged victorious. Ho ho ho. Edward, I know you're in there. Outside Konoha village, a giant snake coiled around a tree suddenly spoke. How about we make a deal, Edward? The snake gradually transformed into a humanoid shape. After a short while, the snake became Orochimaru, holding the Kusanagi sword. Interests are the premise of conflict. If our interests align, why not set aside past grievances? Orochimaru waved the Kusanagi sword, performing a flourish, and then licked the blade with his tongue. Bang! Gulalala, you're right, Orochimaru. Edward, having sensed Orochimaru's arrival with observation haki, smashed down onto the earth like a meteor in front of Orochimaru. Is that so? Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a glimmer, revealing a slight smile. But before Orochimaru could finish speaking, Edward's large hand grasped his body and crushed it into pieces. You need to change your temper. However, soon after, a snake transformed back into Orochimaru, a pale expression on his face. We have nothing more to say. Edward's Songyun Xie swung toward Orochimaru, bisecting his body. Poof, poof, poof. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Despite this, Orochimaru still did not give up, repeatedly trying to reform his body, becoming weaker each time. Have you vented your anger enough? Can we talk properly now, Edward? A very weak voice of Orochimaru, now reformed, echoed. What do you want? Hearing this, Edward frowned and lowered Songyun Xia. During this time, he had lost count of how many times he had killed Orochimaru. However, after so many attempts with no results, Edward ultimately decided to listen to what Orochimaru had to say. My goal is that realm of immortality. Grant me your assistance. After getting the result he wanted, Orochimaru raised his head and said seriously. Being able to communicate with Edward was not without cost to him. Trust only once. Edward gripped Songyun Xia, producing a muffled sound. If you wish to reach that realm of immortality, you will still be the new god of the ninja world. The entire world will be yours. Hearing this, Orochimaru, unwilling, licked his lips and tempted Edward with enticing words. Gulalala, what a joke. But Edward was not interested in Orochimaru's words at all. His armament haki instantly covered Songyun Xia and his body as he attacked Orochimaru. As a man with the qualities of a king, he looked down on bowing to anyone. If there were only one sage of 6 paths, it would undoubtedly be Edward's. It seems the deal has fallen through. Seeing this, Orochimaru's expression darkened as his entire body was shattered by Edward's attack. However, after his death, a coffin emerged from the ground, resting on the surface. Show me your power, god of the ninja world. The shattered Orochimaru's voice echoed throughout the forest. God of the ninja world? Looking at the man in the deep red vest who was bowing his head and unmoving, Edward said, wasn't he sealed by the 3rd Hokage's Shiki F gene? How could he appear here? Edward murmured, unable to comprehend. To his knowledge, the Shiki F gene was a technique related to the death god in the ninja world. How could Orochimaru possibly snatch the 1st Hokage's soul from the hands of the death god? Was it a cursed seal or some other technique? But after a while, Edward recalled that in the original story, Orochimaru had indeed taken a soul from the belly of the death god, quickly coming to a realization. However, even if he is the god of the shinobi world, he will not be my opponent. With that, Edward shook his head and swung his Songyun cut to attack. Would release. Would dragon jutsu. Sensing the danger, the 1st Hokage immediately woke up, opening his eyes as a wood dragon coiled around him. Boom! The wood dragon was shattered by Edward, and a large amount of wood debris fell to the ground. Conqueror's Haki, let me put you to sleep again. Edward's body erupted with a deep red aura charging towards the 1st Hokage. Sage art. But Edward's Conqueror's Haki only further stimulated the god of the shinobi world's power, and the sage mode erupted instantly. Conqueror's Haki entangled. You're just a dead man. Do you still want to stop me? Seeing this, Edward frowned deeply, and an even more powerful aura erupted, with countless sword energies from Songyun cut slashing towards the 1st Hokage. Would release. Advent of the tree realm. However, Edward's powerful attacks repeatedly forced the 1st Hokage to elevate his state, and various ninjutsu appeared on the battlefield. There was hardly any flat ground left. The forest filled with trees soon became entirely a forest due to the 1st Hokage's would release. This annoying would release, but even so, Orochimaru, you cannot escape. Edward continuously shattered the trees, attacking him with Songyun cut, his eyes fixed on a certain direction. Hee, impure world reincarnation. But seeing that Edward still had strength left, Orochimaru would not give him a chance. Coffins began to rise from the ground, with the 2nd Hokage, 3rd Hokage, 2nd Tsuchikage, and 3rd Tsuchikage all appearing here. Upon seeing the enemy multiply, the color of Edward's armament haki deepened. He was afraid that his body from the impure world reincarnation would be shattered in this battle. After all, this body was not like his previous one. It could easily suffer various malfunctions. Stay here forever. After saying this, Orochimaru reconsolidated his body, but his aura was even weaker than before. He then turned his gaze towards Konoha and left the battlefield without looking back. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Seeing Orochimaru's blatant scheme, Edward gathered a massive shockwave in his hand and hurled it towards Orochimaru's direction. Although using the shock fruit would cause harm to his body at this moment, he couldn't care less. Cough, cough, substitution technique. Orochimaru, heading towards Konoha. Suddenly felt a great danger from behind. His snake-like pupils shrank as he transformed into countless small snakes to escape the range of the shockwave attack. Water release, great waterfall technique. Dust release, original world separation technique. The already awakened second Hokage and second Tsukage immediately blocked Edward under Orochimaru's control. Conqueror's Haki. Knowing that if this continued, Edward could not escape, he erupted with an even stronger aura. With a swing of Tsonyan cut, the second Hokage lost half of his body before he could even react. Would release, would clone, would release, flower realm advent technique. In that interval, the first Hokage also attacked Edward, with countless overlord flowers entangling him. Nine tails, one tail, you're just what I need. Knowing that Edward was currently occupied, Orochimaru greedily looked towards Konoha. Orochimaru. At this moment, Tsunade and others in Konoha also sensed something unusual and rushed into the forest. Tsunade, Jiraiya, it's been a long time. Seeing familiar figures in front of him, Orochimaru smirked slightly. You traitor, Godi. Although they were once extremely close friends, they were now enemies. And Tsunade naturally wouldn't hold back as she charged at him. Sealing technique. Release. 100 heal technique. Superhuman punch. A massive amount of chakra surged through Tsunade's body as she swung her powerful fist towards Orochimaru. However, before she could get close, two strong men blocked her attack. The second Rakage and the third Rakage. This is what I prepared for you, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. Orochimaru, you've really changed. Jiraiya slowly approached at this moment, his face full of complexity. In this world, how can there be so much change or constancy? It's just a pursuit of higher steps. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru transformed into a white phosphorus snake and burrowed underground. Slug, Toad Bunta. Seeing that Orochimaru wanted to escape, the two certainly wouldn't let him go and summoned their respective techniques to block Orochimaru. Thousand Snakes blocked them. Seeing this, Orochimaru had no choice but to revert to his original form, summoning 1,000 snakes. 3 massive summoned beasts appeared simultaneously in this shinobi world. However, this time it was not like the past when they fought together against the demigods of the shinobi world, but rather they were turning against each other. The title of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha vanished from their heads. Multiple snake wrapping formation. Orochimaru lifted his eyes, and countless small snakes surged forth, instantly filling the area with snakes. From a distance, it looked more like thousands of loaches intertwining with each other. So disgusting. Tsunade immediately retreated, tearing off the small snakes, biting her, and shouted, Hokage-sama, do you need her help? At this moment, Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha also arrived, with an endless stream of ninjas behind them. Orochimaru seemed to have instantly fallen into a passive position, isolated and helpless. My army of impure world reincarnation is still waiting for you, so please don't disappoint me. Orochimaru gathered chakra in his hand and struck the ground, causing numerous coffins to rise, and the corpses opened their eyes. But these were just the impure world reincarnation ninjas he had previously arranged here, originally prepared to invade Konoha, but unexpectedly became useful here. The real army of impure world reincarnation was still far away, at the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. It seems that I won't be able to get you today. Seeing the increasing reinforcements in Konoha, Orochimaru said regretfully. Then, Orochimaru took out a sealing scroll and threw out several silent corpses, performing the impure world reincarnation technique. Where am I? The silent ninjas opened their pitch-black eyes under Orochimaru's hand seals, looking confused. What was he trying to do? Some ninjas, not understanding Orochimaru's actions, said, Go. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had already completed the technique, licked his lips and gave the order. He had already cast the impure world reincarnation technique on those corpses in advance, just waiting for an opportunity. At this moment in Konoha, at the Uzumaki Kushina's home, why are you stopping me? The chakra within Uzumaki Kushina erupted, roaring fiercely at the several ninjas in front of her. She clearly sensed the outbreak of battle in that place, but these Umbu had stopped her from going over. I'm sorry, Lady Uzumaki Kushina. This is the Hokage's order, said the Umbu, bowing their heads respectfully. You guys, Kushina shouted each time she was blocked by that voice. Universal pool. However, at that moment, a powerful suction erupted, and the several Umbu were uncontrollably pulled in. What? Who are you? The Umbu, seeing the orange-haired man with different colored eyes in front of them, wanted to use ninjutsu, but were restricted by the suction. None of the Konoha ninjas were innocent. The man who was pulling in the Umbu was none other than the Devapath Pain, who had been blown apart by Edward earlier. He had now been repaired by Nagato and sneaked in here during the battle between Orochimaru and Edward. Shinra Tensei. Without answering their question, a repulsion and attraction clashed, and the Umbu were quickly shattered into pieces. Submit to me, Nagato said, turning his eyes towards Uzumaki Kushina after dealing with the Umbu. Damn it, what is this armed organization doing? Seeing that this sudden enemy had turned their gaze towards her, Kushina instantly became furious. However, her sealing technique was completely useless against the Devapath Pain, who was a super shadow. A repulsion sent her flying back. Take this opportunity, grab her. Black and white Zetsu, who had been lurking, slowly emerged from the ground. With his super stealth, he had sensed Orochimaru's attempt to attack Konoha and immediately sneak here with Devapath Pain. If we capture her, that guy Orochimaru will be nothing. Remembering the deal he had discussed with Orochimaru not long ago, White Zetsu sneered. That snake kid still wants to pry into your eyes. He can't be trusted. Black Zetsu also expressed his thoughts with a strange smile. Let's capture her first. The attraction in Devapath Pain's hand continued to gather, and Kushina was already starting to struggle. Mom! Inside the house, hearing the commotion, Naruto, along with the One-Tail, arrived at the scene. Damn it! How dare you guys bully my mom? But upon seeing the situation, Naruto instantly became furious. He saw two guys in black cloaks cornering his mother. What is that? The eyes of the Six Paths. Naruto, get away. The One-Tail, who had come out with Naruto, shouted in shock, its body instantly swelling. Your childhood shouldn't be this beautiful. Feel the pain. Seeing this scene, Devapath Pain frowned, and a repulsion struck Naruto. Fortunately, the One-Tail was in front of Naruto, shielding him from the damage. Manjikyu. Then, a man with evil chakra appeared. Fugaku, hurry and take Naruto away. Seeing that man's appearance, Uzumaki Kushina anxiously shouted for Naruto. Convergence. Universal pool. But Devapath Pain gathered a stronger attraction than before, pulling in Naruto and the One-Tail. With me here, I won't let you get hurt. Black Flame Amaterasu. Uchiha Fugaku covered his eyes, crying out in pain. What an evil chakra. No wonder he is that man's descendant. Black and white Zetsu grinned and replicated several white Zetsu to block the damage from Amaterasu. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Seeing that his attacks had no effect on the two in front of him, Uchiha Fugaku instantly changed his technique and threw the kunai in his hand. Water Style, Water Shockwave. Earth Style, Earth Wall. At this moment, more and more ninjas began to notice the abnormality here and join the battle. It's getting livelier, Nagato. You need to hurry up and fight. Black and white Zetsu saw more and more ninjas and began to sink into the ground, disappearing. Super Shinra Tensei. But these ninjas were merely adding to the casualties. The repulsion released by Devapath Pain not only repelled various attacks, but also caused huge damage to the surrounding ninjas and buildings. Damn it, when did the ninja world have so many strong people? Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku felt a rush of pressure, and a black skeletal form began to materialize. This was his trump card. Everyone died because of me. Seeing the devastation around her, Uzumaki Kushina felt great pain inside. Useless resistance will only bring greater disaster. Devapath Pain walked step by step towards Uzumaki Kushina, ignoring the giant that had already formed behind him. Nine Tails, give me strength. Seeing this, Uzumaki Kushina could no longer hold back and shouted madly at the Nine Tails inside her. You can't handle it. Inside Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine Tails slightly lifted its head, shocked at seeing Devapath Pain, knowing that Kushina definitely wouldn't be able to withstand his force. But Kushina seemed to ignore the Nine Tails warning and insisted on using the Nine Tails chakra. Nine Tails mode? How much can you control it? Pain of the Six Paths. Devapath Pain stopped in place, and several figures instantly split from his body. Azura Path, Azura Weapons. Animal Path, Summoning Technique. The 6 paths of pain gathered, and various attacks collided, creating chaos at the scene. Once I was immortal, but now I have transcended humanity through endless suffering and grown beyond mortal bounds, from mortal to God. Watching everything before him, Deva Path Pain's body slowly rose into the air, speaking with a disdainful gaze. You cannot stop my Shinra Tensei. A small black sphere gathered in Deva Path Pain's hand, slowly rising to the highest point. All the buildings in Konoha began to be lifted. What is happening to me? Why am I floating? Large and small civilians were also drawn in by the black sphere's gravity, filled with confusion and fear. For a moment, the entire Konoha village seemed to transform into space, with everything being pulled into the sky. Boom, boom. But then, the items being attracted began to rise faster, and the gravitational force grew stronger. From small stones at first to the Hokage building later, everything was lifted. The various rising objects ultimately combined into a massive meteorite, covering the entire Konoha. What a powerful suction! Fugaku, take Naruto and get out of here. Seeing this power, Uzumaki Kushina immediately shouted to Uchiha Fugaku, her body involuntarily floating in the air. However, Uchiha Fugaku himself was also trapped in the mire. His Susanoo dissipated and pulled upwards. Due to the force of gravity. Once the One Tail was released, Naruto immediately flew towards Kushina Uzumaki. At a rapid speed, he surpassed Kushina and was about to merge into the meteorite. Flying Thunder God technique. But at that moment, Minato Namikaze appeared, taking Naruto and disappearing into the air. Can you feel it? This is pain. Observing the devastation in Konoha and the various cries around him, the floating Nagato closed his eyes and murmured. Raising Gan. The One Tail, still waiting below, became somewhat unsettled, transforming into its complete form, and a massive amount of chakra gathered to spit towards the sky's meteorite. But how could that be useful? The meteorite itself was prepared by Nagato, effectively restraining the tailed beasts. Boom! Boom! A few Raisengans hit the meteorite, but it showed no significant damage. And even the One Tail was gradually being sucked up. How could I possibly lose to you? Seeing that he was uncontrollably flying towards the meteorite, the One Tail instantly gathered a larger amount of Raisengan to blast at the meteorite in the sky. But all of this was futile, merely accelerating the gravitational pull, as countless objects were sucked into the meteorite. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, in the forest battlefield where Edward was located, the meteorite? That bastard Nagato actually dares. Edward, entangled by Hashirama, stare at the combined meteorite above Konoha with rage. Konoha was the culmination of his efforts in this world. Seeing this scene felt like a knife cutting through his heart. Earthquake. The 3-colored hockey wrapping around Edward made him appear as if he had entered a berserk mode, unleashing a massive amount of shockwaves. Sage Art. Would release. Would Golem Technique. The technique of the first Hokage followed behind Edward, and under Orochimaru's control, his purpose was to block Edward. A mere lump of a head. How could it possibly stop me? Seeing this, Edward's anger surged. The founder of Konoha was now the biggest obstacle before him. To him, Konoha was born from the first Hokage and would be destroyed by the first Hokage. The earthquake unleashed, countless shockwaves erupted, and under the tremors of the Wood Golem technique. The technique shattered into pieces before it even activated. Cracks spread across the ground, and a large number of Edo Tensei ninjas were reduced to dust, including the Edo Tensei, second Hokage, and the Edo Tensei, second Tsukage, all turning to sand in this earthquake. You're not far from death, Edward. Seeing this, Orochimaru licked his lips. Although his true objective today was not achieved, witnessing Edward's self-destructive explosive attack was not a loss for him. Eliminating such a character made all the losses worth it. Glancing at Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were still watchful beside him, Orochimaru left a few Edo Tensei bodies and burrowed into the ground. Stop him, Jiraiya. Though the earthquake made it difficult for Tsunade to stand, she was still unwilling to let such a good opportunity slip away. Frog Oil Bullet. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Hearing the call, Jiraiya naturally would not let Orochimaru escape easily, releasing a combination technique. You've been hit, Soul Reaper sealing technique. But seeing Jiraiya rush over, 4 Edo Tensei ninjas stepped forward to surround him. What is this? Jiraiya was taken aback, halting his movements, as a giant toad was summoned to block their path. Ribbit? A croak sounded, and the phantom of the Shinigami appeared, completing the soul transaction in an instant. Tsunade, be careful of those ninjas. Don't let them get close. Sage mode. Sensing danger, Jiraiya shouted, with Gamakin and Gamabunta appearing on his shoulders. Little Jiraiya, is there something wrong? You're not yet skilled with this technique. Jiraiya responded with concern and confusion in his voice. Soul Reaper sealing technique. But those Edo Tensei ninjas had already closed in, and the Shinigami was appearing behind them, looking ready to approach Jiraiya. Slash. However, with the observation haki, Edward watched and would not let Jiraiya die so easily. Countless sword energies surged out, destroying those Edo Tensei ninjas. What a pity, Orochimaru murmured as he observed the whole process, which also gave him many opportunities to slip away from the battlefield. These damn bastards. After Edward resolved Jiraiya's crisis during a brief moment of respite, he still struggled to break through the remaining last enemy before him, the first Hokage's defense. Shockwave. Holding the Tsunade blade in his hand, Edward concentrated all the shockwaves within him into the blade, completely disregarding his nearly shattered body. He aimed to use the massive sword energy to destroy the nearly formed meteorite from over 10 miles away. Would release true Thousand Hands. At that moment, the Edo Tensei, first Hokage, sensing an enormous crisis before him, exploded with all his power. A colossal Buddha of thousands of hands, over 1,000 meters tall, was formed by the Edo Tensei, first Hokage using would release, slowly rising from the ground, facing Edward in front of him. Everyone's gaze was drawn here, filled with incredulous emotions. Is this the power of the first Hokage? So strong. One voice, two voices. Gradually the Konoha ninjas here began to crumble in despair, giving up resistance. Only Edward, with a slight bow, pressed the Tsunade blade lower and lower. Shatter. Finally, with a loud roar, the shockwaves in Edward's Tsunade blade erupted, transforming into a sword energy of thousands of meters, slashing towards the giant Buddha before him. Boom! Upon the sword energy's impact, the Buddha soon showed countless cracks, and the first Hokage, standing atop the Buddha, was obliterated. After shattering the Buddha, the remaining sword energy, undiminished in momentum, slashed towards the meteorite over 10 miles away, resolving that disaster. It's the fourth Hokage. Wonderful. Long live the fourth Hokage. Knowing the situation, the ninjas cheered at this scene, finally feeling relieved. Because they knew, as long as Edward stood here, even if the sky fell, he would block it for them. Is this body about to give out? Yet, even though the crisis before him was lifted, Edward couldn't feel happy at all. It was only because the power of the Tremor fruit was too overwhelming that this body couldn't withstand it and was already starting to crumble. Seating technique. Edward put down the Tsunade blade and began to sit cross-legged on the ground, gathering chakra and applying it to himself. It seems that in the coming days, I won't be able to make a move. Using the sealing technique, he temporarily lifted the crisis of his body crumbling, and Edward, moving his body, said somewhat dejectedly, "Edward, are you okay?" Over there, Tsunade and Jiraiya, aware of Edward's condition, rushed over and called out. In this exchange, how could they not know that Edward couldn't freely use his original powers? "I'm fine, just go back to Konoha and see how things are there," Edward said without any concern for his own body. For him, death was not something to fear at all. "Edward, your body?" Tsunade asked, frowning deeply. "Don't worry, I won't die. Have your people hurry up and research the Edo Tensei. It's very important," Edward replied, scraping dirt off his body. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the dirt he scraped off was just mud. Back to Konoha. Hearing this, Tsunade gritted her teeth and left with a group of ninjas. "Edward, do you still have strength left?" However, Jiraiya stayed behind to watch Edward, feeling very grateful for Edward saving his life just moments ago. "Ha! I still have the strength to protect Konoha." Edward laughed heartily at Jiraiya's concern. "Let's go back to Konoha together." Without waiting for Jiraiya to respond, Edward turned his gaze toward the Konoha village, which was billowing black smoke, and said again, "Sigh, In the end, Jiraiya could only sigh, lower his head, and follow Edward back to Konoha. At this moment in Konoha village, although Edward had timely destroyed the meteorite and prevented further damage to the village, the situation was still grim. All around were ruined buildings and civilians bleeding and on the brink of death. The once prosperous Konoha was no more. Orochimaru. Tsunade collapsed to the ground, her face pale as she shouted. In the battle, she, as the Hokage, had suffered a crushing defeat. Edward and Jiraiya, who followed behind, approached in silence, their hearts filled with simmering anger that could not be extinguished for a long time. I never expected my greatest enemy would be Orochimaru. How ridiculous, Edward murmured, looking at the only intact building, Hokage Rock. He had once thought his greatest enemies would be Uchiha Madara, Kagaya Otsutsuki, or Black Zetsu. But he never imagined he would fall into a quagmire right from the start. Tsunade, how are the ninjas studying Edo Tensei? Edward redirected his gaze to the collapsed Tsunade. Due to his shattered body, he could only place his hopes on her. Once Tsunade's people mastered Edo Tensei and regained control from Orochimaru, Edward would be able to regain all his former power. I don't know. I hope there are no problems, Tsunade replied as she stood up, leaning unsteadily against Edward's large hand, looking at the destroyed Hokage building. Go find them, Edward said, also directing his gaze toward the Hokage building. He had to reach that point to regain his former power before Orochimaru gathered all 9-tailed beasts. Otherwise, Edward would lose and lose completely. Let's go. In a dark, damp cave, Orochimaru, transformed into a snake, said, I never expected them to capture the tailed beasts. He was in a phosphorescent state, utilizing a recovery ninjutsu he had created, which allowed him to rejuvenate and maintain his peak condition every few days. This day won't be late, the mysterious Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru licked his lips with a sinister smile. Make a big announcement. I want to declare war on the entire ninja world at the Thunderfire Gorge, at the intersection of the land of fire and the land of lightning. He then ordered a ninja to speak to him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The ninja nodded and left. What will you do, mysterious Akatsuki organization? After the ninja left, Orochimaru wore a mysterious smile. Ever since Edward returned to Konoha and shared information about Orochimaru with Tsunade a few days ago, she had instructed her subordinates to contact other ninja villages. After that, the news of Orochimaru capturing tailed beasts was no longer a secret. All major ninja villages began discussing how to capture Orochimaru. So now, when Orochimaru released this news, it was both a conspiracy and an open strategy. All major ninja villages would participate due to the tailed beasts, and even the Akatsuki organization would get involved for this reason. A few days later, news of Orochimaru declaring war on the entire ninja world quickly spread to various nations. All major ninja villages began preparations and discussed the leadership of the ninja assembly. In the end, it was decided that Konoha, in the land of fire, would take the lead. Despite the significant attacks Konoha had suffered, and the village being in a state of reconstruction, many powerful ninjas remained due to Konoha's strong combat capabilities. In the underground chamber of the Hokage building in Konoha, are you ready? A group of ninjas surrounded Edward, who was lying on the operating table in the center. Come on, I've died several times already. What does it matter if I fail again? Edward smiled slightly. Over the past few days, the elite ninjas of Konoha had been diligently studying Edo Tensei, culminating in a specialized plan called the Edward Resurrection Plan, aimed specifically at Edward. This plan involved using Shiki F gene to reclaim Edward's soul. Although this was quite inhumane for the elite ninjas, as believers in the fourth Hokage, they quickly agreed. Following Orochimaru's sudden declaration of war on the entire ninja world, Tsunade ultimately had no choice but to prepare everyone to implement this plan that day. Shiki F gene, a ninja who had studied Shiki F gene for a long time, stepped forward and shouted. After casting the technique, a large amount of chakra was drained from his body, and the Grim Reaper's shadow appeared behind him. Transaction. Under the lifeless gaze of the Grim Reaper, the ninja spoke his request. The Grim Reaper's dagger then cut open his abdomen, extracting his soul. Edward's soul returned to his body under the Grim Reaper's grasp. Not enough. Feeling his incomplete soul gradually being restored, Edward muttered. Shiki F. Jean. Hearing this, another ninja stepped forward to continue the actions of the previous ninja, initiating the Edward resurrection plan as a large amount of chakra was drained. Go in peace. Seeing the scene, Edward closed his dark eyes tightly and gradually felt the return of power within him as he spoke. These were the top elite ninjas of Konoha, all at least elite jounin. Yet now, one by one, they had died because of their involvement in this plan, which could be considered Konoha's full village effort to assist Edward. Finally, it's back. In a moment, after yet another elite ninja fell, a panel appeared in Edward's eyes, bringing him joy. Fusion panel. Character, Edward Newgate. Fusion degree, 90. Looking at the various information on the panel, Edward's heart was inevitably filled with complexity. This time, I will definitely not fail. Come on, Edward shouted as his body shattered into large clumps of dirt and debris. Yes, fourth Hokage. Several elite ninjas who had died to complete Edward's soul stepped forward and respectfully said they were here to use the Edo Tensei to reconstruct Edward's body. Edo Tensei technique. Several ninjas formed hand seals and shouted in unison, and a formation filled with countless characters was created. Edward's originally shattered Edo Tensei body instantly turned into a sea of yellow sand, and the soul within was drawn out. Ultimately, the drifting soul of Edward descended into the bodies of the several elite ninjas who had died in front of him. It must succeed. Tsunade clasped her hands and covered her mouth, praying in her heart. Edward was her only hope. After witnessing the power of the first Hokage, she knew she could not reach that height during this time. The scene quickly fell into silence. What happened? Looking at the unchanged bodies of the elite ninjas, Tsunade couldn't help but shout anxiously. But the next second, the bodies of those elite ninjas turned into a sea of yellow sand and finally gathered together to form a massive body. I'm back again. Feeling the immense power within him as he reformed his body, Edward clenched his fists and unleashed a sonic boom. Although he was still in the Edo Tensei state, with his soul completed, he could fully utilize Conqueror's Haki, which was a significant boost in combat power. Furthermore, his Tremor fruit could be fully unleashed in a short time, enough to withstand Orochimaru. Prepare to gather the ninjas. Head to the Rakage Valley. Edward stood up, picked up the Tsungyun cutter beside him, and declared dominantly, "Yes, fourth Hokage." The ninjas participating in Edward's revival plan all shouted in unison. The next morning, a public announcement instantly set Konoha village ablaze. What? Is it the former fourth Hokage? Hasn't he been dead for 16 years? He was resurrected by the higher-ups using secret techniques to help us win this war? All the remaining civilians and ninjas of Konoha were incredulous. Even a group of ninjas rushed to the Hokage building demanding verification. But when Edward stood up in his Edo Tensei body, they were still shocked. Fourth Hokage, please command me freely. Victory and glory belong to us. Upon seeing Edward's figure, it ignited the hearts of all Konoha villagers. Even some ninja soldiers who had participated in the Third Shinobi World War with Edward took out their long-preserved chakra firearms, requesting to follow Edward. Konoha village was once again engulfed in fervor. But this time, it was not due to external pressure. It was simply because of the appearance of one man's figure. The former trusted ones betrayed me, leading to the current Konoha. Dead civilians, shattered buildings, broken families. But now, I am reborn. Now, I will lead everyone to victory, guide everyone back to former prosperity, and make those traitors remember my name, Edward Newgate. Edward once again began his declaration, wanting to inspire this group of followers with his greatest strength before the battle. Victory is assured. Victory! Victory! Upon hearing Edward's declaration, the Konoha ninjas saluted and shouted loudly. Soon after, Konoha village quickly fell into a state of preparation. Until the ninjas from various major ninja villages gathered at the Land of Fire, the mighty Konoha army, led by Edward, stepped out of this shattered homeland. Dad, the war has begun again. Along the way, Kakashi, who was closely following Edward, spoke in a pained tone. Yes, the war has begun again. Edward smiled. I hate war. Kakashi, hearing Edward's laughter, spoke in a low tone. Hate won't solve the problem. Have you forgotten? The tragic state of Konoha. But Edward did not refute. only comparing it to the current Konoha village. No, I'm just afraid of their deaths, Rin, Abito, my guy. Kakashi painfully recalled those remaining friends. In the recent disaster, he deeply understood what it meant for strength to determine everything. Death will descend upon the ninja world again, but now that I am here, I will do my best to stand in front of you. Hearing this, Edward smiled slightly and reached out to pat Kakashi's head. Got it, Dad. Upon hearing these words, Kakashi trembled all over, and his previously anxious heart instantly calmed down, leaning against Edward's side for a long time. Is that the fourth Hokage? Meanwhile, due to the gathering of ninjas, many other small ninja village ninjas had joined the Konoha army. But when they saw the towering figure over 6 meters tall, wielding a large blade, they were still incredulous, looking fearful as they asked, Yes, that is the fourth Hokage of Konoha. He has been resurrected. Soon, some ninjas began to respond. The news of Edward's Edo Tensei had already spread throughout the ninja world, and the vast majority of people were aware of this information. It really is him. He has truly been resurrected. After confirming the news, a group of ninjas was left in disbelief. The one who once invaded their country is now transformed into a giant protecting the ninja world. For them, this was truly absurd. But sometimes that's how it is. The more absurd the fact, the more likely it is to happen. No one would have thought that the former Konoha scientist would be the instigator of the Fourth Shinobi World War. No one would have thought that the once powerful Konoha village would be unable to hold its head high after Edward's death, facing fierce opposition from the other major ninja villages. In the Rakage Valley, Orochimaru stood at the highest rock peak, gazing down with a sinister expression at the gathered army of ninjas below. The first wave came from the ninja armies of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. Since they could not wait for the Konoha armies still on the way, the Rakage of the Land of Lightning and the temporary commander of the Land of Earth, Akatsuchi, decided to attack first. Orochimaru, hand over my brother. The fourth Rakage, clenched his enormous iron fists and roared, his inner fury burning fiercely. His brother, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was currently imprisoned by Orochimaru, making it impossible for him to hold back his impatience. You're still too weak. Hearing this, Orochimaru, standing at the highest point of the rocks, chuckled, and two figures stepped out beside him. It was none other than the reanimated third Rakage and third Tsuchikage. Father. Orochimaru. Upon seeing this, the fourth Rakage could no longer restrain himself and charged forward. Fourth Rakage, be careful, you are not his opponent. The former bodyguard of the third Tsuchikage, now the temporary commander, Akatsuchi, immediately intervened. Now is not the time to engage in battle. Just with the third Rakage, more than half of our ninjas here will be casualties. Lightning release, lightning bomb. But the fourth Rakage, blinded by rage, would not heed Akatsuchi's words and dashed towards the rocky summit with a burst of speed. Go ahead. Seeing that the fourth Rakage could no longer hold back, Orochimaru faded into the background and gave orders to the two reanimated Rakage and Tsuchikage in front of him. Dust release, original world stripping technique. Lightning release, lightning body technique. The controlled, reanimated third Rakage and third Tsuchikage immediately positioned themselves in front of the fourth Rakage, launching their attacks at him. What? The fourth Rakage, sensing a grave danger, was forced to interrupt his lightning bomb just in time to evade disaster. If he had looked back, he would have seen that the rocks behind where he had been standing had been stripped away by the dust release. Damn it, attack. Witnessing this power, the fourth Rakage's face darkened as he shouted at the ninja army behind him. Lightning release, lightning body technique. Lightning release, earth walk. The ninja army behind the fourth Rakage, upon hearing his command, could no longer contain themselves and charged forward. Countless dazzling ninjutsu were unleashed towards the reanimated third Rakage and Tsuchikage. Dust release, original world stripping technique split. Sensing the incoming ninjutsu, the reanimated third Tsuchikage felt a rising sense of danger and formed a white dust release split that shot towards the ninja army. Boom! Boom! Like exploding landmines. The split dust release buried itself within the ninja army and detonated, turning the battlefield into a scene of carnage, filled with cries of anguish. Lightning release, Kai. The reanimated third Rakage began to counterattack, enveloped in lightning, forming an armor, and charged towards the ninja army smashing through one ninja after another in just a few moves. Father, D. Finally, the fourth Rakage confronted the reanimated third Rakage, the sound of their fist clashes echoing. However, on the other side, it was a massacre as the reanimated third Tsuchikage's dust release sliced through countless ninja bodies, forcing Akatsuchi to dodge repeatedly. Damn it, attack. The fourth Rakage felt deep regret. If so many ninja lives were to be lost like this, it would be too much to bear. Earth release. At this point, many ninjas could only grit their teeth and charge once more, although they understood that this was no different from sending themselves to death. The reanimated third Rakage and third Tsuchikage managed to fend off this countless army of nearly 10,000 ninjas with just the two of them. Moments later, they had severely injured the forces led by the fourth Rakage A and the temporary commander of the Land of Earth, Akatsuchi, leaving thousands of ninjas lying on the ground. Dismembered. How could this be? For the first time, the fourth Rakage A doubted this ninja world, his face dark as he gazed at the battlefield. Shatter. Tremor. Just as the two armies were locked in fierce combat, and the ninja army was retreating step by step, suddenly a voice echoed, and tiny cracks appeared in space from afar, striking the reanimated third Rakage and third Tsuchikage, forcibly halting the war. Is it the fourth Hokage? Upon seeing the unique bloodline limit possessed only by the fourth Hokage, Edward, all the ninjas felt a tremor in their hearts and turned their heads towards the back. At that moment, a 6-meter figure approached, fully revealing itself to their eyes. This left everyone feeling a mix of fear, surprise, or perhaps both. Although the fourth Hokage was here to help them attack Orochimaru, he was also the demon giant that had once invaded their country. Such memories were hard to erase from their minds. Did you strike too early, fourth Rakage? Edward said with a grim expression as he landed on the ground, causing countless cracks to form. Hearing this, the once bold fourth Rakage also stopped speaking, lowering his head in silence. The losses in this battle were indeed due to his premature command. You? How could it be? Your body? Orochimaru, observing everything from the top, exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing Edward's once nearly collapsed reanimated body transformed into a brand new form. Hee, Orochimaru, do you think only you can master the reanimation technique? Upon hearing that familiar serpentine voice, Edward turned to the shocked Orochimaru and mocked him. No wonder I completely lost my chakra connection with you yesterday. Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he spoke. Was it too late to reach this point? With a wave of his hand, 2 coffins appeared beside him, from which the reanimated second Tsuchikage and second Rakage emerged to stand by his side. No need for further words. Today, I will end this farce. Seeing this, Edward gathered his power into the blade of the tremor cut, unleashing a massive force. Dust release, original world stripping technique, gather. The strongest lightning release, Kai. Sensing the danger, the reanimated third Tsuchikage and third Rakage unleashed their most powerful techniques. Everyone present focused their gaze on those strongest individuals. The real battle was about to erupt. Dominant slash. In this confrontation, Edward finally charged the energy of the Tsungyun cut in his hand and slashed down with unstoppable power. A heavy strike over 1,000 meters long, imbued with deep red conqueror's haki, instantly erupted from the blade of the Tsungyun cut. It was as if the space shattered under this strike, with cracking sounds echoing, and the entire world was suddenly tinted deep red. The dust release technique used by the Edo Tensei third Tsuchikage was instantly obliterated within it. Moreover, that strike enveloped the bodies of both the Edo Tensei third Tsuchikage and the Edo Tensei third Rakage, leaving them with no escape. As the entire canyon was split in half. What is this? Everyone's gaze was drawn to this strike, watching in shock as the Edo Tensei third Tsuchikage and Rakage, along with the canyon, completely vanished. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the immense power of this strike, which was enough to prove how powerful Edward was. It was this power that captivated me. Seeing the deep red strike delivered by Edward, Orochimaru licked his lips greedily. Come forth, my army of Edo Tensei ninjas. Then Orochimaru clasped his hands together as if to embrace the world and shouted. Under this voice, the ground below suddenly trembled violently and thousands of coffins erupted from underground, standing upright. What is this? So many coffins. The ninja army immediately took defensive positions, aiming their weapons at the coffins. However, in just a moment, the countless coffins began to shake, and the lids fell to the ground. Is that Konoha's White Fang, the demigod of the ninja world? All the ninjas began to express their disbelief. At that moment, they saw the long-dead figures inside the coffins begin to open their pitch-black eyes and emerge. Notable figures such as the legendary ninja demigod, Konoha's White Fang, the second Hokage, the second Mizukage, and the third Mizukage were among them, although they had prepared themselves beforehand. The sight of such a powerful lineup still caused a sense of collapse. Have you spent all these years researching this, Orochimaru? Edward also stopped his movements, a dangerous glint in his eyes. A ninja who doesn't hide their talents is not a good ninja. Orochimaru's hand flashed, gripping a scroll tightly as he whispered with ambition. Sealing scroll, release. The next moment, the scroll in Orochimaru's hand exploded with a bang, revealing a massive black square box. However, the instant this box appeared, a figure hidden beneath the battlefield of the Thunderfire Canyon was startled. Hey, I didn't say to bring out the Paradise Box. The Black Zetsu from the Black and White Zetsu duo murmured in surprise. Yes, the historical book that Orochimaru had obtained was specially arranged by him. It awaited Orochimaru to gather all 9-tailed beasts, then use Nagato's eyes to summon the Outer Path Golem to fuse the powers of the 9-tailed beasts to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The plan had changed. Nagato should be revived to bring back Madara immediately. White Zetsu also commented with some curiosity after seeing this. Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, Black Zetsu grinned, appearing very strange. In the original plan, he intended for Orochimaru to become a half-damaged 10 tails Jinchuriki, because without the power of the Outer Path Golem, Orochimaru would not be able to absorb the full power of the 10 tails. Then, he would control Nagato to revive Uchiha Madara to absorb Orochimaru's power and become the Sage of Six Paths. Finally, when Uchiha Madara became the Sage of Six Paths, he would merge his will to bring back his great mother to the ninja world. Everything seemed so perfect until Orochimaru brought out the Paradise Box. Is that the Paradise Box that was stolen from the Grass Village years ago? At this moment, Tsunade, who had rushed over with the Konoha army, shouted, "So is this guy who stole it?" Jiraiya also said uneasily from his side, "I didn't expect that back then. Orochimaru had already changed." Hearing this, Tsunade clenched her fists, her chakra erupting in an instant. Quake! Edward was also startled, unsure of what Orochimaru was planning, and unleashed countless powerful slashes from the Tsonyun cut towards Orochimaru. This forced Orochimaru to hurriedly dodge, leaving the Paradise Box atop the highest rock. As long as you feel the energy of this battlefield, it should be able to contain the power of the 9-tailed beasts, right? Orochimaru thought of everything recorded in the historical book, gazing at the Paradise Box with longing. After discovering the historical book, not knowing that the Rinnegan could summon the Outer Path Golem, Orochimaru quickly found a loophole. How could such powerful energy from the 9-tailed beasts not have a carrier for him to absorb? Only a small formation could gather and transfer the power of the 9-tailed beast to himself, which puzzled him greatly. So at that time, Orochimaru thought of the Paradise Box, foolishly wanting to use this Six Paths ninja tool as a vessel to absorb the power of the 10 tails and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Crack, crack! After Orochimaru dodged, countless slashes struck the Paradise Box, but they caused no damage whatsoever. This kind of defense, seeing that his strikes had not harmed the Paradise Box in the slightest, Edward stopped in place. As far as he knew, he remembered that in his previous life, most people said that the Paradise Box was just a container for good and evil. But under his probing, he discovered that this box was not as simple as it appeared. At the very least, it contained a powerful, pure energy. Orochimaru, what exactly do you want to do? Edward called out, pursuing Orochimaru, who was already starting to leave the battlefield with its Tsonyun cut in hand. The Edo Tensei ninjas underground, under Orochimaru's control, also began to attack the ninja army. The battlefield instantly turned bloody, resembling a meat grinder. In just 1 second, countless ninjas would perish here. Edward, your Edo Tensei body can't last long enough for you to unleash your true power, can it? A man wearing a deep red vest suddenly emerged behind Orochimaru as he fled. God of the ninja world. Edward saw yet another familiar opponent and felt troubled as the shockwaves from the Tsungyun cut erupted from his hand. Speaking of which, if counted, this would be the third time he had clashed with the god of the ninja world. Block him. Orochimaru grinned and hid behind the first Hokage. Try to distance himself from the situation. Dominant bind. Seaquake fist. With one hand holding the Tsungyun cut and the other gathering shockwaves, Edward quickly launched his attack. Fivefold Myar Gate. The awakened god of the ninja world also began to counterattack, quickly engaging in battle with Edward. With just the power of the god of the ninja world, you cannot stop me. Edward continuously wielded the Tsungyun blade, unleashing increasingly powerful attacks towards the god of shinobi. But Orochimaru had more important matters to attend to now. Substitution technique. Transforming into a long snake, Orochimaru quickly left the scene. Nagato, are you okay? Conan, who was hiding in the cave, looked at Nagato, who was revealing his true form, with a worried expression. After Orochimaru declared war on the entire ninja world, the Six Paths of Pain, under Nagato's orders, located Orochimaru's presence in the Thunderfire Canyon. Orochimaru then used the Six Paths power to tempt Nagato into cooperating with him. As long as Nagato handed over the remaining two-tailed beasts, Orochimaru promised to bring peace to the ninja world after entering the Six Paths realm. Don't worry, peace will only be created by me. After giving Conan a reassuring look, Nagato controlled the Six Paths of Pain to bring a woman and a small raccoon to the place Orochimaru mentioned. That location was not far from the Thunderfire Canyon, inside a cave where seven-tailed beasts were sealed by the Myjin Gate. You finally arrived. Orochimaru, who had long distanced himself from the battlefield, said to the tardy Six Paths of Pain, "Come on, are those the remaining two-tailed beasts?" Orochimaru glanced at the one-tail and Kushina Uzumaki, who were bound by the sealing technique. Everything was ready. Controlled remotely by Nagato, Deva Path stepped forward, activating the Rinnegan. That's good. Release those two-tailed beasts. Orochimaru could hardly contain his excitement. Release. Following the activation of the Rinnegan by Deva Path, the eyes of Kushina Uzumaki and One Tail instantly transformed into a state controlled by the Rinnegan. After that, Kushina's clothing began to tear apart, her body transforming into that of the Nine Tails, merging with One Tail into a complete tailed beast. Finally, all that's left is to gather energy for the Paradise Box. Orochimaru's cold voice echoed in the cave, blinded by power. The Paradise Box? Hearing this, Deva Path, controlled by Nagato, frowned slightly, puzzled. He was supposed to summon the Outer Path Golem using the Rinnegan to fuse with the Ten Tails, making himself the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails as per the plan mentioned by Black and White Zetsu. Let's go. Take the tailed beast to that place, and let you witness how I ascend to the Six Paths. Without clarifying Nagato's confusion, Orochimaru commanded, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes at Deva Path's Rinnegan. In his heart, whether it was the Ten Tails, Jinchuriki, or the eyes of the Six Paths, he vowed to obtain them. He just couldn't find the true form of the owner of the Six Paths' eyes right now. Rinnegan. Hearing this, the Six Paths of Pain gathered together, and under the influence of the sealing technique, the nine-tailed beasts were manipulated, their massive bodies swaying. They then followed Deva Path, remaining motionless. Are you trying to back out? Orochimaru sneered, showing no fear. I don't know whether you're truly fearless or just foolish. Shinra Tensei. Deva Path raised his hand and unleashed repulsion towards Orochimaru. I knew you wouldn't be that easy to deal with. In that case, let's absorb some of the Ten Tails' power in advance. Formation. Activate. Orochimaru pressed his large hand against the ground, and a series of magical patterns appeared. This was the formation recorded in historical texts that gathered the powers of the nine-tailed beasts and transferred them to himself. Although he didn't have the Paradise Box as a vessel, it was still enough for Orochimaru to obtain a portion of the power. What? My Rinnegan? Seeing the surrounding red formation rise and envelop the nine-tailed beasts, Deva Path frantically attempted to control them with the Rinnegan, but it was ineffective. Roar! Roar! Soon after the formation rose, the power of the nine-tailed beasts began to be stripped away, ultimately converging and transferring to Orochimaru. Do you feel it? This is the power of the six paths. Orochimaru roared with bloodshot eyes as he felt the forcibly gathered pseudo-Ten Tails power filling his body. The power was so overwhelming that his body began to crumble. It worked. But after Orochimaru absorbed this power, Black Zetsu, who had been lurking underground, smiled slightly. Although Orochimaru sought the Paradise Box to bear the power of the nine-tailed beast for him to absorb, he had still fallen into Black Zetsu's trap. Once this formation was activated, Orochimaru would not be able to stop. That's enough, stop. The more Orochimaru absorbed the power of the nine-tailed beasts, the more he felt something was wrong, his voice becoming hoarse, causing him to feel anxious. But no matter what actions he took, he could not stop the ongoing formation. Why can't it stop? How is this possible? Remembering the contents recorded in historical texts, Orochimaru exclaimed in disbelief. As far as he knew, this formation could be stopped at any time. 10 tails. Orochimaru's body was gradually filled with the power of the tailed beasts. His heart swayed by various violent and dark emotions. If he wavered now, he would walk the path of Obito Uchiha and be controlled by the power of the 10 tails. Orochimaru, what is this? At this moment, Edward, who had already dealt with the god of shinobi, arrived here through his observation haki. But when he saw the scene before him, he was still somewhat incredulous. Could it be that Orochimaru was going to walk the same path as Uchiha Madara in the original work? Covered in darkness, Edward thought. If Orochimaru successfully walked the path of Uchiha Madara, then he would have no power to resist. Shock, the heavens and earth collapse. Realizing this, Edward instantly gathered powerful shockwaves in his hands, attempting to interrupt Orochimaru. The ground began to collapse, the sky was shattered, and the earth shook. But all of this was in vain. Orochimaru seemed isolated at this moment, and no matter what kind of attack was launched, it could not reach him. Dimensional space. Edward suddenly recalled the Kimui technique from the original work, used by Obito Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan. Although Edward had not experienced the power of Kamui, he could roughly deduce that Orochimaru was in such a state now. This formation was transferring the tailed beasts to another space for the ritual, leaving only a shadow behind. Edward put down the Tsungyun blade, revealing a wary expression in his eyes as he analyzed the current scene in his heart. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was still conducting the ritual, and as it was approaching its conclusion, Edward felt powerless. Endless power filled Orochimaru's body, and his body began to change little by little, a sign that the ritual was coming to an end. How is this possible? Beside him, Pain of the Six Paths widened his eyes at the current scene, feeling a surge of frustration. He never expected Orochimaru to master such terminology. Realizing that his plans had gone somewhat awry, Pain of the Six Paths said strangely, "But such powerful strength, you cannot control it, greedy human." Ultimately, Pain of the Six Paths closed his eyes and slowly rose. During this time, he had already noticed the flaws in this formation. Pain of the Six Paths. Following this, the remaining Pains who had been inactive gathered around him and floated in the air, intending to wait quietly. Cough, cough. At that moment, Orochimaru finally completed the absorption of the formation, his distorted body collapsing to the ground as he coughed loudly. The nine-tailed beast had also ceased their ritual of gathering energy, each now lying weakly on the ground, unable to rise. Only half absorbed? But I can feel it. This is the power of the six paths. Although it wasn't proceeding as he had written in his plans, Orochimaru, who now roughly possessed the power of the six paths, laughed maniacally. With a casual wave of his hands, he exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Orochimaru, take a look at what you become now. Edward yelled loudly upon seeing that Orochimaru had completed the ritual. If one looked closely, they would find that Orochimaru no longer resembled his former self. Now, his body was completely white, with the heads of the nine-tailed beasts appearing all over him, making it hard to recognize his previous form. Cough, cough for power, what does this ugliness matter? Orochimaru turned towards Edward, his gaze darkening as the darkness within him surfaced. His small hand transforming into a large white snake that lunged at Edward. Armament haki activated. Seeing Orochimaru shift his gaze towards him, Edward crossed his large sword in front of him defensively. He could sense that Orochimaru's strength was above that of a quasi-six paths. Perhaps at the peak of quasi-six paths, or half a step into six paths. But even so, that was something he, with only a body of dirt, could not withstand. Now I'm the strongest, and the weak must rely on the strong. As someone who once recognized me, I can give you a chance to rely on me. Orochimaru's hand transformed into a large snake, tightly biting Edward's large sword, feeling the immense life force within him, unsure of what to think. What he once wanted to possess, he now had, but after obtaining it, what was it? Dream on, Edward spat, standing tall and shouting. Did he think someone like him, who possessed Conqueror's Haki, would submit to another? That was impossible. If he chose to submit, he would never possess Conqueror's Haki. What a pity. A flicker of complexity mixed with a hint of malice and madness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and another hand transformed into a large snake, opening its mouth to bite at Edward. Earthquake! The large sword in Edward's hands sensed the strange dual white snakes emitted by Orochimaru, making him feel the situation was troublesome. Divide! In the next moment, Orochimaru suddenly split into numerous bodies, all staring intently at the giant surrounded in the middle. It's time to say goodbye. White snake bite seal technique. After Orochimaru's voice of regret, all the Orochimarus transformed into white snakes that lunged at Edward. If just one of these white snakes bit Edward, he would fall into a permanent seal. Oceanquake fist. Space shatter. Seeing this, Edward gritted his teeth, covering his entire hand with armament Haki. One hand wielded the large sword, while the other clenched into a fist and swung. The space began to shatter under his attacks, countless white snakes perishing. But even so, these white snakes seemed to emerge endlessly. For every one Edward killed, another would surge forth. These disgusting long worms. He didn't know how long he had been fighting, nor how many white snakes he had killed, but Edward gradually became numb. These white snakes are made of chakra. You can't kill them all. Give up, Edward. Meanwhile, Orochimaru chose to watch from a distance, feeling that the chakra within him hadn't been significantly depleted. And you, the eyes of the six paths, are also mine. Suddenly, the watching Orochimaru turned his gaze to the sky, where Pain of the Six Paths was frowning deeply, observing the battle. Mortal, you cannot control this power. Seeing Orochimaru shift his focus onto him, Pain of the Six Paths, who had already caught a glimpse of the situation, spoke. What do you mean? Orochimaru, unable to resist, licking his lips and making a disgusting slurping sound, replied. The more you use this power, the faster it will erode your heart. Pain of the Six Paths spread his arms as if embracing heaven and earth, saying, Ho ho ho, how could you, standing at the foot of the mountain, understand what it's like to have reached the summit? Hearing this, Orochimaru grinned, his mouth opening wide in a mad laugh at a 180 angle. However, after laughing, Orochimaru's mouth showed no signs of closing. Instead, he gathered a ball of energy containing various dark chakras. Tail Beast Ball. Pain of the Six Paths frowned slightly, and the pains of the Six Paths quickly dispersed, trying to avoid this terrifying attack. Boom! Once the gathering was complete, Orochimaru closed his mouth, and the tailed beast ball shot towards the location of the pains of the Six Paths. Such powerful energy. Shinra Tensei, seeing he couldn't evade, Pain of the Six Paths quickly unleashed repulsion to try to deflect the attack. But how could the tailed beast ball spit out by the current Orochimaru be easily repelled? It merely accelerated the explosion of the tailed beast ball. Masaka. In the astonished gaze of Tendo Pain, the tailed beast ball finally collided with the repulsion force, exploding. Boom! A huge sound echoed in the sky, followed by an endless white light that illuminated the entire land. Even some weak creatures, upon catching a glimpse of this white light, would instantly have their eyes burned out. After lasting for several dozen seconds, this white light finally stopped shining. But upon looking again, one would find the sky completely empty. Whether it was the Six Paths of Pain, clouds, or birds, all had turned to ashes under this white light. This is what I have been pursuing. Orochimaru, having witnessed the extent of his own power, said with great intoxication. He had been planning and pursuing this for over a decade, and now he finally attained the power he desired. Has he escaped? Orochimaru then turned his gaze to the other direction. That was the position where Edward had previously been entangled by his endless white snakes. However, Edward had now vanished from that spot. I didn't expect the former god of the new ninja world to run away. Orochimaru found it somewhat amusing. Forget it. Let him escape. Someone like that is no longer worth my attention. After a brief moment of reflection, Orochimaru ceased his pursuit of Edward. There were more important tasks to accomplish than eliminating Edward. Paradise Box, I wonder if you can gather the remaining tailed beast powers into my body. Orochimaru turned to the location of the 9 weakened tailed beasts and spoke with a voice filled with intoxication. Even though he was now unstoppable and had no rival in the ninja world, he knew he had not yet entered the true realm of the Six Paths. If he were truly in the realm of the Six Paths, how strong would that be? Orochimaru looked at his own hands, his chakra energy surging within, and spoke ambitiously. White Snakebite Seal. In the next moment, the chakra within him transformed into countless tiny white snakes that bit onto the 9-tailed beasts. After being bitten, the already weakened bodies of the 9-tailed beasts grew even weaker, unable to move at all. Paradise Box, I'm coming, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile as he used a mysterious power to lift the bodies of the 9-tailed beasts into the air. In the Thunderfire Valley, on this battlefield, the ninja army engaged in battle with the Edo Tensei ninja army had suffered heavy casualties. However, many of the Edo Tensei ninja forces had been scattered and could no longer fight. The elite ninjas from Konoha, trained under Tsunade and who had previously learned the Edo Tensei technique, played a major role in this war. Some incredibly powerful figures, like the demigods of the ninja world and Konoha's White Fang, were released from the Edo Tensei technique. This was what gradually tipped the scales of victory towards the ninja army. Edward, please don't fail. Tsunade, while smashing one Edo Tensei ninja after another with her fists, recalled the intense white light from earlier with a somewhat absent expression. Was that really a power the humans could wield? Edward? Just then, Tsunade stopped her movements, her eyes suddenly widening in shock at a certain direction. The direction she was looking at was unmistakably the place where the box known as the Six Paths Ninja Tools was being moved by Orochimaru with a cold voice. It was known that in the past this box could not be opened by any means, not even a slight nudge. The treasure chest has opened. Seeing that the Paradise Box had indeed been opened, everyone held their breath. Ho ho ho! Is it because the energy it requires has overflowed? Orochimaru said, realizing the reason behind it. Speak your wish. In the next moment, the open box actually seemed to fulfill the owner's wish, just as rumored. What? Hearing this, Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. He had never believed in the so-called wishing rumors of the ninja world, considering it all a joke. It wasn't until he found the Paradise Box that he discovered its other function. But he didn't expect that at this moment. The Paradise Box would indeed act, as the rumors suggested, and grant the owner's wish. I want to be resurrected. Just as Orochimaru was taken aback, Edward instantly killed all the white snakes wrapping around him, shouting loudly, "Oomph! Ha ha!" Upon hearing this, the Paradise Box was stunned, and a sharp, piercing laugh echoed out as endless black mist engulfed Edward. When evil aura, is this really a wishing box? Although Orochimaru missed the earlier opportunity, feeling the aura of the Paradise Box at this moment, he frowned and moved away from it. Could it be that the entire ninja world is a deception? Why are there so many such rumors? Orochimaru frowned deeply, the heads of the 9-tailed beasts on his body continuously roaring, trying to break free from within him. Since you have already become my power, then behave. Feeling the oddity in his body, Orochimaru, shaken by the dark aura, snapped back to his senses and scolded the 9-tailed beast heads on his body in a fierce tone. Now let me see a good show. After feeling his body calm down, Orochimaru sat cross-legged on the rocky wall, controlling the Edo Tensei bodies beneath him to dance. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the Paradise Box, emanating an evil aura. Inside the Paradise Box, the surroundings here were shrouded in dark mist, with countless evils from the ninja world manifesting here. If an ordinary person were to arrive, they would likely lose consciousness in an instant, merging with evil and falling into depravity. However, in the midst of this black mist stood a tall giant holding a sword. Where's this? It really isn't that simple, is it? Edward looked around with a vigilant gaze. He could sense the immense energy surrounding him. If he could absorb all this energy into his body, he could even step into the half-step six paths realm, far surpassing Orochimaru. Ha ha ha. Human, could you repeat your wish? Suddenly, an extremely sharp and dark voice emerged, causing Edward to adopt a defensive stance with his sword. Who are you? A puzzled Edward recalled the description of the Paradise Box from the original work and asked. However, in his previous life, he had not watched that theatrical version of the anime. Thus, he only had a vague understanding of the Paradise Box, knowing it could grant wishes. You are the master of this world, Wujin. Wujin's voice sounded, playfully striking Edward's body with dark mist. Wujin, although somewhat confused, Edward could feel Wujin's overwhelming malice towards him, and a surge of power emerged as he attempted to disperse the surrounding black mist. As the first man who completed filling me, I will grant your wish. In the next moment, Wu's voice echoed again, filled with malice surrounding Edward. Revive me. Edward frowned deeply. How could he not hear the playful intent in Wu's words? Oh, then as you wish. Wu was momentarily taken aback by Edward's wish, but then he let out a sinister laugh, and a large amount of black mist surged into Edward's body as he also entered Edward's being. He wanted to occupy Edward's body to escape the six-path ninja tools that had confined him for so long. Even if Edward denied this wish, he would still invade his body. What is this? After the black mist and Wu's entry, Edward's Edo Tensei body instantly changed. A massive energy gathered together to form a brand new Edward body, with chunks of the Edo body falling to the ground. At the same time, Wu was also manipulating the black mist to crowd around Edward's soul, with a vast amount of malice aimed at erasing his soul. I have finally returned. After a long time, Wu looked at his enormous body with excitement. To combine this body, he had used more than half of the energy accumulated in the Box of Bliss. No, what is this? But soon, Wu's expression shifted to shock and fear. Get out of my body. A terrifying red aura slowly wrapped around Edward's newly formed body, and Edward's will gradually descended. Ultimately, under the red aura, Wu was swiftly defeated, letting out a scream, and even his will was absorbed by Edward. I am revived. Looking at the surrounding black mist, Edward's face was filled with complexity. His path to revival had been incredibly arduous, with multiple Edo bodies collapsing, 2 Edo Tensei, and 1 corpse demon sealing. If any step had gone wrong, he would not have survived. After absorbing his will, could he also control this place? Edward then spoke while surrounded by the massive black mist. Come on, let the strongest man in that world descend once again into this ninja realm. Countless black mist energies were manipulated by Edward and absorbed into his body. At this moment, lost in the absorption of power, he was no longer Orochimaru. Outside the Box of Bliss, that energy has disappeared. Orochimaru stood up and slowly walked to the side of the Box of Bliss, sensing the changes within and saying, could something have gone wrong? Despite some confusion, Orochimaru still moved away from the Box of Bliss, because he sensed a massive aura approaching from afar. Bang! Suddenly, at the moment Orochimaru distanced himself from the Box of Bliss, the lid of the box opened. An enormous giant stepped out. Are you ready? Evil Orochimaru. This figure was Edward, who had just completed his rebirth and absorbed all the energy from the Box of Bliss. At this moment, he looked down at the small Orochimaru with an expression full of anger. Now, he had reached the half-step six paths realm. What is going on? How could you possess such power? Looking at this man, whose aura, chakra, and strength far surpassed his own, Orochimaru's face showed fear as he shouted, "Nothing is impossible. As a man with conqueror's haki, I will not lose to anyone." Edward, feeling the surging power within his newly formed body, declared arrogantly, "Shrink." Then the Box of Bliss turned into a small black box, merging into the Songyun Xie, leaving a six paths yin-yang mark on the blade. Do you see? This is how the six paths ninja tools are used. Holding the enhanced Songyun Xie, Edward glared fiercely and shouted, "Uft." In the next moment, Edward appeared in front of Orochimaru and sliced the incredulous Orochimaru in half. Cough, cough, you just had some good luck. Otherwise, do you think you could reach this height? Life rebirth technique. Orochimaru's eyes widened, his body shook, and 2 halves of his body grew back, turning into 2 Orochimarus. If it were you who entered this box, it wouldn't be like me. Hearing this, Edward wrapped a mysterious black and white power around his Tsungyun Xie, and his body turned into an afterimage attacking Orochimaru. Billionfold white snake bite technique. Seeing Edward's unstoppable attack, the two Orochimarus transformed into an infinite sea of white snakes biting towards Edward. It's over. We are not people of the same world, same realm, but different strengths. The sea of snakes was close at hand, but Edward merely narrowed his eyes, and the shock wave emanating from every corner of his body resisted the sea of snakes' assault. Now, this newly reborn body was different from his previously aged and weakened body. It could absolutely withstand all his shock waves. Therefore, no matter how he used the Tremor fruit now, it would no longer harm him. The infinite sea of snakes was shattered by the shock waves, and a massive amount of snake blood gathered like a river flowing through the canyon. The ninja army also sensed the situation was not good, all dropping their battles and retreating from the canyon. However, their expressions were different now, filled with various looks of surprise. After plotting for so long, how could I easily lose? You underestimated me, Edward. Seeing that the quantitative change had no effect on Edward, Orochimaru's sea of snakes gradually coalesced into a massive, grotesque monster. This monster had 10 heads, consisting of 9-tailed beast heads and one that resembled a white phosphorus giant snake in the middle. You can no longer be called a human. Do you know that? Edward's eyes completely closed, sensing with observation haki that the surrounding ninjas had retreated cleanly, leaving only some Edo ninjas. He released all his shockwaves. For that supreme realm. What do these count for? The transformed grotesque monster Orochimaru roared, with all 10-tailed beasts howling. Finally, from the mouths of all the tailed beasts, energy spheres shaped like sharp cones were launched toward Edward. Shatter! The tailed beast bomb attacks completely detonated Edward, who had his eyes tightly shut, as all his shockwaves were grasped in his right hand and struck against the 10 incoming tailed beast bombs. Boom! As the shockwaves collided with the tailed beast bombs, the world changed drastically, as if only white light remained, and the earth and sky were dissolving within this white light. Ultimately, after a few minutes of dazzling white light, it finally dissipated. The Thunderfire Canyon had transformed under the white light into a scorched plain, slowly revealing several figures filled with injuries. These are the 9-tailed beasts suspended in the sky, controlled by Orochimaru, a massive monster with 10 heads, and Edward, who is only 6 meters tall. Edward Newgate, you were born different from this world. After years of research, I can feel that your power does not belong to this world at all. How can you understand how I reached this peak step by step? Your power, in my eyes, does not belong to you at all. Orochimaru roared with his 10 heads, continuously spitting tailed beast balls at Edward. You know too much. Only death is your destiny. Hearing this, Edward's face darkened as he continuously sliced the tailed beast balls with his great sword. Power entangled. Tremor. The heavens and earth collapse. The shockwave concentrated within the Tsungyun cut, causing the once charred plane to begin collapsing under the force. The sky also cracked open, as if it were about to collapse. Edward, Orochimaru. The two figures each hoarsely shouted, colliding the massive body of the monster with Edward's giant form. Boom! The momentum finally condensed into a loud explosion. Orochimaru's monstrous body shattered, and the 10 heads scattered in different directions, helplessly roaring. Finally, did I win? Edward, covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, lowered his head and spoke. Before him, the enemy he had always remembered was now left with only the unwilling pupils glaring from their respective heads. As long as he shattered these heads one by one, he could end this demon in the ninja world. But at that moment, the various heads scattered in 10 directions began to scream in agony, floating in the air as darkness slowly invaded their souls. How is this possible? My body is no longer under my control. Orochimaru's tail head revealed fear, panic, and various expressions of distress. He not only felt his body slipping from his control, but he also sensed a dark aura slowly pushing his soul out. This was the source of his fear. Orochimaru, your body? In Edward's eyes, however, Orochimaru's shattered body began to merge together, ultimately forming a black mass of flesh, with 9-tailed beast heads floating above it. Finally, Orochimaru's head was brutally squeezed out, falling to the ground with an incredulous gaze directed at the mass of flesh. "That is, my body." Orochimaru, with wide-open eyes, slowly lost his voice. His body had transformed into another independent mass, no longer under his control. What on earth is that? Edward also tightened his grip on the Tsunyon cut, remaining vigilant against that evil mass. Hee, is it over? The fourth Hokage of Konoha, truly a dark horse. But just then, several figures wrapped in black yin-yang release emerged from the shattered ground. These figures included Nagato, Konan, Toby, and Black Zetsu. Konan, today is the day I will become a true god. You must watch closely. Nagato's Rinnegan spun continuously, his tone shifting. Outer path, Geto Mazo. The next moment, a grotesque, roaring monster was summoned from underground, crawling onto the charred ground. Black Zetsu, Edward, holding the Tsunyon cut, immediately understood. This was the outlier of the ninja world, who had spent his life trying to save his mother. I fell for it. A trap. They were all plotting against me. Orochimaru, left with only one head, roared loudly, as his head slowly transformed into a body. However, this body was no longer the original body that possessed half of the Sage of Six Paths power. It was merely a false body that had the appearance of Six Paths power, but could no longer be used. Very good. I didn't expect the ultimate mastermind to be you, Edward said, surprised. Initially, he thought that after he dealt with Uchiha Madara, the now weak Black Zetsu would no longer pose a threat. But now, reality had slapped him hard in the face. Tremor. Edward then stopped speaking. He intended to end it all with his powerful strength. But the monster that had become a mass of flesh instantly appeared before him, gathering tailed beast balls in its mouth to block Edward's attacks. Konan, watch closely. This is the power of God. Because of summoning the outer path, Geto Mazo, Nagato was feeling somewhat weak. Yet he resolutely floated with his companions above the Geto Mazo. The nine-tailed beasts still floating in the air were all pulled over and fused into the Geto Mazo. All that was left was the chakra of the 10 tails on the other side. After fusing all the remaining tailed beasts into the Geto Mazo, a pale-faced Nagato turned to the mass of flesh fighting Edward and murmured, as long as he could fuse that mass into the Geto Mazo, he would become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails and possess Six Paths power. But the price would be that the remaining life force would only allow him to wield Six Paths power for 3 days. Outer path, Geto Mazo. The next moment, Nagato, Black Zetsu, Toby, Konan, and others stood atop the Geto Mazo, controlling it to fire pointed-tailed beast balls at Edward. Slash. Sensing the overwhelming power, Edward swung the Tsunyon cut down, moving out of the attack range. Ha ha. All right, your body can no longer hold up. But just then, Black Zetsu beside Nagato suddenly looked at him with a strange gaze and said mockingly. In his plan, he had considered making Nagato the sacrifice to revive his mother. However, due to the long-term loss of life force, damaged foundations, and inability to perfectly utilize the Rinnegan, Nagato could never become a true sage of Six Paths. It had to be Uchiha Madara. What do you mean by that? Hearing the mocking tone from Black Zetsu, the pale Nagato furrowed his brows deeply and turned to him. Next will be the time for Lord Madara to make his appearance. Toby also took out Uchiha Madara's sealing scroll from his pocket, and an ancient body appeared, lying before them. This is Shinra Tensei. Nagato's eyes widened upon seeing this, and he raised his hand to attack Black Zetsu and Toby. At this point, he still remembered that Black Zetsu had agreed to the matter due to Uchiha Madara's body being too powerful to be controlled by others, as well as his longing for his original master. That was why he had snatched Uchiha Madara's body from Orochimaru. My body? But just as he raised his hand to unleash the repulsive force, Black Zetsu's will suddenly descended upon him, clouding his mind. Nagato? Noticing the problem, Konan rushed to Nagato's side, wanted to take him away from there. Shinra Tensei. But the next moment, Konan's body spouted blood as she was knocked away from the Geto Mazo into the air. Damn it! How dare you do this to Konan? Nagato, blinded and unable to control his body, was roaring in anger within his heart. But this did not change the fact before him. One after another, seals were formed under the control of Black Zetsu. Outer path, Samsara technique. Under these seals, a gigantic head emerged from behind Nagato, opening its mouth to unleash a massive amount of life energy onto Uchiha Madara's corpse. My body. At this moment, Black Zetsu had also lost control over his own body. However, having performed the outer path, Samsara technique, he had already drained the last remnants of life force and chakra from his body, collapsing to the ground like dry firewood. Don't be too sad, Nagato. As part of the plan, you should feel happy. Seeing Nagato, now nothing more than dry wood, lying on the ground, Toby approached with a smug look. Even a god can be schemed against. Am I still a god? Conan. Ignoring Toby, Nagato felt the last remnants of life force leave his body, and the emotions of anger and shock faded away. Ultimately, powerless, he could only leave this painful world with a lingering sense of reluctance and worry, shedding a single tear. Meanwhile, in another direction, after receiving that pure life energy, Uchiha Madara's body began to gradually transcend, life reappearing within him. Finally, at a certain moment, all that immense life force was absorbed by Uchiha Madara, allowing him to open his eyes and stand up. Haha, the kid Nagato has finally grown. Standing up and feeling the world around him, Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. Lord Madara, your resurrection makes me truly happy. Toby congratulated from the side. Welcome back, Lord Madara. Black and White Zetsu chimed in. Perfect, the Eye of the Moon plan is entirely under my control. Uchiha Madara turned his head to look at everything around him and quickly grasped most of the situation. Is it that guy again? I didn't expect he would also be reborn. But when he saw Edward, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise, his eyes filled with wariness. Every time he recalled his final battle with that giant, it made him feel uneasy. Lord Madara, it's time for battle. Please quickly obtain the Rinnegan and inherit the power of the Outer Path Golem. But Black and White Zetsu, sensing Edward's rising momentum, urged with a hint of impatience. At this moment, we absolutely cannot make a mistake. This timing is just perfect, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara stopped his thoughts and moved towards Nagato's corpse to take the Rinnegan from his dry, firewood-like body. Using my eyes will come at a price, Nagato. After removing his eyeball, Uchiha Madara murmured as he installed the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Edward had once again shattered the meat mass, breaking through its defenses and charging forward. This kind of power? When did you acquire it? Seeing Edward charge forward with unstoppable momentum, Uchiha Madara was taken aback, and the Outer Path Golem raised its hand to block Edward's attack under his control. Is even the Outer Path Golem, which has truly become the Ten Tails, not your match? But soon, the Outer Path Golem was hit by Edward, causing various cracks to appear on its body, as if it were about to shatter. Madara, it's still not too late to turn back. Edward shouted at Uchiha Madara, examining him with a scrutinizing eye. If this disaster could be prematurely terminated in this way, Edward would be more than willing. Turn back? How is that possible? But the unaware Uchiha Madara, with laughter, controlled the Outer Path Golem to charge again at Edward, merging with the meat mass once more. However, even if Edward told Uchiha Madara all the plots he knew, Uchiha Madara would never believe him. This person cannot be left alive. Black Zetsu, standing beside Uchiha Madara, trembled at such words directed at him, thinking, in that case, let us fight, Madara. Upon hearing this, Edward closed his eyes, and countless powerful energies manifested around him. Countless black-red slashes struck towards Uchiha Madara. The Tremor Fruit, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and the black energy from the Box of Bliss were all utilized to their utmost. The Eye of the Moon plan has reached this point. There cannot be a single mistake. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows deeply and quickly controlled the Outer Path Golem to block these attacks. Boom! Boom! Soon, under his control, the Outer Path Golem and the meat mass condensed-tailed beast balls from their mouths and shot them at Edward. At that moment, merge with me, Outer Path Golem. Seeing Edward entangled by countless tailed beast balls, Uchiha Madara immediately established a link with the Outer Path Golem. The Outer Path Golem transformed into a massive energy that entered Uchiha Madara's body. This changed his body, but it was not like before when Orochimaru transformed into a grotesque monster. Instead, he merely turned pale, with chakra energy entirely sealed within. and the truth-seeking balls and yin-yang release black rods that Orochimaru did not possess appeared in his hands. Is this the true Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? From a distance, Orochimaru, watching the battle, lowered his head and fell into deep contemplation. This plan of over a decade seemed to have turned into a joke. It's almost here, so close to the Six Paths mirror, just one step away. The truth-seeking balls floated behind him, and Uchiha Madara, gripping the yin-yang release black rod, murmured, "Is this the truth-seeking ball and yin-yang release?" The true Six Paths Edward, dodging the slashes and shattering tailed beast balls, looked at the truth-seeking balls behind Uchiha Madara and the yin-yang release black rod in his hand with a look of astonishment. That is a power he does not possess. The half Six Paths power he currently has is from two different systems in this world. It can also be said that his current half Six Paths power is not true Six Paths power, but merely a power comparable to half Six Paths. Do you see? Right now, I am invincible. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, carefully feeling the Six Paths power within him, and said with ambition, "Edward Newgate, in our last battle, I did not fail to use the Lunar Grave. Edge Hell, did I? This time, let me show you the true power of the Lunar Grave. Edge Hell." Uchiha Madara recalled his last battle before his death, shouting defiantly, "Come on, the last time I was able to kill you, this time I can too." Edward once again sliced the mass of flesh into countless chunks and used his Conqueror's Haki to restrict these chunks, shouting, "These chunks contain half of the 10 Tails' remaining chakra power. If Uchiha Madara were to obtain and fuse them again, he would gain the complete power of the 10 Tails, becoming the second person beneath the Sage of Six Paths. The power of the Rinnegan, controlling yin and yang, also mastering life and death. How can you defeat me?" Rinnegan Boundary Prison. Uchiha Madara, with a condescending gaze, split into numerous intangible clones that charged towards Edward. Boundary Prison? Remembering this skill from the original work, Edward immediately became alert and unleashed his observation haki. But unfortunately, he truly could not grasp Madara's intangible clones. However, he could sense the preemptive fluctuations of the clones' attacks against him. That was enough. After dodging the clones that executed Boundary Prison, Edward swung his Tsunyun cut like a propeller and hurled it into the void. Puffed. Soon, the Tsunyun cut, infused with Conqueror's Haki, struck these clones, producing a cutting sound that should not exist. A futile effort, truth-seeking orbs. Seeing this, Madara's gaze locked onto Edward, and his body flashed forward, the truth-seeking orb in his hand smashing towards Edward. Such a powerful fluctuation, Edward said gravely as he dodged the range of the truth-seeking orb's attack. If struck by these orbs, he would immediately suffer catastrophic wounds. This time, I will definitely win. Seeing this, Madara immediately pursued. The yin-yang release grasped in his hand as he thrust it towards Edward. Shatter the space. But Edward remained stationary, his hands grasping the space on both sides, causing cracks to shatter towards the charging Madara, sealing off his movements. Armored Haki covered. At the same time, Edward's thigh kicked towards Madara with absolute force. What? Boundary Prison. Madara knew that if he were hit by any of these attacks, he would be severely injured. So he immediately recalled his clones to block this attack for him. Which will you choose, Shockwave or Absolute Power? The advantage immediately tilted towards Edward. At this moment, the Tsunyun cut rotated and came from behind Madara, completely sealing him off. Bang! Soon, Madara secretly made a choice. He chose to take Edward's kick infused with absolute power. Crack, crack! This was the sound of Madara's sternum shattering, and he seemed to transform into a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit. Such great force. In the deep pit, Madara spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up. If it weren't for those clones blocking the attacks just now, he would have been severely injured. Is this your power? Not bad. Standing up, Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the truth-seeking orbs reappeared behind him. Truth-seeking orbs split. In the next moment, he changed his attack method, and countless truth-seeking orbs split apart, shooting towards Edward like cannonballs. Since close combat wasn't working, he would use ranged attacks to exhaust the giant in front of him. You think you can kill me with these little black balls? Edward's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he swung the rotating Tsunyun cut down hard at the incoming truth-seeking orbs. but as weapons at the level of the sixth path, they were not so easily shattered. So it came down to a contest of strength, but unfortunately, in the realm of strength, if Edward claims second, no one would dare to claim first. The countless split truth-seeking orbs were all knocked back by the Tsongyun cut in his hand. If you think the truth-seeking orbs are just this, then you underestimate me too much. Seeing his truth-seeking orbs falling into a disadvantage, Madara, however, remained completely unperturbed. Countless truth-seeking orbs floated beside him again, splitting apart and firing towards Edward like cannonballs. Controlling these truth-seeking orbs cost him almost no chakra. Heavenly Obstruction Star. At the same time, numerous meteors descended from the sky, crashing down towards Edward under the flicker of Madara's Rinnegan. This was a unique skill granted by his Rinnegan, and he intended to leave Edward with no room to counter. All familiar skills, not a single useful move. Edward narrowed his eyes slightly, a large number of cracks bursting from behind him towards the sky. Under the effect of the countless shockwaves, the meteors in the sky quickly shattered and exploded. But at the same time, Edward not only had to be cautious of the meteors above, but also of the countless split cannonballs from the truth-seeking orbs. Conqueror's Slash. In a short time, Edward quickly devised a countermeasure, wrapping the Conqueror's Haki around the Tsongyun cut. With his low-pressure body, Edward built up power for a long time before suddenly swinging it out. The truth-seeking orbs under the Conqueror's Slash had no resistance and were all knocked aside. Such a powerful momentum. Madara quickly adjusted his posture to meet the immense deep red Haki. This was a power he had felt just before his death. He had never felt before that someone could cultivate their momentum to this extent. All right, I admit you have the strength to compete with me, but to stop me is impossible. Countless intangible clones split from within Madara again, charging towards Edward. He had to go all out now, or he might even lose to Edward. Gulalala, then let's see. A tremendous confidence emerged in Edward's eyes, and he swung the Tsongyun cut, creating a flurry of sword flowers. This man, and only in the shadows, Black Zetsu looked at Edward with a dark expression and thought to himself, this was undoubtedly the strongest enemy he had encountered on the path to resurrect his mother. It must not go wrong. If necessary, I will summon the will again. Closing his eyes, as if thinking of something, Black Zetsu murmured, Tsunami, earthquake. Meanwhile, Edward not only had to face the ever-watchful Uchiha Madara and his clones, but also had to contend with the Ten Tails Chakra Meatball. He could not allow the remaining Ten Tails Chakra Meatball to be fused by Madara. That would also be an immense power. Once obtained by Madara, he would step into that realm of the Six Paths. These were nothing compared to the fear that Otsutsuki Kagaya might descend upon this ninja world again. At that time, what strength would he have to confront her? Edward thought heavily while fending off various attacks. The pressure brought by the ninja world was truly too great. Now it felt as if all the hope of the ninja world rested on his shoulders, changing with every move he made. Edward, give up. I can give you a choice to join my team. Finally, under another attack of Boundary Prison, Edward's body heavily caved in, leaving a large mark on his skin. Uchiha Madara, having gained momentum and reserve, shouted at Edward, your plan is of no use to the ninja world at all. Edward clutched his chest, coughing up pieces of internal organs as he spoke. That's how it is in this ninja world. Every ninja, whether a genin or at the Sage of Six Paths level, is high on offense but low on defense. Despite Edward's powerful body, enduring such attacks still caused him immense inner pain. Oh, it seems you understand my plan well. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara revealed a look of interest and stopped his movements. The so-called plan is nothing but a joke rotting in the ninja world. And you have inherited that joke and are trying to execute it. Remembering the plan Black Zetsu had to resurrect his mother in the original Naruto, Edward mocked. Without a powerful ally like Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu would never have been able to resurrect his mother. Thus, it could be said that all the favorable conditions were on Black Zetsu's side, allowing him to complete this plan. So if you say my plan is a joke, what method do you have to end the war in the ninja world? Although unsure if the contents of his plan had been exposed, Uchiha Madara's face darkened immediately upon hearing his opponent deny his plan. There are many methods, but you all have not executed them to the extreme. At that moment, the tsunami impact was unleashed. Water release, Great ocean wave technique surged towards Uchiha Madara under Edward's hand seals, intending to deliver a tremendous impact. Ridiculous. How could you even achieve that? Instantly, a black defense of yin-yang release coalesced around Uchiha Madara, who rebutted with a disapproving tone. Just like you. What have you brought to the ninja world? The destruction of a land of wind? The despair of countless citizens? Or like pain, one in the world to feel pain? Uchiha Madara's yin-yang release significantly resisted the impact of the tsunami, but his body still trembled as he shouted. So in my view, only the infinite Tsukuyami in the Eye of the Moon plan can truly bring lasting peace to the ninja world. He threw the truth-seeking orb, and with the Rinnegan spinning, Uchiha Madara declared, "Die." Hearing this, Edward indeed fell into deep thought, and with his cloud cutter he struck down at Uchiha Madara from above, unleashing tremendous pressure and shockwaves towards him. But knowing the plot of Naruto, he understood that this ninja world was inherently twisted. Without powerful strength to suppress it, no one would obey you. True peace was impossible to achieve. This entire ninja world was like a dark forest, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. And one misstep could lead to death. I must change this cursed place. Edward's heart roared as he accelerated the speed of his great sword, unleashing countless sword chi towards Uchiha Madara. If it came to swordsmanship, Edward could be considered the best in this world. With the support of the great swordsman Whitebeard, Edward not only grasped every vibration pattern of the sword, but could also fuse all techniques together, sealing the enemy with absolute blocking power. Susanoo. Seeing endless sword chi seemingly attacking him from all directions, Uchiha Madara's expression finally changed. Skeletons rapidly coalesced around him, and in an instant, the complete form of Susanoo was revealed. I thought once I entered that realm, I wouldn't need this technique anymore. I didn't expect you to force me to this extent. Uchiha Madara gripped the remaining yin-yang release black rod tightly, sighing with a tone of conspiracy. The complete form of Susanoo, with its blue body, soon began to crumble under Edward's relentless assault. When Edward, having unleashed those sword chi, was in need of a moment to breathe when he suddenly felt an attack from behind. A yin-yang release black rod quickly pierced into him. He and T cleared all the shadow clones of the Rinnegan, allowing one to slip through. Furrowing his brows and feeling his chakra sealed, Edward began to unleash his Conqueror's Haki, thinking heavily. But the Rinnegan shadow clone that Edward had missed would not simply let him break free from the black rod. It immediately engaged him in close combat. You see, that black rod was something Uchiha Madara had worked hard to implant in Edward, buying time for his main body. He couldn't just let Edward easily remove the restrictions of the black rod. Merged together, the true power of the 10 tails. Taking advantage of Edward's moment, Uchiha Madara turned towards the mass of flesh that was restricted and fused together. Streams of chakra flowed from him to these fleshy blobs, resembling slimes, aiming to quickly lift the restrictions imposed by Edward's Conqueror's Haki on the chakra attributes of the 10 tails. Who dares? Using his observation Haki, Edward quickly grasped Uchiha Madara's intentions and actions. As he charged up his Conqueror's Haki, a force akin to affecting heaven and earth emanated from him. Once again, this terrifying aura. Uchiha Madara glanced at the scene where the world seemed to change color because of Edward, thinking with trepidation. If it weren't for the years I spent planning this, it truly wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Uchiha Madara's chakra began to fluctuate under the influence of Edward's Conqueror's Haki, forcing him to stop transmitting chakra to the mass of flesh. Meanwhile, beneath the battlefield, in the depths of the earth, is there anything we can do to help Lord Uchiha Madara? In the presence of black and white Zetsu, Obito asked innocently, "Idiot, even with fluctuations in battle, you can't withstand it." Hearing this, Black Zetsu rolled his eyes and ignored Obito. After all, Obito could be so foolish at times, doing things without thinking. Oh! Obito, hearing this, opened his mouth as if he half understood. Black Zetsu, seemingly used to it, ignored him completely, his mind preoccupied with thoughts. I need a perfect moment. Black Zetsu's unease grew stronger. He wanted to control Edward immediately. If Uchiha Madara lost to Edward, then this plan that had been in the works for 1,000 years would indeed end up as a joke, just as Edward had said. After coming this far, nothing could go wrong now. In the end, the black and white absolute, who had concealed his breath, closed his mind to the endless thoughts within. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara, with a gloomy face, pondered, what kind of power is this? Why can it affect my chakra? He looked at Edward with a longing gaze, desperately wanting to possess such power. Gulalala, this is a power only a conqueror can have. Someone like you could never obtain it. The qualifications of a king are not something just anyone can possess. After saying this, Edward's aura began to intensify, and the yin-yang released black rods quickly loosened. Qualifications of a king? What is that? Uchiha Madara fell into confusion upon hearing this. Having survived in the ninja world for so long, he had never heard such a statement and had never seen anyone else wield this power. Could it be that only one person could possess this power? But soon, Madara's mind started to fill in the gaps in Edward's words. Break. Seeing Madara's puzzled expression, Edward decided not to say much more. The yin-yang released black rods embedded in him quickly fell to the ground, and the restricted chakra was once again at his disposal. Quake! In the next moment, Edward's massive body suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Can you withstand this absolute power? He looked down at the so-called Azura of the ninja world, speaking in a fierce tone. After saying this, Edward's single-handed grip on the Songyun cut and his other hand began to unleash violent attacks on Madara. Countless slashes and fist winds came rushing at him. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara had the yin-yang release defense, allowing him to narrowly dodge this deadly barrage. However, it wasn't long before Madara's yin-yang release began to crumble under Edward's power, shocking him greatly. When did this happen? Just seconds after the yin-yang release shattered. Edward appeared behind him, his fist smashing hard into Madara's head. Crack, crack. The skull of Madara's head quickly began to make cracking sounds. But Edward's assault was far from over. In an instant, Edward's body transformed into a series of afterimages surrounding Uchiha Madara, and countless fists covered in armed haki struck him. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara's bones were completely shattered, and he fell like a meteor onto the fractured ground, motionless, producing a tremendous sound. Cough, cough. How could the Moon Eye plan be ended like this? Lying in the deep pit, with his head spinning, Uchiha Madara spoke, but without entering the true Six Paths realm. No matter what kind of god it was, they would die. Even Uchiha Madara was no exception, having suffered such a fierce attack. He was now on the brink of death, unable to move. Madara, nothing is impossible. You will never know what your plan will bring to the ninja world. Seeing Uchiha Madara, who was barely hanging on, Edward felt a sense of relief and prepared to raise the Songyun cut to end Madara's life. Can you tell me where your power comes from? Uchiha Madara, realizing he had lost so thoroughly, spoke with a hint of unwillingness in his heart. My power comes from an ancestor. Remembering the Whitebeard he had tried so hard to imitate, Edward paused, lost in thought. He had been trying to imitate Whitebeard merely to gain his power and compatibility. He was not the real Whitebeard, and thus he could not possess the same tolerance and character for a grand world as Whitebeard did. But having imitated to this extent, Edward seemed no longer like his former self. Perhaps the issue of being stuck at 90 compatibility should have arisen here. Understanding everything, Edward sighed, saying, I actually don't need to completely imitate Whitebeard. I just need to gain a lot of prestige to obtain plenty of compatibility to support my actions. The way I gained so much compatibility before only hasten my death. If I were not Edward but Baiwa, perhaps the ninja world would have already been unified and at peace. Looking at his own head, Edward finally spoke to Uchiha Madara, preparing to bring down the Songyun cut to end this farce. Goodbye, with such strength and ideals. You deserve my respect. Edward closed his eyes and spoke to the still somewhat unwilling yet helpless Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu's will. But at that moment, Edward's eyes and consciousness suddenly fell into darkness, his body no longer under his control. What is this? Edward exclaimed, unable to understand the state his body had entered. Edward? Uchiha Madara looked at the man before him, who was raising the Songyun cut to execute him, with a puzzled expression. No matter how he asked, Edward remained trapped in that strange state, unmoving. It seemed his body was not very welcoming to him. Not knowing if this was due to the arrival of Black Zetsu's will, Uchiha Madara remarked that Edward's newly formed body did not merge with him. It seems heaven is giving me a chance. How could I not cherish it? Uchiha Madara grinned, and, using chakra and yin-yang release to support his body, which had only a puddle of muscle left, stood up. I am coming to the Six Paths realm. After glancing at Edward and confirming there was no problem, Uchiha Madara staggered toward the split flesh. Ha ha ha, heaven helps me. Upon reaching the flesh, Uchiha Madara saw that all the pieces were starting to merge again without Edward's haki suppressing them, and he let out a loud laugh. Edward, on the other hand, remained motionless, but in reality, various techniques in his mind were being used against the Black Zetsu's will that controlled him. Damn it, is it Black Zetsu's will? I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Edward gritted his teeth as he finally felt that the haki controlling his body began to loosen. Just one step away. If only he had struck down with the blade in his hand, he would no longer need to be so guarded. But now, Edward had lost. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara let out another wild laugh. If Edward could control his body, he would surely witness how happy Madara was at that moment. The endless chakra of the Ten Tails rapidly fused into Uchiha Madara's body, causing his strength to rise in increments. The barrier that restricted his entry into the Six Paths realm began to loosen, and he was just one step away from entering that realm. Is this the man who can rival Uchiha Madara? I find myself lacking compared to him in terms of mental strength. Kagaya's will finally exited Edward's body in defeat. Unlike before, when he could manipulate Nagato's body as he wished, this time he exited Edward's body in just a moment. But even that brief moment was enough. At this time, Uchiha Madara had already recovered from his injuries under the control of the Rinnegan. The Six Paths staff appeared in his hand, and an aura akin to a true god descended upon the scene. Is this the Six Paths realm? Uchiha Madara exclaimed, wide-eyed, feeling the power within him. Madara! Edward, having regained control of his body, shouted with a serious expression upon seeing the man before him enter the Six Paths realm. Such a strong presence. Gripping his sword, Kanji Yunki, tightly, Edward's heart was filled with uncertainty. This time, due to Kagaya's interference, Uchiha Madara successfully entered the realm depicted in the original story once again. It seems the trend is unstoppable. The shockwave within Edward surged, still unwilling to retreat. Edward Newgate, you are no longer my opponent. Looking at the Six Paths staff in his hand, Uchiha Madara experienced what it meant to be a god for the first time, speaking to Edward in a condescending tone. He knew that if Edward refused to back down, he would certainly face death once more. Stand down. I will show you how magnificent my moon eye is. Don't we both want to bring peace to this ninja world? Why can't you agree with my perspective? A puzzled expression appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Whether it was the former god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, or the current Edward and Uchiha Madara, they all shared a common ideal, to create peace in the ninja world. However, their differing ideologies led them to oppose each other, plunging the ninja world into chaos. Forget it. None of that matters now. I will seal you away, so you can closely observe how excellent my plan is. Uchiha Madara waved the staff in his hand, wrapping countless powers around Edward to suppress him. I will not concede. You don't realize you have fallen into a trap? Edward unleashed countless shockwaves, pushing back Uchiha Madara's power. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, but this time his target was not Uchiha Madara. Instead, it was the barren ground, now just a scorched earth. Come out. I know you are hiding here, Edward shouted, his voice deep, as he slashed the ground, creating countless cracks. Just moments ago, Kagaya and Black Zetsu stood atop the Outer Path's golem, leaving Edward unable to take action. However, not long after, Black Zetsu had hidden deep underground due to the fluctuations of battle. That was why Edward had hesitated to act against him. But when Black Zetsu's will had controlled him just now, he was certain that Black Zetsu was nearby. As long as he could force Black Zetsu out and kill him, the situation should improve. At least it would prevent Uchiha Madara from losing control of his body. Black Zetsu, hiding underground, felt a sense of dread at Edward's actions and immediately burrowed deeper, growing more wary of him. This guy must know something, Black Zetsu thought, merging with the fractured soil below. But thankfully, he wasn't fully aware of my strength. Otherwise, I would really be forced out. With that thought, Black Zetsu smiled, leaving White Zetsu beside him puzzled. What are you doing? On the other battlefield, Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow at Edward's actions. Madara, I have already said that you will bring great disaster to the ninja world. Seeing the stalemate underground, Edward stopped his attacks and stood tall before him. Disaster? A temporary disaster can't compare to a lasting, deep pain, can it? In response, Uchiha merely sneered, waving his staff as if the entire world was under his control, compressing the space into ripples. Stop! Feeling the pressure in the air, Edward retreated, shouting loudly. Stop! That phrase sounds familiar, but that guy's been dead for a long time. Remembering the bond he had with his companion in his mind, Uchiha fell into recollection. During the Valley of the End battle, Senju Hashirama had said the same to him, but in the end, he was the one who survived. Conqueror's Haki. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Edward took a deep breath, preparing to go all out. A wave of red Haki burst from his body, changing the colors of the sky and earth. Your power is indeed formidable, but it is clearly not enough for me now. Observing Edward's determination to fight, Uchiha shook his head slightly. But this is what true strength is. If Edward had given up resistance upon seeing him enter the Six Paths realm and witnessing his power, Uchiha would have followed his heart and let him go. However, his view of Edward would have changed completely. Six Paths power, yin-yang release. With that, Madara prepared to use absolute strength to stop Edward's actions. As the energy of yin and yang wrapped around him, the power of the Six Paths influencing the entire world. Seal. In the end, with that one word, it felt as if the heavens and earth were under Uchiha control, various chakra energies converging to suppress Edward. The power of the Six Paths truly surpasses that of a half-step into the Six Paths. This strength, Edward said with a serious expression while wielding Kanji-Unki and continuously shattering the abnormal space around him. But he wasn't without the power to resist, if that man were here. Edward recalled Might Guy from the original story, who nearly kicked off the ending. Moreover, my Paradise Box has the power to gather and transfer chakra energy. If I could transfer the Indra and Ashura energies from Naruto and Sasuke into my body, I would truly become one with the Six Paths, right? The Paradise Box? While thinking, Edward dodged the attacks around him, gazing at the small box sealed within his large sword. But in the current situation, Edward had no time to find Might Guy, Naruto, or Sasuke. He could only continue to search for an opportunity to escape this hellish place. How does it feel to sense my power? Uchiha said, looking down at Edward. This level of power? You're still far from enough. However, Edward said nonchalantly. For him, no matter what kind of strength it was, he could withstand it. Tremor shatters space. Immediately, the tremor force within Edward surged out again, punching towards Uchiha position. If it had been when I hadn't entered the Six Paths realm, this bloodline limit might have posed a threat to me, but now. Uchiha revealed a smirk-like expression, swinging the Six Paths staff in his hand, as countless air particles seemed to condense together in the air, instantly blocking Edward's tremor force. Ha ha, submit, Edward. Uchiha laughed maniacally while casually deflecting Edward's attack. With such strength, you still want me to submit? That's absolutely impossible. However, Edward said without a care, as the tremor force surged out of his body again. At that moment, Edward instantly created countless shadow clones, dashing in all directions. He needed to find those few individuals to stop Uchiha plan, which had taken him a lot of effort. Edward, but Orochimaru, still on the battlefield below, murmured upon seeing this situation. At this moment, he was filled with hesitation. The Six Paths realm, the true eternal life realm I yearned for. I never expected to not achieve it. Orochimaru said with great regret. Moreover, his heart was falling into waves of hesitation. It's important to know that there is still Six Paths power remaining within him. If he could merge with Edward, the situation might improve dramatically. In fact, what use is the eternal life realm? It's merely a means of surviving. Ultimately, after realizing this, Orochimaru let out a bitter smile, feeling a wave of mockery for the plan he had previously devised. Come on, I will give my life to turn this situation around. Finally, having come to this realization, Orochimaru looked at Edward in the sky and said with a tone of despair, since this tragedy of the ninja world was caused by me, then it will end because of me. Orochimaru said with a calm expression. Then he transformed into wisps of energy that merged into Edward's body. What is this? Is it Orochimaru's power? Sensing the additional surge of Six Paths power within him, Edward said with a puzzled expression. The man who once was now giving up his precious life to help him defeat the Uchiha Madara before him. Orochimaru, a character indeed, who possesses such awareness. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara spoke with a tone full of emotion. I didn't expect that in the end, Orochimaru would help me. But there's still some distance from the true Six Paths realm, Edward said with a look of disbelief. But even if it's only a step away from the true Six Paths power, it is still a realm that cannot be matched. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, after giving all his chakra to Edward, transformed into a lifeless corpse. I must win. In the end, he spoke to Edward with an unwilling tone. After that, he completely lost his life force and truly died. Bearing the hopes of the ninja world, I absolutely cannot lose. Seeing this, Edward felt a mix of emotions inside. Even an unforgivable enemy like Orochimaru gave him such great help, even at the cost of his life. If Edward were to lose to Uchiha Madara again, it would indeed be letting everyone down. Come on, let me see how much your strength has increased. After seeing Edward's power rise slightly again after merging with Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi said with an incredibly eager expression, Susanoo. After saying that, a massive armor covered Uchiha Madara's body. At this moment, the armor was no longer the defective product it once was. Now, it was the true, complete form of Susanoo. I haven't had such a thrilling battle in a long time. Let me see your full strength, Edward Newgate. Uchiha Madara shouted excitedly at Edward. You will definitely fail. That is what I say. But Edward didn't care at all. Having read the original work, he knew that Uchiha Madara had fallen into an incredibly large trap from the very beginning. Subsequently, the battlefield of the two shifted dramatically. The ground began to shake violently, fearing that the entire ninja world would be torn apart at any moment. Countless cracks appeared in the air, and the overwhelming power painted the space entirely red. Gulalala! Edward laughed loudly, and the cloud cutter in his hand unleashed countless sword energies. Even now, Uchiha Madara couldn't escape the encirclement of Edward's sword energies in a short time. Six Paths clones. But the next moment, Uchiha Madara used the skill he mastered after entering the Six Paths realm. A Uchiha Madara, created by Yin-Yang Release, instantly appeared beside him. Then he joined the battle, fighting against Edward. Such immense pressure. Edward, who was surrounded by waves of pressure in his heart, said, the current situation truly presented a real pressure to him. As long as he retreated, the entire ninja world would not escape Uchiha Madara's grasp. Come on, the real battle begins. After Uchiha Madara said this, his aura immediately rose to a new level. This increased Edward's pressure, leaving him momentarily unable to come up with an appropriate response. Heavenly Collapse and Earth Shatter. The next moment, Edward used his own technique, clashing against Uchiha Madara's attack. The powerful aftermath impacted the entire battlefield, causing even more destruction. But despite this, the two continued to attack and probe each other. Waves of aftermath radiating out. You're not my opponent, Edward. In the brief probing, Uchiha Madara quickly lost interest, looking at Edward with a face full of disappointment, bearing the name of the ninja world. So what if I'm not your opponent? However, Edward didn't care at all. He only knew that his task now was to defeat the Uchiha Madara before him, this enemy. For that, he would pay any price. Boom! Boom! Before long, the fierce battle between the two resumed, and ordinary ninjas could not approach even a fraction. This was a battle unique to the two of them, and no one could intervene. This battle lasted for several hours, and in the end, Edward was left gasping for breath, heavily injured. Edward, you can't go on. Don't force yourself. Uchiha Madara, who noticed Edward's deteriorating condition, advised. As the strongest man in the world, how could I say I can't go on? Not long after, several shadow clones merged into Edward's body as he spoke. Might Guy, Naruto, Sasuke, and others had already received the news, and Edward believed they would arrive soon. Sealing technique. A strong warrior like you should not fall here, Uchiha Madara said to Edward with a tone of regret. Death has become a norm for someone like me, Edward replied, closing his eyes as his body began to weaken, slowly being restricted by Uchiha Madara's sealing technique. Edward, you lost. With that, Uchiha Madara waved his hand, pulling the nearly drained Edward to his side. He wanted Edward to witness his plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi. This is the moment to create a new ninja world, so watch closely. Uchiha Madara's gaze shifted to the moon, speaking with a tone of awe. You should burn at this moment. But just as Uchiha Madara was about to unleash the infinite Tsukuyami, a man in a green vest with a watermelon hairstyle appeared with an incredibly dramatic tone. What is this? Seeing him, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, looking at Might Guy with a puzzled expression. Finally here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. But in Edward's eyes, it felt like a timely help. Seeing Might Guy at this moment made Edward feel a sense of closeness. Dare to look down on me? The sixth gate, the gate of view, open. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's mocking tone, Might Guy instantly surged with a large amount of chakra and shouted, Morning Peacock! The next moment, countless fireballs shot toward Uchiha Madara. Are you here to joke? Yin-Yang release manifested in front of Uchiha Madara, who spoke with a dismissive tone. Damn, does it have no effect at all? The seventh gate. Open. Seeing this scene, Might Guy suddenly became serious. This is a task ordered by the fourth Hokage. It cannot fail. Daytime Tiger. Another surge of chakra erupted from Might Guy, and a white wave shot toward Uchiha Madara. If it's just like this, then you can withdraw. I look down on such strength. Uchiha Madara waved his hand, and a defensive wall appeared in front of him, blocking the attack. So strong? It seems I have to activate that technique. Seeing this, Might Guy closed his eyes deeply, thinking inwardly. He had already prepared for this on the way here. After all, that was an existence even the fourth Hokage couldn't withstand. How could a mere Might Guy resist it? It's time to burn true youth. The moment to protect my comrades is now. The eighth gate, the death gate, open. Prepared, Might Guy immediately erupted in red steam, all the chakra in his body exploding out. This chakra, I take back what I said earlier. I didn't expect there to be such an existence in a ninja world. Uchiha Madara shouted as he sensed Might Guy's aura. It's time to bet my life, Evening Elephant. Ignoring Uchiha Madara's words, Might Guy floated in the air, kicking fiercely. The void distorted, and several massive airwaves struck Uchiha Madara. Finally here, release. Seeing Might Guy give his all, Edward used his last chakra to break Uchiha Madara's seal. Shockwave. Appear. The two then surrounded Uchiha Madara, launching countless attacks at him. Refreshing. This kind of duel suits my current identity. Come on, hit me harder. However, Uchiha Madara didn't care at all, shouting. In the eyes of this battle maniac, only true strong opponents could catch his interest. The rest were merely insignificant. Yin-Yang release Kondenset. Moments later, Uchiha Madara raised the staff in his hand, transforming it into a series of Yin-Yang release defenses to block the intense attacks. Six pads clones. Uchiha Madara shouted as another clone appeared. Two clones quickly engaged in battle with the two on the other side. Countless strong attacks erupted in the air, causing the entire ninja world's ground to shake. For this small ninja world, as long as there is powerful strength, it can easily grasp this small world. Damn, is this the Six Paths realm? I'm being suppressed. Might Guy murmured as his body began to struggle to hold on. It's time to use that skill, Heaven's Drive, 8 Gates Formation. Evening Guy. Might Guy shouted with an incredibly strong voice, channeling all the chakra in his body. This chakra, I acknowledge you. Tell me your name. Uchiha Madara exclaimed, his eyes bursting with brilliance as he shouted in a deep voice. The one who will end your life is Might Guy. Remember my name. Hearing this, Might Guy shouted dramatically again. Might Guy? Uchiha Madara nodded slightly upon hearing Might Guy's words, remembering this name in his heart. But the next moment, Might Guy's Evening Elephant, with Edward's assistance, struck him. Uchiha Madara coughed up a mouthful of blood, his ribcage cracking, unsure how far he was kicked away. This power is still not enough. Just a bit more. Might Guy thought, feeling unsatisfied that Uchiha Madara was unable to fight back against his kick. If it's just this level of strength, then it's still far from killing him. Change. In the next moment, Might Guy, who knew he couldn't kill Uchiha Madara with this, switched his feet again and kicked him in the chest with the momentum. Behind him, a massive red dragon formed, closely following Might Guy's steps. Phew. Uchiha Madara spat blood again, but there was no other expression in his eyes, only pure exhilaration. Let me help you a bit more, Might Guy. Seeing Uchiha Madara in a difficult position, Edward naturally didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. With a tremor of his legs, he lifted off the ground and swung his sword, the Cloud Cutter, towards Madara. D. Both of them shouted at Uchiha Madara, who was surrounded in the middle. Yin-Yang release. However, Uchiha Madara calmly released his yin-yang power, enveloping himself in a black shield. Lord Fourth Hokage. Seeing this, Might Guy's heart trembled, and he subtly gestured to Edward. Go! Edward, narrowing his eyes, already understood what was happening, which made him grip his sword tighter. Let explode, my youth. With that, Might Guy's entire body surged forward with even greater momentum, his legs kicking towards the black shield that Uchiha Madara had formed. Crack! What? In just one hit, Uchiha Madara's yin-yang black shield shattered completely, exposing him in midair. Moreover, Edward quickly followed up, swinging his sword toward a shocked Madara. Madara, your Six Paths realm is utterly futile. With Edward holding it, the cloud cutter instantly transformed into a butcher's tool, shattering Uchiha Madara. My task is complete, Lord Fourth Hokage. After witnessing this, Might Guy's lifeless body fell to the ground, burnt black by Night Guy's explosion, and his breath vanished. Is it over? Edward also landed on the ground, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Ha ha! The Six Paths realm is not so easy to kill. Soon, a familiar voice echoed again, as Uchiha Madara, holding the Six Paths staff, appeared from the void. Madara. Seeing this, Edward's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and his body felt a bit weak. After such a long battle, even he was starting to feel fatigued. Just now, I transferred the damage with the wheel-tomb boundary hell. As a being of his Six Paths, how could I just die like that? Uchiha Madara mocked Edward. Having the power of the Six Paths is equivalent to mastering the world. All right, enough talk. Let me begin, God Tree. Looking at the Six Paths staff in his hand, Uchiha Madara felt a sense of relief, and his tone was very casual. But the plan in his heart had not changed at all. After he spoke these words, a massive tree appeared behind him, towering proudly. What is this? Edward, who seemed to have turned into an ant in front of the gigantic God Tree, exclaimed in shock. This is the God Tree, a divine object that can completely change the ninja world and create true peace. Uchiha Madara explained to Edward in a tone of control. You can't control it. But at this point, Edward had nothing more to say, as the clones created by Uchiha Madara's will-tomb boundary hell kept restraining him. Hee. The highlight moment is finally coming. Watch closely, Edward Newgate. Uchiha Madara, glancing sideways at Edward, spoke arrogantly. For this guy, who completely disagreed with his plan, Uchiha Madara was determined to let him know what true success was. Then, Uchiha Madara, using the wheel-tomb boundary hell to restrain Edward, no longer paid attention to him and flew towards the top of the God Tree, filled with anticipation. As long as he reached the top of the God Tree, he could use its power to project his Rinnegan onto the moon and complete the infinite Tsukuyami. So uncomfortable. Is this the Six Paths treasure? Useless stuff. As he flew, Uchiha Madara hovered in the air, feeling two burdens within his body. Then, he summoned two enormous ninja tools into his hands, and upon closer inspection, they were indeed a gourd and a large jar. The amber bottle and the red gourd? Trash. Feeling the two items in his hands that only possessed a little Six Paths power, Uchiha Madara casually tossed them away. He then flew back towards the top of the God Tree, completely disregarding those two items. After all, he had already reached the true Six Paths realm. How could he lower himself to care about these two ninja tools with only a bit of Six Paths power? Below, after finally dealing with a number of clones from the wheel-tomb boundary hell, Edward realized that he couldn't catch up with Uchiha Madara, who had flown far away, and stopped in place, unsure of what to think. What is this? Suddenly, two enormous objects fell from the sky, heading straight for Edward's face. Fortunately, in a moment of danger, Edward managed to catch these two items before they hit him. The amber bottle and the red gourd? Did Uchiha Madara really throw them down like in the original work? Feeling the slight Six Paths power emanating from these two ninja tools, Edward couldn't help but feel a bit delighted. The Six Paths realm is within reach. The two items were instantly absorbed into the cloud cutter, merging with the Paradise Box. Once these two ninja tools completely fused into the Paradise Box, it began to digest the Six Paths power within them. Gradually, strands of Six Paths power flowed into Edward's strong and massive body under the transfer of the Paradise Box. So, comfortable. Have I finally replenished it? After a long time, Edward sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the Six Paths power within him. But this did not mean he had entered the Six Paths realm. Due to the fundamentally different power system from this world, he still had to fully transform this power into his own before he could forcibly enter that realm. After speaking, Edward closed his eyes tightly, and the Paradise Box operated at high speed, while the Six Paths power within his body slowly replenished the elemental forces he needed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara finally reached the very top of the God Tree. "This day has come," Uchiha Madara said, his eyes reflecting a complex expression. He had no idea how long he had been preparing for this plan. He had plotted against countless people, even manipulating the entire ninja world, plunging it into crisis. But fortunately, at this moment, he had finally succeeded. As long as he completed the last step in his plan now, he could create a world of peace. Come on, infinite Tsukuyami. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Madara stopped his multitude of thoughts, and his eyes began to spin rapidly. As soon as Uchiha Madara uttered the words infinite Tsukuyami, the God Tree began to respond to his actions. The top of the God Tree directly projected the endless power of Madara's Rinnegan onto the moon. Gradually, under the projection of Madara's eye power by the God Tree, the bright moonlight in the sky began to transform into a crimson hue. 10 minutes later, the moon hanging high in the sky completely transformed into a bloody and eerie giant version of the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan, with red moonlight radiating throughout the entire ninja world. Every single person was enveloped under the red moonlight without exception. Many civilians and ninjas, upon witnessing the abnormality, looked toward the blood-red moon and began to discuss among themselves. Why did the sky turn blood-red? Is the apocalypse coming? Natural disaster? Countless ignorant people began to shout in fear, and the chaos ensued, with shouts mixed with various emotions. But before long, all these shouts gradually ceased, leaving only a group of people and other animals staring blankly at the blood-red moon. "Do you see? This is my Moon Eye plan." Uchiha Madara stretched out his hands, fully sensing everything in this world. "Congratulations, Lord Uchiha Madara. You have succeeded." Over here, the late-coming Kagaya and Obito appeared, congratulating him. "You two little guys, you've worked hard." Looking at these two diligent fellows, Uchiha Madara rarely showed a hint of a smile and said, it's not hard, but Lord Uchiha Madara, can you fulfill one of my wishes?" Upon hearing this, White Zetsu immediately separated and walked alone to Uchiha Madara's front. "Speak, as long as it's something I can do." Hearing this, Uchiha Madara nodded. "I want to become human. I want to experience the joys of being human." Seeing that Uchiha Madara agreed, White Zetsu was instantly overjoyed. "I want it too." Obito beside him also ran to Uchiha Madara's front and shouted, "Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara." Only the two speechless individuals remained, looking at the two White Zetsus. "Go ahead, I will fulfill your wishes." In the end, Uchiha Madara could only nod speechlessly and let the two White Zetsus walk toward the branches of the God Tree. "Finally, I will become human." Although these two White Zetsus were selected from tens of thousands of them as excellent products, they still harbored the same thoughts that all White Zetsus would have. Soon, the God Tree, under Uchiha Madara's control, ensnared the two White Zetsus, causing them to fall into endless slumber. "And you? Do you have any wishes?" After completing the operation, Uchiha Madara turned his attention to Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara was quite interested in this product of his Yin-Yang release. "Being able to follow Lord Madara and see this vast ninja world is my greatest wish." But Black Zetsu was not as simple as he appeared, using respectful words to cover up his true intentions. "Very well, I didn't expect that the one accompanying me in the end would be you." With that, Uchiha Madara turned his head, speaking in a somewhat surprised tone. Just wait." But internally, Black Zetsu, who knew that Uchiha Madara had not yet relaxed his final guard, retreated. At this critical moment, he must not be reckless. "Let us begin, infinite Tsukuyami." Then, the two standing at the top of the God Tree looked toward the God Tree, which had already begun to spread its branches. However, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that many powerful ninjas had already been enveloped, providing chakra to the God Tree. On the other side, Edward, who was sitting cross-legged and constantly shifting the power of the Six Paths, was gradually nearing completion. This is the true earth-shattering power. Finally, in a certain moment, A buzzing sound emanated from Edward's body, and he stood up amidst that sound. Now, he had reached the threshold of the Six Paths realm in every aspect. However, he could not summon the truth-seeking balls and yin-yang release like Uchiha Madara. Although his chakra could be used, after inheriting Whitebeard's power, he could only advance further in this aspect. Has the power of the Tremor fruit been enhanced again? Can it even shake space and time? Edward said, feeling the immense changes happening with the Tremor fruit. The three-color Hokage also began to advance, but the main thing is that I can use chakra to fly freely now. Edward hovered in the air, aiming to fly toward the top of the god tree. During this time of entering the Six Paths realm, he also sensed many changes in the outside world. Countless humans were caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi, and some ninjas closer to the god tree were even engulfed by it, providing chakra to the god tree. Has infinite Tsukuyomi already begun? Or has it returned to the plot of the original story? But this time, it has already started many years earlier, and the ones guarding the ninja world are no longer Naruto and Sasuke. Edward looked toward the top of the god tree and said, there, he could feel Naruto and Sasuke's presence. Perhaps there was some issue with the shadow clone he had sent earlier that caused Naruto and Sasuke to be caught in the god tree. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Edward whispered into the void, and with a shake of his hands, the entire space cracked open, and he stepped inside. This is the new ability he gained from advancing the Tremor fruit. However, it could only be a short-distance teleportation. If it were farther, Edward wouldn't be able to teleport. Oh, is that guy? His power has actually increased again? Uchiha Madara looked in a certain direction, somewhat incredulously thinking. Even power that can rival mine. But my plan has already been completed. What does it matter if you have increased your strength? As he thought this, Uchiha Madara calmed down. Regarding this enemy he had let go of, he felt no regret for his choice. They are among the strongest, and every decision would follow their own heart, having made deep considerations, not to mention the strong person he had always admired. Even though Edward had advanced to the Six Paths realm and had become a formidable enemy standing in front of him, Uchiha Madara felt no regret in his heart. Come on, let me feel your power. With some anticipation, Uchiha Madara disappeared into the void, heading toward Edward's direction. What kind of monster is this? Advancing to the Six Paths without relying on the Rinnegan or anything else. At the very top of the god tree, only Kagaya's black Zetsu remained, looking in a certain direction with an expression of disbelief and extreme caution, murmuring. At this moment, directly below the god tree, it should be here, Naruto, Sasuke. A gigantic giant looked at the two small figures wrapped inside the god tree and murmured. Then, the giant's massive hand reached in and gently took out the two little ones. Edward, what are you doing? But just then, Uchiha Madara, who emerged from the void, asked the giant, is that you, Madara? Your plan is already complete, right? Upon seeing this figure, Edward waved his hand, and the two little ones in his grasp disappeared. He placed Naruto and Sasuke into the Paradise Box, intending to let it slowly extract the Indra and Azura powers from their bodies. That's right, I have completed my plan. Look, how long has this ninja world been so peaceful? No smoke of war, no bloodshed, only tranquility and calm. Uchiha Madara said, thoroughly enjoying the moment. I see. But you were wrong from the start. The infinite Tsukuyomi is not as simple as you think. Seeing that he couldn't wake Uchiha Madara no matter what, Edward shook his head slightly. He couldn't just tell Madara that this plan was to awaken Kagaya, Otsutsuki sealed on the moon, could he? That is incorrect. You might as well see what the current ninja world is like. Uchiha Madara looked at Edward with an expectant gaze, waiting for his evaluation. It was as if the two were caught in a peaceful exchange, with no movements, no defenses, only anticipation and enjoyment. Sigh, Madara, this plan has already started. No matter what, there's no turning back. Knowing that Uchiha Madara's ideals actually don't conflict with his own, just the methods are different. I don't need to go back. Nor do I need to. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara frowned deeply, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Peace is not like this. You're wrong. Edward said somewhat helplessly. Are you still not recognizing me at this point? Are you planning to obstruct my path? Looking at the helpless Edward, Uchiha Madara suddenly changed his tone and shouted at Edward in an extremely cold voice. Respect, appreciation, the intention to befriend, Uchiha Madara had used them all. However, this giant before him seemed to be unappreciative. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say you have fallen into a huge trap. Edward looked in a certain direction, trying to inform Uchiha Madara in this way. You might as well say it directly. What kind of trap makes me fear now? Uchiha Madara said, with a look of disdain after hearing Edward's words. Want to know what lies beyond the ninja world? Upon hearing this, Edward was stunned for a moment, standing in place for a long time before finally managing to blurt out, beyond the ninja world? The disdain on his face faded, and Uchiha Madara fell into thought. Sometimes, the surface is not as simple as it seems. There exist characters outside the ninja world who are countless times stronger than you. Remembering the seemingly invincible strength of the Otsutsuki clan, Edward spoke with intense fighting spirit. Go ahead, say it. I'm listening. Finally, after hearing Edward's profound tone, Uchiha Madara became interested and sat cross-legged on the ground. The world beyond the ninja world is the universe, and within the universe, there exist countless planets like the ninja world, each of which is stronger than the so-called Kage level in the ninja world. Edward also sat cross-legged on the ground, with the cloud cutter embedded in the earth, his hands resting on his knees, seriously speaking to Uchiha Madara. Interesting, where did you get this information? A trace of suspicion arose in Uchiha Madara's heart as he asked Edward. Hey, predecessor told me. Upon hearing this, Edward paused immediately, then casually brushed it off. After all, he couldn't let anyone know that he was a time traveler. Otherwise, if Uchiha Madara found out he was merely a character in a comic, who knows what he might do? All right, then tell me why my plan is a trap. Although Uchiha Madara could see that Edward didn't want to tell him the real reason, he still chose to slowly start believing him. This is because those of their level of power no longer need lies to deceive each other. Moreover, the two had been enemies for so long that they were close to developing feelings for each other. You can understand it as a summoning ritual, just to summon a powerful being that wants to enslave the earth. Edward lowered his head, constantly pondering whether he was truly a match for Kaguya Otsutsuki. Is that so? Do you have any proof? Uchiha Madara, who had begun to trust Edward a little, asked. That tree, which is absorbing chakra, is the best proof. It will absorb all the chakra from every human wrapped around it. There is no such thing as peace. It is merely a different way of dying without smoke. Edward pointed at the god tree with a cold tone as he spoke to Uchiha Madara. Oh, if what you say is true, then my plan is just an empty illusion? After hearing everything Edward had said, Uchiha Madara's expression changed instantly, and he quickly stood up. Meanwhile, Edward, who was still sitting on the ground, merely lowered his head and said nothing more. How is that possible? My plan is absolutely perfect. However, after a moment of distortion on Uchiha Madara's face, he looked at the god tree with a strange gaze, returning to his previous arrogant demeanor. Yet this time, he was already unaware of what changes had occurred within him. I knew it would be useless. Seeing the scene, Edward also picked up the cloud cutter again and stood up with his massive frame. He knew Uchiha Madara had already believed his words, but standing at this height, Uchiha Madara was unwilling to admit that the plan he had created was a deception. When a powerful being loses their ultimate ideology, they might even choose to bury themselves alongside their beliefs. Do you really want to live in this false world? Edward looked at Uchiha Madara with a scrutinizing gaze as he slowly spoke. False or real? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara stopped his laughter, raised his head again, and looked toward the very top of the god tree. At that top direction, a pure black head was peering down at everything here. However, after feeling Uchiha Obito's gaze, the head instantly merged into the god tree and disappeared. Is this a product of Yin-Yang release? Black Zetsu. From Edward's tone and the meaning he previously referred to, he understood a rough idea of what Uchiha Obito said. All of this started from the tablet he obtained. And then there was the Black Zetsu, who was the only one that knew the full extent of his plan. So he had roughly guessed the identity of the mastermind behind this and everything else. However, he was unwilling to admit it. Come and fight me, Edward. Then, Uchiha Obito turned his head back towards Edward and shouted. But several invisible shadows separated from the void and left, flying towards the top of the god tree. This is the Wheel of Rebirth. Edge of Hell technique. Uchiha Obito controlled them to find Black Zetsu, wanting to catch him and kill him. If that's all you have, then I would be very disappointed in you. You are not worthy of the Six Paths realm. Seeing that Uchiha Obito was still obsessed with determining the outcome with him, Edward shook his head and whispered, "No, this battle is not about that plan. It is about the fact that there can only be one master in this world. Do you understand, Edward? If one of us wins, then we will carry each other's power and live on. That should be no problem, right?" Hearing the complex emotions in Edward's tone, Uchiha Obito spoke with an odd tone. They were both in the Six Paths realm now, so their competition felt more like a struggle for the entire ninja world. Whoever won would carry the others to complete this ninja world. All right, I understand. Hearing Uchiha Obito's meaning, Edward could only nod helplessly. This battle was inevitable for both of them. If Uchiha Obito truly trusted what he said, then perhaps he could really prevent the arrival of Kaguya Otsutsuki. So regardless of who wins between the two, only by consuming each other's power could they possibly stop the impending calamity in the ninja world. Come on, Obito! After understanding everything, Edward's mind relaxed completely, and endless power surged from his hands. Space. Shatter for me. Then, Edward broke a large hole in the space of the void, stepped in, and quietly waited for Uchiha Obito's arrival. Inside that space was just a pitch-black area, like the universe, with no air, no carbon dioxide, only a vast emptiness. But Uchiha Obito stepped in without hesitation, and their bodies would not be affected in the slightest. Six Paths Power. After Uchiha Obito entered the space broken by Edward, a surge of power emerged from him. Kinbunshika Haki, Busashoka Haki, Haushika Haki, Gura Gura no Mi, Six Paths Power. Various powers surged out from Edward's body as well, wrapping him in a myriad of colors of infinite power. Ultimately, he was rendered like Might Guy in the Eight-Gate state, radiating a blood-red steam. However, unlike Might Guy, he was capable of sustained combat at this time. Yes, this is how it should be. This is the true competition between strong people. The previous fights were like playing house. Being a battle fanatic, Uchiha Obito became excited upon seeing Edward's new power. Open, shatter. But Edward didn't care about that much. He only wanted to determine the outcome with Uchiha Obito. Ha ha! Condense. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito began to laugh, and waves rippled through the void as he swung the Six Paths staff to clash with Edward. Boom! Waves of spatial ripples radiated out around the two of them in an instant. Various materials created from their powers immediately appeared in this space, perhaps over billions of years. The materials produced by the two could give rise to countless lives or even worlds. Refreshing. This is the battle I truly desire. The battle between the two became increasingly intense, and even with the Six Paths body, blood was spilled in this vast emptiness. Shatter, reverse. But Edward simply punched into the void, and his whole body trembled as he returned to the state he was in when he first stepped into this space. I didn't expect you could master such a bizarre power. But compared to my Six Paths eyes, what can you do? However, Uchiha Obito was not one to back down, saying the Six Paths eyes rotated, and all of his injuries disappeared without a trace. Mastering Yin-Yang, mastering life and death. I'm no longer afraid of anything in this world. Uchiha Obito spoke with an incredibly arrogant tone, but he indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. How could anyone who reached such a realm be weak? But your power only rests upon your eyes. How can it compare with mine? Not waiting for Uchiha Obito to finish speaking, Edward swung the great blade in his hand above his head and struck down. You must be underestimating me. The Six Paths staff clashed with its own yin cut as Uchiha Obito blocked the slash with the staff. Countless ripples surged in the void from the battle between the two weapons. With these ripples, the two continued to move. Sometimes they would flash to this side of the void, and sometimes to the other side of the space. The fight was incredibly fierce, even when Obito fought Might Guy. It wasn't this intense. Puchi, such strong sword energy. Suddenly, at a certain moment, several sword energies from Edward finally struck Uchiha Obito's body, causing him to lose half of his body. And now, with only half of his body left, Uchiha Obito looked at the fragments of his body disappearing into the endless void and murmured. At this moment, he felt no anger, no pain, only a sense of exhilaration. It's been so long since I've tasted such excruciating pain. Wiping the blood from the remaining half of his body, Uchiha Obito said. But in no time, the flesh and blood he lost began to grow back completely. As long as you don't kill me completely in an instant. I can reverse yin and yang with my six paths power. Uchiha Obito, who was completely unconcerned about his previous state, said, Gura, but to me, it seems you have already lost. Edward, however, stopped in the void, tightly gripping the Songyun cut and laughed heartily. In their continuous testing and fighting, Edward discovered that although he was inferior to Uchiha Obito in terms of six paths, in terms of strength and sustained explosive power, Uchiha Obito was greatly inferior to him. No, your body will be mine. I will carry your body, with your power, to explore the ninja world you spoke of outside. In his eyes flashed a gleam. Uchiha Madara swung the six-path staff in his hand, suppressing countless powers as he shouted at Edward. Quake! But even before these powers could approach Edward, the tremor fruit had already been activated, causing even the void to crackle with sounds. The technique of reincarnation of life and death, yin and yang. Just then, seeing that Edward had withstood his attack, Uchiha Madara suddenly poured all the six paths power into his eyes, staring intently at Edward. What is this? Edward, who had been forced to stay in place by Madara's previous attack, could only widen his pupils to accept the gaze of Madara's six paths eyes. The breath of aging. Soon, Edward's strong and youthful body began to slowly change to an aged appearance, the scent of death emanating from him. This power, can it only be resisted with six paths power? After a moment, Edward finally found a countermeasure and trembled, using all his six paths power to resist this force. However, what couldn't be changed was that Edward's six paths power was far less than Madara's. Thus, death and defeat were only a matter of time. Do you see? This is the true power of six paths, the true force that can reverse the world and change yin and yang. Uchiha Madara's six paths Rinnegan spun continuously, and he excitedly shouted, I will not concede so easily. Gripping the Songyun blade in his hand and sensing the power that Naruto and Sasuke had almost transformed within it, Edward spoke with difficulty. Now, every move he made seemed to revert to a past frail state. Even moving consumed his chakra. Just a bit more. After sensing this, Edward said in a somewhat disappointed tone, but this bit, he did not know when it would be fully transformed by the Songyun blade. How could I, with endless lifespan, die from this technique? Quake. Reluctantly, not wanting to remain in a stalemate with Uchiha Madara while wielding the six paths power, he swung the Songyun blade, unleashing countless tremors toward him. However, reaching the six paths realm also has a lifespan limit, but one can use six paths power to extend and deepen their lifespan. So as long as Edward wished, he could continue to live, which is why he was now battling Uchiha Madara with six paths power. Once Edward exhausted his six paths power, it would directly or indirectly consume his lifespan. When it was all gone, that would be his time of death. Foolish. This will only accelerate your aging. Seeing Edward's unwillingness to be passive, the proactive Uchiha Madara immediately began to evade his slashes. I must not be grazed or hit. Otherwise, it might consume a large amount of my six paths power to recover from my injuries. Uchiha Madara murmured, never ceasing to restrict Edward with his eyes. Now, he had turned from active to passive under Edward's onslaught. The struggle between them was not only a clash of six paths power, but also a battle of attacks. Quake. The color of the conqueror's haki erupts. Wanting to hit Uchiha Madara as soon as possible, Edward also began to unleash more and more power. Their figures had turned into afterimages in the void, creating an immense force. If viewed from another perspective, one might not even notice their presence, only endless hurricanes blowing past. Cough, cough, cough. After a long bout, Edward's six paths power had begun to run dry. In his weakened state, he erupted into fits of coughing. Madara, if this continues, we will both suffer and perish together. In front of him, Madara was left with only a damaged upper body, holding the six paths staff in front of him. Damn, do you think I don't know? Upon hearing these words, Madara immediately gritted his teeth. The six paths Rinnegan in his eyes spinning continuously, his heart filled with wavering hesitation. You, cough, cough, cough. Edward, wanting to say more, immediately erupted in a series of coughs, struggling to catch his breath. Aren't these two forces ready yet? He then looked at the two powers transformed from the box of bliss within his Songyun blade, and said with regret, now, he had only this last burst of power left. If this burst were to be unleashed now, he could utterly kill Uchiha Madara. But the cost would be that without any six paths power left in his body, he too would die alongside Madara. Cough, cough, cough. I don't want to die anymore, Madara. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a long time, and finally, as he caught his breath, Edward spoke to Uchiha Madara. Why? Perhaps the death of both of us is the best answer for the ninja world. Madara looked at Edward, who was still coughing incessantly. With a burst of power surging in his hand holding the Songyun blade, his eyes flickering with various emotions. Now he no longer had the ambition he once did. Feeling his own six paths power and physical state waning, he felt quite uneasy. Cough, cough, cough. But Edward, due to shortness of breath, was still unable to catch his breath and kept coughing. Now his body was in worse condition than when he had fought Uchiha Madara before, relying entirely on that burst of power to survive. After our deaths, the strong one you speak of will no longer descend upon this ninja world. From the feedback of the recently resurrected reincarnation of the grave and the border prison clone, Kaguya has already been completely sealed within the God Tree. And the God Tree, without my six paths power to support it, will fade from the ninja world again in a few thousand years. At that time, humans who have not been drained will reappear in the ninja world, and the ninja world will once again enter a cycle, returning to peace. The only regret may be that war will always exist. So, give me a reason you don't want to die. The damaged Uchiha Madara now seemed to have come to terms with it, speaking with a deeply emotional tone. Cough, 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 my family has not been resurrected. My son, my friends are all trapped in that God Tree. If we do not intervene, they will gradually be drained of chakra and die. Edward replied with a complex expression, looking at Uchiha Madara before him. The plea that should not have appeared on this man's face now surfaced in his eyes. He chose to soften towards Uchiha Madara for everything that was at stake now. So what? Who hasn't grown up in suffering? My father, my mother, my clan, my followers, and my brother have all died, haven't they? Madara replied with a confused and pained expression as he described to Edward. But I am different. I am actually not from this world, Madara. After listening to all of Uchiha Madara's words, Edward finally lowered his head and spoke the words he had buried in his heart, which he was unwilling to mention to anyone. Oh, upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's heart jolted, and the Rinnegan in his eyes began to cease its rotation. I see. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara put down the staff in his hand and bowed his head deeply. He had been waiting for the truth of everything. After hearing everything Edward had said, he had actually lost all fighting spirit. He was tired. He no longer wanted to participate in these various schemes and power struggles, and at that moment, he longed to hide like the Sage of Six Paths, something only he knew. However, in order to uncover all the truth, Uchiha Madara chose to endure and reignite his fighting spirit. Finally, at this moment, he heard the words he most wanted to hear. So what am I? I actually saw your incongruity with this world from your eyes when I first met you, and I discovered your abnormality. Uchiha Madara looked directly at the aging giant in front of him and asked, You are fictional. After choosing to reveal the truth, Edward turned his gaze aside. He no longer dared to look at Uchiha Madara. He feared he could no longer bear it. Oh, after hearing this, Uchiha Madara raised his head, his gaze directed towards the void above. At this moment, he had no other thoughts in his heart, nor did he have those so-called emotions, because he had obtained the truth he most desired, a truth that deeply hurt his heart. Just like I said when I first stepped into this space. Carry on my will and live. After gazing at the void for a long time, Uchiha Madara finally looked at Edward, and his body began to dissolve into particles, drifting into Edward's body. Now that he had obtained the truth, he no longer wished to live for even a moment. He was utterly disappointed in this false world, disappointed to the point that only death could allow him to escape this truth. Madara. Seeing that Madara had chosen to die, Edward immediately reached out his hands to stop him. For this character who had revealed his true feelings, Edward genuinely regarded him as the only true friend in this world. My body. But no matter what, Edward could no longer stop Madara from leaving, and Madara's aging body was completely restored under the gaze of his Rinnegan. The power of the Rinnegan, all of Madara's, now belonged to him, yet he could not feel happiness. But it had to be this way, because given the state of the two of them just now, it was impossible for them to step out of this space together. Only one person could choose to sacrifice themselves for the other to live. Madara's will. I understand now. Finally, after a period of merging, Edward processed Uchiha Madara's memories and powers, letting out a bitter laugh. Then he used the sword of the cloud cutter to cut open the space and stepped out of this void that showed no signs of battle. I'm back. After stepping out of the space, Edward breathed deeply the air of the ninja world, speaking in a somewhat profound tone. When they entered, it was two people stepping in together, but when they came out, only Edward walked out alone. Let me out, damn it, who are you? How do you know of my existence? At this time, Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu, in the god tree, immediately began shouting at Edward after sensing the spatial fluctuations. Black Zetsu, your time of death has come. Although I don't know why Madara didn't kill you, I will not tolerate your existence. Edward reached into the god tree, groping around, and soon grasped the terrified Black Zetsu in his hand. I cannot be killed. As the will of Black Zetsu, how could I possibly die? But soon, the look of fear on Black Zetsu's face vanished, and he calmly looked at Edward. With that smile, Edward squeezed hard. Unfortunately, Black Zetsu was crushed into a puddle of black liquid in Edward's hand. So that's how it is. No wonder Madara chose not to kill you. In an instant, Edward understood. The power of the six paths surged towards Black Zetsu, aiming to obliterate him. It turned out that as Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu could not simply be killed. However, he could be erased by the six paths' power within Edward. At that time, Uchiha Madara had chosen not to completely kill him because he was engaged in a struggle with Edward over the six paths' power. No, I am immortal. Feeling the approaching six paths' power, Black Zetsu immediately let out sharp, piercing screams and then completely dissipated in this world. Peace in the ninja world is about to arrive. After using the six paths' power to obliterate Black Zetsu's will, Edward turned his gaze to the enormous god tree before him. However, due to having merged with Madara's power, Edward could easily control the god tree. Madara's eyes. Soon, Edward's eyes transformed into Uchiha Madara's previous Rinnegan. Infinite Tsukuyomi, release. After a calm statement, the Rinnegan began to slowly rotate. The crimson blood moon hanging in the sky also stopped emitting its eerie red light at this moment, gradually transforming back into the pure white moonlight it once was. The enormous god tree began to shake, and countless figures fell from its branches to the ground. Where's this? How did I end up here? Wasn't I farming at home? Mom, this tree is so big. Many humans began to awaken, looking around at the scorched earth and the gigantic god tree, starting to panic. Is that the fourth Hokage? Such a powerful aura. But soon, this group of awakened humans noticed Edward standing in the center and began to express their reverence. Over there, Tsunade and Jiraiya, along with others, also began to fall to the ground. Cough, where's this place? Tsunade looked at the land around her, which seemed to have experienced a natural disaster, and then at the enormous and sacred god tree, muttering, I remember I lost consciousness after seeing the eerie red moon in the sky. Was it an illusion? Tsunade looked up at the moon in the sky, talking to herself. But where's the previous crimson blood moon? What remains is only the ever-pure white moonlight pouring down on the earth, as if nourishing the ninja world. It disappeared, seeing that the previous crimson blood moon had vanished. Tsunade immediately fell into deep thought. Is that the fourth Hokage? But just then, Tsunade's keen ears caught some people talking, causing her to turn sharply in a certain direction. Edward. When Tsunade saw that man, who stood tall and exuded an even more powerful aura, she immediately covered her mouth, and tears welled up in her eyes. You're all right, that's great. After wiping her eyes, Tsunade rushed over to Edward and expressed her concern. Edward, what on earth is going on? Why is everyone wrapped up in that big tree? Tsunade, feeling relieved inside, inquired. It's a long story. I can't explain it all to you right now. But Edward was not in the mood to elaborate, knowing there was a mess right in front of him. All right, then you could tell me later. Tsunade nodded slightly, realizing this was not the right time to discuss everything. Tsunade, quickly organize everyone and let the ninjas and civilians leave here in an orderly manner. I have major plans to execute, Edward instructed, looking at the confused crowd with a bit of a headache. After dealing with these trivial matters, he intended to implement his vision of unification. True peace was not far away. Madara, I hope you can see it too. Edward summoned the power of the six paths within him and spoke solemnly. However, resolving the issues within the ninja world did not mean true peace had been achieved. There were still the invaders from beyond the universe, the so-called Otsutsuki clan, and the thoughts he had harbored deep within his heart. Okay, I'll organize it right away. I hope you can resolve these matters soon. Hearing the weariness in Edward's voice, Tsunade nodded with determination. All Konoha ninjas assemble. Tsunade then played her role as the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, and groups of ninjas quickly gathered upon seeing their Hokage. With the assistance of Edward and his powerful allies, they orderly distanced themselves from the area. "Old man, are you all right?" While organizing the crowd to leave the scene, Kakashi approached Edward with a concerned look. "Haha, don't worry. Your old man is still in good shape. I can still live for a few thousand more years." Seeing Kakashi reignited a certain emotion in Edward's heart. Only then could he truly understand what it meant to protect. "Fourth Hokage, my wife and son." Suddenly, a blond man holding a special kunai rushed over, his face filled with urgency. "Edward, Kakashi." This person was Minato Namikaze, who had lost both his wife and son in this war. "I've already lost my wife. I can't lose my son too. I beg you." Remembering Naruto, who had been borrowed by Edward to advance to the Six Paths, Minato pleaded with a worried expression. "Don't worry, they are both fine." Feeling the chakra of Kushina, now transformed into chakra, and the soul of Azura drawn from Naruto in the box of bliss, Edward confidently assured him. "Then where are they now?" Hearing this, Minato felt relieved, but still asked with concern. "The Six Paths Rebirth technique." Edward sensed the chakra of Uzumaki Kushina, which had become part of his chakra, and immediately extracted that chakra. Kushina. Upon sensing the familiar chakra, Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't panic. Soon, under the influence of Edward's Six Paths, that chakra began to take shape, gradually forming a human figure. Kushina." Seeing the familiar shape taking form, Minato immediately took off his clothes and draped them over her. "Where is this?" After a while, Uzumaki Kushina, who had been revived by Edward, opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. My nine tails, my chakra. My clothes, where did they all go?" However, after recognizing the people around her, Uzumaki Kushina began to shout loudly. Now, she had completely fallen to the status of an ordinary person. After all, Edward couldn't possibly consume his own chakra to forcibly restore Uzumaki Kushina's powers and bring her back to her former self. Could he? "Don't be afraid. Flying Thunder God technique." "Fourth Hokage, I leave my son in your hands." Concerned about Uzumaki Kushina's emotional state, Minato immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, planning to go home and explain everything to her in detail. After all, this place was filled with various unfamiliar people, and he couldn't let his wife just wander off. Seeing two people disappear before him, Edward let out an awkward laugh. He had neglected the issue of clothing, so he hadn't used chakra to conjure a garment for her. "Ahem, Dad, the master has left." Kakashi, who had turned his head and saw nothing, awkwardly coughed twice and said, I know, Kakashi. When are you going to find me a daughter-in-law?" Edward responded, looking at the equally awkward Kakashi. "Dad, what was that power you just used?" Kakashi, however, showed no concern for Edward's words and instinctively inquired about Edward. "As you can see, I have now entered a realm akin to the legendary sage of Six Paths," Edward said, channeling the power of the Six Paths within him, conjuring various strange, white liquids in his hands. "Then what about my friends, classmates, and Uncle Yamashita?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes suddenly shone with an unusual light as he shouted at Edward. "Gulalala, that's exactly what I meant, but there's still some things I need to take care of first. Go on, Kakashi, I need to get busy." Edward immediately began to laugh heartily, telling Kakashi. The group of people enveloped by the God Tree had mostly been relocated by Tsunade, and it was time for him to start the final action. "All right," Kakashi exclaimed, filled with infinite excitement at Edward's words. "I will bring this news to everyone." After that, Kakashi eagerly left to find Obito and the others. "God Tree, your role is far more than this. To me, you are the seed of the world's destruction." Once the last remaining Kakashi had left, Edward turned his gaze back to the God Tree. He felt chakra power equal to that of a half-step sage of Six Paths emanating from this towering tree, which was the source of all ninja chakra. If that's the case, then bring it to me. With a knowing smile, Edward spread his hand as if it were a black hole, absorbing all the chakra from the god tree into his own possession. With his strength further enhanced, he wondered, what lies beyond the six paths? Edward looked at the now dull god tree with deep confusion. To him, this god tree seemed more like a weapon that could drain the life force of others. Such a thing should not exist in this world. With a wave of his hand, Edward sealed the god tree entirely within his cloud-cutting technique. Now, with the enhancement of the two six-paths treasures and the paradise box, the cloud-cutting technique had evolved into a true six-paths ninja tool, which Edward could use freely. Finally resolved. After dealing with the god tree, Edward's heart finally felt at ease. Then, after taking a deep look at the battlefield, he left with a group of ninja who were being relocated. In the 59th year of Konoha's founding, on this day, the Fourth Great Ninja War had completely come to an end, and the ninja world had fallen into a state of tranquility. Under Edward's return, Konoha had returned to the era controlled by the Fourth Hokage. In the Hokage building of Konoha Village, Fourth Hokage, the bodies of the Konoha ninja casualties you mentioned have all been placed in the back mountain. An Umbu member approached Edward with a flattering tone. Good, you may leave. Upon hearing this, Edward simply nodded. During his time back in Konoha, due to the previous battles, the majority of the village had been destroyed. But Konoha quickly began to rebuild. Buildings rose rapidly with Edward's assistance. He was busy, but hard work pays off, and by the spring of the 59th year, it had nearly recovered. For Konoha, he hadn't even had time to resurrect Yamashita. Remembering the past, Edward felt a bit of a headache. However, it was mainly because Konoha had been largely destroyed, and he hadn't found the coffin that contained Yamashita's body. Let's go, Edward. Tsunade, sitting next to him while helping Edward with new policies and other matters, spoke after hearing their conversation. I believe this spring will be different from the past, Edward said confidently, feeling the six paths power within him had fully recovered. The powers of Naruto and Sasuke, who had been in the Paradise Box, had also been extracted, and they had been returned to Minato and the Uchiha clan. However, the only regret was that, under Edward's perception, he learned that they would no longer be as powerful as in the original story. Instead, they would live like ordinary people, at most reaching the level of Minato or Itachi. That's fine. Such a life is more suitable for both of them, rather than the love-hate relationship in the original story. Edward smiled, recalling the two who had their powers stripped away. After finishing his thoughts, Edward walked out of the office with Tsunade by his side. After all, there was a large group of people outside waiting for Edward to revive them. Their relatives, friends, classmates, brothers, etc. were all eagerly anticipating Edward's arrival. This day was destined to be an extraordinary and festive day. Is it the Fourth Hokage? The Fourth Hokage has finally arrived. How exciting! Over at the back mountain of Konoha, a small group of elite ninjas who knew the inside information began to cheer in excitement. However, upon witnessing the incredibly noisy scene, Edward frowned slightly. He remembered he and T instructed so many people to come. Shoo! Sensing Edward's dissatisfaction, Tsunade immediately made a gesture to quiet everyone down. Not long after the scene began to return to a state of tranquility, only the eager gazes of many were directed at the giant standing in the middle. It must be that kid Kakashi. Seeing this, Edward shook his head and chuckled. Let us get started. Look, they can't wait any longer. Tsunade, however, covered her mouth, feeling a wave of sweetness in her heart. This was the life she had always wanted. The ninjas no longer lived in fear, no longer afraid of losing loved ones, and no longer afraid of the so-called struggles and wars. And all of this was created by the Edward in front of them. The Six Paths Rebirth technique. Sensing the anticipation in Tsunade's tone, Edward was also unwilling to wait any longer, and the power of the six paths within him began to operate wildly. Under the operation of this power, the corpses in front of him all transformed from their decayed appearance to a healthy hue. Some of those who recovered quickly even opened their confused eyes and began to murmur, "Where are we? Why am I here?" Gradually, some who had been dead for a long time stood up, looking bewildered and unsure of what to do. However, the only downside was that their strength had all diminished. Each had become an ordinary person. "My son, Ashung, you finally came back." Seeing familiar figures standing up in front of him, Everyone couldn't help but look towards the giant at the front. It was he who brought them a stable life. And it was he who allowed them to reunite with those they had longed for. I'm a bit tired, Tsunade. You can organize everything here slowly. I'll head down first. After finally reviving all the corpses in front of him, Edward spoke, feeling the depleted power of the 6 paths within him. Although he had advanced his strength after merging with Naruto and Sasuke's powers, reviving so many people at once still left him with a slight deficit of 6 paths power. I will organize things well. Tsunade, unable to stop smiling, said to Edward with a mix of complex emotions. Hey, it's my turn to make an appearance. On such a grand day, how could you not have me? At this moment, Jiraiya, who had arrived late, ran over, kicking up a cloud of dust behind him. If it weren't for the heavy task Edward had given him, he would have been here to watch the battle much earlier. Then Jiraiya, you can assist Tsunade. Seeing Jiraiya approach, Edward chuckled and said, if I had known, I might as well not have come. Hearing Edward's words, Jiraiya immediately complained in a helpless tone, but the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. Are you just realizing this now? It's too late, isn't it? After laughing loudly, Edward left those words and departed. The scene was left with ninjas embracing their parents and relatives, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked towards Edward. At this moment, in Edward's villa, Edward was drinking fine wine and eating delicious food with great enthusiasm. He and T felt this good in a long time. The power of the 6 paths is truly useful. Have you seen the smiles on the faces of these villagers? Madara, remembering the once battle-crazed warrior who laughed during fights and fought for his ideals, Edward said with a heavy heart. In fact, he could now use the 6 paths chakra to extract and revive Uchiha Madara's chakra, just like reviving Kushina Uzumaki. However, Edward could not grant Uchiha Madara the power he once had. He could only return him to being an ordinary person. This was something Uchiha Madara would absolutely not accept. Besides, even if Madara were revived, knowing the truth, he would certainly not choose to live on. It was highly likely that he would choose to end his life again in a wave of despair. Dad, Uncle's coffin has been found. Kakashi also approached Edward, holding a sealing scroll in his hand. Really? Seeing the sealing scroll in Kakashi's hand, Edward felt a wave of relief and laughed heartily. Today is the happiest day since he came to this world. Since so many families have reunited, it's also time for our family to come together. Edward wrapped his arms around Kakashi, who had a slight blush on his face, and whispered, Yamashita Maple, it's been a long time. The coffin sealing Yamashita Maple's reanimated body was soon opened, allowing him to walk out. 6 paths rebirth technique. Edward then activated the power of the 6 paths again, and that power descended upon Yamashita Maple's body. Crack. After a short while, the reanimated body of Yamashita Maple began to shed fragments of dirt, revealing tender skin. The body began to stabilize and rhythmically respond with his breathing, and his heart started to beat strongly, with a large amount of chakra descending upon him. This time, Edward not only revived Yamashita Maple, but also bestowed him with even greater power, allowing his strength to advance a small stage. Cough, where's this? Soon, under the power of the 6 paths, Yamashita Maple opened his eyes and spoke the familiar first words, just like the previously revived ninjas. Didn't I die? Why am I here? After a moment of observation, Yamashita Maple immediately became alert. But when he saw the familiar place and figures, he could hardly believe it. No, you didn't die. You just temporarily left this world. Seeing Yamashita Maple's heart beating again, Edward's hand gently touched his head, with tears welling up in his eyes. Kakashi also stepped forward, as if to embrace his uncle. Today, after overcoming numerous difficulties, they finally reunited. Brother Edward, how did you get here? And is this Kakashi? Upon seeing the impossible figures before him, Yamashita Maple instinctively assumed he was in a ninjutsu and took a combat stance, shouting. But after a struggle of thoughts, Yamashita Maple still showed no signs of attacking and embraced the figures in front of him. Even if it is a ninjutsu, so what? For this hard-won moment, I am willing to be trapped in it. Holding tightly onto the 2 in front of him, Yamashita Maple refused to let go, tears brimming on his face. Even if I die, it's worth it. Finally, Yamashita Maple recalled the memories he had with Edward and Kakashi and said, "Uncle, you didn't die." But Kakashi, who was already embracing Yamashita Maple, spoke to him in a nostalgic tone. "Yamashita, what you see before you is not an illusion. It is the power of the six paths that has revived you." Edward noticed the meaning behind Yamashita Maple Leaf's expression and explained, "What? The power of the six paths? Doesn't that only exist in legends?" Upon hearing this, Yamashita Maple Leaf looked at the two in disbelief and released his hands. "It's a long story. It all starts from when you died." Edward, with a serious expression, immediately sighed after detecting the question in Yamashita Maple Leaf's tone. "Yes, Uncle Yamashita. A lot of major events have happened during the time you were gone." Kakashi adjusted the forehead protector on his head and calmly spoke. "What kind of events?" "I remember being surrounded by a group of evil spirits. That feeling." Yamashita Maple Leaf showed a face full of fear and hatred, his body trembling. "All right, Yamashita." Seeing Yamashita Maple Leaf like this, Edward, feeling guilty, patted his back to comfort him. "However, although I died, not being able to kill them all and see both of you again is my greatest regret in life." The scene shifted, and Yamashita Maple Leaf's expression turned to one of anger and sorrow. "Uncle Yamashita, don't be like that. They're all dead now." Kakashi, feeling uncomfortable, said helplessly, regarding the fighting and killing in this ninja world. Even though these two people are shielding him from the storms, Kakashi still felt somewhat out of place. He couldn't imagine how Edward and Yamashita Maple Leaf grew to such a point to withstand a whole territory. "They're all dead?" Upon hearing this, Yamashita Maple Leaf immediately opened his eyes and quickly let chakra flow around his body. "Is it true? Am I really revived?" "Brother Edward." Yamashita Maple Leaf looked at the smiling giant before him with a pitiful gaze. "That's right." Hearing this, Edward smiled broadly. It was exactly what he had been looking forward to. "Brother Edward." In the next moment, Yamashita Maple Leaf tightly embraced Edward. All right. It's all over now." Edward continuously comforted Yamashita Maple Leaf. Seeing Yamashita Maple Leaf like this reminded him of his childhood. Since arriving in this world, he had always viewed everything around him from an adult's perspective. Yamashita Maple Leaf was someone he watched grow up, someone he regarded as the most important person beside him. "Uncle Yamashita." Kakashi also patted Yamashita Maple Leaf's back, and the family was truly reunited at this moment. "Can you tell me what happened after I died?" After a while of embracing, Yamashita Maple Leaf reluctantly left Edward's embrace and asked with a questioning look. "After you died?" After a long time, during a few hours of conversation, the three of them gathered around a large table, sharing fine wine and discussing various matters. "I never expected so much would happen." Finally, with a moved expression, Yamashita Maple Leaf murmured as he learned about everything that had transpired. "Has it already been 16 years? So my former friends, comrades, and classmates are all dead? Even Kakashi has grown up this much." Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Yamashita Maple Leaf happily compared his height with Kakashi. "Gula la la, Yamashita Maple Leaf, come with me to see the current Konoha." At this moment, unable to sit still, Edward stood up and gazed out the window nostalgically. Although Konoha had experienced a minor destruction before, for Edward, who possessed the power of the six paths, it was not a problem at all. He quickly rebuilt Konoha to be similar to before, or even better. "All right." Hearing this, Yamashita Maple Leaf immediately nodded vigorously. It was easy to see that his eyes were filled with anticipation and nostalgia. Soon, the group stepped out of the small villa. Because the villa was not located in the center of Konoha village and was somewhat remote, the group did not encounter many villagers on their way out. However, soon elderly, young, and even some children playing in the village appeared before them. "Wow, is that the fourth Hokage?" "Fourth Hokage." One by one, the villagers expressed their admiration upon seeing Edward's distinctive height. Many followers who had once supported Edward saluted and greeted him loudly. They have all aged. Seeing a few familiar faces, Edward's eyes flashed with the look he once had in Orochimaru's eyes as he spoke. "Yes, they have all aged. Only the two of us look the same as before." Yamashita Maple Leaf's anticipation gradually turned into a dazed expression as he said, accepting it. "Gulalala, forget it. We must follow the laws of nature. If we are old, then we are old." Edward, seeing Yamashita Maple Leaf like this, couldn't he help but laugh. Before he could express his feelings, Yamashita Maple Leaf jumped in. Brother Edward, has our era already passed? As they walked, Yamashita Maple Leaf suddenly asked Edward this while pondering. No, our era has definitely not passed, and I will lead you and everyone into a new era. Edward, upon hearing Yamashita Maple Leaf's words, was taken aback. But soon he shouted with a firm and decisive tone. Really, I believe you, Brother Edward. After hearing Edward's determined shout, Yamashita Maple Leaf turned his head toward Edward, whispering with a hopeful expression. He could feel a stronger energy and power flowing within him than before. This was granted to him by Edward, so he would do his utmost to help his brother Edward. If their era had truly passed, he was willing to be one of the last few guardians of the old era. After the three of them stopped talking, they focused on strolling through the rebuilt yet familiar prosperous Konoha village. Amidst the bustling noise and cheerful conversations around them, they slowly walked along the bustling streets. It was just like the last time Edward leisurely accompanied them through Konoha village, except this time, it had been a full 17 years since the last time they strolled through Konoha. 7 days later, after spending a few days with his family, Edward returned to his Hokage office. New policies began to be adjusted and announced, astonishing the villagers of Konoha, who felt as if they had returned to that era. Especially regarding all the policies announced by the Hidden Cloud Village, the ninja world began to stir and tremble. Envoys from various major ninja villages arrived in Konoha one after another to start signing obedience treaties and other agreements. Respected 4th Hokage-sama, do you think this is acceptable? The envoys from the Cloud Hidden Village and the Rock Hidden Village looked conflicted as they praised the obedience treaty and compensation treaty they brought. The documents clearly stated unconditional obedience to the land of fire and Konoha, as well as various treaties to compensate for the losses incurred by Konoha. If it were the former 3rd Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, or the 5th Hokage Tsunade in power, they would probably have signed these treaties immediately. But now sitting in the Hokage office was Edward, who had already advanced to the 6 Paths level. He didn't take these things seriously at all. It seems I have to take matters into my own hands. The lesson for you guys isn't enough. Edward frowned deeply, then unleashed his chakra energy, instantly turning the signed treaty papers into fragments. How am I supposed to explain this to the Rakage? The envoys saw this, and all wore mournful expressions, looking worse than if they had died. I'll give you another chance. Let your village's Kage come and negotiate with me, or else. Without caring, Edward unleashed a burst of chakra, creating a hurricane that sent the envoys flying out. Edward, are you really going to show no mercy? What if? Tsunade, who was standing nearby, expressed her concern. According to Edward's earlier policies, it seemed he aimed to abolish all existing systems and regulations between countries and establish a new nation centered around Konoha, inviting all ninja villages and nations to join, forming one big family. This was the concept of unification he had always advocated. You underestimate me too much, Tsunade. If they dare to disobey, I'll show them what the power of the 6 Paths truly is. Edward's eyes sparkled as he toyed with his thick fingers, producing a buzzing sound. Right now, he could effortlessly unleash power comparable to the tailed beast bomb of the 10 Tails, easily destroying several small ninja villages. All right, I support you. Hearing this, Tsunade lowered her head, showing her submission. The man before her had completely conquered her. Did you do what I asked you to do? Noticing Tsunade no longer rebutting his views, Edward looked down at the documents in his hand and asked, I did. I've instructed my subordinates to establish an elite military academy, specifically to train Uchiha Itachi and others as you mentioned, Tsunade replied, after a moment of thought. No, that's not what I meant. I was asking how the reconstruction of the research unit is going. Hearing an unsatisfactory response, Edward flipped to the next page of the document and looked at the flawless designs and blueprints for space combat suits. The research department is ready, but the personnel in the research unit, Tsunade said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. If Orochimaru hadn't betrayed me, it would have been so much better. After hearing Tsunade's words, Edward fell into a moment of silence. In fact, he could resurrect Orochimaru just as he did with Uzumaki Kushina. After all, Orochimaru had merged all his powers and chakra into him before dying. But the fact was, Orochimaru had betrayed Edward, and he absolutely could not bring him back to life. Indeed, seeing Edward bring up this past bond, Tsunade expressed both nostalgia and hatred. However, Orochimaru wasn't without value in death. After merging into my body, his memories also fused into my mind. Remembering the ideals and various scientific techniques Orochimaru had pursued throughout his life, as well as the explosive news he ultimately brought, Edward murmured, "That's good." Hearing this, Tsunade nodded, feeling relieved. "Go now. I have some matters to attend to. Hurry and deal with the issues from the other ninja villages." Edward waved his hand slightly and said to Tsunade while looking at the documents in his hand, "All right, then you take care." With a sigh, Tsunade gave the man a deep look before leaving the office. The Grim Reaper, a useless ruler? But after Tsunade left, Edward's eyes sparkled as he looked at the documents in his hand, and his mind recalled the explosive news brought to him by Orochimaru. This was information obtained after merging Orochimaru's memories. It seemed it was time to visit the land of the sleeping souls. The power of the six paths was truly tempting. Edward stopped flipping through the documents and thought about the cloud-hidden village nearby. Afterwards, Edward sat quietly in the Hokage office, waiting for an explanation from the other ninja villages. Unfortunately, the Kages and daimyos of these ninja villages rejected him for their own rule. On this day, having received news from those envoys, Edward sat in the office chair, deep in thought. Although they provided Konoha with even greater compensation while refusing, it was clear they did not want to give up their current status. It seems you really have never experienced what true power is. After a moment of contemplation, Edward finally stood up and spoke. Six paths, split body technique. In the next second, Edward, who had stood up, activated the power of the six paths. And soon several identical Edwards split off. The three major ninja villages no longer need to exist. Closing his eyes and recalling everything from the past, Edward spoke decisively. Some might call him a demon, others a butcher. But from his level at this stage of existence, having gone through countless difficulties, he could understand how hard-won peace truly is. Even if he spared the leaders of these major ninja villages and daimyos, there was no guarantee they wouldn't cause trouble in the ninja world again after tasting sweet success. Killing might be the worst choice, but it was also the best choice at this moment. The split Edwards and the main body opened their eyes simultaneously. The six paths truth-seeking balls appear behind them, shining brightly. Chakra and the power of the six paths erupted, and each Edward was filled with fighting spirit. Whoosh! In the next moment, these split Edwards and the main body silently vanished from the scene, not making a single sound. In the cloud-hidden village, within a large building at the center of the village, AI, are you sure the fourth Hokage won't take action against us? You must know that he is the most ferocious among all the Hokages of the Hidden Leaf Village. A high-ranking official from the Cloud Village said with a worried expression, Are we really going to give up the great legacy established by our ancestors of the Cloud Village?" Clenching his fist, the fourth Rakage said as lightning surged around him. "It is absolutely impossible to make him give up the Cloud Village and choose to join the Leaf Village as a branch. Even if he dies in front of Edward, it is still far better than surrendering uselessly. But with such immense power, how are we supposed to resist it?" The high-ranking official from the Cloud Village asked again. Upon hearing this, the fourth Rakage fell silent, his clenched fists involuntarily loosening. "Rakage-sama, something has happened." Just then, a Cloud Village ninja burst in, shouting anxiously, "Calm down, let's talk properly." Seeing the ninja's appearance, the fourth Rakage frowned and reprimanded. Usually his trusted aide, she wouldn't be swayed by emotions like other ninjas. He was indeed his advisor. It's the fourth Hokage of the Leaf Village, Edward Newgate." After hearing the fourth Rakage reprimand, she quickly took a deep breath to calm down and relayed the information in a rapid tone. "What? How was that possible? I only rejected the envoy he sent yesterday." The fourth Rakage, in shock, immediately opened his mouth and shouted. He understood the consequences of rejecting that person from the Leaf Village, but he never expected that the consequences would come so quickly. Fourth Rakage, However, before he could finish speaking, an incredibly tall giant appeared behind him, breaking through the ceiling of the entire building. This is lightning body technique. The fourth Rakage instantly became surrounded by lightning, adopting a defensive posture upon seeing the giant. Fourth Hokage. All the guards in the office, and she readied their kunai, looking at that figure in fear. This is the fourth Hokage, Edward Newgate, who ended the terrifying Fourth Shinobi World War, a living dead who crawled out from the land of the dead. Do you know the consequences of daring to refuse me? Edward stared at the fourth Rakage for a long time before finally speaking, and a black-red aura erupted around him. Thud, thud, thud. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the guards, except for the fourth Rakage, rolled their eyes and fell to the ground, unconscious. I. Feeling this aura, the fourth Rakage was instantly overwhelmed and unable to move, stuttering. Do you have anything else to say? Seeing this, Edward slightly closed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. He was contemplating whether destroying these people, these countless lives, was right or wrong. And no, the fourth Rakage, pale and utterly powerless to resist, said. At this moment, he truly understood how foolish his previous choices as the so-called Rakage had been. Sigh. Seeing that the fourth Rakage did not express much, Edward, using the Six Paths power to read the Rakage's thoughts, deeply sighed. He never expected that, even at this moment, the Rakage's heart showed no signs of regret, only thoughts of how to protect his ninja village. Edward murmured in his heart, giving the fourth Rakage one last chance. At the same time, he also received feedback from the other two major ninja villages regarding Edward's actions. However, it was meaningless, as their thoughts were exactly the same as those of the fourth Rakage. That was not all. What truly disappointed Edward was that most of the crowd felt fear towards him, the giant, and harbored deep-seated hatred within. Very good, very nice. Thinking of this, Edward couldn't help but close his eyes, his massive body slowly rising into the air, disappearing from this place. This was his last chance for these people, for these ninja villages. Did he leave? The fourth Rakage, gasping for air under the pressure, slowly stood up after seeing Edward's departing figure. Boom! But the next moment, a strong white light and energy erupted within this ninja village, destroying countless buildings and blinding everyone's eyes with the white light. What is this? The fourth Rakage knelt on the ground, appearing somewhat powerless and furious. Meanwhile, the other two major ninja villages, the Rock Village and the Mist Village, were experiencing the same events as the Cloud Village. To outsiders, it seemed as if a natural disaster had descended upon these three major ninja villages, calamity striking here. After 3 to 4 minutes, the white light and the red clouds above finally disappeared, leaving the site turned into scorched earth, devoid of any signs of life. There was no trace that this had once been the most prosperous place in the shinobi world. The three major ninja villages completely vanished from the shinobi world. Don't blame me. Sometimes, to achieve a goal, a certain number of sacrifices are needed. Edward, high above, sighed deeply at this tragic scene. He had considered being accommodating, but the response he received was rejection, so he could not be blamed for being ruthless. Let's go back. It's over. After taking one last look at the scorched Cloud Village, Edward vanished, as if he had never been there. Hidden Leaf Village. Fourth Hokage-sama. Inside the Hokage building, a ninja waiting in Edward's office immediately bowed upon seeing Edward's giant form. Is there something you need? Edward, whose body had slightly swayed as he merged several split Six Paths bodies back together, asked. The Grass Village, the Rain Village, and envoys from several other nations have arrived. They are waiting for you in the conference room. The ninja respectfully answered Edward. Understood. You may leave. I will go over shortly. Edward said leisurely as he wiped his hands with a cloth from a nearby table. Yes. Hearing this, the ninja bowed again and then withdrew. Gulp. It seems that while some rejected, others accepted. That is the right choice. Remembering what the ninja had just said, Edward felt a bit happy. For him now, he could also be somewhat accommodating. After changing into a new outfit, putting away the Songyun blade, and refreshing himself, Edward headed to the conference room. If the negotiations go well, it would surely be a scene of mutual happiness. In the conference room, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, esteemed fourth Hokage. Is this really the fourth Hokage? Hello, hello. A group of envoys, carrying burdens and accompanied by guards, immediately stood up to pay their respects upon seeing the massive figure of the fourth Hokage. Gulalala, there's no need for such formalities. I'm actually quite easygoing, Edward said as he slowly walked to the central large seat of the conference room and sat down. Listen to the fourth Hokage. Everything is up to the Hokage. The envoys immediately responded respectfully upon hearing him. All right, let's cut to the chase. You all know the purpose of your visit here, right? Edward sighed, realizing he couldn't change their overly formal demeanor. He preferred a more casual and bold way of interacting with others and didn't quite like such excessive flattery. Yes. Everything is for peace. Regarding the treaty mentioned by the fourth Hokage, the envoys stepped forward, presenting several papers to the giant. Very well. This is the demeanor a great nation should have, unlike certain countries that think of themselves as the great trees of the ninja world. After seeing the various compliance terms written on the papers, Edward nodded in satisfaction, his voice slightly heavy as he spoke. Yes. Feeling the pressure from the giant before them, even the envoy who did nothing began to sweat profusely. Some weaker ninjas even started to feel dizzy, looking as if they were drunk. Gulalala, in that case, go speak with my assistant, the fifth Hokage Tsunade. I've understood your intentions, Edward said, noticing their unease with a hint of helplessness. He had tried his best to control his aura, but his massive size naturally exerted immense pressure and intimidation on them. All right, the envoys could only nod in agreement. After Edward's enormous figure left the conference room, they finally relaxed, each appearing drenched in sweat. Edward, speak up if you need anything. After Edward exited the conference room, he saw Tsunade, who had been notified. Settle these envoys and proceed according to the policies I mentioned earlier. With a couple of cracks from his neck, Edward gave his orders and then left. For some reason, ever since his strength had increased, he found himself less eager for peace and unity in the ninja world. Now I truly understand what it means to be lonely at the top, Edward muttered as he stepped out of the Hokage building and looked up at the clear blue sky. Has the fusion degree of the panel reached 99 during this time of rising prestige? What would happen if it reached 100? The next moment, Edward shifted his gaze to the fusion panel that only he could see. There, the 3D model of Edward Newgate had already reached 99. Just a step away from breaking this limit and achieving the true 100. However, to be honest, the strength I currently possess is already much greater than that of Whitebeard in the original story. Shaking his head, Edward looked at the moon partially hidden in the sunlight and said, right now, I'm only interested in 3 things. The first is to uncover the true secrets of this ninja world and unravel the mystery behind the Death God's ruler. The second is to find Sage of 6 Paths and Kaguya Otsutsuki on the moon and master their powers. And the third, which is the last matter I rarely mention since arriving in this world, is to go home and see how my real family is doing. Returning to that comfortable circle he had once lived in during his past life, he wondered how that place had changed. But these 3 things are probably impossible for me to accomplish right now, Edward thought, feeling the 6 Paths power within him, comparing it faintly to Kaguya Otsutsuki's power from the original story. After that, Edward headed straight home, amidst the sounds of flattery. This is the kind of situation I hoped for, not the dark ninja village of the past. Walking slowly down the street, Edward felt quite relaxed. He believed that he could truly influence the movements of the ninja world now. He was confident that, in the future, he could control the ninja world directly with his vision of unification. Indeed, as long as one has strength, one can have everything. If Marco and Ace could. What am I talking about? I'm actually integrating Whitebeard's memories into my main consciousness. Remembering the chaotic memories in his mind, Edward couldn't help but smile wryly. He soon found himself quietly arriving at the villa belonging to his family. Edward, big brother, you're back? Asked Yamashita Maple, who was cleaning up the garbage in the villa yard. Gulalala, I came back to check on you all. Edward walked forward, laughing heartily at Yamashita Maple. Old man, why are you back? At that moment, Kakashi also walked out of the villa. Due to Edward's effective policy adjustments, the two had rare moments of relaxation. Sigh. Being the ruler of the ninja world is quite a headache and tiring for others. Don't rush me. Let me rest at home for a bit. Remember to prepare dinner for me, Edward said with a sigh as he swayed his giant body into the villa and lay on his large bed. Today, the old man seems a bit weak, Kakashi remarked, feeling a bit puzzled, before picking up a wonderful book he had discovered recently and began to read it seriously. Kakashi, Don't forget to go to school to teach in the afternoon. Seeing Kakashi so focused on the textbook, Yamashita Maple felt quite gratified and nodded. Cough, got it. Got it. Upon hearing this, Kakashi closed the book and left the place, clearly having forgotten the context as he was too engrossed. For the next several days, Edward spent his time in the villa. During this period, the ninja world underwent significant changes under Edward policies and Tsunade's actions. The Lightning Country, Rain Country, Earth Country, and Water Country all faded into the annals of history. The entire ninja world was left with only the Fire Country. All other countries joined the Fire Country, truly achieving unification. Ninja villages, led by Konoha, had the prefix Konoha added to their names, such as Konoha's Grass Ninja Village, Konoha's Rain Hidden Village, Konoha's Artisan Ninja Village, and so on. In the ninja world, a true era of peace has finally arrived, and everyone is enjoying a hard-earned life. However, having just experienced this life, everyone is being very cautious, afraid that this peace might be disrupted. One day, in the Hokage building, Edward, what does it mean to go into seclusion? In the Hokage's office, Tsunade looked at the giant before her, who was filled with exhaustion, with a puzzled expression. It means to go to a certain place and isolate myself for a period of time. During this time, I need to seriously master my strength, Edward said. Having completed his previous vision of unification and now no longer interested in that aspect, he was no longer limited to the small ninja world. If possible, he would prefer to take the entire ninja world into space to see and battle those aliens who dared to invade. However, this was a very unrealistic idea, and if he wanted to achieve it, he had to be fully prepared. All right, how long will it take? Tsunade asked, looking downcast. At least a few months, or most a few years. By the way, you need to take good care of the research team. I've already written down all of Orochimaru's research findings and handed them over to them. Edward instructed Tsunade about the preparations. Okay, understood. Tsunade nodded slightly, biting her lip as if she wanted to say more. All right, let's leave it at that. While I'm gone, you need to take care of everything, Edward said, turning to look into the distance. This time, he was actually going to find the so-called 3 great sacred places in the ninja world to uncover the truth of this world. Yes, he was going to find the source of the 3 great sacred places within the ninja world, and not just summon them using summoning jutsu. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Tsunade finally changed her expression after hearing this, revealing a determined look. It better be so. After seeing Tsunade's face, Edward slowly started to smile and disappeared from the spot. You must come back quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. Tsunade could only silently pray in her heart. The current peace in the ninja world was created by Edward alone. Therefore, the ninja world absolutely could not lose Edward, just as it could not lose the god of the ninja world in the past. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and it was now the 62nd year of Konoha's founding. Everything was thriving, and although there was a commotion in the ninja world after losing Edward's whereabouts, Konoha quickly returned to calm under the balance of many talents like Minato Namikaze, Itachi Uchiha, and Madara Uchiha. Moreover, with Edward's invisible influence on the ninja world, no one dared to act recklessly. During these 3 years, even without Edward's presence, those who dared to stand out were completely eliminated. The ninja world officially entered a true era of peace. Countless people began to erect enormous statues of Edward in villages and towns, and his image became a symbol of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire also underwent significant political reforms, and Konoha became the capital of the Land of Fire. There were no longer any useless daimyo. Everything was directly governed by the Hokage of Konoha. This made many young children, even youths and adults, dream of becoming Hokage. However, the next candidate for Hokage had already been chosen, leaving them to look forward to the successor after that. On the other side of the ninja world, in the only place known as the Ocean of the Ninja World. This area occupies a large portion of land in the ninja world, but here, apart from endless seawater, there's only endless seawater. On a medium-sized ship, measuring about 30 meters, sailing on this endless ocean, a giant was continuously drinking fine wine from one barrel after another. Gulp gulp, no harvest at all. Finally, after finishing several barrels of fine wine, the giant put down the barrel and said, This giant was none other than the newly proclaimed god of the ninja world, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, the new sage of 6 paths, Edward Newgate. During his travels over the past few years, he had successfully found a legendary 3 great sacred places in the summoning realm. They were merely a group of beasts living in a corner of the ninja world, indifferent to the world. After he caught the small toad and the small white snake, known as the Great Toad Sage and the White Snake Sage, he realized that they were just beasts with a bit of 6 paths power within them. What truly surprised him was the Great Slug Sage in the Wet Bone Forest, whose size was even greater than his. Yet compared to it, he was still far behind. If he were to define it, these few were merely on the brink of the 6 paths and fake 6 paths, easily grasped. Gulalala. But that small toad's ability to predict is indeed interesting. Remembering his actions over the past few years, Edward began to laugh heartily. During this time, he also investigated his identity in the ninja world. However, it was still the same as in his memories. His biological relatives had mostly passed away before he arrived in Konoha. By the time he got there, only a small, dilapidated fishing village remained, barely recognizable. At that time, he had considered using 6 paths power to trace the chakra of those relatives in this world to revive them. But after thinking it over, he ultimately decided to let time pass. After all, those people had already disappeared into the long river of ninja world history, completely leaving no trace. Even if he revived them, satisfying his own selfish desires, it would be useless and only disturb the natural laws of the ninja world. It was better to let them pass with the wind, leaving only a trace in his memories. In fact, it wasn't entirely fruitless. It could now be confirmed that the Sage of 6 Paths and that Death God were not in the ninja world at all. They seemed to exist in a separate space connected to the ninja world, secretly controlling it. Edward recalled the many places he had found while wandering through the ninja world. If one had to mention a location, that place with abnormal chakra fluctuations might be the key connecting the ninja world to the other space. Then he remembered the place he had found earlier. Edward's eyes narrowed slightly, and he soon made the ship disappear from there. Before long, after a while, Edward, possessing 6 paths power, appeared in the place he had just mentioned. There were various chakra whirlpools here, and a violent chakra affected the surroundings. If someone rashly entered here, their chakra would become chaotic and they would explode and die. Is this the place? The 6 paths power emitted, and the truth-seeking ball appeared behind Edward. Boom! With just one punch, this place began to shatter, countless spaces exploding into a void. What a pity, there's nothing here. After seeing his masterpiece before him, Edward let out a sigh. He thought that breaking through this would lead to another dimension. With that, Edward left with a disappointed expression and appeared in another corner of the shinobi world. Is this the place? Break for me. One punch after another. Countless corners of the shinobi world where Edward sensed unusual chakra were shattered by him. Piece after piece of void was exposed to his eyes, but this only deepened the disappointment in his gaze. Is it really impossible to find it? If possible, I could try Abito's eyes. Edward murmured, not sensitive to spatial perception. He had broken an unknown number of spaces, causing significant damage to the shinobi world. However, he didn't mind too much because these spaces would gradually recover. Come in. Just then, as Edward was about to leave, a space opened in the void, and a deep, ancient voice came from within. What is this? The land of sleeping souls? Hearing this voice, Edward's heart shook, and he quickly flashed into the open space. What came into view was an endless number of sleeping souls slowly dissipating. Is this the land of sleeping souls that once imprisoned me? After entering, Edward squinted his eyes, looking at the beautiful yet terrifying scene around him. In his view, if one was too weak and stayed here too long, their soul would slowly dissipate and transform back into chakra to nourish the shinobi world. Yes, this is it. The next moment, an old man with a white body and 2 small horns on his head appeared beside Edward. Who are you? The Sage of 6 Paths? Looking at this soul entity, Edward frowned deeply. He knew the Sage of 6 Paths was not dead, but he didn't expect to see him in this form. Yes, it is I. Upon closer inspection, the Sage of 6 Paths resembled the souls present here, dissipating invisibly. However, because his soul was too powerful, it had not yet vanished. You are the one who will save the shinobi world? I thought it would be one of those two. Looking at the giant before him, the Sage of 6 Paths sighed deeply. Those two, they're doing well now. Edward murmured, squinting as he thought of Naruto and Sasuke. Haha, let's not dwell on it. In the realm of the six paths, each has their own strengths. I can already sense the chakra of both of them within you. The sage of six paths chuckled lightly, his voice laced with a hint of intrigue. Grr, are you the master of this place? The legendary sage of six paths. Seeing that the sage misunderstood him, Edward did not elaborate further and began to ask questions. I am not the master of this world. I am, like you once were, a prisoner. Upon hearing Edward's question, the sage of six paths chuckled lightly and then replied with a hint of regret. In the past, he sensed Edward's arrival in this place and how he was trapped in a state of slumber, but he only glanced at it and did not pay further attention. What he did not expect was that this giant before him had gained an opportunity and advanced to the realm of the six paths after having his soul extracted. A prisoner? How could someone with the power of the six paths be a prisoner? Hearing this, Edward stroked his chin, pondering. I thought the same initially, but after I died, I found it wasn't that simple. If I hadn't possessed the ability to slumber, I would have likely dissipated into this land by now. The sage of six paths sighed and looked at the land beneath him. Once one's body dies, no matter how great their power was in life, as a soul entity, he would be imprisoned by this land. All right, not believing the sage's words, Edward lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. After all, he had been directly resurrected through impure world reincarnation. If this place could lock away the sage of six paths soul, how could it not lock away his? Allowing him to be resurrected through impure world reincarnation. I know you don't believe me, but the facts are before you. Perhaps the greater the power, the stronger the binding force. Besides, even if I were to leave, it would be of no use to the shinobi world. I might as well stay here. The sage of six paths, recalling his past, spoke with a very transcendental expression. All right, so it seems you're not entirely unable to leave. Understanding the implication in the sage's tone, Edward began to tease. In his view, perhaps the sage's soul entity really couldn't leave before. But now this land probably couldn't bind him anymore, yet he had no intention of leaving. Haha, let's not mention this matter for now. My era has already passed. The sage of six paths said to Edward, slightly concealing his feelings. Now, tell me, what is your purpose? Do you seek to gain my powers? The sage of six paths, lamenting the vast changes in the shinobi world, spoke again. No, I just want to uncover the truth of the shinobi world. Tell me, what is the Grim Reaper? That guy, I can sense a tremendous force behind him. Edward's expression revealed a fighting spirit as he looked at the sage of six paths and asked. He knew very well that a great battle was unavoidable in the future. The Grim Reaper? Is that why you came here? Then it seems you will be returning with regrets. The sage of six paths, with the Rinnegan of the six paths spinning above his head, looked up and murmured, Regrets? I don't want my efforts over the past 3 years to be in vain. Rubbing his eyes, Edward scrutinized the sage of six paths cough, but he is not here. You could say he is not of this world, and he has no connection to the shinobi world. The sage of six paths spoke to Edward with a touch of melancholy. Having slept in this shinobi world for so long, he had a basic understanding of everything that had happened. He had long heard of the Shiki-Fuin technique, but upon investigation, he found it was merely a clever term. Is it an alternate space? Could it be? Edward asked, having gathered a rough understanding from the sage's words. I don't know what he is. What I can tell you is that finding him will be of no use to you. It won't benefit you at all. The sage of six paths slowly said to the giant before him while sitting on the ground. Is that so? Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment appeared in Edward's eyes. From the sage's tone, he could sense that the sage was not interested in this entity. Perhaps that so-called Grim Reaper was summoned from another parallel world. But for now, you need to handle the remaining matters in the shinobi world. The sage of six paths spread his hands, gathering all his power together. Well, that's impressive. The Uzumaki clan has actually created a technique that connects to other parallel worlds. Upon hearing this, Edward couldn't help but exclaim. He had thought that the Shinigami was involved in something monumental. Unexpectedly, both of his assumptions had fallen through this time. The sage of six paths was merely a chakra spirit. The idea of obtaining the Shinigami's power was cut off here. This left him, who had merged with Uchiha Madara's memories, with nowhere to vent his fighting spirit. Let's first take care of the remaining matters. Whether it's your own issues or that demon on the moon. With a nostalgic look, The Sage of Six Paths recalled that his brother, who used to guard their mother, had passed away, revealing a pained expression. Because of his brother's death, there was no longer a guardian to watch over the moon, and that demon would eventually break free from the seal. But in his current state, he had no power left to seal that demon again. Initially, he had planned for his two sons to reseal her on the moon soon after. But now, due to Edward's appearance, everything had been disrupted. So he could only place his hope on Edward. What problems could I have? Upon hearing this, Edward, puzzled, sat down on the ground. Can't you feel it? Several consciousnesses within you have already started to affect you. Seeing Edward's confused face, the Sage of Six Paths spoke in a serious tone. Several consciousnesses? Hearing this, Edward's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, during this time, the memories of Whitebeard, Uchiha Madara, and Orochimaru had been influencing his actions constantly. However, he had not paid much attention to these things, so he hadn't taken them seriously. You should tidy up your body. You'll need to rely on you to reseal that demon in the future. The Sage of Six Paths stroked his long beard, memories flooding his mind. Okay, I'll pay attention to that. And the demon you mentioned is... Confused by the sage's words, Edward nodded seriously and then asked, That is, my mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the true ruler of the ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths hesitated for a moment before laying everything out. In reality, he didn't want to mention this matter to anyone. It was a secret buried deep in his heart. But now, the two sons who had become the sage's realm were no longer his. Thus, he had to reopen this sealed box of secrets. She was sealed in the moon by my brother and me using the Six Paths, heavenly star technique during ancient times, but countless years have passed, and I'm afraid. The Sage of Six Paths frowned deeply as he looked at Edward. So you must find another person who has evolved into the Six Paths realm before that seal has any issues in order to stop her. Then the Sage of Six Paths spoke in a deep tone. Can't she be killed? Knowing the original plot, Edward began to inquire. In the original Naruto storyline, Kagaya Otsutsuki had always been sealed. No one had ever attempted to kill her. As the progenitor of chakra, how could she be killed? Unless you drained all the chakra in the ninja world. Moreover, my brother and I tried various other methods before, but unfortunately, we only found out that she is immortal. Upon hearing this, the Sage of Six Paths sighed and replied. Now, having lost his brother, he felt lonely and desolate inside. Is that so? Is there really no other way? After the Sage of Six Paths finished speaking, Edward stood up, looking at the souls sealed and sleeping around them. Take this. It's what I prepared for you. However, the Sage of Six Paths ignored him and instead offered the power of the Six Paths to Edward. What do you mean? Seeing this, Edward asked curiously. This contains my dwindling power of the Six Paths. If possible, it can accelerate the emergence of another new Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths, still hoping that Edward could use the Six Paths, heavenly star technique to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki, said, The power of the Six Paths? Edward murmured as he accepted the power from the Sage of Six Paths. Although this power was limited, it would still provide him a small boost. Yes, this is my power. I hope you can use it well. After saying this, the Sage of Six Paths turned away, revealing only his back to Edward. He understood all of Edward's intentions for coming here, but now he had exhausted all his strength. Regardless of whether Edward used that power of the Six Paths himself or followed his advice to create another Six Paths realm, it had no further connection to him. The Sage of Six Paths, who once influenced an era, had ultimately become a thing of the past. I didn't expect the Sage of Six Paths to be so kind. I underestimated his generosity. Edward, after taking the power of the Sage of Six Paths, said this after giving him a deep look. He had initially thought that the sage would compete with him for the power of the Six Paths, and that the sage was the real boss of this world. But he had never expected the sage to be so generous as to hand over his own power to him. Let's leave this place. My time is running out. After transferring the power of the Six Paths, the Sage of Six Paths looked up toward the point in the sky and said to Edward. He had always harbored a wish in his heart, which was to see his brother again in his lifetime. Although he had now learned that his brother had died in that place, he still had no intention of giving up. Edward looked at this old man who no longer possessed the power of the Six Paths. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. After deeply committing this place to memory, he then shook space and left. Sigh. After Edward left, the Sage of Six Paths, seated in the land of sleeping souls, sighed. Then, in an instant, his body vanished from there, heading towards the direction he had always longed for. As he left, Edward, having returned to the ninja world, felt the presence of the Sage of Six Paths fading away. Now, after entering the land of sleeping souls once more, he had completely memorized its location. If one were to take Edward's words seriously, that place could be considered another ninja world, akin to the dark side of the ninja world. It seems that everyone has their own obsessions and ideals. Even at this point, whether it's the Sage of Six Paths or anyone else, they all strive to fulfill the obsessions in their hearts. Edward sensed that aura gradually moving towards the moon and said, I don't know if he can reach that place. Forget it. Let me lend you a helping hand. Edward watched as the presence of the Sage of Six Paths flying into the sky gradually faded, and the power of the Six Paths in his hand erupted, striking in that direction. At this moment, in the sky of the ninja world on the horizon, damn it, it seems that this remaining power can't go up anymore. I didn't expect my final fate to be so tragic. The Sage of Six Paths widened his eyes, looking at the moon that was so close in the sky, and at his own soul that was slowly dissipating. He miscalculated the amount of Six Paths' power and energy needed to reach the moon. He didn't expect that the moon, far away in the sky of the ninja world, would move further away with time. It used to be so close. This power was more than enough to reach the moon in the past. The Sage of Six Paths had already accepted the reality before him, closed his eyes, and his body began to slowly descend from rising. What's this? The power of that giant. But suddenly, the Sage of Six Paths, whose soul had already collapsed and dissipated, regathered his spirit, and his entire body seemed to return to its former peak. Thank you. Feeling the revival of his soul, the Sage of Six Paths sincerely expressed his gratitude to Edward. This was the first time he thanked Edward, aside from fighting that demon. Brother, mother, I'm coming. The Sage of Six Paths then redirected his gaze towards the moon that was so close, and the energy within him erupted, propelling him towards the sky. Below, Edward, who was observing everything, simply chuckled after watching the actions of the Sage of Six Paths. This should be enough, right? Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Edward, who spoke the true name of the Sage of Six Paths, felt a complex mix of emotions in his heart. So be it farewell, a guardian of the era of Otsutsuki's rule. After Edward said this, he disappeared from this place. After disappearing from the spot, Edward headed towards the direction of the land of fire's capital, Konoha, moving swiftly through the sky. Once I return to Konoha, I must tidy myself up properly. Flying in the air like Superman, Edward recalled the words the Sage of Six Paths had said to him earlier. If the Sage of Six Paths hadn't reminded him, he clearly wouldn't have discovered this problem so early. For a strong person, if they have a flaw, it can be fatal. Enemies would seize that flaw and attack fiercely. Soon, as he neared Konoha, Edward spotted the corners of the village from the sky. Is that Konoha? I didn't expect such a big change to happen. Looking at the familiar terrain around him, Edward felt a sense of comfort in his heart. The area that had once turned to scorched earth had now transformed into pure soil, and some villagers from Konoha had begun to farm there. Mommy, what's that? Such a big bird. At this moment, a little girl working the land with her mother spotted Edward's figure in the sky and curiously tugged at her mother's clothing. Huh? What kind of monster is that in the sky? Honey, quickly notify the ninja masters. After being alerted by the little girl, the woman working in the fields immediately put down her tools and shouted loudly to the people nearby. Ah, a monster! Following the woman's warning, all the villagers dropped their tools, grabbed their children or important belongings, and fled the area. But what they didn't know was that the enormous figure in the sky was not the monster they feared. Instead, it was the fourth Hokage, Edward Newgate, the creator of the new era, who had always protected them and was worshipped by them daily. Cough, cough. It seems my appearance has caused some commotion. Hovering in the sky, Edward, who had intended to appreciate the simplicity of life, said with an embarrassed expression, I should hurry back to Konoha and see how they are doing. However, in no time, Edward left the area and resumed his swift flight in the air. Konoha. After 3 years of continuous nurturing, Konoha has now grown to resemble the era of Boruto, with even high-speed trains. They are no longer under the pressure of war, nor threatened by death. There are 24-hour patrols by the Konoha military organization providing security. The Hyuga clan also monitors with their Byakugan around the clock. So now, even thieves no longer appear in Konoha. A large number of merchants have gathered here, adding to the prosperity of Konoha. Many happy children are running joyfully on the streets of Konoha with large swirl lollipops. At this time, under Edward Newgate's influence, the ninja world has completely transformed. Everyone knows who has created the current peaceful era in the ninja world. In Konoha, one can easily spot a small statue of Edward worshipped in the center of many households. What is that? At this moment, several security ninjas patrolling Konoha saw Edward suddenly appearing in the sky and hurriedly exclaimed, "What is that thing?" Upon seeing this, all the patrolling security ninjas drew their shurikens and kunai, preparing to confront the figure above. Having experienced war, they understand how hard-won the current peaceful era is. In times of crisis, they are willing to rush to the front lines as pioneers. Stop! That's the fourth Hokage. But some sharp-eyed Hyuga and Konoha ninjas recognized the monster described by the patrol team and shouted out. After worshipping him for so many years, how could they not recognize Edward's figure? What? You mean that's the fourth Hokage? Upon hearing this, all the ninjas and nearby onlookers became excited. Everyone, gather up. Head in that direction. However, some rational ninjas immediately began to assemble their teams. But whether the figure in the sky was truly the fourth Hokage, they had to ensure the safety of the villagers of Konoha. In the sky of Konoha, Edward watched the chaotic ninjas below. Very good. Only such rational ninjas are suitable for climbing to higher positions. Edward sighed inwardly. Little did he know that this ninja's actions would catch the attention of the fourth Hokage. Edward, Flying Thunder God Technique, Ouvrin Technique, Manjiki Sharingan, Body Flicker Technique. Suddenly, at that moment, chakra erupted from both sides of Edward in the air, and two ninjas appeared. The familiar blonde hair, the familiar special Flying Thunder God Kunai, and another familiar Sharingan and Body Flicker Technique. Those two were none other than Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha, sandwiching Edward in the middle. It's the fourth Hokage. After ambushing Edward, the two of them quickly realized what they had done and were left dumbfounded, feeling a wave of anxiety in their hearts. They actually launched an attack against Edward, who held such high prestige in the hidden village. Gulalala, it's fine. This way you can truly be called real ninjas. Edward laughed heartily as he glanced at his companions, Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha. I didn't expect you two little guys to have already reached the level of Super Shadow, truly worthy of being called geniuses. Edward then praised the two of them profusely. These two had already showcased their talents in the original Naruto storyline and could be considered the top combat power of the Leaf Village. However, with Edward's appearance and the changes he brought, they had not only maintained their talent from the original story, but had also climbed to even greater heights. It seems I was overthinking. Geniuses will always be geniuses, Edward said sincerely as he looked at the two with a hint of guilt. If he had known they could reach such a higher realm, he would have given them more attention and support earlier. Lord Fourth Hokage. The two, who did not comprehend Edward's words, lowered their heads, thinking he was scolding them. All right, you two can go now. I need to take a rest in the Hokage building. Edward, having seen through their thoughts, waved his hand and left. He wanted to head to the Hokage building to see how Tsunade, Kakashi, and the others were doing. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. Seeing that the fourth Hokage did not mean to scold them, the two slightly cupped their hands and left with Edward. They needed to bring this exciting news to Tsunade, who was in the Hokage building office. Gulalala, it seems that during my time away, the Leaf Village has risen to another level. As Edward swiftly moved through the Leaf Village, he began to look around and examine it again. Much like before, the Leaf Village still had many familiar buildings and villagers. However, there were also some significant changes that made him feel unfamiliar. For example, when he saw the high-speed rail and other signal towers that only appeared in Boruto, he couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise. If the Leaf Village can continue to develop like this, then I believe it won't be long before the gaming consoles that were popular in my previous life will appear, right? A slight smile appeared on Edward's lips, his eyes full of anticipation. This was the true, peaceful era he yearned for, a ninja world free from war. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building office, Lord Tsunade, the fourth Hokage, has returned. With Minato Namikaze's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, they quickly arrived at the Hokage's office to inform Tsunade of the news. What? Edward is back? Upon hearing this news, Tsunade's eyes widened instantly, her mouth agape, looking utterly stunned. It had been 3 years since Edward left the Leaf Village, and she hadn't received any news from him. If he didn't return soon, she would have thought he was dead out there and was about to pass the mantle of the next Hokage to Kakashi. Yes, he should be inspecting the Leaf Village now. Shursui Uchiha also appeared deep in thought, recalling what he just saw Edward say. So where is he now? Hearing this, Tsunade immediately became excited and began to ask Minato and Shursui loudly. But before she could finish her sentence, a wave of chakra fluctuations surged from the air beside her, and a tall figure stepped out. Gulalala, it's been a long time. Tsunade, you still look the same. The tall figure was none other than Edward Newgate, looking down at Tsunade, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. It's you. You despicable guy. Why did you come back now? Tsunade's eyes narrowed for a moment before she swung her fist at the giant, feeling that he had kept her waiting too long. What's wrong? Edward asked, his eyes wide as he inquired about her sudden aggression, though the punch didn't hurt him anymore. He had only been gone for a short time. So why was Tsunade acting like she wanted to kill him? You. Hearing his question, Tsunade slowly stopped her relentless punches, letting out a cold snort before leaving the office without saying a word. How strange. What is wrong with her? Did I put too much pressure on her over the years? After Tsunade left without saying anything, Edward frowned and muttered as he tapped his fingers on the desk beside him. After a moment of awkward silence, Minato and Shursui also said their goodbyes and left the office. Forget it. Let me see what has happened in the Leaf Village during this time, Edward said to himself as he found himself alone in the office. He then sat back down at the familiar desk and chair, skillfully pulling out the drawers and the files beside him. I can't believe the research department has developed to this extent. It was shocking to see that the greatest advancements were not just the surface of the Leaf Village. The most significant development was the research department that Edward had always emphasized to Tsunade. The Ninja Academy had even split off a classroom specifically for the research department, gathering all the outstanding science students there. To date, all the various technologies existing in the Leaf Village were developed by the research department. Whether it was the high-speed rail, signal towers, or computers, even now the research department was working on developing space rockets. Gulalala, I didn't expect Tsunade to be doing quite well. After reading through the files, Edward laughed with satisfaction. He thought Tsunade would falter again like before. Interesting. I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to excel the most in research, he mused, noting that Uchiha Itachi had shown great potential. The next moment, upon seeing another file on the desk, Edward chuckled. At that time, these Uchiha clansmen will not just be a mere research department. The excellent Uchiha clan, once they reach outer space, would not only unleash their research potential, but also exhibit their formidable combat power. However, before Edward could finish reading the documents in hand, the office door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Tsunade, why are you back again? Upon recognizing the visitor, Edward felt a wave of confusion and set the documents down. Edward, where have you been these past 3 years? Hearing this, Tsunade, who had her own issues, began to get angry and loudly questioned Edward. Over the past 3 years, not only had Edward left her with a huge mess, but every moment she waited for him was also torturous. Ahem. Edward immediately pretended to cough. He knew Tsunade would be dissatisfied with him. I am the man who will protect the ninja world. I've been guarding it for the past 3 years. The next moment, Edward spoke to Tsunade in a shy voice, but the more he spoke, the quieter he became until his voice disappeared completely. I have something to do. You can carry on. In the end, Edward left without even explaining, vanishing in an instant, leaving Tsunade alone in the office in a state of confusion. Edward. In the office of the Hokage building, Tsunade let out a loud roar, causing the ninjas within the Hokage building to shiver in fear. After a while, the Hokage building returned to its usual tranquility. At this time, in Edward's villa, Kakashi was still getting up early with his uncle, Yamashita Maple Leaf, doing work, eating, sleeping, and repeating the daily routine. Interestingly, a new member had joined the villa, a black-haired girl with a black mole on her face. She would often be busy around the villa, competing with Yamashita Maple Leaf and Kakashi to do household chores. Because of this, Yamashita Maple Leaf would bring various gifts in and out of the villa every day. Kakashi had met her shortly after Edward left, and only now had they confirmed their relationship. Her name was Hualing. To make a long story short, she was a female ninja from the Lockfront village, initially sent to Konoha to gather intelligence. However, due to the significant changes in the ninja world, the reforms in Konoha, and various efforts from Kakashi, she ultimately chose to identify with Konoha and Kakashi, and with his help, stayed in Konoha. Thus, she became a new member of Edward's family. Kakashi, is that old man you mentioned really the strongest in the ninja world? How come I haven't seen him all these years? Hualing, snuggled in Kakashi's arms, looked up at him with a happy expression and asked, I don't know where the old man has gone. Maybe he'll come back after a while, Kakashi replied, his voice filled with nostalgia. Ahem, Kakashi, I'm going to teach you the ninja school now. You two have fun. Seeing the couple showing affection, Yamashita Maple Leaf slowly walked out with a textbook in hand. Because Kakashi had been uncomfortable teaching at the ninja school for a while, they had switched roles. Go on, Uncle Yamashita. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Take care. By the way, did you bring a lunch? Hualing stood up upon seeing Yamashita Maple Leaf and rushed to the kitchen. Don't worry about it, Hualing. I can eat at school, Yamashita Maple Leaf said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he tried to stop her. Oh no, I can't let that happen. Kakashi often complains that the food at school is bad. But this did not stop Hualing from wanting to make lunch for Yamashita Maple Leaf. It's fine. I'm almost late, so let's skip it. With an awkward expression, Yamashita Maple Leaf waved his hand, ready to leave the villa. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the villa, and the various noises affected the atmosphere inside. What's happening outside? Why is it so chaotic? Kakashi turned to look at the door, a puzzled expression on his face. But the noise outside grew louder, and he could vaguely hear something about the fourth Hokage. Is it something about Brother Edward? Yamashita Maple Leaf's keen ears caught this, and he showed a surprised expression as he walked out the door. However, once he stepped outside, he froze in place. Gulalala, Yamashita. I am hungry. Before his eyes stood the familiar massive figure, his brother Edward. Okay, I'll get you lunch right away. Seeing this figure, Yamashita Maple Leaf's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately dropped the textbook and returned to the villa. As for whether he would go teach at the ninja school, that could wait for later. Is it the old man? Feeling the familiar chakra fluctuation, Kakashi immediately perked up and looked in that direction. He saw Edward's huge body slowly walking out. Hualing beside him flushed red, nervously gripping her clothing. If we're being serious, this was her first time truly meeting her boyfriend's parent. Kakashi, huh? Who's this? As Edward was about to speak to his dear son, he noticed the girl beside Kakashi, looking curious. Ahem, Dad, this is my girlfriend, Hualing. Seeing Edward's attention on his girlfriend, Kakashi quickly pretended to cough. Girlfriend, huh? Gulalala. It seems our family has gained a new member. Upon hearing this, Edward laughed happily, placing his hands on his hips. Yamashita. It seems Kakashi has found a girlfriend. When will you find one? Edward then looked at Yamashita Maple Leaf with a peculiar expression. To him, Yamashita Maple Leaf was not unattractive. How could he not find a girlfriend? That's because I'm an old fossil from decades ago. How could I find one? Yamashita Maple Leaf mumbled and then ran off to check inside the villa. TSK, TSK, TSK. Watching Yamashita Maple Leaf's retreating figure, Edward shook his head and laughed. Today is truly a happy day. Let us talk about your girlfriend, Kakashi. He then shifted his focus back to Kakashi and his girlfriend. Amidst Hualing's blushing face, they began discussing their relationship history. After a while of chatting, with Hualing's help, countless dishes and fine wine were brought to the table. This is great. Even better than what Yamashita makes. After talking with Kakashi for a long time, they finally turned their attention to the food. This is what I should do. Hearing Edward's praise, Hualing's face turned red, and she quickened her pace. Soon, more dishes appeared on the dining table. Finally, after a flurry of activity, Hualing and Yamashita Maple Leaf finished cooking and joined everyone at the dining table. This is what I envision as a big family reunion. Yamashita, You must work hard to try to bring another new member to our big family. Edward began to drink barrel after barrel of fine wine, making gurgling sounds, while also teasing the maple leaves down the mountain. Cough. Really annoying. Brother Edward. The maple leaves down the mountain covered their face and expressed their dissatisfaction with Edward. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, everyone at the dining table burst into laughter. Today was arguably the most comfortable and happiest day they had experienced in years, simply because Edward had returned to Konoha village, back to their big family. In December of the 62nd year of Konoha's founding, it had been more than half a year since Edward last returned to Konoha village. After spending a few days with his family, Edward returned to his office in the Hokage building to take over many tasks. Several undeveloped projects were also receiving strong support and developing rapidly. After many months, with Edward's help, Konoha successfully built a space rocket. The higher-ups in Konoha were planning a shocking conspiracy to ascend to the universe and conquer the races beyond. Many top ninjas in the ninja world joined this plan, and custom combat spacesuits were delivered to them. All plans were progressing quickly. Finally, the day arrived for the strongest ninjas in the ninja world to board the space rocket. Thousands of ninjas stood tall, dressed in space combat suits, waiting for Edward's command. If one looked closely, they would see that the elite ninjas of the ninja world had gathered here, each holding upgraded chakra firearms and chakra shells. Kakashi, Konoha's future is in your hands. You must take good care of it, Edward instructed Kakashi, who had already reached the Six Paths realm and was no longer afraid of the vacuum of space. Now, Kakashi had been named the sixth Hokage of Konoha shortly after Edward's return, and after a few months in the position, he had adapted well to the Hokage's responsibilities. So Edward felt very reassured. Don't worry, Dad. I will be a good Hokage, Kakashi replied firmly, nodding his head upon hearing Edward's words. All right. With that, Edward no longer lingered on emotional farewells with Kakashi and the others, turning around and leading the group of ninjas onto the 3 space rockets that were over 1,000 meters long. Yes, considering the vastness of the universe and the large number of ninjas, Konoha had built 3 space rockets, all standing tall in the back mountains of Konoha, exuding an intimidating presence. Edward, is the universe really as you said beyond the ninja world? Beside Edward were the maple leaves down the mountain and Tsunade, both looking at him with eager expressions. This time, not only were the maple leaves and Tsunade on board, but also Konoha's strongest, including Minato Namikaze, Shursui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, and Hisashi Hyuga, among others. That's right, there have always been other races wanting to invade us from beyond the ninja world. To prevent this from happening, the best way is to strike back. Edward, now infused with the 6 paths power of the Sage of 6 Paths, spoke with even more conviction than before. However, the only regret was that his fusion level had been stuck at 99, unable to progress further. Everything is up to Brother Edward. The maple leaves down the mountain smiled slightly and replied firmly. Then, thousands of ninjas began to enter the space rockets one after another, their synchronized footsteps creating a powerful presence. After about an hour, all the ninjas had boarded the space rockets. Let's go. This time, we can only succeed. We must not fail. Edward shouted loudly in the control room of the space rocket as he pressed the launch button. The 3 space rockets slowly expelled flames mixed with chakra, gradually ascending into the sky in front of the crowd. Wow, Mom, is this our rocket? It's so big and powerful. The people closest to the rocket in Konoha, upon seeing it take off, felt a sense of pressure despite being prepared. Compared to these rockets, they felt like ants crawling on the ground. The ninja soldiers inside the space rockets were even more shocked. This was their first time feeling the sensation of flying, the first time they realized what it meant to transcend. But with their high psychological quality, they did not scream or panic, just gripping their weapons tightly, beads of sweat rolling down their bodies. In the main control room of the space rocket, we've already ascended into the sky. Is this the feeling of the Sage of 6 Paths? The maple leaves down the mountain peered through a small observation window, watching the scenery rapidly receding outside. Now, he could finally understand the thoughts of Edward, who dominated the ninja world, and the legendary Sage of 6 Paths Gulalala. You haven't experienced it, right? To be honest, I haven't felt what it's like to truly leave the ninja world, Edward, sitting in the main chair and quietly watching the scenery outside, muttered to himself. He had waited a long time for this moment. In fact, he had considered flying into the universe alone to deal with those troubles. But after thinking it through, it was simply too unrealistic. What if he got lost in the universe? That would be a big problem. Even if he destroyed those races, it would be of no help to the ninja world. Now that he had regarded the ninja world as his family, he naturally wanted to take his family along to fight for greater benefits for the ninja world. Don't you want to know? How can you be sure what lies beyond the ninja world? After speaking, the maple leaves down the mountain looked at Edward with full anticipation. Gulalala, do you want to know? Then go see for yourself. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you understand, Edward replied evasively, focusing intently on the scenery outside as they flew away. All right, I will go see what you told me about beyond the ninja world. Upon hearing this, the maple leaves down the mountain nodded lightly and fixed their gaze outside. Outside, the sky was rapidly flashing by, starting from a bright white to gradually turning pitch black. When they finally realized it, they found that several hours had passed, distancing themselves from the ninja world and approaching the universe Edward had described. Why is the ninja world so small? It's just a little ball? At this moment, everyone inside the space rocket looked at the tiny ninja world and couldn't help but ask Edward in disbelief. Gulalala, I told you. Only what you see is the most real. Edward laughed heartily, not exaggerating the reactions of the crowd. If he hadn't seen what the universe looked like on a computer or phone in his previous life, he might have been as shocked as they were. He probably feels as incredulous as everyone else, stunned and speechless. This time, our goal is first and foremost the moon. After laughing, Edward finally turned serious and looked ahead, speaking solemnly to the crowd behind him. Yes. Upon hearing Edward's voice, the group behind him shouted in unison and saluted. The next period was filled with everyone busy with their daily tasks. The spacecraft successfully flew out of the ninja world and into the vacuum of space. The initial shock slowly transformed into a sense of normalcy, and everyone gradually adapted. Finally, propelled by the flames at the tail of the spacecraft, the ninja soldiers aboard reached the moon. 3 rockets gently landed on the moon, which had much weaker gravity than the ninja world. Countless people descended from the rockets, holding chakra firearms and curiously observing their surroundings. However, when they tried to speak, they realized they could not hear each other's voices, and panic began to set in. The reason for this was that sound cannot travel in a vacuum. Nevertheless, even though the ninjas panicked, they quickly calmed down under Edward's chakra voice transmission. Everyone, if you want to speak, use chakra to transmit your voices like I do. Edward used his immense and heavy 6 paths power to convey his voice to the thousands present. It really works. Gradually, these people attached chakra energy to their throats and were able to speak as they had before. The scene on the moon suddenly became noisy. Silence. The next moment, Tsunade, unable to contain herself, used her strong chakra to shout, bringing silence to the crowd. As ninja soldiers, you must have enough endurance, perseverance, and willpower. Tsunade then began to reprimand the group of ninja soldiers, causing them to lower their heads. Is this what Edward referred to as outside the ninja world? I never expected it to be like this. Hearing Tsunade's familiar reprimands, Maple at the foot of the mountain merely smiled slightly and ran to Edward's side to complain. This is my first time in space, and I didn't expect it to feel like this. After resolving the issue of being unable to speak, Edward, not wearing a space combat suit, began to enjoy the scenery around him. Wasn't it said that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon was extinct? Why is there still a presence here? But suddenly, not long after, Edward's eyes focused on a direction, and he took out the Tsunyun blade from another dimension. He could sense that there was a chakra aura over there that contained 6 paths power, but was not from the 6 paths realm. Let's go in that direction. After thinking for a moment, Edward waved the Tsunyun blade in his hand and led the ninja soldiers forward. Only a small group of ninja soldiers remained to guard the 3 spacecraft. On the other side of the moon, what is that? A man with white skin, dressed in a long white robe and possessing an ethereal aura with blue and white hair, stood up from the ground and looked towards the landing site of the spacecraft. In front of him were 2 freshly placed graves. These were the graves of Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yohira. He himself was a descendant of Otsutsuki Yohira, a protector of the moon for generations, Otsutsuki Sharon. Due to the reason that the Sage of Six Paths had come to the moon long ago, he quickly discovered Otsutsuki Sharon, the descendant of Otsutsuki Yohira. In a nostalgia conversation, the Sage of Six Paths shared some hidden secrets of the ninja world with Otsutsuki Sharon before smiling and disappearing into the moon. To repay the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Sharon placed him next to his brother's grave, letting them be buried together, and came to clean the graves regularly. Until the arrival of the spacecraft today, which caught the attention of Otsutsuki Sharon, who was cleaning the graves. Didn't Grandpa Yui say that in the future, a giant named Edward Newgate would come here, and I should help him with all my strength? But what is happening now? Rubbing his eyes, Otsutsuki Sharon said in confusion. At first, he was lost in his own thoughts until the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths, who was also his great-grandfather. Changed his perspective, making him realize that he was not fighting alone. I should go check it out. After a moment of hesitation, Otsutsuki Sharon floated into the air and flew towards the direction of the spacecraft. Having lived on the moon for countless years, Otsutsuki Sharon could be considered the ruler of the moon. Meanwhile, Edward, sensing the strange chakra aura getting closer, instructed the ninja soldiers to stop. Edward, is something wrong? Maple, confused, looked at Edward. A strong enemy is coming, but definitely not stronger than me. Edward laughed as he affectionately ruffled Maple's hair. That's good, as long as Edward thinks it's fine. Hearing this, Maple felt relieved and ran over to organize the formation of the ninja soldiers with Tsunade. Are they waiting for me? However, as Edward waited, he noticed that the chakra aura approaching him suddenly came to a halt, prompting him to mutter, let me see how strong you are. It was evident that Otsutsuki Sharon was waiting for him. Edward's legs exerted a slight force, and he vanished from the center of the ninja soldiers. What is Edward doing now? Seeing Edward disappear, Maple turned to the sky, her eyes vacant. Now, she was increasingly aware of the gap between her and Edward. In some matters, she felt she couldn't help Edward at all. Therefore, she felt useless inside, wanting to improve her strength to assist her brother Edward. Maple wanted Edward Newgate not to fight alone anymore. Every time she lagged behind that giant figure, it was too painful. The massive figure had already outpaced her by an unknown distance, reaching the other side of the moon. Six Paths Aura, a 6-meter-tall man wielding a large knife. It must be you, Edward Newgate. Over here, Otsutsuki Sharon, who had been waiting for a long time, finally awaited Edward's arrival. Who are you? From the Otsutsuki clan? Edward, not having watched Boruto, could only say this vaguely. From the Otsutsuki clan? Yes. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Sharon lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. In the past, the Otsutsuki clan was a powerful family that influenced the ninja world, but now, he was the only one left to protect this world. How do you know my name? After confirming his identity, Edward asked again, why don't we fight and chat? If you lose, I will follow my grandfather's will and destroy the ninja world. Otsutsuki Sharon, with a look of desolation in his eyes, did not directly answer Edward's question, but instead, his eyes emitted a gleam. This was his Rinnegan. Initially, he was supposed to follow his grandfather Otsutsuki Yumura's last words and destroy the ninja world. However, the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths provided him with another perspective, leaving the current Otsutsuki Sharon in a dilemma. Therefore, he needed to determine who the true king was through battle. The unchanging truth was that only the strong could decide everything. If Otsutsuki Sharon won this battle and Edward lost, he would continue to follow Otsutsuki Yumura's will and destroy the ninja world. Garur. So now everyone wants to test my strength? Edward chuckled at the Otsutsuki Sharon, who was declaring war on him. Then let me show you the power of the Gura no Mi, combined with my Six Paths power. In the next second, Edward dispersed the tremor power into his hands and swung down the massive Tsongyun cut. Rinnegan, gravitational pull, activate. Otsutsuki Sharon, feeling a surge of pressure from Edward, charged forward, his eyes shining brightly. This level of gravitational pull is only slightly stronger than Pain's universal pull. However, after feeling the gravitational pull from Otsutsuki Sharon, Edward couldn't help but laugh. He truly could not understand why Naruto struggled so much against Otsutsuki, Shurin, and Boruto. The blade glimmered, the tremor erupted, and Edward broke free from the gravitational pull with Otsutsuki Shurin's incredulous expression and continued to strike at him. Craters were formed on the surface of the moon, and the residual waves of their battle affected the area kilometers away, even attracting the attention of unaware ninja soldiers. They thought their revered fourth Hokage was facing a formidable enemy and was struggling in combat. However, the truth was that Otsutsuki Shurin was being overwhelmed by Edward's explosive power, and the earlier celestial demeanor was instantly shattered. If it were just this, the battle could have ended. Looking at the flea-like figure jumping around in front of him, Edward raised his giant blade toward Otsutsuki Shurin, who was still resisting the residual tremor. Now, having fused the powers of Ashura, Indra, and the Sage of Six Paths, he was much stronger than before. How could a mere Otsutsuki Shurin withstand Edward's attacks? Even a casual strike would force Otsutsuki Shurin to use all his skills to block it. This is impossible. Rinnegan Chakra Mode. Silver Wheel Rebirth Blast. Unable to accept being dominated, Otsutsuki Shurin instantly lost his composure, gathering the Six Paths chakra in his hand and shooting it toward Edward. His body gradually turned green, with green flames burning fiercely, a massive amount of chakra overflowing, constantly showcasing his strength. Is that it? However, seeing this low-level use of the chakra balls, Edward's expression darkened. He raised his blade and cut through the gathered chakra balls of the Silver Wheel Rebirth Blast. To use the Six Paths power in such a haphazard manner is truly a disgrace to your ancestors. Since that's the case, let me show you what the true power of the Six Paths chakra balls is. With that, a massive amount of chakra balls gathered behind Edward, merging into countless blades that shot toward Otsutsuki Shurin's position. Damn, this feeling. Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast. Otsutsuki Shurin's eyes widened as he was bombarded. He could now feel the threat of death. If these chakra blades hit him, he would surely perish quickly. Therefore, he began to unleash his strongest technique, the Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast. He transformed the chakra balls in his hand into a gigantic yellow chakra sword, extremely powerful, even claiming to be able to cleave the moon in one strike. Edward's numerous chakra blades were scattered by the attack, leaving only a few blades that hit him. Now that makes sense. Seeing the emergence of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast, Edward's expression finally softened. The Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast was far more powerful than the Silver Wheel Rebirth Blast. In his eyes, this was the true way to utilize the Six Paths power. Cough. I have lost. Otsutsuki Shurin, having unleashed the Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast, was now pinned to the ground by Edward's chakra blades, unable to move. His eyes were vacant as he lay on the ground, the chakra blades embedded in him, preventing him from using any chakra. Ymura, it seems I will not fulfill your will. Lying on the ground with lifeless eyes, Otsutsuki Shurin closed his eyes. The green flames of Rinnegan Chakra Mode gradually dissipating from his body. He had accepted the fact of his defeat and was prepared to face death. Get up and tell me everything about this place. However, Edward had no intention of killing him. He withdrew the chakra blades from Otsutsuki Shurin's body and used a force to lift him up. What are you doing? Otsutsuki Shurin, lifted up, looked at Edward's actions with confusion. We have no enmity between us, do we? As for the will you mentioned, that doesn't seem to be your true inner thought, does it? Edward casually said while lifting Otsutsuki Shurin. He was willing to take in this confused Otsutsuki Shurin and let him join his army. So, how did you know my name? Edward then shifted the topic back to his initial question upon arriving in this place. It was my great-uncle, Otsutsuki Ymura, who told me. Otsutsuki Shurin lowered his proud head, not knowing what he was thinking. The Sage of Six Paths? Have you seen him? Hearing this, Edward frowned slightly and released his observation haki to its fullest. However, after a thorough search, he did not sense the chakra remnants of Otsutsuki Ymura or the Sage of Six Paths. Well, my great-uncle has passed on with my grandfather. At that time, he did not allow me to use the Six Paths power to sustain his life. Remembering Otsutsuki Ymura, who seemed transcendent, as if he were not from the same world, Otsutsuki Shurin spoke regretfully. Is that so? I understand. After hearing what Otsutsuki Kagaya said, Edward immediately understood what had happened before and after. About half a year ago, with his help, the Sage of Six Paths discovered the remaining Otsutsuki clan on this planet after arriving. He found Kagaya, and after a conversation, he left with a smile. This should have been a very happy outcome for him. Remembering the Sage of Six Paths, who seemed deeply attached to the ninja world yet appeared indifferent to everything, Edward murmured, "Yes, I buried him next to my grandfather's grave." Otsutsuki Kagaya looked in a certain direction and said to Edward, "Let's go take a look." Hearing Kagaya's voice, Edward turned towards the direction he was looking at and said, "Okay." In this one sentence, both of them set aside their other thoughts and flew towards the direction Kagaya mentioned. After a while of swift movement, Edward successfully arrived at the two graves under Kagaya's guidance. Is this the place where they are buried? Looking at the two simple mounds of earth in front of him and the dilapidated buildings around, Edward asked Kagaya, "There's nothing we can do. Our Otsutsuki clan is no longer what it used to be." Kagaya turned his head away, indifferent as he spoke. For this place that gave him life, Kagaya's heart was filled with mixed and chaotic thoughts. Fine, as long as the two of you are at peace. Seeing this, Edward no longer pursued the topic and slowly sat down on the ground, watching Kagaya. "What do you want?" Looking at the giant who was sitting down and was still much taller than himself, Kagaya felt a wave of pressure. "It's nothing, it's just uncomfortable to talk while standing. It's better this way." This was because Edward's stature was too imposing. Every time he spoke with others, he felt like he was talking to a small animal, which made him very uncomfortable. That's why he had developed the habit of sitting on the ground. At least this way, he could see that he was talking to a person. "Fine, I can't beat you. You could do whatever you want." Kagaya completely let go and stared straight at Edward. "Let's chat. Why do you want to destroy the ninja world when you're protecting something?" Edward then shifted the topic and spoke to Kagaya again. "Something I protect?" Hearing Edward's question, Kagaya fell into deep thought. What the Otsutsuki clan protects is nothing more than the moon beneath his feet in the ninja world. Misunderstanding his grandfather's will, Kagaya turned into someone who wanted to destroy the ninja world, which was a contradiction. That's right, since the Otsutsuki clan protects the moon. Why do you want to destroy the ninja world? You should know that the moon secretly protects the ninja world. Without the moon, the ninja world would have faced countless meteorite attacks. Edward spread his hands and gave an example to Kagaya. "I don't know. I'm just following the will of my ancestors." Kagaya shook his head, looking confused. "Jiwishlala, it seems you misunderstood. Didn't the Sage of Six Paths make it clear to you?" Understanding everything, Edward then asked Kagaya. "It was made clear, which is why I am quietly waiting for your arrival instead of attacking directly." Upon hearing this, Kagaya closed his eyes and spoke with a seemingly compassionate tone. "Jiwishlala, since that's the case, there's no point in saying more. Why not join us? Trust me, you won't be disappointed." After saying this, Edward gathered a surge of Six Paths power and shot it into Kagaya's head. "What is this?" That surge of Six Paths power vividly depicted everything that had recently happened in the ninja world. After seeing the changes in the ninja world, Kagaya finally understood that he had made a mistake. That kind of life was something he had never experienced, but deep down, he longed for it. "How do you feel? After watching all this, do you understand the true meaning of your ancestors' will?" Edward looked at Kagaya with a teasing expression, showing off. This was something he had endured countless hardships to obtain. How could this be? Is this really the true meaning of what he spoke of? After viewing the memories Edward transmitted to him, Kagaya suddenly knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands on the earth, murmuring blankly, "But all of this is meaningless. Then what is the meaning of my existence?" After a while, Kagaya returned to his previous state and stood up to speak. "You haven't seen everything yet. Do you know the significance of my building a spacecraft? There's not just one ninja world in this universe." Seeing Kagaya's change, Edward frowned and reprimanded him. "But the Otsutsuki clan has been wiped out. I'm the only Otsutsuki left. I'm just the last guardian of the moon." However, Kagaya stood there, not understanding Edward's meaning at all, looking very lonely. After seeing everything, Kagaya finally understood that his existence was solely to protect the moon and the ninja world. This made everything he had thought and planned before collapse in an instant, leading him to feel that the rest of his life was meaningless. "Wake up. Seeing Kagaya like this, Edward couldn't help but slap him across the face. Now, he wanted Kagaya to know the truth, to understand what the true Otsutsuki clan looked like traveling through the universe. Are you feeling guilty about your ancestors' will with this attitude? After slapping Kagaya, Edward continued to reprimand him. I didn't expect my mission to be just this. All right, I understand. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's thoughts slightly shifted, although he wasn't fully awakened. But now you have two choices in front of you. One is to continue guarding this moon until you die alone, and the other is to follow me to conquer this universe and see its true form. Seeing Kagaya's slight change in attitude, Edward immediately gave him hope and tempted him. A person on the brink of death is not terrifying, but a person who has lost hope and is wandering on the edge of death is truly frightening. Without hope, they might do anything crazy and terrifying to satisfy their inner selves. Can I really do it? But if I leave the moon, who will protect it? Upon hearing this, Kagaya's eyes immediately sparkled with light. Anyone who has to stay alone in this pitch-black moon would find it hard to bear. Gulalala, don't worry. I've come to this place just to solve this matter. With my current strength, I may not be able to deal with the demon sealed within the moon, but at least I can strengthen the seal so that she cannot escape. After saying that, a large amount of Six Paths power gathered in his hand, and with a wave, that power struck towards the moon. The moon began to slowly tremble amidst the influx of Six Paths power, with debris floating in the air. On the other side, the ninja army who sensed the anomaly of the moon were confused. What happened? Where's the fourth Hokage? Many ninjas changed their expressions upon feeling the moon's disturbance. They were completely unable to withstand such a disaster that transcended common sense and nature. Quickly get into the spacecraft. Immediately, Tsunade and Yamashita Kid began organizing the ninja soldiers to board the spacecraft. They were all aware of Edward's strength, so they just needed to manage their own people. Yes, the ninja soldiers quickly lined up and orderly entered the three spacecraft. In an instant, a vast cloud of dust rose on the moon, as if something significant was happening. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki SH-10, who witnessed Edward unleashing the Six Paths power, realized the amount of power he possessed and understood why he was no match for him. Seeing this power, Otsutsuki SH-10 immediately bowed his head. Every day, he barely controlled the situation on the moon with the little Six Paths power within him. But with Edward's arrival, the seal on the moon could be perfected. Next, under the transmission of Edward's power, lines of runes appeared, and the surface of the moon became more solidified. This should be fine for now, Edward thought as he felt the depleted Six Paths power within him. It seems I need to rest for a while to recover the Six Paths power I've lost. The next moment, Edward stretched his body and said helplessly, "Take me away, okay?" At that moment, Otsutsuki SH-10, unable to hold back any longer, looked at Edward with a face full of longing. Gulalala, of course I can. Adding a strong member to my big family is something I've always dreamed of. Hearing this, Edward immediately burst into laughter, feeling great as he said to Otsutsuki SH-10, "All right, then let's go now." Seeing that Edward accepted him, Otsutsuki SH-10's tense heart instantly relaxed, walking in front of him. "Gulalala, are you that eager?" Edward, still laughing, teased him. "I don't want to stay here a moment longer." Hearing the teasing in Edward's words, Otsutsuki SH-10 turned his head away, murmuring with a look of discomfort. All right, then follow me. Are you ready?" After that, Edward stopped asking questions and took large strides ahead of Otsutsuki SH-10. "I was ready a long time ago." Otsutsuki SH-10 followed closely behind Edward, recalling in his heart. The scene shifted to the three spacecraft quietly resting on the surface of the moon. The ninja soldiers from the previous novel had completed their evacuation and all entered the spacecraft, leaving the moon's surface in complete silence. If there were any further anomalies on the moon, the spacecraft would start up and fly away from the surface. "Brother Edward, why haven't you come back yet? Did something happen?" In the main control room of the spacecraft, Yamashita Kid and Tsunade were anxiously watching the window, waiting for that familiar figure to return. "If Edward doesn't return soon, I'll go look for him." Tsunade couldn't help but jump up from her chair, seriously telling Yamashita Kid, "No need. I believe Brother Edward will definitely come back. And with our strength, if Brother Edward really encounters any problems, we wouldn't be able to help anyway. Yamashita Kid said deeply, trusting Edward's strength. But even so, we can't just abandon him, can we? Tsunade couldn't help but retort after hearing Yamashita Kid's words. Although she felt that Yamashita Kid had a point, she still felt uneasy. Report. Lady Tsunade, Lord Yamashita Kid, we have news about the fourth Hokage. At that moment, an information ninja rushed in to report to the two. What news? Speak quickly. Upon hearing the information, Tsunade immediately inquired. Even Yamashita Kid looked eagerly at the information ninja, hoping for news favorable to Edward. The fourth Hokage has returned with a strange man dressed in tattered white clothes. The guard below are welcoming him. The ninja, recalling the aura emitted by that strange man, said with a hint of fear. A strange man? How is that possible? Does this universe really have other races? After hearing the report from the information ninja, both of them widened their eyes in disbelief. It should be noted that on this moon, in this universe, there is no oxygen like in the ninja world, only a vacuum. Even beings of their level need to wear space suits to safely stay in the universe. I don't know, but I only know that the aura he exudes is very powerful, like when facing the fourth Hokage. The information ninja recalled the earlier scene and reported truthfully to the two. This, take us to see. The two, shocked, immediately urged the information ninja. If that's the case, it means that Edward brought back a powerful ally of similar strength during this journey. Please follow me. The information ninja immediately began to move, leading the way for the two. Follow him. Seeing the information ninja moving, Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she and Yamashita Kid followed closely behind him. Soon, after some ups and downs, the information ninja brought them back to the earlier location. At this moment, a group of ninja soldiers armed with chakra guns were gathered to welcome Edward and a new powerful ally. Gulalala, did you two come? Feeling Tsunade and Yamashita Kid's chakra aura getting closer, Edward shouted. Great, I knew you would be fine. Hearing the familiar laughter, Tsunade felt a sense of relief and clasped her hands together, standing in place, not knowing what to say. Brother Edward, who is this next to you? The maple leaves at the foot of the mountain saw all this, but did not show any reaction. Instead, they turned to Otsutsuki Shurin and began to inquire. For him, he deeply believed in the strength of the giant before him. Therefore, he was not afraid that this giant would be defeated for no reason. Let me introduce him. This is the last guardian of the moon, Otsutsuki Shurin, a descendant of the sage of six paths, wiping his mouth. Edward looked at the others and recounted Otsutsuki Shurin's background. So impressive, he is actually a descendant of the sage of six paths. No wonder even the aura he emits is so terrifying. The surrounding ninja soldiers began to discuss after hearing this. They had lived their entire lives in the legends and myths of the ninja world, among which the legend of the Sage of Six Paths was the most significant, known by almost everyone. Is this what you call a big family? Why does everyone's chakra feel so weak? On Otsutsuki Shurin's side, after Edward brought him into the spacecraft, he stood still, staring at the high-tech equipment for a long time. Having stayed on the moon his whole life, he had never seen such strange gadgets. Hey, what are you talking about? Are you looking down on us? But when Tsunade and the others heard Otsutsuki Shurin's first words, they immediately became furious and glared at him, shouting, To me, they're no different from mortals. Regardless of their inner feelings, Otsutsuki Shurin continued to speak arrogantly. Bakayuru, what are you saying? Some of the ninja soldiers couldn't hold back and stepped forward, eager to challenge Otsutsuki Shurin. For them, being able to challenge such a powerful being was an enjoyment and honor. With such an opportunity right in front of them, how could some glory-seeking ninjas resist? A fight with such a strong opponent would give them plenty to brag about for years. Enough. I'm still here. What do you want to do? But seeing his newly formed family begin to fracture upon the arrival of a new member, Edward was very displeased and immediately intervened. What he wanted was a family that could truly coexist peacefully without internal strife or betrayal, not one that fell into conflict at the arrival of a newcomer. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. Seeing Edward's anger, the ninja soldiers immediately retreated and lowered their heads. Otsutsuki Shurin also snorted coldly, feeling a different emotion inside. Shurin, go change your clothes and tidy yourself up. Also, don't let this happen again. Edward, frowning deeply, sternly gazed at Otsutsuki Shurin. Got it. As long as they don't provoke me. Otsutsuki Shurin quickly yielded, lowering his proud head to Edward. Then he was led away by the reluctant ninja soldiers. After all, after the battle with Edward, Otsutsuki Shurin was in a very sorry state, his clothes tattered. Edward, brother, that guy. Seeing Otsutsuki Shurin being led away, Yamashita Maple rushed forward to ask Edward, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, there won't be any trouble." Noticing Yamashita Maple's inner unease, Edward slowly entered the upper floor of the spacecraft with them. "That's good. In that case, did you gain anything else here, Brother Edward?" Yamashita Maple, feeling reassured by Edward's words, immediately asked again. Although he trusted Edward's previous words, he still hadn't felt the shock of seeing it in person. At this moment, he finally confirmed that other races could survive in this universe. At the same time, he felt a wave of sadness. After seeing Otsutsuki Shurin, he wished Edward's earlier words were false, because if they were true, it would confirm that there were indeed races in this universe that regarded their ninja world as prey, always watching them closely. Nothing, just that. I actually just want to come here to take a look, and I didn't expect to gain so much. Thinking of the Otsutsuki Shurin he had subdued, Edward said happily. I also didn't expect to see other races from different planets so soon. Yamashita Maple smiled wryly, echoing Edward's words. Edward, what with that expression of his? Was it really the right decision to subdue him? What if in the future? At this moment, before Edward could finish his words, Tsunade immediately continued to question him, following Yamashita Maple's words. Gurur, don't worry so much. If you knew about his past experiences, you wouldn't think of his actions in this way. However, Edward just smiled and stopped paying attention to the two, slowly walking away. TCH arrogant guy. Seeing Edward like this, Tsunade stopped asking more questions, just muttering under her breath before turning her head away. All right, you two go handle the internal affairs. There is still a lot to do down there. With that, Edward ended the conversation with the two and returned to his exclusive room. Due to Edward's massive size, the three spacecraft had all been modified in space. The three spacecrafts were named White Whale, Black Shark, and Dolphin, each with its own meaning and purpose. Naturally, the White Whale was the most exaggeratedly modified one, the spacecraft most suitable for Edward, and it was where he often stayed, with a spacious interior filled with various ninjas and food. The Black Shark symbolized external warfare, carrying the Uchiha clan and some battle-hardened ninjas. The Dolphin symbolized internal peace, thus carrying the Namikaze Minato, Hyuga clan, Suratobi clan, and some gentler ninjas to avoid conflicts. The 10-meter high internal space made Edward feel very comfortable, allowing him to walk here with his head held high. However, this made things difficult for the other ninjas. They all felt like they had entered a giant-esque kingdom, often feeling extremely small. But none of this mattered because in their hearts, as long as their fourth Hokage could live comfortably, that was enough. Under the organization of Tsunade and Yamashita Maple, the three spacecrafts, White Whale, Black Shark, and Dolphin, quickly left the moon and floated in the universe. At this moment, the three spacecrafts resembled fish swimming freely in the sea, floating freely in space. Days passed one by one, and because of the ninja's chakra and Edward's six paths power replenishing them, the energy consumption of the three spacecrafts felt like it barely diminished at all. But this made the chakra of these ninjas and Edward's six paths power recover extremely slowly. Because they're no longer in the ninja world, the six paths power and chakra cannot recover freely like before. They can only rely on external energy supplies and then transform it into the power they are familiar with through their own bodies. If it continues like this, the food stored in our warehouse will be exhausted in no time. One day, sitting in the control room, Yamashita Maple looked at the list of consumed food supplies and said with a headache, "If we run out, we'll have to return to the ninja world." Tsunade, who was sitting beside him, was also troubled and glanced at Edward, waiting quietly. Meanwhile, Edward, sitting on a huge chair, seemed completely unconcerned. "This is nothing. We can go check out other planets. It's been so long, aside from the moon, we haven't explored any other planets." After a while, Edward's loud voice erupted in their ears, instantly waking them up. "Go to other planets for supplies? That is indeed a good idea." Upon hearing Edward's suggestion, their eyes lit up, staring intently at him. Let the Black Shark handle this. Recently, Otsutsuki Shuren has been transferred to the Black Shark as its commander, right? But Edward, who had no interest in these trivial matters, issued orders to the two. Okay, I'll inform Otsutsuki Shuren on the Black Shark right away. After hearing Edward's command, the two rushed to the control panel and began to contact the people on the Black Shark. Shortly after, these matters were quickly finalized, and after Edward selected a more suitable planet, 3 spacecraft descended. Because these matters were entirely handed over to the Black Shark after the White Whale and Dolphin ships landed, they had no further action, while the Black Shark's ninjas, fully prepared, began to descend slowly and get ready for battle. Everyone, descend orderly and take your rations and ninja tools. An elder from the Uchiha clan shouted at the descending crowd. A new planet? But why do I sense a very familiar aura here? Otsutsuki Shuren slowly walked down amidst a few people crowding around him. Although Edward had explicitly forbidden them from internal strife, upon entering the Black Shark, Otsutsuki Shuren was incited with anger under the suspicious gazes of the Uchiha. Then, with the excuse of mutual sparring, Otsutsuki Shuren conquered everyone with absolute strength and gained their recognition. Lord Shuren, what should we do next? After Otsutsuki Shuren walked down, several ninjas surrounded him and asked, "Follow Edward's orders, quickly gather supplies, and let the intel ninjas scout ahead." After looking at one of the ninjas, Otsutsuki Shuren issued the command. "Yes, we swear to obey Lord 4th Hokage's orders." Upon hearing Otsutsuki Shuren's words, the ninjas saluted towards the White Whale and shouted. After shouting, these ninjas began to act, with some taking their ninja tools and running into the distance. This aura is so familiar yet strange. What could it be? But Otsutsuki Shuren remained motionless, only shifting his gaze to the distance and murmuring softly. He could sense an aura that was bloodline related to him. Days passed, and after the ninjas on the Black Shark collected a large amount of plants and edible items, they wanted to return to their spacecraft. But one day, the death of several ninjas caught their attention. Unexpectedly, there were living beings here besides plants. Looking at the injuries on the dead ninjas, Uchiha Itachi said with a frozen expression, "There are clearly claw and bite marks, indicating injuries caused by some kind of beast. Itachi, should we report this to Lord Shuren?" Uchiha Shursui, standing nearby, said while fidgeting with his ninja tools in his pocket. Let Brother Shursui decide." Seeing Uchiha Shursui turn to ask him, Uchiha Itachi also said uncertainly, "Then, once we finish collecting the edible plants here, we'll return and report this intel. This is a rather important piece of information." After discussing for a moment, the two began to seal the bodies of the dead ninjas in sealing scrolls. Their work also progressed much faster than before. I filled the scroll-less space. "Itachi, how are you doing?" After working for a while, Shursui finally packed the items in his back pocket and spoke to Uchiha Itachi. "I'm almost done too. Let's go back and bring the intel to them." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi also stopped his work and turned his gaze towards the spacecraft. "Be careful, Itachi," body flicker technique. But in the next moment, the harmonious scene suddenly changed. 3 large blood-red dogs with strange eyes suddenly attacked from behind Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Substitution technique. Hearing Uchiha Shursui's warning, Itachi quickly used a jutsu and swapped places with a nearby tree. Crack! The tree that replaced him was quickly torn to pieces by the 3 blood-red dogs. They growled with their sharp teeth, staring motionless at the two with their strange blood-red eyes. What are these things? Their eyes. Seeing the 3 blood-red dogs baring their teeth at them, the two felt a wave of pressure. Not to mention their current strength. Just the fact that these dogs could make them feel pressure was enough to indicate their power. It's the Rinnegan with the 3 Tomo. I've seen this eye before when I fell into infinite Tsukuyami. Uchiha Itachi quickly realized that the 3 blood-red dogs in front of them were clearly controlled like those in the past under infinite Tsukuyami. How strange. Why is there a Rinnegan here? Uchiha Shursui's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he quickly prepared for battle. I don't know. It seems we have to deal with them first. We could talk later. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Itachi initiated an attack on the 3 large dogs, and the Phoenix fire technique spread out like flowers scattered by a fairy, targeting the dogs. Body Flicker Technique. Gale Sword, Solar Eclipse Dance. Prepared. Uchiha Shursui followed closely behind, and their attacks seemed capable of breaking through countless dangers as they struck the dogs before them. Roar. But the large dog let out a roar, swiping its paw and easily breaking through the Phoenix Fire technique, while the three large dogs surrounded the two. A few beasts? How could they compare to the Uchiha name? As the three large dogs scattered, Uchiha Shursui's attack immediately locked onto one of the dogs, inflicting countless wounds on its body. Damn, do these beasts really have such high defense? However, after a while, Shursui and Uchiha Itachi moved away from the control dogs, their eyes fixed on them. Brother Shursui, it seems this planet is not as simple as it appears on the surface, Uchiha Itachi said, putting down his ninja tools and covering his Konoha forehead protector with one hand. Are you going to use that jutsu? Seeing Itachi's gesture, Shursui quickly understood and asked him. Hearing Shursui's question, Itachi simply nodded slightly and began to activate his eyes. All right, be careful. Seeing this, Shursui distanced himself from Itachi, landing on a tree to watch him confront the three large dogs. He knew deep down that Itachi was about to use that powerful jutsu, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Amaterasu. Finally, seeing that ordinary ninjutsu had no effect on the beasts, Itachi no longer hid his strength. The kaleidoscope spun, unleashing a wave of black flames upon the three large dogs. Whoa! The dog ignited by Amaterasu fell to the ground, howling in pain as it tried to escape the black flames. But how could the so-called black flames that never extinguish be easily put out? Before long, Amaterasu began to engulf their entire bodies, almost roasting them to perfection. Amazing, Itachi. Seeing that Itachi had taken care of all the large dogs, Shursui jumped down from the tree, saying with a hint of envy, "Don't say that, brother Shursui. Your power is much greater than mine." Hearing the envy in Shursui's voice, Itachi held his head in a somewhat helpless manner. All right, let's evacuate quickly to avoid any further issues. Without responding to Itachi's words, Shursui sealed the roasted dogs into a scroll and prepared to leave. But the next moment, countless pairs of eyes, identical to the previous blood-red dogs, appeared in the forest. Looks like we can't leave, brother Shursui. Seeing this, Itachi stopped in his tracks and sighed. Damn, is this planet also controlled by the infinite Tsukuyomi, like we were before? Shursui's eyes gradually transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan, murmuring in a complex tone. Hiss! Roar! Slowly, the controlled beasts hidden in the forest revealed themselves. There were large insects, giant birds, and creatures that had never appeared in the ninja world. But what was the same was that all these beasts had eyes controlled by the Rinnegan with 3 tomo, letting out roars towards them. This made both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi tense, waiting for the right moment to unleash their ultimate techniques. Who are you, and why are you here? Suddenly, at that moment, the beasts spoke in unison, stunning Shursui and Itachi. What is happening? Shursui and Itachi looked at each other in shock, both exclaiming at the same time. They actually heard familiar languages and voices from these beasts. This left them puzzled about everything happening and eager to understand the truth. Tell me, who are you and why are you here? Seeing that the Uchiha duo did not respond, the group of beasts began to repeat their question. Were you? Did you control this place? Hearing the beasts' voices again, Shursui, who was slowly accepting everything, quickly inquired. Foolish lower beings, let me handle this myself. Seeing that the two dared to ask questions, the beasts shook their heads and charged towards the Uchiha duo with snarls. One by one, the beasts rushed out of the forest, their strength enhanced significantly after being controlled by the Rinnegan. Itachi, get ready. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo. As the massive group of beasts charged forward, Shursui could no longer sit still. A green skeletal figure enveloped him, and slowly, a giant armored figure appeared. Susanoo. Next to him, Uchiha Itachi also unleashed the power of his Kaleidoscope Sharingan. A red skeletal figure formed, and a red armored giant walked alongside the green one as they prepared for battle. Yada Mirror, Tatsuka Blade. The battle began immediately, with the 2 armored giants facing the countless controlled beasts. The blood of these beasts splattered across the ground, and the heavens seemed to change color. Roar! But this did not deter the ferocity of the beasts. Even if those in front died, the ones behind would quickly follow. Can you hold on, Itachi? Slowly. The movements of the armored giants became sluggish, as their chakra was depleting and they could not maintain it for long. Yada Mirror, don't worry, brother Shursui. I want to fall until we eliminate this group of beasts. Hearing Shursui's concerned voice, Itachi replied, increasing the power in his hands, and finally launched a large orb at the group of beasts. Countless beasts were obliterated by Itachi's Yada Mirror, turning into a sea of blood-red death. But even so, it seemed like there were endless reinforcements behind the ferocious beasts, continuously joining the battlefield to restrain the two armored giants. Where did these two come from? I remember there were no active life forms on this planet before. Meanwhile, in the back of the battlefield, two men dressed in white, with small horns on their heads, were conversing. One had two small horns, while the other had only one, and their eyes were quite peculiar. I don't know. It seems the fruit of the chakra god tree is about to fully condense, but I didn't expect such an anomaly to occur. The other man scratched his head and looked into the distance at the ongoing battle. But luckily, their strength isn't strong. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble. Then, this man turned to the person beside him. So, Yuan sure, you go deal with him quickly. Hearing the command, the one who had been listening nodded and eagerly accepted the order. All right, I will do it quickly. After saying this, the man named Yuan sure vanished from sight. The two were the so-called guardians and protected ones of this planet. Within the Otsutsuki clan, there are two classes, guardians and protected ones. The hierarchy between these classes is strict, with the protected ones being superior to the guardians, able to command them to do anything, even sacrifice their lives. Just like now, that man, who is a protected one, can command the guardian, Yuan sure, to do anything. Indeed, the relationship between protected ones and guardians is that severe. The distinction between a guardian and a protected one is identified by the horns on their heads and their eyes. A man with two horns and the Rinnegan is a protected one, while a person with only one horn and no Rinnegan is a guardian. Over there, the Uchiha brothers are still fighting the beasts. Brother Shursui, this group of beasts should be almost wiped out, right? Uchiha Itachi said, blood streaming from his eyes, his whole body aching. It should be, Itachi. How are you holding up? Maybe I should take on everything myself, Uchiha Shursui said, feeling sorry for Itachi, who was burdened too heavily. Although he, like Itachi, had blood streaming from his eyes and his body was on the verge of breaking down. I'm fine. How could I leave all this trouble to you, brother Shursui? Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi shook his head slightly and began to intensify his attacks, swinging his 10-fist sword and killing countless beasts. Sai Susanoo? 99. After saying that, Uchiha Shursui sighed deeply and exerted himself even more to summon his Susanoo. His green Susanoo unleashed countless green beams from its chest, slaughtering the endless beasts. Finally, it was resolved. After a long time, there were no traces of beasts left at the scene. The two released their Susanoo and lay down on the ground, leaning against each other. Brother Shursui, it's not time to rest yet. We need to hurry back to the headquarters and report this. But before they could lie down for a moment, Uchiha Itachi forced himself to stand up and pulled Uchiha Shursui up as well. I know. Let's evacuate quickly. Uchiha Shursui, feeling somewhat weak compared to Itachi, said. But just as they stood up, a man with white skin, dressed in white, and having a single horn appeared before them, blocking their path with their incredulous expressions. You two lower beings cannot leave yet. The man who appeared was the guardian of this planet, named Yuan Sure. Who are you? Why do you look so much like Lord Otsutsuki? Uchiha Itachi asked loudly, forcing himself to support the weak Uchiha Shursui. Listen well. You are looking at the controller of this world, Otsutsuki Yuan Sure. Otsutsuki Yuan Sure smiled slightly, and his Byakugan suddenly widened. In the next second, two black rods formed from yin-yang release pierced their shoulders, pinning them to the ground. It hurts, my chakra. The two pinned to the ground struggled desperately, but it was futile. Even their chakra was sealed by the black rods, reducing them to the status of ordinary people. Tell me, who are you two? And why have you come here? Seeing that the two had no strength to resist, Otsutsuki Yuan Sure began to question them regardless of their condition. Brother Shursui, it seems we are going to die here. I didn't expect we wouldn't be able to accompany Lord Hokage for the entire journey. Itachi, but being able to die together is also a good choice, right? The two ignored Otsutsuki Yuan Shi's inquiries and closed their blood-red eyes, speaking to each other. You two. Why do those eyes look so familiar? Otsutsuki Yuan Shi suddenly felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing them close their eyes. Earlier, when they were open, he hadn't sensed anything unusual and hadn't paid much attention. However, at the moment they closed, he sensed that familiar feeling. That was the feeling of being gazed at by a protected one. Since you two are unwilling to speak, then let me do it myself, foolish being's soul absorption. Finally, Otsutsuki Yuan Shi's mouth quivered slightly as he gathered power in his hands to strike at the tops of their heads, attempting to pull out their souls. Cloud cutting. At that critical moment, an enormous greatsword flew over. With a whoosh, Otsutsuki Yuan Shi's hand were cut off, blood spraying as he gazed in disbelief. It's Lord Fourth Hokage. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the two opened their eyes wide and looked in a direction. They knew it was the voice of their revered Fourth Hokage, Edward Newgate. Who dares? After having his hands severed, Otsutsuki Yuan Shi quickly retreated a few hundred meters, shouting. In his eyes, the fact that this person could sever his hands proved that he possessed the power of the six paths. Are you two okay? Without answering Otsutsuki Yuan Shi's words, Edward landed heavily beside the Uchiha brothers, kicking up a cloud of dust. They won't die. Otsutsuki Sharon also appeared alongside Edward, pulling the black rods out of the Uchiha brothers. Lord Sharon, Lord Hokage, this person claims to be Otsutsuki Yuan Shi and possesses. Before the two could even thank him for removing the black rods, they relayed all the information they knew. They understood that in this battle, they would not be able to contribute anything further, so they could only help the two in this way. All right, I understand. Go over there. There should be ninjas coming. After hearing the information, Edward nodded and pointed in a direction. Yes. The two quickly leaned against each other and evacuated the area, leaving the three still in confrontation. Hey. It seems you really don't take me seriously. Here, Otsutsuki Yuan Shi, who had his hands severed, was now restored and angrily cracked his fingers at Otsutsuki Sharon and Edward. That guy looks quite strong. Despite Otsutsuki Yuan Shi's anger, Edward paid him no mind, quickly spinning cloud, cutting back into his hand, and addressing Otsutsuki Sharon. Otsutsuki clan? Why is there still one? However, Otsutsuki Sharon didn't listen to Edward at all, as his mind kept replaying what the Uchiha brothers had said earlier. Those damned lower beings dare to ignore me, Byakugan. Seeing Edward and Otsutsuki Sharon engrossed in their own thoughts, Otsutsuki Momoshiki could no longer hold back. With a sudden glare, he swung his hand towards them. Byakugan? That should be a good surveillance technique as well. The familiar sound of Byakugan activation made Edward chuckle, and he walked over to engage with Otsutsuki Momoshiki. This big guy. How did your body grow so tall? But as soon as the fight started, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was completely suppressed by Edward, continuously blocking Edward's attacks. Huh? Is this something you can ask? Do you know that you almost killed 2 supernovas from my Konoha village just now? Upon hearing this, Edward intensified his attacks, wielding his sword like it was in a dual-wielding mode, creating afterimages. Damn, the Byakugan. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had no choice but to use his ultimate move. A special eye, but his strength is only slightly stronger than Otsutsuki Sharon. Seeing Otsutsuki Momoshiki activate the ability of his other eye, Edward, restricted by unknown energy, said, Shockwave Fist. But in the next moment, Edward's fist seemed to break through this unknown energy, hitting Otsutsuki Momoshiki and causing numerous cracks to appear. In just one blow, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was sent flying into the sky, spitting out a large amount of blood. Transmigration, chakra mode. However, seeing Otsutsuki Momoshiki being knocked into the air by Edward, Otsutsuki Sharon, who could no longer sit still, instantly activated his special mode and appeared behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki to catch him. Oh, Edward, who wanted to continue attacking, saw this scene and immediately stopped moving, watching everything with interest. He knew that Otsutsuki Sharon wanted to uncover his origins. Tell me, why is your surname Otsutsuki? Otsutsuki Sharon, with countless thoughts racing through his mind, tightly gripped Otsutsuki Momoshiki's neck and asked him with blood-red eyes, "What are you? A failed product with thin blood? Get away from me, Byakugan." But Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who looked down on Otsutsuki Shurin, closed his eyes, and an unknown energy sent Otsutsuki Shurin flying. A failed product with thin blood? This is impossible. Gaining keywords from Otsutsuki Momoshiki's words, Otsutsuki Shurin stood up and covered his head in pain. Since he was born, he had been told he was from a clan that guards the moon's seal, carrying the will of protection until the end. Until one day, upon learning of his ancestors' will, he sought to destroy the ninja world. Finally, the arrival of Sage of Six Paths and Edward corrected him, reshaping his worldview. But today, he unexpectedly encountered someone very similar to him. This completely shattered his worldview again. The scene shifted back to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had now recovered most of his injuries and was staring intently at Edward. Where did these two guys come from? After sending Otsutsuki Shurin flying, Otsutsuki Momoshiki fixed his gaze on the giant watching the fight, feeling a tension in his heart. To him, that failed product with thin blood was nothing. But the giant before him posed a significant threat. "Hey, Shurin, you won't be defeated that easily, will you?" Meanwhile, Edward, who was regarded as the biggest threat, didn't pay any attention to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, slightly turning his head to ask Otsutsuki Shurin, "Cough, how could I be defeated that easily? I finally understand what you once said." Hearing Edward's concerned tone, Otsutsuki Shurin brushed off the dust on his clothes and looked back at Otsutsuki Momoshiki, his tone revealing signs of pain. Now he finally understood what Edward had meant when he told him to seek the truth for himself. But having accepted the truth, he found it hard to bear. "Then let's fight. I'll leave him to you." Seeing Otsutsuki Shurin's painful expression, Edward shook his head slightly and divided the power of six paths within him, directing it into Otsutsuki Shurin's body. This is the power he lent to Otsutsuki Shurin. After Shurin vented his emotions, Edward would retrieve it. "Thank you." Edward's gesture undoubtedly warmed Otsutsuki Shurin's heart, and he murmured while holding his chest, "You two actually don't take me seriously." But upon witnessing this scene, Otsutsuki Momoshiki erupted in anger. He had once controlled all things, holding the power of life and death over everything. No one had ever treated him this way. However, no matter how Otsutsuki Momoshiki exploded with emotion, Edward, who was observing, didn't care at all. He had completely handed over the fighting rights to Otsutsuki Shurin. In his view, this was the best opportunity to train Otsutsuki Shurin, to hone both his combat experience and his heart. "Your opponent is me," with Edward's expectations fueling him. Otsutsuki Shurin quickly recovered, looking coldly at Otsutsuki Momoshiki. "Ha! Overestimating yourself," Otsutsuki Momoshiki said, widening his eyes in disbelief as he spat and launched an attack at him. Transmigration Eye, Six Paths Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. But now, empowered by Edward's Six Paths energy, Otsutsuki Shurin was no longer the same. He unleashed a power that matched Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing an endless might, creating a circular wave that spread through the terrain. Next came a flurry of fists as the two exchanged blows. However, at this moment, Otsutsuki Shurin was still at a disadvantage. His injuries far outnumbered those of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. "I can sense a stronger power over there. What could it be?" Watching the fierce battle between the two, Edward pursed his lips, showing no intention of participating. When he first arrived on this planet, he had been sitting calmly in the spacecraft White Whale, reflecting on things. But then Otsutsuki Shurin suddenly approached him, claiming to sense a familiar bloodline aura on this planet. This immediately caught his attention, and he hurriedly exited the White Whale, stepping onto the planet's surface. However, as soon as he set foot on this land, he and Otsutsuki Shurin both sensed the strangeness of this planet. That strangeness was remarkably similar to the situation when they were controlled by the infinite Tsukuyomi in the ninja world. Soon after, a massive noise erupted from the battle between the Uchiha brothers, drawing the attention of Edward and Otsutsuki Shurin. This led them to arrive in time to save the Uchiha brothers, who were in a life-and-death crisis, and now they were facing off against Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Sigh. It seems Otsutsuki Shurin is still not a match for that guy. In the next moment, Edward returned to reality. turning his head towards the battle between Otsutsuki Shinjer and Otsutsuki Momoshiki. At this point, Otsutsuki Shinjer had already unleashed his ultimate move, the Golden Wheel Rebirth explosion, clashing with Otsutsuki Momoshiki. However, strangely, no matter how much damage Otsutsuki Shinjer inflicted on Momoshiki, he would quickly recover moments later, as if the planet was continuously supplying him with energy. Let me lend you a hand. Unable to hold back after seeing Otsutsuki Shinjer on the verge of defeat, Edward knew that if Shinjer lost to Momoshiki this time, it would cause him immense psychological damage. At the same time, after Edward spoke these words, a surge of power mixed with the Conqueror's haki descended upon him. What is this? Otsutsuki Shinjer, who was fighting Momoshiki, looked at the red haki wrapping around his hand in shock. This was a power he had never seen or sensed before, as if it did not belong to their dimension. What is this? Why can it block the chakra tree supply to me? Soon, after Otsutsuki Shinjer temporarily gained the enhancement of the Conqueror's haki, it seemed that Momoshiki's injuries could no longer recover and were stuck. Rebirth I, New Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Finally, at the perfect moment, Otsutsuki Shinjer, empowered by the Conqueror's haki, unleashed a powerful attack on Momoshiki. What is this? No. After being hit by the New Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion infused with Conqueror's haki, Momoshiki's body could no longer withstand it and exploded into fragments. Thank you. After defeating Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Shinjer's body went limp as the borrowed power returned to Edward. For him, fighting such a powerful opponent without Edward's power would have led to his quick defeat at Momoshiki's hands. No, he is not dead. Seeing Momoshiki's body explode, Edward shook his head. He could sense the remaining chakra presence of Otsutsuki Momoshiki with his observation haki. Perhaps soon, Momoshiki would be able to reassemble his body and resurrect. Are you sure? He can survive such an attack? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Shinjer's body became tense again, puzzled as he asked Edward. Of course, look at his body fragments. Hearing the disbelief in Otsutsuki Shinjer's voice, Edward pointed at the fragments of Momoshiki's body that had just exploded. This is the fragments of Momoshiki's body that Edward pointed to were slowly dissipating, as if returning to the earth. See, this planet is supporting him. Then, both of them directed their gaze towards a certain direction, which was the exact center of the planet. Meanwhile, on the other side, a gigantic tree was spreading countless branches connecting to the planet, with numerous figures wrapped around the branches. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the figures wrapped around the tree were the beasts and other life forms that originally existed on this planet. This giant tree was continuously absorbing energy from these life forms, and this was what was known as the chakra tree. What a waste. You actually lost to these lowly creatures. In the heart of the tree, a man dressed in white, looking down with a condescending gaze, spoke to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was gradually reassembling his body. This is impossible. How could I lose to a failure? Soon, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had fully reassembled his body. At this moment, his heart was extremely complicated, unsure of how to face the man before him. Losing is losing. If you weren't my guardian, you would have long since become a supply for the chakra tree. Looking at this utterly useless guardian, the man stared at him fiercely. At this moment, he truly wanted to turn this guardian into a supply for the chakra tree. Give me another chance. I will eliminate them all and turn them into part of the divine tree. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, still unwilling to give up, gritted his teeth. Fine. They're just arriving, so don't let me down this time. The man, with his eyes closed, shot a burst of energy into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body. All right, Otsutsuki Momoshiki replied with a single word, and his body transformed into an afterimage, disappearing from the scene. In another direction, Edward and Otsutsuki Shinjer had already found the location. Shinjer, if nothing goes wrong, this should be their base. Brother Edward, I think it should be here too. The two, one big and one small, were flying side by side in the air, conversing. At this moment, Otsutsuki Shinjer had won that battle with Edward's help. So he truly felt humbled under Edward's presence and respectfully referred to him as Brother Edward, sounding very affectionate. Found it. I didn't expect it to be just like the divine tree in the ninja world. It seems that this so-called Otsutsuki clan is not as simple as it appears. After flying for a long time in the air, the two finally found the enormous chakra tree that controlled the entire planet. Brother Edward, what should we do next? Otsutsuki Shinjur, who had never experienced this before, began to ask Edward. It's simple. Find the mastermind controlling this divine tree and capture them. Edward confidently landed on the divine tree with his big sword. Is it really that simple? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Shinjur showed a strange expression. Don't speak, he's coming. Just then, Edward put a finger to his lips to shush and turned his face in a certain direction. That direction was clearly where Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had fully recovered, was now glaring at them with a terrifying gaze. Momoshiki, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Seeing the intact Momoshiki appear before them, Otsutsuki Shinjur, although mentally prepared, was still slightly taken aback. As long as the chakra tree is standing, I am invincible. Momoshiki fiercely pointed at the sphere of energy gathering in Shinjur's hand. Little did he know, someone was eavesdropping on his words, gaining important information. What confidence! However, this divine tree is indeed different from the one in the ninja world. Edward scoffed after hearing Momoshiki's words. He did not place Otsutsuki Momoshiki in his eyes at all. What truly mattered to him was the person standing behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Two lowly, inferior beings. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, having completed the gathering of energy in his hand, no longer waited and swung his hand towards Edward and Shinjur. Quake! Seeing this energy ball, even Edward had to be on high alert. In an instant, Tsunemori cut through with a strong shockwave that collided fiercely with the energy ball. Bang! After the clash between the blade and the energy ball, a massive shockwave erupted. And taking advantage of this wave, Otsutsuki Momoshiki charged up to strike at Edward. Gulalala, you're not even a match for Sharon. Do you think you could be my opponent? Edward said, blocking countless attacks from Momoshiki with his massive fists. With the blessing of the chakra god tree, what are you to me? However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki continued to fight Edward arrogantly, with various attacks creating loud noises. Big brother Edward. Seeing the shockwave, without Edward's six paths power, Otsutsuki Sharon could only retreat thousands of meters away, quietly watching the battle between the two. At the same time, he was also extremely eager for power. Wanted to gain strength to help Edward. Crush. In the constant rotation between the two, Edward finally sees an opportunity, grabbing Momoshiki's head and making him experience a brutal explosion. In an instant, Momoshiki's head was crushed, and his body spun in place, unable to react, his fists still swinging. Is he dead? On the other side, Otsutsuki Sharon, who had witnessed the entire battle, revealed an expression of anticipation. However, he would soon be disappointed, within less than a second. Momoshiki's head recovered, and he continued to swing his hands to attack Edward. Ha ha, didn't expect this. Here I am an immortal. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared triumphantly after reconstituting his body. So, but the next moment, Edward's fist struck him, breaking him into several pieces. From start to finish, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was in a state of being crushed. However, due to his ability to infinitely regenerate thanks to the chakra god tree, he managed to survive. Cross-eye cross-kill. Finally unable to resist, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's cross-eyed powers glowed, pulling Edward's consciousness in. This is an illusion? Edward pulled in, looked around, and quickly understood the state he was in. His massive body was nailed to a cross, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki floated above, looking down. If one were to compare, this place Edward found himself in was very similar to Uchiha Itachi's Tsuyomi space. How does it feel to experience the strongest illusion? After pulling Edward's consciousness into the cross space, Otsutsuki Momoshiki went wild. No one had ever been able to break free from his cross space. Strongest? Compared to someone's illusion, you're still far off. Hearing this, Edward scoffed, exerting force with his hands to break free from the cross's restraints. This is impossible. Kill. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes widened in shock, his emotions hard to describe. After all, today had brought him too many surprises to process. After he uttered the word kill, countless black rods and blades shot towards Edward's massive body. Just like Itachi's Tsukuyomi space, Edward murmured upon seeing the endless blades and black rods, and his body broke free entirely. Then, with a wave of his large hand. All the countless blades and black rods were scattered. No, how can you still possess your original strength in my cross space? In this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki could no longer bear it and immediately released the cross space. At this moment, he deeply understood that he was not a match for the giant before him. Even with the immortality granted by the chakra god tree, he could only be crushed, continuously depleting the chakra god tree. It was better to leave and let his superior handle it. This kind of illusion is nothing in the ninja world, Edward shouted after exiting the cross space. Despite all that had transpired in the cross space, only a second had passed in reality. Damn it, you will definitely regret this. No style will hollow out your body and merge part of it into the chakra god tree, giving the soon-to-be fruiting chakra god tree its final push. Finally, after taking a deep look at Edward, Momoshiki's body collapsed and vanished, leaving behind a scene of devastation. He ran. Chase him. Seeing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's disappearing figure, Edward's pupils contracted, gripping the large blade as he spoke to Otsutsuki Sharon. Understood. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Sharon quickly followed behind Edward to search for traces of Momoshiki. Inside the heart of the chakra god tree. Looks like you failed again. A familiar figure, the same cold man, was now looking at the half-recovered Otsutsuki Momoshiki with indifference. I'm sorry, I'm too weak and couldn't deal with him. No style. I'll willingly become a part of the chakra god tree to further assist in the formation of the chakra fruit. Otsutsuki Momoshiki spoke word by word, looking at the cold-eyed man before him. He had always wanted to surpass the superior, but the gap of bloodline and stages was too great, and he had already lost heart. Momoshiki, you really disappoint me. After hearing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's words, No Style sighed slightly, taking out the essence from within Momoshiki's body and holding it in his hands. As the guardian, you failed to protect me, and that is a capital offense. Looking at the essence in his hand, No Style spoke. However, he was still not ready to swallow all of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's essence or merge it into the chakra god tree. He planned to wait until the chakra god tree reached its final critical point before integrating Momoshiki's essence. I willingly accept punishment. After saying this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki fell silent. But don't rush to accept punishment. Right now, I can't move inside the god tree and can only rely on my clone to survive. No Style said slowly, not wanting Otsutsuki Momoshiki to die like this. Now, lend me a hand and help me gather a body. Then No Style's eyes widened, and a creature similar to a white Zetsu from the ninja world appeared out of thin air. Go in and merge with me. Following that, No Style's clone and the essence ball of Momoshiki all entered that creature's body. This feeling, after 1,000 years, finally returned, so comfortable. Finally, as the creature's body and face twisted, a man radiating endless might and wearing a white robe appeared. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that he possesses 2 horns and a 9-tails reincarnation eye. He is also the one whom Tsutsuki Kagaya has always protected, Tsutsuki Wakatsuki. Let's resolve this quickly. Besides these few guys, I sense 3 technological behemoths 1,000 miles away. Twisting his body and clenching his hands, Tsutsuki Wakatsuki said coldly. After that, he merged into the god tree, freely drifting within the trunk of the god tree, outside the heart of the god tree. It seems that the guy should be inside this giant tree. After searching for a long time without results, the 2 finally confirmed the locations of Tsutsuki Kagaya and another individual. Let's go in and break him. Looking at the enormous tree before him, which is much taller than the god tree in the shinobi world, Edward said solemnly. The opponent he is about to face may be many times stronger than Tsutsuki Kagaya. Reincarnation I Chakra Mode. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Blast. Hearing Edward's command, Tsutsuki Sharon instantly erupted with green flames, gathering energy in his hands to launch an attack. Are you looking for me? But the next moment, before Tsutsuki Sharon could unleash his Silver Wheel Reincarnation Blast, a figure interrupted him. What is this? Looking at the man in a white robe, who is much more ethereal and imposing than Tsutsuki Kagaya, Tsutsuki Sharon froze in place. Here he comes. The person hidden behind Kagaya, Edward, with a grave expression in his eyes, felt a tremendous sense of threat from the person before him, as the power continuously surged into his hands. I am the master of this world, Tsutsuki Wakatsuki. Welcome to my world, unknown one. The few of them exchanged glances for a long time, and Tsutsuki Wakatsuki finally couldn't help but speak. However, as he spoke, the branches of the god tree under his control instantly transformed into several giant dragons, lunging at Edward and Tsutsuki Sharon. This was Tsutsuki Wakatsuki's probing attack on the two. Such immense vitality. The attack power of these giant dragons is not inferior to Senju Hashirama's would release, True Thousand Hands. Seeing that Tsutsuki Wakatsuki could unleash such power with ease, Edward frowned deeply. Leave these giant dragons to me. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Blast. On the other side, Sharon, wanting to show off, quickly positioned himself in front of Edward, trying to block the giant dragons. Hee. If you think the power of the chakra god tree is just this, then you are gravely mistaken. At this moment, Tsutsuki Wakatsuki had crossed his arms, watching the battle with a disdainful expression. He initially wanted a quick resolution, but now he felt a sense of playfulness. After all, he had been trapped within the god tree for 1,000 years without using his power, only able to move through clones. Damn it, what is going on? Why can't I shatter it? Tsutsuki Sharon, who was desperately attacking, had already exhausted all his strength. However, it was rather amusing that the few giant dragons made of wood seemed to possess an immortal body, just like Tsutsuki Kagaya. No matter what Sharon did, he couldn't completely shatter them. Enough. Don't waste your efforts trying to break these giant dragons, unless you can clear the chakra from the chakra god tree. After observing everything for a while, Edward finally spoke. Ha ha ha, a clever person. Before we battle, can you tell me your origins? Tsutsuki Wakatsuki, who was watching the fight, spoke before Sharon. Origins? I am a Whitebeard of Konoha. After saying all this, Edward's muscles trembled, and wild power surged into the hearts of the two. The next moment, Edward's body leapt high into the air, raising Tsongyun Xie and emitting shockwaves that shattered the giant wooden dragons into pieces. Very strong. Only such power qualifies to battle with me. Seeing this, Tsutsuki Wakatsuki retracted the disdainful expression on his face, and a black rod appeared in his hand as he gripped it tightly to clash with Edward. Countless dazzling and lethal techniques were unleashed by the two. Just the aftermath forced Tsutsuki Sharon, who wanted to observe, to retreat several thousand meters. Good. I haven't felt the thrill of battle in over 1,000 years. After battling for a while, licking his lips as if indulging in the fight, Tsutsuki Wakatsuki laughed heartily. I didn't expect the gains from coming to this planet would be so substantial. Edward also seemed to be immersed in it, his muscles twitching as he spoke. At this moment, both of them acknowledged each other's strength. Try this move of mine, giant. 9 tails, 6 paths, reincarnation, illusionary life, turning reincarnation technique. As he spoke, time seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the third eye on Tsutsuki Wakatsuki's forehead wide open. Edward, still battling, suddenly found time stopped at that instant, his eyes wide as he looked as if he was still ready to fight. Little did he know that his consciousness had already been drawn into the 9 tails reincarnation eye of Tsutsuki Wakatsuki. His entire mental space echoed with the 9 tails, 6 paths reincarnation, illusionary life, turning reincarnation technique spoken by Tsutsuki Wakatsuki, causing his thoughts to drift elsewhere while his body was frozen in that moment. In the early morning, the sun shone brightly in the sky, birds chirped, and insects buzzed in the trees. Fish in the pond sang and danced, constantly making splashing sounds. On the playground, the sounds of classmates playing and horseplay, the sounds of teachers teaching in the classroom, and students answering questions all merged together and surged into Baihua's ears, causing him to lift his head from his desk. Where am I? Baihua, raising his head, had drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking around in a daze. Baihua, hurry up, don't sleep. The teacher is going to take attendance soon. His desk mate and roommate next to him was pushing his body, speaking to him in confusion. Huh, did I wake up? Looking at this familiar, yet strange person beside him, Baihua rubbed his eyes. Silence, are you asking me? You made me laugh. His deskmate, who reminded Baihua, was momentarily stunned and asked in a somewhat strange tone. All right, it's nothing. You don't have to worry about me. Hearing this, Baihua finally regained some clarity. Are you okay? Do you want to call a doctor for you? Ha ha. After teasing him for a while, his desk mate finally let him go and shifted to play with others. Were those previous events all just a dream? The Whitebeard of Konoha. After patting his still-dazed head, Baiwa thought to himself. Now, he is truly himself, a soon-to-be graduated undergraduate student. But this dream was really too long, right? Reflecting on everything that once was, Baiwa painfully shook his head, thinking, ding-ling-a-ling. Class is over. Everyone, get ready for the next professional class. Accompanied by the ringing of the bell, the teacher's stern voice reached every student's ears. Ah, class is over. I'm so sleepy. I need to take a nap. Just a little nap. Just a little nap. I played Naruto all night yesterday, but luckily, hard work pays off, and I finally reached Super Shadow. The sounds of various classmates suddenly filled the classroom. Some wanting to go to the bathroom, some wanting to smoke, some wanting to buy things, and so on. This was the true college life, reflected in Baiwa's eyes. Baiwa, do you want to go to the supermarket to buy something? At this moment, a voice entered Baiwa's ears, waking him from his thoughts. No, you go ahead. I have some other things to do. Looking up, he saw it was his roommate. But in his current state, Baiwa had no time to go shopping with him, so he immediately declined. All right then, I'll go by myself. Seeing that Baiwa didn't want to go to the supermarket, his roommate responded and got up to leave. Go ahead. After his roommate left the classroom, only Baiwa remained in his seat. He then stared at the book in front of him, flipping through page after page. This was familiar, yet strange to him, making him feel that this world was very false. Take a leave, go home. Eventually, Baiwa slammed the book shut, feeling a wave of emotions surge within him. Baiwa, what's wrong with you today? Noticing Baiwa's unusual behavior, his classmates began to worry and ask, I'm Fine. However, after Baiwa gave a faint response, he took big strides and left. What's going on with Baiwa today? He seemed strange. Watching Baiwa leave the classroom with big steps, the surrounding classmates gathered together and discussed. Outside the teaching building, Baiwa had already taken out his phone from his pocket and sent a leave request message to his counselor, no longer caring about school matters. Should I call? I wonder if Dad is busy right now. Stopping at the entrance of the teaching building, Baiwa scrolled through his phone, murmuring as he flipped to his contacts. Beep, beep, beep. Just a few seconds later, Baiwa couldn't help but press the number in his contacts, and a series of ringing sounds came from the phone. Hello, is it my son? The first voice on the other end was his father's familiar and weary tone. Hello, Dad, where are you now? Upon hearing the familiar son, a tear streaked down Baiwa's face as he responded. I'm at the company, son. What's wrong? Is something the matter? On the other end of the line, hearing Baiwa's mixed emotions, his father immediately became anxious. I'm fine. I just miss you. You can keep working, Dad. Sensing his father's anxiousness, Baiwa quickly regained his composure and said, That's really strange. If you have something, you must tell your dad. I'm your biggest support. Hearing Baiwa's voice returning to normal, his father jokingly scolded him and then comforted him. All right, I understand. Actually, I ran out of living expenses recently. Knowing he was speaking to his closest person, Baiwa finally put aside the Whitebeard in Konoha and began to ask his dad for living expenses. Oh, I knew you weren't up to any good. Well, how much do you need? Is 2,000 enough? Baiwa's dad scolded again. But when he remembered Baiwa's earlier words about missing him, it still touched his heart. That's enough. Remember to transfer it to me. Bye. After a smooth conversation, Baiwa clicked to hang up on his phone and smiled sweetly. Ding dong, ding dong. Not long after, his phone rang again. It was the sound of his dad transferring money to him via WeChat. Son, if you run out of money, remember to ask your dad. Don't go hungry at school. After opening WeChat to receive the transfer, Baiwa's dad sent another voice message. All right, I got it. After sending another message back to his dad, Baiwa abandoned his idea of taking leave to go home. However, since he had already requested leave from his counselor, he might as well go back to the dormitory to rest for a while. But seeing the leave message on WeChat that he couldn't retract and the counselor's response, Baiwa could only helplessly say, all right. Following that, Baiwa took big strides back to his dormitory. His dormitory was on the 6th floor, and there was no elevator, which took him quite a bit of time to reach. Phew, so tired, but I don't know why I feel so good. Back in the empty dormitory, Baiwa lay on the bed, blanking out his mind. Forget it, I should wash up. I didn't brush my teeth this morning because I was in a rush. But after lying down for a while, Baiwa got up and ran to the windowsill to wash up. Such a familiar scene, just like in the Hokage building in Konoha. While washing up, Baiwa walked to the windowsill, looking out at everything from the 6th floor height, and said, forget it. What am I even thinking? Just as he was about to fall back into this state, Baiwa shook his head to dismiss the thought and began to wash up seriously again. Edward, is this the truth you were talking about? It seems I've discovered someone's secret. But at that moment, two voices appeared in Baiwa's mind, jolting him awake. This is Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru. Hearing those two familiar voices, Baiwa widened his eyes in disbelief. Don't get lost in this world. Come back, Edward. There's still a bunch of people outside waiting for you. The two voices spoke again, tempting him as Baiwa stared wide-eyed. What? So what I dreamt was actually real? After calming his heart and taking deep breaths, Baiwa looked at his hands and said, Then how can I go back? After settling down, Baiwa asked the two voices again. Open the window in front of you and jump down while there's still time. But the two voices fell silent, only continuously tempting him to do something terrifying. Jump down? Listening to the seductive voice of the two, Baiwa couldn't help but open the window in front of him, murmuring as he looked down from dozens of meters high. But at that moment, he didn't want to jump, didn't want to leave this world, so he hesitated there. Maple leaves down the mountain, Kakashi, Tsunade. But as he thought of the various figures from the past, finally, Baiwa, who had firmly strengthened his resolve, gritted his teeth and jumped down from a building several dozen meters high, facing the fear within. At this moment, in the world of Naruto, many things had already happened after Edward's consciousness was pulled into the 9-tomo Rinnegan illusionary rebirth sealing technique. Why aren't you dead yet? Die for me. Otsutsuki Kagaya was continuously stabbing Edward's massive body with a black rod, producing squelching sounds. A large amount of blood had already flowed onto the ground, while beside him lay Otsutsuki Shurin, who had lost consciousness and was mumbling Edward's name, unaware of his life or death. What's going on? Does such a powerful being actually have a dual personality? But as Kagaya was stabbing, he suddenly seemed to sense something and quickly moved away from Edward. The 9-tomo Rinnegan illusionary rebirth sealing technique was the highest illusion technique created from the 9-tomo Rinnegan, capable of pulling the target into their own sealed memories, making them remain trapped in their memories. It could also effectively change their own memories, indirectly affecting the real world in their memories. The only way to break the technique was for the victim to clearly recognize that they were under an illusion in that world, with a strong desire to return to reality, ultimately relying on death to truly return to reality. This condition was incredibly difficult to achieve. However, who would have thought that this giant before him was a mental patient with a dual personality? Initially, Kagaya planned to keep Edward permanently in that world and control his true body through the influence of memories to make him fight for him. But he didn't expect Baiwa to clearly recognize that he was in a false world. Thus, Kagaya took the opportunity to stab at Edward's true body, wanting to completely kill him from that aspect. But it was only with the emergence of Edward's dual personality that everything changed. Ouch! Uchiha Orochimaru, did you save me? Edward, fully aware of how powerful the illusion was, murmured while covering the countless wounds on his body. Tell me, how did such a powerful being like you come to have a dual personality? It's really disappointing. Seeing Edward return to reality and regain consciousness, Kagaya was filled with frustration. A dual personality? No wonder the already dead Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru appeared there to remind me. It turns out to be my own dual personality. Upon hearing this, Edward, who was mentally wandering back to reality, felt a jolt in his heart. He knew that it was the root of his illness that he had not completely eradicated that saved him. What stroke of luck. If it weren't for that so-called dual personality and those people over there, you would have been dead long ago. Pointing at the unconscious Otsutsuki Shurin, Kagaya spoke with a terrifying tone. Otsutsuki Shurin. Following the direction Kagaya pointed, Edward's pupils constricted, and he clenched the Songyun cutter in his hand, shouting, "Unforgivable." The anger in his heart ignited like a raging fire, as if it were about to break through the sky. In the next second, his body began to shift and change, wielding his great sword and transforming into countless afterimages, all striking towards Kagaya. You're getting so furious over a mere fish? How do you deserve such power? Kaguya felt a sense of regret as he clashed with Edward, the sound of sonic booms ringing out. How could a heartless being like you understand what emotions are? As they fought, they continued to debate. Sometimes, the outcome of power isn't important. What's important is the correctness of their ideologies. If you can change the other's ideology, you can draw them into your side, becoming a part of your strength. Therefore, winning the debate is scarier than winning the battle. Heartless? Those with feelings are also failures. Isn't that simple? Upon hearing this, Kaguya immediately retorted, grinning and revealing his teeth, spitting out numerous white long worms that bit into Edward's body. What is this? It can actually absorb my chakra and six paths power. Edward's eyes widened in an instant, as he realized how quickly the power within him was draining away. Haha, can you feel it? This is the power of the chakra god tree. Kaguya laughed maniacally, devouring Edward's power. The chakra god tree? I didn't expect it to be so powerful after growing up. Even I can't escape it. One hand blocking Kaguya's attack. Edward used the other to continuously tug at the white long worms biting him, his expression grave. But no matter how he pulled, those white long worms seemed to be rooted to his body, refusing to come off. The two were now in a very strange and awkward stance. Six paths reversal technique. Finally, after recalling Uchiha Madara's power, Edward successfully released the ninjutsu, breaking the stalemate. Not bad ninjutsu. Where did you learn it? Seeing Edward return to his previous state, Kaguya licked his lips, his eyes filled with envy. This comes from the power of a friend. D. Six paths reincarnation life and death yin-yang technique. Remembering Uchiha Madara's power, Edward's eyes twisted into the six paths Rinnegan. Like the former Uchiha Madara, he stared intently into Kaguya's eyes. What is this? Are you trying to compete with me in six paths power? But you don't know that behind me is the chakra god tree. Kaguya, who was being stared at, momentarily lost focus, and the next second he felt the continuous drain of six paths power from his body, muttering to himself, "Damn it, this technique won't work. I can't outlast him." Hearing this and feeling Kaguya's vast energy, Edward immediately abandoned the technique. If he forced a battle of attrition, Kaguya, who controlled the chakra god tree, was not something he could compete with. However, this technique was indeed excellent. The creator of this technique was truly a genius. Reflecting on the six paths power that had just slipped away like quicksand, Kaguya savored it deeply. Now, he changed his mind. He wanted to seize all of Edward's power for himself, converting it into his own strength. To be able to use this kind of power without any harm to yourself. You truly are formidable. Hearing Kaguya's praise, Edward responded in a different way. But if that's the case, then become a part of my body. The next moment, Kaguya licked his lips, appearing greedy as he charged towards Edward. Dream on. Edward retorted before charging at Kaguya as well. The two individuals clashed fiercely, and the sound of buzzing erupted. Brother Edward. On the other side, Tsutsuki SH-10, who lay on the ground, gradually regained consciousness and struggled to stand up. The remaining six paths chakra within him allowed him to heal his injuries and recover. However, this recovery exhausted all of his six paths chakra. If he were to suffer such serious injuries again, he would die and could not recover. You lowlife, you didn't die from that? Tsutsuki Muse, who was fighting Edward, glanced at SH-10 standing up and said, "You're too arrogant, Tsutsuki Muse." Just as Tsutsuki Muse was distracted, a massive fist struck him squarely in the face. Ugh. Wow. This hit sent him flying over 1,000 meters, leaving his body in tatters. Indeed, competing in strength with something like you was a wrong choice. After a long pause, Tsutsuki Muse finally managed to support himself and stand up again. Gulalala. You can only rely on the chakra god tree. Edward, who had regained his feeling from the previous blow, laughed heartily. He had truly felt the taste of death while trapped in the illusion called the Nine Tails Six Paths Reincarnation Illusion Technique. Ignorant. Hearing this, Tsutsuki Muse glanced at Edward before flying towards the chakra god tree. I must find his weakness, otherwise this won't do. Seeing Tsutsuki Muse flying towards the chakra god tree, Edward muttered with some annoyance. He then followed behind Tsutsuki Muse and issued an order to Tsutsuki SH-10 along the way. I understand, Brother Edward. I will do well. Suitsuki SH-10 nodded and left. In his current state, he was no longer suitable to remain on the battlefield. Come on, let me show you my true power. Seeing that SH-10 had left, Edward, with all his strength, hovered in the void and shouted at Suitsuki Muse. Next, he would use all his strength to test Suitsuki Muse's weaknesses. If it didn't work, Edward would attempt to escape this planet. Suitsuki SH-10 had just returned to the spacecraft, organizing to leave the planet. Ha, giant, don't be too confident in your strength. Chakra God, tree entanglement. Suitsuki Muse also hovered in the air, but at this moment, he had reached the front of the God tree. Then, as he spoke, the branches of the chakra God tree behind Suitsuki Muse slowly wrapped around him. His original height of over 2 meters gradually increased to match Edward's height. You wanted to compete in strength, right? Let's see how it goes. Transform to the same height as Edward, Suitsuki Muse said slowly while looking at Edward. Chakra God, tree entanglement. Earthquake, earth shattering. With that, the two no longer hesitated, and a massive attack surged in their hands. The overwhelming punches and kicks tore through their bodies, creating a series of buzzing sounds. Blood and various other stains appeared on their bodies, making their faces look hideous. The cracking sounds of space shattering constantly showcased their power. Boom! Finally, after a long battle, the two figures retreated a considerable distance, staring motionless into each other's eyes. At this moment, both of their bodies were severely damaged, with numerous holes covering them. Did you see that? This is the true application of the Chakra God Tree. Touching the holes in his body, Suitsuki Muse's injuries healed completely in an instant, returning him to peak condition. Looks like I need to change my strategy, otherwise, I won't be able to kill him. Edward, feeling a bit regretful, muttered. God Tree's hand. But the next moment, without giving Edward a moment to breathe, the Chakra God Tree, under Suitsuki Muse's control, transformed into a large hand that squeezed towards Edward. What immense power! Under this large hand, Edward felt like an ant looking up at its approach. Shatter! Just as the large hand was about to grab him, Edward unleashed his chakra to shatter the hand. But the real killing move was not just that. Suitsuki Muse had hidden behind that large hand. After Edward shattered the hand, Suitsuki Muse's figure was fully revealed, holding a black spike aimed at Edward. Killing move? Seeing the black spike, Edward's pupils constricted as he swung his sword, the Tsongyun cutter, to block it. Lucky you. This weapon has quite good strength. Seeing Edward successfully block his black spike with the sword, Suitsuki Muse said angrily, "What is that?" Having narrowly dodged the black spike attack, Edward stared warily at the spike. "I didn't expect you to notice its difference. Listen well, its name is Stab Kill." Suitsuki Muse, holding the Stab Kill, arrogantly declared. This weapon was forged through countless hardships, combining metals from countless planets. Previously, it had been used to kill numerous powerful beings. But he never expected to fail against Edward this time. Stab Kill? Quite a unique name. Hearing what Suitsuki Muse said, Edward swung his sword, forcing Suitsuki Muse back dozens of meters. Behind this lies the blood of countless people. Hearing this, Suitsuki Muse, wielding Stab Kill, pointed it at Edward and shouted, "Really?" After saying this, Edward swung his Tsongyun cut and charged forward. With just this ordinary weapon in your hand, how could it possibly compare to the divine artifact in mine? Otsutsuki Kinshiki also held his assassination weapon and stood against Edward's Tsongyun cut. The battle was about to begin once more, and the momentum of the two had solidified to an extreme degree, almost as if it were about to break through the sky of this planet. Overlord's might. In the next moment, following Edward's extremely bold and domineering words, his conqueror's haki burst forth like a flood. What is this? Otsutsuki Kinshiki, enveloped in Edward's conqueror's haki, gasped, incredulous. At that moment, his body also froze in midair, unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, Edward opened his eyes wide, and with a sweeping motion of his Tsongyun cut, he struck forward. He aimed to create this moment to expose Otsutsuki Kinshiki's weaknesses. Slash! With this shout, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body was instantly cut apart like rotting wood. Now, shatter! Watching Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body split in two, Edward swung his shockwave, and those two halves were shattered into fragments. But this was not Edward's main goal. Because if it were just this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body would soon recover. Therefore, his main objective was the enormous divine tree behind Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Taking advantage of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's inability to resist, Edward had to act at this critical moment. What? Otsutsuki Kinshiki, reduced to fragments but still conscious, looked in shock at Edward's actions. But what followed shattered his inner thoughts. Under Edward's shockwave attack, the chakra divine tree was suddenly pushed back a large area. Although this wouldn't cause any severe damage to the chakra divine tree, it would drain a significant amount of energy from it. And this was fatal for Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who had been waiting for 1,000 years. Damn lowly creature, you have successfully provoked my anger. After saying this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki even disregarded his shattered body and transferred his consciousness into the chakra divine tree. His true form had always been hidden within the chakra divine tree, silently brewing its energy. But now, Edward's actions had completely touched his bottom line. Following that, amidst a strong vibration of the chakra divine tree, a glowing Otsutsuki Kinshiki emerged from it like a deity. This is, looking at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who had emerged from the top of the chakra divine tree and stood over 1,000 meters tall, Edward suddenly froze in place. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was even more powerful than Otsutsuki Kagaya and had extremely rich combat experience. This kind of power he could absolutely not match. Now, he only had two paths to choose from. One was to quickly retreat and leave this terrifying place at high speed. The other was to continue fighting, risking certain death to battle Otsutsuki Kinshiki again, perhaps with a slim chance of victory. I can't die yet. I must remember that countless people are waiting for me behind. Gripping his Tsonyan cut, Edward quickly made his decision. Go to hell, you ugly creature. But the airborne Otsutsuki Kinshiki gave Edward no chance at all, as dozens of energy-form blades, each 100 meters long, shot toward him. Damn, 6 paths of reversal force. Song Yun slash. At this moment, Edward was still unable to escape, having to first fend off these 100-meter blades before seeking an opportunity. You have no chance of winning against me. Surrendering to me is your best choice. Seeing Edward stubbornly resisting his attacks, Otsutsuki Kinshiki recalled the incredibly weak guardian, and a different thought arose. What's this? The power of Otsutsuki Yuan? But at this moment, Edward paid no attention to Otsutsuki Kinshiki's words, instead surprisingly turning toward a direction. That direction was precisely where the essence that Otsutsuki Yuan had condensed and handed over to Otsutsuki Kinshiki was located. Because Otsutsuki Kinshiki had abandoned that clone in favor of his true form, the essence of Yuan was now aimlessly floating in the air. Damn stupid fool. Do you have to create problems for me even in death? Seeing the essence floating in the air, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes narrowed, and an invisible hand reached out. He wanted to seize the essence of Yuan before Edward could. Come here. But Edward, who was approaching the essence of Yuan, was faster than Otsutsuki Kinshiki, quickly grabbing the essence and sealing it within his body. Retreat, shatter space. After absorbing the essence, Edward swung his fist, and the space beside him immediately shattered into a large hole, allowing him to cross into it and disappear. He ran away? An alternate space? Seeing Edward's disappearing figure, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was floating in the air, showed a slight daze. You can't escape, ugly giant. But the next second, a gleam shot from Otsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes, and countless clones split off. Because he needed to nurture and protect the chakra divine tree, he couldn't leave this planet. So he could only emit clone signals to notify the other Otsutsuki clan members. At this moment, Edward had already left the vicinity of the chakra divine tree. Surveying the surroundings in a purple forest, Edward said, Have I already left the chakra divine tree? He didn't even know where he was now. I need to hurry and find Otsutsuki, Shurin, and the others. Otherwise, Edward thought of the consequences and murmured in fear. The ninja army he brought was indeed too weak compared to Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Yuan. Not enough to be seen at all. Found it. Have we already flown away from this planet? Then, with his observation Haki fully opened, Edward sensed the trace of the spacecraft and looked up at the sky, saying, Ugly giant, you can't escape. But in the next second, A white light emerged from the ground where Edward stood, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki slowly rose up. So fast. Seeing Otsutsuki Kinshiki's towering figure appear here, Edward was slightly startled. Assassinate. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki directly revealed his assassination weapon from the sky, transforming it into countless swords aiming to pierce Edward. It's really troublesome. Seeing countless blades shooting towards him, Edward had no choice but to raise the large knife in his hand to defend himself. I need to find a way to get out of here. While using the large knife to fend off the blades, Edward was also thinking of other ways to escape. You can't escape. Black hole. Otsutsuki Kinshiki crazily shouted, repeating his earlier words. If he could capture Edward at this moment, that would be best. Otherwise, once Edward escapes from this planet, it would be very difficult to catch him. Shockwave. After Otsutsuki Kinshiki finished saying black hole, several dark spheres appeared around Edward, trying to suck him in, forcing him to fight back with all his might. Ha ha ha. Fall into the abyss of death. Seeing Edward being pulled by the black hole, Otsutsuki Kinshiki immediately recondensed the previously scattered attacks to stab him. Is my power still not enough? If my power were stronger. These consecutive attacks quickly put Edward in a difficult position, causing him to ponder deeply. However, while deep in thought, he did not forget to raise his large knife to counterattack, the massive sound reverberating around them. The forest began to slowly be destroyed under their attacks, as if it were fake. Earthquake. Finally managing to fend off the attacks, Edward immediately began his counterattack, not giving Otsutsuki Kinshiki a chance. What is this? Otsutsuki Kinshiki said, looking at the earthquake beneath him in a somewhat anxious tone. Due to his urgency, he was caught off guard and fell into the earthquake, his internal energy being consumed by the tremors. Retreat. Seeing this, Edward wasted no time in battle, swinging his large knife to send an air blast towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki and then leaping into the air. Damn, I will hunt you down to the end. You lowly, ugly, disgusting giant. Seeing Edward flying towards the sky, about to distance himself from him, Otsutsuki Kinshiki shouted in frustration. Hee hee, next time it might not be me who loses. Edward, soaring into the sky, looked down at Otsutsuki Kinshiki's frantic expression and let out a laugh. He then immediately disappeared into the air, creating sonic booms as he left the planet. Now that he had obtained the essence of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, he needed to quickly digest this essence and regain his strength. In outer space, 3 massive space rockets floated silently in the vacuum. Inside the rockets, countless topics were being discussed. Why hasn't the 4th Hokage returned? Could he be in danger? Impossible. The 4th is so powerful, don't talk nonsense. I have to go back to help the 4th Hokage. One by one, the ninjas spoke with red eyes, anxious about the recent return of Otsutsuki Sharon, who came back injured, prompting them to flee from that planet. This left them all feeling uneasy, as if they had lost their anchor. Enough. Everyone be quiet. Finally, Tsunade, who stayed in the main control room, couldn't hold back any longer and shouted into the speaker. At her shout, everyone stopped their chatter, quietly looking at the woman who was speaking. After all, she was the 5th Hokage, a woman whose power was only slightly weaker than Edward's. Sharon, what exactly happened? What happened to you? Tsunade asked, frowning as she looked at Otsutsuki Sharon, who was quietly recovering from his injuries while holding his arm. Sigh, I'm not really sure. I just know that I suddenly encountered 2 powerful guys, and in terms of combat power, I wasn't their match. Otsutsuki Sharon said, recalling as he looked at the bandages wrapped around his arm. 2 powerful guys? Are there still people on this planet? Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell silent, looking out at the green planet and murmuring. She always thought that this planet only had a lot of plants. In reality, that was indeed the case. She was among the first explorers to set foot on this planet. At that time, not a single complete life form had been discovered by them. I don't know. Let's wait for Edward to come back. Otsutsuki Sharon tightened his bandages, looking forward to that green planet. What's that? Suddenly, a black dot gradually came into Otsutsuki Sharon's view, causing him to widen his eyes in curiosity. It's Brother Edward. Otsutsuki Sharon exclaimed loudly once he clearly saw. What? It's Edward? Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately leaned forward to shout. It's really Edward, quickly send my orders to open the gates and let Edward in. After observing, Tsunade quickly instructed the people below. Phew, I knew Brother Edward would come back. This order was heard by those with keen ears, bringing them a sense of relief. Next, amidst a flurry of activity, Edward's massive body finally entered the space rocket. Brother Edward, what happened to you? The first to welcome Edward, Yamashita Maple, looked at the numerous wounds on him with heartache. Edward's body was covered with various blood holes and stains, looking quite alarming. Still too weak, not strong enough. But Edward seemed to ignore Yamashita Maple's concern, muttering to himself. Edward, Brother Edward. Tsunade and Otsutsuki Sharon rushed over at that moment, expressing their concern for Edward. You don't have to worry, I'm fine. Finally realizing, Edward waved his hand slightly in response. His body still contained the essence of Otsutsuki Kinshiki waiting for him to digest. So he didn't want to deal with these trivial matters. Are you really okay? Do you need me to provide medical assistance? Tsunade asked, still somewhat worried. It's fine. Everyone go down. Send my orders to leave here immediately. The supplies we've collected during this time should be enough. Edward waved his hand to indicate there was no problem, and then, regardless of the others' emotions, he took large strides away from there. He needed to go to his own room to digest the essence of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Brother Edward. However, he didn't notice that there was someone in the corner silently watching everything. Until now, Edward had not paid any attention to a single word from him, which made him feel deeply sad. I'm so useless. Unlike Sharon, I can't help Brother Edward at all. Feeling the weak power within him, Yamashita Maple sank into self-reproach. If possible, he even wanted to make a deal with the Grim Reaper to gain temporary powerful strength to help Edward. Regardless of Yamashita Maple's thoughts in Edward's room, the energy of this essence was truly abundant. Taking a deep breath, Edward murmured while focusing intently on absorbing the essence within his body. This energy even surpassed that of the Sage of Six Paths, containing immense power. Unfortunately, it seemed that the Tsutsuki Yumitori could not precisely utilize every strand of this energy. He could only control it with his weak eyes. He wondered if he could use this energy to obtain the memories of Tsutsuki Yumitori. If so, with his thought, Edward concentrated all his attention on it even more. Time seemed to slip away like quicksand. He didn't know how long had passed, maybe a day, a week, or even a year. However, Edward felt as if only a few hours had gone by as he digested the essence of Tsutsuki Yumitori within him. During this process, he finally gained some memories of Tsutsuki Yumitori. Unfortunately, due to the essence being a remnant of Yumitori, Edward could only absorb some residual memories. It turned out that the Tsutsuki clan came from a distant alien planet, possessing lifespans of thousands of years and the ability to reincarnate using Wedge, existing beyond death. They inherently possessed great power and did not need to cultivate like mortals. The Tsutsuki clan controlled many powerful beings known as Ten Tails, using them as tools for invading alien planets. Members of the clan had unique horns on their heads, silver-white hair, and wore white garments. Pure-blooded members naturally possessed Byakugan and lived for thousands of years. They were obsessed with collecting and consuming chakra fruits, going to great lengths to obtain them, all in pursuit of becoming the supreme gods. Each Tsutsuki could float in the air and fly freely in the universe, referring to Earth humans as inferior beings, viewing themselves as gods. The Tsutsuki clan planted divine trees on alien planets using the young Ten Tails to devour all life, thereby obtaining chakra fruits. These fruits contained vast energy and genetic information, including the lives of many planets floating in the universe. When Tsutsuki members consumed pills made from chakra fruits produced by the divine tree, they would continuously evolve until they reached the moment of becoming unparalleled gods. So that's how it is. After viewing the residual memories of Tsutsuki Yumitori, Edward sat cross-legged on his bed, gazing out of the window while murmuring. Now he had finally touched upon some hidden truths. He hadn't expected such a troublesome race to exist beyond the ninja world. It seemed he had been arrogant in the past. After digesting the residual memories of Tsutsuki Yumitori, Edward sighed. From Yumitori's memories, he learned that the Tsutsuki clan had many members. Some were strong, some were weak, some were in the open, while others were hidden, no one knew where they were. However, the one thing in common was that they were all spread across various planets, slowly planting chakra divine trees to obtain chakra fruits. Although, with the power of Tsutsuki Yumitori and the nothingness, they could be considered high-end combatants. There were even more troublesome and powerful beings above them. Not to mention the Tsutsuki god. Now that I've absorbed the energy of Tsutsuki Yumitori, can I deal with these guys? Edward thought, recalling his battle with Tsutsuki Kinshiki as he pressed his buzzing wrist. No, it's still not enough with this power. I can't even kill that Tsutsuki Kinshiki who possesses a chakra divine tree. But the next moment, Edward closed his eyes tightly, feeling somewhat troubled. Fusion panel, can you help me? Then suddenly opening his eyes, as if he had thought of something, Edward murmured. But soon after, he closed his eyes again in disappointment and frustration. Because the fusion panel that appeared before his eyes was still the same, stuck at 99 fusion and unable to progress any further. Is it because the intermittent changes caused me to deviate from my original Whitebeard state that the fusion panel is stuck at 99? Remembering something, Edward opened his eyes and mused. If he had developed steadily back then, without becoming Hokage and implementing those earth-shattering policies to change the ninja world, he might have been able to reach 99 fusion and become that Whitebeard in the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, it was already too late for that. Forget it. I still have to rely on myself. If they can stand undefeated thanks to the chakra divine tree, then so can I. Edward's eyes looked in a certain direction, and he thought of the hidden chakra divine tree in the ninja world. He now understood how he should walk his path and how to enhance his power. Edward, are you awake? At this moment, Tsunade, who had been paying attention to Edward, burst in due to the noise he made upon waking. How long has it been? Edward stared blankly at Tsunade in front of him. If the time on the rocket is accurate, it's been about a year. We've already landed twice for resupply during this journey. Recalling the starry journey of the past year, Tsunade felt a bit nostalgic for the old days. A year? I don't even know how the ninja world is doing now. Why haven't we returned to the ninja world? Hearing this, Edward was somewhat surprised. Without your orders, how could we dare to return to the ninja world on our own? Tsunade immediately smiled wryly at this remark. Speaking of power, Tsunade was indeed only one small step below Edward. But in terms of strength, her authority was far inferior to Edward's, even less than that of Tsutsuki SH-10. Pass my orders, return to the ninja world. After a long silence, Edward, unsure of what to think, finally gave the order firmly. Yes. Tsunade's eyes lit up immediately, revealing an excited expression. They had been drifting in space for a long time. It was impossible not to miss home. Then let's issue the orders right away. After Edward finished speaking, Tsunade quickly ran off to give the command. What? We're going home? Really? We're going back to the ninja world? That's great. Upon hearing Tsunade's orders, everyone on the spacecraft became excited. On this day, the crew on the spacecraft collectively held a small party to vent their emotions. Each of them missed their homes very much. Finally, on this day, they wouldn't have to wander in space anymore. They could finally return to their hometown. Then, everyone on the rocket began to work hard to contribute to returning home. And this return took an unknown amount of time. In the ninja world, in Konoha village. Yo, 6th Hokage Kakashi. You seem to be living quite comfortably now. A voice echoed in the Hokage building. It was from Kakashi's subordinate, Uchiha Obito. So what's going on? Looking at his longtime friend in front of him, Kakashi lowered his Hokage hat and said, Ahem, it's nothing much, just that Rin and I are about to get married. Here's the wedding invitation. You must come. Uchiha Obito, pretending to cough a couple of times, awkwardly took out an invitation from his pocket. It's true that ever since Kakashi got together with Hanar, Obito had been pursuing Rin even more vigorously, which is how he caught up. Is it developing this fast? Congratulations, Obito. Kakashi picked up the invitation and examined it closely. Hee, thank you, Kakashi. Hearing this, Obito scratched his head, his face turning slightly red, with his eyes darting around. If Kakashi didn't have much interest in Rin, Obito wouldn't have had a chance at all. Why are you thanking me? You should thank yourself for all your hard work over the years. Kakashi ignored Obito's words and casually replied, Well then, you get back to your business. I'll take my leave now, but you absolutely must come to my wedding, or I will come looking for you. After saying this firmly, Obito left. Sigh, Obito is still the same old self. Kakashi, sitting in the Hokage office chair, shook his head. Over the years, since he became the 6th Hokage, he had grown more rapidly, and he appeared more mature now. This maturity had its benefits, as he managed the entire Hokage world very well, earning the admiration of the villagers. He wondered where his father was now and how they were doing. After pushing Obito's matters aside, Kakashi stood up and quietly observed the now even more changed Konoha village. High-rise buildings had sprung up everywhere, and high-speed trains were widespread. In fact, the entire Konoha village was connected by high-speed railways, greatly improving convenience for the villagers, allowing anyone to reach various parts of Konoha within an hour. As for outside of Konoha, the changes were also significant. The word war no longer existed. With widespread education, many people in the ninja world began to embrace civility and politeness. Kakashi wondered if his father would feel relieved seeing the current Konoha. Covering his chest and closing his eyes, Kakashi's thoughts drifted elsewhere. I'm so tired. I want to take a nap. I'll take a break tomorrow. Moments later, Kakashi lay back in his chair and began to relax. During this time, for the balance of Konoha, both his body and mind were exhausted, making him long for rest. However, that was just talk. In reality, he had not taken a break, even leaving Hanar alone at home. Report. Just as Kakashi had barely settled back in his chair, the office door was suddenly slammed open. A ninja rushed in, looking very excited and agitated. Sarutobi Shin, what has got you so flustered? You're not usually like this. Kakashi rubbed his eyes in disbelief and asked in surprise. Yes, they've returned. The white whale, black shark, and dolphin ships have come back from their journey in the universe. Sarutobi Shin exclaimed with wide eyes, extremely excited. What? Why are you only telling me now? Upon hearing this, Kakashi slammed the table and stood up, shouting with excitement. Ever since Edward and his group left, many people, including Kakashi, had missed them day and night. You just said I was too excited. Sarutobi Shin, having calmed down, said somewhat speechlessly. All right, hurry and take me to them. Kakashi interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Yes, 6 Hokage. Sarutobi Shin stood up straight, looking very spirited as he shouted. Outside Konoha, at the landing site of the spacecraft, the ninjas quickly organized themselves after spotting the rocket descend, preparing to welcome them back. The 4th Hokage is coming back. Long live the new god of the ninja world, 4th Hokage. The ninjas gathered there shouted excitedly as the spacecraft landed with a loud boom. Finally, after the hatch of the spacecraft made a hissing sound, it opened, revealing several figures inside. Those figures were Edward, alongside Yamashita Kid and Tsunade. It's the 4th Hokage. The ninjas instantly became excited, pointing at the figures and shouting enthusiastically. Phew, finally back. I wonder how Kakashi is doing. Edward said calmly as he opened the hatch and looked down at the crowd shouting his name. I haven't smelled such fresh air in a long time. It feels so good. Tsunade took off her space combat suit and breathed in deeply. Edward, are we heading straight back to Konoha now? Yamashita Kid asked Edward without caring about Tsunade's mood. Yes, but you and Tsunade should organize the ninjas in the spacecraft first. Once you're ready, you can return. Edward nodded and replied. Okay, got it, Edward. Yamashita Kid nodded in agreement. He enjoyed this feeling of being able to help Edward. He felt more useful here than in space. All right, I have something to do, so I'll head over first. You take your time. After glancing at Yamashita Kid, Edward exploded off the ground with a sonic boom. Now, he needed to quickly grasp the overall situation of the ninja world and then find the whereabouts of the chakra god tree and the 10 tails. Bang! Shortly after, Edward arrived at the Hokage building and looked up at the person in front of him. Is that you, Kakashi? What a coincidence. Kakashi, just about to head to the landing site of the spacecraft to welcome them, was shocked. Dad, what is going on? How are you here? Well, a lot happened on the way, and I had to terminate the plan and return to the ninja world early. Edward briefly explained, not knowing how to describe it. Did you encounter any difficulties? Kakashi immediately understood and fell into deep thought. Yes, I need your help. Has anything happened recently in the ninja world? Like some guys in white clothes, Edward said with a sigh, recalling the terror of the Otsutsuki clan. He remembers that in Boruto, there were a large number of Otsutsuki clan members coming to the ninja world to do some strange things. The guy in white clothes? No, there wasn't. The ninja world has been doing quite well under my management, and nothing significant has happened. After searching through his memories, Kakashi said with a hint of pride, I couldn't find any trace of the white-clothed person Edward mentioned. Well, let's leave it at that. Hurry up and go welcome Tsunade and Yamashita Kid and the others. I have some other matters to attend to. After saying this, Edward walked straight into the Hokage building, leaving Kakashi behind. Dad, Kakashi murmured as he turned around to look at the fading figure, feeling a lot of things he wanted to say stuck in his heart. Everyone, follow me to the back mountain of Konoha to welcome the 5th Hokage. Kakashi then shouted to those around him, leading them away from there. He knew that his father must be dealing with some urgent situation to act like this. Meanwhile, Edward was busy searching through documents in the Hokage's office. It seemed that there really wasn't any situation. There was no trace of the Otsutsuki clan at all. After finishing his search, Edward closed the folder and said, to quickly understand the situation in the ninja world, I need to look for information in these documents. These files recorded various important events that occurred in the ninja world, and it was impossible to overlook any major incidents. Well, it seems I still need to quickly find the chakra god tree and the 10 tails. He remembered that he had absorbed the power of the 10 tails, but according to Yuan's memories, the 10 tails, as a biological weapon, was connected to the chakra god tree. Remembering Yuan's memories, Edward fell into deep thought and said, according to the memories, it can be understood that the 10 tails is the chakra god tree. However, the chakra god tree is not the 10 tails. It evolved from the 10 tails. But after evolving, the 10 tails can separate from the chakra god tree and become another entity. This left Edward puzzled about where the 10 tails, whose power he absorbed, had gone. Could it be that I'm the 10 tails now? No wonder I can absorb various powers. I originally thought it was due to the fusion with the box of bliss. Finally, after a moment of realization, Edward felt relieved. Unlike Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru, perhaps due to the differences in their bodily systems, he absorbed the full power of the 10 tails. In contrast, Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru absorbed the power of the 10 tails, sealing it within themselves for their use, which was a significant difference. Now, only the chakra god tree remained. He wondered where that empty shell was. Edward then left the Hokage building, his body floating in the air amidst the astonished gazes of the villagers of Konoha. Hey, was that just now the 4th Hokage? Am I seeing things? I don't know, it seems I saw it too. Is it because we missed the 4th Hokage so much? Although he only appeared for a second. The villagers of Konoha discussed it among themselves. The Lightning Fire Canyon, the place where Orochimaru declared war during the 4th Great Ninja War. Still the same as before, Edward murmured as he looked down at the scorched earth below. However, he was there for a reason, because nearby, Uchiha Madara had once summoned the chakra god tree and relied on it to release the infinite Tsukuyomi. Where is it? Still no trace at all. After searching for a while, Edward said in confusion, since the disappearance of the chakra god tree, it seems to have completely vanished and no longer appears. Maybe I can find the answer in Uchiha Madara's memories. After searching for a while, without success, Edward simply sat down and began to recall Uchiha Madara's memories. You know, Uchiha Madara once summoned the chakra god tree. So that's it. It requires the power of the 10 tails and the power of the sage of 6 paths to summon. Finally, after rummaging through his mind, Edward found the answer in the corner of his memory and said, it turns out that summoning the chakra god tree requires a specific terminology and method. The chakra god tree is currently hidden in another dimension of the ninja world, quietly supporting the ninja world. But he wondered if he could summon the chakra god tree now, with only the power of the 10 tails and not the 10 tails itself. Edward felt somewhat anxious. Chakra god tree. He then stopped hesitating, stood up, and shouted while stabbing the scorched earth with Kanjiunki. The various powers within him converged and transformed into a specific seal that was released. Here it comes. In no time, the scorched earth began to tremble, and numerous branches and trunks slowly emerged from the cursed seal runes. The massive trunk of the chakra god tree squeezed out directly from Edward's runic seal. It's been a while, god tree. Standing on the ground and gazing at the enormous god tree before him, Edward sighed deeply, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. He then began to circle around the gigantic god tree, observing and scrutinizing it, trying to find a breakthrough point to gain control over the god tree more quickly. According to Madara's memories, Should he first establish a chakra link with this god tree? After flying around the god tree for a while, Edward stopped in midair, constantly rummaging through his memories. If that's the case, then let's give it a try. I must master this god tree today. Hovering in the air, Edward gazed at the god tree and said. He then began to establish a link between himself and the chakra god tree. Countless invisible chakra threads connecting him to the tree. Time passed, and various attempts were made. Fortunately, he possessed the power of the 10 tails and Uchiha Madara, allowing him to successfully grasp the chakra god tree before him. So that's how it is? Plunder, absorb. Is this the essence of the chakra god tree? Understanding how to utilize the god tree, Edward stopped his movements and remained still. If I want to use this chakra god tree, do I also have to do it this way? Remembering how to use the chakra god tree, Edward looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat melancholic. According to Otsutsuki Kagaya's memories, this entire star system's planets were occupied by the Otsutsuki clan to bear fruit. If Edward wanted to condense a chakra fruit, he would have to wrap everyone in the ninja world and extract their chakra to condense it. But this does not align with his initial philosophy. After all, his original intention was to protect the ninja world. How could he drain the chakra of everyone in the ninja world to condense a chakra fruit for his own power? Thus, this plan was directly abandoned, and he had to seek other methods. No, there is still a way. That is to extract the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan to obtain chakra fruits. Suddenly recalling something, Edward slapped his forehead and looked at the bright moon in the sky. If he could drain the chakra of the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya from the moon to condense a chakra fruit, he could rapidly enhance his power. Otherwise, there would be no other way to increase his strength. He indeed had the power of the 10 tails within him, allowing him to directly absorb others' power. However, this method was simply too slow. Following this plan, he wouldn't know how long it would take to defeat those powerful Otsutsuki clan members. Just wait, Otsutsuki clan. I will make all your power my own and become the so-called Otsutsuki god. Having figured everything out, Edward murmured while looking at the chakra god tree before him. If this method is feasible, then Edward can truly become a ruler, dominating this universe. In a universe, on a violet planet. Is that Otsutsuki Wusher really so incompetent? To be beaten to this extent by an outsider, he is ultimately no match for me. A man with pale skin and gray-white long hair, no eyebrows, and 2 dots on his forehead. He has 2 rabbit-like ears on his head, white eyes, and red Rinnegan in the palms of his hands, wearing black gloves. Dressed in noble attire and high-heeled wooden shoes, draped in feathered clothing, the man spoke disdainfully. According to the tracking location left by Otsutsuki Wusher, is it on that traitor Otsutsuki Kagaya's planet? I never expected that, Kagaya. Your foolishness would lead to such consequences. Then, recalling something, the man raised an eyebrow and said, just in time, I was headed to that place to deal with Kagaya. This person is Otsutsuki Peach. At this moment, he had a smug expression as he looked at the sky, his hands clenched, wanting to do something. He had just condensed a chakra fruit and was now free to act. Kinshiki, we have work to do. Stop with the perverse things. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Peach said to the Otsutsuki Kinshiki behind him. Oh, got it. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, standing not far from Peach, put down the living creature in his hands and turned to say, well then, let's go now and quickly resolve this matter. Hearing his partner's words, Otsutsuki Peach grinned. He hadn't felt the thrill of battle in a long time. With that, Otsutsuki Peach and Otsutsuki Kinshiki left the planet and flew into the universe in search of something. Meanwhile, on Edward's side, has he finally completely mastered the chakra god tree? Looking at the chakra god tree before him, Edward casually commanded the branches and trunks. Now, all that's left is you, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Looking up at the moon, Edward said slowly. In the next moment, his body flashed and he soared into the sky, unleashing several sonic booms. Come on, let me feel the power of the progenitor of chakra. Flying into the sky and reaching the universe, Edward spoke with a serious expression. He needed to quickly gain strength to face the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, if the Otsutsuki clan invaded the ninja world, Edward would have no power to resist. Finally, after a short while, Edward, soaring in the sky, arrived on the moon. Tremor power shatter. Condensing the power of the six paths, Edward punched the moon, causing countless cracks to appear. Bang, bang. But since he hadn't shattered the moon yet, Edward unleashed even more powerful attacks, finally smashing the moon at a certain moment. Various stones floated in outer space as the moon instantly lost the gravitational force to hold them. A bewildered figure appeared before Edward after the moon was shattered, stretching its body freely. What is this situation? Did the plan succeed? The Otsutsuki Kagaya, who knew many things about the ninja world, said slowly. However, as she turned to look around for a long time, she did not see anyone familiar. Only a man was staring at her intently. Is this the so-called progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya? After releasing Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward compared the power within him with the Otsutsuki Kagaya before him and said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Seeing Edward staring at her, Otsutsuki Kagaya, somewhat confused, emitted a white aura. "Gwahaha, I'm a challenger from the ninja world. Come on, Otsutsuki Kagaya." After the comparison, Edward, who fused with the power of Kagaya, Otsutsuki, immediately shouted, feeling that his strength was more dominant than Kagaya's. The long-sealed Kagaya, Otsutsuki, was no match for him in terms of power, and he believed he could defeat the woman in front of him. What? Is there actually someone who wants to challenge me? These humans from the ninja world. Upon hearing this, the released Kagaya, Otsutsuki, felt a bit disheartened and murmured while holding her chest. However, Edward didn't care at all and directly punched Kagaya, Otsutsuki. It was simply because Kagaya was not as powerful as him. The weak are always dominated by the strong. The weak must live in the shadow of the strong. Tremor force. Become a chakra fruit for me, Edward shouted as he punched towards Kagaya, Otsutsuki. 80 God air strike. You dare treat me this way? I will make you regret it, Kagaya said painfully while looking at Edward. Although she had been sealed for over 1,000 years, she had not forgotten her previous memories. Sealed by her 2 offspring, she now harbored a deep hatred for this ninja world. If possible, she wanted to immediately destroy the entire ninja world upon her revival. Is this the power of the chakra progenitor? Edward said as he swung his blade and shattered the techniques released by Kagaya. Sigh. Where do I stand after betraying the Otsutsuki clan? Kagaya was somewhat surprised to see her skills shattered so easily and lowered her attacking technique. Now, because she had betrayed the Otsutsuki clan, she didn't know what to do. She even wondered if she should give up resisting and accept the reality before her. After all, this was her offspring, the person who existed because of her. Did I really make a mistake back then? I never expected such a strong opponent to appear. After seeing her skills shattered, Kagaya was left with mixed feelings. Currently, her power was greatly diminished due to the seal. She could feel that she was not a match for the man before her. Is this it? The so-called chakra progenitor. Seeing this, Edward, with a serious expression, relaxed his face and said in the vast space, "Who are you? Can you tell me what the ninja world has become now?" After stopping her attack, Kagaya quietly looked at Edward and spoke. "The current ninja world is doing well. Under my efforts, true peace has been achieved." Looking at the surrendered Kagaya, Otsutsuki, Edward lowered his head to gaze at the verdant planet below and said, "Is that so? Very good. I no longer wish to be involved in these disputes. What is your goal? Do you want to possess my power?" Upon hearing this, Kagaya lowered her proud head and spoke. If it were in the past, she would definitely have fought Edward to a conclusion. But now, after being sealed for 1,000 years, she had come to understand everything and did not want to continue like this. "That's right. Your clan has already set its sights on me. I need your power. Give it to me, Kagaya Otsutsuki," Edward said, seeing Kagaya's demeanor. "Hee, it seems you still fear my power? But how can I trust you?" The memories of the past resurfaced in Kagaya's mind as she recalled that man. She had been deeply hurt by that man and did not want to be harmed again. "With my power, do you know? Because of your Otsutsuki clan, the entire universe has suffered immensely." Looking at Kagaya, who was lost in memories, Edward said heavily, "If Kagaya Otsutsuki had changed her mind back then, the previous ninja world would not have fallen into such turmoil. Then come, let me see if your power can bear all of this." Finally, after listening to Edward's words, Kagaya waved her small hand, and various blades of light appeared around her. "If you cannot withstand my power, then die," Kagaya said arrogantly while looking at Edward. "Then come, Tremor." Upon hearing this, Edward also used the power within him to counter Kagaya Otsutsuki's attack. The outcome between the two would surely determine the victor, and the winner would be the one to decide everything. Bang! Then two waves of attack erupted in the universe, and circles of power rippled in the air. In this confrontation, both unleashed their full power, engaging in a true contest of strength. Your combat experience is really lacking. If it's like this, then you're bound to lose. Seeing Kagaya gradually unable to withstand his attacks, Edward said confidently, I haven't even used my true power yet. Let you feel the strength of the Otsutsuki clan be a Kugan rabbit hair needle. With many explosive veins appearing in her eyes, Kagaya fiercely unleashed the Byakugan. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and countless needles shot towards Edward. This feeling, seeing the many sharp needles before him, Edward stopped in midair and raised his cloud-cutting blade to block. If hit by these needles, Edward would surely fall into a disadvantage in an instant. Rinnegan. Seeing her attack restrain Edward, Kagaya Otsutsuki shouted again, unleashing her power. Jiuichalala, if it's just like this, then you can't hurt me. With a punch, Edward scattered all those needles and shouted. Various attacks erupted in the vast space, and the two remained locked in battle for an unknown amount of time. How on earth do you possess these powers? This certainly doesn't seem like the display of my lower-tier strength. Seeing Edward's tremor power explode, Kagaya said with a heavy expression. As the progenitor of chakra, she should be immune to any ninjutsu, yet Edward's power was able to harm her. Jiuichalala, this is the power from my ancestors. How can you resist it? Kagaya Otsutsuki. Seeing his tremor power being resisted by Kagaya, Edward frowned deeply. He never expected that his tremor would be dispersed like this by Kagaya Otsutsuki, cracking the heavens and splitting the earth. Look at this power. How can you resist it? After seeing his power dissipate, Edward gathered another tremor and charged it with Conqueror's Haki towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. Airstrike. Seeing this attack coming, Kagaya waved her hands, and several light blades met it head-on. Boom! As the two attacks collided, another wave of energy erupted. The momentum of the two was immense, as if they were present in all of space. This momentum tells me, where does your power come from? Seeing Edward's Conqueror's Haki, Kagaya Otsutsuki frowned deeply and said, Gulalala, submit to me and become my power, chakra progenitor Kagaya Otsutsuki. Edward did not tell her where his power came from. He just laughed heartily and said solemnly, if I can turn Kagaya Otsutsuki into a part of my body, that would be a good choice. Hearing this, the proud Kagaya Otsutsuki was naturally intolerant of the humiliation. Infinite photons appeared in the air, shooting towards Edward. So weak, is this all you can do? Edward did not choose to dodge, but swung his blade to disperse the photons. Man, you have successfully provoked my anger. After saying this, Kagaya Otsutsuki increased the speed in her hands, and those infinite photons instantly turned red as they shot towards Edward. However, such simple and straightforward techniques were no match for the battle-hardened Edward. With a swing of his sword, Edward's cloud cutter spun like a propeller, shattering the photons, while his body slowly approached Kagaya Otsutsuki. Stop! Finally, at a certain moment, after shattering all the photons, Edward swung his sword towards Kagaya Otsutsuki, cutting her in half. Is it over just like this? After cutting Kagaya Otsutsuki in half, Edward stopped his movements and quietly watched the two halves of her body floating in the air. But in the next second, those two halves instantly fused back together and restored. As the progenitor of chakra, you cannot kill me, unless there is no trace of my chakra in the ninja world. Kagaya Otsutsuki, now restored, said loftily. She was a woman with an immortal body in the ninja world. Is that so? I knew it wouldn't end so easily. Hearing this, Edward turned his head to the ninja world and murmured. He had gleaned crucial information from Kagaya Otsutsuki's words. If he wanted to kill her, he would have to eliminate all the chakra traces of her existence in the ninja world. This included the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, which had chakra that matched hers very well. Even if she were shattered by Edward, she could slowly recover thanks to the chakra of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. So what is your choice? Feeling that the scales of victory were slowly tilting in her favor, Kagaya Otsutsuki looked down at Edward. But in fact, Her heart was empty and lonely. She did not truly want this so-called immortal body. I will seal you within me. Looking at the overconfident Kagaya Otsutsuki, Edward, having come to this realization, said, at the same time, the idea of turning Kagaya Otsutsuki into a chakra fruit using the divine tree gradually faded. If he really sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki within him, he would have to rely on the power of the 10 tails within him to absorb her power slowly. What? Seal? Do you know what you were saying? Damn thing. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki exploded in anger. Compared to death, what she wanted to avoid most now was an endless wait in a seal. Although she was from the Otsutsuki clan, her emotions did not transcend like humans, and she could be considered a heartless being. But as a living creature, she would have various thoughts and a brain full of infinite ideas. For a battle-oriented race like the Otsutsuki, possessing such an extraordinary brain was fatal. They feared sealing, fearing being trapped in an endless space with only a brain operating. 6 paths sealing technique. But no matter how Kagaya Otsutsuki shouted, Edward, with a heavy heart, formed various hand seals to execute the sealing technique. After all, he did not really want to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. If possible, he would prefer to condense her into a chakra fruit. What is this? Is it similar to the 6 paths? Earth Explosion Star Technique? Remembering the sealing technique used by the 2 offspring, Kagaya Otsutsuki trembled and muttered to herself, I'm sorry, Kagaya Otsutsuki, but with such power, you can only disappear. Thinking of this woman's experiences, Edward also spoke with a hint of reluctance. In the original story, Kagaya Otsutsuki was indeed a tragic figure, betrayed by her husband, friends, and sons, and sealed away. I'm sorry. After saying this again, Edward's 6 paths power began to operate rapidly. Now possessing the powers of Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, the Sage of 6 Paths, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. He was much stronger than Kagaya Otsutsuki. No! With this cry, the surrounding space began to spin, drawing the powerless Kagaya Otsutsuki into Edward's navel. This should be enough, right? But how do I successfully absorb her power? Because Kagaya Otsutsuki's original form had already condensed into essence. That was why Edward could absorb it so easily into his body. However, even so, it took Edward over a year to completely absorb that essence. Not to mention Kagaya Otsutsuki's complete original form, it would probably take him over 10 years to fully absorb her power. I must find other ways to enhance my strength. Otherwise, remembering the Otsutsuki without a sense of self he despised, Edward felt a wave of pressure. Kagaya Otsutsuki, do you have any thoughts now? Edward then focused his mind and entered a space. Now that he had sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, Edward could freely enter that space like a Jinchuriki. There is nothing to say. You will definitely regret your actions. The likes of Momoshiki and Kinshiki cannot tolerate the noble Otsutsuki clan being sealed like this, said Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was bound by chains. Now she had accepted this reality and did not want to make any more futile efforts. I don't know who Momoshiki is, but I have faced Kinshiki. Hearing this, Edward recalled the rogue man with the chakra god tree and said indignantly, You actually faced that guy Kinshiki? His strength is quite impressive. Kagaya Otsutsuki was instantly shocked. The Otsutsuki clan had divisions of strength, and Kinshiki was stronger than her. Yes, if he didn't have the chakra god tree, perhaps I could have matched him. Remembering Kinshiki's strength, Edward's expression grew serious. Kinshiki's strength was indeed impressive, especially with that Nine-Tails Mangekyo Sharingan Rebirth technique, which had put him in a life-and-death crisis. If it weren't for the dual personalities of Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru saving him, he might have truly been defeated by Kinshiki from the start. I really didn't expect you to run into him and even survive. It seems you're quite a character as well. After learning this information, Kagaya Otsutsuki turned her head, lost in thought. But if you encounter them again, I feel you will definitely lose to them. Kagaya then rebutted Edward. Just wait and see who the victor will be. After saying this, Edward exited the sealing space and returned to reality. But for a moment, unsure of what to do, he could only quietly float in space, watching the floating stones around him. Sigh, let's restore the moon. After all, the ninja world feels like something is missing without that bright moon. After looking at the floating stones for a while, Edward snapped back to reality and said, Six paths reversal technique. In the next moment, Edward joined his hands together, and time seemed to rewind to earlier, with the floating stones around him coalescing into a large sphere. The moon is back. Looking at the bright moon, Edward couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. It reminded him of his past life, a peaceful and easygoing time. There, he had parents, friends, and brothers, and they would occasionally gather for a drink. It was nothing like the immense pressure and fatigue he felt every day now. He wondered how they were doing. Ever since he fell into an illusion last time, he had missed them a bit. Remembering everything from the past, Edward murmured. But he couldn't dwell on these thoughts now. He needed to prepare to gain powerful strength and couldn't just sit and wait. I remember there seemed to be several scenes in the original work about the dragon vein. Suddenly, Edward raised his head sharply, squinting his eyes and saying, "Does this mean I can return to other parallel worlds from the past to gain the power of these strong individuals? Even if there is only a glimmer of hope. I absolutely cannot give up." Edward then turned and flew back to the azure planet below. He was going to seize that glimmer of life. In a ninja world, in a desert, the dragon vein nearby is long, the terrain grand, peaks piercing the sky, and steep ravines with rushing waters. In front of the mountains, there are beautiful grasses, and behind them, there are exotic flowers, tall pine trees, ancient cypress, and towering bamboo. This is the location of the dragon vein in the Naruto movie. Is this the dragon vein? The chakra energy contained within is truly violent. Looking at the endless mountain range before him, Edward said with a deep tone, "It seems if I want to use this dragon vein, I must be cautious." The dragon vein is the lifeblood of the earth, containing more chakra than other places. If misused, it could potentially destroy the entire earth, Edward said solemnly. Because of destroying the land of wind, does that mean the plot of the Dragon Vein movie will not happen since it changes the original Naruto storyline too much? After realizing a lot, Edward rubbed his forehead, gripping his sword, Kanji-Unki, and said, "Let's go in and find that entrance." Then, Edward's figure flickered, and he unleashed his observation haki to search for the ruins of Lulon within the Dragon Vein. Soon after, Edward quickly used his observation haki to locate the so-called Lulon ruins. It's hidden quite deep. I didn't expect to find it here. After smashing the mountain wall with a punch, Edward looked at the revealed ritual altar and said, "This place is the so-called Lulon ruins. The place to control the violent chakra power of the Dragon Vein. I wonder how to use this thing. It seems that a careless mistake could destroy the entire ninja world." After saying this, Edward reached out and began fiddling with the ritual altar before him. With the power of the six paths, he was not afraid of the violent chakra explosion. If he could tame this violent chakra and absorb it into his body to transform it into his own power, that would be a wonderful thing. With some other thoughts, Edward continued to manipulate the ritual altar stones. However, after trying a few times, he gave up on these ideas. The current violent chakra cannot be absorbed by me. Otherwise, it could trigger a chain reaction and directly explode the entire Dragon Vein. Holding Kanji-Unki and pressing on the altar stones, Edward slowly said, "Then let's see if I can transport myself back. How do I activate this altar?" Edward then changed his mindset and began looking for a way to activate the altar. The Lulon Dragon Vein has the ability to reverse time and space, sending people to the past. It seems some specific requirements are needed to activate it, but after searching for a while with no results, Edward gave up on traveling back like in the original plot. I'll just use the power of the six paths. If I control it carefully, it should be fine. Ultimately, Edward didn't want to continue like this. Instead, he gathered an energy sphere in his hand and placed it directly in the center of the altar. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Soon, in the energy sphere created by Edward, the altar began to shine, and endless light enveloped Edward. Is it starting? Did external force stimulate this altar and trigger its protective mechanism? After being enveloped, Edward felt the surrounding time and space gradually begin to change. I can't just go back like this. I must leave some backup, six paths reversal clone technique. At the moment the teleportation array began, Edward instantly formed a hand seal, leaving a man identical to Edward sitting on the ground. Meanwhile, Edward's main body had already disappeared into the altar, falling into the endless time and space reversal. What immense pressure! Is it trying to squash me into a paper thin? Edward, who fell into the time-space reversal, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps it's because his power is too strong. Therefore, it wasn't as gentle as the original protagonist's teleportation. Instead, the entire time-space felt like it was compressing him, as if trying to squeeze him out of this space. I can't continue like this. I must get out. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Edward punched the nearby space, shattering it and stepping out. The feeling was too uncomfortable for him. At this moment, he didn't want to stay there at all. If he stayed there too long, he might gradually be subjected to stronger and stronger pressure until he was crushed to death. Where's this place? Isn't Lulan supposed to be intact after going back in time? When Edward stepped out of that time-space, he found it was still exactly the same Lulan ruins as before. Even the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were unchanged, just a bit more lush and youthful. Could it be that because I stepped out early, I didn't arrive at the ancient Lulan in the original work? After pondering for a while, Edward seemed to understand something and said, "So this place is..." Edward continuously turned his head to observe his surroundings, pondering something within. The altar still exists, but can I step into it again? Looking down at the altar beneath his feet, Edward slowly said, "No, this energy is no longer enough to support me going in. If I want to wait for the next opportunity to cross over, I will have to wait for a while." After examining everything, Edward shook his head and exclaimed, "If I could continuously enter it and traverse other parallel worlds, then this altar would be like a bug in the system. No, that doesn't seem right." According to the original story, Naruto and the others crossed back to the past, not to other parallel worlds. The next moment, Edward raised his head to look into the distance, thinking of something. If that's the case, and if the timeline is correct, then there should be another Edward guiding this time. Forget it, a probe will tell. I should leave here and see other places first. There's no problem with the 6 paths, multi-shadow clone technique. At worst, my main body can switch places with the clone to leave here. Thinking of the backup plan he left behind, Edward felt no concern. He planned to do something significant in this world, something that would impact the ninja world. At this moment, in Konoha village, Hizashi, the fox spirit, should belong to my root, and he should accept our root's training. Sitting in the Hokage building's conference room, with various bandages wrapped around his arms and eyes, Shimura Danzo began to speak. If one looked closely, they would see the elderly version of Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Gatika sitting in the conference room. I will not agree to that. Let's not bring this up again, Danzo. Sarutobi Hizashi, sitting in the main chair, simply took a puff from the pipe in his hand and refused. If you continue to let that fox spirit run wild, something will definitely happen, and you will regret it, Hizashi. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo coldly snorted and turned his head, touching his injured arm. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. However, Sarutobi Hizashi paid no mind to what Shimura Danzo said, continuing to smoke his pipe. Let's talk about business, Hizashi, Danzo, Gatika. The Cloud Ninja and Rock Ninja have started asking for compensation again. Should we agree to them? The scene shifted, and Tsunade, with a kind expression, spoke to those at the conference table. Given the current situation in Konoha, we should agree to them. The ninja world needs peace. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, everyone fell into deep thought, and in the end, only Sarutobi Hizashi spoke up. Hizashi, those brutes and turtles are not worthy of asking us for compensation. But hearing this, Shimura Danzo was the first to voice his disdain, saying with a tone of contempt, "Do you have a better solution?" Sarutobi Hizashi turned to look at Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo fell into silence, not saying a word. "All right, it's decided then. Remember, the ninja world needs peace." After taking one last look at the silent Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hizashi stood up and said, "Hizashi, you can give the orders." With the meeting's final goal resolved, Tsunade and Mito Gatika smiled and stood up. Both of them wished for a peaceful Konoha, wanting to spend their twilight years in the village. Thus, the final decision of this meeting left them very satisfied. "Then let's adjourn." After saying this, Sarutobi Hizashi was the first to pick up his pipe and step out of the conference room, followed closely by Tsunade and Mito Gatika, leaving only Shimura Danzo sitting at the table, motionless. "So weak, the Hokage position will eventually be mine. Just wait, Hizashi, I will do better than you." After seeing the others leave the conference room, Shimura Danzo touched his bandaged eye and thought, And within that, it was the Manjiki Sharingan he had recently obtained from Uchiha Shursui. Root, give the orders. The night of the Uchiha clan's extermination is tomorrow. After finishing these thoughts, Shimura Danzo also exited the conference room, speaking to the two Root ninjas waiting beside him. Yes, Lord Danzo. The expressionless Root ninjas, appearing to have lost their emotions, nodded immediately upon hearing this. Well then, let's go back. After a satisfied nod, Shimura Danzo lifted his footsteps and left the Hokage building. At this moment, he was returning to his base, Root. If I were Hokage, I would definitely make Konoha the most powerful and influential. Moments later, Shimura Danzo finally returned to Root, sitting in his exclusive chair, muttering with some dissatisfaction. Every choice Sarutobi Hizashi made disappointed him, hastening the steps of his assassination plan. Guru, Danzo, you finally returned. Who? Just then, an incredibly strange sound rang out, causing Shimura Danzo to turn around abruptly, drawing his kunai and entering a defensive stance. Bang! I am here. As he said this, the wall on the other side instantly shattered, revealing an enormous giant. This person was Edward Newgate, who had traveled back to the past and arrived in a different world. Were you? How can there be a human so tall? Is it a mutated subject created by Orochimaru? Upon seeing the towering Edward, Shimura Danzo was immediately shocked, holding his kunai, unsure of how to defend himself. Root, attack! The next moment, Shimura Danzo ordered the nearby Root ninjas with a commanding tone. But no matter how Danzo commanded, those ninjas seemed paralyzed, bowing their heads and not moving. Is it an illusion? I didn't expect this guy's illusion technique to be so advanced. Wind release, vacuum great sphere, instantly discerning the advantage in the situation. Shimura Danzo stopped commanding the Root ninjas and instead opened his mouth wide to spit out a wind bullet aimed at Edward. These ninjutsu are useless against me. However, the giant simply raised his hand and dispersed the wind bullet effortlessly, showing no signs of injury. How is this possible? Seeing his proficient wind release being casually dismissed, Shimura Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Tell me where Orochimaru is. I want to find him. After casually dispersing the wind release, Edward did not wish to linger here, looking at Shimura Danzo and speaking. His purpose for coming this time was to confirm the current direction of the ninja world and to find Orochimaru to research other things. Upon encountering Shimura Danzo, he immediately understood the state of the ninja world and felt an overwhelming repulsion within. Are you here to find Orochimaru? Do you have any grudges against him? Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo put down the kunai in his hand, pretending to talk as he casually unwrapped the bandages around his eyes, and said, after witnessing the power of the giant, he immediately realized the gap in strength between the two. Thus, a crazy thought arose in his mind. Even at this point, you still want to? But makes sense. The old you is no match for the young you, whether in mindset or in other aspects. Knowing what Shimura Danzo's actions signify, Edward said in a heavy tone, at this age, Shimura Danzo is disgusting. He has done atrocious things that have caused countless people to despise him. I don't know what you're talking about. You should just obediently become my power, Danzo. Somewhat self-explanatory, Shimura Danzo unwrapped the bandages around his eyes and immediately shouted out in excitement. If he could control the giant in front of him, he believed that the position of Hokage would no longer matter. Forget it. You should just obediently be buried in the old era. The 6 paths of reincarnation and the yin-yang technique. After saying this, Edward no longer spoke, and his eyes twisted into the Rinnegan, staring at Shimura Danzo. This is impossible. Why do my eyes not work on you? Did that guy Shursui tamper with my eyes? Shimura Danzo, who was staring back at Edward, screamed as the Danzo technique had no effect. At the same time, he could feel his lifespan rapidly depleting. If his lifespan were to run out completely, he would die directly, unable to even use Izanagi to resurrect himself. I didn't expect this world to be beyond my control. Am I really just an outsider? Using the 6 paths of reincarnation and the yin-yang technique, Edward no longer cared about the struggling Shimura Danzo and thought to himself, spare me whatever you want. I will give it to you. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was gradually entering a state of aging, with large clumps of hair falling out, wrinkles stacking up, and even the various Sharingan in his body beginning to lose their power. No need, I'll take care of it myself. Soul absorption. After finishing his sentence, Edward placed his large hand on Shimura Danzo's head and extracted his memories. This really is the world of the original plot. As for Orochimaru, after viewing Shimura Danzo's memories, Edward casually tossed the lifeless Shimura Danzo onto the ground. Sound Ninja Village? After murmuring, Edward's massive form flashed and disappeared from there. Now possessing the power of the six paths, he could quickly run to various places in the ninja world. If he really wanted to find Orochimaru quickly, he could even unleash his observation haki to cover a large area of the ninja world in search of him. However, that would be particularly taxing on his mental energy, as it would feel like sifting through a vast sea of people, which would leave him quite exhausted. Moreover, with the desire to see Shimura Danzo again, he chose to come to the route and wait for Danzo's arrival. However, upon seeing him in person, Edward was greatly disappointed. This was not the Shimura Danzo he wanted to talk to at all, as he had no ambition left, completely seduced by the position of Hokage. At this moment, in the sky above Sound Ninja Village, with the observation haki activated, after flying in the sky for a long time, Edward arrived above Sound Ninja Village and activated his observation haki. I didn't expect it to be hidden so deeply, truly the white snake of the ninja world. After a round of searching, Edward set his gaze on an empty area. In this empty space, there was a secret base, constructed with materials that were resistant to prying eyes. Who is coming? It looks like the visitor is not friendly. Orochimaru also reacted to Edward's perception, raising his head to look at the ceiling and said in a hoarse voice, "Do we need to take action, Lord Orochimaru?" The subordinates nearby gathered around and knelt on one knee. "It's none of your business. That guy is not someone you can handle. Ho ho ho." Orochimaru merely flicked his body and dove into the wall, leaving behind this sentence. "It seems that Lord Orochimaru doesn't need us after all." Several subordinates listened to Orochimaru's voice echoing in the base and said, "So should we." After saying this, several subordinates shivered and began to busily find something to do again. After all, they didn't want to become Orochimaru's experimental subjects. "You've come, Orochimaru." Floating in the air, Edward landed on the ground and quietly looked at the puzzled Orochimaru. "Who are you? You seem very familiar with me, but I don't recognize you." "And this chakra presence," Orochimaru said, stroking his chin with a puzzled expression. "Gwahaha, I am the new god of the ninja world from another ninja world. The fourth Hokage, the strongest man in the ninja world, Edward Newgate." Staring at the completely unafraid and serious Orochimaru, Edward said with an interesting tone, "Another ninja world? What does that mean?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He had gleaned key information from Edward's words. "Don't believe me?" Then, after staring for a while, Edward grinned, and his shoulders began to twitch. "This is..." Soon, Edward's shoulders twisted into a face. If one looked closely, they would find that the face bore a striking resemblance to the Orochimaru in front of him. This is the powerful pseudo-six paths Orochimaru from the previous ninja world. Familiar? This is you from that ninja world. He is much stronger than the you of now. Edward spoke to Orochimaru in a teasing tone. "Ho ho ho. I didn't expect you to pique my interest. Let's talk, strange giant." After hearing Edward's words, Orochimaru made a gesture and walked ahead. This meant he wanted Edward to follow him. No matter what, you always maintain this fearless demeanor. Seeing this, Edward also moved his body to follow Orochimaru, muttering to himself. But he knew in his heart why Orochimaru had this fearless appearance. The reason is that he has too many means to save his life. He is confident that he can escape from Edward's hands. Afterward, the two of them, while exploring, were led by Orochimaru to a secret chamber. "It's so narrow. This place is really uncomfortable." Edward, who was walking slowly through the secret passage with his body bent, said, "Ho ho ho, just a little further ahead. It won't be like this." However, Orochimaru merely turned his head and gave Edward a slight glance before saying, "It's best to be like this, otherwise, I might not be able to help but do something." After the two finished their conversation, they moved forward a bit further. After advancing for a while, the two entered a large cave, at least 10 meters high, allowing Edward to stretch his body freely. "Does Orochimaru from the ninja world have anything to say to me?" After entering the cave, Orochimaru wiped his moist lips and spoke to Edward. No, but I can speak on his behalf, Edward replied, recalling the actions of the pseudo-six paths Orochimaru in his memory. Oh, go ahead, I'm listening, Orochimaru said, looking at Edward with interest. Edward summarized his thoughts and suggested to Orochimaru, what I want to say is that immortality can be very lonely. Sometimes it's better to follow the laws of nature. Hearing this suggestion, Orochimaru immediately lowered his head, lost in thought. This Orochimaru, from another ninja world, could be said to represent his future, which made him ponder deeply. I see. So, is there something you want from me? After pondering for a while, Orochimaru reined in his emotions and asked Edward. The giant before him surely didn't come just to discuss these things. He sensed the unfathomable power of this being. Of course, I need your help, Orochimaru. With that, Edward infused a memory into Orochimaru's mind, allowing him to glimpse some secrets. The sealing technique of the corpse ghost. I didn't expect such a huge thing to be hidden behind it. Do you want me to research this? After viewing the memory Edward had infused, Orochimaru said with an incredulous look, Of course, I have no idea about this. If possible, I would like you to help me take a look at it. After the infusion, Edward straightened his posture and stretched his body as he spoke. However, internally he was not at peace, as he felt a wave of falseness from Orochimaru before him. It wasn't just Orochimaru. The entire world felt false to him. Perhaps it was because this world was not the one he was familiar with. Therefore, he did not develop any feelings for this world. Even the desire to visit Orochimaru and check on Uchiha Madara's feelings had dissipated. I'm truly sorry, but at that time, I also explored the secrets of a Shinigami. However, with my current strength, I cannot do anything. After receiving Edward's response, Orochimaru spoke in an embarrassed tone after a moment of silence. Well then, Orochimaru, never mind. Goodbye. Just as Edward was about to say something more and discuss further with Orochimaru, he suddenly paused and vanished from the place. This world was not the one he was familiar with, leaving him with no mood to converse with Orochimaru. How strange, but what will my future self be like? I'm so curious. I want to have such powerful strength. After seeing Edward disappear, Orochimaru stood still, lost in thought. Edward, having left Orochimaru's side, flew towards Konoha, using transformation jutsu to become a tall man about 7 meters tall as he entered. Still the same look, hasn't changed at all. With a slight sigh in his heart, Edward observed the various buildings in Konoha village. This was exactly what Konoha village looked like in its 58th year, which made him nostalgic. Halt, who are you? A civilian? After entering Konoha village for a while, a team of Uchiha guards stopped Edward and surrounded him, questioning him. They had noticed Edward's suspicious appearance for quite some time. If Edward showed any signs of abnormality at this moment, they would swiftly take him down. Who are you? Sorry, I'm here looking for a relative. Looking at the surrounding Konoha guards, Edward feigned a hint of panic as he spoke. A relative? What is their name? I can help you search for them. Hearing this, one of the Konoha guards pulled out a sealing scroll and revealed a few registries. This registry was a manual that recorded the names of various individuals in Konoha village. His name is Yamashita Kid, my brother who I've been separated from for many years. After thinking for a moment, Edward turned toward Konoha village and said with a hint of nostalgia, Yamashita Kid? Who is that? I've never heard of him. A strange look appeared on the faces of the Konoha guards as they began searching through the registry. However, no matter how they searched, they could not find Yamashita Kid, as Edward had mentioned. Look at this registry. I see this guy is quite old, so we should be able to find someone mentioned in the old manual. The next moment, the captain of the Uchiha guards hesitated for a moment before retrieving another registry from the sealing scroll. This registry was an old one, containing many names of individuals from the older generation. Is it Yamashita Kid? Unfortunately, he was honored to be selected into Danzo's route at around the age of 9. However, he died during training due to some issues. After searching for a while, the Konoha guards finally found Yamashita Kid's personal information and began recounting it to Edward. How could this be? Upon hearing this, Edward's eyes widened, and the Konoha villagers froze in place as he snatched the registry and began searching through it. Yamashita Kid, male, excellent chakra attributes, wind, lightning, and fire chakra types. Selected into the route. However, he died due to insufficient physical strength at the age of 9. Edward quickly read through the text in the registry, leaving him standing there in shock. I didn't expect my careless actions back then to have saved him a shit. After finishing reading the text in the registry, Edward's expression darkened. This also made him deeply resent the world before him. Is this the true ninja world? If I hadn't been here, then the ninja world would be hell. Realizing this, Edward sighed. However, he internally vehemently denied this fact. In his heart, the ninja world he controlled was his home. After coming to terms with everything, Edward left the place without a trace of nostalgia. In his eyes, this world was false. Hey, what happened to that person just now? Time quickly resumed, and a few Konoha guards looked at each other, puzzled. Was it an illusion? Or something else? Should we report it to the higher-ups? Another guard began to murmur. Forget it. The current Konoha isn't worth our effort. There are big matters tonight. But the next moment, their captain resolutely led them away from the scene. Meanwhile, above the ninja world, on the moon, Edward, who had left Konoha village earlier, was staring intently at the bright, large sphere before him. Edward, does this world have my existence? Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was already familiar with Edward, asked within him. I don't know, maybe it does, but what difference does it make? According to what you said, I can't kill you. After thinking for a moment, Edward replied with a helpless tone. No, you can kill me, as long as you absorb all the chakra from this ninja world. I know your heart is hesitant. Kagaya Otsutsuki inside, Edward said in a tempting tone after hearing this. At this moment, the two were in a state similar to that of a Jinchuriki, and Kagaya was well aware of Edward's inner thoughts. She knew that he only cared about the people in this ninja world, not the world itself. This is why Edward cannot kill him. He is trapped by his feelings. But now it is different, because Edward has no feelings for this ninja world. As long as Edward clears everything from this ninja world, he can transform the ancestor of chakra in this world into chakra fruits for him to absorb. Hesitant? What should be done and what shouldn't, I have my own measure in my heart. After a moment of silence, Edward said with an indifferent tone, Whitebeard is not the kind of person who would kill the innocent for power. But he is different. He is not the real Whitebeard. Just a lucky one who obtained a system and crossed into the ninja world to gain great power. You and I are the same. If you want to do it, then go ahead. Kagaya Otsutsuki, who understood Edward's inner thoughts, said. Through this time spent together, she found that the man in front of her was not as domineering as he usually appeared, which could be proven by various reasons. Just take Edward's unresolved dual personality and his lingering past life as proof. Everything is for my family. After listening to Kagaya Otsutsuki's suggestion, Edward finally stayed on the moon in front of him for a long time before he began to speak to himself. Since it has been proven that what he thought in his heart, that this ninja world is not related to the ninja world he controls, then let's do it. After staying here for a long time, Edward took a deep look at the moon and returned to that ninja world. Chakra God Tree, come out. Because he had previously summoned the Chakra God Tree, Edward sealed it into the sealing space like sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki. So at this moment, Edward could freely manipulate the Chakra God Tree in that sealing space. This was the expression that a true strong person should have. In the sealing space within Edward, Kagaya Otsutsuki said after seeing the Chakra God Tree behind her disappear, I'm sorry, Tsunade, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others in this world. Although the people in this ninja world are innocent, every time Edward thinks of the little maple leaf who died at just 9 years old, he feels a pain in his heart. Infinite Tsukuyami, immerse in the pain of the 9-tomo Rinnegan and become my power. Following this, Edward, who summoned the Chakra God Tree, slowly floated above its top, his eyes twisted and transformed into blood-red 9-tomo Rinnegan. Yes, at this moment, he was going to use the Chakra God Tree to absorb all the chakra in the ninja world to condense chakra fruits. If everything goes well and the plan is successful, then with Kagaya Otsutsuki sealed on the moon, Edward could at least condense 2 chakra fruits. Ding! Ding! Soon, under the reflection of Edward's 9-tomo Rinnegan, the moon turned red and the crimson moonlight illuminated the land of the ninja world. The entire land fell into a sea of red light, causing everyone to involuntarily look up at the bright moon in the sky. What happened? Why did the moon turn red? What's going on? My head hurts. In this moment, the ninja world seemed to have returned to the time when Edward was controlled by Uchiha. However, the one controlling the ninja world now was a different person. No longer the arrogant Uchiha. At this moment, in a cave. What's going on? Who activated Infinite Tsukuyomi? Is it Mother's will? When Kurizetsu saw the ninja world return to the appearance he was once familiar with, he exclaimed with surprise. Gradually, under the illumination of the red light, everyone in the ninja world had their eyes lose their color, entering a state of lifelessness. They all fell into the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi, except for a completely black biological entity, who was confused and muttered to himself. Is this really Mother's will? Why do I feel that this power is not right? This completely black biological entity was Kurizetsu, because his essence was the manifestation of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will. In this ninja world, he would naturally not be absorbed into infinite Tsukuyomi. No, that's not right. This is not my mother's scent at all. Who interfered with my plan? The next moment, sensing a different scent, Kurizetsu suddenly went mad, merging his body into the earth. Meanwhile, on Edward's side, controlling the chakra god tree. Did it succeed? As long as I wrap them in the god tree and drain their chakra, it will be fine. Looking at the chakra god tree that had begun to operate beneath him, Edward said with a very complicated expression. Because Naruto and Sasuke had not yet developed, there was no one in this world who could rival Edward. Therefore, there were no so-called protagonists to stop him. I'm starting to slowly appreciate you, Edward. Kagaya Otsutsuki in Edward's ceiling space also began to echo. In their Otsutsuki clan, being troubled by feelings was a sign of incompetence. The speed of condensing chakra fruits is really slow. Ignoring Kagaya Otsutsuki's words, Edward said with some frustration. In his view, the chakra god tree was like a press, squeezing the chakra of everyone in the ninja world into droplets, slowly solidifying into chakra fruits. If it continues at this speed, it would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years to complete. Finally seeing through the operation process of the chakra god tree, Edward said, Is this slow? Do you know how much chakra you gain from condensing a chakra fruit? Hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki immediately said with a speechless expression in Edward's body. But I'm very short on time. Knowing that in the near future, Kagaya Momoshiki and Kinshiki would invade the ninja world, Edward said. If it really takes this long, what if Edward loses to Momoshiki and the others? Wouldn't that be giving them a dowry for nothing? Time? This world is not like the world you used to be in. However, if you really are short on time, I can give you a very good suggestion. As if thinking of something, Kagaya Otsutsuki changed her tone and said to Edward, What suggestion? Speak. Hearing this, Edward perked up his ears, intending to listen carefully to the words of the Otsutsuki Kagaya sealed within him. That was to capture me in this world and seal me into the chakra god tree for the tree to absorb, which would allow the fruit of chakra to condense in a very short time. The only downside is that such an operation would waste a large amount of chakra energy. Your previous plan to condense 2 chakra fruits could only result in 1. After a long speech, Otsutsuki Kagaya expressed her thoughts. A good suggestion, but how do you know I won't seal you into the chakra god tree? Edward, who was introspecting the ceiling space and glaring at Otsutsuki Kagaya, said coldly, True strong individuals do not fear death. After all, I have lived long enough, and I have no attachment to this world. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya's heart trembled slightly, but quickly turned into calmness as she spoke. For this woman, who had been severely hurt and sealed on the moon for thousands of years, sometimes death is also a form of liberation. Don't worry, I won't just kill you like that. In response, Edward simply withdrew his consciousness from the ceiling space and said, For him, killing Otsutsuki Kagaya now would bring him no benefit. The main concern was that if he killed Otsutsuki Kagaya inside him, she would unknowingly resurrect in the ninja world. This was what Edward feared, so he immediately dismissed that thought. There's a mother's scent within me, just like a Jinchuriki. How strange. Meanwhile, while Edward was busy with his own affairs, a blackhead suddenly emerged from the ground, speaking in a strange tone. This blackhead was that of Black Zetsu, who quickly found his way here. Black Zetsu? But before Black Zetsu could fully reveal himself, Edward turned his sharp gaze in that direction. Not good. I've been discovered. What is this? The discovered Black Zetsu immediately shouted in shock, trying to merge into the ground to escape. But faster than his movements was Edward's departure, and soon Black Zetsu was grabbed by the overwhelming will of the Conqueror's Haki. Black Zetsu. Seeing Black Zetsu captured, Otsutsuki Kagaya's emotional tone came out from within Edward. This is not our ninja world's Black Zetsu. That one has already been ground to death by me. Hearing the emotional tone of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward said disdainfully. He deeply loathed Black Zetsu. It was a troublemaker who plotted against the entire ninja world. I understand. Otsutsuki Kagaya, within Edward nodded in response and did not make any further moves. Black Zetsu was merely a manifestation of her will. She did not have strong emotions. She only felt a complex emotion towards this guy, as she had seen all his actions. Why do you have a mother's scent within you? After being captured by Edward, Black Zetsu no longer concealed himself and immediately shouted, "Mother's scent? Is it her?" After saying this, Edward half-revealed Otsutsuki Kagaya within him. This is... Upon seeing this, Black Zetsu's eyes widened in horror. Black Zetsu, give up resisting. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who did not want Black Zetsu to die so easily, said, "No, you are not my mother. I can feel that my real mother is on the moon." But suddenly sensing something, Black Zetsu began to struggle violently. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Kagaya could only let out a slight sigh before disappearing from here. She had given Black Zetsu one last chance, but he did not seize it. Completely disappear. After Otsutsuki Kagaya returned to the ceiling space and ended the conversation with Black Zetsu, Edward could no longer hold back. The power of the six paths erupted, crushing Black Zetsu into dust, just like he had killed the previous Black Zetsu. Ridiculous. How could a little one like you resist me? After killing Black Zetsu, Edward no longer focused on that area, but raised his head to look at the bright moon in the sky. If I break that moon, will the infinite Tsukuyami end? Because the method of using the God Tree to absorb chakra is only in the memories of Uchiha regarding the infinite Tsukuyami, Edward pondered. Deep down, he knew that the infinite Tsukuyami was a flawed version of a technique to utilize the God Tree. There must be a better technique to control the God Tree. Edward just didn't know it. By the way, Kagaya, do you know how to directly control the God Tree? Remembering that Otsutsuki Kagaya was the previous user of the God Tree, Edward suddenly slapped his forehead and asked the Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space. It's simple. Just use your Rinnegan with 9 Tomo, and you'll master over time. Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly replied, eyes closed as if lost in thought. Is that so? Is it that simple? Hearing this, Edward thought for a moment and said, then let's give it a try. Infinite Tsukuyami. Subsequently, Edward exited the ceiling space and focused all his attention on the moon, carefully controlling it. Wrong. Your focus should be on the God Tree, not that useless moon. It's just a slightly larger rock. Just then, Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space suddenly said this. Thank you. Hearing this, Edward, realizing his mistake, immediately shifted his attention to the God Tree. If you want to control the God Tree to absorb the chakra of this ninja world, you must invest your entire body and spirit into the chakra God Tree. I wonder if you have seen how the Otsutsuki Mu uses the chakra God Tree when you encountered him earlier. Seeing that Edward began to operate according to her hints, Otsutsuki Kagaya continued speaking. The method of Otsutsuki Mu's usage seems to be to completely merge into the God Tree, even to the point where the body cannot move at all. Remembering the state of Otsutsuki Mu when he fought against him, Edward said somewhat resistantly, if that's the case, how will he resist the Otsutsuki Peach and others who invade the ninja world? Do I really have to create a clone like Otsutsuki Mu to battle? Exactly. Only in this way can you completely control the chakra God Tree and maximize its effects. Hearing Edward's murmurs, Otsutsuki Kagaya responded, if that's the case, then let's hold off for now. Once I capture you from this ninja world, I'll think about the God Tree. Having roughly understood how to operate the God Tree, Edward said, right now, he still cannot be trapped within the God Tree. Immediately, Edward stopped thinking about these useless things. His body flashed into the air. He was heading to the moon to capture the Tsutsuki Kagaya of this ninja world. Here it is. Inside is another you. Are you looking forward to it? Edward, who was moving quickly, soon arrived in front of the moon, looking at the large round sphere, and said, There was a bit of anticipation, right? Tsutsuki Kagaya, who was unsure of her feelings, murmured. Then, let's go. Upon hearing this, Edward didn't say much, and the infused with the power of the six paths erupted instantly, causing countless cracks to appear on the moon. What is the situation in the ninja world? How did this man appear? As the moon was shattered, the Tsutsuki Kagaya of the ninja world slowly revealed herself and spoke. Due to the manifestation of Black Zetsu's will, she could sometimes know about the situation in the ninja world. But during this time, all she knew was that an unexpected visitor had suddenly arrived in the ninja world, and there was no further information. Even her Black Zetsus will have been extinguished and disappeared. Are you the ancestor of chakra in this ninja world, Tsutsuki Kagaya? After releasing Tsutsuki Kagaya, Edward unleashed a powerful force and asked her, "Who exactly are you? Why are you here? What is your purpose?" Hearing such disrespectful words, Tsutsuki Kagaya widened her eyes and shouted, "How could anyone have the audacity to speak to her like this? Those who spoke to her like that were already dead. There's no need for more words. Let's see the real thing under our hands. Six paths." Edward shouted as dozens of small black spheres appeared in his hands. This was a new skill he had developed during his recent retreat, allowing him to perfectly integrate the power of the six paths into the condensed black spheres. The energy of each black sphere was no less than that of dozens of nuclear bombs, not to mention the dozens of black spheres in his hands now. What terrifying energy, 80 God airstrike. Feeling the black spheres in Edward's hands, Tsutsuki Kagaya's face went pale in an instant. Although she still repeated that she was not afraid of death, after being sealed for 1,000 years, she wanted to understand death a bit better. Boom! Boom! Soon, the dozens of black spheres collided with Tsutsuki Kagaya's 80 God airstrike, unleashing a tremendous force. The entire universe seemed to tremble, and waves of energy rippled out. In the end, Tsutsuki Kagaya spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown backward. "I, who have another you within me, cannot be defeated by you," Edward said, touching his chest to the flying Tsutsuki Kagaya. The position Edward touched on his chest was precisely the ceiling space that contained Tsutsuki Kagaya. Due to slowly communicating with Tsutsuki Kagaya, Edward's charisma had gradually influenced her. This allowed Tsutsuki Kagaya to lend her power to Edward, enhancing his strength. This chakra feels so familiar. After flying back for a while, Tsutsuki Kagaya finally stabilized her body and murmured while touching her injuries, "It's me." But the next moment was one that shocked Tsutsuki Kagaya. She saw that Tsutsuki Kagaya from within Edward's ceiling space slowly emerge, looking at her with complex emotions. "Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? Are you a clone of the Tsutsuki clan?" The shocked Tsutsuki Kagaya shouted at the other her. "No, I am just another you from a different world. You don't need to be so surprised." After glancing at the Tsutsuki Kagaya in front of her, she spoke. "You are not this giant opponent, and I can prove that." After thinking for a moment, she said, in fact, she did not want to dissuade the so-called Tsutsuki Kagaya in front of her, because she understood what her own personality was like. On the surface, it seemed to be mixed with emotions, but in reality, it was that kind of aloof, unapproachable personality. How disgusting. I never expected my future self would try to dissuade me. Upon hearing this, Tsutsuki Kagaya frowned and said, "Sigh." After saying that, she once again merged into Edward's body, and her power surged into Edward's form. Six paths gripping the Tsungyun cut in his hand, Edward instantly rode on Tsutsuki Kagaya's head and struck down fiercely. Opening. Forced into a corner, Tsutsuki Kagaya could only use chakra to defend desperately. But how could Tsutsuki Kagaya, who also had little combat experience, be a match for Edward? As she was blocking, Edward split into 3 clones and pinned her in the middle. "You're not my opponent, slash." After saying this, Edward no longer hesitated, and all the clones swung their swords down together. Soon under these slashes, Tsutsuki Kagaya's body was cut open and her limbs shattered. "The chakra energy of the ancestor of chakra, give it to me." Edward waved his hand, and those limbs were all absorbed into the ceiling space. For him, these were all bright chakra energy, free for the taking. If he absorbed all of Tsutsuki Kagaya's chakra into his body, then he could later drain the chakra from the people of the ninja world. then Tsutsuki Kagaya would not be able to resurrect using the ninja world. So powerful, even more than those from the Peach family. With her hands severed, Tsutsuki Kagaya immediately withdrew from Edward's attack encirclement, her face serious. Am I going to die like this? I can feel that the god tree of the ninja world has already fallen under his control. Watching Edward quietly, Tsutsuki Kagaya felt a bit sad. If she died at Edward's hands, it would truly be a shame for the Tsutsuki clan. No, I cannot die like this. There is still the Tsutsuki clan. But suddenly remembering something, Tsutsuki Kagaya raised her head, her anger ignited. She had been sealed for over 1,000 years, and now that she was unsealed, she was attacked by others. Dying at someone else's hands was unacceptable to her. Do I need to establish a connection for the Tsutsuki clan? It had been a long time since that last time. Remembering those familiar people, Tsutsuki Kagaya hesitated as she felt a certain energy within her, murmuring, "D." But Edward showed no mercy, chopping down one knife after another. Lovely infiltration. Finally, having seen through Edward and understood, Tsutsuki Kagaya opened the chakra connection and established a link with the rest of the Tsutsuki clan far away, on a violet planet. Tsutsuki Kagaya? That traitor. How could she re-establish the chakra link with our Tsutsuki clan? As before, there was a man with pale skin and grayish-white long hair, no eyebrows, and 2 round dots on his forehead. He had 2 rabbit ear-like protrusions on his head, white eyes, and red rinnegan in the palms of both hands, wearing a black glove on his left hand. He was dressed in noble-like clothing and high wooden clogs, and he spoke with a haughty demeanor. However, unlike before, his heart was now filled with confusion. Behind him stood a stout, strange-looking man with only 1 horn. These 2 individuals were Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki from the Otsutsuki clan. According to Otsutsuki Kagaya's positioning, they were still on that planet. Hihi Kagaya, this saves me from looking for you. Accept the judgment of the Otsutsuki clan. Feeling the chakra link established with Otsutsuki Kagaya, Momoshiki laughed arrogantly. No matter if you want to reintegrate into the Otsutsuki clan, betrayal is betrayal, regardless of what ladder you were once on. At that moment, he looked up at the sky with a haughty expression, his hands clenched, wanting to do something. He was on the verge of producing a chakra fruit. With just a little more time, he would be able to condense it again. Having just produced a chakra fruit, he had nothing to do and could head to the ninja world. Kinshiki, I really don't know where you learned that perverted habit of yours. Momoshiki then turned his gaze to Kinshiki beside him. At that moment, Kinshiki was suppressing countless humans, his body releasing numerous white tendrils that penetrated them. Okay, Kinshiki responded, nodding and increasing his speed, making the humans beneath him suffer greatly. This was something he did every day in this boring ninja world. I need to hurry and condense the chakra fruit. It's been a long time since I moved my body. Seeing Kinshiki respond to him, Momoshiki's clone instantly dissipated, focusing on controlling the divine tree to condense the fruit. His main body was still within the chakra divine tree, controlling it to perform this supreme task for the Otsutsuki clan. Meanwhile, on Edward's side, he had completely taken control of the inexperienced Otsutsuki Kagaya. You can't kill me, human. Otsutsuki Kagaya, with no limbs and trapped by the power of the 6 paths, spoke in a pitiful manner. However, what was truly tragic for her was not her current state, but that she had been defeated by this giant in front of her, which she could not accept. Initially, she had come to terms with it and did not want to participate in these useless battles anymore. But reality gradually forced her into a dead end, testing her limits bit by bit, until she could no longer endure it and chose a path of mutual destruction. If that's the case, how can I make her power my own? However, since Edward was not from this world, he did not regard the controlled Otsutsuki Kagaya as an equal life form. He merely shrank Otsutsuki Kagaya down to a mini-figure, playing with her in his hand. You will regret this, daring to treat the Otsutsuki clan this way. They will make you experience what true suffering is. Otsutsuki Kagaya, humiliated and toyed with, said fiercely, well then, let us kill her and put her energy into the divine tree. But Edward ignored the humiliated Otsutsuki Kagaya completely. After extinguishing her will with the power of the 6 paths, he took her remains back to the ninja world. Divine tree, accept me. Soon, Edward returned to the top of the divine tree, looking down at it with a profound expression. Merge. In the next moment, Edward fused Otsutsuki Kagaya's remains into the chakra divine tree. At the same time, his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan with 9 tomo, and his massive body slowly entered the trunk of the chakra divine tree. Now, he needed to control the chakra divine tree like Otsutsuki. Finally, he had received the divine tree. With Otsutsuki Kagaya's guidance within him, Edward soon completely mastered the divine tree, his eyes emitting a sharp light. The Otsutsuki Kagaya of this world become my sacrifice. After receiving the divine tree, Edward focused his attention on the remains of Otsutsuki Kagaya wandering within it. If he could condense Otsutsuki Kagaya's chakra into a chakra fruit, it would greatly accelerate the formation of a chakra fruit, allowing for success in a very short time. You succeeded halfway, as you wished. However, earlier, I sensed that the Otsutsuki Kagaya of this world re-established a chakra link with the Otsutsuki clan. In the ceiling space within Edward, Otsutsuki Kagaya, feeling somewhat incredulous about the established link, said. What she found unbelievable was that the Otsutsuki Kagaya in this world had re-established a chakra link with the very clan she had betrayed. This was a huge joke for her. Established a connection with the Otsutsuki clan? So this means... Hearing this, Edward, lost in thought, said, "This means that perhaps in the future, the Otsutsuki clan will send someone here to attack you." Remembering the ruthless Otsutsuki clan, which only had a system of supreme, powerful beings, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, "Is that so? But I will not be afraid." Instantly understanding, Edward closed his eyes and said, at this moment, he was also a man with the chakra divine tree. As long as the energy within the divine tree was sufficient, he could rely on the chakra within it for infinite resurrection. You've known about this for a few days. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space chuckled lightly. She knew this man was very confident. Aside from the ninja world, he was not afraid of anything in the world. But that did not mean he would be stronger than those Otsutsuki clan members who came. Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki, all of them possessed immense power. Not to mention their Otsutsuki clan's supreme and powerful deity. Although she had never truly witnessed the power of the Otsutsuki deity, it was said that destroying a planet with a mere gesture was not difficult. Let's leave it at that. Please do not disturb me next. After finishing the conversation with Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward closed his eyes and focused on controlling the chakra divine tree. The most important thing now was to condense the chakra fruit and enhance his strength. Otherwise, everything else would be in vain. Only power was the best confession to him. In the following days, Edward devoted himself wholeheartedly to controlling the chakra divine tree every day. All living beings in the ninja world have been wrapped by the chakra god tree, absorbing their chakra. Time seems to pass as if it were worthless, but due to the lack of a way to measure it, no one knows how long it has actually been. Only the buildings that were once human-made have begun to slowly collapse and gather dust, indicating that perhaps over a decade has passed. If an observer were to look at the current ninja world, they would find it akin to a wasteland. Even the growth of plants has been suppressed due to the absorption of chakra. Cough, how long has it been? Finally, one day, a series of coughing sounds erupted from within the god tree, breaking the tranquility of this world. I don't know, having spent thousands of years in the sealed space. I have lost all sense of time. A voice immediately responded, but both voices sounded very unfamiliar. These two voices belonged to Edward, who merged with the god tree, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, sealed within his inner space. Thousands of years? How pitiful. Upon hearing this, Edward, who felt the passage of time weighing on him, said with some empathy, "Just over a decade has passed, and Edward is already struggling with the erosion of time, let alone Kagaya, who has spent hundreds and thousands of years on the moon. What an unbearable feeling it is. The erosion of time can kill anyone. Has the chakra fruit condensed roughly enough?" Edward then shifted his focus onto the god tree, muttering to himself, this speed is still not enough. According to my third sense, I feel that Peach and the others are already on their way here. I believe they will arrive in a few years." Hearing Edward's muttering, Kagaya in the sealed space reminded him, "This speed is not enough. Then what should we do?" Upon hearing Kagaya's voice, Edward's mind raced. Now he has done his utmost to increase the speed of the chakra fruit-esque condensation from the god tree. If this speed is still insufficient, there is no other way. Yes, far from enough. You do not understand how fast our Otsutsuki clan can be. Remembering those familiar faces, a fighting spirit emerged from Kaguya as she spoke. I never expected to encounter you again. Fine, if it's not enough, then let us have a battle. After saying this, Edward ignored Kaguya and immediately focused on controlling the god tree. With such a massive, chakra-infused god tree at his disposal, he felt he could easily defeat those so-called Otsutsuki clan members. Fool. Kaguya, having heard Edward's voice, scoffed coldly. After that, the two fell silent. Edward was deeply engrossed in controlling the god tree, while Kaguya remained as quiet as death. Days passed, and the ninja world had become unrecognizable due to Edward's ravaging. In the blink of an eye, several years rushed by, and no one knew what the ninja world used to look like. All that was known was that it was now filled with swirling sand and dirt, transforming the entire ninja world into a wasteland. The apocalypse was evident here. There was not a single living being left in the entire world. Finally, one day, two swiftly moving figures brought back the noise of the ninja world. They were two figures in white robes, with skin as white as their attire and eyes of unusual colors, a large one and a small one. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these two were none other than Otsutsuki Peach and Otsutsuki Gold, who had come from the Azure planet. They had finished their business on that planet and brought their chakra fruits to the ninja world where Edward was. This is the place governed by Kaguya Otsutsuki, huh? Where's that traitor? The first words spoken, filled with curiosity, were from Otsutsuki Peach. I don't know either. You can use your Rinnegan to investigate this place first. Otsutsuki Gold, who had just arrived with Peach, immediately suggested that Peach use his Rinnegan to explore. It is well known that intelligence is crucial before battle. If two individuals with similar strength engage in combat, the victor will often be determined by intelligence and various information discrepancies. This planet seems to be under the control of the chakra god tree, but I remember Kaguya Otsutsuki is a traitor, right? Could there be more to it? Otsutsuki Peach opened his red Rinnegan and began to observe the area. I have a feeling that a formidable opponent is waiting for us here. Otsutsuki Gold also utilized his investigative skills, gradually merging into the earth. Gold, do you think another Otsutsuki clan member has already come before us to resolve this matter? Could it be Otsutsuki Void and the others? As he continued to investigate, Otsutsuki Peach suddenly seemed to recall something. That should be impossible. Otsutsuki Void's fruit condensation speed should not be faster than ours. As for Otsutsuki Flow, upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Gold reminisced about these members. However, no matter how he calculated, he could not deduce that any Otsutsuki clan members had come here before them. Forget it. Let us gather some intelligence first and investigate the information here. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Peach stopped asking Gold questions and began to operate his blood-red Rinnegan with his hands on his forehead. Otsutsuki Gold completely merged into the ground, using his unique method to understand this world. The range of their skills quickly covered a vast area of the ninja world, from hundreds of miles to thousands, and now to tens of thousands. They finally discovered the chakra god tree, which was completely exposed in the very center of the ninja world. This puzzled them both. Could it be that an Otsutsuki clan member really came here to deal with that traitor? After detecting the chakra god tree, they both retracted their skills and began to look at each other in confusion. I'm not very sure either, Otsutsuki Gold replied, emerging from the ground. Fool, let's go take a look. If it's a member of our Otsutsuki clan, we should greet them properly. A smile appeared on his face. Radiating a fierce fighting spirit, Otsutsuki Peach said. He had not experienced the feeling of battle for over 1,000 years. He would only use his clones to spar with Gold occasionally during leisure time, although they were not a particularly warlike race. 1,000 years of confinement had made them restless. Soon, the two sped through the sky of the ninja world, soaring over crumbling buildings and lifeless forests. It seemed that there were once humans living on this planet. Remembering this intelligent yet weak race, Otsutsuki Peach said with deep disdain, that group of lowly creatures? Our experimental subjects. Hearing Tauscher's speech, Otsutsuki Kinshiki also looked down at the dilapidated buildings with a scrutinizing gaze and said, "This indeed looks like something they would build. That group of monkey-like beings with legs." After examining the surroundings, Otsutsuki Kinshiki withdrew his gaze and spoke with a tone filled with deep disdain. The two then disregarded everything and flew away from here. In their eyes, they looked down upon the human race, even treating them as toys. However, after they flew away, if one looked closely at the buildings below, they would find a flag proudly waving, with the words "Will of Fire" written in bold. After flying for quite a while, the two finally arrived at the location of the chakra god tree in the ninja world and stopped. "This is it. Let's reveal it," Otsutsuki Taosher said, grinning and trembling with excitement. However, this tremor was not one of fear, but filled with exhilaration. He could barely contain the burning fighting spirit within him. "Taosher, don't be so hasty. I've sensed a different aura from this god tree," Otsutsuki Kinshiki said, sensing something unusual. Unlike Taosher, Kinshiki was not so warlike. He preferred to toy with the bodies and souls of those living beings. Thus, he appeared unusually calm and indifferent at that moment. "Unusual? Heh, I didn't notice anything," Taosher responded nonchalantly. In Taosher's eyes, Kinshiki, as a guardian, was not someone he respected. To him, this big guy was merely a temporary supply. "Come on, let me see who controls this god tree." With that, Otsutsuki Taosher floated in the air, excitedly flying toward the chakra god tree. He didn't notice that within the chakra god tree, a consciousness was closely observing him. The chakra god tree is the essence of our Otsutsuki clan, but this essence. Soon, when he reached the top of the god tree, Otsutsuki Taosher tore off a piece of the trunk and began to carefully sniff its scent. This was the simplest and most direct way for the Otsutsuki clan to identify their members. Is it Kaguya Otsutsuki, who infused her chakra into this god tree? After sniffing, Otsutsuki Taosher's expression changed instantly, becoming wary of his surroundings, his body tense as he wanted to leave. The Otsutsuki clan would not deal with traitors in this way, because this was a method that caused extreme loss of chakra energy. If it were the Otsutsuki clan, they would use a more brutal and less wasteful method to handle Kaguya Otsutsuki, the hand of the god tree. Just as Otsutsuki Taosher was about to leave, a large area of runes suddenly flashed beneath his feet, and a voice sounded. Then the entire god tree began to tremble. Countless branches wrapped around Otsutsuki Taosher's limbs, sealing him in the air. This was Edward's hidden attack from within the god tree. He had been waiting for this opportunity from Taosher for a long time. The hand of the god tree was also a super sealing technique that he had prepared for a long time, gathering a massive amount of energy, easily sealing Otsutsuki Taosher for a moment. Taosher, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, floating in the air, immediately reacted to the huge commotion and wanted to help Otsutsuki Taosher. Six Paths God, Tree Chakra, Fusion Giant. But how could Edward give Kinshiki a chance? The god tree shook violently and began to tremble violently. A massive tree giant separated from it. Upon closer observation, one would find that this tree giant closely resembled the earlier god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju's wood release. However, compared to the two, Hashirama's wood release could not match this tree giant, because its wood release originated from the chakra god tree. Who dares to attack our Otsutsuki clan? After seeing the god tree split to attack him, Otsutsuki Kinshiki quickly gathered a red, laser-like shield and axe to defend himself. Roar! However, the giant created by Edward using the chakra and trunk from the god tree did not respond. It directly chose to confront him head-on. A mere puppet. How can it withstand me? The battle between the two intensified in that instant, with countless attacks landing on each other. Gradually, the god tree giant fell into a disadvantage. It was no match for Otsutsuki Kinshiki. I've won. Finally, after a while, Otsutsuki Kinshiki drove the giant back and said heavily, Cool. Just as he was about to execute the god tree giant in front of him, the chakra god tree shook again, and two more giants identical to the god tree giant rushed over. The damaged god tree giant took this opportunity to pull back and join the two giants that had just arrived. The current situation was 3 god tree giants against Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Regardless of the outcome, these 3 god tree giants could hold off Otsutsuki Kinshiki for a long time. However, Edward's main target today was not Otsutsuki Kinshiki, but the captured Otsutsuki Taosher over there. Who are you? How dare you seize the treasures of our Otsutsuki clan? Otsutsuki Taosher, now aware, began to struggle violently, trying to break free from the control. But how could this super sealing technique that Edward had prepared for so long be so easily broken? No matter how Otsutsuki Taosher struggled, he could not break free. Damn it, it seems I can only use the power of the six paths to extinguish it. Otsutsuki Taosher finally gave up after a long struggle and said solemnly. He could only blame his own arrogance and impatience for wanting to fight Edward, which led to his current predicament. Otsutsuki Taosher, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly, Edward, hidden within the god tree, spoke to Otsutsuki Taosher. Who are you? Hearing the voice, Otsutsuki Taosher was slightly stunned before reacting and shouting. One from beyond the heavens, with profound connections to your Otsutsuki clan. After saying this, many photon blades appeared in the air and shot toward Otsutsuki Taosher. This is the power of Kagaya, Otsutsuki. That traitor. After being struck by the photon blades, Otsutsuki Taosher roared in confusion. Now he could no longer understand the current scene and the advantage it held. It could only be that Kagaya Otsutsuki had joined forces with this mysterious individual, or that this mysterious being from beyond the heavens had controlled Kagaya Otsutsuki's power for his own use. 6 pads, 80 god vacuum waves. Hearing this, Edward did not pay attention to Otsutsuki Taosher, but instead gathered even more photon blades infused with various energies. He wanted to take advantage of the time when Tsutsuki Kagaya was sealed to inflict as much damage as possible on him, even to kill him. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Soon, these photon blades all struck Tsutsuki Kagaya's body, making sounds of tearing flesh and shattering bones, creating countless large holes in his body. But after a while, Tsutsuki Kagaya's body began to recover, returning to its previous state. No, you can't kill me. I have this immortal body. Seeing this, Tsutsuki Kagaya immediately grinned and mocked. 6 paths barrage of 80 gods. However, Edward did not pay him any mind, instead launching more photon blades at him. Having fought against Tsutsuki Kagaya before, he was already familiar with this so-called immortal body. It was merely sustained by energy replenishment. There were 3 ways to maintain this immortal body. One was to control a chakra god tree, continuously using the chakra from the tree to recover, even being shattered to pieces and resurrecting on the spot. The second was to use one's own 6 paths power and chakra to heal injuries and resurrect. As for the third, it was the method used by Tsutsuki Kagaya, planting her own chakra seeds. As long as there was chakra from her in the ninja world, she could resurrect infinitely. However, this had its drawbacks, as the resurrection speed was too slow and the time to plant chakra seeds was too long. At this moment, Tsutsuki Kagaya was clearly using the second method. As long as Edward could exhaust his 6 paths power and chakra, he could completely kill him. This was not difficult for Edward, as he had control over a chakra god tree for his own use and resurrection. What kind of energy is this? It can actually consume my chakra. The 6 paths barrage of 80 gods released by Edward soon descended upon Tsutsuki Kagaya, dealing massive damage to him. This question had already been asked countless times. Hearing Tsutsuki Kagaya's cries, Edward ignored him, murmuring to himself before unleashing more shockwaves at him. I can't keep this up, or I'll eventually be worn out here. Kinshiki, you fool, what are you doing? Sealed, Tsutsuki Kagaya could only passively suffer damage, feeling quite uncomfortable. And since he couldn't retaliate, he directed his emotions towards Tsutsuki Kinshiki. If only Kinshiki would put in some effort, he could break this seal with outside force and release him. Then the two of them could join forces. A mere mysterious person who dared not show themselves would not be a concern for them. However, on Kinshiki's side, he was still being restrained by the 3 giant god trees, wielding his red giant axe with great might. To put it seriously, that axe was a unique weapon inherited from his ancestors, the Bow of the Gods. It could use chakra to create various different weapons in large numbers, each capable of splitting the sky and earth if fully unleashed. Such strong defense and recovery, it's almost comparable to mine. Kinshiki was surrounded in the center of the giants, a muffled voice sounding out. The situation on Kagaya's side was already unbearable. He needed to deal with these giants quickly. Bow of the gods Byakugan void. Then, Tsutsuki Kinshiki activated the Bow of the Gods, summoning red weapon blades, while simultaneously opening his Byakugan to try to absorb the giant god trees. Void is a unique space-time ninjutsu of Kinshiki's Byakugan, allowing him to freely traverse space, enter other dimensions, and even make himself intangible. It can transfer himself or other objects back and forth between the real and other spaces. While moving, it can suck in himself or others into another space and then release them at the target location. Now he intended to use this skill to absorb the 3 giant god trees into another space to restrict them. Not bad. This skill is quite similar to Obito's Kamui. However, Edward, who had been distracted by Kinshiki, would not let him have his way. The god trees immediately extended countless tendrils towards him. Damn it, the void was interrupted. Iron Hammer. Seeing his void interrupted and entangled by the branches, Tsutsuki Kinshiki immediately unleashed a powerful attack to try to cleave the tendrils apart. He gathered chakra at his fingertips, forming a flame-like red shadow energy, and pressed it against the tendrils to release it. Kinshiki, you bastard. Can't you even deal with these things? Just give your power to me directly. But on the other side, Tsutsuki Kagaya, whose body was being controlled, couldn't wait any longer. He knew that he was currently being pierced by countless blades, draining his strength, and if this continued, his power would surely be exhausted. Hearing Tsutsuki Kagaya's complaints above, Tsutsuki Kinshiki instantly fell silent, only the giant axe in his hand continuing to swing. He had never encountered such a troublesome opponent before. He had always ended battles with a crushing advantage until he met Edward. Heavenly Feather Arrows. Finally, after a long silence, Tsutsuki Kinshiki found an opportunity. Seizing the moment, he immediately launched multiple weapons in one direction, with his main body attacking alongside the weapons. This was his rescue method. He planned to use this skill to rush in and save Tsutsuki Kagaya. As expected of a member of the Tsutsuki clan, I didn't expect your skill usage and battle experience to be so impressive, but you're nothing like me. Seeing this, Edward, who had inadvertently let Tsutsuki Kinshiki escape, furrowed his brow and rejected Tsutsuki Kagaya. I'm not like them. They're all a bunch of battle maniacs. In the ceiling space, hearing these words, Tsutsuki Kagaya immediately retorted, unable to maintain her composure. She had never liked fighting, and with the guardian Tsutsuki Ishiki clearing the way for her, she had hardly fought at all. This just shows one of the reasons you'll lose to me. Upon hearing this, Edward chuckled lightly and looked with full attention at the very top of the god tree. He saw that Tsutsuki Kagaya had already been rescued by Kinshiki, and the two had quickly retreated thousands of meters, quietly floating in the air. Very good. You've pushed us to this extent. Your strength is already worthy of recognition in my heart. Floating in the air, Tsutsuki Kagaya gritted his teeth and said, although this time he had accidentally fallen into this situation, having experienced the damage, he would not let Edward go so easily. As expected, you managed to survive. Edward, after staring at the two for a moment, began to mutter to himself. Soon, his body began to slowly ascend into the sky in their sight, just like the entrance of Tsutsuki Kagaya before. You thief who stole the secrets of our Tsutsuki clan, I will make you experience hellish suffering. Seeing this, Tsutsuki Kagaya's hatred for him grew even stronger. At first glance, it was clear that the mysterious figure before them had completely mastered the chakra god tree. For this proud group of Otsutsuki, it was unforgivable. Meanwhile, Edward had ascended into the sky, and a massive phantom body appeared before them. Due to the need to control the god tree, Edward's true form could not be revealed at this moment. If he were to reveal his true form, the power of the god tree would be significantly diminished. Truly disgusting, the power of the 6 paths. After Edward finished speaking, the others all used their powers together. Their differing positions had already determined that a battle was inevitable. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the battle commenced, and the shockwaves radiated throughout the entire ninja world. Centered around the chakra god tree, major ninja villages, miles away, were affected by the aftermath, turning to ashes, demonstrating the sheer power of their attacks. Chakra god tree clones. After saying this, Edward created countless phantom clones from the god tree, attacking Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kinshiki from all directions. Kinshiki go. Upon seeing these clones, Otsutsuki Kagaya did not take them seriously and chose to first restore his Six Paths energy, letting Kinshiki charge in first. In his eyes, restoring his own strength was more important than engaging in these useless battles. Yes, Kagaya. Hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's command, Kinshiki immediately gathered chakra at his fingertips, releasing it in a flame-like form towards the surroundings. As a guardian, he had to play his role at this moment. Tremor. However, these endless phantom clones of Edward all unleashed the power of the Tremor fruit, creating an overwhelming force. No way, I can't hold this off. This guy's stealing the god tree. Surrounded by the power of Tremor, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes widened as his body expanded, wrapping around Otsutsuki Kagaya to attempt to use his phasing ability to escape. With the chakra god tree in my possession, how will you deal with me? Seeing this, Edward narrowed his eyes, invisibly using the power of the Six Paths to intercept Kinshiki's phasing. Damn it, I can only hold on. Power God Round Shield. Stop from phasing. Otsutsuki Kinshiki could only forcefully withstand the attack, activating the weapon behind him. Kagaya, what do you think? Upon seeing Kinshiki's round shield, Edward said nonchalantly. He could already tell that Otsutsuki Kinshiki was not worth mentioning, merely cannon fodder. Don't get too cocky. Be careful of Kagaya. This guy hasn't made a move yet. Otsutsuki Kagaya, sealed in space, immediately responded, but with a wary tone. Oh, how does Kagaya compare to Kinshiki? After saying this, Edward's phantom body in the air began to flicker, and the chakra god tree instantly split into countless branches that entangled Kinshiki and the others. No way. Soon, after being subjected to the relentless attacks, Kinshiki's round shield could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered, affecting the protected Kagaya as well. You useless waste. Affected and interrupted in his recovery, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately began to scold loudly. He was increasingly dissatisfied with the guardian who had protected him for an unknown amount of time. Otsutsuki Kinshiki had nothing to say, realizing the disparity in strength. He was heavily struck down to the ground by Edward's attack. Let me take care of this myself. You will regret it later. Time freeze. After glancing at Kinshiki, who had crashed to the ground in a miserable state, Otsutsuki Kagaya could no longer hold back and officially joined the battle. Once he joined, the scene seemed to freeze, and everyone was unable to move. Under my true power, even with the god tree in your grasp, you are useless. Witnessing Edward being frozen in time, Otsutsuki Kagaya grinned and began to chuckle sinisterly. But before he could enjoy his sinister smile for a few seconds, he was interrupted by reality, as Edward suddenly began to move. Time freeze? How did you master such power? After moving, Edward mumbled a few words, and reality began to return to normal, with various photon blades and tree branches attacking him. This is absolutely impossible. No one can survive under my ability. Freeze time. Freeze time. Seeing reality, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately became incredulous and attempted to use time freeze again. But no matter how many times he tried, the outcome seemed to be the same. Edward shattered it. Garala, hand of the god tree. After mocking Kagaya, Edward controlled the god tree to continue striking at him, playing with his body in the air as if it were a ball. Outer path techniques. Ultimately, Otsutsuki Kagaya could only accept this reality, his Rinnegan wide open, countless black rods shooting towards the tree branches to control them. Familiar techniques, but they are useless against me. Seeing the tree branches pierced by the black rods and collapsing, Edward silently muttered to himself. In the next moment, these branches suddenly began to strike back vigorously, the black rods being knocked off and falling to the ground. Damn it, Inuzuka Kenmei. Kizashi. Seeing this, Kagaya immediately used Earth-style chakra to transform into multiple dragon-headed, snake-bodied monsters and used fire-style chakra to create birds to attack the branches. Knowing the power of the god tree, he had to eliminate it immediately. Thus, Earth-style and fire-style techniques were the most suitable to deal with the god tree. Shinra Tensei. But Edward would not sit idly by and let the Earth-Fire combination burn his god tree. Recalling how to use Shinra Tensei, he unleashed it. You damn bastard. I didn't expect you to steal our Otsutsuki clan's Rinnegan too. Realizing the situation, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately understood everything and angrily shouted. He had completely come to regard Edward as a thief of their clan's power. Universal pull, 6-path shockwave. However, Edward did not think so. As long as it could enhance his strength, he would take it regardless of how he obtained it. Monkey Rock. Seeing Edward use the universal pull, Otsutsuki Momoshiki immediately utilized fire and earth chakra to create a lava giant and merged into it, simultaneously stopping his loud shouting. Just a useless little technique. C'est pas réversal technique. However, Edward saw that Otsutsuki Momoshiki had merged into the giant and ironically shouted while raising his left hand to release his power. The space began to slowly distort, and the lava giant soon turned into a cloud of dust. Are you sure you only want to compete with me in techniques? You inferior being? Otsutsuki Momoshiki could no longer hold back and released all the power within his body, shouting, "Survival of the fittest. Do you not even understand this principle?" Edward also used a large amount of mixed energy in the air to form an extremely large energy ball, saying, from the current battlefield advantage, Edward had always been in the upper hand, pressing Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki. But all of this was because Edward had the chakra god tree and Otsutsuki Kagaya had lent him power. Without these, fighting Otsutsuki Momoshiki would definitely not be so simple. Kinshiki, merge with me. The shouting Otsutsuki Momoshiki saw the power he released forming a pull even stronger than the universal pull, drawing the lying Otsutsuki Kinshiki over. As for Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who already knew his fate, he remained silent, choosing to accept this reality quietly. There was no way, simply because Otsutsuki Momoshiki was his superior, stronger than him, and he was just a guardian. One evolve. Cut it off. The scene changed drastically, and Edward didn't even have time to react. Finally, only able to wave his hand as various spatial cracks shot towards him. But these attacks could not interrupt Otsutsuki Momoshiki's fusion transformation. A barrier blocked Edward's spatial cracks. Have you transformed? What you're about to face, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, is his true form. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who saw this scene in the sealed space, immediately frowned and said, "Each member of the Otsutsuki clan has their own unique inheritance. Just like Otsutsuki Kinshiki's power god, every Otsutsuki has their exclusive skills. Let's wait and see." Hearing this, Edward nonchalantly said, for someone who had already been defeated by him, he did not believe they could overcome him again. Let me remind you, it's very likely that Otsutsuki Momoshiki now has a solidified chakra fruit on him. Because our Otsutsuki clan cannot eat the fruit without permission, we must take it back to the clan territory and hand it over to the superiors. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had thought about it in the sealed space, said again, but this time she was directed towards Edward. "Oh, then seems I am in luck this time." After speaking, Edward turned his gaze towards the transforming Otsutsuki Momoshiki. As long as he defeats and kills Otsutsuki Momoshiki, he might obtain another chakra fruit. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's white eyes had turned golden. A golden Rinnegan opened on his forehead, and the Rinnegan in his hands also turned golden. His hair became extremely long, with several black stripes appearing on his body and face, and his horns stood upright, resembling a death god. This was the form that Momoshiki transformed into after consuming the chakra fruit from Otsutsuki Kinshiki, temporarily called the death god form. Kinshiki is still somewhat useful. After transforming into the death god form, Otsutsuki Momoshiki constantly examined himself and said, "This is the inheritance from his ancestors, allowing him to skillfully transform into a combat form. Can you withstand me in this form?" The next moment, transformed into the death god form, Otsutsuki Momoshiki turned his gaze towards Edward and charged towards the god tree with a bang. At the same time, the Rinnegan in his hands and on his forehead turned red. This was his other technique. His Rinnegan could absorb all ninjutsu and chakra, and the absorbed techniques and chakra could be used to restore his own power and also release black rods at a distance to seal the opponent's actions and chakra. Additionally, the Rinnegan in his left hand could amplify the power of the absorbed techniques and then counterattack. But there was one characteristic. When he absorbed ninjutsu and released ninjutsu, The rinnegan on his forehead and the palms of his hands would instantly switch to red. Do you think you can absorb the chakra from my god tree? Can you handle it? Seeing Otsutsuki Momoshiki charging towards the god tree and activating his exclusive skill, Edward immediately understood and murmured. He had already seen that Otsutsuki Momoshiki wanted to absorb all the chakra from the chakra god tree. God tree's dragon. Then Edward controlled the chakra god tree to solidify and create a giant wrapped in a giant dragon. These things are useless against me. Chakra energy cannon. Having fallen into the death god form, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's attack power, speed, and explosive power had multiplied exponentially. Roar. The subsequent energy cannon instantly hit the giant wrapped in the dragon, shattering most of its body. Suck it. After the energy cannon hit the giant, Otsutsuki Momoshiki no longer paid attention to that side and began to focus on absorbing the chakra from the chakra god tree. God tree's hand. God tree's dragon. Realizing something was wrong, Edward immediately began to use the chakra god tree, solidifying more giant dragons and giants to attack Otsutsuki Momoshiki. But now, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was like he had entered a berserk mode, smashing all the god tree's giant dragons and giants with one punch after another. He couldn't let this continue. At this rate, the chakra in the god tree would soon be absorbed by him. Having realized that Otsutsuki Momoshiki was absorbing the sealed chakra, Edward finally reacted. Absorbing sealed chakra meant he intended to use himself as a vessel, wishing to transform into something like the god tree. And if he lost the god tree, it would be fatal for Edward now. He would have to choose to escape in a disgraceful manner again, living in the shadow of the Otsutsuki clan for the rest of his life. Main body, solidify for me. Immediately, Edward no longer hesitated. His phantom body flickered and entered the chakra god tree. Shortly after entering the chakra god tree, a more powerful and imposing entity emerged. This was Edward's true body. Now he had chosen not to control the god tree, but to use his own power to deal with Otsutsuki Momoshiki. So this is your true form? Finally forced you out, chakra energy cannon. Once Edward's true body appeared, it instantly attracted Otsutsuki Momoshiki's attention, and he released an enormous shockwave with both hands. Six-path shockwave. However, now Edward was not someone who could be dealt with by just a shockwave. With a swing of the Tsungyun cut in hand, the shockwave was split into two. At the same time, Edward's six paths shockwave power, carrying residual force, struck towards Tsutsuki Kinshiki. Ha ha ha! Lowly beings, let us have a thrilling battle. The death god form of Tsutsuki Kinshiki flickered and dodged the residual waves, appearing in front of Edward to engage in close combat. A death god, huh? Upon seeing the death god form of Tsutsuki Kinshiki suddenly appear before him, Edward immediately moved, clashing the Tsungyun cut with his claws. This was the power of the gold style, the wave god. However, due to Tsutsuki Kinshiki's lack of weapons, his claws were soon severed, forcing him to retreat hundreds of meters away from the center of the battle. After distancing himself from the fight, he condensed a red scythe in his hand. Because he absorbed Tsutsuki Kinshiki's power, he could now skillfully wield all the powers of the gold style. Come on, this is the battle I want. Tsutsuki Kinshiki then charged forward with the scythe in hand, clashing with Edward again. The shockwaves from their battle instantly created an irreparable force throughout the ninja world. Comparing the current ninja world to decades ago, it was like two different worlds. Boom! Boom! Countless sounds erupted as their weapons clashed together. Six paths, Tsungyun shockwave slash. Edward glared, swinging his large blade down fiercely. If it were just a matter of pure strength, Tsutsuki Kinshiki would be able to hold his own. But let us not forget that behind Edward stood a chakra god tree. The outcome had been decided from the very beginning. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. However, Tsutsuki Kinshiki seemed unfazed, wielding his scythe to unleash countless blade energies. These energies collided with Edward's shockwave slash, painting the entire ninja world in white. If it continues like this, you're going to lose. After a lengthy battle, both began to show signs of fatigue and separated to face off against each other. Lose? Impossible. I am from the Tsutsuki clan. Try this move, deep red spiral. In the next moment, Tsutsuki Kinshiki unleashed an attack resembling an enormous tailed beast ball. The ball, dark red in color, could expand infinitely with sufficient chakra, enveloping Edward completely. 6 paths, earth-shattering shock. Seeing this enormous, deep red spiral, Edward finally prepared himself, swinging his blade upward. The blade, infused with countless shockwave energies, erupted as it collided with the deep red spiral. In an instant, the space between the two attacks was filled with blinding white light, an overwhelming heat engulfing the area. Such powerful energy. Realizing the might of the deep red spiral, Edward immediately retreated, murmuring to himself, if this deep red spiral hit him, it would definitely cause him harm. Not done yet. Deep red spiral. The next moment, Tsutsuki Kinshiki grasped the deep red spiral with one hand and attacked with the crimson scythe in the other. Taking advantage of your weakness, this is something everyone recognizes. Bang! 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 The two began to clash again, each attack filled with immense power, even surpassing the 6 paths power. Time freeze, second style, Rinnegan. But as they fought, the entire world dimmed, darkness enveloping the ninja world. What is this? Edward, shrouded in darkness, immediately became alert, holding the Tsongyun cut in front of him. This is the second branch of time freeze, capable of blocking your perception. Now is the real hunting moment. After saying this, Tsutsuki Kinshiki created several clones, all wielding scythes as they attacked Edward, appearing mysteriously around him. Is that so? But under absolute power, what do these count for? 6 paths universe reversal technique. With that, the darkened world was flipped over, transformed into blinding white light. What is this? The white light revealed several clones of the death god form of Tsutsuki Kinshiki. Destroy for me, 6 paths multiplication reversal technique. Edward then unleashed a branch technique of the 6 paths reversal technique, controlling Tsutsuki Kinshiki. Why is my body being controlled? The astonished Tsutsuki Kinshiki discovered that his death god form clones returned to him, and his chakra was diminished. Si passe rotating reversal technique. But that was not the end. Edward then executed a combo technique he had created, forcefully restraining Tsutsuki Kinshiki's south body in place. Want to break my death god form? Not so easy. Tsutsuki Kinshiki, restrained in place, felt his body tightening. The transformation he just underwent seemed to revert to his previous state. He was now exerting all his strength to resist this technique formed by 6 paths power. Songyun Shockwave Slash. However, Edward would not let such a good counterattack opportunity slip away, swinging his large blade down. Swoosh! Tsutsuki Kinshiki, who was restrained, was instantly sliced in half by Edward wielding the Songyun cut, a shockwave erupting from within him. Damn it! Lowly being, you successfully angered me. Severed in two. Tsutsuki Kinshiki felt a wave of shame on his face. Then like a cicada shedding its shell, he retreated, leaving behind his remnants. Underestimated you. It seems I can only consume you to defeat you. The retreating Tsutsuki Kinshiki quickly moved thousands of meters back until he completely distanced himself from Edward. At the same time, a fruit brimming with chakra energy appeared in his hand. What is this? Chakra fruit. Upon seeing the shiny fruit in Tsutsuki Kinshiki's hand, Edward's eyes widened in shock. Lowly being, Tsutsuki Kinshiki merely glanced at Edward before attempting to swallow the chakra fruit whole. Si passe reversal technique. But just then, the 6 paths power erupted from the air, separating the chakra fruit from Tsutsuki Kinshiki's grasp. My fruit. Seeing this, Tsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes widened in disbelief. Luckily, I had Kagaya's warning earlier, allowing me to stay vigilant. Otherwise, looking at the chakra fruit that had been separated to the center, Edward muttered, "Give it back, that's my power." Then both jumped into action, reaching out their hands towards the chakra fruit. The situation was such that whoever obtained this chakra fruit would possess the power to turn the tide of battle. Only the strong are worthy of it. In order to compete for the chakra fruit, the two quickly began to clash, their bodies locked together in various physical movements. You lowly creature, ugly thief, I will not let you go. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared loudly, baring his teeth. In a critical moment, as high-ranking members of the Otsutsuki clan, they indeed possessed the power to consume the fruit. However, if the fruit were to be stolen and consumed by someone else, that would be a different story. If it were truly stolen, then the highest authority of the Otsutsuki clan would undoubtedly determine that he was unworthy of the power and strength he currently held. At that time, he would certainly have everything he possessed taken back. Heh, when will you high and mighty Otsutsuki clan understand our thoughts? You have always oppressed us, and I will make you feel what it's like to be oppressed. Edward, standing in opposition, increased his strength, causing Otsutsuki Momoshiki to gasp for breath. Having exited the death god form, he could not match Edward, the giant, in terms of strength, speed, or physique. Boom! However, in the end, Otsutsuki Momoshiki still activated his Rinnegan, unleashing a deep red spiral that pushed Edward back, while he himself crashed heavily to the ground. A strong force, but so what? Looking down at the large hole in his chest where his heart was, Edward slowly spoke. Soon, he quickly healed his injuries using the transmission of the God Tree chakra. The situation was becoming dire. I could not continue like this without the chakra fruit. Seeing Edward recover his injuries in an instant, Otsutsuki Momoshiki could only force himself to stand up in a pathetic manner. Time reversal. Bring me back to the previous state. Otsutsuki Momoshiki then spread his arms, combining the power of the 6 paths within him with chakra to release a white space. This white space spread rapidly, enveloping the entire ninja world, reverting all changes in the ninja world back to the previous state. What is this? Edward, feeling the surrounding things rapidly changing, exclaimed in disbelief. I didn't expect this technique could actually rewind time to the previous state. Quite impressive, a strong technique. Gradually, the chakra fruit placed in the center also disappeared, clearly returning to Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body. Edward's body was also forcibly returned to the god tree, with the consumption within him seemingly unchanged. Only Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who remained in the previous position, had not changed. After using this technique, he gasped for breath. I didn't expect to lose to him, but I need to leave here quickly. The consumption is just too great. After gasping for a while, Otsutsuki Momoshiki finally stood upright, looking towards the direction of the god tree. This technique could return everything within the white space to a certain point in time. As long as Otsutsuki Momoshiki's power was sufficient, it could even restore the entire ninja world to its previous undamaged state. Want to run? Not so easy, Split. But Edward would absolutely not give Otsutsuki Momoshiki this opportunity. He immediately separated from the god tree, grabbing towards Momoshiki with unstoppable force. Phasing. Seeing that Edward still wanted to fight, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face changed drastically, and he had no choice but to use Kinshiki's technique to retreat. Edward's large hand grabbed nothing but air. This technique again? But I've already seen through everything with my 9-tomo Rinnegan. After saying this, Edward waved his hand, shattering the space, and his large hand reached in. At this moment, in the alternate space. What is this? I didn't expect you could find me in the alternate space. Otsutsuki Momoshiki exclaimed in panic as he saw the large hand stretching out from the shattered ceiling. Yes, he had begun to feel fear now. Having used all his power, but still unable to resolve the crisis, he started to panic. Fear. This was a dangerous figure the Otsutsuki clan had not encountered in a long time. Normally, he would occupy other planets, crush them, or even torture them to gain power. When had he ever faced such a despairing giant? What happened to the planet controlled by Otsutsuki Kagaya, the disgrace of the clan? Soon, the large hand grabbed Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had no strength to resist, pulling him out while he screamed. Found a little mouse. Edward, having caught Otsutsuki Momoshiki, appeared exceptionally excited, squeezing and tormenting his body. Thanks to your ability, both the god tree and my state have returned to their peak. I really appreciate it. Edward then brought Otsutsuki Momoshiki in front of him, teasing him by squeezing him. You will regret this. You will. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, being captured, struggled desperately, shouting in despair. This was the first time he experienced the fear of death, preventing him from returning to his previous high and mighty demeanor. Regret? From the moment I was born, I have never known what regret is. Edward, gradually increasing his grip, observed Otsutsuki Momoshiki with scrutinizing eyes. He was examining Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body, looking for where he had hidden the chakra fruit. Damn it, time freeze. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki stopped saying anything more. He tried to release a technique, but due to the complete depletion of his 6 paths power and chakra, he could only release half of it before failing. Gulalala, now you have no strength to resist, right? Edward said, increasing his grip until Otsutsuki Momoshiki couldn't breathe. No matter how Otsutsuki Momoshiki resisted, he was no match for Edward in his current state. Where have you hidden the fruit? Edward then began to ask, squeezing and releasing his grip on Otsutsuki Momoshiki. But no matter how Edward inquired, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, feeling humiliated, would absolutely not yield to him. Give it up. They won't be like me. Otsutsuki Kagaya, witnessing this scene in the ceiling space, could no longer hold back her words. No need, because I've already found it. In response, Edward tightly focused on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's chest, murmuring. The next moment, Edward's large hand transformed into a spike and plunged into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's chest, causing him to scream in pain. After rummaging around inside Otsutsuki Momoshiki's ribcage for a while, Edward's hand pulled out a glowing sphere. This was indeed the chakra fruit from before. Get back to me. The Otsutsuki clan will never let you go. Otsutsuki Momoshiki could only watch this scene helplessly, repeatedly uttering those words with no strength to resist. Gulalala, I'll gladly accept this chakra fruit. After saying this, without paying any attention to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Edward swallowed the chakra fruit in one bite. No, as Edward swallowed the fruit, Otsutsuki Momoshiki immediately began to struggle violently, trying to escape Edward's grasp. But how could Edward give him a chance, making it impossible for him to escape? Do you see it? This is the suppression of absolute power. It was as if you were talking to Otsutsuki Momoshiki or Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward shouted loudly. And while shouting, he was also carefully sensing the changes within his body. If someone could see his internal state at that moment, they would be astonished to find that the chakra fruit was actually beginning to melt in his stomach pouch. A large amount of chakra energy perfectly integrated into every corner of Edward's body, causing him to constantly change. Is this the power of the chakra fruit? If it's different, Edward said, carefully feeling the changes in his body. At that moment, he felt as if he were an engine, lubricated by the chakra fruit. If he were to face Otsutsuki Momoshiki again, he could guarantee he would quickly defeat him. You actually consumed the fruit. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's mind was still stuck on the image of Edward swallowing the chakra fruit, muttering something under his breath. As for your words, they will also become part of my power. With that, Edward crushed Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body, absorbing the energy that floated in the air. Power inheritance? Interesting. After absorbing it, Edward suddenly opened his eyes, bursting forth with brilliance as he spoke. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. As time changes, Edward will truly transform. You actually did it. With your power now, I think Wuxia and the others are no longer your opponents. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was in the ceiling space and watching everything, said with a floating gaze. So what if you did it? So what if you didn't? Hearing this, Edward said somewhat disdainfully. Not much. Otsutsuki Kagaya responded. Hee. After saying this, Edward no longer stayed in place, floating towards the chakra god tree. He needed to continue nourishing the fruit within his chakra god tree. Only in this way could he maximize his gains. I can feel that the chakra fruit within my body is not just this. After drifting towards the chakra god tree, Edward merged into the divine tree, carefully observing his body and speaking. He could feel that with every passing second, his strength was becoming more formidable than the previous second, and the techniques he released were more powerful. To exhaust it completely, you would still need some time. Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space also began to speak. Hee. No wonder the chakra fruit is so important to your Otsutsuki clan. Having it is equivalent to having an infinite supply machine, right? Edward, whose voice carried a hint of excitement, said, You should know that there is still a chakra fruit brewing within the chakra god tree. If I absorb that chakra fruit as well, my power will be significantly stronger than before. Otsutsuki god, huh? I wonder when I can reach that level. Then Edward closed his eyes. After saying this final statement, he began to concentrate on controlling the chakra god tree to condense the fruit. And with this condensation, many years hurriedly passed, and finally, one day, the chakra god tree suddenly withered. Is it finally done? But it's a pity that a chakra god tree can only condense one chakra fruit. Feeling a bit regretful, Edward looked at the withered chakra god tree and said. Immediately after, Edward punched the chakra god tree, extracting a crystal-clear fruit from within. This is the chakra fruit I condensed. I wonder what changes it will bring me. After saying this, Edward began to carefully feel the power within his body, speaking with anticipation. After all these years, Edward had already fully digested the previous chakra fruit brought by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. What truly surprised him was that after digesting that chakra fruit, he actually comprehended a powerful technique from it. Its name is infinite chakra form. Essentially, after entering this form, Edward can use the smallest amount of chakra to unleash greater power. With that amount of chakra, the enormous chakra within his body could last for years without significant changes. This is the so-called infinite chakra form exclusive to Edward, not inferior to Otsutsuki Momoshiki's death god form, and even surpassing it by several levels. You have obtained what you wanted, Edward. Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space could no longer hold back and said, having stayed in the ceiling space, she had no idea what loneliness had become, and whenever she had time, she would seek Edward to confide in. Over this time, hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's confessions, Edward had gradually become good friends with her. Have I obtained what I wanted? But this is still far from enough. Hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's words in the ceiling space, Edward responded, if it were just these 2 chakra fruits, it would still be insufficient against that group of Otsutsuki. What are your plans next? I have been here for an unknown amount of time. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space said again, Next, I plan to return to my ninja world. I wonder what changes have occurred there. Remembering the ninja world he protected, Edward said with a hint of nostalgia. All right, then let us go back. After all, that is where our true home is. Otsutsuki Kagaya said again. I understand. After their conversation, Edward immediately flew into the sky, preparing to return to the ninja world. I wonder how the god tree in this ninja world is, if it exists. Suddenly, Edward paused in midair, recalling a certain absurd fact. That is, he had previously used the chakra god tree from his own ninja world to condense the fruit, while the god tree in this ninja world had not yet been utilized. Let us give a try. After saying this, Edward returned to the ground with a hint of anticipation. Summon. Another complex series of hand seals connected to the chakra line in the void, and the earth began to tremble. Boom, boom. Finally, after a long time, the earth began to shake, and the chakra god tree in this ninja world slowly emerged. It really exists? That's great, Edward said with anticipation in his eyes, not knowing what else to think. Immediately after, the chakra god tree in this ninja world was revealed, and with a wave of Edward's hand, it was drawn into his ceiling space. The chakra god tree? It seems these 2 ninja worlds are completely unrelated. But do you know? Your actions undoubtedly destroyed this planet entirely. Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space said after seeing everything Edward had done. Destroyed? But what does that have to do with me? If I have no power, what will happen to my family? Hearing Kagaya's voice, Edward immediately began to argue with her. Throughout, Edward's inner belief had never changed. It was always about protecting his family and ensuring they could live better. For this, he could only grit his teeth and do the same things as the Otsutsuki clan. They all had their own positions and choices. So although everyone's actions were immoral, they all had reasons to support their actions. Well, this is the mindset you should have. After Edward finished speaking, Otsutsuki Kagaya closed her eyes and said, Actually, I didn't blame you. I just unintentionally said those words. After collecting the chakra from the divine tree in the ninja world, Edward's figure flashed, and he returned to the dragon vein. Is the energy here still so violent? Not gentle at all. When he arrived at the dragon vein, he began to observe it closely. However, to his disappointment, the dragon vein was still as it had been before, even more violent and damaged, making it impossible for him to absorb. He couldn't even activate the formation to return to his home. If that's the case, it seems I won't need it anymore. Luckily, I had set up a backup plan earlier. After saying this, Edward opened his mouth wide and absorbed all the violent and damaged chakra in front of him into his body. Although he couldn't absorb it, he could save it for later use. Savoring the violent chakra he had calmed down inside him, Edward spoke with satisfaction. All right, it's time to go back. Although doing this will cost me some of my Six Paths power, there's no other choice. Six Paths clone exchange technique. Edward felt the intangible and invisible clone murmuring. This technique allows him to swap positions with his main body under his special control. But the downside is that the Six Paths power he left on that clone couldn't be retrieved. Whoosh! Then, connecting with the clone far away, Edward, relying on that last bit of perception, disappeared from here in an instant. Almost back. I can't wait to see what my ninja world will be like. Edward, who had swapped positions, thought excitedly with his eyes closed. Huh? No. That familiar, squeezing pressure. But the next moment, feeling something was off, Edward immediately opened his eyes and looked around. Upon observation, he realized he had not returned to the ninja world he was in. This is that time-space. This is not good. Edward, with wide eyes in disbelief, shouted, "Where's my clone?" He then shifted his focus to the Six Paths clone. However, the Six Paths clone there had not gone wrong. It had successfully swapped positions with him and gone to the ninja world he had previously destroyed. Shortly after staying in that ninja world, the clone could no longer withstand the pressure of the time-space changes and began to self-destruct, completely disappearing from that ninja world. It seemed something went wrong. Perhaps the Six Paths power left on that clone was not enough, which led to you not successfully returning to our ninja world. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space also began to analyze. Indeed, it seems that we must be on high alert next, otherwise we might. Halfway through his sentence, Edward stopped speaking. It was evident to any keen observer that if Edward did not succeed, he would never return to the time-space he belonged to. Yes, Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space also said somewhat awkwardly, "Nine Tails, Six Paths, Reincarnation, Infinite Chakra Form. Six Paths, Super Observation, Haki Perception." Immediately after, Edward activated his strongest form so far, because below him, he had to withstand the pressure of the time-space to find his own time-space. If he was not careful, he might completely lose himself here. Indeed, the time-space is something those strong ones are most reluctant to face. This squeezing pressure is something even I cannot bear now. Reaching the peak of his power, Edward quickly began to search for his space. But not long after, his body began to slowly crack under the pressure of the time-space. Blood flowed from the cracked skin, covering his whole body, turning him into a bloodied figure. I must quickly find my ninja world, otherwise. Thinking of that terrifying fact, Edward found it hard to accept. If Edward could not find his ninja world and was transported to another world, he would have to rely on his own power to reopen the time-space to return to the past. However, using his own power to open the time-space is not an easy task. What a powerful, squeezing pressure. Is this the chaotic flow of time-space? My body can hardly bear it. Edward looked at his already cracked body and said with a serious expression. Edward truly feared and dreaded the chaotic flow of time-space. He did not want to touch it at all. The so-called chaotic flow of time-space is the uncontrolled power of time-space. If this uncontrolled power pulls Edward in, his body and soul consciousness will be completely disordered, making him lose himself entirely in the time-space. Cough. I can't go on like this. The squeezing pressure is getting greater, and the chaotic flow of time-space is getting closer. But no matter how Edward searched for his ninja world, he found no results, only the edge of time. The squeezing pressure and the approaching chaotic flow of time-space put immense pressure on him. Edward, you must leave here, otherwise you and I will both disappear here. In the ceiling space, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had witnessed everything, also began to feel anxious. Although after the two of them were killed, Kagaya could resurrect using the offspring chakra that existed in their original ninja world. She had developed feelings for this giant who sealed her, but had always accompanied her. Not wanting him to die here like this. Cough, I know, but I haven't found my home yet. I have a feeling my home should be nearby. Coughing a couple more times and coughing up his own organs, Edward said painfully. Although he understood the consequences of it all, he could not just give up like this. No, I still have a chakra fruit that can buy me a little more time. After saying this, Edward wanted to take out the chakra fruit he had stored in the ceiling space to eat, to buy himself some time. Are you crazy? That's a fruit you worked hard to obtain. You absolutely cannot waste it like this. Otsutsuki Kagaya stopped him, making him pause. But it was just this pause that the time-space chaotic flow reached his side, forcing him to withdraw his body to avoid this harm. I can't bear it anymore. Finally, the turbulence of time brushed against his body, wrapping him into a ball and causing him to disappear into the endless river of time. In a very primitive village, the houses here were only supported by a few crude wooden frames, topped with thatched roofs. The village was nestled against the mountains and by the water, where the sounds of chickens and dogs could be heard, and the children with yellow hair and pigtails played joyfully, resembling a paradise. "Daddy, Daddy, what is that?" A child playing in the river suddenly pointed at a large mass of flesh in the center of the riverbed. This immediately attracted the attention of the nearby farmers who were tilling the land. However, when they looked in the direction the child was pointing, they saw a mass of flesh over 4 meters tall, flowing with blood. "What is that? A monster?" Upon seeing the large mass of flesh, the farmers tore their voices and ran away. Only a few brave villagers stayed behind, unsure of what to do. "Quick, go invite the ninjas to come investigate." "Okay, I'll head to the Hidden Leaf Village right away." Soon, the brave villagers quickly discussed a countermeasure and left, leaving 2 trembling individuals to guard the mass of flesh. This watch lasted for quite a while, until 2 ninjas were brought to the site by the villagers. "Is this the place?" the ninjas asked. "Yes, that's the big thing. It's so terrifying." The trembling villagers pointed at the mass of flesh. Hearing the villagers' words, the ninjas stepped forward to carefully observe the large mass. There is a heartbeat and a chakra presence. Is this a tailed beast? Or something else? After observing for a long time, one ninja spoke with a puzzled tone. "I don't know. Should we report this to Lord of the Ninja World? I can sense an unstoppable power within this mass." Another ninja, trembling like the villagers before, said he was a reconnaissance ninja, which meant he had a strong perception ability and could detect many hidden presences. Wouldn't that trouble Lord of the Ninja World too much? In a short time, since the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, the Lord has been incredibly busy dealing with various issues. Upon hearing this, the first ninja disagreed. "Due to the establishment of the Hidden Leaf, we lack high-end and mid-tier combat power. Many issues are personally handled by Hashirama Senju using his clones. But there is no other way. Even I can't figure out what this thing is, let alone those from my clan." Remembering his clan, the ninja expressed some regret. Due to the involvement of various clans in the Warring States period, there are hardly any ninja combat powers left now. "All right, then I'll go back." "Huh? Retreat." After hearing the first ninja's words, he wanted to follow his suggestion and return to the Hidden Leaf to report this matter to the Lord of the Ninja World. But before he could act, the mass of flesh suddenly began to move. Gradually, the mass started to extend legs, arms, and a head. Upon closer inspection, it turned out this mass of flesh had always been a coiled giant. This is a giant. Seeing the mass transform into a human form, the 2 ninjas stepped back in fear. "Cough, cough, cough, where's this place?" The giant was clearly Edward, who had previously been harmed by the turbulence of time. However, due to the residual power of the 6 paths within him, Edward quickly recovered. "Is this all the power of the 6 paths? But it's fortunate that I used all my 6 paths power to turn the situation around, otherwise." Edward, who was feeling quite unlucky for encountering time turbulence, thought to himself, "What exactly are you? Why does such a creature exist in the world?" While Edward was talking to himself, the 2 ninjas suddenly shouted at him. What place is this? Could you tell me?" Hearing this, Edward's attention was successfully drawn to the 2 ninjas. "Who exactly are you?" But the 2 ninjas did not answer him. Instead, they even readied their kunai against him while he was speaking. "Me? I am Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world who has crossed over from the future of the ninja world." Responding to the ninjas, Edward straightened his back and proudly held his sword. "Song Yun Xia. What? The future?" The 2 ninjas exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. "Yes, can you tell me where this is now?" Edward continued. "Should we report this to the Lord of the Ninja World? He says he is from the future. I don't know, but we should report it first." However, the 2 ninjas did not respond to Edward's words and continued their own conversation. You don't respect me at all." This instantly sparked Edward's dissatisfaction. In his ninja world, anyone who encountered him would respectfully call him Lord 4th Hokage. Well, had he ever been treated with such disrespect? These 2 ninjas didn't even show basic courtesy. "Sorry for ignoring you, but please cooperate with us for now." Sealing technique. After exchanging glances, the two ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, and countless chains wrapped around Edward. Hee hee. Ignorance breeds fear. Witnessing this scene truly ignited Edward's anger. With a powerful grip, he crushed the chains. Such power! After Edward shattered the chains, the two ninjas were instantly shocked, remaining frozen in place, unsure of what to do. When had they ever seen such overwhelming power that could directly crush the chains of a sealing technique? In this ninja world, perhaps only Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju could do this. Be on guard. After Edward crushed the chains, the two ninjas quickly retreated. They initially intended to seal Edward's movements first, and then take him back to the hidden leaf for questioning. But now that Edward had displayed such a formidable power, both of them were frightened. I have been patient enough, but all I receive in return is your disrespect. Then, soul absorption. With a darkened gaze, Edward waved his hand, and an invisible force drew the two ninjas toward him, extracting their souls. For those who dared to attack him, he would never let them go. That was his bottom line. Is that so? I didn't expect to cross over to this era. After absorbing the memories of the two ninjas, Edward threw their corpses on the ground, murmuring to himself, demon. The villagers nearby shouted in panic and fled the scene. However, Edward was not interested in them, allowing them to leave. Hee, pitiful people without fear. Seeing this, Edward shook his head slightly and said, What is this? Suddenly, as the space began to repair itself, the two ninjas who were supposed to be dead slowly returned to their previous state of being alive. Stay alert, be vigilant. The two ninjas made exactly the same movements as before. Strange, Kagaya, what do you think? How should I go back? Being transported here doesn't feel good. After pondering for a long time in place, Edward asked Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was sealed in the space. I don't know either, but this ninja world feels so familiar, just like the one we used to stay in. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki used her sensing power to perceive the surroundings and said, I feel that way too. Don't you think this ninja world is our ninja world, just not the right time? After hearing these words, Edward frowned and said, It's very possible. Are we in a third quadrant? Kagaya Otsutsuki began to analyze again. Third quadrant? What do you mean by that? Edward asked with a serious expression. That's right. In my eyes, the third quadrant is the memories of our past ninja world. We should be in that memory now, visible and touchable, but unable to make significant changes to this ninja world. Kagaya Otsutsuki explained the so-called third quadrant in her memory seriously. Is that so? I understand now. We are already in our past, just waiting for time to flow slowly until I merge with my original self. After hearing Kagaya Otsutsuki's words, Edward said with a very serious expression, while feeling relieved inside. But if that's the case, does that mean I can't use my powers? Shatter. After that, Edward began to experiment, using his power to shatter the space. However, after the space was shattered, it returned to its previous undamaged state. As expected, I cannot make significant changes to this ninja world. This ninja world memory will self-repair. Doesn't that mean I'm like a transparent person? Edward murmured with a headache. Yes, but that's fine too. It's better than being transported to another world. Let's just stay here for now, Kagaya Otsutsuki said indifferently. The current situation is that Edward is like a transparent person without transparency. He has to wait until time flows slowly to his era before he can regain control of the ninja world and influence it. Thus, Kagaya Otsutsuki, who is already accustomed to the passage of time, is not afraid at all. After all, it's just a matter of waiting for a few decades. All right, let's stay here then. It's just right to restore my lost Six Paths power. This is also a good choice, Edward said with a light laugh. Who are you? How dare you shatter our chains? Over there, the two clueless ninjas were still shouting at him. Hearing their shouts, Edward glanced at them and then vanished from the spot. Where did he go? After seeing Edward disappear, the two ninjas cautiously observed their surroundings. We should quickly take this opportunity to find the god of the ninja world and report this matter to him. One ninja suggested seriously to his puzzled companion. All right, let's go now. Yeah, let's hurry. After their conversation, both of them used the body flicker technique and disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, in a newly established hidden leaf village. Have we entered a true era of peace? Senju Hashirama laughed heartily at Uchiha Madara beside him. Humph, that's your idea of a peaceful era. Uchiha Madara turned his head away, seemingly lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. God of the ninja world, Lord Madara. The two ninjas who had previously used the body flicker technique entered and greeted Senju Hashirama. Oomph, another trouble. Hashirama really doesn't mind at all. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara left with an unhappy expression. Haha, don't mind him. What is it? Please speak, Senju Hashirama said with a friendly face, showing concern for the two ninjas. Wait, what was it again? I don't know either. However, just as the two ninjas wanted to report on Edward, they found their memories extremely vague. What was it? Seeing this, Senju Hashirama furrowed his brows. Now, he could handle all kinds of matters in the ninja village, but that didn't mean just anyone could see him. So vague. The two ninjas, pushing each other, still couldn't find any trace of information about Edward in their memories. Sigh, go back for now. Come back when you have confirmed it next time. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama could only sigh and waved his hand to let the two leave. Sorry, God of the ninja world. In the end, the two could only awkwardly say goodbye and walk away while still discussing what they had said earlier. It seems I need to seriously consider what Madara said about establishing a leaf guard department. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama could only helplessly say these words. Above the hidden leaf village. Is this the newly established leaf village? It feels so familiar. Looking at the buildings being constructed below, Edward murmured. Familiar? This was once your home. Kagaya Otsutsuki floated beside him and said. After discussing some topics earlier, Edward finally decided to release Kagaya Otsutsuki from the ceiling space. After all, Edward, who was now familiar with Kagaya Otsutsuki, really had no reason to keep her confined. Yes, very nostalgic. Edward felt the six paths power within him slowly recovering. Sigh, you should hurry and recover your strength. Kagaya Otsutsuki sighed and said, all right, let's leave this place and wait for several decades. With that, Edward took the lead and left the newly established leaf village. The scene shifted to a cave and a mountain peak. Golyalala, this place should be quite nice. Just a little arrangement will do. Surveying the various items developed by ninjutsu around him, as well as a big bed, Edward laughed heartily. This style is hard to find. I used to rest on a straw mat. Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at the room that Edward had developed and said, then let's stay here for a while, Golyalala. After the two finished their conversation, they both sat cross-legged on the large bed, slowly recovering their strength. However, after a while, the beds began to disappear, leaving only the two bewildered individuals staring at each other. Is this not going to work? Edward said with a puzzled expression as he looked at the vanishing surroundings. Shouldn't we be recovering properly? Stop with this useless stuff. Otsutsuki Kagaya shook her head, indicating her disinterest. All right. Hearing this, Edward nodded slightly and sat down on the ground to rest properly. After resting for an unknown amount of time, he realized that the god of shinobi from the former Hidden Leaf Village had died, and the shinobi world had entered the era of the third Hokage. Unfortunately, Edward and Otsutsuki Kagaya, who were in the third quadrant, could not change anything. You're awake? I've been waiting for you for a long time. On this day, Otsutsuki Kagaya was staring intently at the giant in front of her. Yes, I'm awake, and the power of the six paths in my body has almost recovered. The awakened Edward rubbed his forehead and sighed. By the way, I should have crossed over to this world now. Let us take a look. Suddenly remembering something, Edward stood up and pulled Otsutsuki Kagaya beside him. Okay, let's go take a look. Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression changed slightly as she quickly vanished. After saying this, Edward pulled Otsutsuki Kagaya and soared into the sky, arriving at the Hidden Leaf Village. Can they no longer see us? I didn't expect the influence of the third quadrant to be so strong. After descending in the Hidden Leaf Village, Edward muttered to himself as he observed the villagers around him who could not see him. Yes. Hearing Edward's voice, Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded. This is it, this is me. Edward then took Otsutsuki Kagaya to a building, which was the place he had previously stayed in. Oh, is it the muscular guy working out? But he looks very different from you now. Otsutsuki Kagaya, with her eyes wide open, smiled slightly at the position Edward pointed to. Oh, are you looking down on me? At this point in the conversation, Edward embraced Otsutsuki Kagaya, locking eyes with her with a heavy gaze. No, Otsutsuki Kagaya stuttered, continuously avoiding Edward's gaze. Gulalala, you really can't handle teasing. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya like this, Edward laughed heartily and released her. Once released, Otsutsuki Kagaya fell into silence. I really miss it. I was so vigilant about this world back then, Edward said with a sigh while looking at the little boy inside the house. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya seemed indifferent. But now, I definitely don't need to be so vigilant about this world anymore. In the next moment, a domineering look appeared in Edward's eyes as he loudly declared, all right, I got it. Seeing Edward getting into the zone again, Otsutsuki Kagaya helplessly spread her hands. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here any longer. There's nothing good here. Let us go check the dragon vein. After looking at the muscular guy working out for a while, Edward closed his eyes and lost interest in him. I'll follow your lead. Otsutsuki Kagaya fully supported Edward's choice. At the moment, she had no sense of direction regarding the term power and was not as interested as Edward. Okay, let us get moving. After saying this, Edward rose and flew away from the Hidden Leaf Village, with Otsutsuki Kagaya closely following behind. Finally, after a flight, Edward and Otsutsuki Kagaya crossed countless mountains and rivers before reaching their destination. The ancient country of Lulan had not yet been destroyed, but when they saw everything in front of them, Edward realized something was different. Yes, it hasn't been destroyed. Otsutsuki Kagaya echoed beside him. I just wonder if the sacrificial array has been built yet. If it has, do we have a chance? Remembering the mysterious sacrificial array, Edward's eyes sparkled. In fact, he could construct a sacrificial array using the special energy of the dragon vein. However, being in the third quadrant, he could not make significant changes to this world, which directly extinguished his inner thoughts. Edward, I can sense a different energy fluctuation here besides us. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was about to respond to Edward, suddenly turned her gaze to one direction. Different energy fluctuation? Hearing this, Edward instantly released his observation haki, trying to capture that energy fluctuation. Over there. Soon, Edward successfully captured the energy fluctuation, making his entire body tense up. He could sense a powerful presence from that energy fluctuation. Although the power of the 6 paths in his body had almost recovered, it would still take some time to stabilize. This meant his strength would be significantly reduced. Could it be the Otsutsuki clan? Let's go. After finishing their conversation, the two flew towards that direction, their imposing aura enveloping them. They both knew what they were about to face. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village, a man with pale skin and light blue long hair tied in a high ponytail, lacking eyebrows, with 2 dots on his forehead and horn-like headgear, dressed in white, carrying a red glowing fishing basket and holding a red glowing fishing rod, was constantly observing the Hidden Leaf Village with a scrutinizing gaze. What bad luck! I didn't expect to encounter a time turbulence while crossing space-time. I wonder which idiot caused it. Doesn't he know that brute force can destroy space-time and cause time turbulence? After observing for a long time, the man suddenly shouted with a somewhat angry expression. If looked closely, one would realize he was the Otsutsuki Urashiki mentioned by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. However, it was truly regrettable that Momoshiki and Kinshiki had died in battle. It was too unfortunate. After maintaining his angry expression for a while, Otsutsuki Urashiki then spoke with a look of regret. He had initially planned to follow closely behind Momoshiki and Kinshiki after receiving notification from Otsutsuki Kagaya. But when he arrived in that world, he was truly dumbfounded. The deaths of Momoshiki and Kinshiki immediately ignited his anger, and he intended to find a mastermind behind it and destroy the shinobi world. However, when he was about to destroy the ninja world, he unexpectedly discovered that there were still members of his clan, the Otsutsuki clan, in this world. This made him, who felt regret toward his kin, immediately abandon his thoughts of destroying the ninja world and, after some communication, prepared to leave. Once he calmed down, he began to think about the problem. If Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki were both killed by that behind-the-scenes killer, how could he possibly be a match for him? Therefore, he planned to use the most direct method, employing the Otsutsuki clan's treasure, the plow, to travel back to the past and find that killer in his childhood and kill him. This way, he could solve the problem without using any of his power. Moreover, feeling deep regret for the Otsutsuki clan, he also intended to travel back to the time when Kaguya Otsutsuki descended into this ninja world, hoping to persuade her to return with his words. However, everything went awry when he was traveling through time and space. Unexpectedly, a clumsy guy caused a time turbulence that sucked him in, bringing him to the memory period of this ninja world. Originally, if everything went as planned, he should have been able to travel to the correct time point. Damn it, it's all that guy's fault. Holding the red, glowing fishing rod, Otsutsuki Urashiki said angrily, "Sai, forget it. I'll just wait for the plow to recharge before escaping this memory period." After being angry for a while, Otsutsuki Urashiki finally calmed down. No, wait, something's happening over there. But soon, Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression changed, and he looked in one direction, shocked. That direction was where Edward and Kaguya Otsutsuki were flying in. Is Kaguya? And that behind-the-scenes killer they described at that time. After seeing the appearance of the two, Otsutsuki Urashiki took a step back and said, he didn't really want to face this lineup. Otherwise, he would definitely be the one to lose. Kaguya, who is this guy? Is he also from your Otsutsuki clan? Finally, Edward and Kaguya Otsutsuki flew to Otsutsuki Urashiki's front, calmly looking at each other, murmuring, "Otsutsuki Urashiki, why are you here?" However, Kaguya Otsutsuki did not answer Edward's question first, but instead looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki and asked, if possible. She did not want to kill this one Otsutsuki clan member who was not very violent. "Have you really betrayed the Otsutsuki clan? You traitor." But when Otsutsuki Urashiki saw her standing next to the giant, he instantly became furious. At the same time, the thought of wanting to return to the time when Kaguya Otsutsuki was present and persuade her with words immediately disappeared. Think whatever you want. Anyway, I can no longer return to the Otsutsuki clan. Kaguya Otsutsuki lowered her head, glancing at Edward beside her, and began to speak firmly. She no longer wanted to return to the days when her freedom was restricted, always having to gather chakra fruits for the Otsutsuki god. If possible, she hoped to always be by Edward's side, living freely. Why betray the Otsutsuki clan? You traitor. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Urashiki's gaze began to waver. Until now, he still didn't understand why Kaguya Otsutsuki would truly betray the Otsutsuki clan. Forget it. Since we each have different positions now, then let's die, crane form. After saying this, Urashiki consumed the red glowing fish basket and his Rinnegan, transforming into a new form. His Byakugan turned golden. A golden Rinnegan opened on his forehead. Black stripes appeared on his face, and two giant bird-like wings grew from his head. His feet also transformed into black claws, and his arms could turn into wings to fly in the air. This was Urashiki's current transformed state, and he became incredibly powerful in physical techniques and strength, capable of using Shinra Tensei, devouring ninjutsu, and creating black rods. What is this? Is it similar to Otsutsuki Momoshiki's death god form? How interesting. Are people nowadays all going for transformation styles? Seeing this scene instantly triggered Edward's contemplation. But if that's the case, then infinite chakra form. 6 paths dominance bind. After speaking, black and red dominance energy wrapped around Edward's body, overflowing with a large amount of chakra and 6 paths power. This was his strongest state so far. And once he entered this state, Edward's momentum overwhelmed the transformed Otsutsuki Urashiki. Is that all? Ha ha ha. I will tear your flesh piece by piece. Then I will devour it as food. After transforming into crane form, Otsutsuki Urashiki's personality became extremely violent and arrogant, speaking in a crude manner. Such crude words. Bang. Hearing this, Edward's inner dissatisfaction was instantly ignited, and with a wave of his hand, countless cracks surged towards him. He wouldn't normally behave this way. It's all because he entered this state. Otsutsuki Kaguya, who had previously seen someone become extremely crude after entering this form, said helplessly, "Ha ha, D." Over here, Otsutsuki Urashiki still wore a face of arrogance and rudeness, and his tearing claws collided with those spatial cracks. But after he made contact, his expression changed instantly, and his claws were shattered. Ridiculous. How can my power be something you can block? After saying this, Edward pressed forward, using the cloud cutter in his hand to slash at him, chopping off a small part of his body. Ha ha ha, is that all the power you have? You're still far from being able to kill me. Seeing the small part of his body that had been chopped off, the arrogant Otsutsuki Urashiki shouted loudly. Ignorant. Armed color dominance, sword chi slash. As his gaze gradually turned indifferent, Edward's big knife immediately slashed out countless sword chi surrounding him. You can't catch me. However, because he had entered crane form, his speed was incredibly sharp, and he was completely unharmed by these sword chi, even rushing forward to engage Edward in close combat. The two fists immediately collided, and Otsutsuki Urashiki's body seemed to wrap around him like a small bird. What is this power? It hurts. After a short while of close combat, Otsutsuki Urashiki felt something was wrong. Looking at the flesh and blood on his hands and body that had been shattered by mysterious force. Moreover, Edward, who was wrapped in black armed color dominance, actually suffered no damage at all, growling, ignorant. But Edward had no interest in explaining to Otsutsuki Urashiki. Instead, he laughed out loud and slashed again. A clone? And with this slash, Otsutsuki Urashiki was cut open like tofu, causing Edward to frown. Running away? But trying to escape is not an easy task. He then looked in a certain direction, murmuring, and began to move his legs to chase after. That direction was where Otsutsuki Urashiki was currently fleeing, fully aware that he was no match for Edward and had already given up the thought of fighting him. 3,000 black rods. Seeing Edward chasing from behind, Otsutsuki Pusher's heart jolted, and countless black rods shot out from his wings to try to block Edward. He had already decided to forcibly use the Otsutsuki clan's treasure plow to traverse other worlds and leave this place. Otherwise, the only outcome of staying here was one word: death. Black rods? This thing no longer worked on me. As the black rods shot toward him, Edward waved his sword and knocked them down. Say what? Pusher's 3,000 black rods were so easily knocked down by Edward, causing his heart to skip a beat. Plow, open for me. He then stopped thinking too much and planned to directly use the treasure pair to break through the time-space and leave this place. What kind of treasure is that? It can manipulate the power of time and space? I must obtain it. After seeing the actions of Otsutsuki Pusher, Edward's heart raced. He had to obtain such an extraordinary treasure at all costs. That was the Otsutsuki clan's treasure pair, which could manipulate the power of time and space to traverse through time, even going back to kill you in your childhood. He had to stop him. Kagaya Otsutsuki, who initially thought Edward could easily catch Otsutsuki Pusher, also joined in. Understanding the significance of that treasure, she knew that if they let Otsutsuki Pusher go now, their time would truly be limited. Space Rift Shock, 80 Gods Air Strike. The two finally unleashed all their power toward Otsutsuki Pusher, who was about to step into the time-space and leave. No matter what, they had to keep Otsutsuki Pusher here today. Ha! Goodbye. I won't let you go. However, Otsutsuki Pusher had already stepped into the time-space, leaving only half of his body behind. He still got away. Seeing Otsutsuki Pusher's half-remaining body on the ground, Kagaya Otsutsuki said helplessly, "It seems I can't be idle any longer. I must do something." Edward also frowned, feeling troubled inside. The escaped Otsutsuki Pusher was now his biggest concern, causing him great anxiety. According to Kagaya Otsutsuki, he could even traverse back to Edward's childhood to kill him, which was the most deadly threat. Edward, hurry up and improve your strength. While that treasure has a downtime, you can use this time to try to break through the time-space and catch Otsutsuki Pusher. After Kagaya Otsutsuki expressed her helplessness, she began to seriously suggest this to Edward. She didn't want this giant she had just gotten to know to die like this. Downtime? I understand. It seems I still have some time, and I have a chakra fruit that I haven't used yet. Maybe it can bring me some surprises. Remembering the chakra fruit sealed in his space, Edward's heart skipped a beat as he said. He initially wanted to let this fruit nurture within him to better absorb it. However, given the current situation, he couldn't wait that long. Let's go back to the cave. Edward then turned around and flew back to the place that had previously housed him. He planned to return to that cave to quickly recover and enhance his strength by consuming the chakra fruit, thus breaking through the time-space. However, the possibility of breaking through the time-space was very slim. Sigh. After a deep breath, Kagaya Otsutsuki followed closely behind Edward, unsure of what to say. Inside the cave afterward, I hope you can bring me surprises. Edward, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes fixed on the chakra fruit in his hand, said. He had returned to his cave and was about to use this downtime to enhance his strength. Ah, glug glug. Immediately, Edward tossed the chakra fruit, which arched through the air and landed in his mouth. This familiar energy returned. It was the power of the chakra fruit. After consuming the chakra fruit, Edward squinted his eyes, carefully sensing the situation within his body. Having already eaten a chakra fruit before, he quickly began to guide this energy throughout his body to better accept it. I hope I can digest the energy of the chakra fruit quickly during this time. Please don't let me down. After saying this, Edward focused on guiding the energy within him to shorten the time needed to fully absorb the chakra fruit. Sigh. I need to be quicker. I can't afford to have any more problems. I don't want to lose anything else. Kagaya Otsutsuki beside him also lowered her head, and chakra energy was wildly transported into Edward's body. She wanted to help Edward absorb the chakra fruit faster in this way, to eliminate Edward's greatest concern as soon as possible. Time slowly passed, and the two maintained their positions to help Edward better absorb the energy of the chakra fruit. However, their efforts were rewarded. Within just a year, Edward absorbed most of the energy from the chakra fruit. On this day, both of them opened their eyes simultaneously. How long has it been? The first thing Edward said upon opening his eyes was this familiar phrase, his face flushed with color. It should have been about a year, right? Kagaya Otsutsuki replied with a pale face, looking quite weak. During this past year, she had continuously transmitted chakra from her own body to help Edward absorb the chakra fruit's energy. Thank you for your hard work, Kagaya. Seeing her appearance, Edward nodded, a complex expression on his face. He had finally accepted this woman, this pitiful woman who had been sealed away. It's not hard. After replying, Kagaya Otsutsuki suddenly closed her eyes and leaned against Edward's chest. Due to Edward's height, she had already used her 6 paths power to adjust her height to 6. Then sleep well. When you wake up, everything will be better. Edward then stopped making any further moves, holding her for a moment before placing her into the sealed space. Let me see what kind of power this chakra fruit has given me. Edward then shifted his gaze back to himself, carefully examining everything within him. Interesting. I didn't expect it to grant me this ability. After observing for a while, Edward finally nodded in satisfaction. The chakra fruit he absorbed did not disappoint him. It bestowed upon him a very powerful ability. But this power seems to have no effect on my current situation. I need to hurry up. The scene shifted, and Edward's expression suddenly changed as he remembered the fleeing Otsutsuki Pushur. One must know that there is still an Otsutsuki Pushur threatening him at all times in an invisible way. Perhaps that day, or even the next second, he could disappear into the void because of the reason that Otsutsuki Pushur killed Edward's childhood self. I should go check the dragon vein. I don't know if I can break through space and time with it. The next second, Edward's gaze turned in a direction, and he murmured softly. During this year's recovery, he not only absorbed the energy of that chakra fruit, but he also completely restored his power of the 6 paths, reaching a true peak state. If he were to return to the moment he encountered Otsutsuki Pushur, he was confident that he would definitely not let Otsutsuki Pushur escape. Meanwhile, on the other side, Otsutsuki Pushur coughed and finally recovered. Since that great battle, he could finally use the plow again. Covering his mouth, Otsutsuki Pushur said with a slight pain in his chest. The reason for the slow recovery of this treasure was that he had used the plow in too much of a hurry during the previous battle. There is no time to waste. I must quickly kill the detestable giant. As for Kagaya Otsutsuki, remembering the woman from his Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Pushur said with a meaningful expression, I will deal with you afterward. After finally figuring it out, Otsutsuki Pushur smiled and cast this matter aside. Break. After saying that, Otsutsuki Pushur raised the plow in his hand and used its power on the spot in front of him. Although it was not fully charged, it should be no problem to travel back to the giant's childhood. Looking at the plow in his hand, Otsutsuki Pushur said with a hint of expectation. After all, his plow was not omnipotent. It needed to be carefully controlled. Otherwise, mistakes would be minor issues, but real problems could cause time and space to become chaotic. After a series of operations with the treasure in Otsutsuki Pusher's hand, just like before, the space in front of him broke open. It worked, just in time to exhaust its last bit of energy. Otsutsuki Pusher chuckled sinisterly and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found himself in an incredibly dense forest. But there were several civilians walking by, pushing carts. "Hello, may I ask where this is?" Otsutsuki Pusher asked the civilian he saw after stepping out through the broken space. Normally, he was very peaceful and treated everyone with kindness. "You are." The civilian, upon seeing the man in white, showed a look of panic. After all, just a moment ago, there was no one behind him, and this man had appeared silently behind him. However, due to Otsutsuki Pusher's gentle and kind words and the supplies in his cart, the civilian suppressed his urge to flee. "My name is Otsutsuki Pusher. Could you tell me how to get to Konoha village?" Otsutsuki Pusher asked without any disdain for the civilian. "Cough, cough. This is the border of the Land of Wind. If you want to go to Konoha, that could be quite troublesome." The civilian, with a hint of panic on his face, cautiously replied while gripping his cart tightly. The supplies in this cart were all the food for his family for the next month. He absolutely could not afford any accidents. If it were stolen or lost, it would be better to die directly in the desert terrain of his home. "It's fine. Just give me a general direction and route." Unbeknownst to him, Otsutsuki Pusher said without any concern for the trouble, "If you really want to go, that road over there should lead back to Konoha village." The civilian pointed to a direction, a bit uncertain. "Oh, thank you very much. You helped me a lot." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Pusher rubbed his chin, gaining a rough understanding of where he was. If this civilian hadn't told him, it would have cost him a lot of effort to find Konoha village. "Not at all. If there's nothing else, can I leave now?" After hearing Otsutsuki Pusher's thanks, the civilian, with trembling hands gripping his cart, asked cautiously, Of course." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Pusher stepped aside to clear a path. He had initially thought about granting this civilian some power to make him a follower in this world. But the civilian's eagerness to leave indirectly dismissed Otsutsuki Pusher's thoughts. Sometimes it's like this. Fate is mysterious, and what should be will come without reason. What shouldn't be, no matter how hard you fight for it, is useless. Good. Seeing the path Otsutsuki Pusher cleared, the civilian immediately pushed his cart and jogged away. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on the supplies in his cart. There absolutely could not be any mistakes. Poor human. After seeing the civilian push his cart and leave, Otsutsuki Pusher, using his mind-reading ability to understand the civilian situation, shook his head slightly. But he would no longer give that civilian any opportunities, because sometimes one chance is enough. "Konoha village, here I come." Otsutsuki Pusher then floated in the air, using his sensing ability to search for the route the civilian had given him and flew off. This is easier than I imagined. After flying for a long time, Otsutsuki Pusher finally found a large ninja village and couldn't help but feel a bit happy. Is this Konoha village? How is it completely different from the Konoha village I saw back then? Even the surroundings are all cliffs. However, when he landed in this large ninja village, he felt something was strange. This ninja village resembled Konoha village by about 60. The familiar Hokage building, familiar architecture, familiar Hokage rock. But upon closer inspection, he found it was completely different. "Forget it. I'll know once I ask." Shaking his head, Otsutsuki Pusher immediately dismissed the thoughts in his mind. But after he finished asking, his anger surged instantly. "Damn it. That civilian actually dared to deceive me. Otherwise, I would have already killed the giant in his childhood by now." Otsutsuki Pusher, with fire flashing in his eyes, screamed internally. In his inquiries, he found out that this place was actually a Wagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages alongside Konoha. Tenku, Shuriken. Unable to hold back any longer, Otsutsuki Pusher drew out the weapon behind his back, the red light fishing rod, and used it to shoot countless red light fish hooks for a long-range attack on this ninja village. Boom! Boom! The red light fish hooks quickly exploded in the rock ninja village with unstoppable force, causing massive destruction. Various buildings in the village were shattered, leading to an unwarranted disaster for the rock ninja village. This disaster was merely caused by a civilian's uncertain directions. "Oh, that feels good. All right, time to get down to business." After venting his frustrations, Otsutsuki Pushi put away the red light fishing rod, soared back into the sky, and headed towards the direction of Konoha village that he had accurately asked about earlier. The scene was left in ruins, leaving the rock ninja village in chaos. Meanwhile, in Konoha village at the ninja school, two boys of significantly different heights were having a conversation. "Brother Edward, we have class soon. Don't drag me off somewhere." These two boys were the child versions of Yamashita Maple and Edward. At this moment, Yamashita Maple was trying to shyly escape Edward's grasp because Edward wanted to take him to the nearby forest for some undisclosed activities. "It's just a study period. Sitting there is a waste of time." However, Edward ignored Yamashita Maple's words and directly pulled him out through the back door of the ninja school. "Sigh, Brother Edward." Hearing this, Yamashita Maple could only sigh and stop rebutting Edward. "Trust me, learning these hunting skills is much better than sitting in that classroom daydreaming." Seeing Yamashita Maple's unwilling expression, Edward helplessly said. In his view, the ninja world was fraught with danger, and even Konoha village merely saw them as tools and cannon fodder, leaving him with no sense of security. That's why Edward wanted to train Yamashita Maple as soon as possible to enhance his strength. All right, I'll listen to Brother Edward." Ultimately, Yamashita Maple could only nod in agreement. The two then entered the forest behind the ninja school, one after the other. Although this wasn't true wilderness, catching some small wild animals here should help increase Yamashita Maple's combat experience. With a serious expression, Edward placed his hands on his hips and said earnestly, "If you observe carefully, you'll find that I look about 10 years old now. My physical strength may not be great, but it's not small either." It's worth noting that at this age, Edward had already unlocked the fusion panel and possessed the strength of a genin, even a chunin. Ugh, I can't catch anything. But soon, Edward became extremely disappointed, as Yamashita Maple couldn't even catch a small mouse. "Sigh, I'm being too hasty. We'll talk about this later." Seeing Yamashita Maple in such a pathetic state, Edward could only sigh. "Let us go back to school. There's no need to stay here." After that, Edward's desire to teach Yamashita Maple combat experience completely vanished, and he turned to leave. "Hey, wait for me, Brother Edward." Hearing this, Yamashita Maple's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly followed Edward, shouting loudly, Who's there? Dare spy on me?" Suddenly, Edward stopped in place, his eyes alert and wary of his surroundings. "Brother Edward, what's wrong?" Yamashita Maple, who was closely following, bumped into him, raising his curiosity. But at that moment, Edward couldn't care about anything else because he sensed a mysterious power watching him. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Yet he couldn't find a source of the spying. Hello there." After a few minutes, a voice came from above, from a large tree. It was confirmed that this mysterious person had been monitoring him all along. "What is this?" Hearing the voice, Edward immediately looked up and threw a kunai from his waist upwards. Whoosh! But the kunai was effortlessly caught in the mysterious person's hand as if it had no power at all. "No matter how strong you become in the future, right now, you're just a toy in my hand." With that, the mysterious person revealed himself, throwing the kunai back at Edward. This mysterious person was Otsutsuki Pushi. How fast! When Edward saw the mysterious person reveal himself, his eyes widened instantly, and the kunai pierced through his chest. "Brother Edward," Yamashita Maple, seeing his respected brother Edward injured, shouted loudly, "Don't worry about me. Run as far as you can." Hearing Yamashita Maple shout, Edward pulled the kunai out of his chest and yelled at him. Because he was a transmigrator, he quickly recognized who the person in front of him was. What puzzled him was why this person appeared here to attack him. Brother Edward. Hearing the shout and knowing he could do nothing, Yamashita Maple could only take a deep look at Otsutsuki Pushi before turning to leave. "You got some guts. No wonder you're that man." Seeing Edward pull the kunai from his chest, Otsutsuki Pushi expressed his appreciation. As for Yamashita Maple, he didn't regard him as a threat at all. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Hearing Otsutsuki Pushi's admiration, Edward gritted his teeth and shouted. He could feel the irresistible power from this man, which made him feel somewhat hopeless. "Who am I? You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm in a good mood right now and can play with you for a while." Grinning as if he thought of something fun, Otsutsuki Pushi spoke with a playful expression. Damn it, why is this happening? What did I do wrong? Noticing Otsutsuki Pushi's playful demeanor, Edward buried his head in his arms, unsure of what to think. So pitiful, I'm truly sorry. But do you know how much damage your future self will cause to our Otsutsuki clan? Seeing Edward's lowered head, Otsutsuki Pushi couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. My future self? The Otsutsuki clan? What is that? Hearing this, Edward looked up in shock. Knowing the chaotic plot of the original Naruto, he could already guess something from Otsutsuki Pushi's words. Yes, let us make sure you understand it clearly. I am from the noble Otsutsuki clan, named Otsutsuki Pushi, and I'm here to kill you in this time frame. Otsutsuki Pushi floated in midair, revealing his identity. Otsutsuki Pushi? But what exactly did my future self do to you? Why are you treating me this way? Edward clenched his fists, yet felt utterly powerless as he shouted. At that moment, he wished more than anything to possess strength, to have greater power. The future you? That is a terrifying giant. Do you remember that horrifying figure towering at 6? Can you tell me what the future me looks like? Upon hearing this, Edward fell into deep thought, eager to learn more information. Hee, greedy human, forget it. Let us end this. I have too many things to attend to. Young escaped Blackrod. But Otsutsuki Pu sure was no longer interested in conversing with him, thinking of the terrifying power of future Edward. He was ready to end the life of this young man immediately. Countless black rods condensed in the air and shot toward Edward like a drizzle. No, I can't escape. Seeing those black rods resembling a light rain, Edward's pupils constricted in terror. As a traverser, he couldn't possibly die like this, not even knowing the reason for his death. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. At the critical moment, a massive fire dragon suddenly charged in, and a gigantic stone wall blocked those black rods. Is that the third Hokage? Seeing the familiar face, Edward murmured in shock. He never expected this person he had been wary of would actually save him. Brother Edward. Next to the third Hokage was Yamashita Maple, clearly brought here by him. It just so happened that the third Hokage was inspecting the ninja school today when he was suddenly informed by a disheveled Yamashita Maple that they were under attack. After sensing the battle fluctuations, he rushed here without delay. May I ask who you are? Seeing this middle-aged man who interrupted his plans, Otsutsuki Pu sure frowned and inquired impatiently. Where leaves flutter, fire continues to burn. The flames will keep illuminating the village and help the new leaves sprout. I'm the third Hokage of Konoha, and I will not allow you to harm the new blossoms of Konoha. Facing Otsutsuki Pushi. The third Hokage summoned a golden staff, ready to defend. He was not old yet, and he believed he could easily handle the enemy before him. What foolish words. Suddenly hearing the will of fire from the third Hokage, Otsutsuki Pushi was momentarily stunned. After all, he was not someone who grew up in Konoha, so how could he understand what the third Hokage was saying? Let us see the truth in action. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Lightning Release. Not knowing what Otsutsuki Pushi was stunned about, the third Hokage immediately unleashed a ferocious dragon toward him. The lightning release wrapped around this dragon, making it appear even more terrifying. Chakra, ninjutsu? Although it has some power, it's useless against me. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Pushi waved his hand and dispersed the lightning dragon. How is this possible? Seeing his water dragon bullet technique easily shattered, the third Hokage widened his eyes and shouted, "Nothing is impossible." After saying this, Otsutsuki Pushi drew out a red glowing fishing rod from behind and hooked it toward the third Hokage. Golden Staff. Seeing the red glowing fishing rod coming, the third Hokage quickly raised his golden staff to block. Thud. But the next moment, the third Hokage's body flew backward, and the golden staff was knocked away and disappeared. So strong, I can't just sit here and wait any longer. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. This is a secret fire release technique passed down through the Sarutobi clan, unleashing a fierce flame that can create a very intense fire. But that is not all. The next moment, the third Hokage consecutively released several ninjutsu. Earth Release. Earth Flow River. Wind Release. Gale. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Lightning Release. Thunderclap. These ninjutsu formed an encirclement trapping Otsutsuki Pushur with no escape. Give up resisting. This ninjutsu is useless against our Otsutsuki clan. But Otsutsuki Pushur waved the red glowing fishing rod nonchalantly, dispersing all the ninjutsu under the shocked expression of the third Hokage. The third Hokage, still in shock, didn't he know how to respond. But the red glowing fishing rod in Otsutsuki Pushur's hand wound give him time. It struck him on the skull. Third Hokage-sama, in Yamashita Maple's incredulous gaze, the third Hokage immediately flew backward, crashing into countless trees, and fell silent. So boring. Seeing how easily he had defeated his opponent, Otsutsuki Pushur spat. Next as you die. He then swung the red glowing fishing rod at the fleeing Edward. Damn. The third Hokage's time was too short. Seeing the red glowing fishing rod coming, Edward helplessly recalled countless memories, simultaneously complaining about the third Hokage. But just at that critical moment, the void twisted, and a large hand reached out, gripping the red glowing fishing rod. Sorry, I'm late. A voice filled with weight and a sense of security resonated. This person was the future version of Edward, who had just devoured that chakra fruit. Otsutsuki Pushi, are you ready to meet your end? After saying this, the future version of Edward appeared before the shocked eyes of the young Edward. Is this what my future self looks like? Seeing his strong and tall future self, the young Edward was quite excited. What? How did you get here? You clearly don't possess the ability to traverse space-time. Seeing the powerful Edward he was familiar with, Otsutsuki Pushur took a step back in disbelief. I certainly didn't tea before, but after I consumed the second chakra fruit, that is no longer the case. With a sinister smile, Edward wielded his sword, the Songyun cut, slicing through the red glowing fishing rod and swiftly arriving in front of Otsutsuki Pushur. Indeed, being able to come here was thanks to the ability granted by the second chakra fruit, allowing him to traverse through the dragon vein. Otherwise, he feared he would have missed his chance entirely. Don't. Seeing the giant Otsutsuki Urashiki suddenly appear before him, he shouted madly. But despite the shouting, Edward's fist still landed heavily on his face. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and Otsutsuki Urashiki was sent flying into the sky by Edward's heavy punch. The third Hokage should be fine. He's just unconscious. Take care of him. After knocking Otsutsuki Urashiki into the sky, Edward turned to the two people behind him and said. Then he ignored them and shot up into the sky. Who is this big guy? The young version of Yamashita, Maple shivered and whispered next to the young version of Edward. Don't ask. We should focus on waking up Lord Third Hokage. But the young Edward, who knew some truths, clearly didn't want to tell Yamashita, Maple too much, and turned to run towards the unconscious Third Hokage. In the sky. How can you travel through time and space to get here? This makes no sense. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had been knocked away but managed to recover in that moment, said incredulously, it's all thanks to another chakra fruit that granted me this new ability. Want to experience it? Edward grinned mockingly. 6 paths tremor. 3-color hockey. Infinite chakra form. Activate. Immediately, Edward's body unleashed the most powerful and violent force he had ever possessed. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even be able to control such a violent power. However, due to the new ability balance granted by the chakra fruit, he was able to fully master this violent force. Moreover, the chaotic chakra from the dragon vein was also suppressed under Edward's balance, allowing him to travel through space and time to get here. No! Seeing Edward activate this violent power, Otsutsuki Urashiki's face paled, and he shouted. But the next second, his shout turned into a scream as his body was instantly turned into a mist of blood. So fragile. Edward, covered in blood mist, scanned the surroundings with bloodshot eyes. He knew that Otsutsuki Urashiki, possessing the power of the 6 paths, would definitely recover soon. I won't let you go. Sage crane form. 1,000 paper cranes, instantaneous. Sure enough, not long after, Otsutsuki Urashiki's figure reappeared in midair, even releasing his sage crane form and his technique. His technique, using his blue Rinnegan ability, allowed him to transform into several red light paper cranes at the moment of being attacked and disappear from the enemy's sight, appearing anywhere at will. Bang! Bang! Next came the chase between the two, but due to Otsutsuki Urashiki's 1,000 paper cranes instantaneous, Edward couldn't catch him for the time being. Got you. Finally. With a calm voice, Edward wrapped his red Hokage and armed hand around his ankle. Here we go again. Heavenly Susanoo red light sphere. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Urashiki could only summon a giant red transparent sphere with a red light fishing rod to defend against Edward's attack. Tremor. But how could this red transparent sphere defend against Edward's tremor power? Soon, Edward's tremor power shattered it to pieces, and Otsutsuki Urashiki's body was smashed hard to the ground. You have already lost. Merge with me. After saying this, Edward's mouth opened wide, looking like a demon. Do you want to seal me? Or eat me? Otsutsuki Urashiki finally showed a look of fear, incredulously saying. At that moment, he couldn't tell whether Edward wanted to seal him or just eat him. Gulalala. Maybe you don't know I possess the power of the 10 tails. After failing to swallow Urashiki in one bite, Edward laughed. You mean you have the power of the 10 tails inside you? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes widened in shock. On their planet, the 10 tails was merely a tool in the eyes of the Otsutsuki clan. No one would absorb the power of this tool to become a tool themselves. But Edward was completely different from them because he was not a member of the Otsutsuki clan. That's right, so merge with me. After repeating this, Edward's huge hand tightly grasped Otsutsuki Urashiki's body and opened his enormous mouth. No, don't. Seeing the giant before him open its mouth, Otsutsuki Urashiki screamed madly. But in this form, any struggle was futile, and soon Otsutsuki Urashiki's entire body was stuffed into Edward's mouth. It's a bit of a choke. I need to decompose him quickly. After eating Otsutsuki Urashiki, Edward immediately sat down, compressing his stomach to devour him. At the same time, he spit out Otsutsuki Urashiki's weapons. The red light fishing rod and the red light fishing basket, as well as the Otsutsuki clan's treasure, the plow. Not bad. After saying this, Edward threw everything in front of him into the space of the Tsongyun cutting ninja tool he held. He wanted Tsongyun cutting to digest all these things. This is still too much pressure for Tsongyun cutting. In that case, but Edward quickly realized Tsongyun cutting's limited energy, and the power of the 6 paths surged into Tsongyun cutting without restraint. This should be enough. Don't let me down. Edward grinned as he held Tsongyun cutting. He had never forgotten this battle companion that had always been with him. Next is you, Otsutsuki Urashiki. I will slowly digest you and let you die in fear. Then Edward focused his attention on the stomach, where Otsutsuki Urashiki was located. After all, Otsutsuki Urashiki was the person who had posed the greatest threat to Edward since he stepped into the 6 paths. Just a little more. If not for that misdirected civilian and the 3rd Hokage, Edward would have permanently vanished into this endless time. Has the reorganized memory come back? Thanks to that misdirected civilian and the 3rd Hokage, otherwise, Edward said while slowly digesting Otsutsuki Urashiki in his stomach. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki had completely lost consciousness and had become a possession within Edward. I should leave here quickly, otherwise I might affect reality. Then Edward didn't stay any longer, his body swaying and disappearing from there. The longer he stayed, the more likely it was that the future would change. Staying here shouldn't be a big problem. After leaving the land of fire, Edward casually dug out a cave and moved in. He needed to absorb Otsutsuki Urashiki's power during this time and let Tsongyun cutting absorb the powers of those weapons. I'm not sure what changes will occur after Tsongyun Chia absorbs that Otsutsuki clan treasure, the plow. Edward, feeling a bit expectant, murmured while staring intently at the Tsongyun Chia in his hand. After this, Edward stayed in the cave for countless years. It wasn't until he completely digested the power of Otsutsuki Urashiki that he finally awakened. You awake too? Otsutsuki Kagaya. Edward, who had just woken up, examined the Otsutsuki Kagaya sealed within him and spoke. I've been awake for a long time, just haven't made any moves while staying here. Otsutsuki Kagaya quietly murmured in the sealed space. Oh, that's right, for you? You must have gotten used to the passage of time. Upon hearing this, Edward smiled wryly and exited the sealed space, returning to reality. Is there still a bit left with Tsongyun Xia? Let me lend you a hand. Edward then turned his gaze towards Tsongyun Xia and said. The next moment, after Edward finished speaking, the 6 paths power and the power of balance within him were bestowed upon Tsongyun Xia. He wanted to give Song Yun Xie a bit more energy while it consumed the overflowing energy from Otsutsuki Urashiki. This way, he could completely digest all of Otsutsuki Urashiki's energy without any loss. Just a bit more. Only need to crush that Otsutsuki clan treasure, the plow. Once absorbed, I feel Song Yun Xie will undergo a transformation. Edward's serious gaze was fixed on Song Yun Xie, murmuring, if this transformation succeeded, it would greatly enhance Edward's strength. A new energy has also been born within Song Yun Xie. Finally, with Edward's assistance, Song Yun Xie crushed and absorbed the Otsutsuki clan's treasure plow, and a new energy was born within it, attracting Edward's attention. This energy resembles the energy of space-time, Edward said while continuously examining Song Yun Xie. Now he could confirm that Song Yun Xie had likely gained a power similar to that of the Otsutsuki clan's treasure plow. However, this transformation wasn't complete yet, still needing a bit more. The next moment, Edward increased the transmission of the Six Paths power and the power balance. He could sense that Song Yun Xie was in the crucial step. It's successful. Not long after, Edward suddenly stopped the power transmission. His expression filled with surprise as he shouted. This was because Song Yun Xie's transformation had been completed successfully, evolving to a new height. Whether it was sharpness, hardness, or the degree of fusion with my power, it had all reached a new level. Looking at the shiny Song Yun Xie in his hand, Edward couldn't help but express his surprise. No, the most important thing is shattered. But that wasn't the end. The next second, Edward lifted Song Yun Xie and began to wield the energy within it to cleave. The space shattered, time trembled, as if the whole world couldn't withstand the power of Song Yun Xie. This was only Edward using half of his strength. If he used his full power, it would be even more incredible. I can feel it. Now that I have Song Yun Xie, I no longer need the dragon vein to teleport. Edward thought, a look of grandeur appearing on his face. Open. The next moment, Edward took Song Yun Xie in his hand, utilizing the energy within it to cleave a crack in the space before him, so easily breaking through space-time. Looking at the much gentler space-time compared to the dragon vein, Edward slowly stepped in. After that, under the protection of Song Yun Xie's energy, Edward surprisingly remained unharmed. I didn't expect your energy to be used like this. Edward felt a stir in his heart, slightly excited. I must find my world before Song Yun Xie's energy is exhausted. Observation. Then Edward stopped speaking, fully released his observation haki, and searched the nearby worlds with keen senses. Found it. After a while, Edward found the world he belonged to and said excitedly. This time, he was no longer battered and bruised, nor was he squeezed by space-time. He found the world he was looking for. Is this the enhancement from your Otsutsuki clan's treasure plow? So powerful. But Edward knew that all of this was thanks to Song Yun Xie absorbing the Otsutsuki clan's treasure plow. If Song Yun Xie hadn't absorbed that treasure, Edward would never have been able to find his world so easily. That's right, do you feel it? This is just the tip of the iceberg of the enemies you will face. Otsutsuki Kagaya, quietly staying in the sealed space, looked at Edward's actions with a look of comfort. Just the tip of the iceberg? But so what? In the future, I will use my fist to deal with all my enemies. Upon hearing this, Edward replied without any anger. He then stopped the conversation with Otsutsuki Kagaya and stepped out of space-time, arriving in his original world. Still this familiar scent. I wonder what changes have happened here. Edward, stepping out of space-time, said. It was estimated that it had been decades since he left this world, if calculated according to decades. He had no idea what the ninja world had turned into. Don't worry, it won't be too long. At most, this world has only passed a few years. Time will gradually correct itself. Otsutsuki Kagaya said in a tone of complete control. Is that so? Then it seems I was overthinking. But a few years is not a short time, right? Upon hearing this, Edward finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to one direction and said, In your view, it shouldn't be considered short. Otsutsuki Kagaya replied, let me go back and see them. I haven't seen them for a long time, and I really miss them. After finishing the sentence, Edward activated his observation haki to lock onto the general direction of Konoha and flew over. In this world, the only thing that interests me now is the Otsutsuki Shirai you mentioned before. Remembering the previous topic he chatted about with Edward while in the sealed space, Otsutsuki Kagaya said with a different emotion. Even though her two descendants sealed her for generations, it still gave her a different feeling. Gulalala, perhaps this is love. If I were you, I would never forgive them. Hearing this, Edward teased Otsutsuki Kagaya. You don't understand. I have become numb to the meanings represented by sealing and harm. Otsutsuki Kagaya shook her head in the sealed space and said, all right, whatever you think it should be, then let it be. Upon hearing this, Edward didn't want to continue discussing the topic with this woman and replied, perfunctory. Hearing Edward's response, Otsutsuki Kagaya let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction and ignored him. Clearly, she was not pleased with Edward's reply. Think what you want. All I want now is to see the people I miss. With a nostalgic look, Edward mentioned his brother, Yamashita Maple Leaf, and Kakashi, among others. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, towering skyscrapers stood tall, and the area of Konoha had expanded significantly, almost doubling in size compared to before. The only thing that remained unchanged was the Hokage building, which looked the same. However, Konoha's transportation had evidently improved, with new energy-efficient vehicles and convenient buses on the roads, showcasing the village's progress. In the Hokage office, Kakashi was sitting in the Hokage chair, holding a photo and murmuring something nostalgically. Dad, Kakashi's wife, Hanar, stood beside him, holding a child in her arms. It was evident that they had gotten married and had a son during Edward's absence. But for Kakashi, the real wedding had not yet taken place, as they were still missing the most important person. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. You still have to take care of the child. You don't need to run around for me every day. Kakashi waved his hand, his eyes showing a hint of tenderness. The two of them were indeed a perfect couple, living sweet and happy lives together. Yeah, I understand. Hanar nodded slowly while holding the child. By the way, when you have time to go back home, remember to have Uncle Yamashita prepare some ingredients. Tomorrow is a very important festival. Suddenly remembering something, Kakashi sweetly said to Hanar. It was their third wedding anniversary the next day. Uncle Yamashita? He should be teaching at the Ninja Academy right now. I'll go prepare later. However, Hanar seemed reluctant to trouble Yamashita Maple Leaf. Aren't you tired? You still have to take care of the child. Upon hearing this, Kakashi rubbed his sore eyes. Shadow Kurun technique. In the next moment, Kakashi formed a hand seal, and a fatigued-looking Kakashi appeared. You don't have to do this, your body. Seeing the clone, Hanar murmured with pursed lips. It's fine. I'll have a shadow clone prepare the ingredients. You should go back and rest. You've been tired these past few days. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Hanar then stopped insisting, nodded, and planned to leave with her lunch in hand. Blah, blah, blah. I heard someone misses me. But the next second, they felt a distortion in the air behind them, and a shadow loomed over them. Dad, you're back. Hearing that familiar laugh, Kakashi's eyes widened as he shouted. But having gotten used to Edward's comings and goings, he was not as surprised as before. Blah, 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 I'm back. I was delayed by some matters earlier. Sorry about that. Edward still looked like his usual self, apologizing before finding his designated seat to sit down. This seat hasn't been moved out? Sitting in the chair, Edward comfortably stretched his body. This chair has always been here, welcoming you, Dad. Kakashi smiled and stretched as well. Hanar, seeing Edward, suddenly didn't know what to say. The words she had in her heart vanished instantly, and her body stiffened. Is this my daughter-in-law? Blah, blah, blah. I can sense your presence in both of them, Kakashi. Edward grinned as he looked at Hanar and the child she was holding. Hearing this, Hanari's face instantly turned red. Coughed at. Kakashi, momentarily unsure how to react, covered his forehead. All right, I'm just kidding. Hanar, right? You can just call me Dad like Kakashi does from now on. Edward then stopped joking and looked at Hanar. Okay, Dad. After blushing, Hanar nodded heavily. Come let me see my grandson. Hey, little grandson. Edward then reached out with a big hand to take the child from Hanar and began to play with him. The child, seeing the giant in front of him, seemed unafraid and laughed out loud, sensing the immense kindness emanating from Edward. He's so cute. What's his name? Edward asked while entertaining the child. His name is Edward Kakashi. Kakashi and Hanar replied simultaneously. Edward Kakashi? What a nice name. Thankfully, you didn't give him some odd names like Kakashi or Kakato, as those would be too ugly. Edward half-jokingly recalled a joke from his past life. Haha. Upon hearing Edward's words, everyone burst into laughter. Dad, tomorrow is the 3rd anniversary of my marriage with Hanar. I hope we can hold a wedding again under your witness. After the laughter, Kakashi suddenly became serious. A wedding? Sure. Upon hearing this, Edward nodded. He felt he owed Kakashi too much. His time with Kakashi as a son was indeed too short. He hadn't even attended their wedding. All right, it's a deal. Kakashi nodded heavily, his eyes filled with joy. Well, then I'll go home to rest a bit and also check on Yamashita. After saying this, the space behind Edward began to twist, absorbing him. Dad's strength has gotten stronger again. Seeing this, Kakashi smiled slightly. He knew that with Edward's return, he would finally not have to work so hard anymore. The next day, the wedding was held very discreetly, without much fanfare. The attendees included Tsunade, Tsutsuki Shurin, Jiraiya, and a few others. Oh dear, I have to eat and drink well this time. I specifically rushed back for this. Tsunade shouted while sitting in a chair in the villa's garden. Edward's son, huh? Tsutsuki Shurin beside her said with a serious expression. They had no idea that Edward had returned before coming. Only Yamashita, Maple Leaf, Kakashi, and Hanar were aware. Therefore, everyone felt quite puzzled, not understanding why they had been called over for a wedding anniversary. As long as Kakashi goes to invite them, they will come rushing over. Just because Kakashi is the strongest ruler of the present age, the son of the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. Gwahaha, do you see who has arrived? Just a few seconds after Tsunade shouted, a bold voice came through. This is. Upon hearing this voice, several unaware people turned their heads in that direction. Is it Brother Edward? Otsutsuki Shurin said with a hint of expectation. Although he has now integrated into the ninja world, he only submits to one man, and that is Edward, who defeated him. That's right, it's Brother Edward. On the other side, in the surprised eyes of several people, a giant figure accompanied by falling maple leaves emerged, and that giant figure was Edward Newgate. Hey, where have you been all this time? Super strength fist. However, it wasn't long before Tsunade angrily shouted and swung her fist to smash it down. Tsunade was very angry at this guy who always disappeared silently from the ninja world. Cough, calm down, little Tsunade. Edward grasped Tsunade's fist, lifting her up as he spoke. Let go of me. Tsunade struggled violently as she was lifted. All right. Then you need to calm down, otherwise I'll keep you like this all day. With a wicked grin, Edward said with a smile. Okay. Finally, Tsunade, who couldn't match Edward's strength, heavily nodded her head to show submission. Then she fell to the ground, landing on her backside. Edward, you really are rough. On the other side, Jiraiya saw this scene and immediately went forward to help Tsunade up. Gwahaha, Shurin, I believe you have many questions to ask now, right? But no matter what Jiraiya said, Edward completely ignored him and turned to the silent Otsutsuki Shurin. Indeed, there are many questions I want to ask. This ninja world is different from what I had in mind. The silent Otsutsuki Shurin recalled his memories of the ninja world during this time. Before encountering Edward, he thought the ninja world was dirty and emitting a foul odor. But after meeting Edward, he felt that this ninja world was completely different. It even maintained a true sense of peace, something his ancestors had never achieved. After discovering the real reason, he took the opportunity during this period to improve his strength, planning to make the ninja world even better after Edward. Gwahaha, so do you like it here? Edward nodded and laughed in response. It's all right, but thank you for rescuing me. Otsutsuki Shurin said sincerely. Gwahaha, then I'll accept this thanks. Edward began to laugh heartily again. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Shurin also said happily. He actually admitted that he had many good feelings for Edward, who accepted him, and he intended to help Edward make the ninja world better. Gwahaha, I guess I'll be staying in the ninja world from now on, so you don't have to worry anymore. After that, the two held each other's gaze for a moment, and Edward suddenly stepped forward, patting Otsutsuki Shurin's shoulder in comfort. My strength can also protect the ninja world. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Shurin retorted defiantly. All right, let me show you who this is. Kaguya, come out. Then Edward shifted the topic and suddenly spoke to the air. Kaguya? Otsutsuki Shurin and the others said in confusion at the same time. But before their confusion lasted long, a very noble and cold woman appeared in the air. This woman was Kaguya Otsutsuki, who had been sealed within Edward's space. I've been protecting her all along." Seeing this woman, Otsutsuki Shuren instantly shouted in surprise. "Don't worry. She is my person now. You don't need to panic." Edward waved his hand, telling Otsutsuki Shuren to stop shouting. Who is this woman?" On the other side, Tsunade seemed to be a bit jealous as she shouted. "She is the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the first developer of our chakra power." Otsutsuki Shuren slowly said. "Exactly." Upon hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki raised her hand. "Be on guard." Seeing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately became alert, thinking that Kagaya Otsutsuki was about to do something. "Wahaha, I haven't even made a move yet. Look at how scared you all are." But knowing what Kagaya Otsutsuki was about to do, Edward was not at all flustered. Hearing Edward's words, the group gradually relaxed. Indeed, the strongest person present, Edward, hadn't made a move yet, so why were they panicking? After all, even if the sky fell, there would be a tall person to hold it up. "I want to show you something. Accept me." Kagaya Otsutsuki slowly walked forward, placing her hand on Otsutsuki Shuren's head. In fact, she had a lot to say prior to this, but after seeing Otsutsuki Shuren, she held back all her words. Now she felt that some words were enough to say to Edward. So at this moment, she planned to let Otsutsuki Shuren witness some truths and then return to Edward's body. "I didn't expect it to be like this." Otsutsuki Shuren, who had Kagaya Otsutsuki's hand pressed on his head, said. It was because he learned everything about their race through Kagaya Otsutsuki's special memory transmission. "All right, all the truths have been revealed to you. As the last true descendant in this ninja world." After transmitting her vast memories, Kagaya Otsutsuki said. Then she was unwilling to stay here any longer, and her body flashed back to Edward's sealed space. Disappeared? Tsunade and Jiraiya, who witnessed this scene, were dumbfounded. When had they ever seen such power, and not even a hint of energy fluctuation had appeared before them? "You've seen it all, right? How do you feel?" Over here, Edward looked at Otsutsuki Shuren without surprise and said. He knew that Kagaya Otsutsuki actually had nothing much to say to this junior. "I don't have any feelings. Just a bit of hatred for my own lack of power, not realizing the origins of everything and the truth that happened to my ancestors." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Shuren, who had lost his earlier happy expression, calmly responded. "Oh, then in that case, you should hurry up and improve your strength." Hearing this, Edward smiled slightly, expressing his support. But no matter how much Otsutsuki Shuren improves his strength now, it probably won't match Edward's power. It would even be extremely difficult to catch up to Edward's shadow. "All right, I understand. I won't stay here much longer." Otsutsuki Shuren covered his eyes, feeling a bit lost and upset. He learned about Otsutsuki Kagaya's origins and the birth of their ancestors through a special memory transmission from her. To the current Otsutsuki Shuren, all of this seemed extremely nonsensical, giving him a sense of unreality. Therefore, he needed some time to digest this information. All right, Edward, who knew that Otsutsuki Shuren was feeling bad, nodded in agreement. He originally planned to invite Otsutsuki Shuren to have a good talk with Otsutsuki Kagaya before formally attending Kakashi's wedding banquet. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, Otsutsuki Shuren left this place without saying a word, appearing very lonely. It was clear that he was hurting. Only Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others were left at the scene, discussing among themselves. "Well, the main purpose of your visit today is actually to witness Kakashi's wedding." Meanwhile, Yamashita Maple, who hadn't taken action for a long time, suddenly stepped forward and spoke. "Wedding? Didn't their wedding already take place?" Hearing this, Jiraiya shouted loudly. "Idiot! Can a wedding without Edward be called a real wedding?" This scene made Tsunade unable to hold back any longer, and she punched him on the head. "Ouch! You're still so violent." Jiraiya, who instantly had a big bump on his head, helplessly covered it. However, the two had long been accustomed to this way of interacting, and, after Tsunade's cold snort, they returned to normal. At this moment, Kakashi and his wife walked out. However, the two were dressed very plainly, as if in normal attire. "Thank you all for coming to our wedding." First, they exchanged smiles, and then Kakashi spoke. They originally planned to invite more people and hold a very luxurious second wedding banquet. But because of Edward's suggestion, Kakashi abandoned that idea. In fact, this time even Kakashi's master and mistress, Obito, Mike Guy, and others were not invited. They only invited 3 people, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Otsutsuki Shurin. But having just sent Otsutsuki Shurin away, apart from Edward's family, only Tsunade and Jiraiya remained at the scene. All right, let's get started. The next second, Edward brought out a large chair and sat on it, looking at the two. However, he actually had some other thoughts in mind. That was to take this opportunity to bring Tsunade and Jiraiya together. Otherwise, Edward wouldn't have let Kakashi invite them, although Edward knew that Tsunade liked him. After all this time together, he regarded her as a daughter, so he could never agree to Tsunade. The scene shifted to Kakashi and Hualing. They stood in front of Edward, gazing at each other affectionately. Next to them stood Yamashita Maple, holding their child. Come on, this time is our most formal wedding. After saying this, Kakashi stopped gazing deeply into Hualing's eyes, took a ring out of his pocket, and placed it on Hualing's hand. Seeing the ring that Kakashi took out, Hualing couldn't help but shed tears. This was the first time Kakashi had put a ring on her, as they hadn't worn rings before due to Edward's absence. Dad, this time, under your witness, we hope you can approve of our love. Then, the two who exchanged rings held hands and walked up to Edward, looking very serious. All right, I agree. Edward instantly laughed joyfully, and the atmosphere became harmonious. Thank you, Dad. The two embraced, their nervousness easing. After all, this was their first time so formally meeting the parents and holding a wedding. Come on, drink. After confirming their relationship, Edward led everyone to an enormous dining table, bringing out several barrels of fine wine and various delicious dishes. Fine wine. Jiraiya's eyes instantly lit up, his hands itching to grab some. Eat. Drink. With Edward's command, the people at the dining table could no longer hold back and began to eat and drink heartily. Brother Edward, where have you been these past few years? While they were eating, Yamashita Maple suddenly spoke. A lot has happened in these years. I've defeated many enemies. But it's still far from enough, Edward said with a serious expression, recalling the events that occurred in his memories over those years. It feels like I've been away for decades. Seeing Edward's deep expression, Tsunade shot him a sideways glance, pouting in dissatisfaction. In fact, Edward's absence didn't matter much. But she wanted him to take her along. She wanted to accompany him. You don't understand. This is what it means to be a man. Hearing this, Jiraiya suddenly leaned in with an understanding expression, jokingly saying, What do you mean? Don't project your dirty thoughts onto Edward. But Tsunade immediately punched Jiraiya, knocking him to the ground. All right, let us continue drinking. Meanwhile, Edward continued drinking without taking it to heart, accompanied by the sounds of gulping down drinks. Dad, how much have your abilities grown now? Can you tell us? At this moment, Kakashi suddenly couldn't help but ask, My abilities? Do you want to see? Upon hearing this, Edward looked at Kakashi and the others with a meaningful expression. Hearing this, everyone nodded eagerly. Then watch closely. Conqueror's Haki. After saying this, a black-red ethereal power began to swirl around Edward's hand, exuding immense intimidation. As this intimidating power erupted, everyone present was pinned to the table, unable to move. They even felt their thoughts freeze, only able to look at the table with their eyes. Do you feel my power? Release. Seeing them like this, Edward finally released the intimidating power, and they were able to lift their heads. What just happened? However, when they lifted their heads, they looked completely clueless, not knowing what had just happened. They only knew that their heads had hit the table in confusion, as if they had instantly lost consciousness. Just that intimidation could do this to me? They murmured in confusion after lifting their heads. Would you still like to try my power? Edward looked at them, somewhat smugly. No, let's forget it. Seeing this scene, everyone quickly waved their hands. They have begun to fear Edward's power, no longer daring to try to confront him. Well, let's just leave it at that, Edward said, and it was as if nothing had happened as he sat back down in his chair. All right. The others continued to eat and drink as if nothing had occurred, but the atmosphere at the table was noticeably quieter. Upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, they were all powerful figures in the ninja world. If others knew that they had been knocked out at the table merely by Edward's aura, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. Hey, why is everyone so quiet? Edward said as he picked up a barrel of wine after drinking who knows how many cups, feeling unsatisfied. Cough, it's nothing, just drink, the others replied. still wearing expressions of discomfort. Well, Tsunade, you're not getting any younger. It's about time you found a partner, right? But soon after, Edward suddenly directed a question at Tsunade. Partner? Have you been drinking too much, Edward? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face instantly turned red as she slammed her hand on the table and shouted. Meanwhile, Jiraiya turned his head away, lost in his own thoughts. What they didn't know was that Edward had invited them there to play matchmaker. I'm not drunk. Let's take this opportunity to talk, Tsunade. We can tell you have feelings for me. Suddenly, Edward changed his tone and spoke to Tsunade. Feelings? What are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression changed, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Edward's words had struck deep into her heart, hitting the most sensitive spot. Tsunade, I don't have any feelings for you. Just give it up. Seeing Tsunade like this, Edward fell silent and suddenly lowered his head. He didn't want to delay Tsunade any longer, especially in this peaceful era of the ninja world. He also didn't want her to have any regrets, so he felt it was better to speak up sooner rather than later. Bang! After Edward said that, Tsunade's entire demeanor darkened, and she punched the table, creating a large hole. After giving Edward a deep look, she turned and left without hesitation. Tsunade, seeing this, Jiraiya finally couldn't sit still any longer and moved to chase after her. He felt that this was the best opportunity he had been given. If he didn't seize it now, he might miss his chance forever. Isn't this a bit too much? You've hurt her feelings, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was in the ceiling space, chuckled as she observed the two leaving. Hurt? I don't know. All I know now are two words, power. Without that, I would probably be dead by now. Hearing this, Edward's consciousness returned to the ceiling space, and he confessed to Kagaya. Power? That really fits your image, a giant who disregards everything for power. Kagaya teased Edward. Hee. But right after Edward chuckled, his consciousness exited the ceiling space and returned to reality. Dad, this dining table. In reality, the others were at a loss for how to deal with everything that had just happened, standing there in a daze. There's no helping it. She's just that kind of person. Let's clean up. I was too hasty. Edward, feeling like he had ruined the entire banquet, shook his head and chuckled. He indeed had been too hasty. He had planned to discuss this matter with Tsunade slowly after the meal and gradually guide her to accept it. But given how the atmosphere had shifted so quickly, he felt he could wait no longer. You all go rest. I'll clean up. At that moment, Yamashita, Maple stepped forward, handing the child over to Hanar and taking the broom to start cleaning up the food remnants on the floor. She also used a sealing technique to put the damaged table away. All right, make sure to rest, Kakashi. This is your only rare day off. Seeing Yamashita Maple taking the initiative to clean, Hanar gently stroked Kakashi's chest. Don't worry, Dad is here now. I'll have plenty of time to be with you all in the future, Kakashi said as he gently patted Hinari's head. After Yamashita Maple finished cleaning, the villa returned to a state of calm. Kakashi and Hanar also returned to their home. It's over. This should be my last moment of relaxation. Once everything had settled, Edward, swaying slightly with a barrel of wine in hand and feeling a bit tipsy, murmured to himself. In truth, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't get drunk even if he had 10,000 barrels of wine. But because he wanted to feel tipsy, he appeared somewhat inebriated at the moment. So, what do you plan to do next? Only Otsutsuki Kagaya heard his murmurs and responded to Edward. Fight alone against the Otsutsuki clan to increase my power. Remembering the Otsutsuki Kagaya who had once defeated him, Edward lowered his head gloomily. You're still the same as always, Kagaya sighed upon hearing this. Get a good night's sleep tonight. After that, their conversation came to an end, and Edward swayed as he walked into his room. The familiar scent. Seeing his once familiar arrangement and the big bed in front of him, Edward said with nostalgia, "Time to sleep." He then lay down on the bed, feeling his messy mind slowly drift into sleep. Big brother Edward is asleep. Outside the door, Yamashita Maple saw this and slowly closed the door, mumbling to herself. He slept for a long, long time, until the afternoon of the third day when Edward finally woke up. So comfortable. I haven't had such a good sleep in ages. The morning light shone on his face, and Edward stretched his body, feeling refreshed. You've been sleeping for 3 days. I can't believe someone at your level can still sleep like this. It's quite embarrassing. At that moment, Kagaya, who was in the ceiling space within Edward, said, somewhat speechless. She thought that powerful beings at their level didn't need sleep and could sometimes stay on alert for 24 hours straight. You don't understand. Sleep is an essential part of human life. Hearing the disbelief in Kagaya's tone, Edward chuckled. He then got up, washed up, dressed, and walked out the door. Dad, you're awake? The first person he saw outside was Hanar, who was carrying the child, and greeted him. Yes, that sleep really replenished all my energy, Edward said, looking full of vitality. That's fine. Kakashi, come and see. This is your grandfather. Holding the child, Hualing gently said to the baby, Gula la la, is this my grandson? I want to see who dares to bully him in the future. Laughing loudly, Edward said with a domineering expression, if someone in the ninja world really bullies Kakashi, Edward will definitely make that person understand what it means to be the strongest man in the world. By the way, we're Kakashi and Uncle Yashita. After joking with Hualing about Kakashi in her arms, Edward shifted his thoughts here. Kakashi should be working in the Hokage building now, and Uncle Yashita is teaching at the ninja school. After pondering for a moment, Hualing, pursing her lips, said, Really? I didn't expect both of them to have stable jobs, but that Kakashi really isn't acting right. Leaving you at home, Edward said with a bit of headache. He knew the pain of being Hokage. The workload was enormous, and various important matters needed to be handled by the Hokage. Because of this, he established the Hokage advisory group at that time, delegating all tasks to them. What about that advisory group? Did Kakashi disband that department? Why is Kakashi so busy? Remembering the role of the advisory group, Edward expressed his dissatisfaction to Hualing. No, the advisory group is still there, but Kakashi has taken on part of its responsibilities voluntarily. Seeing the dissatisfaction on Edward's face, Hualing also expressed her discontent. This is outrageous. I'll call him back. Has he forgotten the original intention of forming the advisory group? Edward shouted, getting angrier. Edward deeply despised the kind of man who left his wife at home to take care of the child alone. Meanwhile, Kakashi, far away in the Hokage building, was analyzing the documents in his hands with a serious expression. But suddenly, a loud shout echoed in his mind. Kakashi, come back here, quickly. This voice was Edward's shout from the villa, trying to summon Kakashi back. It's Dad. What's wrong with Dad? Hearing the shout, Kakashi quickly stood up, his eyes wide and murmuring. Did I do something wrong? No. Dad's voice sounded like he was yelling at me. Kakashi frowned, momentarily unsure of what he had done wrong, standing there in a daze. Multiple shadow clone technique. He quickly performed a clone jutsu, and then his main body jumped out of the window, leaving the Hokage office. He was going to find his dad. Villa, small garden. Dad, won't calling Kakashi like this scare him? Hualing, holding the baby, looked a bit worried. I can't stand Kakashi treating you like this. But Edward leisurely lay back in his chair, hugging a barrel of wine. All right, I'll listen to Dad. Hearing this, Hualing stopped saying anything and quietly held the baby, waiting. She didn't dare to say more. After all, he was the most respected person in their family. The two then went about their own business, waiting in the garden for a long time. He's here. Finally, at a certain moment, Edward suddenly opened his eyes and said, this was because Kakashi had returned. Dad, did you call me for something? Just back, Kakashi asked Edward, a bit puzzled. Conqueror's Haki. However, Edward didn't say much, and a wave of black-red domineering aura descended upon Kakashi. But compared to the previous Conqueror's Haki he had displayed, this time it was clearly weaker, only able to suppress Kakashi. Dad, what are you doing? Kakashi, feeling the pressure of the Haki, struggled to speak. Do you know that your dad hates men like you who don't care for their families? You can betray the entire ninja world, but you can't betray those who love you. Edward shouted with anger on his face as he was educating his son Kakashi. Dad, hearing Edward's words, Kakashi fell silent, unsure of what to say. Do you have an opinion on what I said? Seeing Kakashi's silence, Edward said with a darkened expression. No, you're right. This is all my fault, but Konoha still needs me. After a moment of silence, Kakashi raised his head and began to speak. He wanted to prove that his abilities were useful, hoping to improve Konoha through his efforts. Forget it. It's useless to say more. Spend some time with Hualing these days. She needs you. Hearing this, Edward calmed down and withdrew the Conqueror's Haki back into his body. Because he knew what Kakashi was thinking. They were all doing it for the ninja world. Dad, Konoha's still. But Kakashi seemed unwilling to obey Edward's words and started to argue. Shut up, listen to me. But the next second, Edward shot him an irresistible glare, forcing him to swallow his words. All right, I understand. In the end, Kakashi had no choice but to follow Edward's advice and walked over to Walling. By the way, you should also dispel your shadow clones. I've already spoken to the advisory group about it. Otherwise, it's too exhausting. Edward suddenly turned to him and said, Hearing Edward's voice, Kakashi could only take Hualing's hand, indicating his agreement. This is my good child. Seeing Kakashi's expression, Edward finally smiled again. After that, he no longer paid attention to the sweet couple behind him and lay back down in his chair with a barrel of wine. Kakashi, with me around, I won't let you suffer. Lying back in the chair, Edward closed his eyes, thinking painfully. He wanted to bear all the pain, just to bring happiness to those he protected. Just a few more days, then I will go find that enemy who once defeated me. Then Edward shook his eyes, his consciousness drifting somewhere. He wanted to find Otsutsuki Kinshiki, to seize Otsutsuki Kinshiki's chakra fruit to enhance himself. Edward, don't forget that the Otsutsuki Kagaya, Momoshiki Kinshiki, and Urashiki in this world are still alive. However, not long after, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was in the ceiling space, spoke up. She remembered clearly that the enemies of the Otsutsuki clan they had eliminated were not from this timeline. This also meant that it wouldn't be long before Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki would descend into this world. Don't worry, I remember very well. I will put an end to these threats. Edward closed his eyes and appeared indifferent. His strength had surpassed that of several Otsutsuki by an unknown margin. Encountering them now was merely a matter of crushing them. As long as you know, I'm just worried that your memory might be disturbed by the currents of time, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, feeling relieved. She did not want the ninja world that Edward had painstakingly cultivated to be destroyed. By the way, I remember that Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki should appear after Boruto's birth. After thinking for a moment, Edward recalled the plot of the original Naruto series, Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, and said with some curiosity, if that's the case, it means there's still quite a few years before the invasion of Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki, so I don't need to be so urgent. Forget it. I'll leave a few Six Paths clones here just in case. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease, Edward said, feeling somewhat uneasy. You care a lot about this ninja world, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, knowing what Edward was thinking in the ceiling space. Of course, after all, the ninja world is my second home, Edward replied to Otsutsuki Kagaya, sensing something in his heart. Second home? Then what is your first home? Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately became interested upon hearing Edward's words. However, no matter how she tried to pry into Edward's heart at that moment, she could not discern what he was thinking. Gulalala, guess for yourself, Edward teased, also showing some interest. You want me to guess? How interesting. Otsutsuki Kagaya raised her seductive eyebrows and said, I should have mentioned it to you before, right? Actually, I'm not from this world, Edward said, not wanting to hide anything since he had already reached such a level of strength. You're not from this world? You never told me that, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, recalling her past conversations with Edward, feeling somewhat puzzled. It seems I must have remembered it wrong. I told Madara, Edward said, beginning to reminisce about his old friend with a hint of nostalgia. After all, Uchiha Madara was the first person to whom Edward truly opened up his heart, making him unforgettable. But nostalgia aside, Edward would not think about resurrecting him now. Tell me, which world are you from, and why did you come here? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked Edward with a profound expression, showing interest. Me? I'm from a very distant little blue planet, and one day I will return there, Edward said, his tone firm and heavy as he recalled something. Is that so? It seems the god of Otsutsuki was right. Time and space are infinite, and the future is also infinite. Your growth to this extent is definitely not a coincidence, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, closing her eyes and starting to reminisce, a tear rolling down her cheek. I didn't expect your Otsutsuki clan to have feelings too. How funny, Edward said, feeling somewhat speechless as he sensed Otsutsuki Kagaya shedding tears in the ceiling space. In his eyes, he thought the Otsutsuki clan was emotionless and relatively heartless. But now, Otsutsuki Kagaya's behavior changed his stubborn perception of the Otsutsuki clan. Feelings? That thing is just something we want to discard. Some people have discarded it, while others have not. Otsutsuki Kagaya said in a very profound tone. It seems that every race has their own story. The god of Otsutsuki must also be a guy with a story, right? Edward said with a smile, shaking his head. The god of Otsutsuki? He's a heartless guy. At this point, fear flashed in Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes. If she had to face that god of Otsutsuki in the future, she would rather die immediately. After all, the god of Otsutsuki was said to possess the power to destroy a planet with a casual strike. A full-force explosion would be even more terrifying, and no one knew how much power it could unleash. Is that so? No wonder your Otsutsuki clan is so devoted to abandoning emotions. Edward replied in conversation with Otsutsuki Kagaya. That's probably the reason, she said. After their conversation, Edward stood up from the recliner and looked up at the sky. Is it the enemy I'm about to face? Edward thought to himself, recalling some unpleasant memories. Let's not think about those things for now. However, shortly after, Edward shook those thoughts out of his head and returned to his villa room. If I really have to face them, then I should maintain my strength well and reach my peak state when I confront them. Edward thought as he entered the room. Kakashi, I need some time in my room during this period. You need to keep an eye on everything. Edward then transmitted his voice to Kakashi, entering a meditative state. As for Kakashi, who received the message, "Oh, Dad is making moves again." Upon hearing Edward's words, Kakashi rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat troubled. Is he going into that so-called seclusion again? Seeing this scene, Honor comforted him. After all, they had only just met, and it felt like they were about to part again. It's okay. This time Dad's seclusion is right next to us, so there's no need to worry, Kakashi said, looking towards Edward's room. Brother Edward. However, there was another person silently watching everything, remaining silent. That was Yamashita Kaze, who had fallen completely behind Edward in strength and just finished teaching a class and buying groceries before returning home. Ever since Edward entered the realm of the Six Paths, Yamashita Kaze had completely become a mere backdrop. In fact, the contributions he made were not even as many as the current Otsutsuki Shin. Size strength, but helpless. Yamashita Kaze could only sigh and move away from there. He had to go to the kitchen to cook. This time he returned during lunchtime, and after lunch, he still had to return to the ninja school. Meanwhile, Edward's seclusion lasted for an unknown amount of time, and the ninja world fell into a state of tranquility. Are you awake? Finally, one day, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Yes, this seclusion has further solidified my power, and the consciousness that split from my personality has completely merged with me, truly bringing me to my peak." Edward also opened his eyes, his body emanating a power that seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Since he still had to face Otsutsuki Kinshiki, he actually did not want to eliminate the personality split. As his strength grew stronger, he gradually lost interest in the mere Otsutsuki Kinshiki. So, shall we begin? You've been waiting for this moment for a long time, haven't you? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya said with pursed lips. She was about to meet her true old friend in this world. She was looking forward to seeing their expressions when they reunited. Let's start then from Cloud Cutter. Six Paths Space-Time Reversal Clone Technique. After speaking, Edward's eyes widened in anger as the Cloud Cutter appeared in his hand. His body flickered and transformed into 3 Edwards. At the same time, he swung his large blade, and the space-time shattered before him. Then, under his control, the space-time pulled him in, leaving only one Edward, eyes closed, sitting here in meditation. Meanwhile, on the side of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Is that the scent of space-time? Smelling a different aroma from the air? Otsutsuki Kinshiki returned his consciousness from the divine tree to his main body and murmured. Ever since Edward wreaked havoc here, leading to Otsutsuki Kagaya's death, everything had changed. To expedite the condensation of the chakra fruit, Otsutsuki Kinshiki even infused a portion of his body's power into it, which was about to condense. But just as this condensation was about to succeed, he discovered that the space-time in front of him shattered, revealing a massive figure. This is that ugly giant. Seeing that familiar large silhouette, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who had regained his consciousness, loathed it deeply. It was this giant that disrupted his plans and reduced his power to its lowest tier. I can't believe you dare to come here. Then let us settle this. Just in time for me to successfully condense the chakra fruit. Otsutsuki Kinshiki filled with hatred for Edward, floated above the divine tree. And various hands of the divine tree reached for Edward. It's an old buddy. Is it the familiar guy? Kagaya. Seeing the hands of the divine tree reaching out, Edward said with a grim expression. It was indeed this guy who had forced him to flee in embarrassment earlier. However, things were different now. His strength had fully increased. Yes, it's him, Tsutsuki Kinshiki, but what puzzles me is, where is his guardian, the original form? Kagaya, seeing Tsutsuki Kinshiki in front of Edward from the ceiling space, asked, is it that horned guy? Yes, dead, boom. After saying this, Edward swung the cloud cutter fiercely forward, severing countless hands of the divine tree. This Edward wielding the cloud cutter is the real body, while the other two are merely clones. Now, Edward holds the highest respect and fighting spirit towards Tsutsuki Kinshiki, who controls the chakra divine tree. What? Your power has increased again? Seeing the hands of the divine tree he controlled being shattered, Tsutsuki Kinshiki gritted his teeth and said hatefully, yes, infinite chakra form. Power balance. Power of 6 paths. Without responding with words, Edward shouted, as all the power within him erupted. He aimed to awaken the Tsutsuki Kinshiki controlling the chakra divine tree with his actions. He wanted to use the power he possessed now to tell Tsutsuki Kinshiki that they were no longer in the same realm. Damn, just a few years and your power has grown to this extent. Seeing the explosive, violent aura erupting from Edward, Tsutsuki Kinshiki spoke with some trepidation. He no longer regarded Edward as his easy prey, but as an equal opponent. But is that really the case? Can Edward's strength only match him evenly? The next moment, Edward's swift afterimages gave Tsutsuki Kinshiki the answer. The chakra divine tree shattered under Edward's punch, releasing countless chakra energies. No, my chakra divine tree. Seeing the broken chakra divine tree, Tsutsuki Kinshiki shouted in disbelief. At the same time, his main body quickly condensed out, revealing his true face. But in fact, this was still under Edward's deliberate control. Otherwise, if Edward fully unleashed his power, the chakra divine tree would have been completely destroyed by now. Shattering the chakra divine tree was not his true goal. His real aim was to force out Tsutsuki Kinshiki's main body. Edward had already regarded that chakra divine tree as his possession. Damn it, I will make you, this damned, ugly, evil giant, pay the price. The words that had echoed in his mind for an unknown time finally spilled out of Tsutsuki Kinshiki's mouth. Ugly? Evil? ISNT, that the representative of your Tsutsuki clan? 6 paths, shock wave slash. After saying this, Edward once again raised the cloud cutter and slashed forward with incredible speed, causing countless strikes that left Tsutsuki Kinshiki defenseless. This speed, I can't even react. Seeing those slashes coming, Tsutsuki Kinshiki was instantly cut open, his limbs flying in the sky. This was an unstoppable power. Now, all that remained in his mind was fear. Fortunately, I have the chakra divine tree, which can heal infinitely. However, because of the chakra divine tree behind Tsutsuki Kinshiki, his injuries were mostly healed in no time. Gwahaha, didn't he expect that, when we meet again, it would be for final farewell? Edward laughed heartily, continuously swinging the cloud cutter. Final farewell? Even if it's a final farewell, it will definitely be you. But Tsutsuki Kinshiki, not willing to yield, unleashed various techniques to block Edward's attacks. Their official clash began at this moment, with explosive sounds echoing, as if the space itself was about to shatter. This is the moment. Taste my eyes. 9 Tomo 6 paths reincarnation illusionary seal technique. Not knowing how long they fought, Tsutsuki Kinshiki finally found a flaw in Edward and shouted. His Rinnegan also began to rotate continuously, with 9 Tomo transforming into a vortex, attempting to suck Edward in. This technique can no longer capture me. Observation Haki. However, how could Edward, who was already prepared, be so easily restricted by Tsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes? Although this illusion was indeed powerful, as with all illusions, it had a fatal flaw. That is, the illusion caster must make eye contact with the enemy. If there is no eye contact, how could one be trapped in that illusion? And Edward just happened to possess observation Haki, which allowed him to sense the movements around him without opening his eyes. This meant that as long as he continuously used observation haki, he could almost be immune to Tsutsuki Kenshiki's 9 Tomo 6 Paths Reincarnation Illusionary Seal Technique. Why don't you open your eyes? Tsutsuki Kenshiki, who had cast the illusion, was desperately trying to fend off Edward's attacks, feeling anxious. As long as Edward opened his eyes, Tsutsuki Kenshiki was confident he could pull him into the illusionary space. Gwahaha Dai Tremor. Uncontrolled, Edward ultimately landed a punch on Otsutsuki Kagaya's chest, shattering him to pieces. However, that was not the end, because if it were, Otsutsuki Kagaya would soon recover due to the God Tree. Therefore, Edward had to make a bold decision. He planned to absorb all the energy of Otsutsuki Kagaya and the chakra God Tree into his body, intending to slowly digest it. Are you crazy? Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had already formed consciousness, exclaimed as he saw Edward open his mouth wide to absorb everything in his dreams. I'm not crazy. You just don't know how powerful I am, Edward replied. After saying this, he accelerated the absorption, drawing Otsutsuki Kagaya and the chakra God Tree into the ceiling space. At that moment, in the ceiling space, after Edward absorbed them all, the space split in half. One half contained Otsutsuki Kagaya, carrying the God Tree, while the other half contained Otsutsuki Kagaya's counterpart, Kagaya Otsutsuki. The difference was that the God Tree behind Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed by Edward from another world and had no chakra energy at that moment. Who are you? Kagaya Otsutsuki. Did you not betray us earlier? Were you controlled by this ugly giant? Otsutsuki Kagaya said incredulously as he saw Kagaya Otsutsuki sealed in the other half of the space. But after a moment's thought, Otsutsuki Kagaya understood. After all, this was an enemy he couldn't defeat, let alone Kagaya Otsutsuki. Long time no see, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The Kagaya Otsutsuki in this space smiled at Otsutsuki Kagaya, seemingly not wanting to confirm what he said. What happened to you? I never expected you to end up like this. Otsutsuki Kagaya said painfully as he saw Kagaya Otsutsuki, who seemed to have gotten used to being sealed here. When would their clan ever suffer such humiliation? All of this was because of that giant. You. But soon Otsutsuki Kagaya's mood changed in an instant. This was because Edward's consciousness had descended beside Kagaya Otsutsuki. It's not as you think, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Kagaya Otsutsuki said while leaning against Edward's consciousness. What is it then? What happened to you? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya's curiosity was instantly piqued, and he widened his eyes. I have sided with him. After a moment of silence, Kagaya Otsutsuki finally stated this fact. What? You actually sided with him? Then those powers were also granted by you? Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice immediately rose a level upon hearing this. Not really. Those powers were earned by him through his own efforts, and I have little to do with it. Kagaya Otsutsuki said while glancing at Edward's consciousness beside her and shook her head slightly. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya's body suddenly stiffened, not knowing what to think. It was incredible that someone could achieve such a level without relying on race and bloodline. After being stiff for a long time, Otsutsuki Kagaya sighed and slumped to the ground. Gulalala, it is precisely because your Otsutsuki clan has this mindset that you will fail. Edward, who had been standing there silently, finally spoke. If every member of your Otsutsuki clan were cautious and put in their utmost effort for even a small matter, then Edward would definitely not have reached this height. Unfortunately, whether it was Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kenshiki, or Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Urashiki, despite having their own independent personalities, they could not change their high and mighty mentality deep down. All right, why say so much nonsense? We lost, but just wait. Our Otsutsuki clan will definitely execute you. After sitting on the ground for a long time, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly perked up and yelled at Edward. Gulalala, boring, but thank you for this God Tree. It will be a source of supply in my body, Edward said, a smile on his face, clearly very happy. Edward, has the battle over there ended too? Suddenly, Kagaya Otsutsuki remembered something and spoke to Edward beside her. The battlefield over there? Are you referring to my other clone? Upon hearing this, Edward came back to his senses and replied. In his home in the Hidden Leaf Village, aside from his main body, he had created 2 clones. One clone remained in the hidden leaf village to continue protecting it. The other clone went to the vast universe, searching for the violet planet based on the memories he had previously absorbed from Momoshiki. They should be about to start fighting now. I can't say for sure. Let's not delay. We should act, Edward said after thinking for a moment and feeling it was the right time. He then rushed into the sky. Meanwhile, on the violet planet, things were happening. Kinshiki, our chakra fruit, is finally about to successfully condense. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was currently in the chakra god tree, projecting a phantom to speak to Kinshiki beside him. All of this is thanks to Lord Momoshiki. The Otsutsuki god will surely reward you with more merits, Kinshiki said, turning his massive body to respond to Momoshiki's words. Ha ha ha, Kinshiki, you always know what to say, the phantom Otsutsuki Momoshiki laughed instantly. As Momoshiki's guardian, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had always been quiet and never dared to contradict Momoshiki, which made Momoshiki very satisfied. Their way of getting along was also good among the guardians of the Otsutsuki clan. Only on rare occasions would Kinshiki do something that displeased Momoshiki. I will always protect you, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Kinshiki thought, knowing that Momoshiki was heartless, so he kept flattering him. Ha, very good. Seeing what Kinshiki said on the surface, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, although aware of some things, was still happy. By the way, once we finish with Kagaya Otsutsuki, let's go over there and resolve this matter as soon as possible. After we deal with the traitor Kagaya, we will return to our planet, Otsutsuki Momoshiki said with a smile on his face, as the chakra god tree was about to successfully condense the chakra fruit. Therefore, he had been in a good mood lately. Everything is up to Lord Momoshiki, Kinshiki flattered. All right, let's decide on this. I'm going to focus all my efforts on controlling the chakra god tree now, so you can go play on your own. After saying this, the illusionary form of Otsutsuki Peach vanished into the air. Everything is up to Lord Peach, he. Upon seeing the illusionary form of Otsutsuki Peach disappear, an unusual expression appeared on Otsutsuki Kinshiki's face. He then stepped forward, conjured a few puppets, and began to play with them. This was one of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's few sources of entertainment. What is that in the sky? There's movement. Just as he had conjured a few puppets, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes turned to the sky, and his heart jolted. He saw a figure descending like a meteor, creating a large crater in the ground. Could it be someone from the same clan? Have they condensed a chakra fruit to come find us? Seeing the white smoke rising from the big pit, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's mind raced with thoughts of a few figures. It's not impossible. I should go take a look. After murmuring this to himself, Otsutsuki Kinshiki took his heavy steps towards the crater. What is this? Suddenly, the figure in the crater stood up, emitting white smoke and glowing red eyes. Gwaha! It seems my main body has already dealt with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, leaving just me here. This figure was none other than Edward's clone, whose Rinnegan with 9 tomos was now activated, looking at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. After a hearty laugh, Edward swung his fist towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. What? So fast? Watching the afterimages of Edward's umbrella and the phantoms appearing in space, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was quite shocked. He could now confirm that this person before him was not a member of their Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, there was only one possibility. This person was an Avenger from another planet. Yes, their Otsutsuki clan had committed so many evil deeds in the universe that there would inevitably be a few intelligent life forms seeking revenge against them. An Avenger? Hey. Come on, let me see how strong you really are. After saying this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body began to become ethereal, causing Edward's attack to miss. Is this the same technique again? Boring spatial phasing. Edward, having missed his punch, said helplessly, "Since you're using phasing, I won't hold back either. Spatial time power." With that, Edward transferred the spatial time power he received from his main body to this clone. Against this group of phasers and those from the other dimension, Edward could only respond with violence. Immediately, the space began to shatter, and a series of explosive sounds and spatial fractures erupted around Edward. How is this possible? You possess such power. Isn't this the power of the treasures of our Otsutsuki clan? Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was knocked out of the other dimension, said in horror. Gwahaha, you have a good eye. Indeed, This is the power of your Otsutsuki clan's treasures. After laughing a few times, Edward pointed at Otsutsuki Kinshiki with his hands on his hips. Damn it, could it be that Urashiki? That guy's been captured by you? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki recalled the kind Otsutsuki Urashiki, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Otsutsuki Urashiki was one of the few relatively kind members of their clan, maintaining good relationships with many Otsutsuki members, including Otsutsuki Kinshiki, whose relationship with him was particularly friendly. Therefore, upon hearing Edward confirm his words, he couldn't contain his anger. Warrior God, you ugly kreatura, you pathetic lowly being. Otsutsuki Kinshiki could no longer hold back, and the Boryu god behind him transformed into two crimson axes that swung towards Edward. You want to fight me? Weakling. Seeing this, Edward sneered. Although this clone did not hold the Tsukuyami, a mere Otsutsuki Kinshiki was still easy to handle. Shockwave power die. Immediately, the shockwave power within Edward manifested in his hands as he swung his fist to meet Otsutsuki Kinshiki's crimson axe. How is this possible, my Boryu god? In an instant, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's crimson axe was shattered by Edward, leaving him greatly shocked. Is this all the power you have? So weak, not even a tenth of my strength. After breaking Otsutsuki Kinshiki's axe, Edward approached him with a heavy sense of oppression. Such a powerful avenger. It seems I must use all my strength now. Seeing the imposing Edward before him, Otsutsuki Kinshiki readied himself. Heavenly Feather Arrow. The next moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki simultaneously launched multiple weapons in one direction to attack, while his main body could also follow these weapons to launch a surprise attack. Oh, what is this trying to do? Edward watched Otsutsuki Kinshiki's actions with some confusion on his face, while his body remained still. He wanted to see how Otsutsuki Kinshiki would counterattack him. Then, with a wave of his hand, Edward knocked all the weapons to the ground. God pursuit. Since Edward had easily dealt with his attack, Otsutsuki Kinshiki immediately transformed into a purple lightning bolt and charged at his opponent. He needed to seamlessly connect his previous attack to prevent Edward from catching his breath. Catch! Go down! Otsutsuki Kinshiki then darted to Edward's side, gathering chakra in his fingertips in a fiery form and releasing it, his 5 fingers emitting red light as they struck the ground. This was a powerful taijutsu attack with a wide range, capable of inflicting significant damage on the victim. Once hit, the victim's body would suffer internal injuries, leading to irreversible damage. After Otsutsuki Kinshiki's large hand struck the ground, the impact was fully manifested on Edward. Is that all? However, Edward felt no presence of that power at all, looking at Otsutsuki Kinshiki with an indifferent expression. No way. Why did you not suffer any damage from such an attack? Have you already reached that realm? Seeing Edward's body as hard as a rock, Otsutsuki Kinshiki distanced himself by hundreds of meters, muttering in disbelief. That realm? What kind of realm are you talking about? Hearing this, Edward was instantly intrigued. Damn it, you think so little of me. Seeing that Edward still had time to talk, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was very angry. I must awaken Otsutsuki Peach, otherwise I will definitely not be a match for this guy. But Otsutsuki Kinshiki's mind was unusually clear as he thought. He then frantically dashed towards the chakra god tree. Gwahaha, you still haven't answered my question. Seeing the embarrassed posture of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Edward laughed heartily. Then his body surged towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and with a big hand, he grabbed him in his palm. Let me go. Let me go. You will regret your actions. Otsutsuki Kinshiki shouted frantically as he was caught in Edward's hand. Regret? I will not regret. You don't understand me at all, weakling, Edward said, holding Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Then, a powerful suction erupted from his palm, slowly drawing Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body into his hand. What do you want to do? Do you want to eat me? Otsutsuki Kinshiki said in panic as he looked at his uncontrollable body. He knew very well that if this continued, he would be drained of the essence within his body by Edward and might not even be able to be revived because of it. What do you think? Only by devouring you remnants will I be able to fulfill my obsession. Hearing this, Edward increased the suction in his palm, gathering all of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's energy and essence together. Unlike Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki would turn into a pure energy that Edward would absorb. This is the difference between the strong and the weak. If Otsutsuki Momoshiki only had the same power as Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Edward would treat him the same way. No, let me go. At this point, Otsutsuki Kinshiki could only struggle helplessly. What happened to Otsutsuki Kinshiki? Why does it feel like his aura is getting weaker? At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was within the chakra god tree, suddenly opened his eyes and thought with a start. He could clearly sense that Otsutsuki Kinshiki's life force essence was rapidly declining, which was irreversible. If Otsutsuki Kinshiki's life force completely disappeared, even with the power of the chakra god tree, Otsutsuki Kagaya would not be able to revive him. Let me see what happened. After saying this, Otsutsuki Kagaya transformed into an ethereal form and extended beyond the god tree. But when he saw what was happening outside the god tree, he widened his eyes in shock. He saw a giant slowly drawing Otsutsuki Kinshiki into his palm not far away. Stop it! Finally, Otsutsuki Kagaya did not hesitate any longer and rushed over in an instant to stop the giant's actions. Oh, the true prey has appeared. However, before long, Kinshiki was absorbed by Edward, who then turned his head and glared at Otsutsuki Kagaya. What? You lowly creature dare to call me prey? Otsutsuki Kagaya, with keen ears, heard Edward's words and angrily said. Although he felt regret for Otsutsuki Kinshiki's death, he was even more furious about Edward's words. Who are you? Why are you here? Are you a revenger? Otsutsuki Kagaya then asked Edward all his questions. He wanted to find out quickly so he could tear Edward apart and use him as nourishment for the chakra god tree. Revenger? You could say that. Edward responded after pondering for a moment upon hearing the term revenger. After responding, countless shockwaves gathered into a large wave ball and shot towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. It seems so. Then die. Seeing the wave ball, Otsutsuki Kagaya revealed an evil smile and controlled the god tree behind him to block the wave ball. Countless wooden branches emerged from the ground, forming a thick wooden wall. But in the next moment, this wooden wall was shattered by Edward's shockwave. Not bad. You're quite a character. How about this, giant of the god tree? Seeing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya praised Edward, and the god tree behind him conjured countless giants charging towards Edward. Familiar skill, but it won't work on me. Shock collapse. With that, a powerful shockwave erupted from Edward's entire body, covering him like armor. At the same time, his body began to grow larger until it matched the size of the giants. Boom! The enlarged Edward then collided with the giants, creating a thunderous sound. Weak. Amidst the disdainful voices, Edward's fists, covered in shockwaves, struck the giants one after another. The rumbling continued as several giants were smashed to pieces by Edward's fists, shocking Otsutsuki Kagaya from afar. What kind of power is this? It contains such attack power. Otsutsuki Kagaya muttered with a changing expression. But I can feel that the energy within you is running low, poor revenger. Staring at Edward, who is unleashing powerful attacks, Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled. The energy supporting this clone is indeed not much left. Hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's words, Edward turned his attention back to himself. The reason he had used so many techniques against Otsutsuki Kinshiki without reservation was that he had depleted a lot of energy. But against a mere you, it is more than enough. In the next moment, after smashing the last god tree giant, Edward charged towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Oh, interesting. Watching Edward, who completely disregarded his own energy, Otsutsuki Kagaya murmured in confusion. But soon, that look of confusion disappeared as Edward's fist struck him in an instant. So fast, being hit, Otsutsuki Kagaya exclaimed in disbelief. Shockwave fist. But Edward did not give him a moment to think, landing more punches on him. He even completely shattered Otsutsuki Kagaya's ethereal form, causing it to dissipate. I told you, even if this is just a clone, it's more than enough to deal with you. After shattering Kagaya's ethereal form, Edward turned his gaze toward the chakra god tree and said, Damn it, you damned lowly creature. After his ethereal form was shattered, Otsutsuki Kagaya had no choice but to condense another ethereal form and shouted, Die. Chakra, infinite god, tree's hand. Immediately, Otsutsuki Kagaya did not care about the god tree he controlled and unleashed a massive amount of chakra from within it. Boom, boom. Once again, the chakra god tree responded to his control, Countless branches of the god tree reached out like tentacles towards the giant Edward. Looks like he's angry. Seeing this scene, Edward scoffed. But with this amount of chakra, I still need to hold on until my main body arrives. With a faint sigh in his heart, Edward unleashed a powerful shockwave from within to meet the hand of the divine tree. The sounds of explosions, breaking branches, and the earth shattering all resonated at that moment. The entire world began to change. Due to the clash between the two, it felt as if this realm was being torn apart. Was he unable to match him in terms of energy? In the end, it was because Edward's clone lacked sufficient energy that he was ultimately entangled by the divine tree's hand and bound. This was also the most shameless aspect of the chakra divine tree. In terms of energy, it was indeed difficult for Edward's clone to compare to a divine tree. However, if Edward's main body were here, then none of this would matter. Ha ha, you still fell in my hands, lowly creature seeking revenge against me. Although the energy consumption within the chakra divine tree was immense, Tsutsuki Kagaya still laughed heartily as he once again experienced the feeling of battle. It would only take several hundred years to condense a chakra fruit. None of that mattered. Finding Edward, Tsutsuki Kagaya turned to look at the chakra divine tree behind him and murmured, "Hee, do you think you have one?" But at that moment, the bound Edward interrupted Kagaya's self-indulgence. "What do you mean by that?" Hearing this, Kagaya looked at him with deep confusion. "Look above your head." Without directly answering Kagaya's question, Edward teased, "What?" Upon hearing the sound, Kagaya was astonished to discover that the bound Edward suddenly erupted in a cloud of smoke and vanished. How could this be? What was that above? Seeing Edward disappear into the smoke, Kagaya widened his eyes and looked up. Meteor? As soon as Kagaya said those two words, a massive object descended from the sky, smashing his ethereal form into pieces. Well done. Seeing that this clone did not embarrass him, Edward's main body laughed. In fact, he could have directly shifted the clone's position to transfer himself, but that would have wasted too much of Edward's energy, and the clone's energy would also dissipate. That was why Edward chose to return in this manner. Fortunately, the clone did not disappoint Edward's expectations. What are you? On the other side, Tsutsuki Kagaya, using the chakra divine tree to condense another ethereal form, exclaimed in shock, "I am the Avenger you spoke of earlier." After saying this, Edward's main body no longer lingered, unleashing his power to strike at him. With just one punch, Kagaya's ethereal form was shattered. Quake Fruit, infinite chakra form, power of fragmenting spacetime. In the next moment, Edward wielded the cloud cutter and split the enormous chakra divine tree in two. So strong, Kagaya, within the chakra divine tree, could only reveal his true form and left the divine tree, gazing at him from a distance. "Come into my body and become my power." Seeing Kagaya leave the divine tree, Edward immediately moved to the next action. As long as Kagaya was not within the divine tree controlling it, the divine tree could only be considered a masterless object, easily manipulated by Edward. Drawing from his previous experience of sealing Kagaya, Edward immediately released his absorption hole, aiming to absorb the divine tree. Suddenly, a black hole erupted from his chest, slowly dragging the entire divine tree into his body. How is this possible? What kind of creature are you? Seeing this scene, Kagaya, who had already been shocked countless times, shouted. But this could not stop Edward's actions. Soon, the chakra divine tree was drawn into his grasp. "Next is you." In the astonished gaze of Kagaya, Edward revealed a devilish face and turned to him. Then, his body seemed to shift and appeared beside Kagaya, grabbing him tightly in his hand. "Absorb," Edward chuckled, and the palm of his hand erupted with a powerful suction, making it impossible for Kagaya to resist. "No." In a cry of despair, Kagaya was sucked in before he even had time to react. "It's over." Watching as the battle concluded in such a short time, Edward declared dominantly, "This is the power that Edward possesses now." Once, these high and mighty Tsutsuki could not compare to him at all. Even those who could initially contend with him could not hold out for long. So strong. Inside the sealed space within Edward's body, Kagaya Otsutsuki trembled slightly as she spoke. Although she had witnessed Edward's power several times, she still found it hard to believe that he had grown to such an extent. Within the sealed space inside Edward's body, Both the chakra divine tree and Kagaya had been sealed within. As a result, the sealed space made room for him to face Kagaya, Otsutsuki. The two remained silent, completely unaware of what had happened. Is it Kagaya? Why are you? Finally, Kagaya, Otsutsuki, with a weak expression, spoke. Otsutsuki, it seems we have encountered a powerful enemy this time. Upon seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya here, Kagaya felt somewhat relieved and said, yes, I fought with him for a long time. Hearing this, Otsutsuki recalled his extremely humiliating battle and spoke somewhat embarrassedly. But what he did not know was that upon hearing this, Kagaya's expression suddenly changed. Cough. I'm about the same, but in the end he still had the upper hand. Otherwise, I would have won. Unable to bear losing to Otsutsuki, Kagaya spoke after a moment of silence. What? Just slightly losing? I'm about the same. Upon hearing this, it was Otsutsuki's turn to change color as he uttered those words of self-deprecation. The two, even at this point, still did not forget to compare. Is this what you call the Otsutsuki clan? Truly laughable. Seeing this, Edward, transformed into a consciousness, descended beside Kagaya Otsutsuki with a cold expression. He now harbored immense hatred, despising the fact that such beings, whose will and beliefs could not compare to the ninja world, possessed such power. This universe is immoral, granting the weak the strength of the strong and the strong the weakness of the weak. Yes, they were born with this power. Kagaya Otsutsuki also spoke somewhat apologetically. If one were to speak truly, their mentality could at most be considered that of ordinary people. But it was precisely because of this power that they changed, becoming neither human nor ghost. I understand. After pondering for a long time, Edward finally uttered this one sentence, and his body disappeared into the sealed space. He was going to change this disgusting reality, to change the fact that this universe was dominated by the Otsutsuki clan. Ninja world. Ever since Edward ended his feud with Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, he had not made any moves. Time passed quickly, and no one knew what had happened to Edward before. The ninja world was also rapidly developing. Tall buildings had become the norm, and computer video games and other inventions emerged under Edward's silent influence. It seemed that this ninja world had transformed into the peaceful world that Edward was familiar with. However, compared to that small blue planet, the ninja world had achieved true peace. Until one day, a figure's arrival broke all of this. Is this the place? The descending figure looked down at everything in the ninja world and said, Hey, hello, could you please tell me how to get to Konoha village? The figure then casually approached a few lucky passersby to ask, who are you? Is this person some kind of new race? The few lucky ones discussed as they looked at the man with all-white skin, dressed in a noble white robe. Because of the ninja world's openness to peace, both big and small civilians had come to know the secrets within it. Among them were many strange-looking races, similar to the Shark clan or the Snakemen clan. Therefore, they were no longer surprised by these suddenly appearing, frightening beings. At the same time, they no longer feared these scary creatures. They understood that these beings would not attack them for no reason. Otherwise, the military organization located in the center of the ninja world, Konoha City, would relentlessly hunt them down. Interesting, they aren't afraid of me. Seeing this scene, the man couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why should we be afraid of you? By the way, are you talking about Konoha village? It's now called Konoha City. That way, don't get wrong. The few civilians pointed in one direction, wearing strange expressions as they spoke. He must be a bumpkin, right? We don't need to bother with him. Let's hurry along. Then these civilians left, speaking in a language the man couldn't understand. Interesting. What kind of world is this? According to the information from Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kinshiki, the Avenger should be nearby. The man, with a puzzled expression on his face, murmured in confusion. Indeed, this person is Otsutsuki Urashiki, who has come to the ninja world. Because he possessed the Otsutsuki clan's treasure, the plow, he believed he was not afraid of the Avenger who had defeated Kagaya and Kinshiki. Is it that direction? Let me see your strength. Soon, Otsutsuki Urashiki flew into the sky, grinning as he headed toward Konoha City. After flying for a long time, Otsutsuki Urashiki quickly arrived at the direction the civilians indicated. This time was different from the previous world. This time, Otsutsuki Urashiki did not go the wrong way. He effortlessly arrived in the current Konoha city. It was now a true steel giant city. In the sky, steel flying objects were everywhere, and on the ground, round egg-like motorcycles were running around. These were all products of a new era of Konoha city, symbolizing advanced technology everywhere. This is Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to speak, this place was completely different from the ninja villages he had visited before. It was like coming from a very backward countryside to a city full of technological vibes. Stop! Who are you? Soon, a few sharp-eyed Konoha guards noticed Otsutsuki Urashiki flying over on gliders. What on earth happened in this world? How could ordinary people soar freely? Watching the Konoha guards flying over on gliders, Otsutsuki Urashiki said with a serious expression, "Stop. This is our second warning." The Konoha guards pulled out several round tubes and shouted at Otsutsuki Urashiki. "Oh, what is this thing?" Seeing the round tubes in the guards' hands, Otsutsuki Urashiki murmured and approached them. Bang! Bang! But this immediately triggered a counterattack from the Konoha guards, who fired blue or red lasers from their tubes. Indeed, these were the newly modified chakra firearms, now called chakra tubes. They could emit chakra ammunition according to the respective chakra attributes of the ninjas. This is a chakra energy ball? Looking at the whole shot through his chest, Otsutsuki Urashiki remained motionless in the air. Leave it to me. The next moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki's injuries healed, and he swept his hand, sending an invisible shockwave toward the guards. What is this? Retreat. Seeing the shockwave, the Konoha guards quickly tried to withdraw. But how could the power of the Otsutsuki clan be resisted by a few ninjas with chakra? In just a few moments, the guards and their gliders exploded in the air, leaving only a few tubes floating. What on earth is this? Just an ordinary object, yet it possesses such incredible power. Remembering the whole shot through him earlier, Otsutsuki Urashiki slowly controlled the tube in front of him and gently caressed it. If I can modify it, then our Otsutsuki clan? Ha ha ha! Lost in thought, Otsutsuki Urashiki laughed heartily. But he had no idea what he had provoked. Just because of the deaths of these two Konoha guards, the entire Konoha city was thrown into chaos. It had been so long since the last display of military might against the ninja world, and unexpectedly, someone would dare to provoke them again. Countless floating warplanes flew in from the sky, descending before Otsutsuki Urashiki like locusts. You have violated the first inviolable treaty of Konoha City. No mercy. After the commander on the aircraft uttered these words, the floating warplanes began to lock onto Otsutsuki Urashiki and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Damn, try to suppress with firepower? Time stop. As the bullets filled the sky like raindrops, even Otsutsuki Urashiki felt a hint of pressure. Ultimately, he had to humiliatingly use his skill against this group. I absolutely cannot let Kagaya and the others know. Otsutsuki Urashiki, with a face of humiliation, gritted his teeth and shouted. But he did not know that the skill he used had awakened a terrifying entity. In the center of Konoha City, in a luxurious castle, has it come? A giant, immensely large, slowly opened its eyes and murmured. He is Edward, who has been here for decades digesting the powers of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Shin, and the two divine trees. Since the last time they met, his strength has unknowingly increased tremendously. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, his aura is repressed, yet he exudes an imposing presence without any anger. You finally woke up. I don't know how long it has been. In the ceiling space, Otsutsuki Kagaya opened her beautiful eyes and spoke. In front of her were two figures who had turned into sticks of firewood, and behind them were two withered trees. Cough, cough, foolish. Did that guy Otsutsuki Shin come alone? After coughing heavily twice, Otsutsuki Shin helplessly slumped to the ground and murmured, I don't know. Otsutsuki Kagaya heard the voice and responded. Now the two of them had completely lost their ability to move, their energy fully absorbed by Edward. Even the energy from the chakra divine trees was entirely claimed by him. Gulalala, it's time to end this. Immediately, Edward's consciousness descended here, looking at the two of them. Suck. In the next moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Shin were pinched in Edward's hand, and the two withered divine trees had vanished. With just a slight exertion, Edward could kill these two. Kill us. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Shin groaned painfully while being held by Edward. Kill you? Isn't that a bit too easy for you? Hearing their words, Edward turned away with a look of disdain. He wanted to make these two suffer, shattering their proud dignity to the ground. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Shin were completely at a loss for words, falling silent. Edward, there really is no need for them to exist anymore. Why not give them an honorable death? Otsutsuki Kagaya, who heard Edward's words, said with disapproval. After all, she was also from the Otsutsuki clan and knew that if Edward truly intended to humiliate Kagaya and Shin, it would be too cruel. All right, I understand. Don't worry. Turning his head to glance at Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward took the 2 sticks of firewood and left. As for Otsutsuki Shin, after he used the time stop ability, he began to gather an incredibly massive energy ball to strike the Konoha city below. Although he was indeed kind and gentle, that did not mean he was completely different from other Otsutsuki members. Like them, he possessed the pride characteristic of Otsutsuki members. Is that Otsutsuki Shin? But before Otsutsuki Shin could unleash that gigantic energy ball, a massive figure appeared before him. Who are you? Upon hearing that voice, Otsutsuki Shin accidentally lost grip and threw the energy ball. Shinra Tensei. However, Edward merely emitted a repulsive force, and the enormous energy ball turned to ashes. How is this possible? Upon witnessing this, Otsutsuki Shin was instantly frozen in place, unable to believe it. That's Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Shin. Not long after being shocked, Otsutsuki Shin was even more astonished to see Edward holding 2 sticks of firewood. At first glance, the 2 sticks did not resemble Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Shin at all. It was only thanks to Otsutsuki Shin's keen sense of smell that he was able to detect their auras. It seems your eyesight is quite good. Upon hearing this, Edward smiled slightly and casually tossed Otsutsuki Kagaya and Shin to the ground, saying, Shin. The 2 thrown to the ground emitted a faint aura. This is simply unforgivable. Seeing everything before him, Otsutsuki Shin could no longer hold back, and his aura erupted. How ridiculous! Do you wish to fight me? After saying this, Edward also unleashed his aura, suppressing Otsutsuki Shin in place with sheer force. Impossible! Otsutsuki Shin gasped for breath, incredulously shouting. But in the next instant, Edward's giant fist smashed him into a mist of blood that dissipated here. So weak. I think I can already go to the universe and search for your so-called Otsutsuki god. Seeing this, Edward felt a slight surge of arrogance. No, you are far from being his opponent. You still have a long way to go. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who heard this in the ceiling space, immediately intervened. Knowing the power of the Otsutsuki god, she understood that if Edward went there now, it would be no different from delivering himself to death. How long will it take? I can't wait to solve this problem. Edward's face darkened. At least 1,000 years, if you continue to progress at this speed. Otsutsuki Kagaya said with a serious expression, looking at the scene outside the ceiling space. 1,000 years? I can't stand that. After saying this, Edward ended the conversation with Otsutsuki Kagaya and returned to reality. At this moment, Otsutsuki Shin had already used the power of the 6 paths to heal his injuries. I can't beat him. I must leave here. Realizing the gap in strength between himself and Edward, Otsutsuki Shin looked terrified. He then rolled up the 2 sticks of firewood and used the treasure plow to step into the time-space. A second treasure? Thank you. After seeing this, Edward smiled slightly, wielding Tsukuyami with great force to cleave open the space before him. He then boldly reached out his large hand, rummaging through the time-space. Impossible! Why is this happening? With that touch, Edward's large hand grabbed Otsutsuki Shin, who was trying to leave using the power of the plow. He shouted desperately, trying to break free from Edward's grasp. But all his actions were in vain. No matter how hard Otsutsuki Shin struggled, he could not escape Edward's palm. Gulalala, Otsutsuki Shin. I heard from Kagaya that you are the kindest among the Otsutsuki clan. Holding Otsutsuki Shin, Edward carefully examined him and said, Kagaya, did you control her? Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Shin's expression changed instantly, as if everything had clicked into place. Gulalala, it's not like that. On the contrary, she was my greatest enemy at first, Edward said proudly while shaking Otsutsuki Shin. With the passage of time, Edward had grown into an existence of unknown strength, and Otsutsuki Kagaya was no longer comparable to him. Is that so? Anyway, you've won. Decide my fate. As if coming to terms with it, Otsutsuki Shin calmly accepted his reality. You are indeed better than those two members of your Otsutsuki clan. Seeing the calm expression on Otsutsuki Pushi's face, Edward praised him. However, one thing I'm not clear about is how you're able to wield the power of time and space. Gritting his teeth, Otsutsuki Pushi asked in confusion, his face showing some anger. It is known that even he cannot directly touch that mysterious power of time and space, and can only use treasures to open it. This was also the confidence that brought him here, believing he could stand undefeated. He did not expect that this giant before him could freely wield the power of time and space, which led to his defeat. How did I wield the power of time and space? This is also a gift you gave me. Tossing the treasure of the Otsutsuki clan, the plow, which he snatched from Otsutsuki Pushi, Edward explained. A gift for me? What does that mean? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Pushi asked with great confusion. Yes, indeed. It is a gift from another version of you. After saying this, Edward did not wait for Otsutsuki Pushi to respond. With a squeeze of his hand, he crushed the plow he was holding into a refined essence and injected it into the floating Tsongyun cut beside him. Just like this. Holding the Tsongyun cut in his hand, Edward smiled and said, if this time the Tsongyun cut successfully digests the plow, then the power of time and space within the Tsongyun cut will become even more formidable. I understand now. You discovered the mystery of time and space a long time ago, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Pushi lowered his proud head and murmured with a bewildered expression. After acquiring this treasure, he had many ideas to enhance his power. For example, using this treasure to traverse many time and space, thus gaining more energy to condense chakra fruits. But due to his kind nature and concern that the time and space would be disrupted by him, he had never implemented that crazy plan. Since that's the case, let's end it here. Become my power, and I will let you leave without pain. With that, Edward turned his gaze back to Otsutsuki Pushi. Then, without hesitation, Edward's palm seemed to turn into a black hole, obliterating Otsutsuki Pushi's consciousness. The matter of the Otsutsuki clan should be over now. Looking at Otsutsuki Pushi, who had now turned into pure essence, Edward said, Pushi, the two on the side, who had turned into dry wood lying on the ground, couldn't help but murmur sadly. And you too, it's time to end as well. With that, Edward also merged the two of them into the essence of Otsutsuki Pushi. Finally, opening his mouth wide, Edward swallowed the massive essence into his stomach. No, it's not over yet. The members of the Otsutsuki clan are endless. But at this moment, the Otsutsuki Kagaya inside Edward suddenly spoke up. I know what you mean. You just didn't understand my point. Edward shook his head and chuckled. In these decades, he has done more than just digest Otsutsuki Momo and Otsutsuki Mu. More importantly, he has been secretly controlling the heart of the ninja world under the instructions of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although the progress of this control is very slow and difficult, Edward has finally succeeded in his efforts. I see. You plan to take the entire ninja world away from here, don't you? After a moment's thought, Otsutsuki Kagaya clapped her head adorably. Yes, you guessed it right, but there is no reward. Edward laughed and replied. Indeed, he intended to take the entire ninja world away from here to another place to gain stronger power. This would provide a shortcut to defeat that so-called Otsutsuki god. By the way, it is said that becoming that so-called Otsutsuki god requires a large number of pure eyes, right? Edward recalled what Otsutsuki Kagaya had said earlier, as well as the memories of Otsutsuki Momo, Otsutsuki Mu, and Otsutsuki Pushi. That's right. Weren't you preparing for this earlier? How many have you gotten now? Otsutsuki Kagaya opened her eyes and asked. The pure eye has a light blue iris with a black sclera, and it does not bulge like the Byakugan when opened. The pure eye is a mutation of the Byakugan, possessing the basic abilities of the Byakugan. However, it is special in that it can see through the movements of the Wakai in time and space and the location of spatial teleportation. One could say that the pure eye is the initial state of the Rinnegan. But unlike Otsutsuki Sharon, the pure eye can only be called a true pure eye when the bloodline is completely fused, while Otsutsuki Sharon's can only be considered a defective product. Well, I have already obtained 4 of them, but I don't think this thing is of much use. With a thought, the pure eye appeared in Edward's hand. You and T know this, but only by truly fusing a large number of pure eyes can you unleash their power. Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled slightly. These 4 pure eyes actually belong to Momo, Mu, and others, which is why Edward was able to obtain them so easily. If it were our Otsutsuki clan, successfully condensing the pure eye would require submission. Otsutsuki Kagaya said with an envious desire to possess it. This is also why there has always been only one Otsutsuki god in their clan. Yes, but I'm not a member of your Otsutsuki clan. Hearing this, Edward burst into laughter, but his gaze carried a deep, gloomy color. The more he understood, the more he hated this so-called Otsutsuki god. It is even possible that this group of Otsutsuki members became like this under the control of the Otsutsuki god. All right, how should I use these pure eyes? Edward then held the pure eyes in his hand and asked. As for how to use them, I don't know. After all, we previously just handed the pure eyes to the upper echelons of the Otsutsuki clan, who would then submit them to the Otsutsuki god. Otsutsuki Kagaya shook her head, indicating that she was unaware. Could it be like the Rinnegan, hot swappable? Does this mean you want me to grow eyes all over my body? After saying this, Edward began to experiment, trying to place the pure eyes into his eye sockets. No, it's not like that. This method cannot unleash the power that the pure eyes should have. But soon, Edward removed the pure eyes, looking very puzzled. He could feel that if he did it this way, it would not unleash the power that the pure eyes should have. It was even weaker than using the Rinnegan. But if the hot swappable eye sockets cannot truly use the pure eyes, Edward couldn't think of any other way to use them. These pure eyes must have a special control method. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Edward removed the pure eyes from his eye sockets and neatly arranged them with the other 3 pure eyes, saying, if there really is a special control method, it would have to be a kind of energy that can digest the pure eyes. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Edward's eyes widened and he murmured. In the next moment, he threw one of the pure eyes into his stomach and swallowed it whole. The pure eye immediately dissolved upon entering Edward's belly, as if it transformed into essence, becoming Edward's power. Is this how it's supposed to work? Or is it due to the 10 tails within me? No, it definitely isn't just the 10 tails. I can also feel other powers helping me digest and merge with the pure eye. Edward furrowed his brows deeply and said, but soon, he relaxed his brows as the fog in his heart dissipated. Perhaps it's because of my bloodline, having absorbed so many Otsutsuki members. My bloodline also carries the legacy of the Otsutsuki clan. With a relaxed expression, Edward looked up at the sky and said, after all, this is a world that values bloodlines. Without a bloodline, one would truly be an ordinary person. After that, Edward threw all the pure eyes into his stomach, turning them into his power. I can feel that the pure eye is a one-time power. With a sigh, as if discovering the secret of the Otsutsuki god, Edward said, you are truly impressive. Otsutsuki Kagaya, sealed in the space, couldn't help but sigh at this scene. Edward did what she had never done, and also dare not do. Next is my chessboard. I want to see if your Otsutsuki clan can escape my game. A meaningful smile appeared on Edward's face as he said coldly. In the next moment, he stretched out his arms, expanding his observation haki until it covered the entire shinobi world. A heavy and deep voice reached the ears of all the people in the shinobi world. This is the voice of the 4th Hokage. What happened? Is the 4th Hokage going to announce something? All of them raised their heads, looking at the sky with puzzled expressions. But soon, after hearing the voice, they understood, and everyone widened their eyes, frozen in place. To all the citizens of the shinobi world, I am Edward Newgate, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, the strongest man in the world, and I am now speaking to all citizens of the shinobi world through the power of 6-path chakra. The shinobi world has truly achieved peace, but those evil invaders from outside the shinobi world have discovered our peace and plan to invade our shinobi world. Therefore, I have decided to protect this shinobi world that has nurtured me and all the citizens within it. This world longs for peace, and those who obstruct peace have long since perished over the years. However, if we do not address the true source of the threat outside the shinobi world, hatred will continue to breed, not only against our shinobi world, but also in other worlds. I cannot accept such a vision. so to defeat them, I will take the shinobi world out of the solar system, out of this universe to obtain greater power until I gain the strength to defeat that Otsutsuki god. This is Edward's declaration that resonated in everyone's ears, marking the beginning of a new era. The shinobi world can no longer be called the shinobi world. It should be called Edward's world. I support the fourth Hokage's decision. I agree with the fourth Hokage's choice. After being stunned for over a minute, the shinobi world suddenly erupted. Their voices all supported Edward, supporting the strongest man in the world. Are you really ready? Edward, this will be an important choice. Otsutsuki Kagaya, sealed in the space, could no longer stay put and ran out of Edward's body to speak to him. Yes, I will show you the path I will take in the future, Edward said with deep eyes. In fact, he still had many other thoughts, such as returning to his previous life as a basketball player. He also wanted to resolve the system that had been stuck at 99 fusion. After all this time, Edward finally understood the true purpose of the system. Perhaps this system was trying to transport him to the world of One Piece to replace Whitebeard and fulfill Whitebeard's wishes. However, due to certain reasons, the system transported him to the world of Naruto instead. This is why Edward had been stuck at 99, unable to take another step. Because Whitebeard's true wish was to protect his family, not the group of people Edward was protecting. No matter how much Edward does or how similar he is to Whitebeard, he cannot fulfill Whitebeard's true wish. Therefore, to achieve 100 system fusion, he must fulfill Whitebeard's wish in One Piece. I just don't know if I have that power. Remembering the system fusion degree, Edward said with a headache, if he really wanted to fulfill Whitebeard's wish, he would have to traverse dimensional space. But this is a power that perhaps only the Otsutsuki god possesses, and Edward doesn't know when he will achieve it. Forget it. I will take the shinobi world and use the power of the Tsunyun cut to conquer other parallel worlds. Only then can I quickly gain power. Edward looked at the Tsunyun cut in his hand and said with a domineering expression. Then his body slowly flew into the air, his eyes looking down at the shinobi world. Enter my ceiling space. Edward closed his eyes, and his body erupted with powerful energy that enveloped the shinobi world, which then transformed into a small ball under Edward's control. Is this the shinobi world? With a smile and a gentle expression, Edward released a protective shield around the shinobi world. He then placed the shinobi world into his ceiling space to operate normally. Let's set off. After saying this, Edward took the Tsunyun cut and fiercely slashed forward into the space. I will definitely come back. Turning to take a deep look behind him, Edward stepped in with a heavy expression. The current main world is no longer suitable for Edward. Otherwise, more Otsutsuki members might come out, and it could even be the Otsutsuki god. Therefore, Edward must leave this main world during this gap in time. Inside was still that familiar space-time, with infinite world tunnels appearing, forming a magnificent scene. Edward, which world will you choose? Leaving the ceiling space, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was beside Edward, asked, Me? I want to choose a world without any trace of me, and then slowly gather chakra fruits and obtain pure eyes. Edward fantasized, speaking his heart. But the outcome would be that many parallel worlds would be destroyed beyond recognition. However, for Edward, none of this mattered anymore. Now he just wants to gain powerful strength to defeat the Otsutsuki god who has been blocking his path. Finally, he wants to break through the dimensional wall with his own power and return to the world he has been yearning for. Is that so? Then let's do it. I support you. After hearing these words, Kagaya Otsutsuki closed her eyes as if she understood something. This was destined to be a road of no return, a path filled only with slaughter and a bloody feast. By that time, Kagaya Otsutsuki and Edward might offend all parallel worlds. All right, let's choose this one. The parallel world where the ninja world has yet to be born. Edward, having finally made his choice, fixed his gaze on a world tunnel. Then let's take action. Kagaya Otsutsuki responded to Edward. The two then stepped forward with their incredibly heavy steps, entering the tunnel. Is this our new world? I can sense that this planet is exceptionally vibrant. Edward tightened his grip on the Tsunyun cut and looked at the void around him. At that moment, he and Kagaya Otsutsuki were exposed to the vacuum of space, surrounded by shining stars. This is it, very lively, enough for me to condense a chakra fruit. Soon after, Edward's keen eyes spotted a small green sphere filled with vibrant energy. All right, let's do as you said. Kaguya Otsutsuki agreed, as her only correct choice now was to accompany Edward unconditionally. Good, with this pair of Otsutsuki's eyes fused with other energies, it should also evolve into the pure eye. After saying this, Edward flew towards the small green sphere. The pure eye? Each pure eye requires a pair of eyes from the Otsutsuki clan members. Kaguya Otsutsuki thought as she closed her eyes. The 4 pure eyes Edward had previously obtained, to be precise, should have been contributed by the Otsutsuki clansmen from the divided worlds. Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki each contributed 1. Then there were the contributions from Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Momoshiki from the main world. And now, there was still 1 pure eye from Otsutsuki Urashiki that had not successfully evolved. If it weren't for the necessity of having a pure bloodline, I could at least have 6 pure eyes now. Remembering the eyes of Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Edward said with some discomfort, "It's useless. Their eyes have already evolved." The eyes of mutation. Kaguya Otsutsuki understood this clearly. She knew many of the Otsutsuki clan's systems and rules, so she could clearly understand the gap between the guardian and the protected. By the way, since they all have their guardians, where's your guardian, Kaguya? Suddenly recalling something, Edward asked her. My guardian? His name is Otsutsuki Ishiki. Hearing Edward's inquiry immediately triggered Kaguya Otsutsuki's memories. Otsutsuki Ishiki? Can you tell me about him? That's quite a rare power. Edward, who had already tasted the sweetness of plundering others' powers, said somewhat greedily. He is incredibly arrogant, cold-hearted, and ruthless, willing to do anything. Kaguya Otsutsuki recalled that merciless man and said, shrouded in a haze of gloom. To say that she betrayed the Otsutsuki clan was actually partly due to Otsutsuki Ishiki. Thousands of years ago, during ancient times, Otsutsuki Ishiki originally went to the ninja world with her to plant the god tree. In order to cultivate the 10 tails into the god tree and bear the god tree fruit, Otsutsuki Ishiki actually planned to sacrifice Kaguya to the 10 tails. But the critical moment of the sacrifice, Kaguya suddenly turned against him and launched an attack on Ishiki. In the end, Otsutsuki Ishiki was caught off guard and lost his combat ability after being ambushed by Kaguya, suffering severe injuries that brought him close to death. This was also why Kaguya Otsutsuki chose to betray the Otsutsuki clan. She no longer wanted to return to that cold and ruthless group. Oh, is that so? Then he should be dead by now. After hearing this, Edward said to Kaguya Otsutsuki with a thoughtful expression, yes, he is already dead. Remembering that ruthless man, Kaguya Otsutsuki turned her head and said to Edward, oh, that's a pity. Otherwise, I could absorb another power. But Edward was entirely focused on the word power, completely oblivious to Kaguya Otsutsuki's expression. Sigh, if you keep this up, you'll be trapped in power and unable to extricate yourself. Seeing Edward like this now, Kaguya Otsutsuki felt somewhat disappointed. Although she enjoyed her time with Edward, she had discovered many of his flaws during this time. For example, regarding the word power, Kaguya Otsutsuki even feared that Edward might go mad because of it. But have you forgotten how much pressure I am under? Everyone in the ninja world has entrusted their lives to me, and above me, there's a powerful Otsutsuki god watching me closely. Edward retorted to Kaguya Otsutsuki after hearing her voice. Everything comes in cycles. You can't be so impatient. But the two's thoughts were simply not aligned. Kaguya Otsutsuki had her own ideas. All right, we've reached the land. Now let's slowly appreciate this place. Upon hearing this, Edward immediately lost interest in talking to Kaguya Otsutsuki and landed on a patch of green grass. Finally, Kaguya Otsutsuki also nodded lightly and fell silent. This world is so beautiful, filled with the breath of life. Stretching out his arms and taking a deep breath, Edward closed his eyes and said, yes, but soon this will become a wasteland. Kaguya Otsutsuki clearly stated, Gulalala, but isn't that what your Otsutsuki clan does? Can I do it this time? Edward chuckled lightly and asked Kaguya Otsutsuki, the world is like this. It's like a good person often doing good deeds. But if one day they do something bad, they will become a bad person. And bad people do bad things every day. But at the last moment, if they do something good, they will be praised by everyone. This is a particularly contradictory concept that some people simply cannot understand. I didn't say you can't. I just don't want you to get lost in power. Seeing Edward's somewhat heavy tone, Kaguya Otsutsuki lowered her head and said, all right, I understand. But the next moment, Edward's large hand was placed on her head, rubbing it vigorously. What are you doing? Feeling such an intimate gesture, Kaguya Otsutsuki immediately pushed Edward's large hand away, her face slightly flushed as she shouted, Gulalala, enough talking. Let's get started. After saying this, Edward no longer teased Kaguya Otsutsuki and took big strides forward. The trees and plants on this planet were incredibly lush, with various trees standing tall in the soil, either purple or green. However, the only regret is that there are not many life forms in this world. Only occasional small bacteria appear here. Next comes the time to plant the chakra god tree. I need to gather all the life forms on this planet. Some inexperienced Edward asked Otsutsuki Kaguya. No need, but if that's the case, the speed of condensing the chakra fruit will be a bit faster. Otsutsuki Kaguya, who has experience in planting the chakra god tree, explained to Edward. Because of her experience, she understands many things that Edward does not. Is that so? I understand. But if we still need to cultivate life forms, won't that take too long? Remembering what Otsutsuki Kaguya had said, Edward frowned and said, it's okay. You can absorb the energy of this world while cultivating the chakra within the life forms. The experienced Otsutsuki proposed to Edward. Gulala, now I understand. Then let us get started. After a hearty laugh, Edward revealed the chakra god tree that had been stored in the ceiling space onto this planet. The gigantic, beautiful, and charming chakra god tree manifested on this planet, but it was filled with immense danger. As it is well known, often the most beautiful things are the most dangerous. After the chakra god tree appeared on this planet, numerous branches spread across the land. This planet, you must understand, is not harmed by me, but by the Otsutsuki god. If I do not do this, this universe is destined to fall into a quagmire. Edward, feeling somewhat guilty, closed his eyes and said, but the next moment, his eyes opened, and the conviction in his heart turned into determination, because he knew that if he did not do this, he would be destined to be a failure. Come on, plant the chakra energy, he shouted, and Edward controlled the chakra god tree to drive its branches deep into the heart of the world. These branches penetrated the heart of the world, inserting themselves into the Earth's core and continuously absorbing the energy of the world's heart. This feast belonging to Edward had officially begun at this moment. After an unknown amount of time had passed in this absorption, it was still faster to plunder the fruits. Watching the chakra god tree in front of him taking action, Edward thought, I want to stay long. I don't know how many years it will take to condense this chakra fruit. Otsutsuki Kaguya lowered her head beside him, as if recalling something that had happened before. All right, then you can enter my body and rest for a while. Upon hearing this, Edward said to Otsutsuki Kaguya, okay. Otsutsuki Kaguya did not say anything more to Edward and immediately flew into his body. She returned to Edward's ceiling space. For her, Edward's ceiling space is now equivalent to her residence. Due to betraying the Otsutsuki clan, the current Otsutsuki Kaguya only has Edward in her eyes. After seeing Otsutsuki Kaguya return to his ceiling space, Edward began to control the chakra god tree. Under Edward's control, the chakra god tree began to spread extensively, absorbing more power that manifested in this planet. This planet seemed to be entirely controlled by the chakra god tree. Not knowing how much time had passed again, perhaps a long time. Thinking that so much time should have passed, Edward said, if so much time has really passed, then Edward should feel that the ninja world in the ceiling space would undergo significant changes. Edward looked forward to the changes in the ninja world within that ceiling space. Soon, Edward merged into the chakra god tree, concentrating on controlling the chakra god tree. And this control lasted for an unknown number of years. Edward had no concept of time while controlling the chakra god tree. Finally, one day, Edward woke up. He discovered that the chakra fruit had already reached the later stages of condensation. He had also successfully cultivated a group of life forms on this planet, granting them a large amount of chakra, allowing these chakra life forms to contribute a significant amount of chakra energy to the chakra god tree. That's why the condensation of the chakra fruit was so fast. Otherwise, the condensation of the chakra fruit would be much slower. Time passed quickly. I didn't expect that the chakra fruit would be ready so soon. The awakened Edward said, feeling the vast amount of chakra condensed by the chakra god tree. I wonder what the ninja world has become. Let me see what changes have occurred. He had also successfully cultivated a group of life forms on this planet, granting them a large amount of chakra, allowing these chakra life forms to contribute a significant amount of chakra energy to the chakra god tree. That's why the condensation of the chakra fruit was so fast. Otherwise, the condensation of the chakra fruit would be much slower. Time passed quickly. I didn't expect that the chakra fruit would be ready so soon. The awakened Edward said, feeling the vast amount of chakra condensed by the chakra god tree. So much time has passed, and although I haven't specifically felt the passage of time, I still feel a bit nostalgic. Edward said, missing the group of people in the ninja world. Is Otsutsuki Kagaya still not awake? What has she become now? Then Edward turned his gaze to the sleeping figure of her in the ceiling space. When Edward looked over there, he found that Otsutsuki Kagaya's breathing was faint, as if she were merging with the ceiling space. Oh, what's she trying to do? Does she want to control my ceiling space? Quickly figuring out Otsutsuki Kagaya's likely actions, Edward said, but that's fine, it can assist my combat power. After a moment of thought, Edward quickly came to terms with it and said, Kagaya should still need a little more time, so I won't disturb her for now. After that, Edward withdrew his consciousness from Otsutsuki Kagaya and turned his attention to the still star. It still looks the same, the maple leaves at the foot of the mountain Kakashi. Otsutsuki Shin. Edward observed the entire ninja world with keen eyes and said, it seems that the ninja world now is still like when Edward just collected it into the ceiling space, basically unchanged. Then let us lift the time stop. I'm sorry, this is my selfishness. Apologizing in his heart, Edward began to act on the ninja world within the ceiling space. Boom! Soon, under this action, the ninja world returned to its original appearance, rotating within Edward's ceiling space. But the only change was that the people of all sizes in the ninja world could finally move their bodies. The time stop was thus lifted. This is the ninja world that I want to protect. Watching the rotating ninja world, Edward revealed a gratified smile and said, because he saw the smiles on the faces of people, big and small, on that planet. That was enough. After saying these words, Edward no longer focused on everything in the sealed space, and his consciousness withdrew. How much chakra fruit is left? Edward, who had exited the sealed space, murmured to the chakra divine tree. There was just a little more to condense the chakra fruit. Only the final progress was needed. Forget it. This world doesn't need to exist anymore. After saying this, Edward's eyes became exceptionally firm. At the same time, his hands did not slow down, and the chakra divine tree instantly thickened under the enhancement of Edward's 6 paths power. The chakra divine tree seemed to transform into the world tree, rising thousands of meters high. This verdant planet became even more withered, as if the vitality belonging to the planet had completely disappeared. After this, a green energy ball emerged from the chakra divine tree, floating in the air. Is this the chakra fruit condensed with the power of the entire planet? It was clear that this was the chakra fruit condensed by Edward. He looked at the chakra fruit in front of him, his eyes bursting with brilliance as he spoke. Immediately, he reached out his large hand, wanting to take this verdant chakra fruit into his hand. But at this critical moment, a white phantom flashed by, and the chakra fruit floating in the air disappeared. After the chakra fruit vanished, the chakra divine tree immediately withered, its thick branches turning into slender ones. Finally, the branches broke and fell to the ground of the planet with a loud rumble. But none of this could capture Edward's attention. All he knew was that someone dared to snatch food from his hands. Who are you? His eyes widened, and as soon as that guy made any move, Edward would immediately strike at him. The one who stole the chakra fruit was dressed in an elegant, fitted white long-sleeved tailcoat and loose black pants that covered his bare feet. His sleeves had patterns matching his tattoos, and he had pale skin and gray-white hair. On the back of his head, there was a long curved horn resembling a crown, and he had only one eyebrow on his forehead, located above his right eye. His right eye had a unique ocular technique, displaying a golden circular pattern surrounded by 8 triangles. This person was none other than Tsutsuki Ishiki. whom Edward had previously mentioned to Kagaya Tsutsuki. After lying in ambush in the divine tree for so long, I finally obtained what I wanted. Tsutsuki Ishiki said in an extremely cold voice while looking at the verdant chakra fruit in his hand. The next moment, he tossed the chakra fruit into his mouth. Time stops. Seeing this, Edward would not comply with Tsutsuki Ishiki's intentions. The power of space-time immediately manifested. Time resumes. However, Tsutsuki Ishiki was not to be underestimated. Although he was a guardian, his mastery of techniques was also quite impressive. But compared to Edward, Tsutsuki Ishiki was still lacking significantly, and time ultimately came to a standstill. Because Tsutsuki Ishiki also used space-time ninjutsu, both he and Edward could still move. I've seen your strength, so I must seize this opportunity. Frowning tightly, Tsutsuki Ishiki said in an exceptionally serious tone. The next second, his body moved, and both hands reached for the chakra fruit, suspended in the air. Gulalala, do you know you're playing with fire? Foolish guy? Time reversal. But how could Edward give him that opportunity? With a command, time began to rewind, and everything returned to its previous state. The chakra fruit also shifted from being motionless in the air back into Edward's hands. Such a thing. How could you, a mere thief, dare to touch? Tell me, where did you come from? Tossing the verdant chakra fruit in his hand, Edward said dismissively. He looked down on weaklings who could only rely on theft to gain power. Me? You should have recognized me a long time ago. My name is Tsutsuki Ishiki. Seeing that his attempt had failed, Tsutsuki Ishiki finally sighed. Long ago, he had awakened, but due to his injuries, he planned to hide in the divine tree to recover. Until one day, Edward stored the chakra divine tree he was hiding in within the sealed space, completely awakening him. But because he didn't understand Edward at that time, Tsutsuki Ishiki intended to use a controlling secret technique to manipulate Edward. It wasn't until Edward captured one after another of the Tsutsuki members, including Kagaya and Kinshiki, that he finally woke up. Therefore, he had to hide in the sealed space, moving within the divine tree, becoming part of the chakra divine tree. This allowed him to evade Edward's detection and escape disaster. However, the downside was that because he merged with the chakra divine tree, they shared both fortune and misfortune. This time, not obtaining the chakra fruit meant that Tsutsuki Ishiki would soon dissipate along with the chakra divine tree. Even if that weren't the case, Tsutsuki Ishiki was very aware of the gap in strength between him and the giant before him. He was definitely not a match for that giant. Tsutsuki Ishiki, huh? You hid very well. Tell me, how did you evade my detection? Edward asked Tsutsuki Ishiki with a look of interest in his eyes. Me? It's simple. I merged with the divine tree. The divine tree is me, and I am the divine tree. Closing his eyes, Tsutsuki Ishiki explained to Edward. But while saying this, he was also plotting a way out in his heart. I wonder if I can use this ability to survive. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and Tsutsuki Ishiki thought heavily. He wanted to live. To achieve his goals, he would stop at nothing. The knot is a technique that allows members of the Tsutsuki clan to replicate themselves and digitize their data, then implant it into another person's body. A black diamond mark would appear on the palm of the person receiving it as a sign, and this mark is the knot. As long as the knot exists, Tsutsuki Ishiki can rely on it to be resurrected. They are beings that transcend death. Even if the knot's mark disappears, the data of the Tsutsuki will still remain in the body of the vessel, continuing to rely on data to restore themselves. Is that so? Very good. I didn't expect such a courageous person from the proud Tsutsuki clan. Hearing this, Edward praised Tsutsuki Ishiki. He could understand the outcome of such actions, which was nothing more than handing over one's life and death to someone else. You are called Edward Newgate, right? Tsutsuki Ishiki, appearing indifferent to life and death, said to Edward. But beneath that surface, there were unfathomable calculations. He wanted to possess Edward's body. That's right. How do you know my name? Upon hearing this, Edward turned his head, revealing a hint of confusion on his face. But soon he reacted, and his face instantly turned cold. Are you saying that you have merged with my chakra god tree? Edward pointed to the already collapsed and withered chakra god tree and said with a grim expression, Yes. Tsutsuki Ishiki nodded upon hearing this, indicating that it was indeed the case. So that means you've been inside my body for over 10 years. With a cold expression, Edward scrutinized Tsutsuki Ishiki with dangerous eyes. This was the most significant moment for him. He never expected that an enemy existed within him without his knowledge. So what? I have already lost. You want my power, right? I can give it all to you. The god opened his arms, appearing to surrender. Tsutsuki Ishiki said, Power? How important do you think that is to me? Upon hearing this, Edward concealed the danger in his eyes and spoke. He could clearly sense that the character of the guy in front of him belonged to a certain type of person. Cough, cough, I can't go on living. You might as well take this opportunity to absorb the rest of my power. After coughing twice and glancing at the collapsed chakra god tree, Tsutsuki Ishiki spoke with a tone full of regret. Interesting. It seems you have some self-awareness. Edward chuckled lightly, but his body remained hesitant to move forward. He knew very well that this posture of Tsutsuki Ishiki was definitely for another purpose. Shun. Space portal. Finally, unable to wait any longer due to the withering of the chakra god tree and his body gradually decaying, Tsutsuki Ishiki began to act. His body created numerous afterimages, and suddenly a black hole appeared in front of him. The Tsutsuki clan entered it. Just wait for your move, but no matter what, you cannot defeat me, haha. With a wave of his hand, Edward unleashed a powerful attack using space-time. How could the wisdom of the Tsutsuki clan be something you can comprehend? But these attacks seemed to have no effect on Tsutsuki Ishiki, as the black hole appeared beside Edward, and Tsutsuki Ishiki's body began to become ethereal. What is this? Datafication? Seeing the countless streams of data appearing beside Tsutsuki Ishiki, Edward squinted his eyes and said, These garbled characters resembled those he had seen on his computer in his previous life, startling him. At the same time, his mind began to tremble, as if he had thought of a terrifying fact. Data? Edward murmured, feeling he was getting closer to the truth. You cannot escape this strike. Rest assured, my power will become your power in the future. As he transformed into Data in midair, it seemed like Tsutsuki Ishiki intended to penetrate Edward's body. But soon his expression began to change, and his body Data started to disintegrate. The gap between you and me is as vast as the gap between this planet and me. This was precisely the work of Edward using the power of space-time to block Tsutsuki Ishiki's actions. However, what you said about possessing me has reminded me of a good plan. Edward, using the power of space-time to revert Tsutsuki Ishiki's state to his original form, grasped his body and said, I lost. Tsutsuki Ishiki, held by Edward, stopped struggling and said, This time he truly lost, and lost thoroughly, unable to put up even the slightest resistance. Now you're useless to me, but if I transfer this power to Yamashita Maple, it will enhance his strength and bloodline. Edward said under pressure, having not approached Yamashita Maple for a long time to communicate. But this did not mean Edward had forgotten him. On the contrary, Yamashita Maple was among the people Edward cared about the most. What do you mean? Do you want me to become someone else's power? Hearing this, Tsutsuki Ishiki's pupils flashed. His thoughts extended to unknown places from Edward's words. Haha, that's exactly the intention, but your consciousness is no longer needed. Edward laughed heartily, glancing at Tsutsuki Ishiki below, and said. Then he tightened his grip on Tsutsuki Ishiki, and the power of his body surged into Tsutsuki Ishiki's mind. Do you want to obliterate my will? Give it up. It's a futile effort. Tsutsuki Ishiki said incredulously, his consciousness space mostly occupied by Edward's power. The Tsutsuki clan was very meticulous, and the higher-ups had imposed countless protective measures on their important consciousness space. Thus, Tsutsuki Ishiki did not believe this giant before him could easily obliterate his will. But soon, he changed his expression numerous times, and his face looked very strange. What kind of enemy have I provoked? After saying that, Tsutsuki Ishiki's consciousness completely disappeared, leaving only a shell of a body. The body of the Tsutsuki clan. After obliterating Tsutsuki Ishiki's consciousness, Edward held the shell in his hand and said, Let us give it to Yamashita Maple. Seal and transport. In the next moment, the body of Tsutsuki Ishiki in Edward's hand was absorbed into the sealing space. Meanwhile, in the restored shinobi world, Brother Edward is doing the right thing. I support him. Thinking of Edward's declaration that day, Yamashita Maple closed his eyes while sitting cross-legged on the tatami. Since that day, Yamashita Maple had noticed that Edward's presence had completely disappeared from the shinobi world. Even Tsutsuki Shinju, Tsunade, and others had no idea where Edward had gone this time. What is this? Brother Edward's power. Yamashita Maple suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed. He saw a body of the Tsutsuki clan appearing out of nowhere in front of him, completely devoid of consciousness. This was the Tsutsuki Ishiki that Edward had captured earlier. Yamashita, this is a gift from your brother Edward. Haha. However, before long, Yamashita Maple was unraveled from the mystery as Edward's voice appeared in his mind. The body of Tsutsuki Ishiki merged into Yamashita Maple's body. Brother Edward, thank you. Upon seeing this scene, Yamashita Maple could only lower his head and place his hand over his heart. He felt incredibly moved as in love. He finally understood that Brother Edward had never forgotten him. Returning to Edward. Haha, Yamashita will be very happy to receive the gift. After finishing everything, Edward laughed heartily. All right, let's eat this chakra fruit that I personally condensed. In no time, Edward regained his mood and turned his gaze to the emerald green chakra fruit on the other side. With a throw of the fruit, it instantly entered Edward's deep, giant mouth. It was still that familiar feeling. After swallowing the chakra fruit, Edward closed his eyes and carefully felt it. Has the power within my body merged to become a new force? In the next moment, Edward made a new discovery, pouring all his energy into the convergence of bodily energy. As the emerald chakra fruit merged into Edward's body, it began to intersect with a vast amount of other energies. The various energies sorted themselves, with the first and second places emerging. Finally, after the rankings were completed, they formed a long line, ultimately creating a chain of power. Huh. This is the feeling. This is a new power, Edward exclaimed, feeling a comfortable breath escape him. This power is extremely similar to the power of the 10 Tails. Is it an advancement? Once the power chain was formed, Edward finally realized. He had not expected that all the energy within him would intersect and mutate under the influence of the emerald chakra fruit. All the powers of the 6 paths, chakra, tremor, 3-color domineering, space-time, balance, and the power of the 10 Tails had merged together. In the end, it was the power of the 10 Tails that led to the formation of a massive power chain. Is it because my Otsutsuki bloodline is too pure that this happened? If this mutation had not occurred, I would have remained stuck at that balance point. Is this the so-called restriction set by the Otsutsuki god? How insidious. But soon Edward summarized the reasons, recalling everything the chakra fruit had done earlier. That convergence of all Edward's powers seemed more like a breakthrough, a choice forced by breaking limits. So this only indicates that if Edward had not relied on the chakra fruit earlier, he would have remained trapped in that realm. Fortunately, with this power beyond the cosmic system, I have learned to evolve, making my power even stronger. Edward closed his eyes again and began to savor the power within him. Plunder? This is the path I will take in the future. After finally tasting the destination of his power, Edward opened his eyes and murmured. But indeed, Edward thought about how many life forms he had plundered and absorbed along the way. This path was the most suitable for him. From now on, I will call you the power of plunder. This power, I am very satisfied with it. This is the final condensation of all the power in his body. If he wants to enhance his power again in the future, it will certainly not be as easy as before. However, the new energy formed by the intersection and breaking of limits within him could break through that point. From now on, as long as he relies on the power of plunder within him, he will easily obtain the power of others. I wonder if this planet can be plundered. Immediately, Edward was eager to try out his power, casting his gaze toward the planet beneath him. This planet had not completely withered. It still had a tiny bit of energy sustaining it. Once that last bit of energy was consumed, the planet would truly collapse and shatter. After Edward unleashed his power of plunder, the planet was instantly drained by him. True power. After plundering and draining the power of the planet, Edward stretched his body and felt comfortable. In the next moment, 7 pitch-black spheres appeared behind him. If observed closely, it will be found that 6 of these pitch-black spheres resembled Edward's pure eyes from earlier by 7 parts. Indeed, These were the result of Edward's pure eyes evolving into the power of plunder after merging. Previously, Edward only had 4 pure eyes. The new 2 included one that had captured Otsutsuki Kagaya and another that evolved from his own Rinnegan. As for the 7th pitch-black sphere, it appeared right after Edward finished plundering this planet. Now, can I call you the power of planets? Looking at the 7 spheres floating behind him, Edward remarked, resembling the sage of 6 paths. Unfortunately, these are just one-time powers, just like the pure eyes. Feeling the 7 pitch-black spheres behind him, which possessed immense explosive power, Edward murmured, but there are benefits. In the future, the speed at which I condense the power of planets will be even faster, as I will only need to plunder the power from other planets. Edward clenched his fists, his eyes radiating an incredibly domineering and determined light as he spoke. Rumble. At this moment, the planet beneath Edward finally could not withstand it and began to shatter. Various lands began to split, soil rose, and stones floated in the air. This planet was about to disappear from this ninja world. I better leave here. Looking at everything floating around due to the lack of gravity, Edward said with a hint of guilt. If we were to speak seriously, all these changes to the planet were caused by Edward. What happened? Feeling the commotion outside her seal space, Otsutsuki Kagaya awoke and asked, "Yes, I have successfully condensed the chakra fruit and gained even greater power," Edward said while floating above the planet, preparing to leave. "Is that so? Congratulations." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya expressed her relief. "Yes, this is indeed a fortunate matter." Edward nodded and said, already flying outside the planet, quietly watching the changes happening to it. Plundering is taking everything from others and turning it into one's own power. Edward reflected on the various events that had occurred in his life. So what will you do next? Edward then began to ask his inner self, quietly staying in place. Edward, are you going to start plundering wildly? Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had a general understanding of Edward's current situation, said clearly, "Yes, I'm going to start plundering madly." Upon hearing this, Edward swung his fist, causing the space to shatter and form a black hole, stepping into it as he spoke. He was heading to other planets to plunder everything to gain more power. The path of plunder is the one most suitable for Edward by now. From beginning to end, the universe is infinitely expanding, and in this process of expansion, various substances will form coincidences. Ultimately, these coincidences will undergo unknown processes. Galaxies, star systems, planets, etc. are all products of these coincidences. But if there is formation, there must be a killer that ends this process of formation. And the killer of this universe is the so-called Otsutsuki clan and the current Edward. For power, the Otsutsuki clan and Edward have already destroyed countless planets. With constant friction of all sizes, Edward has also become the primary target of the Otsutsuki clan's manhunt. However, Edward's strength is rapidly increasing, and the Otsutsuki clan cannot restrain him at all. This race and Edward are destined to have a shocking final battle. On this day, an astonishing battle took place, and an enormous figure appeared. The height of this figure was unknown, towering over several kilometers, with tens of thousands of pitch-black spheres floating behind it. Beside were several other individuals exuding a similar immense aura. Kagaya, Tsutsuki, Shinra, and Yamashita. I have succeeded. The Tsutsuki clan will no longer be my opponents. This figure was Edward, who had previously robbed the power of planets. During this infinite time, Edward had grown to a level that the Tsutsuki clan could not match. This is my home, Kagaya, Tsutsuki said, looking at the planet before her while standing beside Edward. On this day, after making ample preparations, Kagaya brought Edward here. Brother Edward. Yamashita Maple, standing nearby, seemed to want to say something but held back. Since that day, when Edward gifted him the Tsutsuki body, Yamashita's power had increased rapidly, until he and Shinra could no longer hold back in the shinobi world. Upon their request, Edward released the two of them. Then let's begin this so-called Tsutsuki clan. With that, Edward was engulfed in rage, and the tens of thousands of planetary powers floating behind him were activated by his hands. Edward's massive hands, measuring thousands of meters, were about to strike that planet. If Edward's attack hit the planet without a strong opponent to stop it, the planet would be instantly obliterated. Wait. Just as Edward was about to hit the planet, an ancient voice called out. A protective shield appeared to block Edward's massive hand. The Tsutsuki god you seek is not here. The ancient voice came from a high-ranking elder of the Tsutsuki clan, who stepped forward alone and said, "Not here. Then where is it?" Upon hearing this, Edward's enormous body erupted with an imposing aura. "I have already broken through the dimensional barrier and entered another dimension. We sincerely apologize for what we did earlier." Feeling Edward's overwhelming presence, the elder of the Tsutsuki clan lowered his proud head. "Gulalala, do you think I'll let you go just because of this? Planetary power, plunder." But Edward did not accept the Tsutsuki elder's apology and continued to manipulate the planetary power to strike the protective shield of the Tsutsuki clan's planet. Boom, boom, strike after strike, until under the terrified gaze of the Tsutsuki elder, the shield shattered. Boom, boom, strike after strike, until under the terrified gaze of the Tsutsuki elder, the shield shattered. After the shield broke, Edward's plundering power erupted, and all the power of the entire planet was sucked out. All the members of the Tsutsuki clan could not escape Edward's plundering power, turning to dust. Is this the power of your Tsutsuki clan? It looks quite tempting. Looking at the various chakra fruits, pure eyes, planetary power, and the exclusive powers of the Tsutsuki that he had extracted, Edward grinned. "We have bowed our heads to you. What more do you want?" Seeing this, the Tsutsuki elder could no longer contain his anger and shouted. In his eyes, he believed that Tsutsuki clan was superior, and bowing to a lower life form was enough to show their respect. "Gulalala, how amusing. Your notion of bowing is not even worth mentioning in my eyes." Edward laughed heartily, then once again manipulated the planetary power to strike at the Tsutsuki elder. Damn it! Infinite pure eye form. The Tsutsuki elder could no longer hold back. Many pure eyes emerged from his back, and his body underwent a drastic transformation. Black and white patterns covered his entire body, and various pure eyes floated behind him. His muscles bulged, and his height increased by hundreds of meters. Do you think this form can be my opponent? But Edward did not care at all about this ant trying to fight back before dying. Pure eye super energy sphere. The next moment, the Tsutsuki elder leaped towards Edward, forming an enormous white energy sphere thousands of meters in size with the help of the pure eyes behind him. Is that all? Edward squinted, seemingly unimpressed. Then, his massive hand came down, colliding with the super-large white energy sphere. The planet below was like a mere bag, and Edward showed no concern. His thousands of meters wide palm descended, like a celestial object. Bang! Finally, at a certain moment, the energy sphere collided with Edward's hand, creating a massive shockwave. But before the shockwave could expand, it was locked by Edward's palm. This can't continue. Seeing Edward's overwhelming power, the Tsutsuki elder erupted with even greater strength. His body moved so fast that it left no afterimages, only a white line visible. But how could this be a match for Edward? He didn't even open his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he found the position of the Tsutsuki elder and sent him flying. Tsutsuki elder! The Tsutsuki members below, who were eagerly awaiting the end of the battle, shouted, "We will never allow a group of inferior beings to act recklessly above us." Crocodile demon form, white tiger form, ascension form. After their shout, they could no longer hold back. All members erupted in power and charged forward. Like disgusting locusts, Kaguya, Yamashita, and Shinra. Edward didn't even want to look at them and ordered the few individuals floating beside him. Yes, the floating individuals responded, and Edward's planetary power manifested upon them. This was Edward lending them his planetary power. Otherwise, given their rate of growth, their current strength would still fall far short of the Tsutsuki clan. Boom! Boom! Sounds erupted, though everyone could not hear them. But it was enough to glimpse the intensity of the battle from the explosive shockwaves. It's time to end this. You are nothing but defeated dogs. Seeing such an intense battle, Edward shook his head and said. He then grew impatient and began to let the planetary power floating behind him move. After it settled, this planetary power surrounded him, forming countless circles. Once completed, all the planetary power divided a portion of its strength, and various fine lines shot out in front of Edward, coalescing into a pitch-black energy sphere. The energy sphere was incredibly dark, as if it possessed the power to devour the entire universe. This was the advanced usage method of Edward's planetary power, a skill. And the name of this skill was Black Hole. Yes, once this pitch-black energy sphere was shot out, it would instantly shatter a planet. However, after the crushing, due to the overwhelming power, a black hole will form. This is where Edward's skill gets its name. What is this? All the members of the Otsutsuki clan looked on in disbelief. They could feel immense power within that bottomless, pitch-black energy sphere. I absolutely cannot let him destroy my homeland. On the other side, the Otsutsuki elder, adjusting his body, was also shocked. Otherwise, I would feel guilty towards God. Let me stop all of this with my life this time. After saying this, the pure eyes floating behind the Otsutsuki elder all merged into his body. Come on, damn devil. You will regret all of this. After the fusion was complete, the Otsutsuki elder charged alone towards the black energy sphere. He intended to detonate all the power of the pure eyes within him, to perish together with that black hole. Moreover, in his mind, he fancifully thought that he might even be able to eliminate Edward with the aftershock. If Edward really got wind of his thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud. Finally, the black hole had fully condensed. However, this black hole energy sphere was not as large as others imagined. It shrank from an initial size of 10,000 meters, condensing down to 1,000 meters, and finally to 100 meters. The size of the black hole became narrower by the moment. But this did not mean its power was weak. On the contrary, its power increased exponentially as it shrank, and no one dared to underestimate it. Gurgle. With a bit of a heroic spirit, my arrival this time feels like that of a great villain. Seeing the Otsutsuki elder charging alone, Edward muttered with a gurgling voice. Then, he waved the black hole, and that small bead in his eyes slowly fell towards the planet below. Come on! The Otsutsuki elder shouted angrily. His body surged forward, pushing towards the descending black hole. In the end, the hundreds of meters of black hole collided with the thousands of meters of the Otsutsuki elder's body. But unexpectedly, there was no sound. Moreover, the Otsutsuki elder's thousands of meters of body was slowly being sucked into the black hole until it disappeared. After doing all this, the black hole seemed to have no issue at all and slowly descended. Elder, all the members of the Otsutsuki clan below looked on in disbelief. After all, he was the most powerful force of their clan. They never expected to perish so easily. However, it was not that the Otsutsuki elder was too weak, but rather that Edward's strength was overwhelmingly powerful. Perish, just like those planets I have destroyed. The black hole continued to move downwards towards the planet. And despite a large number of Otsutsuki members attempting to block it, it was all in vain. Finally, the black hole landed on that planet, but it was only a moment of peace. Let fly for a while. Edward, however, was not surprised at all, closing his eyes to enjoy this moment of tranquility. Beside him, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Sharon, and Yamashita Maple had also come to his side. Brother Edward, is it over? Yamashita Maple said, looking at the motionless planet below, a hint of desolation flashing in her eyes. If these guys were resolved so easily, wouldn't that be a bit too boring? Life in the future will only get better. I will take over the Otsutsuki clan and control this universe. Edward nodded slightly, and at that moment his eyes opened. It was because the planet below began to change. In an instant, the black hole erupted. The entire planet was enveloped by the black hole, waiting to completely dissipate. Stop! But at that moment, a resounding voice echoed from void. The voice exuded nobility and pride, casting a condescending gaze towards Edward. The Otsutsuki clan's planet was also protected and taken into his grasp. It was the god of the Otsutsuki clan. Hearing this, Edward raised his head to look in a certain direction. In that direction, a figure with a height of several thousand meters, striped in black and white, emerged. Behind him, countless pure eyes fixed their gaze on Edward. If the number of these pure eyes were to be compared with Edward's, it would be more, not less. Who are you? A faint voice came, ringing in Edward's ears. In fact, when Edward shattered the protective shield of the Otsutsuki clan's planet, the god of the Otsutsuki had already discovered him and teleported over in time. But because he wanted to observe Edward's strength, he chose to remain invisible in the void. I am the strongest ruler and plunderer of this universe, Edward Newgate. Edward's calm voice rang out, addressing the god of the Otsutsuki in a nonchalant manner. The Otsutsuki god was the last obstacle to Edward's progress in this universe. Understood. After hearing Edward's words, the Otsutsuki god slowly nodded. At the same time, countless pure eyes behind him shot out numerous lasers that converged into one, ultimately forming a super thick laser aimed at Edward. The planetary power behind Edward immediately responded, condensing a similarly thick laser that shot towards him. This was the tacit understanding between strong individuals. There were no dialogues, no exchanges, only strength and weakness. The two lasers collided, illuminating the entire star system. However, the colors of the two lasers were different. One was pure white, and the other was pitch black. The Otsutsuki god's laser was pure white, looking extremely noble, exuding righteousness. In contrast, Edward's laser was pitch black, appearing extremely sinister, filled with malice. This was the comparison between the two. One looked righteous, and the other looked evil. Was it really so? No, neither of them belonged to the righteous side. Perhaps Edward, in the past, was indeed the passive one. But after going through so much, plundering countless planets, and causing innumerable casualties, he had long since become as evil as the Otsutsuki god. However, in the eyes of both, there was no longer good or evil. What remained was only the word power. Whoever's power was stronger would be the victor, the one to rewrite history. Boom! The collision of the lasers grew more intense, and Kagaya, Sharon, and Yamashita entered into Edward's ceiling space. Only Edward and the Otsutsuki god remained to battle. Countless expectant observers stood behind both of them, hoping for one of them to emerge victorious. Boom! Ultimately, the lasers of the two formed an enormous sphere, far exceeding the height of both. Their energy reached a peak, and if this energy sphere were to explode, it could potentially destroy the entire galaxy. No, but after the god of Tsutsuki uttered a word, everything in front of him disappeared. The word became reality, an energy that the god of Tsutsuki could unleash using countless pure eyes. Huh, are you reluctant to see the destruction of the galaxy? Edward said dismissively, clenching his fists and striking at the god of Tsutsuki. What he despised was that at this point, the god of Tsutsuki would still pretend to be benevolent. You don't understand? This is my dilemma. After saying this, the god of Tsutsuki's pure eyes behind him condensed into a flat protective mirror. Crack! Crack! This was the sound of Edward's fists hitting the protective mirror, causing it to shatter. Gulala, planetary power. Immediately after, Edward waved his hand again, controlling countless planetary powers behind him to bombard the pure eyes behind the god of Tsutsuki. He intended to use the explosions of planetary power to destroy more pure eyes, because he knew that the planetary power he wielded was simply incomparable to the pure eyes behind the god of Tsutsuki. If they were to engage in a battle of attrition, it was only a matter of time before Edward would lose. Therefore, he aimed to consume more of the god of Tsutsuki's pure eyes in this way to bridge the gap between them. Is this my calamity? But the god of Tsutsuki merely floated in the air, quietly watching the explosions of the pure eyes behind him. He made no move, even though the pure eyes behind him exploded in 3 times the number of planetary powers. What calamity? What do you want to say? Edward grinned, his eyes filled with vigilance, and in the next moment, the cloud cutter appeared in his hand. But what he didn't understand was what the melancholy and admiration in the god of Tsutsuki's eyes truly represented. Everything has its limits. If you want to break this limit, you must go through a calamity. Hearing Edward's words, the melancholy and admiration in the god of Tsutsuki's eyes disappeared as he spoke. Is it really like that? But I don't believe it. Planetary power. Upon hearing the god of Tsutsuki's explanation about the strong, Edward shouted. After this shout, all the planetary power behind Edward merged into his body. He intended to change his fighting style to close combat, which was precisely what he excelled at. Sigh. Pure eyes. Seeing Edward like this, the god of Tsutsuki sighed. Then, the pure eyes behind him also merged into his body, just like Edward. After merging, the two locked eyes, staring each other down. The battle was about to ignite. Their figures completely disappeared, leaving behind the continuous explosions occurring in the universe. But due to the vacuum of space, there was no sound, only the dissipating space showing the intensity of the scene. If it continued like this universe would eventually be shattered. The physical attacks between the two constantly made contact, and the god of Tsutsuki said with some regret. He had also put some thought into maintaining this universe. He didn't want the universe he maintained to be shattered like this. What does that have to do with me? Hearing this, Edward said coldly, "You are colder-blooded than our Tsutsuki clan." This immediately left the god of Tsutsuki unsure of how to respond. As for Edward, after finishing his words, he was momentarily stunned himself. Has my mind been filled with power? Edward thought, narrowing his eyes. But before he could think much, he and the god of Tsutsuki began to move again. Various afterimages appeared as countless actions manifested in their hands. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, their attacks landed on each other's bodies, creating sounds. Beneath these sounds, countless planetary powers and pure eyes shattered. Ultimately, this was still a battle to compare the planetary power and pure eyes within each other's bodies. Whoever's planetary power or pure eyes ran out first would be the first to fall on the battlefield. Calamity, I'm already prepared. Let me break you. Pure eyes. After saying this, the god of Tsutsuki extended his hands, and an invisible shockwave sent Edward flying far away. Then his body hovered above Edward, his eyes bursting with white light, illuminating everything around. Boom! Endless waves of white light erupted, shattering space and time. But strangely, after this wave, the universe began to gradually fracture, as if something had been shattered. Yet clearly, nothing had been shattered. Only these white lights floated in the emptiness of the universe, leaving people puzzled about their meaning. Do you not care at all about the consumption of energy within you? Edward's body immediately flew far back, wanting to distance himself from the shockwave. If his body were to be hit by this shockwave, he would instantly evaporate. Very powerful, huh? This is the result of countless pure eyes. The god of Tsutsuki floated in the air, looking down at Edward, not knowing what to think as he spoke. A very powerful shockwave, but to me, this is merely a useless consumption. You can't hit me at all. Edward narrowed his eyes, the planetary power within him exploding, his body bouncing back as he shouted. I know, but do you know why I'm doing this? After the god of Tsutsuki finished this sentence, he unleashed countless shock waves again, paying no mind to the consumption of his pure eyes. What do you really want? Edward widened his eyes, looking at this attack that couldn't possibly hit him. Only by creating an existence as powerful as mine can you break the wall. So do you understand why you are here? The god of Tsutsuki declared to Edward with an extremely divine gaze. What? What do you mean? Hearing the god of Tsutsuki's declaration, Edward stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. He could already glimpse something from the god of Tsutsuki's words. That's right. Your existence was deliberately guided out by me. Only in this way can the wall be broken. The god of Tsutsuki's eyes emitted white light as he felt that the time had come, and most of the pure eyes within him had been consumed. Throughout, he had never had the slightest intention of defeating Edward. I need to know everything. What do you really want? Finally, Edward could no longer contain a shout, as he sensed something was off. In the god of Tsutsuki's words, it seemed that every action of Edward's was under his control. Since that's the case, let me clarify your death. You live for me. Seeing this, the god of Tsutsuki released all the pure eye energy within him, compressing the surrounding space-time to an extreme while murmuring. Then, a white memory flowed into Edward's mind. Killing, fighting, ending, beginning. All of this appeared in Edward's mind as he understood everything after watching the memories transmitted to him by the Otsutsuki god. So this is how it is? Did you only pay attention to me after I used powers not belonging to the ninja world? Edward raised his head, looking somewhat confused as he asked the Otsutsuki god. In the memories transmitted to him by the Otsutsuki god, he learned that in this universe, there's a limit to power. Once this limit is reached, the Otsutsuki god's power would not improve at all. After entering countless dimensional spaces and many other worlds, the Otsutsuki god finally discovered the truth. He never expected that outside of this universe that belongs to him, there exists a three-dimensional dimension. He belongs to the two-dimensional dimension, which cannot even compare to the three-dimensional dimension. The three-dimensional dimension could extinguish him with just a finger. This made it impossible for the Otsutsuki god to accept such a truth. Therefore, he secretly wanted to cultivate countless powerful beings. The pure eyes stored by the Otsutsuki clan were created for this purpose, and the final victor was referred to by him as Calamity. However, in the end, it was all unsatisfactory, as not a single strong being had appeared. It was not until the emergence of Edward that he saw something different. Unexpectedly, as the Otsutsuki god, you had already discovered the differences in this universe. Edward said to the Otsutsuki god, whose energy had already been exhausted. Through the memories transmitted to him by the Otsutsuki god, he had learned the truth of everything. It was simply that the current Otsutsuki god wanted to use his power to break the barrier set by the Otsutsuki god. But what the Otsutsuki god did not know was that Edward actually came from that dimension. He came from the third dimension into this second dimension. Moreover, he possessed a very mysterious system within him. Dimension, this is a word that makes one tremble. The Otsutsuki god stretched out his hands, a relaxed expression on his face, and said, "Come on, let's take the final step." The Otsutsuki god no longer hesitated and began to speak to Edward. "What do you want?" "The power of these planets belongs to me." Edward stared into the Otsutsuki god's eyes, his body tense. "I know that power belongs to you, but that doesn't mean I can't invoke them." This is a trap I've set. You should know, I obtained power similar to the planetary power before you." The Otsutsuki god said with an arrogant expression. "What do you mean by that? Can you still invoke the power within me?" Edward said with a very surprised expression. However, in his heart, he actually wanted to combine their powers, breaking through this dimension and entering the next one, because he was originally a person from the next dimension. But due to the system, he was transported here. He was also a homebody, and he missed his little blue ball very much. "Invoke." The next moment, the Otsutsuki god suddenly uttered a word, and the white light he had previously released began to flash around Edward. "Are you trying to use the energy of these pure eyes to resonate with the planetary power within me?" Seeing this, Edward exclaimed in disbelief, because this also meant that the Otsutsuki god might perish along with him. In summary, the Otsutsuki god used the power of the pure eyes within him to connect to the planetary power within Edward, as the energies between them were indeed of the same origin. Gulalala, I won't let you succeed. In the end, Edward was unwilling to let it go like that, and all the planetary power within him surged forth. Then, this planetary power began to stir, as if each one was about to explode. "What do you want to do?" "I tell you, this is useless. I've been preparing for this plan for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years." The Otsutsuki god clearly saw Edward's actions and said, "You want my power to combine with yours to break the barrier? In the end, both our powers will be nothing." Edward said with a very gloomy expression. He had just received a negative answer in his attempts. He could not break the trap set by the Otsutsuki god by detonating the planetary power. Yes, whether it is experience or your planetary power, these are ultimately just one-time powers. Once gone, they are gone. The Otsutsuki god said with a very open expression. But Edward's heart was unwilling because he had spent an unknown amount of time condensing this planetary power. If it was only to be used like this, then Edward would have been better off not condensing this planetary power at all. Boom! But even though Edward was unwilling, it was of no use. Once the energy of the pure eyes connected to Edward's planetary power, they combined to produce a greater energy that shattered the surrounding space. The surrounding space began to break apart like fragments. Behind it was a void, a darkness. Finally, a massive black hole seemed to form, starting to expand with Edward and the Otsutsuki god at its center. Has it finally begun? I've stayed long enough in this place. The Otsutsuki god looked eagerly at the surrounding momentum. He had no idea how long he had waited for this moment. I feel like I'm about to be sucked in, Edward said, frowning as he watched the increasingly enormous black hole behind him. At the same time, his heart was also contemplating a countermeasure. In the end, there will definitely be a sacrifice, and that sacrifice is you. The Otsutsuki god saw through Edward's thoughts and said to him, "What do you mean by sacrifice? Do you want to step over my corpse to move forward?" Edward said somewhat heavily, "Yes, after the barrier is formed, one person must detonate the energy within him to truly break the wall. And now that the space for breaking the wall has been formed, it only lacks that one person to self-destruct and break the real wall." The Otsutsuki god looked at Edward with a predatory gaze. What if I refuse? Edward also looked back at the Otsutsuki god with a similarly predatory gaze. He had completely understood the Otsutsuki god's meaning. Now was the real beginning of the final battle between the two. Whoever wins will truly break the wall and enter the third-dimensional space. Come on, freeze, explode. The Otsutsuki god did not hesitate at all. After saying 3 words, his body immediately moved. Why can't my body move? Is this the power of the Otsutsuki god? I didn't expect him to be so terrifying even without the pure eyes. Edward struggled fiercely, combining the powers of the 6 paths, the shock fruit, and the balance to break the deadlock. Ha ha! This is the true application of chakra energy. As long as you have chakra energy within you, I can control your every move, laughed the god of Otsutsuki with a face full of confidence. What? Is this one of your traps as well? Hearing this, Edward was taken aback. Chakra energy is a cultivation method passed down by the god of Otsutsuki, a term for guiding energy. Unbeknownst to him, it had already spread throughout this universe, becoming the mainstream cultivation method for all living beings. But now the god of Otsutsuki told him that chakra energy could actually be controlled by him. In that moment, everything clicked for Edward. The reason for the spread of the chakra energy cultivation terminology became clear. I suppose so, but what I didn't expect was that in the end, it would be you who evolved to this extent. I originally thought that only members of our Otsutsuki clan could reach such heights. This is quite a miscalculation. After saying this, the god of Otsutsuki produced a white energy rod in his hand and slowly flew towards the still Edward. What do you want to do? Kill me? Seeing the white energy rod in the god of Otsutsuki's hand, Edward's expression changed drastically. He knew that the loser in the end would have a very tragic fate. If Edward lost, then everyone behind him, who was counting on him, would die with him. Can't you see it even now? It's over, goodbye. But the god of Otsutsuki did not wish to say any more to Edward. The white energy rod in his hand was about to pierce Edward's heart with tremendous force. Armament Haki! Conqueror's Haki! At the critical moment, Edward shouted, and his body instantly turned black. At the same time, a wave of black-red, domineering energy surged forth, blowing the god of Otsutsuki far away. Is this the mysterious power within your body? The god of Otsutsuki looked at Edward and said, Since you can control the chakra within me, then I want to use it. With a slightly darkened expression, Edward tightened his grip on the Tsungyan cut. The massive chakra energy within him was completely converted into the most basic life energy. This should be enough. You can't control this life force, Edward said as he felt the chakra energy disappear from his body. He knew that if he didn't use chakra, his strength would be reduced by more than half. Interesting. Do you still want to resist? Looking at Edward, who raised his large sword, the god of Otsutsuki smirked. I will never give up. Edward responded to the god of Otsutsuki. After their exchange, their tense bodies instantly vanished from their original spots. Countless sounds erupted in the air, but they did not cause the slightest harm to this space. Now, both of them were using the most primitive power within their bodies. Bang! The only difference was that the god of Otsutsuki could still use the chakra energy within him, while Edward could not. Therefore, this time, it was Edward who was sent flying. No, with his nearly endless chakra energy supporting him, I have almost no chance of defeating him, Edward said with a somewhat gloomy expression as he felt the chakra that had transformed into life energy within him. Once the chakra energy had transformed into life energy, it meant that he could no longer use this life energy to enhance his physical strength. Fortunately, the 6 paths power could still operate under the support of life energy. After being sent flying, Edward steadied himself and said as he operated the life energy within him. In the next second, the 6 paths seeking Tao orbs appear behind him, forming circles of wheels. Come, let us battle. Edward stared at the god of Otsutsuki with great vigilance and wariness. The power of the 6 paths? I have that too. I haven't used this power in a long time. Seeing the familiar 6 paths power appear on Edward's body, the god of Otsutsuki said with a hint of nostalgia. Immediately after, his body also manifested the same 6 paths power as Edward. He had once possessed the power of the 6 paths as well. After unleashing the 6 paths power, the god of Otsutsuki dashed towards Edward. The most formal and serious duel between the two began at this moment. Countless sounds crackled in the air, the sounds of fists hitting flesh, and the black blades occasionally appearing in the air constantly proved the intensity of the battle. Their bodies fluctuated in size. Energy orbs exploded, attempting to influence each other in this manner. Finally, in the end, the god of Tsutsuki was punched in the face by Edward, spitting out a mouthful of red blood. Not bad. I actually drew blood on my face. The god of Tsutsuki was stunned for a second before he touched the blood on his face and said, "For hundreds of years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, this was the first time he had bled. He was not a battle maniac, so he always used long-range attacks and had never been this reckless before. Therefore, this instance of bleeding made him deeply realize a certain truth. Go on, this is nothing." Not long after, the injury on the god of Tsutsuki's face was healed using chakra energy. Damn it, this guy can use chakra energy. Seeing this, Edward said with some resentment, if it were him, then he could only use the six paths power to heal his injuries now. As for the life energy converted from chakra energy, it was just a pile of useless energy lingering in his body. It can't go on like this. Six paths enhancement, shock fruit. Edward shouted, swinging the Tsongyun cut horizontally. He had to force the god of Tsutsuki to use chakra energy under his continuous attacks. Only in this way could he narrow the gap in power between the two of them. My eyes have seen through all your thoughts. Seeing Edward's large sword sweeping towards him, the god of Tsutsuki conjured two photon sword blades in each hand to block it. This large sword of yours isn't of much use, the god of Tsutsuki said, holding the photon sword blades, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. In his previous observations, he noticed that this large sword had always been by Edward's side. Is this what they call affection? I want to have that too. But he quickly realized, his face revealing a desire to possess it. No matter how useless it may be, I will keep the Tsongyun cut by my side, especially since. Shock. After saying this, a smug expression appeared on Edward's face. After all, the Tsongyun cut could conduct his six paths power and shock fruit power. Boom, crack. Under the conduction of Kanji-Yunki, the power of Junjin immediately erupted, shattering the photon sword blade in the hands of Otsutsuki. After shattering the photon sword blade, Kanji-Yunki continued to move forward, cleaving into Otsutsuki's body. Poochie, a large amount of blood sprayed into the air, and Otsutsuki's body was split in half. What is this? This power. But it wasn't over yet. The power of Junjin began to erupt again within the two halves of Otsutsuki's body. A large amount of Junjin power spread throughout Otsutsuki's body, causing it to shatter. The body that had already been split in half instantly turned into a mass of fragments. How could this happen? These were the last words of Otsutsuki as he lost his final consciousness. This move was infallible. No one could stop it. After shattering Otsutsuki, Edward continued to unleash the power of Junjin around him. He knew that soon, Otsutsuki could use chakra energy and the power of the six paths to recover. Space distortion. Sure enough, not long after, a mysterious consciousness descended here again. With a very plain sentence, the space where Edward was located began to twist. What is this? The twisting space immediately tried to tear Edward's body apart in a frenzied rotation. The six paths twisted and split the body. In the end, Edward could only rely on the twisting technique to separate his massive body into countless smaller Edwards, scattering them. Not a bad response, indeed. No one who crawled out of a pile of corpses was easy to deal with. Otsutsuki's body, which had already turned into fragments, also recovered. Looking at Edward, who immediately took countermeasures, Otsutsuki's eyes were filled with admiration. So what about this move? The six paths rebirth technique. The next moment, a smile spread across Otsutsuki's face as he extended his right hand toward Edward. A mysterious energy shot toward the scattered small Edwards. The mysterious energy immediately enveloped this group of scattered small Edwards. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of sounds, these small Edwards' bodies began to twist. Not long after, the twisted small Edwards stopped their distortion. What? My body. Ironically, some of these small Edwards turned into pigs, some into chickens, or other common animals. You have no power to resist now. Seeing Edward transformed into a group of small animals, Otsutsuki smiled. Then, He gathered a powerful energy in his left hand and shot it at the group of small animals. Damn it, this technique is too perverse. Feeling his powerless body, Edward's heart sank. In their first confrontation, he won, but in this second confrontation, he lost. Soon, the energy gathered by Otsutsuki's left hand hit the group of small animals, turning them into fragments. I want to see how much Six Paths power you have to recover. After shattering the small animals, Edward turned into Otsutsuki murmured. Now, the two of them were competing over how much energy they could sustain within their bodies. Once the energy was exhausted, the one who lost would become a sacrificial offering to break the barrier. By completely killing the other's life and detonating the power of the star that clung to the broken barrier space, the detonated star power would trigger a massive explosion, breaking the barrier space and entering the third dimension. Six Paths enhancement. Overlord's arm Jinyun slash. In just an instant, Edward, using the power of Six Paths to draw upon the life energy within him, completed a recovery. After recovering, he summoned back the lost Kanjiunki, appearing above Otsutsuki to cleave down at him. Here it comes. Energy shield. Seeing so many things happen in an instant, Otsutsuki didn't T-move at all. He simply stood still and waved his hand, and a white energy shield enveloped him. Crack, crack. The formed white energy shield indirectly interrupted Edward's cleaving attack, blocking him. But that wasn't the end. Edward, not one to back down, infused even more power into Kanjiunki. Finally, with a sound of shattering, Kanjiunki broke through the white energy shield and struck at Otsutsuki. Bang! A wave of energy radiated from the two. This was Otsutsuki in that moment, condensing a white photon sword blade in his hands to block Edward's cleaving strike. Want to engage me in close combat? After saying this, Otsutsuki launched a fierce attack on Edward. Jinjin. Seeing this, Edward simultaneously swung Kanjiunki at Otsutsuki. The weapons of both immediately clashed together, producing various sounds. Crackle, crackle. Various intense sparks of ions erupted. Can't your weapon compete with his big sword? However, in the end, Otsutsuki was gradually pushed back by Edward. This was our third round. Who will lose? Seeing Otsutsuki's weapon starting to shatter, hope ignited in Edward's eyes as he spoke. Whose deer will die? It remains unknown. But Otsutsuki chuckled darkly. Poochie. The next moment, Otsutsuki's weapon finally shattered, and Edward's big sword thoroughly cleaved into him again, cutting him in half once more. This is our third round. You lost again? Six Paths enhancement. Edward sighed in relief, thinking that Otsutsuki must have some trick up his sleeve. Hee, but is that really the case? After Otsutsuki let out a couple of light laughs, he revealed the answer to us. Reversal. Just those two words, and everything returned to its original state. The white photon sword blade that had already been shattered by Edward reappeared in his hands. Otsutsuki's body also reverted to behind Edward, rendering Edward's attack with Six Paths enhancement null. Poochie, Poochie. Otsutsuki certainly did not remain idle. He immediately used the photon sword blade to stab into Edward's body. Didn't he expect this, did you? Otsutsuki said with a smile as he inserted the photon sword blade into Edward's body. This was indeed a good tactic. Feeling the intense pain in his abdomen, Edward maintained an unchanging expression as he said, Sipas twisting technique. Immediately after, Edward also unleashed his signature move. It was as if he had retraced back to the god of Otsutsuki, disappearing from his original position, and the injuries on his body vanished. Round 3 ended in a draw. Edward, feeling the remaining power of the Six Paths within him, said, Then let's start the fourth round now. Seeing that Edward's injuries had also healed, the god of Otsutsuki said. After that, the two began to confront each other again, each gathering a sphere of energy in their hands, their eyes fixed intensely on each other. They waited for one to make a move, at which point the energy spheres in their hands would erupt. The remaining Six Paths power within Edward was still abundant. He concentrated the energy sphere in his hand while simultaneously assessing his condition. Go! Just then, the god of Otsutsuki threw the energy sphere in his hand over. Here it comes. Edward could only hastily prepare himself, summoning the Songyun cut. He collided with the energy sphere while also throwing his own energy sphere towards the god of Otsutsuki. He condense. In just a short time, the god of Otsutsuki had formed numerous energy spheres in his hand. Countless energy spheres were hurled towards Edward, exploding around him. The energy sphere Edward had previously condensed was rendered useless, detonated in midair by the god of Otsutsuki's energy spheres. Boom, boom, boom. However, Edward's situation was not optimistic. The countless energy spheres from the god of Otsutsuki exploded around him one after another. This couldn't go on. He couldn't keep relying on the Six Paths' power to heal his injuries. Edward stared intently at the god of Otsutsuki, murmuring. Then, disregarding the exploding energy spheres around him, he flew towards the god of Otsutsuki. In close combat, Edward was the master of the battlefield. You still want to fight me in close combat? The god of Otsutsuki, seeing this, showed no fear, conjuring a long white staff to meet him. Their attacks struck each other's weapons, unceasingly preventing either from stopping. Time passed slowly, and their injuries worsened. The god of Otsutsuki was gradually falling into a disadvantage, his injuries more severe than Edward's. But because he was utilizing both his chakra energy and the Six Paths power simultaneously, the god of Otsutsuki's injuries were also rapidly healing. Edward's injuries were healing with the Six Paths power as well. The speed of recovery exceeded the severity of the injuries, putting both of them in a very awkward position. It seemed they had to compete on who had more energy. Let's see. Edward's mind raced with thoughts. Thus, their attacks continued. Time flew by 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Their internal energy seemed endless, still supporting their fight. Huff, huff, huff. Finally, Edward, panting heavily, regretfully withdrew from the battlefield. Looks like you lost this 4th round. The god of Otsutsuki approached Edward with a proud expression. Not necessarily. You must be low on energy too, Edward replied fearlessly. Although he couldn't match the god of Otsutsuki in terms of energy, he shouldn't be forgotten for his strength in close combat. Throughout the fighting, he had consumed a significant amount of the god of Otsutsuki's chakra energy, thanks to his close combat advantage. Although Edward ultimately could not outlast the god of Otsutsuki in terms of energy if one were to conduct a serious tally, the god of Otsutsuki had consumed far more energy than Edward. Oh, guess what? After saying this, the god of Otsutsuki conjured a sphere of gray energy. Different from the previous one, this gray energy sphere was more powerful than the white energy sphere. Looks like I was right. Seeing this, Edward smiled slightly, thinking to himself. The god of Otsutsuki forming this gray energy sphere could only indicate one reason. He was starting to panic, eager to kill Edward. Boom! In the next moment, the god of Otsutsuki threw the gray energy sphere towards Edward. Space-time warped. However, Edward broke from his usual response and did not evade. He swung the Tsongyun cut at the gray energy sphere. Boom! With a loud explosion, Edward was blasted away a considerable distance by the gray energy sphere. Got you. What? The god of Otsutsuki chuckled lightly upon seeing Edward's miserable state. But just a few seconds later, a similar gray energy sphere exploded beside him. Instantly, he was blasted away like Edward, his body shattered in the explosion. This is the other half. So you only released half the power before. The god of Otsutsuki, having figured out Edward's moves, remarked. You just realized that now? Too late. Edward, who had been blown away, had already recovered from his injuries. With one hand holding the Tsongyun cut and the other gathering a black-red energy sphere, he flew towards the severely injured god of Otsutsuki. He aimed to inflict even more severe damage during this opportunity. The final result was as Edward wished. The Tsongyun cut not only struck the god of Otsutsuki, but also detonated the energy sphere, obliterating him. By the time the god of Otsutsuki recovered, his face had turned pale, and the chakra energy within him was unstable. He could no longer sustain intense combat. Damn it, I can't believe I've lost. The god of Otsutsuki lowered his head, looking at his body below, speaking with a rather tragic voice. But this isn't over yet. After saying this, the god of Otsutsuki suddenly dashed towards Edward. What? Seeing the god of Otsutsuki rushing towards him, Edward hurriedly swung the Tsongyun cut down at him. What Edward did not expect was that the god of Otsutsuki did not dodge, allowing Edward's attack to strike him. However, this resulted in the god of Otsutsuki successfully gripping Edward tightly. Let us end our physical deaths together. Let us truly compare in that space of death. Ha ha ha. Once the god of Otsutsuki finished this sentence, he detonated his own body in front of Edward's incredulous gaze. How could this be? Following this, the residual pure eye power in the broken space was triggered by the god of Otsutsuki's true death, causing a massive explosion. Boom! Boom! The power of the planets followed the pure eye power and exploded as well. The broken space began to shatter. With the exception of the area where the god of Otsutsuki and Edward were, all other areas slowly dissipated. In the end, it was as if this universe had been destroyed, leaving only this small area unscathed. However, surprisingly, this area truly revealed itself beyond dimensions. It was an incredibly small opening, just enough for a single person to pass through. To obtain this small hole, the god of Otsutsuki sacrificed the entire universe behind him. Is this the third dimension I have always anticipated? The god of Otsutsuki gazed at the minuscule opening with eyes full of expectation. He had waited too long for this moment. My body. Meanwhile, Edward, who was held by the god of Otsutsuki, shouted as he exploded. Now, only his soul remained here. His incredibly powerful and hard physical body had vanished into the broken space. This disappearance was not a false one, but a true disappearance. The life energy within Edward's body could no longer support him, so it could be said to have dissipated. As for the remaining soul of Edward, it had survived. However, it had a limited lifespan. If Edward did not find a new body soon, his soul would dissipate along with the physical body. Fortunately, Edward's ceiling space was an independent alternate space. Therefore, the ceiling space did not dissipate with the disappearance of Edward's physical body. As long as Edward controlled himself to connect with that alternate space, he could regain a new body, although establishing the connection was somewhat difficult. I'm coming, third dimension. The god of Otsutsuki, however, ignored Edward's shouting soul and flew over. His current state was the same as Edward's, with only a soul remaining. Therefore, he had to quickly pass through that opening and find a new body. Want to leave? It's not that easy. After failing to establish a connection, Edward ultimately had to give up that action and flew toward the opening with the god of Otsutsuki. He had a premonition that the opening would completely close after a person's soul passed through it. So he had to get through the opening before the god of Otsutsuki. Split soul. All phenomena suffer. When the god of Otsutsuki noticed Edward flying over, he was startled. Immediately, he split his soul in half, intending to use the other half to restrain him. He was determined to enter the third-dimensional space and absolutely would not allow any accidents. This was the most serious moment for him. Damn, he didn't care at all about how much his soul consumption was. Seeing the avatar split by the god of Otsutsuki attacking, Edward cursed in pain. But his movements did not slow down at all. He immediately countered the attack from the god of Otsutsuki's avatar. Quake! In the next moment, Edward wanted to unleash the power of his powerful quake fruit to clash with the god of Otsutsuki's avatar. However, he froze immediately because he could not use the quake power in his current state. It seems that without a physical body, he could not unleash the power of the quake fruit relying solely on his soul. Edward's gaze darkened, and he shouted toward the god of Otsutsuki, who was about to find the opening. How about this move? Conqueror's Haki. After a while, Edward shouted out loud. This was his last chance. If he could not even unleash his Conqueror's Haki, then the final victor would be the god of Otsutsuki. Bang! Edward was not disappointed. The Conqueror's Haki did not lose its effect, and a black-red Haki dispersed that avatar. Moreover, it did not lose any power as it surged toward the god of Otsutsuki. What is this? Seeing the black-red Haki, the god of Otsutsuki immediately widened his eyes and dodged to the side. This is my power, the three-color Haki. Finally restraining the god of Otsutsuki, Edward felt a slight sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that only by eliminating you can I fulfill my dream. All phenomena suffer. After saying this, the god of Otsutsuki's eyes hardened, and a new soul avatar appeared beside him. All phenomena suffer? A strange name. It didn't affect me before. If looked at superficially, one would see it was merely an avatar. But Edward knew that a technique with such a peculiar name would definitely not be benign. Before it was because I didn't control him that you weren't affected, but this time, after saying this, the god of Otsutsuki let out a sinister laugh and plunged his hands into the chest of the nearby avatar. Buhili numero. Why? Shockingly, as the avatar was injured, Edward also cried out in pain. He could feel his soul rapidly dissipating. If this continued, he would soon truly die. The god of Tsutsuki was unwilling to let such a good opportunity slip away, and his hands, shaped like spikes, plunged into the avatar again. Conqueror's Haki. Edward could no longer endure, and the black-red Haki erupted. Due to being in a soul state, he could not perform many physical attacks. He could only unleash mental attacks, but Edward happened to be not good at mental attacks. He lost. But before Edward's Conqueror's Haki could reach the god of Tsutsuki, the god of Tsutsuki unleashed an even more intense attack on the avatar. The waves of pain even forcibly interrupted Edward's Conqueror's Haki. Did I lose? I can't hold on. The pain that reached deep into his soul made Edward nearly lose consciousness as he stood there in a daze. The soul flickered and condensed. Edward's will could no longer hold on. Goodbye. The avatar beside the god of Tsutsuki also reached its limit and turned to ashes. However, just like that, Edward was already immobilized, needing a long time to recover. And during this buffer time, the god of Tsutsuki entered the opening, more than enough time. In the end, he was defeated by him. After a long recovery, Edward finally came to his senses and murmured as he watched the god of Tsutsuki grow distant. That excruciating pain was the most painful feeling he had ever experienced in his life. He did not want to experience it again. Although it did not cause him significant physical harm, it did have a certain impact on his will and soul energy. Third dimension. I'm coming. The god of Tsutsuki also arrived at the direction of the opening, gazing at it obsessively. Then, without hesitation, the god of Tsutsuki reached out and went in. After that, his body followed until he was entirely inside. Once the god of Tsutsuki entered, the opening began to slowly close. This opening, as the last ray of light in the universe, tightly closed as soon as the god of Tsutsuki entered, never to be opened again. Only a lonely soul consciousness remained here, engulfed by endless darkness. This was the deepest abyss of the second dimension, the most terrifying place. Is it over? I'm going to disappear here forever, Edward said with a tone of frustration. But as a soul, he could no longer vent in any way. Only a tear of soul essence flowed from the corner of his eye, representing his current state of mind. However, what surprised him was that the remaining energy here did not explode and destroy his soul. Feeling the little bit of mixed energy left around him, Edward said helplessly. He had thought that after the Otsutsuki god entered the cave, the remaining energy would eventually explode and destroy his soul. But what use is that? I can only stay in this universe that has become nothing until my soul energy is exhausted. A helpless sigh escaped Edward's lips, as he thought with no hope of resistance. But I can't just give up like this. My family and those I need to protect are sealed in another space. And there is also the Otsutsuki god in the third-dimensional space. I cannot let him run amok. Before long, Edward's body sprang back to life, and a fierce fire ignited in his heart. Yes, he still had his family, friends, and the group of people he needed to protect behind him. I must do something. Let me try connecting to my sealed space, Edward said as if he had thought of something. He then devoted all his energy to connecting to the sealed space. I must complete the connection before my soul energy runs out. The fire in Edward's eyes showed no signs of extinguishing as he shouted. Time slowly passed in this endless void. No one could see, hear, or know that Edward still remained here. Shockingly, the flame of life in this soul had been burning fiercely all along. It should have long since extinguished, but for some reason, it persisted. The connection was established successfully. Finally, Edward's voice rang out, letting others know he was still alive. But due to the loss of his physical body and the lack of chakra energy, I can no longer casually use the power in the sealed space, Edward said regretfully. At this moment, despair filled his heart. I can't hold on any longer. It seems I have no choice but to die. Desperate, Edward helplessly lifted his head, unsure of whether he was looking at the sky or some direction, murmuring, "Edward, can you hear my voice?" At that moment, a voice reached Edward's ears. Who is it? Is it Kaguya? Hearing the familiar voice, Edward paused for a moment, then shouted into the air, "Yes, what's going on with you now? Why has the sealed space disappeared within you? Has it been transferred?" The Otsutsuki Kaguya continued to inquire. Since the previous confrontation between Edward and the Otsutsuki god, Kagaya had completely lost contact with Edward. It was not until now that they reconnected. Yes, because I was defeated. My physical body was detonated, and the sealed space was transferred. Otherwise, you would have only dissipated back then. Edward lowered his head, recalling the previous situation, and explained to Kagaya. At the same time, having Kagaya's company made him feel a little better. So what is the current situation? What happened to you? Kagaya, who was now in the sealed space, was filled with confusion and urgently needed an answer. I'm not the Otsutsuki God's opponent. I failed, and I will die here. Edward lowered his head, his heart full of guilt. Is there any way to resolve this? But Kagaya was not like Edward, urgently seeking a solution from him. If Edward were to die like this, then the sealed space, without anyone to manage it, would eventually collapse. The power of time and space is something Kagaya cannot control. Only Edward can manage it. Right now, Kagaya is the only one forcefully supporting the operation of the entire planet. Once Kagaya's chakra energy is completely exhausted, the surrounding space will crush the sealed space into pieces. The path before them now only had two options: death or struggle for survival. No. If I could break open the space leading to the third dimension, there would still be a glimmer of hope. But now, I am just a soul. I cannot enter the sealed space through the soul body, nor can I use even the slightest bit of power from the sealed space. If I still had some of the six paths power left, I could try, but now. Edward poured out his heart to Kagaya, feeling utterly hopeless. No, you still have me. After listening to Edward's confession, Kagaya fell silent for a long time before finally shouting loudly. At this moment, as the strongest being, she had to do something. Are you still with me? Edward misunderstood Kagaya's meaning and quietly thought. Right now, he was in an environment and position of nothingness, a darkness. He could not see, touch, hear, or even smell anything. What should I do to help you? There is still a chance. Kagaya asked Edward. A chance? There is none left now, unless you can cross time and space to come to me. Edward said weakly, as his soul energy was about to be exhausted. Cross time and space? Can't your Kaiki use such power? Kagaya seemed to think of something and eagerly asked Edward. Kaiki. Hearing this, Edward looked at the Kaiki floating in the air, somewhat confused. In the current situation, if I transfer the Kaiki to you, it will exhaust my last bit of six paths power and soul energy. Edward explained to Kagaya with a look of helplessness. But there seems to be no other way now. I will use the fire of my life to bring you the last glimmer of hope. But soon, Edward regained his composure and took a deep breath. Now, he had placed all his hope on Kagaya. If luck is on our side, perhaps Kagaya can grasp the power of time and space through the Kaiki. However, if Kagaya fails to harness the power of time and space before exhausting the energy within the Kaiki, it would be very problematic. First, Kagaya absolutely cannot recharge the Kaiki through any other means, but must wait for time to allow the Kaiki to slowly recover its power of time and space. But by that time, what Kagaya would lack most is time, and it would definitely lead to a dead end. At least this way, my home won't just end like this. Feeling a little comforted, Edward said with a slight sense of relief. He wants to use the fire of his life to ignite the survival time of his homeland. Although his era has ended, Edward believes that as long as his homeland exists, there will surely be hope. Edward, hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had already sensed something, looked at him with a complex expression. Come on, I've been ready for this for a long time. Edward took a deep breath and was about to pour all the energy within him into the Tsongyun Xie. However, Edward, I can't control the power of time and space. I don't have enough time. At the last moment, Kagaya suddenly spoke to stop him, her eyes filled with helplessness. What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Edward's heart ached painfully. As someone who mastered the power of time and space, he clearly understood how difficult it was to control it. At first, he could only use the power of time and space through the Tsongyun Xie. If it weren't for the Tsongyun Xie being his innate weapon, he probably wouldn't have mastered it by now. Edward, I can't extract the space to control it. The energy of this ninja world is even greater than that of the planetary power. I can't spare any more of my god. Kagaya shook her head in frustration. Although she had considered this idea when Edward first suggested it, after some thought, she felt she couldn't take on this task. Perhaps if Edward really did this, it wouldn't be long before Kagaya couldn't hold on anymore. Edward fell silent after hearing Kagaya's frustration. But what can be done now? If I still want to keep a bit of planetary power, I could try to detonate this energy to open the third-dimensional space. But now, Edward felt lost. Once at the highest position, he never thought he would be in this situation now. Wait, did you just say that the energy of the ninja world is not less than that of planetary power? Suddenly, Edward's eyes widened as he remembered his conversation with Kagaya. Huh, what's wrong? Kagaya, who was also affected by Edward's emotions, fell into despair. No, it's nothing. But Edward seemed unwilling to continue speaking, becoming somewhat frantic, only because he had a very crazy idea in his mind. That was to throw the Tsungyun Xie to Kagaya and let her use the power of time and space from the Tsungyun Xie to bring the entire planet from the sealed space over. Finally, detonating the planet to trigger the remaining energy around and achieve a massive explosion to open the third-dimensional space. The price would be that Edward would lose everything, leaving only himself. You want to? Kagaya, who was exceptionally smart, quickly understood Edward's words. She now completely understood what Edward had been hesitant about. No, I don't mean that. Hearing Kagaya's question, Edward shook his head vehemently. Everything that had allowed him to come this far was because of the ninja world he protected. If he lost the ninja world, how would he be any different from a walking corpse? Let's take a gamble. At least this is better than asking me to master the power of time and space. Seeing Edward like this, Kagaya gently shook her head and smiled slightly. I won't do that. It would be more painful than killing me. However, Edward completely disregarded Kagaya's words and said harshly, but if you don't do this, and everything in the ninja world will dissipate with time. The final winner will only be the Kagaya Otsutsuki who has entered the third dimension. Kagaya began to continuously persuade Edward. I know everything you're saying, but how can I abandon you? Edward's mental state was extremely painful at this moment. Losing her and the entire ninja world would undoubtedly be a double blow to Edward, both mentally and physically. Fool, once you reach the third-dimensional space, you can gain even more powerful strength to resurrect us. But at that moment, Kagaya's voice left Edward stunned. Yes, as long as he keeps moving forward and persevering, Edward can gain greater power from the third dimension. Restoring Kagaya in the ninja world wouldn't be a small matter. Kagaya, you should ask them in the ninja world. This isn't something I can decide alone. In the end, Edward said to Kagaya with some reluctance. After I understood the meaning of your words, I asked everyone, and they all support you. Kagaya, who had just completed a major project, said tiredly. Because of the reason of controlling the ninja world, transmitting Kagaya's voice to everyone was no small feat. Is that so? I understand now. At this point, Edward's scattered pupils slowly began to regain focus. A thought in his heart gradually solidified. I will not let you down. In the end, Edward painfully said this sentence. He now understood the true meaning of pain. Let's begin, Edward. I believe in you. Kagaya said to him, unafraid of death. Then, the last trace of the power of the six paths was all input into the Tsungyun Xie by Edward. Now, without any power of the six paths, not only would his soul dissipate faster, but he also wouldn't be able to condense the power of the six paths through chakra in the future. It can be said that Edward now had nothing and could only take a gamble outside the third dimension. Go! With a roar that only he could hear, the Tsungyun Xie, along with him, was thrown up into the space above. Under Edward's precise control of the last trace of the power of the six paths, the Tsungyun Xie broke through one space after another. Finally, it shattered the time-space, locked onto Kagaya's position, and plunged fiercely beside her. Edward, this choice will surely be correct. Not knowing what was on his mind, Kagaya, sensing Edward's actions, looked at the Tsungyun Xie that appeared beside her and murmured. After murmuring, Kagaya began to act, gripping the Tsungyun Xie with both hands. The power of time and space. I have known your strength for a long time. Feeling the enormous power within the Tsungyun Xie. A memory flashed in the corner of Kagaya's eye. Those memories were the times she had experienced with Edward. Although they were quite dull and ordinary, they also made Kagaya indulge in them. Slash. In the next moment, Kagaya no longer hesitated. She suddenly raised the Tsungyun Xie and slashed fiercely forward. It's time to leave here. Do you really support what I said? After cutting through space, Kagaya Otsutsuki once again asked the people on the nearby planet. Otsutsuki Shinj, I support it. Kamoshida keyed. Regarding Brother Edward, I agree first. But still, the familiar reply came, and everyone spoke with a firm tone. Okay. After taking one last glance at the people on the planet, Kagaya Otsutsuki rolled the planet into a small sphere. Now its appearance was no longer like that of a planetary force, but it was uncertain how powerful it would be. Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at the small sphere in her hand that was operating irresponsibly. After saying a few words, she stepped forward into the space ahead. Before her was endless nothingness, endless darkness, but even so, Kagaya Otsutsuki stepped in without hesitation. Edward, I'm coming. After saying this, Kagaya Otsutsuki proved that she had reached Edward's side. You came. Edward, who had been nearby, heard the voice, and a sound of nothingness echoed in the air from his mouth. How did you become like this? Kagaya Otsutsuki said in disbelief upon seeing Edward's soul form. The current Edward had transformed into a soul with only broken energy. Once this energy was consumed, Edward would dissipate into nothingness. This was completely different from his previous formidable appearance that dominated the universe. Yes, do you now know how intense my battle with the god of Otsutsuki was? Edward sighed lightly, his voice filled with helplessness. I never expected it would turn out like this. The god of Otsutsuki has hidden himself so deeply. Lowering her head and recalling the god that existed only in her memories, Kagaya Otsutsuki felt a mix of emotions. Do you need to find a new physical body? I can get one for you from the ninja world. After a moment of silence, Kagaya Otsutsuki continued to express her concern for Edward. No need. If it were when I was merged with the god of Otsutsuki as a soul form, a physical body would indeed be the key to winning or losing. But now, if I enter a new body, I might not even be able to cross into the third dimension. Even if I did, I would end up as a flat character because of that body, so it would be useless to me. Remembering the difference between the second and third dimensions, Edward said with a look of disappointment. The battle with the god of Otsutsuki was destined to be the biggest failure of his life. Well, I can't replenish your energy now. Kagaya Otsutsuki could only say regretfully upon hearing this. Now, besides detonating the third-dimensional space for Edward, she had no other use. This made her feel very guilty towards Edward. It's okay. I am the real sinner. With a bitter smile on his face, Edward looked directly into Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes, seeming to want to say something. But in the end, he not only didn't say anything, but instead shook his head in silence. I don't care about all of this. Kagaya Otsutsuki dared not look directly into Edward's eyes. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but due to a loss of courage, she, like Edward, ultimately did not express her feelings. Let's do it this way. We should hurry. Your soul energy is very precious. After that, she no longer spoke to Edward. With a determined heart, the ninja world in her hand floated up. Thank you for believing in me. Edward's soul seemed to freeze, his face expressionless. Yeah, I'm going. Here. Kagaya Otsutsuki, who appeared to be indifferent to life and death, merely nodded and floated towards the planet above. Because she had not been refined into the power of the planet, Kagaya Otsutsuki could only release the planet's energy by exploding her own power. This was a test for Kagaya Otsutsuki, a test for everyone in the ninja world, and also a test for Edward. I will definitely gain stronger power to resurrect you. Edward's frozen soul could only say this woodenly in the end. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki's body stiffened, seemingly dissatisfied with Edward's response, and did not reply to him. Boom! The chakra energy within Kagaya Otsutsuki gradually merged with the power of the six paths, refining the power of the planet using the methods Edward had previously taught her. However, an accident could directly detonate the entire planet during this refining process, which was her mission, although she had never succeeded before. The refining process began in Kagaya Otsutsuki's hands, step by step. However, during the final step, she got stuck. An accident occurred, and the trapped energy began to run wild, causing a chain reaction that affected the entire planet. Rumbling. Finally, at a certain moment, the planet began to explode, and Kagaya Otsutsuki's mission was successfully completed, but she also disappeared along with the ninja world. If we are to be resown, I hope to stay by your side forever, you big fool. This was the last thing Kagaya Otsutsuki said before disappearing. Due to Edward's dullness and lack of courage, The two were trapped here. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki could not hold back and bravely took that step to say it. Okay. Hearing Kagaya Otsutsuki's final farewell, a tear fell from the corner of Edward's eye, and he said fiercely. Meanwhile, because Kagaya Otsutsuki detonated the entire planet, a large amount of energy erupted. This energy stirred up the last remaining trace of residual energy in this void. But even though it was just this last trace of energy, it contained an unknown amount of planetary power and the energy of the pure eye. And its power was not weak at all. Rumbling, rumbling. The entire void lit up again, and that massive explosion descended once more. Seeing this, Edward immediately slipped back to the position he had found earlier, cleverly hiding his soul form. This allowed him to avoid the impact of this explosion, leaving him unharmed. The explosion began, lasting an unknown amount of time before finally slowing down. The third-dimensional space that had not fully fused was once again torn apart, revealing a small crack of only a few centimeters. Success! However, this small crack of only a few centimeters brought Edward immense joy. The moment the crack appeared, he immediately directed his soul toward it. 30 minutes. This was the time Edward had left to survive. His remaining soul energy could only support him for 30 minutes. Once this time passed, Edward would disappear forever. 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Hurry, hurry. Time was running out, and Edward's remaining soul energy was dwindling. At the most critical moment, Edward successfully slipped through a small crack due to the fragmented state of his soul body. After Edward entered the crack, it instantly closed, transforming this place into a void. No one knew that this was once a universe with numerous star systems, where countless astonishing battles had taken place. On Earth, on a small island, there were many cherry blossom trees, making it a delightful place to enjoy cherry blossoms, with scenic spots scattered throughout. The fragrance of cherry blossoms filled the air, and everywhere one looked, there were cherry blossoms to be seen and smelled. In a narrow room on this cherry blossom-covered island, many things were happening in the dark. Beep, beep, beep. A phone rang in the room, prompting a man to rush over and answer it. Sima Mason, I will fix it right away. It was unclear what was said, but the man apologized, then hung up the phone with a troubled expression. It seemed that there were some issues at work. Maybe I should take a break and not put too much pressure on myself. I just got back from a business trip yesterday. However, unexpectedly, after hanging up the phone, the man chose to collapse onto the bed. So tired, I have to deal with the anime club's matters soon. It seems the sales of Boruto are not satisfactory. After resting for a while, he and T lay down for long before he stood up, grabbed his keys, and walked out the door. Unbeknownst to him, a drawer that had been slightly open underwent a strange transformation. A book that had been stored for a long time opened a small crack, and an invisible red-black smoke seeped out. The title of the book was Naruto Shippuden. The red-black smoke, upon appearing, quickly dissipated, making it seem very anxious as it darted around. Finally, it escaped through the already open window. Outside the window, pedestrians walked slowly along the road, carrying briefcases. It was their work time, and they were hurrying to their jobs. Hello, are you there? A formally dressed man was on a phone call. Unbeknownst to him, the earlier invisible red-black smoke had infiltrated his body. What is this? Just as he sensed something unusual and was about to shout, he lost consciousness with a shiver. However, his body did not fall to the ground but stood still in place, unmoving. Hello? Can you hear me? Are you still there? The phone in his hand continued to inquire. After a long silence, there was no response, and both sides of the call fell into silence. I'm here. Finally. The formally dressed man uttered a voice, but it sounded extremely cold and emotionless. This was Edward's voice, who had already taken over the man's body. As for the man, his soul had been consumed by Edward to restore his own soul energy. The crossing was successful. 3 minutes was indeed enough time. After saying I'm here, Edward hung up the phone and lowered his head to contemplate. The third dimension is here, expected yet unexpected. Remembering the book he had emerged from, Edward's expression turned gloomy. It turns out that for all these years, I have been living in a comic drawn by a manga artist from my original world. This meant he had been transformed into a weaker existence. With just a stroke of the manga artist's pen, he could permanently vanish. Edward stood there with an exceptionally cold expression. So, the entity that sent me to the second dimension the fusion system. Is likely that guy from the fourth dimension. Edward looked up at the vast blue sky, unsure of what he wanted to express. Hello, do you need any help? At that moment, a woman approached Edward to inquire. She noticed that the body Edward had taken over was standing still, worried that something might have happened. No need. I'm just thinking about some important matters. Hearing the familiar Japanese, Edward smiled and politely declined as he looked at the woman. He might take over a poor soul he didn't know, but he would never take over someone who radiated kindness toward him. Oh, okay then. Hearing the man's reply, the woman was momentarily at a loss for what to do and stood there in a daze. Upon hearing this, Edward nodded at the girl. Then, he ignored the kind woman and walked slowly forward. What a strange man. As Edward left, although the woman was somewhat puzzled, she buried her doubts deep within her. As for Edward, he found himself with no usable power. He was utterly powerless and needed to quickly start extracting energy from the basics. With a gloomy expression, Edward continued walking forward, thinking. However, now, due to the urgency of his crossing, he had directly consumed his original soul to restore his energy, leaving no memory behind. This left him very troubled, not knowing where to go, and even the phone in his hand had just locked the screen, preventing him from unlocking it. Damn Apple phone. No fingerprint unlock or facial recognition. Edward grumbled as he looked at the lock screen password. Now he was in Japan, completely unaware of where to stay. The next moment, Edward had no choice but to stop and find an empty chair to sit down. There's no other way. I can only start by extracting the most basic energy, chakra. Thinking this, Edward could only painfully control the energy circulating within him. Although he had previously half-abandoned chakra, which belonged to the Otsutsuki clan, in this situation, he had no choice but to extract it. Oh no, I forgot, this isn't the original dimension. But soon, Edward's eyes widened as he realized he couldn't capture even a hint of chakra energy in the air. Damn it, since the chakra extraction method from Naruto doesn't work, then only the one from One Piece. At this thought, Edward shivered. It's worth noting that the cultivation methods in One Piece involve consuming the protein of top-tier giant beasts, and the energy gained is completely different from here. The Conqueror's Haki could not be released in his current situation either. It seemed that the only method left was to absorb the energy from others' bodies. Edward looked up dazedly, his eyes filled with pain. What tormented him was the thought that if this was the only way to gain energy, he didn't know how many lives would be lost. If it weren't for him, perhaps the Otsutsuki god would not have broken down the walls. Perhaps it wouldn't have involved Blue Star. Otsutsuki god, where are you? I will definitely find you and make you pay for the lives that have been lost. As he thought about this, only hatred and anger remained in Edward's eyes, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Little did he know, the Otsutsuki god he was so fixated on was going crazy in the house behind him. What kind of place is this? The Otsutsuki god who had crossed over looked at his body. A boy not yet 12 years old and less than 1.50 meters tall, filled with rage. Like Edward just moments ago, he transformed into smoke and floated out from that Naruto Shippuden manga. But unfortunately, driven by curiosity, he spun around and ended up inside the boy's body. He intended to rest for a while to refine his chakra energy and return his peak, so he stayed still inside the boy's body. But as time passed, something fell off. He realized he couldn't get out. This made him extremely angry when he first woke up in this body, and he began to smash things around the house. Honey, what's wrong with our son? Should we call the police? A Japanese woman, holding a man who hurried back, worriedly asked as she watched her son acting a bit deranged. Don't worry, don't worry. After calming his wife, the man extended his hand and walked toward the frenzied child with the gentlest smile. Xiaoxian, Daddy is here. What happened to you? The man walked over, speaking softly. What? Son? Hearing this, the Otsutsuki god was clearly taken aback, stopping his actions. How could a being of the Otsutsuki clan, who ruled the universe and possessed unmatched power, be called a son? Unforgivable. Unable to accept such an insult, the Otsutsuki god controlled the boy's body and swiftly ran toward the man. Xiao Xin, what are you doing? Seeing the boy's fierce expression, the man was momentarily stunned. But this also gave the Otsutsuki god an opportunity. He leaped up, and a slender leg kicked the man's head, causing him to crash heavily to the floor. However, due to the excessive force, The Otsutsuki god's leg also showed signs of breaking, causing him to fall to the ground. Zhengming, Xiao Xin, hearing the noise, the woman, who had no intention of getting involved and was outside for fresh air, immediately rushed back in. But when she saw the scene inside, her mind buzzed. What did she see? She saw her husband lying on the ground, unconscious, and her son with a broken leg, looking extremely dazed on the floor. Call the police. After a while, she made the most correct choice, taking out her phone to call the police. In her judgment, without witnessing the real situation, she felt that there was likely a burglar in the house, or something else had happened. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't imagine that her son had knocked out her husband and caused his own leg to break. It seems this weak body can't take it. The cold-eyed Otsutsuki god looked at the unconscious man and the anxious woman outside, thinking to himself, they're just mere mortals. Soon after, the Otsutsuki god tried to force himself to rise. But without energy recovery, how could he bear the feedback from his broken leg? He hadn't even stood for a second before he fell back to the ground, and the pain intensified. There was no way out. He could only wait for this body to die before finding another one. Seeing this scene, the Otsutsuki god could only sigh in resignation. After that, he no longer controlled the consciousness of this body, and it immediately fainted. Soon, night began to fall, and the entire world was enveloped in darkness. At this moment, Edward was in the police station. You mean you have amnesia? A relatively young male police officer asked Edward. Yes, Edward, holding his growling stomach, said with a grim expression. He had originally thought to temporarily use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed to restore his energy. But soon, his hungry stomach shattered all his plans. Hearing this, Edward nodded at the girl. After that, he ignored the woman who had shown him kindness and slowly walked forward. What a strange man. Seeing Edward leave, although the woman was somewhat puzzled, she buried her doubts. As for Edward, he had no usable power in his body, and now he was utterly powerless. He had to quickly start refining energy from the basics. With a somewhat gloomy face, Edward kept walking forward, thinking. However, at this moment, due to the urgency of his crossing, he had directly consumed his original soul to restore his energy, leaving no memories behind. This made him very distressed, not knowing where to go, and even the phone in his hand had just locked the screen, making it impossible to unlock the password. Damn Apple phone. No fingerprint unlock or facial recognition. Frustrated, Edward looked at his phone and cursed the locked screen password. Now he was in Japan, completely unaware of where to stay. In the next moment, Edward could only stop and find an empty chair to sit down. There was no other way. He could only start refining the most basic chakra energy. With this thought, Edward could only painfully control the energy flowing within him. Although he had already half abandoned chakra, energy belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, under the current circumstances, he could only refine this. Oh no, I forgot this isn't the original dimension. But soon, Edward's eyes widened because he couldn't capture even a trace of chakra energy in the air. Damn it, since the chakra refining methods from Naruto don't work, then I can only rely on those from One Piece. With this thought, Edward shivered. It's important to know that the cultivation methods in One Piece involve consuming top-level giant beast proteins, and the energy obtained is completely different from here. The Conqueror's Haki also couldn't be released in his current state. It seems the only method left is to devour the energy in others' bodies. Edward blankly looked up at the ceiling, his eyes filled with pain. What tormented him was the thought that if this was the only way to gain energy, he didn't know how many lives would be lost. If it weren't for him, perhaps the Otsutsuki god would not have broken down the walls. Perhaps it wouldn't have involved Blue Star. Otsutsuki god, where are you? I will definitely find you and make you pay for the lives that have been lost. As Edward continued to think, his eyes were filled only with hatred and rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. Little did he know that the Otsutsuki god he had been obsessing over was going crazy in the house behind him. What kind of place is this? The Otsutsuki god, having crossed over to this world, looked at the body of a boy who was under 12 years old and less than 1.5 meters tall, filled with anger. He, like Edward just moments ago, had transformed into smoke and floated out from the Naruto Shippuden manga. Unfortunately, driven by curiosity, he turned and twisted, ultimately ending up inside the boy's body. Initially planning to rest for a while, and refine his chakra energy to return to his peak. He remained still inside the boy's body. But as time passed, something felt wrong. He couldn't get out. This made him extremely angry when he had just awakened in this body, causing him to smash things around the house. "Honey, what's wrong with our son? Should we call the police?" A Japanese woman worriedly asked her husband as she rushed back home. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." After calming his wife, the man extended his hand, wearing the gentlest smile as he approached the frantic child. "Little Shin, Daddy is here. What happened to you?" The man spoke softly as he walked. "What, son?" Upon hearing this, the Otsutsuki god was clearly taken aback, stopping his actions. The mighty god of the Otsutsuki clan, who ruled the universe and whose strength was unmatched, was being called son by someone. Unforgivable. Unable to accept such an insult, the Otsutsuki god controlled the boy's body and swiftly ran towards the man. "Little Shin, what are you doing?" Seeing the boy's fierce expression, the man was momentarily stunned. But this gave the Otsutsuki god the opportunity to leap up and kick the man in the head with a slender leg bone, sending him crashing to the floor. However, due to the excessive force, the Otsutsuki god's leg also broke, causing him to fall to the ground. Zhengming, "Little Shin," hearing the noise, the woman, who had been trying to take a breather outside, immediately ran back inside. But when she saw the scene in the house, her head buzzed. What did she see? Her husband was lying on the ground, unconscious, while her son had a broken leg and looked completely confused. "Call the police." After a moment, she made the right choice and took out her phone to dial the police. Without having witnessed the true situation, she believed that there might have been a robbery at home or some other accident. No matter how she thought, she could never have imagined that her son had knocked out her husband and caused his own leg to break. Looks like this weak body can't take it. The Otsutsuki god thought coldly as he looked at the unconscious man and the anxious woman outside the door. They're just mere mortals. Then, the Otsutsuki god tried to force himself to get up, but without energy to recover, how could he withstand the feedback from his body with a broken leg? Before he could stand for even a second, he fell back down and the pain intensified. There was no other way. He could only wait for this body to die before finding another one. Seeing this scene, the Otsutsuki god could only sigh in resignation. After that, he stopped controlling the consciousness of this body and immediately fell unconscious. Soon, night began to fall, enveloping the entire world in darkness. At this moment, Edward was at the police station. "You mean you have amnesia?" A younger male police officer asked Edward. "Yes," Edward said, holding his growling stomach with a grim expression. He had initially thought to temporarily use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed to raise his energy. But soon, his hungry stomach disrupted all his plans. As night descended, the lights in the police station shone particularly bright. Edward sat in the interrogation room, facing a young officer who was diligently recording his words. Edward's stomach let out an untimely protest, breaking the silence. The officer looked up and asked with concern, "Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat." Before long, the officer returned with a sandwich and a cup of hot coffee. Edward took the food, a glimmer of brightness flashing in his eyes, and immediately began to devour it. The officer watched him and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you really not remember anything?" Edward paused for a moment, shook his head, and pretended to look pained as he said, "My memories are like fragments. I can only remember some pieces, and they are very vague." The officer looked at him sympathetically. "Don't worry. We will help you regain your memories. You should eat well and rest. We will continue the investigation tomorrow." "Okay. Thank you so much." Edward nodded, pretending to be happy. He knew that even though he was in an unfamiliar place, there were still people willing to lend a helping hand. After finishing the food, Edward felt a warm sensation in his stomach. It had been a long time since he felt this way. It was truly rare. With a slight sigh, Edward's gaze became resolute again, filled with ferocity. He had never forgotten his purpose for coming here, to find the one who had destroyed everything and ultimately eliminate him. It was time to take action, poor people. Murmuring softly, Edward's eyes turned toward a certain direction. That was where the criminals in the detention center were located. Because he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart, Edward decided to experiment here first. The police were busy with their own matters and were not watching those criminals, making it a perfect opportunity. Hey, what does that guy outside want to do?" "I don't know. He might be a brainless idiot. Let's ignore him. The inmates in the detention center pointed at Edward as he slowly walked by. They were all people who had made minor mistakes in their daily lives and ended up here. However, because it was a temporary detention center, they would only stay for a day or two before being released. For power. But the next moment, in the fearful gazes of these inmates, they felt an invisible force beginning to manifest. What the hell is this? In their hearts, they screamed endlessly as their souls were slowly being drawn into the air, desperately struggling. But their physical bodies were powerless to do anything. They could only watch helplessly as Edward absorbed them into his own body. Such a familiar taste. Is this yang release chakra? After absorbing those souls, Edward slowly transformed them into energy. Unexpectedly, the souls of these men were yang release. Then the souls of women should be yin release, right? Edward was filled with surprise. He had never thought that the way of heaven could be so unpredictable, and the reality could be so cruel. If some evil ninjas in the ninja world were to find out the truth, it would inevitably throw the entire world into chaos. No, the chakra is starting to go haywire. I must control it. Edward tried to harness this power, preventing it from spiraling out of control. As he absorbed souls, his strength increased, but also filled him with a deep sense of guilt. He did not want this power to continue harming innocent people. However, for the countless figures behind him, he had to do it. As he absorbed souls, Edward felt his strength growing continuously. But at the same time, it plunged him into deep self-reproach and conflict. He closed his eyes, trying to calm the turmoil within, while also working hard to control this newly born power, preventing it from going out of control. No, I need yin release to balance the yang release chakra. Only then can I form a controllable yin-yang release chakra. Edward quickly found the key point. He knew that the path he was on was filled with the unknown and danger. What are you doing? Just then, he felt a gaze upon him, the voice approaching from afar. Edward opened his eyes and saw a young police officer standing not far away, staring at him in shock. Clearly, this officer sensed something was wrong with the surrounding environment and rushed over to check the situation. But when he saw the prisoners in pain, he froze in place. Disbelief etched on his face. Could this be a superpower? The young officer exclaimed incredulously. Edward hesitated, knowing that this matter could not be fully explained to the outside world. But he also did not want to become a monster driven by power. Stay back. Seeing this, the young officer slowly backed away from Edward and immediately shouted into his radio. Captain, there's a weirdo here. He's attacking our prisoners, requesting backup. With the young officer's shout, Edward realized that the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. He needed to act quickly to avoid further misunderstandings and harm. Listen to me. I'm not your enemy. Edward tried to make his voice sound calm to reassure the young officer in front of him. But he knew that the abnormal fluctuations of chakra within him and the painful expressions of those prisoners had already made this young officer extremely wary of him. Stay away from me, you monster. The young officer retreated, nervously watching Edward, while the response from the backup team crackled in his radio. Edward understood that if he did not resolve the current situation quickly, things would become very complicated. Hurry, right ahead. At that moment, the voices of the supporting police officers grew louder. Soon, many officers poured in, most of them wielding batons and stun guns. Among them was even an older officer holding a handgun. Seeing this, Edward knew he would face more explanations and possible conflicts. But no matter what, he could not give up. He had to find a way to prove to these ordinary people that his intentions were pure. Let's all calm down. Edward raised his hands in a gesture of peace, trying hard to control the raging yang release chakra within him. I do not wish to be your enemy. Please let your captain speak with me. Edward spoke in a soothing tone. The officers exchanged glances and finally decided to act according to Edward's request. After a while, an experienced police captain approached, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Edward. I am Captain Jean Mufing. Who are you? What are you doing here? Captain Jean Mufing asked sternly. Edward took a deep breath, preparing to explain, but he also knew how unbelievable it would sound. My name is Edward Newgate. I know you won't believe that this planet is about to face destruction, but that is the truth. And I am the savior of this planet. Edward said with utmost seriousness. What? Are you some kind of fool sent by a monkey? His words sounded like nonsense, causing the surrounding officers to burst into laughter. Edward Newgate, I'm still the fourth Hokage. One officer sarcastically retorted at the bizarre figure before them, easing the tension in the scene. Captain, these prisoners are dead. But at that moment, a voice came through, and everyone instantly stopped laughing, all becoming tense. The atmosphere in the scene reverted to its previous state, even more serious and tense. As long as Edward showed the slightest abnormal behavior, these officers would not hesitate to attack him. I know this is hard to believe, but I did not harm these prisoners. Edward spoke as calmly as possible. Please check their bodies, and you will find no external injuries. Their cause of death is related to the power I am trying to control, but not in the way you imagine. For the sake of this world, I had no choice. Saying this, Edward slowly lowered his head, unsure of what he was thinking. Nonsense. Captain Jean Mufing's eyes were cold as he gestured to his subordinates, and immediately an officer cautiously moved forward to examine the bodies of the prisoners. Captain, these prisoners' bodies are intact. It may have been poisoning. Indeed, as Edward said, there were no external injuries on the bodies, which made the officers exchange glances, continuously pondering the cause of death. Explain, what is going on? Why did you kill them? Captain Jean Mufing pressed, his tone carrying undeniable severity. Edward patiently explained, I possess the ability to absorb souls. I absorbed the souls of these prisoners to restore my own power. Souls? You mean you believe you have some kind of supernatural power? Captain Jean Mufing's tone revealed a hint of disbelief, but also a trace of curiosity. I know this is hard to understand, but I am indeed trying to prevent an impending disaster. Edward realized that if he could not provide more convincing evidence or explanations, the situation would only worsen. Just then, the young officer suddenly recalled something, quietly saying, Captain, he seems to be the person who came to ask us for food earlier. Upon hearing this, Captain Jean Mufing frowned and, after considering, said to Edward, We can take you back for further investigation, but if you show any misconduct, we will take immediate action. All right, Edward nodded in understanding, knowing that cooperation was the only way to gradually let them understand his true intentions. But at that moment, the yang-release chakra within Edward suddenly became violently chaotic, as if it were about to burst out of his body. No, there is no time. Edward trembled, shouting loudly, then immediately fixed his gaze on one of the female officers. I'm sorry, for the sake of this world. In the end, under Edward's pained gaze, he reached out to the female police officer. A powerful suction emerged, and her soul was slowly drawn out. The intense pain caused her to let out a sharp scream. Shaoling, what's wrong with you? In an instant, the scene was in chaos, and the police were all at a loss. Only Captain Jean Mufing stared seriously at Edward, slowly releasing the safety on his gun. Shoot! Bang! A sharp gunshot shattered the peaceful night sky, and a deadly bullet was fired from Jean Mufing's firearm. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everyone present was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Only Edward lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the blood hole on his shoulder. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if questioning this sudden turn of events. Their blood hole was continuously oozing blood, the red liquid quickly staining his clothes and dripping onto the cold ground. Raise your hands. Kneel down. Otherwise, the next bullet will hit your head. Jean Mufing's voice was cold and stern, holding his gun, his gaze firmly fixed on Edward, loudly issuing commands. His expression was very serious, as if he were carrying out an important task. However, at this moment, Edward seemed to be in another world, his eyes hollow. Mumbling, the people I protect have actually hurt me. His voice was filled with disappointment and pain, as if telling a tragic joke. What am I even protecting? Haha, how ridiculous. Edward's laughter revealed endless irony and sorrow. His heart was filled with confusion and incomprehension. He did not understand why he had fallen to such a state, why the people he risked his life to protect would pull the trigger on him. Is he a lunatic? What did he do to Shaoling? Seeing Edward's deranged appearance, Jean Mufing tightened his grip on the gun, thinking seriously. Don't move. Everything you do is under my control. His tone showed no fluctuation, as if he had completely suppressed his emotions, leaving only duty and mission. Edward did not move at all, blood continuously gushing from his shoulder. but his expression was unusually calm, even somewhat distant. He whispered, "I once thought I was protecting this world, protecting every innocent person, but the reality is I was protecting the wrong people." As the words fell, Edward suddenly stretched out his hands, and the suction instantly erupted. At this moment, the surrounding police seemed to wake from a dream. Most of them let out painful screams, while only a few looked at each other, appearing at a loss. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. In this urgent moment, those police officers whose souls had not been absorbed quickly shouted into their radios, and the scene became even more chaotic. Some police officers fell to the ground, clutching their heads in pain, while others frantically sought help, the situation spiraling out of control. In this moment of chaos, Gene Mufing still maintained his composure, gripping his gun tightly, his gaze fixed on Edward, though he also felt shock and unease. He knew that the situation in front of him was no longer a simple law enforcement issue, but involved powers beyond common understanding. You monster!" As Gene Mufing's angry voice rang out, he immediately pulled the trigger of his gun repeatedly, gunshots erupting one after another. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed in the small space, resonating continuously. But what no one expected was that the bullets fired actually hovered in mid-air, only a few centimeters away from Edward's forehead. This scene shocked everyone present, and at that moment, they finally realized that the person before them was not human. This is the power of Yin Dun chakra. With eyes filled with desolation and sadness, Edward suddenly swung his right hand towards Gene Mufing. Shinra Tensei. With Edward's roar, a powerful force erupted from the palm of his right hand, forming a huge transparent ripple that spread outwards. Gene Mufing and all the police officers present were pushed away by this invisible force, as if struck heavily, all flying backward and crashing to the ground. The scene instantly fell silent, leaving only Edward standing in place, breathing slightly. His eyes revealed deep fatigue and loneliness, as if he had just made a great decision. "What caused me to become like this? Is it experience?" Edward looked at his hands, which seemed to be covered in blood. Just then, the sound of police sirens approached from afar, and a large number of reinforcements began to arrive at the scene. Even special police and reporters arrived in full force, rushing into the police station with guns drawn. "Alert! Clear all unrelated civilians away from here." The police quickly established a cordon surrounding the police station, but this time, their eyes were filled with vigilance and fear. Just moments ago, their radios had been filled with continuous sounds and cries for help, prompting them to take action. But these sounds and cries for help no longer came from civilians, but from their colleagues who shared the same identity. Go! 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 Inside the sealed police station, special police exchanged commands, continuously rushing deeper inside, until they saw the severely damaged prison and Edward standing still. "Sir, your actions constitute a crime, and if you do not cease immediately, we will take further measures." The special police shouted in an extremely serious tone. If Edward did not surrender, they would immediately shoot the bullets in their guns. "I am here only to eliminate that evil guy. Please understand me." Upon hearing this, Edward turned his head and spoke to them. The special police captain looked at Edward, his eyes firm and calm. "We understand your motives, sir, but now please come with us, and we will ascertain the truth. If what you say is true, the law will punish all wrongdoers accordingly." Edward fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. He knew that although his power was strong, he should not oppose the police at such a time, as that would only escalate the chaos. Just as the special police were preparing to apprehend Edward, suddenly, a hurried footstep approached from the entrance. It was a panting reporter, holding a camera, quickly maneuvering through obstacles, trying to get closer to the tense scene. His lens aimed at Edward, the man targeted by the gun, hoping to capture the most shocking moment. "Who are you? Do not interfere with official duties." The special police's voice was cold and stern, quickly turning their guns toward the unexpected guest, frowning, their eyes flashing with warning. They knew that in such a situation, every uncontrollable factor could lead to serious consequences. The reporter did not expect to be noticed so quickly, his heart racing. But there was a hint of embarrassment and panic on his face. He raised both hands to indicate that he meant no harm, while explaining, "I'm a reporter. Sorry. I didn't mean to." His voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the gunpoint he had just faced. The SWAT team leader looked at the reporter, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. He knew that these reporters often disregard everything for news and hype. But he also understood that the transmission of information was equally important. So, he made a stopping gesture, signaling the SWAT members to lower their weapons. "Put down your guns. The suspect is under control. You may take pictures, but you'll need to come with us afterward." The SWAT leader's voice was calm and firm, filled with authority. Upon hearing this, the reporter was initially taken aback, but then a look of excitement instantly appeared on his face. He hurriedly thanked, "Thank you. Thank you." His voice was filled with excitement and gratitude. He knew this was a rare opportunity he had to seize. He aimed his camera again at Edward, the man who remained calm under the gunpoint, hoping to capture this historic moment. Meanwhile, in a nearby children's hospital, Otsutsuki God was lying on a hospital bed, his gaze fixed intently on the television screen in the room. This television was unlike an ordinary one. It had advanced surveillance capabilities, able to broadcast information and news from around the world. The technology here was surprisingly advanced. Even the screen in front of him could monitor humans. This technology I must obtain. Otsutsuki God's voice revealed a hint of excitement and greed. His eyes gleamed like an explorer discovering a new land, eager to master this technology to enhance his own power. This isn't good. Next. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently moved his finger, and the television screen switched to the next channel. His actions seemed somewhat casual, as if he was already accustomed to this whimsical control. Suddenly, an urgent broadcast echoed from the TV. A major suspect attempted to attack the police station in Kagura County. The suspect has now been captured. The reporter's voice was filled with tension and excitement, his exaggerated body language expressing the importance of the news. Isn't that the police station next to this children's hospital? What happened there? Otsutsuki God thought curiously as he watched the reporter on the television, whose expressions were exaggerated. In the next moment, the camera suddenly switched, revealing a suspect being tightly escorted by SWAT officers. And that suspect was Edward Newgate. His eyes were hollow, his hands cuffed behind his back, his clothes stained with blood, appearing exceptionally disheveled. Otsutsuki God's gaze locked tightly onto the television screen. And when he saw Edward Newgate being escorted, his expression instantly froze, excitement evaporating. A flicker of shock and confusion crossed his eyes, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. This gaze cannot be mistaken. It's him. How is he still alive? Otsutsuki God's voice was filled with shock and anger. He couldn't believe his eyes. He clearly remembered that Edward Newgate had permanently disappeared into that universe. How could he suddenly appear here and become a suspect? Immediately, Otsutsuki God's anger erupted like a volcano. Dare to thwart my plans? I must kill this damn guy. Make him disappear forever. His voice was filled with determination and hatred, as if Edward's existence was a humiliation he could not tolerate. Otsutsuki God's gaze gradually turned cold, his body exuding an aura of chill. Although his leg injury had not yet healed, he stood up without hesitation. He knew that while he was far from his former peak condition, this body was enough for him to complete his task. Although I'm nowhere near what I used to be, I've regained some soul energy. It should be fine now. Otsutsuki God clenched his fists, his voice revealing a hint of malice. His gaze was resolute, as if he could already foresee Edward Newgate's doom. Having said that, Otsutsuki God's figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint afterimage. His speed was so fast that it was difficult to grasp. He knew he had to act quickly. Otherwise, Edward Newgate might escape his grasp again. Get in the car, Mr. Edward. The court will give you a fair judgment. The SWAT members' voices were calm and firm as they escorted Edward toward the military vehicle parked by the roadside. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened inside the police station, the scattered bodies were enough to explain everything. Edward silently nodded, a hint of fatigue and helplessness in his eyes. He knew he would face a severe trial, but he also had a responsibility to explain his actions. I will clarify everything with you. Edward stood in front of the military vehicle, looking back at the countless crowd gathered around. His heart was filled with complex emotions, but he knew he had to face reality. The stars in the night sky flickered faintly, and Edward slowly closed his eyes, trying to sense whatever remaining goodwill the world had for him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't capture any signals of goodwill. Instead, he felt nothing but disdain and malice directed at him. Suddenly, Edward's heart skipped a beat. He sensed a powerful malice rapidly approaching, making him feel somewhat suffocated. No, that's Otsutsuki God. Edward suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharply directed toward the distance. His heart was filled with vigilance and anger. He knew Otsutsuki God had finally arrived. Crack! With a sudden surge of strength, the handcuffs controlling Edward's hands instantly shattered. This unexpected move made the atmosphere tense. Everyone looked at him in disbelief, having never seen anyone escape handcuffs so easily. Stop! Do you know what you're doing? The SWAT members stared in shock at Edward's actions, their eyes filled with astonishment. They quickly became alert, aiming their guns at Edward, fearing he might do something even more dangerous. Edward looked at the SWAT members, a hint of determination and resolution flashing in his eyes. He knew he didn't have time to explain everything to these officers. He had to leave immediately. Otherwise, Otsutsuki God's arrival would put him in even greater danger. I don't have time to explain everything to you. Edward's voice was filled with urgency as he leaped forward. His speed left everyone astonished. His sudden appearance caused terrified screams from the crowd, as they all dodged, fearing they would be caught up in this unknown conflict. Edward's emotions were complex. He knew his actions might bring panic and harm to these innocent people, but he also understood that his enemy was not these ordinary individuals, but rather the rapidly approaching Otsutsuki God. Poor guy, are you looking for me? At that moment, the voice of the god of Otsutsuki suddenly rang out in front of Edward, his figure stepping out of the darkness with a hint of a mocking smile on his face. His eyes were filled with mockery and disdain, as if he were toying with a helpless prey. Edward's eyes widened instantly, his body tensed, and a surge of intense emotion welled up in his heart. He looked at the god of Otsutsuki, countless images flashing through his mind, past battles, the pain of separation, all resurfacing in his heart. His body began to tremble slightly, as if preparing for the impending battle. It's really you. Edward's voice was low and filled with rage, his fists clenched tightly, ready to strike at any moment. He knew that this enemy before him was the greatest challenge of his life. However, to the bystanders, this scene appeared extremely bizarre and terrifying. They saw Edward, a seemingly madman, showing a fierce expression towards an innocent little boy, even attempting to attack him. This guy must be insane. Hurry, shoot him. Yes, shoot him quickly. There's a child over there. This left the onlookers shocked and panicked, retreating in fear of being caught up in this incredible conflict. Damn it, get away from that child. Otherwise, we will take emergency measures immediately. The SWAT officers also became flustered, their guns aimed at Edward, ready to fire at any moment. At the same time, their eyes were filled with confusion. They could not understand Edward's actions and could only see it as a threat. Countless SWAT officers slowly surrounded the little boy and Edward, their movements professional and swift, aiming to protect the innocent people and prevent any possible harm. They dispersed the surrounding crowd, ensuring everyone could safely evacuate the scene to avoid greater casualties. God Otsutsuki, D. Edward's voice was filled with anger and pain. He could no longer bear the painful memories surging in his mind. His body suddenly lunged forward, as if to release all his rage. Fire! At the same time, the SWAT officers' voices grew urgent. Upon seeing Edward's abnormal behavior, they no longer hesitated and immediately issued the command. With the order given, gunfire erupted, and the scene descended into chaos. Countless bullets rained down on Edward like a storm, filling the air with tension and danger. However, amidst this chaotic scene, the god of Otsutsuki appeared particularly calm. He looked at the scene resembling a civil war, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His voice was laced with ridicule. Look, this is the guy you want to protect, all as stupid as pigs and dogs, mistaking their guardian for an enemy. This mockery undoubtedly made Edward feel a deep sense of discomfort. He felt an unprecedented betrayal and pain. Darkness enveloped his vision, with only the mocking smile of the god of Otsutsuki flickering before him. Shinra Tensei! Edward suddenly shouted, a powerful repulsive force emanating from around his body. This force swept through the surroundings like a storm, deflecting countless bullets aimed at him. What the hell? The SWAT officers shouted in terror. Watching the bullets was past them, feeling an unprecedented fear. These bullets seemed to come alive, tracing arcs in the air before rebounding back at a faster speed. The SWAT officers immediately retreated, trying to dodge these deadly bullets. However, despite the fear in their hearts, the SWAT officers did not give up. They knew that to protect the child, they had to stand in front. Their expressions gradually became resolute, their weapons raised again, ready to continue firing. Continue firing. The captain's voice rang out, filled with determination and courage. Upon hearing the command, the SWAT officers no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger. In an instant, gunfire rang out again, bullets raining down on Edward like a storm. "You're forcing my hand." Edward's voice was filled with anger and helplessness. He could no longer endure the ignorance of those attacking him and decided to strike back. Super Shinra Tensei. As the words fell, a powerful force erupted from Edward's body. Boom! An even stronger repulsive force appeared, instantly shattering everything around him. Countless people and buildings vanished under this power, leaving the entire scene in ruins. Amidst the swirling dust, only a weakened figure and a child remained. Edward stood in the ruins, his breathing rapid, his body swaying. But his gaze remained firm, as if to tell the world that he had never given up the fight. "Is this all you've got? I am truly disappointed." Looking at that strong figure, a flicker of apprehension crossed the god of Tsutsuki's eyes, but his mouth remained resolutely hard. He never expected that in less than 10 days, Edward had already grown to this level of strength. If given another month, or even a year, it would be hard for the god of Tsutsuki to predict what Edward would become. "This time I will not lose," Edward said coldly. He slowly adjusted his breathing, trying to maintain his best state in this life-and-death battle. His gaze gradually turned cold, as if able to penetrate all obstacles and see into the enemy's heart. Although the yin-yang release chakra he had collected during this time was not much, Edward possessed rich combat and ninjutsu experience, allowing him to perfectly utilize and control every bit of chakra. "After you die, I will use your soul as a specimen, forever keeping it in the heart of my body," the god of Tsutsuki said with a tone full of mockery, his voice filled with disdain and confidence towards Edward. In his eyes, Edward was already a dying man, incapable of posing any threat to him. Yin-yang release ninjutsu, Black Jade creation. However, Edward was not affected by these words. He quickly formed hand seals, beginning to gather the residual spiritual power in the air, converting it into yin-yang release chakra. Waves of distortion began to appear around his body, as if a powerful force was coalescing. Eventually, this power formed a large blade resembling a cloud cutter. The blade emitted a black glow, its surface engraved with complex runes, as if containing endless power. Edward gripped the blade tightly, feeling the immense power it radiated, his eyes shining with determination. He knew that this blade would be the key to defeating the god of Tsutsuki. With this blade, he would cut through all restraints and protect everything he cherished. In the next moment, Edward, wielding the black jade sword, instantly appeared above the god of Tsutsuki. The blade in his hand slashed down with the force of thunder, striking fiercely at the god of Tsutsuki. The god of Tsutsuki smiled coldly, his figure slightly swaying, easily dodging Edward's attack. "Do you think this is enough to defeat me? You're still too naive." The god of Tsutsuki swung his hand back, and a surge of black energy erupted from his palm, quickly condensing into a massive black scythe. He wielded the black scythe and fiercely slashed at Edward. Yin-yang release. Seeing this, Edward hurriedly summoned the power within him and executed the yin-yang release technique to form a defense. His figure flickered through the air like a ghost, narrowly evading the god of Tsutsuki's attack. As time passed, Edward felt his strength gradually depleting, while the god of Tsutsuki seemed to have lost his earlier arrogance. After a violent clash, the two retreated a few steps, temporarily halting their attacks, facing each other while gasping for breath to recover their stamina. "No, my soul energy is far weaker than his, and I can only hold on to this point because of my yin-yang release ninjutsu. Otherwise, I might have." Edward tightened his grip on the black jade sword, his brows furrowed, clearly aware that this approach was not sustainable. As the battle continued, Edward could feel the gap between them widening, both physically and mentally. He needed to find a breakthrough to end this fight. Suddenly, Edward recalled a brilliant plan. That was to forcibly use the power of the six paths, stirring the consciousness of this world, activating Tend, and expelling the god of Tsutsuki's soul beyond the universe. In that case, the god of Tsutsuki, who had not yet recovered, would definitely be unable to withstand the erosion of the cosmic vacuum, and his soul would gradually dissipate. But the premise was that he must shatter the god of Tsutsuki's body, exposing the soul completely. Even if the cost would be Edward's life, he would have no complaints. But what do I have left now? His eyes gradually firmed, and Edward fixed his gaze on the god of Tsutsuki, thinking to himself, God of Tsutsuki, I will definitely eliminate you, no matter the cost. Immediately, Edward shouted at the god of Tsutsuki, his voice filled with determination and courage. The god of Tsutsuki sneered, mocking him. Do you really think you can defeat me? Don't dream. Edward, my power is eternal, while you are merely fleeting. Is that so? Edward suddenly yelled, his entire body's energy starting to surge wildly toward the black jade sword. The god of Tsutsuki sensed this unusual power, and a hint of genuine alertness finally appeared in his eyes. He knew that Edward's next strike would be earth-shattering. Edward dashed toward the god of Tsutsuki at high speed, his figure leaving a long trail of light in the air, and the energy gathered on the black jade sword ignited the air, filling the entire space with a burning scent. The god of Tsutsuki was unwilling to show weakness either, gathering all his dark power onto the scythe, ready to face Edward's ultimate strike. Now, let me show you true power. Edward's voice was filled with a sense of impending victory. The two immense powers collided violently in the center of the battlefield, emitting light bright enough to rival the sun, illuminating the ruins of the police station as if it were daytime. The massive shockwave cleared away all the debris around them, and the intense wind pressure even made distant buildings tremble. The plan must be completed quickly. This body is about to collapse. Edward silently reminded himself, fully aware of the dangerous situation he was in. His body had reached its limit after multiple fierce battles, and each attack felt like it was draining his life force. But he could not give up. He had to find the opportunity to defeat the god of Tsutsuki and protect those innocent lives. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and temporarily suppressed the fear and anxiety in his heart. He knew that this was the moment of the final battle. Any hesitation or fear could lead to failure. Six paths, yin-yang release, slash. Edward roared in anger, his body transforming into a streak of light, instantly disappearing from his original position, charging toward the god of Tsutsuki once more. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch his trace. The black jade sword in his hand radiated dazzling light, a weapon formed from the chakra of yin-yang release, as if it possessed the power to cut through the world. Its brilliance streaked through the air, leaving behind brilliant trails, as if it aimed to slice the entire world apart, using the power of the six paths in this place. Are you insane? The god of Tsutsuki felt Edward's determination and resolve, and a glimmer of genuine fear flickered in his eyes. He couldn't believe that Edward was willing to risk his life to unleash such powerful energy here. He tried to evade, but it was too late. Edward's speed was too fast, and his attack too sudden. In that instant, the god of Tsutsuki felt an unprecedented crisis. Biafik, a cold light flashed, and the god of Tsutsuki's body was directly sliced in two. His face retained an expression of disbelief. He couldn't accept that he had been defeated by someone he once considered an inferior. His body then transformed into a cloud of black mist, appearing in the air. This was his true form, a non-corporeal state of existence. No. He watched as his body was destroyed, feeling endless rage and unwillingness. However, Edward did not give him any chance to counterattack. He tightly grasped the black jade sword, feeling the immense power radiating from it. He knew that this moment of victory was earned with his life. Hey, I won. Edward's voice was weak and hoarse. At this moment, his body had reached its limit, slowly collapsing into fragments, dissipating into the air. His tiny soul, having overused its energy due to the power of the six paths, was also exposed in the air. Finally, it was over, but on his face, there was a hint of a satisfied smile. He knew he had finally protected those innocent lives and fulfilled his mission. Rumbling, as the invisible power was activated, the world's consciousness also awakened at this moment. It sensed the presence of two otherworldly beings on the ground, and a powerful repulsive force enveloped their souls. This force seemed to be the world's own anger, a punishment for these two beings daring to challenge its authority. Finally, both felt their souls uncontrollably soaring into the sky. Their bodies instantly became light, as if they were to be blown away by the wind. Their souls continuously ascended, passing through the clouds, flying deep into the universe. No, let me go back. The god of Tsutsuki's voice was filled with despair and helplessness. Fear and pleading flickered in his gaze as he tried to struggle. But that invisible force tightly bound his soul like iron chains. In a vacuum, the two slowly rose into the universe, exposed to the emptiness. The vastness and depth of the universe made them feel their own insignificance and powerlessness. Their souls drifted in this endless universe like two specks of dust. At this moment, the intense cosmic vacuum began to take effect, continuously eroding the little soul energy that remained in both of them. Their souls gradually became transparent under this force, as if they would dissipate at any moment. The scream of the god of Tsutsuki echoed in the universe. He wanted to conquer this universe. But he was no longer the all-powerful god of Tsutsuki he once was. He was now a weak soul. His power seemed so insignificant in this universe, and his pride and confidence were utterly destroyed at this moment. His scream gradually faded in the universe, and his soul slowly dissipated in the vacuum. In the end, he turned into a wisp of blue smoke, disappearing into the endless universe. Meanwhile, Edward, although equally weak, had a flicker of determination and hope in his eyes, which had not yet been extinguished. Even if you betrayed me, I still love you. Finally, Edward focused his gaze on the brilliant planet ahead, revealing a smile. There were many adorable little people who looked just like him and shared the same bloodline. They were the continuation of his life. But after saying this, Edward's soul energy shattered, forever disappearing in this universe. Fusion degree 100 about to transform. Just as Edward's consciousness faded in the last second, a mechanical and emotionless voice echoed in his mind. This voice was both familiar and strange to him, seemingly the voice of some system. What? A hint of astonishment flashed through Edward's heart, but there was no time to think further. His consciousness sank down into darkness. When he awakened again, he found himself lying on a large bed, with the sound of waves crashing in his ears and the surroundings swaying as if sailing on the sea. He looked around and saw pirate decorations everywhere, along with some warm family photos with a drastically different art style. These decorations and photos felt both familiar and strange to him, as if he had seen them before, yet they seemed unrelated to him. "Where is this?" Edward's weak voice emerged. He felt that although his body was exhausted, it was much stronger than when he was on Blue Star. He clearly remembered his fierce battle with the god of Tsutsuki and the final victory. But at this moment, he did not understand why he was in this unfamiliar environment. Shouldn't I be dead? Why am I here? Edward looked around with a puzzled voice. He tried to recall the details of the battle, but only remembered the moment his soul was extracted, and then he lost consciousness. As his thoughts gradually cleared, Edward suddenly realized that this might be the anime world he was once familiar with, the world of One Piece. He was once a passionate fan of One Piece and had deep feelings for this world. And now, it seemed he had become a part of it. This is One Piece, Edward murmured to himself. He felt extremely shocked and excited, filled with relief and thrill. This meant he was not dead. He could return to his former peak and find his true family. Moreover, it seemed I had become the real Whitebeard. Looking at his familiar large hands and body, Edward spoke in a complex tone. He never expected that after perishing with the god of Tsutsuki, he could still be alive and receive such a great surprise. Could it be that my actions in the end allowed me to perfectly match the fusion degree of Whitebeard? And that's why I was reborn here? Edward murmured. Only now did he finally understand the true intention of the master who created this system. It seems the system wants me to change Whitebeard's fate. Edward sighed. Subsequently, Edward stood up and began to survey his surroundings, his gaze filled with familiarity mixed with strangeness. As Edward gradually adapted to this new environment, his attention was drawn to a large sword in one corner of the room. The sword lay there quietly, as if it were the guardian of the room, exuding an air of majesty and mystery. As Edward approached, he saw that the sword was long, majestic in shape, and the blade was engraved with intricate patterns, glinting with a cold light. He couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the hilt, feeling a cold and heavy sensation. "We meet again, Songyun Xie." Caressing this familiar weapon, Edward spoke with an incredibly complex tone. He had thought he had lost that sword forever, but reality had returned it to him. Bang! Bang! Just as Edward was lost in thought, the door was suddenly knocked heavily. At the same time, a voice accompanied it. "Dad, are you awake? It's time to eat." This is Marco's voice. Hearing such a familiar voice, a hint of confusion flashed through Edward's heart, but he quickly recovered. "Yeah, I got it. You all go eat first." Edward responded with a nostalgic tone. "All right, Dad." The voice outside paused for a moment and then gradually faded away. Edward knew that his son had followed his words. He slowly walked to the window, opened it, and a gust of sea breeze, mixed with the salty taste of seawater, rushed in. He took a deep breath, feeling the familiar yet strange environment. "I really came back," Edward whispered, his eyes shining with determination. He knew he needed to adapt to this world, find his family, and discover his goals. Moreover, more importantly, he needed to become stronger. Only then could he protect his family and achieve his dreams. "However, I seem to be very weak right now," cough, cough. But suddenly, Edward coughed heavily several times, feeling a wave of weakness inside him. "Is this blood?" Looking at the blood he coughed up in his hand, Edward's eyes widened in disbelief. He understood that although he had reincarnated as one of the four emperors, he had returned to the path he initially chose. "Whitebeard, injured from the Marineford War," Edward murmured quietly, his eyes becoming complex. He realized that not only had he become Whitebeard again, but he had also returned to the most difficult moment of his life, the eve of the Marineford War, in a severely injured state. So, it shouldn't be long until the Marineford War starts. Edward tried to sit up in bed, but he felt as if all his strength had been drained, which made his mood extremely heavy. "Dad!" At that moment, the door gently opened, and a tall man walked in, carrying a large pile of delicious food. He was muscular, his body as hard as diamond, and his hair was incredibly strange, looking quite comical. He was Diamond Jozu, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates and the captain of the 3rd Division, known for his powerful abilities and indestructible diamond transformation. "Dad, why are you up? Your body hasn't recovered yet. You need a rest." However, contrary to his powerful appearance, Jozu's concerned voice carried a hint of reproach. He set aside the large pile of food in his hands and hurried to Edward's side, ready to assist him. "Gulalala, I'm fine." Waving his hand to signal Diamond Jaws to stop his actions, Edward smiled slightly, feeling a warm surge in his heart. He knew that despite being in a time filled with challenges and dangers, at least he was not alone. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were his strong support. "Dad, you..." But Diamond Jaws was still thinking of saying something when he was interrupted by Edward. "All right, Jaws, I'm fine. We just need to start preparing. Soon, there will be a great battle." Edward's voice was firm and powerful. Although his physical condition was not good at the moment, his determination had not weakened. Diamond Jaws nodded, his expression serious. "Dad, we are ready and on standby at any time. No matter what kind of enemy we face, we will give it our all." "I believe in you," Edward replied softly, while his mind was contemplating future strategies. "Now, I need to regain my strength. I must find a way to avoid the tragedies of history from repeating." Edward thought to himself. He understood that he was not only fighting for his life, but also for the future of the entire Whitebeard Pirates. "Dad, there's a gathering tonight. Everyone will be attending, and we hope you can come too." Diamond Jaws then got straight to the point, looking at Edward with hopeful eyes. "Gulalala, don't worry, I will definitely go," Edward said with a hearty laugh and a firm tone. Hearing Edward's response, a happy smile appeared on Diamond Jaws' face. He nodded and gently reminded him, "All right, then I won't disturb your rest. The food is over there. Dad remembered to eat on time. Edward followed Ja's finger and saw a table nearby, filled with sumptuous food, emitting an enticing aroma. His stomach couldn't help but rumble, and he almost drooled. Ja smiled and then stepped back, gently closing the door behind him. His movements were soft and careful, as if he were afraid of disturbing Edward's rest. Edward looked at Ja's departing figure, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Although he was not originally from this world, this feeling of being cared for and loved made him feel incredibly warm. What a lovely bunch of guys. After saying that, Edward walked to the table and began to enjoy the delicious food. Each bite filled him with satisfaction and happiness. He knew that tonight's gathering would be the first one since he arrived in this world, and he would spend an unforgettable night with these lovely guys. In the evening, as the sun set, the afterglow spilled over the sea, shimmering and breathtaking. At this moment, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates was bustling with activity. All the important figures on the ship gathered together, busily preparing for a grand party. Spirits, meats, tableware, and other items were continuously being brought on board, piling up like mountains. Among them, the spirits were particularly eye-catching, with bottles neatly arranged together, forming a spectacular sight like a small mountain. After a lot of hard work, they finally completed the arrangements for the gathering. Once everything was in place, everyone quietly waited for one person's arrival. Only when this person appeared could the party officially begin. "Look, Dad is here!" Suddenly, a shout broke the silence, and everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. A tall figure appeared, sitting in a wheelchair, with a support frame and nutrient solution hanging from it, being carefully pushed forward by Diamond Jaws. This figure was the core of the entire pirate crew, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors in the world of One Piece. His appearance excited everyone, who cast admiring glances at him. This legendary figure was renowned for countless battles, and his very existence was a form of intimidation. At this moment, his arrival made the entire scene solemn and dignified, as if time stood still. "Dad, you're here." A familiar and caring voice sounded in Edward's ear. He looked up to see a young man with a yellow pineapple head approaching. This young man was Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, who possessed the powers of the mythical Zoan-type phoenix devil fruit. He wore a flashy purple outfit and had a striking yellow pineapple hairstyle, exuding a unique and charming aura. "Marco." Edward cast a glance at him, softly whispering his name. A complex emotion surged within him, filled with both nostalgia for the past and anticipation for the future. "Yes, I am here." Edward smiled and replied. His voice revealed a sense of determination and confidence, as if he was ready to embrace a new life. As soon as he finished speaking, Edward turned his gaze to the crowd, looking at his many sons. He saw the familiar faces beaming with smiles, their eyes filled with respect and joy. "Sons, let the feast begin." Edward slowly stood up from his wheelchair, shouting in a grand voice. His voice resonated like thunder, spreading throughout the banquet hall. As Edward's words fell, the entire venue erupted in excitement. "Cheers! Let's drink to Dad." The crew cheered, lifting their glasses and starting to drink heartily. Music began to play, and the crew started to sing and dance, fully enjoying this rare gathering. Despite Edward being frail and in his old age, his presence was still commanding. He remained the strongest man. His existence itself was a source of strength, one that made all the crew feel safe and proud. However, at that moment, Marco approached Edward. His eyes were filled with concern and worry, clearly attentive to Edward's health. "Dad, you should drink a little less. It's not good for your health," Marco said in a reproachful tone. Though his tone was gentle, it conveyed a firm attitude, clearly indicating that he didn't want Edward to overindulge. All right, I understand," Edward replied with a helpless nod upon seeing Marco's actions. He knew Marco meant well and didn't want his frail body to suffer more. At the same time, Edward saw a familiar shadow in Marco. Maple leaves on the mountain. Edward shook his head helplessly as he sat back in the wheelchair. He once was so powerful and invincible, but now he had to rely on a wheelchair due to age and injuries. This transformation was hard for him to accept, but he knew it was a new beginning. "Dad!" Marco looked at Edward in the wheelchair, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. He walked to Edward's side and gently patted his shoulder, wanting to offer some comfort and support. "Dad, your health." Marco hesitated, wanting to ask about Edward's condition, but fearing a bad answer. Don't worry. My body can still hold up. Don't forget who your dad is. I'm the strongest man in the world. Edward laughed heartily. His voice was filled with confidence and grandeur, as if telling Marco that he wasn't old enough to be unable to fight. That's good, Marco sighed in relief, a slight smile of reassurance appearing on his face. After exchanging a few words with Edward, Marco turned and left to rejoin the feast. Edward sat quietly in his wheelchair, watching the joyful crew, filled with emotion and anticipation. Strength, I want to reclaim the power I once had. Edward's gaze was resolute. He recalled his once large family, a group of people who cared for him and loved him. I will revive you all, not wanting to dwell on painful memories. Edward turned his attention back to the gathering. Kulme, keep drinking, keep drinking. Cheers, cheers. The scene aboard the Moby Dick was lively, everyone immersed in a joyful atmosphere. Edward quietly observed it all, a happy smile gradually spreading across his face. At that moment, they were no longer the infamous pirates known to the outside world, but a family supporting each other. If only time could stop, allowing this beautiful moment to last forever. All right, sons, have you all had enough to drink? Edward suddenly shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the lively banquet hall, drawing everyone's attention. Hearing this, everyone's gaze turned back to Edward. Their eyes were filled with respect and anticipation, knowing that what Edward, as their leader, was about to say would be very important. Some shouted, Dad. We've all had enough to drink. Their faces radiated satisfaction and happiness, feeling an unprecedented warmth and sense of belonging in this big family. Now, let us discuss the upcoming war. Edward nodded slightly, his voice becoming serious and deep. As soon as he finished this sentence, the previously lively banquet hall fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads, their expressions no longer cheerful, because they all knew what kind of war Edward was referring to. A battle concerning the honor and status of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace. Complex emotions flashed in countless eyes, murmuring. Ace was once a part of their family, but had been captured by the Navy and was now imprisoned and impelled down, awaiting execution. Fire Fist Ace was not only an important partner, but also a persistent pain in their hearts. We must rescue Ace, no matter what it costs. At that moment, Marco suddenly spoke with determination. His voice was filled with resolve, as if injecting strength into everyone. Yes, we must rescue Ace. Fight! Fight! At his words, more crew members echoed in agreement. Their voices converged like waves, forming a powerful force. Good. This is my sons. Edward looked at them, filled with pride and joy. He gazed at the familiar faces, quietly listening to their voices and suggestions. Let us lay out a battle plan. After all, we are about to face the entire Navy headquarters, Edward said in an extremely serious tone. Yes, Dad. Hearing this, many crew members gathered together, enthusiastically discussing the upcoming war. Everyone was well prepared, the atmosphere tense and serious. Dad, but your health. Just then, a crew member spoke with concern. Don't worry, your dad will never fall. Edward confidently replied, seeing the unhidden concern in the crew member's eyes. In One Piece, the Marineford War is undoubtedly the most concrete and grand war sparked by Ace, leading to the legendary battle between Whitebeard and the Navy headquarters. However, the final outcome was that Whitebeard and Ace died in battle, and the Navy achieved ultimate victory. Faced with this ending, Edward naturally could not accept it. Therefore, he had already thought of corresponding plans earlier, formulating 3 plans, B and C. The plan was to find the owner of the Time fruit and have her reverse Edward back to his prime, returning him to his peak strength. The B plan was to find the owner of the Op fruit to heal Edward's injured body, freeing him from the grip of illness. Finally, the C plan was to return to the old path of collecting souls and recondensing yin-yang release chakra. At that time, Edward could use yin-yang release ninjutsu to turn the tide of battle. If there had been a user of the Time fruit or the Op fruit on Whitebeard's side during the Marineford War, then just one use of the fruit's ability by Whitebeard, combined with his formidable combat power, would mean that no one on the battlefield could match him. Moreover, by then, Whitebeard could even unleash his unmatched conqueror's haki, nullifying the Navy's numerical advantage. Even if Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji all joined forces. Whitebeard would not be afraid and could definitely turn the situation of the Marineford War around. All right, old man, you must take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, the crew member could only helplessly step back. Yes, I will. Edward nodded heavily, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He then looked at the other crew members, a surge of valor rising in his heart. No matter what happens, we will face it together, just like we always have. Suddenly, Edward raised his cup and shouted loudly, "Yes, the Whitebeard pirates are invincible." His words instantly ignited everyone's morale, making them all excited. For Ace, the crew members echoed in unison, their voices resounding throughout the ship's cabin, reaching a climax. Everyone raised their cups and drank heartily, their eyes shining with unwavering resolve. This battle would be an unprecedented challenge, but they believed that as long as they united as one, there would be no enemy they could not overcome. At that moment, Edward deeply felt the weight and glory carried by the identity of Whitebeard. He not only had to fight as a strong man, but also had to protect every member as the leader of this family. As the night grew deep and quiet, the gathering gradually came to an end, and Edward returned to his room. Edward knew that the upcoming war would be difficult. However, he believed that he would surely be able to change history, turn the tide of battle. "So tired, I'm really exhausted." Edward closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax for a moment. Tomorrow, they would begin preparing for the various plans for the Marineford War. Tonight was their last moment of tranquility. At the moment before he fell asleep, Edward silently told himself, "No matter what happens next, I will do my utmost to protect my family until the very last moment." The next day, as dawn broke, a faint red hue appeared on the horizon. As the sun rose, Edward opened his eyes. Weak body, weak me. Edward felt the weakness in his body and couldn't help but murmur. His voice was low, but it revealed a kind of unyielding tenacity. As soon as he finished speaking, Edward forced his weak body to slowly get out of bed. Each step felt so difficult, but his gaze remained as firm as ever. Cough, cough. Edward coughed heavily twice, his voice particularly clear in the quiet morning. Fortunately, there was no bleeding this time, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After simply putting on his clothes, Edward left the room. "Old man, why are you out?" Seeing Edward walk out, Diamond Jaws immediately stepped forward to inquire. His eyes were filled with concern and worry. "I'm fine. By the way, did you find any news about the intelligence I asked you to gather yesterday?" Edward casually waved his hand, speaking to Diamond Jaws. His voice, though calm, carried an undeniable authority. "There is news, but the Heart Pirates are currently in the North Sea, which is still quite far from us," Diamond Jaws replied, his voice tinged with a hint of regret and helplessness. "North Sea? Which specific location?" Edward asked next, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "It's probably Fravans in the North Sea. It is said that someone encountered the Heart Pirates there before," Diamond Jaws said after pondering for a moment, using an uncertain tone. "Fravans." Upon hearing this, memories flashed through Edward's mind. His gaze became deep, as if he were recalling bits and pieces of the past. Fravans, the hometown of Trafalgar Law from One Piece, known as the White Town. The citizens of this country were very prosperous, and the ground and trees within its borders were as pristine as the snowy lands of fairy tale worlds. It once was a nation as beautiful as a paradise. However, it later faced destruction due to a lead mine called Plead. "Then let's change our course this time and head towards Fravans in the North Sea," Edward said in a meaningful tone. After a night of tossing and turning, Edward had been constantly considering and analyzing in his mind, and he ultimately decided to try to find the owner of the Op fruit first. After all, while the Time fruit's ability was powerful, it indeed came with many uncertainties. If there were hidden effects, the consequences could be unimaginable. Therefore, Edward decided to look for the Op fruit first, to see if there might be a better solution. "Yes, old man." Diamond Jaws nodded heavily, expressing support for Edward's decision. His voice was firm and powerful, showing his absolute loyalty and trust in Edward. Subsequently, the Moby Dick, under Diamond Jaws' control, began to slowly turn. Along with other ships, the entire fleet of the Whitebeard pirates began to change course, heading towards their new destination. Whitebeard pirates set sail for the North Sea. Time passed quickly, and within 2 days, the entire Whitebeard pirates had arrived in the North Sea. This remote and bountiful place became lively due to the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the four emperors. Their arrival caused a huge stir in the North Sea, leading many to speculate about their motives. The residents of the North Sea began discussing the purpose of the Whitebeard pirates. Some believed they were there to search for treasure, while others thought they came to conquer the land. However, regardless of the reasons, the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates brought a sense of tension and excitement to the area. For Edward and his companions, however, they had only one goal: to find the owner of the op fruit. Therefore, they did not pay attention to the surrounding noise and speculation, but quietly began their search in the North Sea. They spread out, gathering information, hoping to find any clues about the op fruit. Day after day, the members of the Whitebeard pirates continuously moved through the towns and villages of the North Sea, asking every possible person who might know anything about the op fruit. Finally, by chance, they obtained an important clue. The Heart Pirates? A pirate's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia when asked about it. There was once a pirate named Trafalgar Law who had stopped here, if he was not mistaken. It must be them, right? Upon hearing this news, Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard pirates, felt his heart skip a beat. Under Edward's instructions, he learned about Trafalgar Law, a pirate with a very unique personality and the owner of the Nomi. Where did he go? Bista asked eagerly. However, the pirate shook his head. Unclear, he just passed through here and left, but he mentioned a place called Hive Island. Hive Island, Bista kept murmuring. He then bid farewell to the pirate in front of him and planned to report this to Edward. At this moment, aboard the Moby Dick, after receiving Bista's information, Edward gazed out at the vast sea. Hive Island? Edward murmured with a tone of disappointment. Hive Island is located in the New World, but the North Sea is very far from Hive Island in the New World. Even a Moby Dick would take a long time to reach there. We must hurry. We need to get to Hive Island and find Law before the war. After gazing into the distance for a long time, Edward withdrew his gaze and issued orders. Yes. Pops, Bista responded. Immediately, Edward quickly called back all his crew members, and they began preparing for the journey to Hive Island. The massive Whitebeard pirates, one by one, set sail from there, and soon they all disappeared from sight. They finally left. Yes, it turns out this is the Whitebeard pirates, so terrifying. The residents of the North Sea, witnessing the departure of the Whitebeard pirates, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief while also being filled with curiosity about this sea emperor. It turns out they are not as terrifying and brutal as the legends say. But in the dark corners of the North Sea, a figure silently withdrew his gaze. The Whitebeard pirates have come to the North Sea. What is their purpose? I must report this to the Navy headquarters as soon as possible. This person quickly disappeared into the crowd. He was an undercover agent responsible for monitoring the movements of pirates. Soon, the news reached the Navy headquarters in Marineford. Gulu, Gulu. As the lazy voice of the Den Mushi rang out, Sengoku quickly answered the call. Moshi Moshi, what's the matter? Sengoku said in an inquiring tone. Report, Admiral Sengoku. The Whitebeard pirates have appeared in the North Sea at Fravan's. Purpose unknown. A tense voice came from the other end of the line. Sengoku fell silent for a moment and then responded seriously. Continue monitoring, but do not act recklessly. Whitebeard is no good news, and we cannot rashly launch an attack. At the same time, stay vigilant. I will convene an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Yes, Admiral. The undercover agent replied on the other end before hanging up the phone. The Whitebeard pirates have gone to the North Sea. What could be their purpose? Sengoku furrowed his brow in thought. The sudden appearance of the Whitebeard pirates in the North Sea is not an ordinary event. He must handle it carefully. After all, Edward Newgate is one of the few top pirates in the world, and his strength and influence should not be underestimated. Soon, Sengoku gathered the senior officers of the Navy headquarters for an emergency meeting. Could it be that he is gathering powerful allies? No, I believe he must have another purpose. Perhaps he is looking for users of special devil fruits. During the meeting, they continuously discussed the possible motives of Whitebeard and their counter-strategies. Countless different voices echoed around the conference table as everyone debated. Should we strengthen patrols in the North Sea to prevent any misconduct by Whitebeard? One officer proposed. No, now is not the time. We need more intelligence before deciding on the next steps. Sengoku shook his head, emphasizing the importance of intelligence. But soon, a glimmer of determination flashed in Sengoku's eyes, his gaze sparkling with resolve. As a Navy officer, facing a powerful opponent like the Whitebeard pirates, they cannot afford to hesitate for a moment. But regardless, Ace's execution must be expedited, Sengoku said in a serious tone. His voice conveyed a sense of urgency, as if time was running short for them. His hands kept fiddling with two steel balls, a habitual action when he was deep in thought. Whenever he felt anxious or tense, he would unconsciously play with these two steel balls to help clear his mind. Now, immediately notify all Navy bases to expedite Ace's execution date. It will take place in 7 days. Sengoku decisively issued the order. His voice was filled with determination and authority, leaving no room for doubt. He knew that the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates could bring them immense pressure, but they could not back down because of it. Therefore, as the Navy, they must execute Ace in advance to eliminate future troubles. Also, we need to strengthen the protection of important areas. We cannot give Whitebeard any chance to take advantage. Sengoku continued, his eyes flashing with vigilance. They must remember that they are about to face one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, and they must be fully prepared. Understood, Admiral. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They all knew that this battle was crucial for the honor and future of the entire Navy headquarters, and they had to give their all. Then it shall be done. Stay vigilant and wait for further orders, Sengoku said finally, his voice filled with confidence and determination, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. After the meeting, the atmosphere at the Navy headquarters became even more severe. Tension and immense pressure spread among every Navy officer as they immediately began to act, intending to give the pirates no chance whatsoever. Each one of them realized that the upcoming appearance of the Whitebeard pirates would bring a storm. Meanwhile, Edward and his Whitebeard pirates were already far from the North Sea, their ships sailing towards Hive Island. Edward was unaware that the Navy headquarters had already received reports about their movements. His mind was entirely focused on how to find the Ope no Mi. The sea breeze blew across the pirate ship, and the crew members were preparing for the challenges ahead. They had no idea that the eyes of the Navy headquarters had quietly locked onto them. Amid this undercurrent, the prelude to the Marineford War had begun. Every step taken in the future would affect the fate of the entire world. Time was running out. The Yin-Yang escape chakra must be extracted in advance. Gazing at the vast expanse of the sea, Edward murmured. During this time, he had been suffering from his own injuries and weak powers. However, this also made him realize that the illness in his body was not the main reason for his decline in strength. But he is old. The lifespan of humans is short and incomparable. Edward spoke while forcing his weak body towards the ship's dark cabin. Diamond Jaws silently followed behind him, taking care of him. The two moved forward slowly and finally arrived in the dark cabin. It was dim inside, but a pungent smell permeated the air. A group of captured pirates was stored here, all of them vicious and brutal. At this moment, these pirates stared fixedly at the towering figure, their eyes filled with fear and despair. They knew that this human man was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate. His reputation was renowned, and his strength was formidable. No one dared to challenge him. Jaws, aren't you worried about your old man's health? Now let me show you that your old man is not old yet. Edward suddenly stopped, his voice deep and firm. After saying this, his entire body shook, and tremendous changes were occurring within him. He opened some of Whitebeard's body's meridians to absorb soul energy to transform it into yin-yang chakra. Soon, with Edward's rich experience, all of Whitebeard's meridians were opened, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, seemingly enduring immense pain. "Old man, are you all right?" Seeing Whitebeard swaying in front of him, Diamond Jaws rushed forward to support his body. "Gurura, of course I'm fine." Edward waved his hand, letting out a strange laugh. Then, Edward's hands stretched forward, and an invisible force erupted from his hands. The surrounding pirates felt this powerful force and looked at Edward in terror. "What is this?" A pirate's eyes widened in fear. Edward did not answer their question, but continued to unleash his power. His hands danced in the air, as if weaving an invisible net. That net grew larger, gradually enveloping the entire area. Under the powerful suction, the group of pirates had no strength to resist, collapsing to the ground, their throats hoarse with cries. Their souls were instantly sucked away by that immense power, vanishing without a trace. As the souls departed, the pirates' corpses became shriveled, as if they had lost their vitality. The entire dark cabin fell silent, leaving only Edward and the bewildered Diamond Jaws standing there, Edward radiating an unparalleled pressure. Before long, Edward transformed the soul energy into yin-yang release chakra. Gulalala, my yin-yang release chakra is back. Feeling the familiar energy swirling within him, Edward laughed heartily. At this moment, a brand new power system, different from the world of One Piece, was once again possessed by Edward. Dad, what's going on? Diamond Jaws asked with a look of astonishment at the terrifying scene before him. He had never seen his father wield such a strange ability, capable of sucking away the enemy's vitality out of thin air. Hearing his son's inquiry, Edward turned around, smiling at Jaws, his eyes glinting with amusement. This is a power I brought from another world, yin-yang release chakra. It not only enhances my own power, but also allows me to use some special abilities, Edward said in a serious tone. He was not lying to Diamond Jaws, as he knew his son would never betray him. What? Upon hearing this, Diamond Jaws was dumbfounded. Such power was beyond his comprehension. However, deep inside, he also felt a surge of excitement. This meant that the Whitebeard pirates would become even stronger, giving them more chances of victory in the upcoming war. All right, Jaws, now is not the time to be surprised. Remember, do not tell anyone about this. Edward's tone shifted to seriousness. I have many things to do. I need to master this power quickly. Let's head back. Looking at his weakened body, Edward said, Yes, Dad. Diamond Jaws nodded heavily. Although he was still in shock, he understood that his father was right. They needed to prepare for everything that was to come. Soon, Diamond Jaws carefully supported Edward into the room. During this short journey, Jaws was filled with complex emotions. He felt shocked, relieved, but mostly hopeful and excited for the future. Dad, you rest well. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be right outside. After helping Edward into the room, Diamond Jaws gently closed the door, ensuring that Edward could have a quiet environment to rest and recover. Gulalala, what a good son I have. Though we are not related by blood, it feels closer than family. Silently observing every detail, Edward murmured as he looked at the closed door. Outside, Diamond Jaws stood quietly, his mind racing with thoughts about everything he had just witnessed. What exactly is Dad's ability? Is it really power from another world? Diamond Jaws pondered. He knew that the changes happening to Edward would bring unprecedented strength to the Whitebeard pirates. Forget it. It doesn't matter. As long as Dad is safe. That's all that matters. Finally, Diamond Jaws closed his eyes and said firmly. At that moment in the room, Edward closed his eyes and began to feel the newly acquired yin-yang release chakra within him. He needed to master this power as quickly as possible to unleash its maximum potential in the upcoming war. As time passed, Edward gradually entered a meditative state, allowing his body and mind to recover in this tranquil environment. When he opened his eyes again, fierce light radiated from them. The yin-yang release chakra had taken initial form, and now it was time to select a key technique to master. Edward spoke with a meaningful tone. The foundation of yin-yang release techniques comes from yin-yang ninjutsu, which is the basis of all ninjutsu and illusion techniques. Yin release represents the power of the spirit, while yin release techniques can create forms from the formless. Yang release represents the power of the body, and yang release techniques can infuse life into forms. The combination of the two is yin-yang release. Uchiha Obito once explained yin-yang release as yin release, governed by the mental energy that controls imagination, creates the form from the formless. Yang release, governed by the physical energy that controls life, infuses life into the formed. Therefore, yin-yang release can condense and form anywhere, ultimately becoming a powerful force. Yin-yang release, sealing injury elimination technique. Edward murmured this name, his gaze deep. This was the secret technique he carefully selected from countless yin-yang ninjutsu, the one best suited to his current state. As the name suggests, this technique possesses the mysterious power to seal away all of the user's injuries. When a user activates this secret technique, All physical injuries and weakened states will be temporarily isolated, restoring the user to their optimal peak state. Whether in fierce battles at their peak or facing life-and-death situations, this technique can become the key to turning the tide. However, as powerful as it is, it has a fatal flaw. Activating the yin-yang release, sealing injury elimination technique will gradually consume the user's stamina. Once the stamina is exhausted, this technique will begin to erode the user's lifespan to maintain its effects. This price is undeniably heavy. According to the rate at which stamina is consumed by the technique, it is enough to unleash all my power. But at this moment, Edward could not care less. He knew that the situation required him to step up and face the war in his strongest state. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose this secret technique. This would do, Edward said seriously. As his words fell, a black, triangular mark began to appear in the palm of his right hand. This mark seemed to contain endless power, like a hidden curse, quietly waiting for the moment of liberation. When Edward activates the yin-yang release, sealing injury elimination technique, this black triangular mark will be unlocked, releasing powerful energy that seals away all his injuries and weaknesses. However, Edward had deeper plans in mind. He gazed at the black triangle in his hand, constantly murmuring, Yin-yang release ninjutsu is only temporary. I will regain the six paths power and attain true immortality. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if he could already see his future self standing atop the six paths power, overlooking the world of pirates. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, in the silent room, a knock on the door suddenly broke Edward's contemplation. His gaze quickly shifted from a daze to sharpness, as if he had instantly returned to reality from distant thoughts. Come in. Edward's voice was calm, just like his inner self, showing no signs of wavering. The door slowly opened, and Diamond Jozu's figure appeared in the doorway. There was an unusual urgency on his face, as if hinting that the message he was about to convey was of great importance. Old man, we just received some information about the Navy headquarters from a reliable informant. Diamond Jozu's voice was deep, each word heavy with significance. Oh, Edward raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze fixed on Jozu, urging him to continue. He had already begun to suspect the nature of the news and had mentally prepared himself. The Navy headquarters is mobilizing forces. They seem ready to start a war and execute Ace ahead of schedule. Diamond Jozu's words detonated in the room like a bomb, filling the air with tension and seriousness. A bunch of impatient fools. Hearing this, Edward stood up, his figure appearing particularly tall under the light. Immediately, Edward issued commands, his voice filled with authority. It seems our time is even more urgent than expected. Notify all fleets to accelerate towards Hive Island. Yes, old man. Diamond Jozu immediately nodded in response. He then turned and left without hesitation. Before long, Diamond Jozu had conveyed Edward's orders to every fleet. They all knew that a life-and-death battle was imminent. The pirates sprang into action, adjusting sails and gripping the helm tightly. The entire fleet seemed to be infused with new life, cutting through the waves as they surged toward Hive Island. Among the fleet, various captains and their first mates began organizing emergency training for the crew, honing their combat skills and teamwork. The deck was filled with shouts and the clashing sound of swords. Everyone was preparing for the upcoming battle, the atmosphere tense yet filled with fighting spirit. Indeed, within a few days, the newsbird carried urgent newspapers across the seas. Breaking news. Due to the heinous actions of Port Gasti Ace, the Navy has decided to publicly execute him in Marineford in 7 days. This news spread like a poison gas bomb, sweeping the entire world and shocking everyone. It should be noted that Port Gasti Ace is a core member of the Whitebeard pirates. He is the son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, and also Luffy's brother, known as Fire Fist Ace, powerful and deeply loved and respected by the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy headquarters decision was undoubtedly a provocation and declaration of war against the Whitebeard pirates. This left other powers at sea shocked and led countless people to speculate about the consequences of the war. Some believed it would be an unprecedented great battle that could change the entire world's landscape. Others worried that this war would bring disaster to innocent people. Nevertheless, this news had already caused a huge uproar, plunging the entire world into a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, after receiving the urgent intelligence, the Whitebeard pirates had ceased their advance towards High Violet. Faced with this sudden turn of events, every member of the team felt an unprecedented pressure. 7 days was far too short for them to accomplish the many things originally planned. At this critical moment, Edward made a significant decision. He decided to halt their advance into the New World and instead head to the Navy's headquarters, Marineford. When this decision was made, the entire Whitebeard pirates were shaken. They knew this meant they would directly face the Navy's strongest forces. Edward stood on the deck of the Moby Dick, his gaze firmly fixed on the vast ocean ahead. His heart was filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. He knew this would be a fight that determined the fate of the entire pirate crew, as well as an opportunity for him to prove himself. A clever opponent, he mused, would not know who the ultimate victor of this war would be. Edward whispered to himself, his voice revealing respect for his opponents while also expressing his desire for victory. After several days of recuperation, Edward had preliminarily used inKonoha chakra to restore his body. He was no longer as weak as before, struggling to walk. Instead, he had regained some vitality and strength. Over these days, Edward had become proficient in inKonoha chakra, enabling him to practice most attribute ninjutsu. So, should he train these ninjutsu? Edward gazed at the sea, asking it. If he chose to continue training in ninjutsu, these techniques would grant him immense power. However, the prerequisite was that Edward needed a sufficient amount of inKonoha chakra to convert ordinary chakra to unleash ninjutsu. This also meant he needed a large number of souls to condense inKonoha chakra. There was no other way. For victory. For my son, I can only do this. In the end, Edward said harshly and resolutely. He had indeed embarked on a path as extreme as that of Blue Star. During this time, he had used all the captives from the Whitebeard pirates' cabins to transmute inKonoha chakra. Therefore, now he had to find the remaining people to gather more inKonoha chakra. Jozu, issue orders to the entire Whitebeard pirates to begin capturing a large number of humans. Edward stood on the deck, his gaze resolutely fixed on the distant horizon, speaking to Diamond Jozu beside him. He knew that the decision he was about to make would change the fate of many people. But for the greater goal, he had to persist. Yes, old man. Although Diamond Jozu felt some hesitation, he understood the reasons behind it. Ultimately, he took the order and began organizing the team to carry out Edward's commands. What? The old man wants us to capture humans. All right. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates, although feeling confused and uneasy about the act of capturing humans, chose to trust Edward. They immediately dispersed, heading to nearby islands and ships, looking for humans who could contribute their souls. Meanwhile, Edward remained in the cabin, immersed in the training of ninjutsu. He knew that only by mastering more powerful abilities could he achieve victory in the upcoming war. He continuously recalled the various techniques of ninjutsu, practicing each skill repeatedly until he could wield them with ease. As time passed, members of the Whitebeard pirates returned one after another with captives. Edward placed these captives in designated cabins and began his soul transmutation process. His heart was filled with conflict and struggle. But whenever he thought of his son and the future of the Whitebeard pirates, his resolve would strengthen once again. Gather. Edward's voice suddenly echoed in the open space. As his words fell, a powerful suction erupted from his hands. This force was invisible yet strong, like an unseen giant beast, opening its greedy mouth, ready to devour everything. Help! I hate you! With the explosion of suction, countless souls were ruthlessly pulled out, and their mouths let out piercing screams. These souls struggled in the air, unable to escape the pull in Edward's hands, forced to draw near to him. Beside him, Marco and Diamond Jaws stood quietly. However, unlike the people of Blue Star who despised Edward, their gazes were resolute, showing no signs of wavering. They knew that Edward was cultivating a powerful secret technique that required absorbing a large number of human souls to enhance his power. As members of the Whitebeard pirates, they had the responsibility to protect their old man's training. After a long time, Edward finally completed the absorption. The inKonoha chakra within him surged, and powerful energy boiled in his body as if it were about to tear him apart. However, there was no expression of pain on his face. Instead, it was filled with determination and resolve. "Old man, should we continue?" Marco asked, unable to help but voice his concern as he looked at this terrifying scene. He worried that Edward's body might not withstand such power. Edward turned to Marco, his eyes shining with steadfast light. He knew that his decision would affect the fate of the entire team. However, he also understood that only by becoming stronger could he protect his companions and family. "Continue." Edward's voice was firm and decisive, leaving no room for retreat. He knew the weight of his responsibilities and had to quickly enhance his strength. Thus, the training continued, and the figures of Marco and Diamond Jaws stood particularly firm in the open space. At that moment, they had only one goal: to protect their old man and make him stronger. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed quickly. As time went on, the war drew closer, and everyone knew that the Marineford War was finally upon them. During this brief week, the Whitebeard pirates and Edward made a series of decisions and preparations. The Marine headquarters was not idle either. They began the process of Ace's execution, and this battle concerning justice and freedom was about to unfold. In the square of Marine headquarters Marineford, a dense crowd of naval soldiers had gathered. Dressed in uniforms, armed with weapons, their gazes were resolute and they stood ready. These sailors knew they were about to face an unprecedented battle. They were to confront the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors and a man once hailed as the strongest in the world, Edward Newgate. Around the square, rows of cannons were neatly arranged on the high city walls, providing the navy with powerful fire support. In the center of the square stood a tall gallows, the core of this execution and the focal point of this war. The naval commanders stood high above, their eyes fixed on the square, filled with tension and anticipation. They knew that the outcome of the upcoming battle would affect the entire world's balance, and they could not afford to let their guard down. Meanwhile, on the other side, a massive pirate ship sailed across the sea like a free-flying white whale, leading countless fleet ships through the waves. This was none other than the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. The shadow of war loomed over the entire sea, and a tense atmosphere spread among the crew. On board, Diamond Jaw's voice stood out in the tense air as he approached Edward, whispering, "Old man, we are nearing Marine headquarters Marineford." Edward slowly opened his eyes, a cold and determined light flashing within them. He knew that this battle was about Ace's life and death, about the honor and dignity of the entire Whitebeard pirates. He absolutely could not lose. "Prepare for battle. This time, we will definitely win." His voice echoed like thunder across the sea, filled with power and confidence. Yes, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates felt their morale soar upon hearing Edward's voice. They followed him onto the deck, ready to face the impending battle. The sea breeze brushed against everyone's faces as the Whitebeard pirates' fleet cut through the waves, charging towards the naval fleet at Marine headquarters. The curtain of war was about to rise. "The Whitebeard pirates are here. Open fire." The commanders of the naval fleet stood on the deck, gazing at the approaching Whitebeard pirates, their faces filled with tension and seriousness. With the command given, the entire naval fleet erupted into action. Countless cannonballs began to be loaded into the barrels, ready to launch a fierce attack on the Whitebeard pirates. "Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, has come." The naval soldiers silently chanted this name in their hearts, their nervousness gradually replaced by a firm resolve. They knew that the Whitebeard pirates were one of the 4 emperors, one of the most powerful forces at sea. But as Navy soldiers, they had the responsibility to uphold justice and peace, and they could not retreat. Countless naval soldiers swiftly loaded ammunition, their movements skilled and rapid. Every detail had been honed through countless training sessions to ensure they could exert maximum power at critical moments. The cannonballs were loaded into the barrels, aimed at the distant Whitebeard pirates, and everything was ready. Fire! With the commander's order, countless cannonballs whistled out from the naval fleet, cutting through the sky, heading straight for the Whitebeard pirates. The war was about to erupt. At that moment, the entire sea was shrouded in cannon fire, the smoke of war spreading, heralding an intense battle about to unfold. Boom! Boom! The sounds of cannon fire erupted deafeningly. The naval fleet began to launch a fierce attack, and countless cannonballs rained down like a storm on the leading Moby Dick. The atmosphere on the sea instantly reached a breaking point, as if a taut string could snap at any moment. The soldiers of the naval headquarters gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes resolute. They knew this battle would be a contest of justice and freedom. However, Edward on the Moby Dick remained still, his gaze calmly focused ahead. It wasn't that he didn't care about the incoming attack, but he knew his sons would clear the way for him. Sure enough, just as cannonballs were about to strike the Moby Dick, the members of the Whitebeard pirates revealed their true strength. Hana no Mi, Blooming Slash, Phoenix Pex. They either unleashed powerful slashes to directly shatter the cannonballs or utilized their devil fruit abilities to deflect the incoming projectiles. Among them, Marco and Diamond Jaws took the lead, their figures darting across the battlefield like two indestructible barriers, protecting the Moby Dick. Every strike they made was precise and swift, neutralizing the Navy's attacks one by one. Edward stood on the deck, his gaze sweeping over Marco and Diamond Jaws before settling on the distant Marine headquarters. His eyes sparkled with a cold light. He knew that this battle had just begun and that there were many challenges ahead. But regardless, he would lead the brothers of the Whitebeard pirates forward, fighting bravely for freedom and dreams until the very end. Soon, the cannon fodder warships from the Navy headquarters were swiftly cleared away by the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. As easily as leaves swept up by a gale, these warships were as fragile as paper in the face of the Whitebeard pirates' formidable strength, hardly able to pose any effective obstacle to them. The Whitebeard pirates did not stop for a moment. They continued to advance, gradually closing in on the shore. Their goal was clear: Marineford, the location of the Navy headquarters and the ultimate destination of their operation. At this moment, the area around the shore was shrouded in smoke, as if a thick fog had suddenly descended. However, when the smoke cleared, many well-known figures could be seen standing quietly at the edge of Marineford, waiting. These individuals were important characters in the world of One Piece, and their presence undoubtedly added more intrigue to this battle. From the port, it could be seen that the foremost defenders of the army were the 5 infamous villains, holding the key to the battle: Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and Dracula Mihawk. They were the 7 warlords of the sea. Their expressions ranged from indifference to mockery, all standing motionless at the shore. Below the execution platform, guarding were the strongest forces of the Navy headquarters: 3 admirals: Admiral Akiji, Kazan; Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki; Admiral Kazuru, Borsellino. They sat in a peculiar manner, their toes pointing down, perched on high seats, their faces filled with amusement and laziness. At this moment, Ace was kneeling at the highest point of Marineford, with 2 cold execution swords crossed over his neck, his expression dark and despairing. He knew that his life was about to come to an end. Yet, there was not a trace of fear in his heart, only reluctance for this world and concern for his companions. Sengoku and Garp stood on a distant high ground, their expressions grave, silently overlooking the seaside ahead. Surrounding them were nervous and fearful Navy soldiers, their faces filled with unease and terror. From their perspective, countless ships were slowly approaching. These were the vessels of the Whitebeard pirates. Their arrival undoubtedly heralded the imminent eruption of a fierce battle. The Knights of the Sea Doma, the Thunderlord Marco, the DeCarlo brothers, the great whirlpool spider Squardo. Each one was a top-tier expert, every captain renowned across the New World. A total of 43 ships. The Navy loudly recited these names, reporting anxiously. Faced with such a lineup, countless Navy soldiers felt unprecedented pressure. They swallowed hard, filled with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. However, under this immense pressure, some displayed a different attitude. Watching the grand scene, Doflamingo licked his lips and grinned maniacally. This is truly interesting. I'm so excited. Come on, Whitebeard. His smile revealed a thirst for battle and enjoyment of chaos. He was a true war fanatic. The atmosphere on site was tense and solemn, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. In this atmosphere, a gurgling sound suddenly echoed, the faint sound of water. Although weak, this sound was exceptionally clear on the silent battlefield. Many powerful beings noticed this sound. Their ears twitched as if trying to capture its source. Their eyes filled with confusion and vigilance because they knew that the appearance of this sound often signified the outbreak of a major battle. Among them, Sengoku slowly walked to Ace, who was about to be executed. He fixed his gaze on the sea, vaguely guessing something. His expression grew serious. He knew that the outcome of this battle would impact the entire world order. Suddenly, a giant white whale leaped out of the sea. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it, their expressions shocked. Some Navy personnel, using binoculars, shouted in astonishment. "That's the Moby Dick. First Division, Captain Marco. All 14 captains are here." Their voices were filled with surprise and fear because they knew that the strength of the Whitebeard pirates could not be underestimated. With its appearance, all the captains had gathered. Their arrival undoubtedly injected new vitality and variables into this battle. The atmosphere on site became even more tense. One could almost hear everyone's heartbeat and breathing. The upcoming battle would be a war of the century, a clash between the new world and the old world, a war that would determine the direction of the era. Just then, the sound of tap, tap, tap echoed from the Moby Dick, and a figure, gripping a large sword, slowly walked onto the deck. He wore a white captain-esque coat, and the skull emblem on his back was striking. He was once the strongest man in the world, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Gurara. With a deep chuckle, Edward appeared before everyone's eyes. His tall and robust figure, though seemingly small among the many strong beings, exuded an aura strong enough to challenge the entire Navy headquarters. Finally here, the Marine Ford War. Edward stood on the deck of the Moby Dick, quietly gazing at the assembled army ahead, murmuring. His eyes revealed determination and resolve. At this moment, he had come to save Ace. "It's been decades since we last met, Sengoku." Edward then spoke to Sengoku, standing at the top, as if conversing with an old friend. His voice was calm, yet filled with deep emotion and memories. Whitebeard. Looking at this familiar figure, Sengoku's expression was grave. He murmured. His voice was filled with complex emotions, both nostalgia for the past and worry for the future. "My dear son, is he okay?" With a grin, Edward added. His smile was filled with paternal love and concern. He knew Ace was in their hands, and he had to give his all. "Wait for me a moment, Ace." Just after Edward finished this sentence, he plunged his sword, the tremor, into the deck. Then he extended his large hand and shook it violently, causing the space to shatter instantaneously, countless cracks forming with a crack sound. His movements were swift and powerful, showcasing his immense strength and determination. The atmosphere on site reached a boiling point. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the outbreak of this battle. On the other side, in the admiral's seat, Kizaru said in a peculiar tone, "They've summoned quite the formidable group." His voice carried a hint of mockery and disdain, as if ridiculing the Whitebeard pirates' audacity. "What is the point of saying this now?" Akainu rebutted Kizaru's words, his eyes filled with calmness and fighting spirit. He knew that the most important thing now was how to deal with the situation at hand, rather than wasting time here. "It's really uncomfortable upon hearing this," Kizaru replied with a lazy tone. He seemed indifferent to the battle before him and more concerned about his own feelings. He. We have the strongest forces of the 7 warlords and the Navy headquarters here. 3 admirals and 100,000 elite troops. Moonlight Moria laughed wildly, his voice echoing across the battlefield, filled with confidence. "The enemy is the Whitebeard pirates and their more than 40 subordinate pirate crews. So, how are you going to attack?" "Whitebeard." Moonlight Moria continued to mock. His words were full of disdain and provocation, constantly challenging Whitebeard's bottom line. "How exciting." Doflamingo licked his lips again, his tone filled with anticipation. His eyes sparkled with the desire to fight, as if he couldn't wait to join the battle. Boom, boom. However, at that moment, a tremor was felt, and everyone looked around, quickly steadying themselves. This sudden vibration made them feel uneasy and confused. What was this rumble about? Moonlight Moria stopped laughing and asked in a puzzled voice. His eyes were filled with confusion and vigilance, as if he were searching for the source of the tremor. Only Carp stared seriously at the sea, as if he knew something. His rich experience had seen countless fierce battles and the power of nature, so he could sense unusual signs from this sudden tremor. "It's coming. The sea quake caused by that guy has turned into a tsunami." His voice carried a hint of urgency and seriousness, clearly warning everyone of the impending danger. As his words ended, a stronger earthquake struck, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. The Navy soldiers began to lose their footing. Many of them were facing such a large-scale natural disaster for the first time, filled with panic. "It's coming." The tremor fruit user, Edward Newgate, Carp shouted, alerting everyone around him. His voice rolled in like thunder, trying to awaken those bound by fear. In the next moment, a massive wave surged from the sea, tall enough to touch the sky, pressing heavily on everyone and instilling strong pressure and fear. The faces of the Navy soldiers showed terror, and some even began to scream, trying to find a way to escape. "What is that?" A Navy soldier's voice sounded on the battlefield, filled with disbelief. "It's a tsunami. Such a huge tsunami." Another Navy soldier shouted, his eyes filled with despair. The legs of the Navy soldiers began to weaken. They stood frozen in place, seemingly consumed by fear. In this life-and-death moment, they could only hope that their comrades and commanders would find a way to cope. Even if we have the advantage in numbers, don't be arrogant thinking we can win. We might end up losing. That man possesses the power to destroy the world. Looking at the chaotic Navy soldiers below, Sengoku spoke in a very serious tone. "What is attacking us is the 47 pirate fleets led by Whitebeard, facing the two major forces of the government, the Navy headquarters and the warlords of the sea. No matter who wins, the era will change." "What terrifying power. Truly a monster," Doflamingo said excitedly, looking at the tsunami before him without a hint of fear. Just then, Akiji, who was sitting in the admiral's seat and possessed the ice fruit, moved. "Ice Age." He instantly used Soru to leap into the air, shooting 2 freezing beams towards the tsunami. The incoming tsunami was immediately frozen into blocks of ice, ceasing its roar. Even the sea hundreds of meters ahead was frozen into a smooth ice surface. The scene instantly became an ice age. "Kazan, you little brat." Looking at the scene before him, Edward spoke slowly. His voice was filled with appreciation and recognition for Akiji. He knew this young man was a worthy opponent. Two-pronged spear. But what responded to Edward was Akiji's indifferent voice and the shooting of 2 ice spears. Akiji's movements were swift and precise. His attack aimed directly at Edward, clearly intending to give this legendary pirate a warning. Shatter. Facing the approaching ice spears, Edward remained unperturbed, his hands shaking violently. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the hard ice spears. With a crisp sound of shattering, the ice spears instantly broke into countless fragments, sweeping towards Akiji like a fierce wind. However, unexpectedly, just as those sharp ice fragments were about to hit Akiji, he suddenly transformed into a translucent ice person and retreated at an astonishing speed, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The elementalization ability of a Logia fruit. Truly a power that could be considered a bug. Looking in the direction Akiji had left, Edward chose not to pursue, but silently thought about how to minimize his energy expenditure. After all, fighting such an enemy would require a lot of energy and stamina. If he couldn't control his state properly, he might fall into a passive position. Let them see our strength. At this moment, the other captains, witnessing the powerful strength displayed by their father, were greatly encouraged, all cheering excitedly. They knew their father's physical condition and that he shouldn't fight too much. So they all held various weapons and jumped off the ships, landing steadily on the ice surface. Charge! Accompanied by this roar, some wielded great swords. Some swung meteor hammers, and some used bizarre abilities, rushing towards the shore. The captains had also launched their attacks. Don't stop the bombardment. Keep firing. The Navy officer, seeing the pirates charging on the ice surface ahead, immediately issued commands. Boom! Boom! The cannonballs whistled through the air, producing deafening roars, crashing down and causing massive noise and explosions. Great sword slash, the defense of chest muscles. However, facing the powerful abilities of these pirate captains, those cannonballs were like fragile toys, ineffective and unable to stop their advance. As a large number of pirates gradually approached the shore, many powerful figures also emerged from the Navy ranks. Some had ominous gazes and some tightly gripped long swords, just standing there quietly, exuding a suffocating powerful aura. The vice admirals of the Navy headquarters had also appeared. Accompanied by this exclamation, Countless gazes were drawn to those tall and mighty figures. Each of them radiated an awe-inspiring aura, as if they were war gods coming from the battlefield. One incredible aura. Looking at those figures, someone in the Navy suddenly shouted in surprise. These people were all powerful mid-tier and even high-tier combatants from the Navy headquarters, each possessing great strength. Just then, a man in a black robe slowly stepped out from the crowd. His steps were steady and powerful, as if each footfall was stepping on the hearts of everyone present, causing them to tremble. This man was none other than Dracula Mihawk, known as the world's greatest swordsman, Hokage. He was also a member of the 7 Warlords of Sea. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention, especially some in the Navy who looked particularly astonished. Could it be? Dracula Mihawk, one of the 7 Warlords, is finally going to. A frightened Navy officer looked at the terrifying figure and murmured. The other Navy personnel quickly cleared a path, fearing they might block his way and anger this legendary figure. The admirals Kizaru and Akainu exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. This is quite rare, Kizaru said with a sly smile. I didn't expect that self-willed Hawkeye would want to join the battle. Akainu frowned and said with some confusion. At this moment, standing next to Hawkeye, Don Quixote Doflamingo smirked slightly. What, are you going to join in? Doflamingo teased. Hawkeye ignored Doflamingo and continued to walk steadily forward. His eyes were indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything around him. Just to see for myself how great the gap is between me and this man before me. Finally, Hawkeye stood still, his voice calm and deep, as if narrating a trivial matter. However, his actions contrasted sharply with his words. He placed his hand on the large sword behind him, a weapon symbolizing his identity and strength. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly drew out the large sword, its blade shimmering coldly in the sunlight, making it hard to look directly at. In the next moment, Hawkeye's movements were clean and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Slash! He raised the large sword, instantly unleashing a green sword aura that stretched dozens of meters, slashing towards Edward on the Moby Dick. This strike was as fast as lightning, unstoppable, as if it was going to cut everything in half. This action left everyone in awe, their eyes glued to Hawkeye, as if afraid to miss any detail. Because they all knew that the sword in Hawkeye's hand was one of the 12 supreme great swords in the world, the Black Sword Yuru. The sharpness and resilience of this sword had reached the limits of what humanity could achieve. Coupled with Hawkeye's exceptional swordsmanship, anyone who locked eyes with this man would feel an involuntary fear. Diamond. At that moment, Diamond Jozu unhesitatingly stood in front of Edward. His body instantly transformed into diamond, incredibly hard, as if he were an indestructible statue. His voice was firm and decisive, filled with loyalty and protective intent towards Edward. Boom! Immediately afterward, Diamond Jozu collided with a massive sword aura, producing a deafening sound of impact. With a loud shout, Diamond Jozu forcefully threw the sword aura high into the sky, cutting through a massive iceberg. His power was astonishing, leaving everyone speechless. What is that? How could he block the attack of the world's #1? The Navy stared at this resolute man, standing in front of Edward, their mouths agape. They couldn't believe that one person could withstand Hawkeye's formidable sword attack. That's the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu. Soon, someone explained, loudly calling out his name, causing everyone to marvel, because he was able to block the sword attack of the world's greatest swordsman. Truly, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are all as strong as monsters. On the other side, unable to watch any longer, Kizaru stood up from his admiral's seat, emitting a sly sound. His tone was filled with recognition of the strength of the Whitebeard pirate captains, while also revealing his dissatisfaction with the battle. If we want to minimize losses, we must capture the king first. In the next moment, after Kizaru finished speaking, his tall body transformed into golden light and vanished. When he reappeared, he was above Edward, his hands emitting countless golden lights that shot down towards Edward. Shaku Goku. His speed was so fast that no one could react before it was already shot out. Hey, why is it so dazzling? Looking at the golden light shooting down from the sky, Edward said with a tone of disdain. His voice was filled with admiration for Kizaru's speed, yet also revealed his contempt for this battle. Although he knew that this guy in front of him was the fastest in the world, possessing extreme speed, he still made no move, remaining stationary as if everything was under control. Phoenix, with a high-pitched shout, the air seemed to be filled with a mysterious and powerful aura. Sure enough, the next second, a birdman wrapped in blue flames appeared above Edward. His figure shone brightly under the golden light, resembling a guardian angel descending from the heavens. He collided with the shooting golden light, and before long, he had completely worn down the power of those golden rays, causing a massive explosion and clouds of smoke in the air. This scene left the onlookers shocked as they witnessed the astonishing strength displayed by this birdman. Blue flames? You are. Looking at the birdman, Kizaru spoke with a puzzled tone. His gaze revealed a hint of inquiry and curiosity, as if wanting to uncover the secret of this birdman before him. The captain of the 1st Division, Marco, who possesses the Phoenix, mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Soon, this identity struck like lightning through the night sky, making Kizaru instantly understand the strength and status of the birdman before him. This made Kizaru's gaze gradually become sly again, as he seemed to be contemplating his next plan, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. How can I let you disturb my king's mood as soon as you arrive? After the explosion, Marco, revealed from the smoke, responded with a teasing tone. His tone was also filled with loyalty towards Edward and determination against the enemy, just like Diamond Jozu. How terrifying! The Whitebeard pirates, possessing a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit rarer than the Zoan-type, even scarcer than the Logia-type. Upon hearing this, Kizaru showed an extremely lewd expression, looking frightened. Look, his wounds are healing slowly. This is simply unbelievable. That attack from Kizaru-sama actually had no effect. The Navy below stared wide-eyed at the two hovering in the air, all looking shocked. It started to take effect. Marco revealed a meaningful smile, looking at his already healed body and murmuring, "Ah." Then he swiftly flew into the sky, letting out a loud roar, and his entire being transformed into a large bird engulfed in blue flames. The Phoenix. Charge! Marco let out a sharp bird cry and suddenly charged towards Kizaru. So terrifying. I've never seen such a bird before, Kizaru said in a fearful tone. But at the same time, a dazzling light burst from his hand, and in an instant, countless golden bullets shot towards the giant bird. It passed through. What surprised everyone was that the golden bullets shot by Kizaru all passed through Marco's body without causing him any harm. He died for me. In the next moment, Marco flew to Kizaru's side and suddenly transformed back into human form, fiercely kicking him with his bird claws. Boom! This blow sent Kizaru flying, crashing into the wall by the shore, making a huge noise that left all the Marines in disbelief. They never expected that this battle would end with the Phoenix Marco winning. So impressive. But before they could react, Kizaru, surrounded by golden light, appeared on the admiral's seat. Meanwhile, Diamond Jozu was also living up to Edward's expectations. Come at me, he shouted as he lifted a huge iceberg and hurled it into the sky with all his might. His strength was astonishing. The iceberg is coming. Run away. Hurry up and get out of here. Watching the iceberg getting closer, the Marines screamed in panic, scrambling to escape. Their footsteps were chaotic and hurried, their eyes filled with fear and panic. Really, you guys, how dare you abandon your posts? Finally, the silent Akainu, who had been quietly observing the battlefield, could no longer tolerate the chaos before him. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes blazing with anger, staring intently at the giant iceberg thrown by Diamond Jozu. His voice was filled with dissatisfaction and rage, deeply disappointed by the reckless behavior of the Marine admirals and the 7 warlords. If everyone acted like you, then who would protect this place? After Akainu finished speaking, his right arm began to swirl with scorching magma, burning like flames and emitting suffocating heat. He strode forward, his steps firm and powerful, as if he aimed to crush all obstacles ahead. As he approached, the surrounding air also became scorching hot, making it feel as if one were in a furnace. When Akainu reached the end, he stopped and quietly gazed at the giant iceberg that was getting closer. The iceberg loomed like a towering peak, exuding a cold aura. But Akainu showed no fear, instead filled with disdain. Great eruption! Finally, Akainu's gaze was sharp like that of a falcon, fixated ahead, with a slight smirk revealing a sinister smile. He took a deep breath, gathering all his strength into his arms, and then swung forward with great force. His voice was as loud as thunder, echoing across the battlefield, making people's eardrums buzz. At the same time, his arms rapidly expanded, with rich magma swirling within as if about to erupt. With Akainu's movement, a column of scorching magma shot up into the sky, heading straight for the Whitebeard pirate's location. The magma column collided with the iceberg, producing an earth-shattering roar. And then the iceberg began to tremble violently, with countless cracks appearing on its surface. Boom! In the next moment, the massive iceberg shattered under Akainu's attack, transforming into countless magma fireballs raining down from the sky, like a meteor shower that would destroy the world. These magma balls, carrying a burning heat, struck the ground, triggering a series of explosions and fires. Introduction: Edward Newgate. Are you sure you want to start the Ninja World War all by yourself? Do you know what consequences you will bring to the future? A loud voice echoed in the conference room of the Hokage building.